In a dimly lit grove, Jiang Hai treaded cautiously forward. The distant sounds of cannon fire intermittently echoed, causing him to instinctively drop to the ground each time. System, how much farther must I go? 3 kilometers remain to the destination. At the current pace of the host, arrival is estimated in approximately 1 hour and 12 minutes. The host speed is below the average walking pace of an adult. It is advisable for the host to accelerate, otherwise the host's safety cannot be assured. Accelerate? Did you think I wouldn't want to? This is a battlefield. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mentally scoff, his expression a portrait of despair. Hadn't he merely been boasting in a chat group? How had he ended up on this cursed battlefield? Jiang Hai was a recent graduate, an intern at a technology company, where his work was not particularly demanding, allowing him ample time to lounge at home and engage in idlebot, or with online friends. Today, as was customary, he had been chatting and boasting with his compatriots when, in the blink of an eye, he found himself thrust into this perilous battlefield. The catalyst for all this chaos was the Arms Tycoon System now residing in Jiang Hai's mind. Arms Tycoon System. The host can engage in arms trading through the system platform. Assist the host in becoming the universe's most formidable arms tycoon. The host has already undertaken the first transaction. Deliver 500 AK-47 assault rifles along with 5,000 boxes of ammunition to the designated location for a transaction. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, Jiang Hai found himself on the verge of tears. He vaguely recalled this arms deal, which had originated from a moment of casual boasting in a chat group when a fellow netizen unexpectedly inquired if he had any firearms to sell. At that moment, Jiang Hai assumed the individual was merely a bored interlocutor seeking amusement. So he responded nonchalantly. He even patted his chest, assuring them that delivery would be free of charge. Little did he know that this inexplicable system would take his jest seriously. With a sudden jolt, he found himself transported to this terrifying place. It was nothing short of a death sentence. System, is it true that once I reach your specified destination, you will allow me to return home? The host must accurately and punctually deliver the goods to the client's designated location. Upon completion of the delivery task, the system will immediately facilitate the host's return. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind, while a semi-transparent map materialized before Jiang Hai. It resembled a navigation system, guiding him along the path ahead. With the system's confirmation, Jiang Hai's spirits lifted slightly. He swallowed hard and continued onward, following the navigational instructions. Abdullah, are you out of your mind? You actually believe such a ludicrous proposition? In a humble cement dwelling, several men clad in exotic attire sat before their respective computer screens, appearing rather disheveled. Among them, one man, evidently possessing some heritage from Huaxia, wore a furrowed brow and an expression of considerable embarrassment. Beside him, another man erupted in hearty laughter, vigorously slapping his companion's shoulder as he exclaimed, searching for arms dealers on the internet? Or perhaps in Huaxia's chat groups? What a bizarre notion. How did you come up with that? The man named Abdullah, upon hearing his companion's mockery, felt his already dark complexion flush crimson. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to retort. After all, his recent actions could indeed be deemed rather foolish. There was little choice. Their organization was in dire need of supplies, and the directives from above had been firmly established. They had been so anxious in recent days that their lips had begun to blister. Abdullah, due to his partial Huaxia lineage, had been struck by a fleeting whim to explore social platforms in Huaxia. Consequently, he had found himself in the rather embarrassing predicament he had just experienced. As Abdullah begrudgingly accepted the jests of his companions, his phone, which lay nearby, suddenly rang. Instinctively, he answered the call, and before he could utter a word, a voice filled with barely contained anger erupted from the other end. Quickly, open the door. The delivery is here. Outside the cement dwelling. Jiang Hai spoke those words through clenched teeth, his entire body trembling uncontrollably at that moment. He had fully grasped the nature of this place and the identity of those with whom he was to engage in trade. To purchase weaponry, what noble intentions could one possibly possess? Moreover, the system's map continued to oscillate before his eyes. As a fervent military enthusiast, Jiang Hai frequently kept abreast of global affairs. He was quite familiar with the map of the eastern Mediterranean coast. Wasn't this the very map of the Yuba conflict zone? As for the identity of a buyer, that was even easier to deduce. The Judeans were hardly in need of arms, especially not basic items like AKs. Thus, the buyer could only be those underground organizations opposing the Judeans. Goodness. The mere thought of being surrounded by a group of underground terrorists made Jiang Hai's legs tremble with fear. Yet, he found himself unable to flee. The system mandated that he complete the transaction before he could return, without the system's assistance. Clad merely in a pair of shorts and a tank top, escaping this place was nothing short of a fantasy. Therefore, when Jiang Hai had just gritted his teeth and uttered those 3 words, it was not out of anger, but sheer terror. Creak! At that moment, the tightly shut iron door swung open, and a young man with dark skin and curly hair emerged. The features of the individual bore a distinct Arab resemblance, yet his eyes reflected a hint of Huaxiao lineage. Are you Dai Hai Ling? Dai Hai Ling was Jiang Hai's online alias, and upon hearing it, he surmised that this individual was the one who had previously engaged him in a private sage. At boasting, I am Dai Hai Ling. Jiang Hai spoke in standard Huaxia dialect, but as soon as the words left his mouth, they transformed into an incomprehensible language. Was there an automatic translation feature at play? Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, attributing the situation to the system's influence. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled. Yet in the eyes of the curly-haired man across from him, Jiang Hai resembled a tall figure cloaked in black, his features obscured by the hood of his garment. The curly-haired man found nothing peculiar about this after all. The other party was engaged in the arms trade, and it was only natural to exercise a degree of caution. However, what astonished him more was the audacity of the approach. They had only just finalized their deal, and yet the other party had come knocking at their door. Such tactics were indeed rather intimidating. How did you locate us? The curly-haired man inquired after a brief silence, unable to restrain his curiosity. How did I find you? Jiang Hai felt a surge of urgency the longer he remained in this place. The greater the peril. That's a secret of our company. I cannot divulge it. Jiang Hai's defiant retort rendered the curly-haired man momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the curly-haired man pressed on. Where's the cargo? It's over there. Jiang Hai gestured with his thumb to the left, indicating a massive pile of iron boxes stacked high. However, the curly-haired man, being inside, had not seen the boxes. These iron boxes were piled as high as the concrete structure itself. Jiang Hai had merely raised his hand, and those boxes had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, the curly-haired man leaned out to take a look, and he was taken aback. This was, after all, their organization's secret base. Their silent arrival here was already astonishing enough. Now, to their utter disbelief, so many items have been delivered discreetly to their doorstep. Chapter 2. The system's service was impeccably efficient. Curly, unable to suppress a shiver, realized that such a multitude of items could not possibly have been transported by a single individual. Could it be that there were numerous accomplices lying in wait nearby? Perhaps they had already surrounded them. The mere thought of this possibility prompted Curly to retract his head instinctively. What are you all hesitating for? The goods are right here. Hurry and collect them. Pay up. Jiang Hai was eager to hand over the items and make a swift exit. However, the system incessantly nagged at him, insisting that he must collect the payment. After all, selling arms without receiving payment? One might as well be engaged in charity work. But how would the payment be rendered? Curly, not an ordinary person, had already sensed the subtle hint of unease in Jiang Hai's words. With a quick glance, he cautiously peered around. Where are your friends? The ones helping you with the delivery. They've left. Once the goods were delivered, Jiang Hai instinctively replied, but midway through his sentence, he realized something was amiss and promptly sealed his lips. Alas, it was too late. Curly's eyes sparkled with greed as he looked at the iron boxes. After casting a glance at Jiang Hai, he swiftly called out to those behind him. Yes, all alone. Just one man. In the next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Jiang Hai. He barely had time to initially engulfed in terror. Jiang Hai suddenly regained his composure. It seemed that the pain from the bullet wounds on his body was overshadowed by the discomfort from the impact on the back of his head. An alert rang out, detected that the transaction counterpart is attempting to attack the host. This action has violated the spirit of the contract. The system has automatically activated transaction protection services. The host's life safety is now safeguarded by the system. The transaction amount has been successfully deducted from the counterpart's account. Additionally, 300 of the transaction amount has been deducted from the counterpart's account as compensation. Ding dong. Transaction completed. Initiating teleportation for the host. A series of electronic notifications echoed in Jiang Hai's ears. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flash enveloped his vision, and in the next instant, he found himself back on the bed of his rented apartment. Still in a state of shock, Jiang Hai remained dazed for over 10 minutes before finally catching his breath. I'm not dead. His hands roamed over his body, even lifting his waistband to check on his manhood, confirming that he was unscathed. Jiang Hai felt a mix of astonishment and relief. He even began to question whether the recent series of events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the first sales achievement. Commencing settlement now. The host has completed a transaction amounting to 50 million Huaxia coins. This price is considered a premium, and the excess will serve as a bonus for the host, coupled with the host's 10 commission. The host has earned a total of 23 million Huaxia coins from this transaction. During the transaction, the host encountered an attack from the trading counterpart. The system has levied an economic compensation amounting to 300 of the counterpart's transaction sum, totaling 150 million Huaxia coins. After deducting the fees for activating transaction protection, the remaining compensation amounts to 50 million. Ding dong. The salary and compensation have been fully credited to the host's personal account. Please check your balance. A series of electronic sounds followed, and then a long string of receipts flashed before Jiang Hai's eyes. This made Jiang Hai realize that the recent experience was not a mere daydream, but an actual occurrence. Astonishing. After a brief moment of daze, Jiang Hai sprang up from his bed. A salary of 23 million? A compensation of 50 million? A total of 73 million? In the span of a heartbeat. I have acquired 73 million? After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Hai leaped from his bed and rushed to the nearby computer desk. Turning on his computer and logging into online banking. Upon seeing the string of numbers in his bank account, which was even longer than his little brother's, Jiang Hai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the world were spinning. After a considerable amount of time, Jiang Hai began to regain his composure, fixating intently on the digits of his account balance. After several scrutinizing glances, he finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. In the blink of an eye, I have become a multimillionaire? Wait. With such an unexpected influx of funds, could it be that the authorities will investigate me? Jiang Hai quickly contemplated a rather grave concern. This is not merely a matter of several hundred or thousand. It concerns a staggering cash flow exceeding 70 million. Such a sum, transferred into Jiang Hai's account, would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of national financial monitoring. This is disastrous. It is possible that the police may soon come knocking at his door. However, the system has already assisted the host in managing all concluding tasks. The host's assets will be afforded a perfectly reasonable and legitimate explanation, so there is no need for concern. Just as Jiang Hai was engulfed in worry, the system provided a timely response. The heart that had nearly lodged in Jiang Hai's throat gradually eased back into place. Of course, he was not entirely at ease. Thus, in the ensuing days, Jiang Hai remained on edge, even opting to skip work, taking a leave to stay home. As 4 or 5 days passed, surprisingly, no police had come knocking, and the funds in his account remained undisturbed. Once he was certain that no issues existed, Jiang Hai finally felt a sense of relief. A question arises. What would a man do with 73 million? Urgently awaiting answers. In an instant, various images flashed through Jiang Hai's mind, including several rather inappropriate ones. Just as he was preparing to step out and indulge in the pleasures of a wealthy lifestyle, his phone vibrated, signaling a new message. He pulled out his phone and felt a jolt of surprise. A chat window had popped up from a messaging app, and the sender was none other than the individual with whom he had privately discussed arms dealings. Naturally, Jiang Hai no longer regarded this person as a mere trivial online acquaintance. Instinctively, he considered closing the chat window and blocking the individual. Ding. A gentle reminder to the host. A successful arms tycoon must maintain a cordial relationship with clients, particularly those of high quality. High-quality clients? Are you referring to those trigger-happy terrorists? What nonsense to label them as high-quality clients. As if sensing Jiang Hai's inner grievances, the system's electronic voice promptly responded. Anyone who can generate revenue for the host qualifies as a client. According to the system's analysis, this party is indeed a valuable client capable of providing sustained performance. The host is urged to take this matter seriously. Jiang Hai instinctively wished to refute this, yet as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to counter the system's logic. Indeed, who, if not terrorist organizations, is in greater need of arms transactions? This is, without a doubt, a bona fide high-quality client. Feeling somewhat conflicted, he soon recalled that this entity had bestowed upon him a staggering fortune of 73 million. With this thought, Jiang Hai's fingers involuntarily tapped on the dialog box on his phone. Mr. Vast Ocean, please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. Our organization is truly sorry for the previous unpleasantness. Those who offended you have been subjected to the most severe penalties. Chapter 3. The second transaction. Upon reading the message from the other party, Jiang Hai's eyelids twitched involuntarily, tilting his head in contemplation. He began to type in the dialog box. No worries, for I have already received ample compensation from you. However, I sincerely hope this is the last occurrence. Far away on the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, in a dimly lit room, several figures were gathered around a computer. A young man, squinting as he read the contents of the dialog box, turned his head and translated it into Arabic. Behind him, a middle-aged man with dark skin, pronounced brows, and large eyes, adorned with the distinctive headscarf of Arab culture, listened intently to the young man's translation. Upon hearing it, the middle-aged man's cheeks twitched slightly, and a fierce rage ignited within his deep-set eyes. As the deputy leader of the Holy Warriors organization, responsible for logistics and finance, Nasser was acutely aware of what the compensation entailed: the purchase of 500 AKs and 5,000 boxes of ammunition at the cost of 50 million Chinese yuan. Although somewhat exorbitant, it was not unacceptable for an organization struggling with resource scarcity. However, the unexpected demand for an additional 150 million Chinese yuan in compensation meant that the firearms were effectively being purchased at 4 times their value. Furthermore, the means by which this money had been siphoned away remained a mystery. This implied that, should the other party desire, they could forcibly seize all funds from the organization's accounts. In the wake of this incident, Nasser hastily transferred all available funds and initiated a significant purge among his subordinates. The only silver lining in this troubling situation was that, despite the organization's lack of adherence to protocol, the other party retained a sense of honor. Although they had absconded with a substantial sum, they still delivered the goods. Both the firearms and ammunition were of excellent quality, undeniably top-notch. Upon receiving this intelligence, Nasser was consumed with such fury that he compelled all members of the organization who had contemplated double-crossing him to seek absolution from Allah. Nasser no longer harbored any desire to reclaim the misappropriated funds. His sole aspiration was to solicit the mysterious arms dealers' clemency and, on behalf of the organization, perpetuate their arms dealings. Nasser firmly believed that continued transactions with this individual would significantly bolster the organization's prospects of fulfilling its sacred jihad. He envisioned the utter annihilation of the nefarious Jewish people. With these thoughts in mind, Nasser set aside his previous grievances and suppressed his seething rage. Inform him, he instructed, that the reparations are our due payment. We merely seek their understanding and hope to maintain our collaborative relationship in the future. As Nasser was not conversant in Mandarin Chinese, he enlisted the services of a subordinate proficient in the language. The young man faithfully translated Nasser's sentiments into Mandarin and dispatched the message. Moments later, a response materialized in the dialog box. Provided you adhere to the established protocols, I am naturally amenable to perpetuating our transactions. Nasser's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he clenched his fist in a gesture of triumph. After taking a deep breath and deliberating for a moment, he said, "Inquire whether they can furnish us with more sophisticated merchandise." More sophisticated merchandise? Seated in his chair, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed as he perused the text in the dialog box. Are a few hundred AKs no longer sufficient? It is not entirely unexpected. In the 21st century, the AK has become a rudimentary piece of equipment. It is only natural that the other party would desire more advanced weaponry. After all, what the other party faces is not merely a nation of Judeans, but the hostility of the entire Judean world. However, what exactly does the so-called superior goods refer to? Our company has a plethora of goods, provided you are willing to pay the price. So, I wonder if there is a big Ivan available? Haha, we do have it. Do you dare to buy it? The other party fell silent, while Jiang Hai adopted a tactical retreat, smirking to himself. He was willing to wager that the other party undoubtedly desired the big Ivan, yet would certainly hesitate to make a purchase. This item is indeed formidable. Not only is it powerful, but it also serves as a crucial national asset. The issue lies in who possesses such a national treasure. Should it be in the hands of Huaxia, it would deter Western powers from coveting Huaxia's territory. If the bear were to wield it, they could boldly challenge the beautiful country. But if a terrorist organization were to grasp the Big Ivan, one fears that by the very next day, Western armies would flip the table and decisively sweep them away. Therefore, if the other party possesses any wisdom, they would certainly refrain from broaching the subject of purchasing such a thing. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes of silence, the other party sent another message. Are there any air-to-air missiles? Air-to-air missiles. Zhang Hai immediately raised an eyebrow, his fingers flying over his phone as he typed rapidly. ADEM, 9x Block 2. 6 million Huaxia coins. The AM, 9x Block 2 may sound unfamiliar, but it is more widely known by another name, the Sidewinder missile. The AM, 9x Block 2 is the 4th generation in the Sidewinder missile series. Zhang Hai was aware of the missile's price on the international market, approximately 600,000 pounds. When converted to Chinese currency, it amounted to nearly 5 million. However, considering previous transactions, Zhang Hai decisively quoted a premium price. Upon hearing this, the counterpart fell silent once more. It was understandable, given that it was a staggering 6 million Chinese currency. Such extravagance was indeed a luxury that only a handful of superpowers on Blue Star could afford. Is there a more economical option available? As you know, our organization is not affluent, particularly after a significant expenditure recently. Zhang Hai chuckled. A substantial expenditure? Was that referring to the 150 million he had been compensated? Zhang Hai chose not to pursue that line of conversation and pondered for a moment. AM 9M, 1 million Chinese currency. The name itself indicated that the AM 9M was part of the same series as the AM 9X Block 2 Sidewinder missile. However, compared to the latter, the former was considered somewhat outdated, hence its relatively lower price. Nevertheless, the price Zhang Hai quoted was still considerably higher than the standard rate. Consequently, the counterpart did not respond immediately, lingering in silence for quite some time. No problem. We will take 20 units. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had received a business transaction, home delivery service for the client. Just as the message appeared in the dialog box, the system's electronic voice resonated in Zhang Hai's ear. However, this time Zhang Hai reacted swiftly, silently muttering to himself, "Wait a moment. Do not send me there just yet. Ding dong. The transmission has been paused. Please arrange for the delivery promptly to complete this transaction." Upon realizing that the system truly heeded his commands, Zhang Hai let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously wiping the cold sweat from his astonished forehead. He certainly did not wish to find himself unprepared, as he had been during his last venture into a war-torn region. System, since you can directly transport items to the client, is it truly necessary for me to make the journey myself? Can't the goods simply be delivered to the client? Of course, Zhang Hai was reluctant to undertake the delivery personally. His last experience had nearly cost him his life. The promise of delivering the items personally was made by the host. The system merely complies with the host's requests. How infuriating. When did I? Zhang Hai was about to curse when he suddenly froze. Reflecting on the matter, it indeed seemed he had previously stated that he could deliver the goods himself. Very well. It was indeed a boast he had made. Chapter 4. The puppet worth 20 million ahem. Since I have already made a personal delivery once, perhaps I should forego it this time. After all, the system can automatically deliver the goods to the client. Why must I make the trip myself? Zhang Hai attempted to reason with the system. Handing the goods directly to the client is an essential quality of a competent arms dealer. If the host aspires to be an outstanding arms tycoon, please endeavor to lead by example. Outstanding, indeed. With logic failing him, Zhang Hai quickly descended into a state of indignation. However, he did not resign himself to despair. Instead, with a glimmer of inspiration, he inquired, "System, is there any means by which I can evade personal peril while ensuring the delivery of goods to my clients?" Zhang Hai, weary of further risks, began to explore potential vulnerabilities within the system. This time, the system remained silent for several minutes before responding. Plan 1. The host may appoint a reliable and capable assistant to transport the goods on their behalf. Plan 2. The host may commission the system to create a puppet to serve as a substitute for transporting the goods. The system promptly presented two solutions. Zhang Hai dismissed the first option with a mere glance, but the second ignited a spark of excitement within him. System, how does one go about creating this puppet? The system explained that it could produce a puppet modeled after the host's specifications. The host could remotely control the puppet to execute various tasks. The only limitation. This is excellent. I shall proceed with this. Jiang Hai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without allowing the system to finish its explanation, he hastily decided to adopt this plan. Why didn't you present such a remarkable option sooner? Ding dong. Creating the puppet as per the host's request. The puppet has been completed. Deducting a production fee of 20 million Huaxia coins. What? 20 million? Are you jesting? Jiang Hai's current occupation was that of a newly employed programmer, with a monthly salary barely exceeding 3,000. Do not mention 20 million, even if it were merely 2,000. Spending it all at once would leave Jiang Hai feeling pain for several hours. Now, with a mere statement from the system, 20 million has vanished just like that? Jiang Hai felt a sting so profound that it seemed he would need a mask to conceal his anguish. Nevertheless, despite this sorrow, if faced with the choice, he would still opt to part with that sum, for it is indeed a matter of ensuring his safety. In the next moment, Jiang Hai picked up his phone to continue negotiations. Where precisely do these missiles need to be delivered? Are they able to be dispatched anywhere? An expression of surprise crossed his face, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Have they truly frightened even the terrorists into using emojis? If you require complimentary shipping, of course, we can deliver to your specified location. However, it is imperative that the safety of the delivery site is guaranteed. After some contemplation, Jiang Hai added a caveat. He certainly did not wish to find himself in another perilous situation like the last time. Although he had sent a puppet in his stead, that puppet had cost him 20 million. He could not bear the thought of that sum becoming a mere disposable expense. Knock, knock. A positioning message promptly popped up in the dialog box. Jiang Hai opened the location and found, to his surprise, that it was not situated in the frontline conflict zone. If his memory served him right, this location was on the eastern bank of the St. Covenant River, an area relatively peaceful in comparison. Undoubtedly, this site was far safer than the previous one. System. Initiate the transfer. Before his eyes, a meandering stream appeared. Was this a puppet? Jiang Hai instinctively lowered his head and found that his body was no different from before. He had successfully delivered the puppet substitute to the designated location. The host could manipulate the puppet to carry out actions or switch out of control at will. The possibility of withdrawal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai immediately attempted to exit. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him reverted to that of his apartment. This time, Jiang Hai felt completely at ease. Switching back to the puppet's perspective, he activated the system's navigation map. The agreed-upon delivery point was located within a small valley less than a kilometer away. Instead of setting off immediately, Jiang Hai took out his phone and sent a message to the other party. I have arrived. As soon as the message was dispatched, the recipient replied with 2 large exclamation marks. However, it wasn't long before they responded again. Your company is indeed formidable. We will dispatch someone to assist you immediately. Okay. Jiang Hai replied with 2 letters and then sent his location. Subsequently, he found a solid spot and, with a mere gesture, 20 enormous shipping containers materialized out of thin air. Jiang Hai was unaware of the underlying principles, only knowing that it was the system's capability. He had done the same when delivering AKs and ammunition. This was also the reason Jiang Hai chose not to deliver at the previously agreed location. Last time, the other party had been caught off guard and had not discovered the system's extraordinary abilities. This time, however, the agreed location was bound to be under constant observation, and Jiang Hai dared not perform such an act in plain sight. Thus, he decided to wait for the other party to come and collect the goods. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. In less than 20 minutes, the sound of engines echoed from afar as a convoy rapidly approached. Jiang Hai suddenly wondered if the appearance of the puppet would mirror his own, and he instinctively touched his face. The system assured him that it had implemented measures to conceal his visage, ensuring that no one could discern his features without his explicit consent. Relieved, Jiang Hai watched as the convoy came to a halt before him. Dozens of heavily armed militants emerged from the vehicles, causing a surge of apprehension within him. He couldn't help but wonder if another double cross was imminent. Despite his inner turmoil, Jiang Hai maintained a composed facade. The militants remained stationed by the convoy, and only a slender figure clad in camouflage approached. The individual was completely enveloped in camouflage, including a cloth that concealed their head, and wore large goggles. It was only possible to discern that they were of similar height to Jiang Hai, albeit with a somewhat frail build. May Allah protect you, Mr. Vast Ocean, the figure exclaimed. Jiang Hai was taken aback, not only by the individual's fluent Mandarin, but also by their voice. It was distinctly feminine, with a crisp and youthful quality. He briefly pondered their appearance, but quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that as a terrorist, they were unlikely to be attractive. After a moment of fleeting speculation, Jiang Hai refocused and responded, "Hello. I hope this transaction proceeds without any unforeseen incidents. On behalf of our organization's supreme leader, I extend my sincerest apologies once again. Rest assured, we come this time with genuine intent. Does this imply that there will be no treachery involved?" Jiang Hai felt a slight easing of his previously anxious heart. He then gestured with his thumb towards the container behind him and said, "Look, the goods have arrived. Please acknowledge receipt. As for the payment, we would appreciate it if you could transfer it to us proactively." Jiang Hai's insinuation carried a hint of cunning, yet his counterpart appeared unfazed, raising a hand to signal those behind her. In the next moment, the terrorists hastily advanced to inspect the missiles within the container. Chapter 5. The female terrorist Aisha. Jiang Hai was not concerned about the system's capabilities, thus he maintained a composed demeanor. The female terrorist merely tilted her head, showing no signs of anger. "Naturally, please provide us with your account details so we can transfer the funds immediately." "Yes, it has already been sent." Jiang Hai was unreserved, promptly sharing a pre-prepared account number. The account was certainly not genuine, but rather a Swiss bank account provided by the system. However, once the funds were received, the system would immediately transfer the commission to Jiang Hai's personal account. The female terrorist did not delay, without waiting for her subordinates to complete the inspection. She promptly made a call to arrange the payment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. Settlement is now underway. The host has finalized a transaction amounting to 20 million Huaxia coins. The price is marked as a premium, with the excess amount designated as a host bonus. Along with a 10 commission from the host's business, this transaction yields a salary of 5.6 million Huaxia coins for the host. The system automatically presented the invoice before Jiang Hai. It was evident that this transaction's total was significantly less than the previous one, resulting in a considerably diminished commission for Jiang Hai. He narrowed his eyes, having gained considerable insight into the system's settlement methods prior. Relying solely on commissions was evidently insufficient. The crux lay in the premium. Was the system encouraging Jiang Hai to be audacious in his demands? While Jiang Hai pondered this matter, the terrorists had already completed their inspection of the goods. Upon receiving a report from her subordinate, the female terrorist chuckled softly, removed her tactical gloves, and extended her hand towards Jiang Hai. "A pleasure to collaborate. I look forward to our next transaction. By the way, I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Aisha. From now on, I will be responsible for liaising with you." Jiang Hai reached out to shake her hand, only to find it surprisingly soft, her skin remarkably delicate, making the touch quite pleasant. Naturally, considering her identity, Jiang Hai refrained from taking liberties. After a brief shake, he released her hand. "No problem. As long as we engage in honest transactions, we shall always welcome you." With that, Jiang Hai turned and walked into the distance. In the presence of so many onlookers, he certainly could not simply vanish. Aisha, watching him depart, remained silent. However, behind Aisha, a terrorist could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to inquire, "My lord, should we send someone to follow them?" Aisha slowly turned her head and cast a glance at him. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap landed on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Fool! If you ever entertain such a foolish notion again, I shall have you executed on the spot." Immediately after, Aisha retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Yes, the transaction went smoothly. Everything has been received. I understand. I will cultivate a good relationship with the counterpart." "Understood. Please return the items at once." The puppet moved to a concealed location, and Jiang Hai eagerly instructed the system to teleport the puppet back. Everything progressed seamlessly, and upon the return of his consciousness to the apartment, Jiang Hai hastily turned his head to survey his surroundings. The familiar apartment felt as though nothing had transpired. Yet, he quickly approached his computer and logged into online banking, where the sudden addition of 5.6 million reminded him that everything was indeed real. With the original 53 million, this fortune was, without a doubt, an astronomical sum for Jiang Hai. With such wealth, how should he spend it? Within moments, a spark ignited in Jiang Hai's eyes. Being in the magical city, his foremost desire after acquiring wealth was, of course, to purchase a property. "Mr. Smith, here are the transaction figures for the Middle East for this quarter, along with the projected sales volume for the next quarter." In an opulently decorated office, a balding Caucasian man sat at his desk, while a young and attractive blonde secretary presented him with a substantial stack of documents. The man nodded slightly, casually flipping through the documents, his gaze swiftly gliding over the pages. As the vice president of the nation's foremost arms supplier, Smith was responsible for the company's external operations, particularly in the Middle East. The century-old animosities between the Judeans and the Palestinians had afforded the company immense profits. Smith's ascent to the youngest executive in the company's history was predicated on the vast quantities of arms sold to both parties over the years. Indeed, the Judeans had placed an order worth $31 billion last quarter, based on past experience. It seemed they had reached saturation and were unlikely to increase orders in the short term. The focus now should shift to servicing the Palestinians. For the upcoming quarter sales objectives, let us initiate contact with the Palestinians. Very well, Mr. Smith. The female secretary nodded obediently, collecting the signed documents and preparing to exit the office. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud, and a panicked employee in a suit rushed in. Mr. Smith, there has been an incident. The Judeans have raised questions, alleging that we sold arms to the Palestinians, claiming it violates the terms of our agreement. And they intend to hold us accountable. Sold arms to the Palestinians? Smith furrowed his brow, snatching back the documents he had just handed over. After reviewing them, he declared, "What nonsense! We did not sell arms to the Palestinians last quarter." I, too, conveyed a similar response to the Judeans. However, the Judeans presented undeniable evidence. 3 days prior, the Palestinians mysteriously amassed a considerable armed force. Although they were equipped with merely standard Alaska rifles, their ammunition was plentiful, allowing them to launch a surprise attack on the Judeans in the Gaza Strip. Consequently, the Judeans suffered the loss of an entire brigade. In retaliation, the Judeans dispatched an aerial squadron, intending to conduct airstrikes on the Palestinian military bases. To their astonishment, the Palestinians unleashed several surface-to-air missiles, nearly obliterating the Judean air squadron. Following a thorough analysis by Judean military experts, it was suggested that the missiles fired by the Palestinians were likely the AIM-9X. What? That is inconceivable, Smith exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock. The sudden appearance of a stockpile of AK rifles among the Palestinians could be explained. However, the AIM-9X? The Palestinians lacked the capacity for independent weapon development. Whence could they possibly acquire the Sidewinder missiles? Though the AIM-9X is not the latest model. Smith was well aware of the implications of every sale. He could assert with absolute certainty that they had never sold a single Sidewinder missile to the Palestinians. But if it was not their company that had made the sale, from whom had the Palestinians procured it? Smith's countenance darkened significantly. The arms trade between both factions in the Judean-Palestinian conflict had always been under their company's dominion. This was the outcome of a fierce competition and struggle among various parties. The world is rife with arms dealers, yet there exists a tacit adherence to established protocols, at least outwardly. Investigate immediately. We must uncover the entities supplying arms to the Palestinians. Smith ground his teeth, his voice lowered to a furious roar, resembling a beast poised to strike. The subordinates and the female secretary before him wore expressions of sheer terror, hastily nodding in agreement, none daring to provoke Smith at that moment. Chapter 6. Are extraterrestrial weapons for sale? Mr. Jiang, here are the keys and the property deed. From today onwards, you are the owner of this house. Holding the vibrant red property deed, Jiang Hai could not help but reflect on his journey. After a fortnight, he had finally secured a residence of his own in the bustling metropolis. It must be said, real estate in this city is indeed exorbitant. He had initially believed that with over 50 million in hand, he could attain financial freedom here. However, after perusing several developments, he was taken aback by the soaring prices. Nevertheless, the outcome was not unfavorable. Having expended 30 million, this spacious 270 square meter flat now belonged to Jiang Hai. The property was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. As for the belongings left in his apartment, they could be transported gradually at a later date. Mr. Jiang, shall we keep in touch? The charming saleswoman winked at Jiang Hai before gracefully departing, her slender waist swaying alluringly. Jiang Hai could not help but wince at his waist. Real estate in this city not only strained the wallet, but also proved taxing on the physique. Just as he settled onto the disheveled bed, his phone beside him buzzed with a notification. Jiang Hai casually picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, immediately sitting up straight. The message was from Aisha, the female terrorist who had handled the previous transaction with him. Mr. Vast Ocean, we require your assistance. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. It had only been a little over half a month since the missile deal, and they were already seeking to procure more from him? I would be delighted to provide my services. He rose from the bed and plopped down into a chair, crossing his legs as he typed a response on his phone. What do you need this time? Mr. Vast Ocean, I wonder if your company's operations extend to Latin America? Latin America? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, slightly taken aback, but quickly replied on his phone. No problem. As long as you make the payment, I can deliver the goods to the White House in the beautiful country. Another surprised emoji appeared on the screen. Jiang Hai was no longer astonished by the fact that he could elicit such reactions from terrorists. However, Aisha soon sent another message. We hope to place an order for a batch of weapons to be delivered to Hispani. Hispani? The mention of this location dimmed Jiang Hai's smile considerably. If his memory served him right, the island nation of Hispani was currently in chaos, possibly even more so than the Gaza Strip. Local gangs were rebelling one after another, scaring the nation's president into fleeing. Why would they want to send arms to such a tumultuous place? The situation in the realm of addition has yet to be resolved. And now there are endeavors in Latin America? Sensing Jiang Hai's confusion, Aisha appeared unperturbed. A leader from our organization, due to work obligations, traveled to Hispani, only to encounter a local gang uprising and find himself ensnared there. Although he had several members of our organization for protection, they lacked adequate weaponry to break through the encirclement. We wished to rescue him, but currently, all external transport routes to Hispani have been completely sealed off. Aisha's explanation made Jiang Hai instinctively scratch his cheek. He had previously taken the initiative to learn about the organization behind Aisha. This organization is not merely a conventional terrorist group. On the surface, it presents itself as a charitable organization, undertaking significant philanthropic endeavors each year, ranking prominently across the entire Blue Star. Some of its leaders frequently visit other countries and receive warm receptions from their leaders. However, the faction currently engaged in a deadly conflict with the Judaic people is merely a militant division of this organization. Therefore, when Aisha mentioned that one of their leaders was visiting Hispani, it sounded somewhat absurd yet was indeed factual. With a slight grimace, Jiang Hai continued to type on his phone. How much equipment do you require from me? We need some sophisticated individual weaponry. Additionally, we require Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. Although he was an aficionado of military affairs, he was not well versed in all types of weaponry. System, do you have any recommendations? By now, Jiang Hai had grown accustomed to the system's presence, naturally delegating problems that he could not resolve immediately to it. The system has selected suitable items for the host. Please make a choice. X-0181 Individual Combat Exoskeleton. Suitable for diverse terrains such as urban environments, wilderness, and dunes. Equipped with antimatter fusion grenades, multifunctional annihilation nuclear bombs, and cold fusion lasers among other individual combat weapons. Suggested price is being converted to Blue Star currency. Please wait. The proposed price for this weapon is 3,888 trillion Huaxia coins. After taking a sip of soda from the refrigerator, Jiang Hai immediately spat it out upon seeing the information provided by the system. What on earth is this? Such exaggeration is not even found in science fiction films. System, you must be joking. Please note, the system never jokes. You call this an individual weapon? This book is not a science fiction novel. This weapon has been specifically designed and manufactured for the BC 1923 dimension by the civilization of Dune 13,143. Based on the design and intended use of this weapon, it is indeed an individual weapon. The system's matter-of-fact response left Jiang Hai at a loss for words to retort. However, he quickly realized, System, can you actually sell weapons from alien civilizations? The system has cataloged a total of 123 realms, including the one the host resides in, encompassing all weapon manufacturing techniques from 562, 648, 745 civilizations. Provided that the host can identify suitable clients, the system will strive to fulfill their supply needs. As a series of numbers flashed before him, Jiang Hai felt a wave of dizziness. Nevertheless, he was reassured that the system could indeed procure weapons from extraterrestrial civilizations. This realization caused his breath to quicken and his heart to race, as if it might leap from his throat. Fortunately, Jiang Hai had been acquainted with the system for quite some time. After a moment, he steadied his emotions by taking a hearty gulp of soda. The so-called individual exoskeleton appeared impressive, yet its price was even more staggering. It seemed that even if he were to exchange all the wealth of Blue Star, he would still be unable to afford such a set. Thus, Jiang Hai could only indulge in the visual experience. However, the system had just mentioned the availability of other products. The AG Stealth Combat Vest. equipped with a subspace-piercing engine, a reflective light cannon, and a grado spectrum detector. The suggested price is 45 quintillion Huaxia coins. Well, that is somewhat cheaper than the previous item. But what good is it? The plasma acceleration cannon, equipped with. The suggested price is 454. 7 quintillion Huaxia coins. The Dajiang Sandy Domain synthetic gun, equipped with. Suggested retail price. After scrolling through over 10 pieces of information regarding weaponry, Jiang Hai felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and the veins on his forehead threatened to burst. Chapter 7. The Chaotic Island Nation, Hispani. This array of alien civilization weaponry was entirely unfamiliar to Jiang Hai. They appeared formidable. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that if he presented this weapon information to his clients, they would either deem him a fraud or consider him insane. System, could you not take my actual circumstances into account? Surely, there must be some options that are within their purchasing capacity. Finally, Jiang Hai could no longer endure it and began to voice his grievances at the system. After a brief silence, the system responded once more. Based on the host's request, a reselection has been conducted. Please make your choice. PPK, 20 submachine gun. Suggested retail price, 30,000 Huaxia coins. At last, a weapon Jiang Hai recognized had appeared. This submachine gun, standard issue for the Russian military, was indeed more suitable for the current environment of his client. However, seemingly dismissive of this low-end weapon, the system offered no detailed explanation regarding the submachine gun's specifications. It merely stated the name and price before falling silent. Although somewhat displeased, Jiang Hai proceeded to send the information via his mobile phone. PPK 20 submachine gun, priced at 50,000 Huaxia coins. Jiang Hai habitually quoted the inflated price. Meanwhile, Aisha, who had been waiting impatiently, responded immediately. Price is not the issue. The crux lies in delivering the weapons into the hands of our associates. This is certainly feasible. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Hai readily acquiesced to the client's demands. The success of the previous transaction had undoubtedly bolstered Jiang Hai's confidence. After all, it is merely a puppet that will be dispatched, sparing Jiang Hai from any personal risk. Excellent. We require 40 firearms, along with a sufficient supply of ammunition. Not a problem. 40 guns, plus 20 crates of bullets, totaling 5 million Huaxia coins. After inquiring about the system's pricing, Jiang Hai quoted a price that was double the initial estimate. However, the steep cost did not intimidate Aisha. Perhaps she was already mentally prepared. We shall transfer the funds immediately. Please expedite the delivery. Here is the drop-off location. As if fearing Jiang Hai might reconsider, Aisha swiftly agreed, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Hai received a notification from the system. Ding dong. The system has detected the host's receipt of business. It is currently pinpointing the host's location. Please select a delivery method. 1. The host delivers personally. 2. The host controls a puppet for delivery. Please make a selection. Naturally, the choice is option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai made his selection. Prince Harbor, the capital of Hispani. Poverty and backwardness have nearly become emblematic of Hispani. Prince Harbor stands as the most prosperous city in the nation. Nonetheless, even so, the level of affluence in Prince Harbor pales in comparison to that of an ordinary small city in Huaxia. At present, Prince's Harbor more closely resembles a decrepit, aged dame teetering on the brink of collapse, ravaged by the ravages of war. Local factions have seized control of nearly 90% of the metropolis. The government has been rendered utterly dysfunctional, and the police precinct is now inhabited solely by frigid cadavers and riotous thugs engaged in unbridled revelry. The thoroughfares are replete with scenes of fiery conflagration, accompanied by harrowing screams, evoking the very essence of a terrestrial inferno. This is the visceral impression that the city imparts upon Jiang Hai. Through the lens of the puppet's perspective, Jiang Hai observes this spectacle with a visage of profound displeasure. At this juncture, he is immensely grateful to reside in China, within the tranquil epoch of Chinese history. To comprehend the experience of residing in a war-torn region, one need only observe the plight of the common civilians in Prince's Harbor. With a gentle shake of his head, he dismisses these ponderings and activates the system's navigational map. The destination lies within the edifice ahead. Guided by the diminutive crimson dot on the map, Jiang Hai swiftly locates the designated locale, a pristine, three-story villa situated in the foreground. At this moment, Jiang Hai is concealed within an alleyway opposite the villa. Rather than immediately approaching, Jiang Hai meticulously scrutinizes the surrounding environs. Despite it being broad daylight, The vicinity of this thoroughfare exudes an uncanny tranquility, though the distant reverberations of gunfire can be faintly discerned. It appears that the riotous factions have not yet manifested in this vicinity, rendering it temporarily secure. Jiang Hai ultimately directs his gaze toward the adjacent dwelling. This is an ordinary residence constructed from concrete, comprising merely 2 stories, with the walls simply plastered with cement, replete with burrs. The door, charred black, stands ajar, revealing an interior of utter darkness and profound silence. System: are there any occupants within this dwelling? No signs of life could be detected within the house. Upon receiving the system's response, Jiang Hai glanced around, ensuring that no one was present on the surrounding streets, before swiftly crouching and darting into the building. Once inside, he realized that it was originally a quaint tavern. Though in a state of disrepair, remnants of its former decor were still discernible. This is the place. Tilting his head slightly, Jiang Hai raised his hand, and the arms for this transaction materialized within the tavern. The goods were not numerous, merely occupying a corner of the establishment. Jiang Hai promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Aisha, informing her that the merchandise awaited them just across the street. Another emoji. Jiang Hai merely smiled at it, slipping his phone back into his pocket before turning to gaze out the window at the little villa across the way. After a few minutes, the once quiet villa stirred with activity. Several figures emerged from the back door, cautiously making their way along the wall towards the front entrance. These individuals, clad in black suits, were imposing and armed with handguns, scanning their surroundings with caution as they peered towards the tavern. However, they did not advance immediately, pausing as if in hesitation. Jiang Hai, growing impatient, was eager to finalize the transaction and return. Noticing their reluctance to approach, he stretched his arm out of the window and waved at them. This bold gesture clearly bewildered the onlookers. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Jiang Hai could no longer resist beckoning once more, prompting the group of imposing figures to finally take action. They crossed the approximately 7-meter-wide road and directly entered the small tavern, immediately raising their firearms to point at every corner within. Their movements suggested a level of training indicative of professional soldiers. Even with the guns aimed at him, Jiang Hai remained unperturbed, slowly approaching the box containing the arms and tapping on the metal container. "Everything is right here. We have already received the payment. Please proceed with the inspection." His words were articulated in standard Huaxiao language, while the puppets responded in authentic Palestinian dialect. To the men clad in black suits, a tall figure cloaked entirely in a black cape stood before them. The black-suited individuals exhibited a vigilant demeanor. After exchanging cautious glances, one of them, seemingly the leader, signaled to the others. They then approached with care, meticulously examining the iron boxes stacked in the corner. Upon discovering the pristine submachine guns and ammunition, each of the black-suited men displayed expressions of astonishment. Chapter 8. An encounter with underworld dealings? Splendid. These are indeed top-quality goods. Unable to contain their excitement, several of them seized the submachine guns, loaded the magazines, and fidgeted with them, enamored by the newfound weapons. After days confined in that wretched place, armed only with a few pitiful handguns, their existence had been fraught with trepidation. Although they were officially visiting as a diplomatic delegation, the chaos outside was not instigated by regular troops, but by a band of lawless gangsters. Had it not been for their recent expenditure bribing certain gangsters, they would have undoubtedly met their demise at the onset of the turmoil. Yet, it is evident to all that this is merely a fleeting sense of security. They could not hope to placate that band of brigands indefinitely. Now, however, with these weapons at their disposal, while they may not succeed in annihilating the entire gang, at the very least, self-preservation is assured. As the transaction reached its conclusion, a notification chime resonated in Jiang Hai's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on achieving a remarkable sales milestone. Settlement is now underway. The host has completed a transaction amounting to 5 million Huaxia coins. This price reflects a premium, with the surplus serving as a bonus for the host. Coupled with a 10% commission, the host's earnings from this transaction total 3,200,000 Huaxia coins. Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He had bitten hard into this deal, setting a price more than double the initial offer. Contentment surged within him as he contemplated acquiring the villa he had previously set his sights upon in a couple of days. Is the inspection satisfactory? This collaboration has been quite pleasant. Farewell. Jiang Hai waved to the men in black suits, preparing to depart. However, the leader of the group exhibited a peculiar expression, exchanging glances with his companions before turning back to Jiang Hai. Click, click. A series of ominous sounds caught Jiang Hai's attention as he turned his head, only to find the men in black suits aiming the very submachine guns he had sold them directly at him. Jiang Hai was taken aback, turning to face the other party, his gaze landing upon the leader. "What does this mean?" he inquired. "We are in desperate need of assistance," came the reply. "Assistance? Is this truly how you seek help?" Jiang Hai could not help but scoff, gesturing towards the weapon in the other man's hand. The leader regarded Jiang Hai with a cold stare and replied, "With mere weapons, we cannot hope to escape this place. We require your transport route." "Transport route?" Jiang Hai paused for a moment, quickly grasping their intent. They coveted the channel through which he transported arms, seeking to utilize it as a means of escape. But the problem was, he had no such channel. He could hardly divulge that he relied on the system's teleportation capabilities to vanish in an instant. Could he? Jiang Hai's mood soured instantly. How infuriating that these terrorists were so adept at causing trouble. He certainly could not disclose the existence of the system, nor could he assist them in their flight by the so-called transport route. Faced with the ominous muzzles of their guns, he found himself at a loss for words. The leader in the black suit furrowed his brow and stated, "Please do not delay any longer. You are merely wasting your own time." The words only served to exacerbate Jiang Hai's discontent. Although he was currently in a precarious situation, he was still the owner of a puppet worth 20 million. If possible, Jiang Hai wished to ensure the safety of this puppet. Taking a deep breath, he reached into his pocket. Merely his actions caused the figures in black suits across from him to become immediately tense. The sound of clicking echoed, as if everyone was poised to pull the trigger at any moment. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely retrieving my phone." Jiang Hai lifted his eyelids and slowly extracted his phone from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, the leader swiftly raised his hand to prevent his subordinates from impulsively firing their weapons. Jiang Hai, unfazed, unlocked his phone and began typing furiously. "Your people intend to detain me. What does this mean?" He was sending a message to Aisha, who promptly responded with a puzzled emoji. "Is this how your organization conducts business, devoid of integrity? Ah, please hold on. There must be some misunderstanding. I will clarify this immediately." Upon reading Aisha's reply, Jiang Hai glanced up at the figures in black suits once more. It seemed Aisha truly was unaware of the situation unfolding here. Perhaps this entire ordeal was indeed just a misunderstanding? Jiang Hai couldn't help but look again at the leader of the black suits. "It is futile. Even if Nasir himself were to come, he would not be able to command us, let alone his subordinates. We are warriors directly under Lord Abeni." The leader of the black suits, seemingly aware of Jiang Hai's recent actions, swiftly extinguished his hopes with two sentences. It appeared that Aisha's side was also unreliable. "I will never consent to your demands. You should abandon this endeavor." Jiang Hai remained indifferent, shrugging his shoulders, embodying a demeanor of nonchalance. Observing Jiang Hai's attitude, the figures in black suits collectively furrowed their brows. After gazing at the river and sea for a considerable time, the leader suddenly declared, "Let's move our belongings back. Bring him along as well. This shabby tavern pales in comparison to the quaint villa across the street. Moreover, dispatching the weapons earlier to ensure that everyone is adequately armed is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action." Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars erupted outside. The faces of all the men in black suits shifted dramatically. One of them rushed to the window, peering through the gap to glimpse the scene outside. "This is bad. Gang members are approaching, and in significant numbers." "What?" Upon hearing this, the leader's expression darkened as he hastily made his way to the window to observe the unfolding situation. "It's the Black Shark gang. Damn it. Didn't they already accept payment? Why are they back? How can they be so untrustworthy?" The leader's face turned ashen, his fists clenched in a fit of curses. Jiang Hai, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "How dare you utter such words? Trustworthiness? Do you even have the standing to accuse others of being untrustworthy?" Jiang Hai internally scoffed, then joined the leader at the window to survey the scene. At this moment, several dark gray pickup trucks had appeared on the road, and dozens of men brandishing firearms of varying lengths were clamoring as they leapt from their vehicles. Just by the sight of it, one could tell that their intentions were far from benign. "Everyone, remain calm and do not act recklessly." The leader quickly suppressed his emotions and lowered his voice to issue commands to his subordinates. The vehicle of the opposing party was parked right at the entrance of the quaint villa, clearly aimed at them. Drawing from past experiences, perhaps a monetary incentive could dissuade them. However, should they discover the concealed armaments hidden within, the situation would escalate into chaos. The other men in black suits were equally aware of the gravity of the situation, nodding in unison. As trained soldiers, they executed their orders with unwavering precision. Instantly, the entire tavern fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of heavy breathing was absent. Chapter 9. The local gang is utterly disrespectful. Jiang Hai grimaced and tilted his head slightly. What would happen if he were to suddenly shout now? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought upon noticing a man in a black suit aiming a submachine gun at him. Very well. If silence is the order of the day, then silence it shall be. Jiang Hai shrugged, gesturing to zip his lips, and then turned his attention to his phone. Aisha had yet to respond, evidently still in negotiations. But Jiang Hai had already lost hope in her. Meanwhile, he was mentally strategizing on how to navigate through this precarious predicament. Although his personal safety remained intact, he was indeed reluctant to part with the 20 million. Damn it, how dare they act in such a manner? Before long, a curse echoed in the air, prompting Jiang Hai to lift his gaze, only to find the surrounding men in black with expressions twisted in malice, their teeth clenched, as if they were ready to devour him. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted outside once more. Unable to resist, Jiang Hai turned to peer out the window. The gangsters across the street had not departed. Rather, their ranks had swelled with an additional 10 or so men in black suits. Evidently, these men in black suits emerged from the quaint villa. In addition to the black suits, there were a few individuals clad in traditional Palestinian attire, appearing quite elderly. The clamor arose from a dispute between the gangsters and the men in black. The latter encircled the elderly, brandishing firearms, aiming them at the gangsters, who, in turn, vociferously retaliated, their own weapons trained on the men in black. The tension between the two factions was palpable, as if a gunfight could erupt at any moment. Only the elderly, under the protection of the men in black, engaged in fervent debate with the gangsters, occasionally nodding and shaking their heads in response. Is that the esteemed Lord Abney you mentioned? Jiang Hai turned to observe the furious expressions of the men in black beside him, and a thought crossed his mind. No, Lord Abney is our organization's supreme leader. He did not participate in this diplomatic mission. That individual is Lord Furzit, the head of our delegation. Our task is to ensure Lord Furzit's safety. The leader explained to Jiang Hai, his gaze fixed on the window, his words delivered through clenched teeth. Veins pulsating on his forehead. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the air, and the previously noisy street fell silent in an instant. The men in black beside Jiang Hai widened their eyes in disbelief, staring out the window. Jiang Hai, too, observed clearly. Just a moment ago, one of the gangsters, seemingly dissatisfied with mere insults, had struck the eldest of the elderly across the face. How dare they assault Lord Furzit? These wretched maggots. I yearn to obliterate them. Gentlemen, let us take action. The men in dark suits gritted their teeth, yet their warrior instincts compelled them to suppress their impulses in obedience to orders. Even as they prepared for battle, their voices were deliberately subdued. The leader was torn, his face a canvas of indecision. At that moment, the situation across the street escalated once more. Those gangsters continued to taunt, one of them cursing vehemently while pressing the muzzle of his gun against the temple of the battered elderly man. Witnessing this, the leader's patience reached its breaking point. After uttering a curse, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and in the next instant, the gangster who had threatened the old man staggered, a bloom of crimson erupting from his temple. Clearly, the surrounding thugs were taken aback by the audacity of the gunfire. Upon witnessing their comrade fall, they remained frozen, their smiles still plastered on their faces as they watched him collapse into a pool of blood. Bang! 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 The leader's shots acted as a signal, prompting the other dark-suited men, concealed within the tavern, to also pull their triggers. Orange sparks erupted from the muzzles. The men in dark suits were seasoned warriors, their aim remarkably precise. In an instant, nearly half of the dozens of gangsters lay fallen. As the remaining thugs began to react, they instinctively turned and fired towards the tavern, yet they overlooked the lurking enemies beside them. The elderly individuals were flanked by men in black suits, who likewise brandished their firearms and fired upon the gangsters who stood with their backs turned. Surrounded and vulnerable, they found themselves without any effective cover. Moreover, the gangsters lacked any semblance of military training. The inevitable downfall of their forces unfolded within a mere 3 minutes. Act immediately, quickly, commanded the leader, shedding his earlier hesitation and resolutely directing his subordinates to charge out of the tavern. He instructed those armed with submachine guns to safeguard the elderly, while the men in black swiftly began transporting weapons and ammunition. He even remembered to assign one of his subordinates to keep watch over Jiang Hai, ensuring he did not escape. Lord Filzat, are you unharmed? After making the necessary arrangements, the leader approached the elderly man with a grave expression, guilt etched upon his face. To him, allowing any harm to befall the elderly was a dereliction of duty. Were it not for the pressing responsibilities he bore, he might have contemplated taking his own life in atonement. The elderly man, having received a slap, bore no resentment towards the leader. Instead, he smiled and patted the leader's shoulder. I am fine, thanks to your timely intervention. You saved my life. My lord, it is my duty. Yet, I feel I have not fulfilled it adequately. No, you have performed admirably. You are a true warrior. Never doubt your accomplishments. What a masterful display of leadership. Jiang Hai could not help but think as he observed the man known as Filzat. At that moment, Filzat turned his gaze toward Jiang Hai. That profound gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the human heart, causing Jiang Hai's pulse to quicken. Sir, he is merely the delivery man for that arms company. And I was about to. The leader immediately sought to clarify for Filzat, but before he could finish, the elder raised his hand to silence him. Greetings. I sincerely regret the current predicament. I hope today's events will not adversely affect the future dealings between your esteemed company and our organization. Future dealings? Dream on. You must be deluded to think I would continue trading with you. Jiang Hai scoffed, refusing to engage further, unperturbed by the potential wrath of his adversaries. He was confident that they would not dare to take lethal action against him. Of course, the crux of his boldness lay in the fact that he had the means to gamble. Even if he were to lose, it would bear little consequence. Filzat, undeterred by Jiang Hai's dismissal, maintained his smile. I understand that our demands may seem rather unreasonable. However, please comprehend that we would not resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. If your company is willing. Enough, no need for further discourse. Jiang Hai interjected, raising a hand to cut off Filzat. Surveying the bustling figures clad in black suits around him, he declared, I will certainly not acquiesce to your demands. Hence, there is no need to squander any more time. Chapter 10. Is this aircraft crafted from gold? You. Insolent. Seeking death. Observing Jiang Hai's defiance. Several men in black suits erupted in fury, promptly raising their firearms, directing the barrels threateningly toward him. To speak candidly, facing such a multitude of firearms, to claim one is unafraid would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Even when assured of one's safety, the instinct for self-preservation remains an immutable aspect of human nature. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai swiftly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings before his gaze ultimately settled upon Filzat. However, I do possess an alternative proposal, though I am uncertain whether you would be inclined to accept it. With this statement, Jiang Hai fell silent, refraining from further elaboration. Observing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Filzat's smile grew increasingly radiant. He raised his hand in an inviting gesture, beckoning Jiang Hai to enter the quaint villa. Esteemed guest, please step inside and enjoy a cup of tea. Let us converse at a leisurely pace. How audacious you are, having just eliminated so many gangsters. You dare to remain here? Do you not fear retaliation from their accomplices? Within the cozy confines of the villa's living room, a servant promptly brought tea for Jiang Hai. He took a sip, smacking his lips disapprovingly. In response to Jiang Hai's remarks, Filzat chuckled heartily, saying, no need for concern. Those thugs acted on their own accord to extort money, and their associates are unaware of their presence here. Furthermore, given the current state of the city, where murders occur daily, as long as we tidy up, their gang will not discover anything for the foreseeable future. Moreover, as he trailed off mid-sentence, Filzat gazed at Jiang Hai with a smile. Speaking of courage, it seems your bravery is truly remarkable, my lord. It is truly admirable how one can remain composed in such a precarious situation. To the commendation offered, Jiang Hai simply responded with a nonchalant shrug. He was well aware of his own circumstances. His composure stemmed from the knowledge that he was not in any real danger. Had he been present in his true form, as he was during the initial transaction, he would have likely been paralyzed with fear when confronted with such a multitude of firearms. To return to the matter at hand, I am aware of your desire to extricate yourselves from this forsaken place. However, any designs you may have on our company's transportation channels are simply untenable. Even if I were to divulge the details to you, passage through that channel would be impossible without the express consent of the company. Jiang Hai fabricated a pretext, effectively thwarting their schemes. The surrounding men in black suits displayed expressions of dismay, while Finalizing maintained his smile, seemingly discerning Jiang Hai's underlying meaning. However, you do possess a solution, do you not? Finalizing inquired in a measured tone, prompting Jiang Hai to narrow his eyes. Indeed, this man was no ordinary individual to be leading these terrorists. Mr. Finalizing, our company's transportation channels are strictly confidential and cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Jiang Hai reiterated with feigned seriousness, then playfully blinked his eyes and quipped, "Your objective is merely to depart from this location. It is not imperative that you utilize our company's transportation channels, is it?" Jiang Hai's words served only to illuminate Finalizing's eyes, while the men in black suits beside him displayed expressions of unease. The leader in the black suit could not help but exclaim, "How could it be so simple? If it were truly that effortless, we would not find ourselves trapped here. The entire Prince Harbor is now under the control of the gangsters. Neither airplanes nor ships can depart. Were it not for this predicament, we would not." He paused mid-sentence, yet the implication was clear to Jiang Hai. "Our company is a reputable arms firm, and thus, the products we offer are not limited to mere weapons. We also engage in the trade of tanks, armored vehicles, and even aircraft and warships. Mr. Filzard, have you considered purchasing an aircraft or a vessel?" Jiang Hai's smile was radiant, reminiscent of a skilled salesman. Filzard and the man in black both displayed expressions of astonishment, though their surprise was fleeting. A substantial arms company would undoubtedly not confine itself to weapons and ammunition alone. Hence, it was hardly surprising that they also dealt in aircraft and warships. Yet, even if we were to acquire an airplane, what good would a ship do? The airport and port are under the control of those wretched gangs. The entire Prince Harbor is now a no-fly zone. Even if there were a helicopter, it would be swiftly shot down by them. Disappointment flickered across the leader's face in black. He had held some hope, but he never anticipated that Jiang Hai's solution would be this. Aircraft and ships are not beyond their organization's reach. If these items are truly useful, why are they still trapped here? The words of the leader in the black suit did not diminish the smile upon Jiang Hai's face. Tilting his head with a grin, he spread his hands and remarked, "These are merely minor issues. Our company has always placed great importance on after-sales service. We shall endeavor to meet our clients' reasonable requests to the best of our abilities. The only concern at present is that these products might be somewhat pricey." As he spoke, Jiang Hai raised his index finger, beaming as he presented it before him. Observing Jiang Hai's confident demeanor, Filzard and the surrounding figures in black suits simultaneously furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend his meaning. After a moment, Filzard took a deep breath and inquired, "The price is not an issue. As long as it allows us to leave this place. We have never been stingy." Filzard was not boasting, although they were merely a terrorist organization. Their financial resources were by no means inferior to those of a typical nation. The crucial point was that they did not require expenditures for various civil and infrastructure needs like a country would. Thus, they could easily muster a cash flow far exceeding that of an ordinary nation. "Do not speak so confidently." Jiang Hai's smile took on a rather sinister edge, as he did not retract his index finger, but instead raised the other four. "I present to you our company's latest product, the XC-198 new model fighter jet. The price is a staggering 500 trillion Huaxia coins." Instantly, the room fell into silence. Aside from Jiang Hai, everyone else instinctively ceased their breathing. Some gazed at the five fingers raised towards the river and sea, while others scrutinized the countenance of Jiang Hai. Yet their expressions were strikingly uniform, conveying a singular sentiment. What kind of international farce is this? It is a well-known fact that fighter jets are indeed expensive. However, it is inconceivable that they could be priced so absurdly. The most advanced fighter jets on Blue Star hovered around 700 million Huaxia coins. Yet here, in Jiang Hai's realm, a single fighter jet astonishingly costs 500 trillion Huaxia coins? Is this aircraft fashioned from gold? No. Even if it were entirely constructed of gold, it could not possibly command such an exorbitant price. Filzard struggled to maintain his composure, his cheeks twitching as he forced a laugh. "Sir, you must be joking, right?" No. Jiang Hai shook his head, his demeanor serious. "I never jest regarding matters of business." Chapter 11. 5 million in 1 hour. Filzard scrutinized Jiang Hai for an extended period, ensuring he was not jesting, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Although Filzard had anticipated Jiang Hai's audacious demands, he had not expected such boldness. This was no mere lion's roar. It was akin to the gaping maw of an abyss. "Mr. Ocean of boundless depths, I hope you understand that everyone must bear the consequences of their words." Filzard's statement now carried a subtle hint of menace. Yet Jiang Hai remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly and spreading his hands. I am merely a salesperson, promoting the goods that clients require. As for whether the client requires it, that is ultimately their concern. In business, the essence lies in mutual willingness. If the client is unwilling, there is little I can do. Jiang Hai's words elicited a subtle twitch in Filzat's cheek, and a glimmer of malevolence flickered in his amiable eyes. Regardless of how congenial he appeared, he was the leader of a formidable organization. Though Jiang Hai maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his heart raced with anxiety. Mr. Dhiw Liang, I must reiterate, he said. The airport at Prince's Port has been seized by local gangs. Even if you manage to transport the aircraft here, takeoff is impossible. Faced with Filzat's imposing stature, Jiang Hai wore an expression of resignation. I am well aware of the current state of affairs at Prince's Port. The question remains, will you decide to proceed with this transaction with our company? Taking a deep breath, Filzat once again donned a troubled expression and replied, even if we wish to trade. The price is exorbitant. We simply cannot afford it. Even 500 billion Huaxia yuan is beyond our organization's capacity, let alone the additional 100 million. In a fleeting moment, Filzat felt a strange sense of comfort in his confinement here. Jiang Hai's smile remained unwavering, fully anticipating Filzat's response. Soon, as if conjuring a trick, Jiang Hai produced several sheets of paper and declared, our company has always prioritized a human-centered approach, emphasizing respect for client experiences and needs. Considering the purchasing power of our clients, we also offer a rental service for our products. Customers need not purchase items outright. Instead, they can pay a reasonable rental fee to temporarily utilize our company's merchandise at a relatively modest cost. Rental? Jiang Hai's suggestion sparked a renewed glimmer in Filzat's eyes. Indeed, it is the rental option. Jiang Hai handed over the rental agreement to Filzat. The price for the new XC-198 fighter jet is an astronomical 500 trillion Huaxia coins. However, for rental, the fee is merely 5 million Huaxia coins per hour. What do you think? Is it not quite a bargain? 5 million Huaxia coins per hour? A bargain. Indeed, Filzat's face twitched, not just his cheeks, but his entire countenance seemed to pulse. Yet, it must be said, compared to the astronomical figure of 500 trillion Huaxia coins, this offer is indeed far more appealing. Surprisingly, he felt a stirring of interest. However, we cannot control the airport. How will the fighter jet? This is a concern that our company will address. The client need not worry. Jiang Hai exuded confidence, leaving Filzat and his entourage in a state of silent exchange. Very well. As long as it aids our departure from this place, I shall place my trust in your company. We shall rent the fighter jet for 1 hour. I can transfer the funds to your company's account immediately. Filzat, not an ordinary individual, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to agree. After all, it is merely 5 million Huaxia coins. The cost of this trial and error is one he can certainly bear. The crux lies in the organization and the series of transactions with the counterpart, whose remarkable abilities are what ultimately prompted Filzat to place his trust in them this once. Without a second glance, Filzat seized the contract from Jiang Hai's hands and inscribed his name at the bottom. He also gestured to a nearby office worker, instructing him to transfer funds to Jiang Hai's account. Upon witnessing Filzat's signature on the contract, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits of delight. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing your first leasing transaction, we shall now proceed with the settlement. The host has achieved a transaction amount of 5 million Huaxia coins. This price is considered a premium, with the excess of 2 million Huaxia coins awarded as a bonus to the host. Coupled with the host's 70 commission, the host will receive a total remuneration of 1 million Huaxia coins for this transaction. Indeed, this was a new feature that Jiang Hai had discovered from the system during their previous time at the tavern. Most crucially, the commission for leasing is substantially higher than that for sales. While the sales commission stands at a mere 10, the leasing commission astonishingly reaches 70. Thus, the majority of the 5 million in rent has found its way into Jiang Hai's pockets. Excellent. I hope our collaboration proves to be exceedingly pleasant. With the contract signed, it is now time for delivery. Jiang Hai retrieved his phone, feigning nonchalance as he sent a few messages, then smiled and said, "Please hold on for a moment." Undeterred, Filzat refrained from further inquiry. With the contract duly executed, his sole recourse was to place his hopes upon the other party. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, punctuated by the concussive blasts of explosions. Swiftly, a henchman in a dark suit burst into the room, his countenance etched with disarray. "My lord, a dire situation has befallen us. The Black Sharks have arrived." "The Black Sharks?" The head henchman's complexion underwent a ghastly transformation as he abruptly rose to his feet. Filzat, however, remained composed, raising a hand to address the head henchman, stating, "Since the die has been cast, there is no need for civilities. The warriors of Alan never retreat in the face of adversaries." "Understood, my lord. Entrust everything to us." With Filzat's assent, the head henchman nodded promptly and, with a wave of his hand, led his subordinates into the fray. In short order, the chamber was left to the sole occupancy of Jiang Hai and Filzat. Before long, the sounds of intense gunfire reverberated from without, accompanied by the agonized cries and imprecations of combatants. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the head henchman, visibly winded, re-entered the room. His once pristine and immaculate dark suit was now disheveled and stained with copious amounts of blood. He stormed into the room, radiating an aura of murderous intent. But upon catching sight of Filzat, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his sanguinary aura. "My lord, the enemy has been vanquished. Well done. Your efforts are appreciated." Filzat offered a commendatory smile before turning his gaze once more to Jiang Hai. "Mr. Great Sea, might I inquire as to when your company's goods are expected to arrive? Is this a threat?" Observing the leader in the black suit beside him, who once again exuded a murderous intent, Jiang Hai immediately comprehended Mr. Filzart's implication. "Mr. Filzart, there is no need to fret. The goods have arrived." Jiang Hai feigned nonchalance, glancing at his phone before smiling and shrugging his shoulders. "If memory serves me correctly, there is a small park behind this house, is there not?" Chapter 12. Expanding new clients. This was not mere bluster from Jiang Hai. The map provided by the system had clearly indicated that directly behind the quaint villa lay a park approximately the size of half a football field. Filzart furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Hai's insinuation. "It is merely a small park. It is not a miniature airport. What purpose does it serve?" Boom. Jiang Hai refrained from responding. But in the next instant, a resounding roar erupted. The entire villa began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself quaked beneath them. The leader in the black suit hurriedly steadied Filzart, while Jiang Hai spread his arms wide, grinning as he proclaimed, "It seems the goods have indeed been delivered. Mr. Filzart, let us go collect them." "Collect them?" Both Filzart and the leader in the black suit were taken aback, their faces a mixture of astonishment. Yet they instinctively followed Jiang Hai outside. Upon stepping out of the villa, they were met with a sight that rendered them utterly speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Above the park behind the villa, a sleek, entirely black aircraft was gracefully descending from the sky. The aircraft bore some resemblance to a conventional fighter jet, yet its elongated form and considerable size exceeded that of ordinary models by 2 or 3 times. The ordinary fighter jet features a cockpit designed for 2, yet this particular aircraft boasts not only the front cockpit, but also a substantial cabin in its midsection. With blue flames emanating from several exhaust ports on its wings and tail, the aircraft gradually descends and ultimately lands smoothly on the ground. Introducing the XC-198, a cutting-edge fighter jet equipped with a remote control system, dual sets of firepower-covered machine gun barrels, and 4 missile launchers. It also possesses fully automated navigation, comprehensive radar-evading camouflage, and 4 adjustable jet thrusters that facilitate various takeoff methods. Most notably, the jet's propulsion reaches an astonishing speed of 13 Mach. This implies that should we board the fighter now, we could return to the St. River area in just 30 minutes. Jiang Hai succinctly articulated the fundamental details of this remarkable aircraft. Observing the exaggerated expressions of astonishment on Filzart and his entourage, a grin nearly split Jiang Hai's face. At that moment, the fighter jet had come to a complete stop, revealing the entrance at the rear. The interior space appeared ample enough to accommodate Filzart and his several dozen subordinates without issue. Jiang Hai gestured invitingly, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Filzart, if you are pressed for time, I suggest you board now. We can take off shortly, and I believe you'll still have time to return home for lunch." The XC-198 fighter jet, without a doubt, is not a creation from Blue Star. According to the system's explanation, this technology originates from an extraterrestrial civilization that surpasses the technological prowess of Blue Star by a slight margin. The advanced fighter jet embodies a level of technology that far exceeds that of Blue Star, with a price tag of 500 trillion Huaxia coins, which is merely the cost price suggested by the system. However, as Jiang Hai anticipated, such a price is beyond the reach of anyone on Blue Star. As he watched Filzat and others board the fighter jet, it ascended into the sky and swiftly vanished from sight. There was no need for concern regarding piloting. The system had pre-programmed the destination, allowing the aircraft to fly autonomously throughout the journey. Once the 1-hour rental period concluded, the jet would automatically depart, disappearing into the vastness of the sky. Moreover, the system had implemented safeguards against any potential theft of the jet's technology, ensuring complete security. Observing the direction in which the fighter jet had vanished, Jiang Hai smiled. In the next moment, he disappeared from his original position with a swift motion. Exhaling deeply after disengaging from the puppet's perspective, Jiang Hai sank into his chair. This time, he refrained from immediately checking his bank account, for he knew the system would not allow him to incur any loss. Any funds that were rightfully his would remain intact. Instead, Jiang Hai contemplated the path he should pursue next. See, however, this journey to Hispaniola has aroused a sense of unease within Jiang Hai. While having a fixed, long-term trading partner is indeed advantageous, it is imperative that one does not rely solely on a single counterpart. Despite Jiang Hai's previous position of initiative in these dealings, the fact remains that his counterpart is a terrorist organization. To regard them as innocuous as Hello Kitty would be a grave folly. Hence, Jiang Hai's immediate objective is to seek out new trading partners. This way, he can alleviate concerns about potential future constraints imposed by the jihadist organization. Yet, the question looms, how does one go about finding such new partners? Jiang Hai now faces an additional conundrum. Although he possesses certain advantages, he remains merely an ordinary white-collar worker from Huaxia. The pursuit of arms trading partners seems, to him, nothing short of a fanciful dream. System, could you assist me in locating new trading partners? He inquired. The search for trading partners is the responsibility of the host. The system does not currently offer this service, came the system's unyielding response, as Jiang Hai's plea was swiftly rebuffed. Naturally, this outcome was anticipated. Just as Jiang Hai grappled with his dilemma, a notification sound emerged from his phone. He glanced at the screen, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with hope. It was as though fortune had arrived just when he was in despair. A potential ally had appeared. Mr. President, there has still been no response from the Senate. The prince's port has likely succumbed entirely. In a room reminiscent of a hotel suite, a bald African-American man, adorned with gold-rimmed round glasses, sat behind an expansive desk, his brow furrowed and his expression a portrait of inner turmoil. Upon hearing the words of the young black man beside him, the countenance of the bald black man grew increasingly grim. He waved his hand dismissively and adjusted his tie, as though the very essence of heat enveloped him. As the current president of Hispaniola, P.R. Val felt as though he had become a mere jest. How could a president be unable to return to his own country? Yet, the absurdity of reality was starkly apparent. Hispaniola was now under the control of various gangs, and P.R. Val sensed his grasp on the nation slipping away, bit by bit. Damn it! P.R. Val struggled to contain his mounting frustration, striking his desk with force. His secretary, however, exhibited no surprise, for such displays from P.R. Val had become commonplace in recent days. At that moment, the ringing of a mobile phone startled both P.R. Val and his secretary, their eyes drawn to the device resting on the nearby coffee table. This was P.R. Val's personal phone, and the number was known to only a select few across the globe. Who could possibly be calling him at such a time? After a brief moment of astonishment, the secretary swiftly retrieved the phone and presented it to P.R. Val. Upon noticing the unfamiliar number, P.R. Val hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to answer. Hello, President P.R. Val. May I inquire if you are interested in purchasing arms? Chapter 13. The Anxious President is this. Chinese. P.R. Val was taken aback, though fortunately, his experience as a diplomat 2 decades prior had afforded him a familiarity with the language. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? This is the number Aisha provided to me. Aisha? Praval paused momentarily, quickly recalling who the Aisha mentioned by the other party was. A look of astonishment and caution immediately crossed his face. If the Aisha referred to was indeed the one he knew, then this individual was certainly not an ordinary person. Let me ask again, do you require arms? Arms? What do you mean? You do not need arms? That shouldn't be the case. Did Aisha not say that you are in dire need of support in this regard? The speaker's words were laced with confusion, and they once again invoked Aisha's name. It finally dawned on Praval that the Aisha in question was indeed the one he was acquainted with. Are you suggesting that you can provide us with weapons? Praval's breath quickened at once. Hispani had descended into such chaos that even President Praval found it impossible to return home. The reasons for this turmoil were manifold, but the most pressing issue was that local gangs possessed an overwhelming arsenal. The advanced weaponry and sheer numbers held by these gangs far surpassed those of the Hispani government forces. Hispani was not devoid of funds to procure arms. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the vast majority of arms dealers on Blue Star were unwilling to extend their services to Hispani. Preval was acutely aware of the reasons behind this reluctance. Furthermore, with transportation routes completely under the control of the gangs, the task of delivering arms to the government forces was fraught with insurmountable difficulties. This predicament had led to the absurdity of a nation being dominated by criminal organizations. To his astonishment, arms dealers had approached, eager to provide military support to Hispani, which was akin to a timely boon for Preval. Naturally, there was no hesitation. Our company possesses formidable resources capable of fulfilling all client demands. The response from his interlocutor sent Preval's heart racing with excitement. Just as he was about to articulate his order, the telephone on his desk rang suddenly. Without needing Preval to speak, his astute secretary promptly picked up the receiver. Though only a brief moment had passed, Preval managed to regain some composure, taking a deep breath. Sir, I believe you are aware of the current situation in Hispani. Can you truly deliver the arms? Rest assured, our company has exceptionally reliable delivery channels. No matter where you need the goods sent, we will ensure flawless delivery. You might inquire with Aisha. Their purchasing experience was quite satisfactory. The confidence exuded by the other party left Preval in a state of disbelief. He genuinely considered calling Aisha for verification but hesitated, fearing such an action might irk his potential ally. What if they were indeed a capable arms dealer? Wouldn't that shatter the glimmer of hope he had just received? Not to worry. You may confirm with Aisha. I can call you back in 10 minutes. As Preval wrestled with his thoughts, the other party offered a remarkably considerate solution. Before Preval could react, the other party had already hung up the phone. Bewildered, Preval stared at his phone, which now emitted a busy tone. Have arms dealers become so accommodating these days? Sir, it's bad. Something has happened. While Preval remained in a daze, his secretary's face turned pale as she shouted urgently at him. Meanwhile, far away in the bustling metropolis of Huaxia, Jiang Hai reclined comfortably in his office chair, fiddling with his phone. He had not anticipated that the favor he asked Aisha for, connecting him to potential business partners, would lead to an introduction to the president of Hispania. This was indeed an exceptional prospect. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the president had genuine needs. During his previous delivery to Hispania, Jiang Hai had witnessed the chaos firsthand. Given that the individual was the president of Hispania, restoring order in the nation would undoubtedly require weaponry. If Jiang Hai's arms could assist in quelling the domestic insurrection in Hispania, he would gain the friendship of the nation, a most advantageous outcome for him. However, he was somewhat taken aback that Aisha had truly found him a new trading partner. Whether it was due to the offense caused by Filzert's subordinates or the shock induced by that extraterrestrial fighter jet, Jiang Hai could not ascertain. Regardless of the reason, he understood that this instance was certainly exceptional. If he wished to have Aisha introduce him to new partners in the future, that would likely be futile. Nevertheless, this opportunity was sufficient. The new trading partner was enough to allow Jiang Hai to make significant strides. Almost 10 minutes had passed. Jiang Hai nodded contentedly and redialed the phone number. Previously, the system had concealed Jiang Hai's actual phone number, so the recipient wouldn't see the real digits. Despite its reluctance to find new trading partners for Jiang Hai, the system proved quite efficient in safeguarding his identity. The call was promptly answered. Hello, Mr. President, I trust. Before Jiang Hai could even finish his greeting, he was interrupted by an eager voice. I'm willing to collaborate with you. I am. Jiang Hai could almost visualize the person on the other end nodding incessantly. Well, Mr. President, please contain your excitement. Let's discuss matters calmly. Jiang Hai responded. I am delighted that we can collaborate and that you will become a client of our company. Our company will strive to provide you with the finest service. Now, please articulate your demands. I require weapons. A plethora of weapons. And the sooner, the better. Preval exclaimed urgently on the other end of the line. Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits. No problem. What kind of weapons does Mr. President require? And where should the weapons be delivered? I need weapons with substantial firepower. Preferably weapons capable of suppressing a large number of adversaries. Furthermore, I would like you to deliver the weapons to the Senate building in Port-au-Prince. Preval seemed to hesitate slightly before finally uttering his last request. The Senate building? Jiang Hai was, however, unaware of the precise location of the Senate building. Yet, The fact that Preval specifically mentioned this site as a requirement suggested it must possess some significance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Your Excellency, if you are in need of formidable weaponry, I would recommend the PPK-20 submachine gun, priced at 50,000 Huaxia coins." A submachine gun? Preval appeared less than impressed by Jiang Hai's suggestion. Do you have any weaponry that boasts greater firepower? Chapter 14. The hearts of arms dealers are dark. Surprised by Preval's response, Jiang Hai was taken aback. After all, the PPK-20 submachine gun had previously garnered satisfaction from Filzat. However, it was not long before Jiang Hai noticed the system presenting an extensive list before him. Naturally, most items were exorbitantly priced luxuries beyond anyone's reach. Nevertheless, one particular item caught Jiang Hai's eye, the Starry Burst RPG launcher. Capable of simultaneously accommodating 20 rounds and delivering a barrage of fire within a mere 10 seconds. With a range of 1,000 meters. Its price was set at 12 million Huaxia coins. Upon swiftly articulating the specifications of this weapon, a sharp intake of breath echoed from the other end of the line. You cannot be serious. I never jest regarding company affairs. Jiang Hai was not surprised by the reaction, for it was evident that this RPG launcher did not belong to Blue Star, but rather was a product of some extraterrestrial civilization. However, the technological level contained within is not significantly advanced compared to Blue Planet, and its power is not as formidable as one might expect. Thus its price remains within an acceptable range. On the other end of the line, Preval's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Although he did not come from a military background, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding armaments. What kind of RPG launcher could fire 20 rounds in succession? Could it truly still be classified as an RPG launcher? Would it not be more akin to a self-propelled rocket artillery? Just how large is this launcher? Had it not been for his prior confirmation with Aisha, he would have genuinely suspected the other party of being a charlatan. After considerable hesitation, Preval could not restrain himself from posing a question. Jiang Hai glanced at the image provided by the system, tilted his head slightly, and remarked, "Approximately around 1 meter in length." 1 meter? Preval exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Hai remained unfazed, stating, "Indeed. Isn't that the standard size for an RPG launcher? But you just mentioned that this launcher could carry 20 rounds. Ah, that. I forgot to explain." Jiang Hai chuckled lightly and continued nonchalantly. This type of launcher utilizes special projectiles, which are merely about 2 centimeters in length, roughly the size of a fingernail. 2 centimeters? Preval fell silent again, his mind beginning to conjure an image of such projectiles. Were they not akin to the plastic bullets children play with? What purpose could such minuscule projectiles serve? Indeed, I still need to clarify further. Jiang Hai seemed to have recalled something and subsequently remarked, 12 million Huaxia coins is the price of the launcher. The accompanying shells must be purchased separately. Well, a specially designed shell costs 500,000 Huaxia coins. Purchasing a single shell for 500,000 Huaxia coins? It certainly appears considerably less expensive than the 12 million for the launcher. However, these shells are consumables. The launcher can fire 20 shells in one go, which means it can unleash a staggering 10 million Huaxia coins at once. No wonder there is an ancient saying in Huaxia, when the cannon sounds, gold flows in. Preval, who had some knowledge of Huaxia, couldn't help but internally scoff at this price, feeling a sense of alarm. Previously, Aisha had mentioned that the arms dealer's prices were rather steep. At that time, Preval had thought nothing of it. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. This was nothing short of extortion, a blatant overpricing. These arms dealers were truly unscrupulous merchants who would devour their customers without a trace. If this had been 10 minutes prior, Preval would have surely lashed out at the other party and then hung up the phone. Yet, the recent news compelled him to swallow his indignation. His hopes now rested solely on this individual. All right, I will order 5 launchers, along with 500 specially designed shells. Preval hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself to place the order. Ding! The system detected that the host had received a business proposal. It is currently locating the host. Please select the delivery method. 1. The host will deliver personally. The host commands the puppet to deliver goods. Please, host, make a selection. 2. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Hai smiled faintly, calmly making his choice. It had only been 3 days since his last visit to Prince's Harbor, yet it appeared to have devolved into greater chaos. Concealed in the shadows of a street corner, he observed a group of over 10 men, armed and reveling in front of a shop not far ahead. Most of these men were bare-chested, adorned with various gold ornaments. Their raucous laughter echoed as they fired gunshots into the sky intermittently. These individuals represented the local gangs of Princess Harbor, once a mere underbelly of society. They had now ascended to become the rulers of the city and, indeed, the entire nation. What a farce. Jiang Hai shook his head and retreated further into the shadows. The system promptly activated navigation before him. According to Preval's instructions, he needed to deliver the goods to the Senate building in Hispani. Remarkably, the Senate was located merely a street away. However, it seemed that gang members were rather plentiful on this street. Unlike his previous encounter, where Filzert's residence was situated in the outskirts of Princess Harbor, the Senate building lay at the city's heart, the epicenter of gang activity. It would not be a simple task for Jiang Hai to completely evade these gang members. System, could you devise a relatively safe route? One that could circumvent all encounters? Observing the raucous gang members reveling in the street ahead, Jiang Hai decisively opted to seek assistance from the system. The optimal route for the host has already been established. By adhering to this path, the risks encountered will be minimized. However, the system cannot guarantee that the host will evade everyone. A crimson line on the navigation map pulsated incessantly, marking the route prepared for Jiang Hai. Yet, despite the system's assurances, Jiang Hai harbored doubts about its reliability. Nevertheless, he resolved to follow the designated path for the time being. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose to heed the system's counsel. He turned around, crouched low, and slipped into an alley, weaving through the streets as per the navigation instructions. Originally, Jiang Hai's location was less than 10 minutes away from the Senate building. However, opting for the back roads inevitably extended the journey. After traversing for over 10 minutes, he was still a short distance from the Senate building, though one corner of it was now faintly visible. Approaching another intersection, Jiang Hai cautiously glanced left and right. He needed to cross the road before making his way into the alley on the opposite side. Yet, not far down the street, a group of gang members congregated noisily, engaged in some unknown activity. If Jiang Hai were to charge recklessly across, he would undoubtedly be spotted. System, is there a way to get past them? Although Jiang Hai controlled a puppet, rendering his own life free from threat, he was still unwilling to squander the investment of 20 million on a mere puppet. Chapter 15. Can I buy it too? The system can only provide essential auxiliary functions for the host. Should difficulties arise, the host is advised to utilize their own capabilities for resolution. Frustrated by the system's outright rejection of his plea for assistance, Jiang Hai's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to utter a curse. It appeared that the system was unreliable. He glanced up at the street, where gang members still loitered, seemingly recovering from a recent revelry. A rough estimation revealed that there were over 10 adversaries, each wielding a firearm. In stark contrast, he found himself utterly defenseless, not even a stick to defend himself. Wait, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Hai. Since I am an arms dealer, it seems illogical that I should lack even a single weapon. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding other arms dealers, but Jiang Hai felt somewhat ineffectual in his role. Currently, he did not possess his own arms production line. All the weapons he sold were merely resold through the system, not truly his own. Initially, he had hoped the system would provide him with an extraordinary alien weapon, but the system's response had swiftly quenched his enthusiasm. Very well then. Can I purchase weapons through the system? Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, contemplating an alternative solution. Given the current predicament, being without even a simple fire stick, this was simply untenable. The host can indeed purchase arms through the system. Furthermore, when the host procures weapons, they can enjoy exclusive internal pricing. Internal price? So it means the price will be reduced. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. How much is the internal price? By the way, regarding that single soldier combat exoskeleton, what would the price be if I wanted to purchase it? Jiang Hai recalled the first extraterrestrial weapon introduced by the system. Upon voicing his inquiry, the system paused for half a minute. The internal price for the X-0181 single soldier combat exoskeleton is 388 trillion Huaxia coins. Would the host like to make a purchase? Ahem. No, thank you. The excitement that had just surged within Jiang Hai quickly deflated. Was it cheap? With 100 million deducted, it certainly seemed cheaper. However, Jiang Hai felt as if it wasn't cheap at all. Well, this was somewhat anticipated by Jiang Hai. If he were truly able to acquire such a weapon, it would undoubtedly cause upheaval across the entire Blue Star. After all, the technological level of this weapon far surpassed that of Blue Star. System, do you have any recommendations? Jiang Hai did not consider weapons like the AK or PPK, as he was merely an ordinary office worker and had not undergone any professional military training. Handing these weapons to Jiang Hai would be less effective than a simple firewood stick. Based on the host's current needs, the system recommends the Dune 021 type auxiliary single-soldier equipment. This equipment is equipped with a basic AI assistance system that aids in aiming and shooting, and it features an automatic defense shield activation function. The suggested retail price by the system is 53 million Huaxia coins. The host can enjoy an internal price of 35 million Huaxia coins. 35 million Huaxia coins. Upon hearing the price announced by the system, Jiang Hai could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, the current balance in his bank account stood at 35,600,000. This meant that by purchasing this equipment, Jiang Hai would be instantly reduced from a millionaire to a mere shadow of his former self. He felt as though the system was conspiring against him. Should he proceed with the purchase? After much internal conflict, he finally steeled himself and declared, "System, I shall make the purchase." Ding. The host has acquired the Sand Dune Model 021 auxiliary personal equipment. The host may retrieve it at any time. Though he did not check his account, Jiang Hai was certain that the system had deducted 35 million from his bank balance. The pain was palpable. All of his hard-earned wealth, amassed with great effort, was reduced to nothing with a mere command. This transaction must succeed, otherwise it would truly be a loss. Jiang Hai resolutely made up his mind and promptly retreated to the desolate alleyway. With a wave of his hand, a half-human-sized iron box materialized beside him. Upon opening the box, he discovered a set of futuristic metallic armor, complete with a helmet and vest, as well as a firearm approximately half a meter in length. This weapon resembled a typical firearm, yet bore distinct differences. The barrel comprised 90% of the weapon's length, and it lacked both a trigger and a sight, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai swiftly donned the equipment. The process was surprisingly convenient, as he simply slipped it on and fastened the buckle around his waist, finding it to be quite form-fitting. As Jiang Hai grasped the peculiar firearm, a crisp sound immediately resonated in his ears. The equipment has been activated and is now connecting to the weapon. The weapon is connected. The control system is being calibrated. The control system is complete. A series of electronic tones echoed around Jiang Hai. Subsequently, the helmet illuminated with a crimson glow, revealing an electronic display before him, where a reticle-like image appeared and moved in tandem with Jiang Hai's line of sight. Simultaneously, he could feel the peculiar firearm being autonomously raised, guiding his hand to sway left and right. This guidance was not coercive. Should Jiang Hai exert even a slight resistance, the pulling force would dissipate. This must be the auxiliary aiming feature mentioned by the system. Jiang Hai could not help but marvel at the wonders of this extraterrestrial technology, eagerly experimenting with various supportive functionalities. As a man, he found it impossible to resist the allure of such weaponry, especially one so technologically advanced. He reveled in it like a child with a cherished toy, nearly forgetting about his delivery responsibilities. Please do not neglect your primary task, host. Expedite the delivery of the goods to the designated location and complete this transaction. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Jiang Hai, still savoring the thrill, licked his lips in anticipation. This 35 million was well worth it. Now, it was time for a practical test. Jiang Hai's gaze shifted to the more than 10 silhouettes on the road. That girl from last night was quite something. That BH, if he recalled correctly, was a university student. How amusing. Regrettably, my physical condition is too frail. After a brief exertion, I find myself utterly exhausted. It seems that a group of female students has been apprehended over at the port. How about we indulge ourselves tonight? What a splendid idea. A dozen or so individuals of African descent congregated, their voices loud and boisterous, sharing tales of their recent conquests. Their faces illuminated with expressions of satisfaction and excitement. These gang members, once the lowest strata of society, now find themselves unexpectedly positioned as rulers of this nation. Such a transformation was once beyond the realm of their imagination. Yet now, this reality lies vividly before them, igniting a fervent desire to assert dominance over those who once looked down upon them, to trample them beneath their feet and revel in their torment. Chapter 16. Elimination of Gang Members. Who is that? What lunatic approaches? One of the men noticed a tall figure in the distance. The striking attire of this man caught his eye, a black metallic helmet and a matching vest, brandishing an oddly shaped long firearm. He appeared more comical than threatening, resembling a madman intent on frightening others. The observer found no surprise in this, for since the gang had taken control of Hispaniola, many had succumbed to madness. They had encountered a myriad of bizarre costumes before. Bah! Damn lunatic! Another man beside him spat in disdain, raised his weapon, and fired 2 shots at the peculiar figure. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, yet the peculiar figure, who was presumed to collapse at the impact, remained standing momentarily before continuing to advance. What is happening? Is your aim truly that poor? How could you miss from such a close distance? The bewildered man found himself the target of mockery from his companions. Regaining his composure, the embarrassed man muttered a curse, lifted his weapon once more, and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the enigmatic figure. This time, everyone, including his comrades, witnessed the event clearly. The bullets did not stray, they struck the figure with precision. However, at the moment of impact, several iron plates materialized on the figure's body, effectively deflecting all the bullets shot by the man. Such an uncanny occurrence left the group of men utterly astonished as they struggled to comprehend the bizarre situation. Meanwhile, observing that he remained unscathed, Jiang Hai could not help but release a sigh of relief. While he had confidence in the equipment provided by the system, facing live ammunition undeniably instilled a sense of fear within him. Had he not been controlling the puppet, he would have never dared to gamble with his own life. Even if the equipment were to fail, with the system's automatic defense shield proving reliable, Jiang Hai felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. In the next moment, a smile spread across his face as he raised his long gun, calibrating his aim at the enemy. Attack! The electronic voice resonated, and the barrel of the long gun erupted with a blue flame. The bullets were fired with astonishing speed, instantly raining down upon the group of adversaries. Not a single shot missed its mark. Every bullet struck its target. Within a mere 10 seconds, the more than 10 assailants lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Such an efficient method of attack left Jiang Hai momentarily stunned. This equipment was truly remarkable. Spending 35 million on it seemed incredibly worthwhile. If other factions were to discover this, they would undoubtedly clamor for it. Armed with such a formidable weapon, Jiang Hai even felt a surge of ambition to sweep through the entire prince's port. However, he quickly regained his composure. While this equipment was indeed potent, its strength was not limitless. Otherwise, the system would not have priced it so reasonably. Perhaps it was effective against these gang members, especially when taken by surprise. But to dominate an entire nation, these factions certainly wielded far more powerful weaponry. Facing these gangsters alone would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, what Jiang Hai needed to do now was to hastily depart from this place and proceed to the Senate building to finalize the transaction. The Hispania Senate building, due to the coastal and economic conditions, features generally low-rise architecture throughout Prince's Port. This 30-story office building stands as the tallest structure in the entire city. From its pinnacle, one can gaze upon the entirety of Prince's Port. However, the true significance of the Senate building lies not in its highest floor, but rather on the 23rd floor, which houses the Senate chamber. This is where the Senate convenes for its meetings. In Hispani, nearly all laws and policies are determined within these walls. At this moment, cacophonous voices and roars reverberate through this 300-square-meter conference room. The powerful factions have issued their ultimatum. How shall we respond? Perhaps we should acquiesce to their demands. Hispani has devolved into this state, merely a hollow title. Absolutely not. We cannot compromise. Clad in suits, the agitated individuals bicker vehemently. Were it not for their dark skin, one might fear they would flush with anger. These men are senators of the Hispani Senate, once the embodiment of the highest authority in the land. Even the president, Preval, would bow before them. Yet now, their faces betray not nobility, but a blend of terror and fury. For just 5 hours prior, the city's various factions had issued a joint declaration, demanding the Senate impeach the current president Preval, remove him from office, and appoint a new leader. This proclamation incited the ire of all at that moment. All the legislators would find themselves at the mercy of gang members' firearms. Indeed, this is an unabashed threat. For these lofty legislators, it represents the most direct and effective means of coercion. Only 40 minutes remain. What shall we do? One legislator, unable to contain his agitation, rose and shouted vehemently. The others, who had been embroiled in heated debate just moments prior, fell instantly silent, for they had no answers to this pressing dilemma. After a few minutes of silence, one legislator seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly struck the table in realization. Indeed, had not P.R. Val previously asserted that he would arrange for our rescue? Yet, where are the individuals he promised? Why have they not arrived? His words, however, garnered no support from his colleagues. Can you still trust his assurances? He is nothing but a coward, a deceiver. Were it not for his cowardly retreat, how would we have found ourselves in such a predicament? If he truly wished to embody the responsibilities of a president, he ought to return to the nation at this very moment. Faced with the derision of his peers, the legislator was rendered speechless. In truth, he held no genuine hope in PR Val's promises. His earlier outburst was merely a desperate grasp at straws. Gentlemen, this is dire. After more than 10 minutes of bickering, accompanied by a sudden exclamation, a security personnel burst into the room, exclaiming loudly, "Gangs are already gathering outside the building." The words of the security officer ignited chaos among the legislators. Do they truly dare to assault this place? These lunatics! How despicable! What shall we do? We cannot remain idle. Perhaps we should hastily depart from this place? Chapter 17. Is this manual still in Huaxia script? Esteemed members of the assembly, observing the high-ranking officials bickering like shrews, the security personnel could not help but wear a bitter smile. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, instantly silencing the crowd. It is already too late to consider leaving. The building is surrounded by gang members. They have encircled us. As he spoke these words, a hint of despair etched itself upon his face. He understood that if those gang members breached the building, a massacre would undoubtedly ensue. Both the assembly members and their security would face certain death. So what shall we do? We cannot simply await our demise. Where is the security team? Where are they? It is futile. The security team consists of but a few individuals, armed with only a handful of firearms. If the gangs truly intend to attack, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Then, should we concede to their demands? It is too late. To acquiesce now would be in vain. A palpable sense of despair swiftly enveloped the conference room. The once dark complexions of the assembly members now bore a hint of pallor, and beads of sweat cascaded down their brows. Ding ding. At that moment, a crisp chime resonated through the air. Instantly, silence fell over the assembly, and all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. It emanated from a telephone mounted on the wall of the conference room. In this era where every individual possesses a mobile phone, traditional telephones have largely become mere ornaments, and this particular phone had not received a call in ages. The individual nearest to the phone was the previously mentioned senator. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the telephone and lifted the receiver. "Hello, who is this? You must be from the Senate, right? Greetings, I am the delivery person. President Preval has commissioned a shipment. Please come downstairs to receive it." The senator instinctively began to inquire further, only to be interrupted by the other party. The response left the senator utterly bewildered. Cut it out. If you can't even comprehend a simple conversation, how can you serve as a senator? No wonder this country has descended into such disarray. After hanging up, Zhang Hai could not suppress a sarcastic comment. At that moment, he stood at the rear entrance of the Senate building. He dialed the number provided by Preval and successfully reached someone inside the building. Now he simply needed to await the arrival of personnel to collect the goods. However, that previous call had cost him considerable effort. It took much persuasion to convince the recipient that he was neither a fraudster nor a member of a gang intent on infiltrating the building for nefarious purposes. Only then did they agree to send someone down to retrieve the shipment. Were it not for the substantial gains from this transaction, Jiang Hai would have considered abandoning the endeavor altogether. With a click, after waiting for approximately 2 or 3 minutes, the iron gate before Jiang Hai finally opened. A few individuals clad in black suits cautiously peered out, their demeanor reminiscent of the overly cautious neighbor next door. "Stop looking, there's no one here." Impatiently awaiting the arrival of his goods, Jiang Hai called out, startling the group of African men. You are." In their eyes, Jiang Hai appeared as a robust figure draped in a black cloak, surrounded by several iron boxes stacked to a height surpassing that of a man. "It is your esteemed president who sent me to deliver these," he proclaimed, gesturing towards the heavy crates. "Here, please inspect these items." With a swift motion of his thumb, he indicated for them to approach the large iron boxes. As for their usage, a manual is included. Just follow the instructions. Jiang Hai's words came forth rapidly, leaving the bewildered men momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his message. Jiang Hai silently criticized their lack of acuity. At that moment, the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Tilting his head slightly, he urged the men, "Aren't you going to hurry and retrieve the items? Those inside are counting on these for their survival." Whether it was the gunfire or Jiang Hai's pressing words, the men quickly snapped back to reality. rushing to the iron boxes to inspect their contents. However, the peculiar items inside were entirely unfamiliar to them. The so-called manual, merely a piece of A4 paper densely covered in text, left them utterly confounded when they realized it was written in Chinese, a language they could not decipher. As they looked up to seek clarification from Jiang Hai, they found he had vanished without a trace. Even they did not notice how each departed. With a deep breath, Jiang Hai promptly withdrew his vision after recalling the puppet. Upon returning to his bedroom, he collapsed onto his bed. Although Jiang Hai had not exerted much physical energy, the mental toll from maneuvering the puppet was quite exhausting, especially regarding the act of eliminating over a dozen gang members. At the time, he felt no qualms. But in retrospect, the sensation of taking lives churned his stomach, leaving him profoundly nauseated. After resting for nearly half an hour, Jiang Hai finally picked up his phone and dialed Praval's number. "Sir, I am truly, truly grateful. Thank you immensely." The call was answered almost instantly, and the moment it connected, Jiang Hai heard Praval's articulate Mandarin, imbued with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits. "Ensuring customer satisfaction is our company's principle. Since Your Excellency is so pleased, may we consider the gangs within the city have suddenly vanished without a trace. This is all attributable to the formidable weapons provided by the opposing party. Praval is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. In order to completely dismantle those gangs and restore his standing in Hispani, he must continue to engage in transactions with them. Thus, when it comes to the final payment for this deal, Praval is determined not to delay. While on the phone, he gestures to his secretary to promptly transfer funds to the counterpart's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. The settlement is now underway. The host has finalized a transaction amounting to 310 million Chinese yuan. This price includes a premium, with the excess serving as a bonus for the host. Along with a 10% commission on the business, the host will receive a salary of 130 million Chinese yuan from this transaction. Upon hearing the system's notification and seeing the figures laid out before him, Jiang Hai's heart raced uncontrollably. This transaction has indeed yielded a tremendous profit. Chapter 18. The resounding sound of calculations, 100 million. Jiang Hai could not resist opening his account, his eyes dazzled by the string of zeros displayed before him. Had he truly achieved this modest goal so effortlessly? It felt almost surreal. During the price negotiations, Jiang Hai had not meticulously calculated, and only now does he realize that he has profited significantly from this deal. Indeed, without the night grass, the horse cannot thrive. Without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. A substantial portion of this over 100 million is derived from the premium. The quote Jiang Hai provided was undoubtedly exorbitant. Were it not for the consideration that Hispani is not particularly affluent, he would have certainly taken an even larger bite. Nevertheless, it matters not. Jiang Hai is quite certain that this client will prove to be a long-term business partner. After all, time is on our side. Mr. Vast Ocean, are you available at present? Observing the news broadcast on television, Jiang Hai picked up his phone and casually opened the chat window. The message was from his old friend, Aisha. Of course, I am available. Jiang Hai felt quite elated. After all, anyone would be in high spirits after earning 1 billion in a day, even after a fortnight. His good mood remained undiminished. Mr. Vast Ocean, we wish to discuss a business venture with your esteemed company. Business? Naturally, that is not an issue. We are all old friends, and we must certainly collaborate more in the future. It concerns the fighter jet that your company escorted Mr. Furzit back with last time. Aisha trailed off, and the smile on Jiang Hai's face faded slightly, his eyes narrowing. It seems they have set their sights on the new C-198 fighter jet. However, Jiang Hai doubted their capability to afford such an aircraft. Oh, that fighter jet. Haha, no problem. Yet, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. 500 trillion Huaxiao coins is no small sum. Your side is truly able to cover this expense. No. You misunderstand. Aisha quickly clarified, her words rapidly appearing in the chat box. The direct purchase price for that fighter jet is indeed exorbitant. Our organization could never afford it even if we pooled all our resources. However, to my knowledge, your esteemed company also offers a rental service, allowing the leasing of this fighter jet at a relatively affordable price. If I recall correctly, the cost is approximately 5 million Huaxia coins per hour. Indeed, it appears you have set your sights on the rental business. Truly, your calculations are astute. Aisha's words did not come as a surprise to Jiang Hai. From the outset, when the alien fighter jet was leased to the other party, Jiang Hai was aware that such a valuable asset would undoubtedly attract attention, especially with this rental option. 5 million for an hour may sound substantial, yet within that time frame, countless actions can be executed, and the other party would certainly seize such a splendid opportunity. Jiang Hai chuckled and swiftly responded. Indeed, the rental price for the XC-198 fighter jet is 5 million Huaxia coins per hour. What? Do you wish to rent it? Yes, we would like to rent. Furthermore, we desire to lease 10 jets. I wonder if that is permissible? 10 jets? Such a grand undertaking. To procure 10 units of the XC-198 fighter jet, one could accomplish a multitude of tasks in mere minutes, let alone an hour. Your ambitions are commendable. Yet Jiang Hai had no intention of facilitating their desires. 10 units of the XC-198 fighter jet? Certainly, that is feasible. However, I must clarify beforehand. The leased XC-198 fighter jets will have numerous functionalities rendered inoperable. A multitude of high-ranking leaders from the jihadist organization gathered together, including Nasser, who is responsible for logistics, and Filzat, who was rescued by Jiang Hai during the last encounter. These prominent figures, at this moment, congregated before a modest computer, observing as Aisha engaged in conversation with Jiang Hai. Although the dialogue transpired in Chinese, a translator was present to provide real-time interpretation. Upon seeing Jiang Hai's response, their expressions brightened with delight. Ever since Filzat returned aboard the fighter jet and witnessed its formidable capabilities, they had yearned to possess such a miraculous machine. Alas, the exorbitant price of the fighter jet rendered it unattainable for them. Previously, they had not even had the opportunity to conduct a thorough examination before the jet autonomously departed. While they had merely experienced the aircraft's remarkable speed, the thought of Jiang Hai's previous descriptions of its myriad functions ignited an insatiable desire within them. If their organization were equipped with such weaponry, why would they fear the traitorous ones? They could simply pilot the fighter jet and annihilate those wretched traitors. Triumphing in the Grand Jihad. In this fervent anticipation, they contemplated the option of leasing. Although 5 million would only secure 1 hour of rental, the fighter jet's extraordinary capabilities would suffice for that duration. However, before their excitement, 5 million just to fly for an hour in the sky? Nasser, Firzat, and the others fell silent. Although the speed of the fighter jet is indeed formidable, their primary concern lies in its weaponry system. Aisha, operating the computer, also remained silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned to the esteemed figures behind her. How to respond should ultimately be guided by their wisdom. Aisha, inquire if there is any possibility for flexibility regarding the weapon system. We could increase the rental fee. Nasser could not help but interject, yet Firzat subtly shook his head, clearly skeptical of Nasser's proposition. As anticipated, once Aisha relayed the request, a swift reply came. Apologies. The weapon system of the XC-198 fighter jet is not included in the rental agreement. To utilize the weapon system, a full purchase of the product is mandatory. Nasser's countenance darkened instantly, his teeth clenched, unable to suppress his frustration. Damn it. This fellow is toying with us. Nasser, calm down, Firzat immediately urged, though his expression was equally grim. After all, they were arms dealers. Their previous assumptions had indeed been overly simplistic. Who in the arms trade would leave such glaring loopholes? Being a veteran in the organization, Firzat commanded Nasser's respect. Taking a deep breath, Nasser quelled his anger. His gaze steely as he pressed his lips together and said, "Then what shall we do next?" "Forget about that fighter jet." Filzat let out a long sigh. Reflecting on the exorbitant price of fighter jets, it was not only beyond the means of their organization but also unattainable for even the superpowers of Blue Star. They could not afford to offend them, as future collaborations were crucial. For now, it would be prudent to place an order for a different batch of weapons from them. Filzat's suggestion took Nasser by surprise, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "We are to continue collaborating with them? Their weaponry is prohibitively expensive. The situation in the Jaffa region has eased considerably, allowing us to procure arms from other dealers." Chapter 19. Retaining old clients, attracting new ones. Is Jiang Hai's weaponry expensive? Indeed, it is, and exorbitantly so. Yet, the organization repeatedly opts to engage in transactions with Jiang Hai. Why is this so? It is simply due to Jiang Hai's reliable delivery channels. Previously, the organization had been heavily suppressed by the Judaic force. Filzat's words left Nasser momentarily speechless. The mention of such a formidable fighter jet was unprecedented to him. He had never even heard of it before. It was not merely a matter of which arms dealer could procure such a marvel. Even a dominant power like the United States would likely struggle to produce such an aircraft. Nasir grasped Filzat's implication. The capability to present such an extraordinary fighter jet could only stem from a force far beyond that of an ordinary arms dealer. Collaborating with such an entity, even if it entailed a slight financial sacrifice, would ultimately yield greater rewards. I understand now. Mr. Filzat, your wisdom is a lifelong lesson for me. Nasir sincerely bowed to Filzat, who returned a subtle smile and turned to Aisha, offering her a gentle grin. Aisha, who had been seated before her computer, awaiting instructions from the higher-ups, immediately nodded upon hearing Filzat's words. She swiftly turned her head and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Oh, is this the extent of the orders? Jiang Hai scoffed upon reviewing Aisha's submission. A batch of PPK submachine guns and ammunition amounted to a mere profit of around 4 million. Previously, such a transaction might have thrilled Jiang Hai, but after recently closing a deal worth over 100 million, this 4 million venture hardly stirred his enthusiasm. Nonetheless, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Jiang Hai accepted the deal and spent half an hour utilizing a proxy to deliver the goods to the designated area. The 4 million was successfully credited. Repositioning himself on the sofa, he continued to watch the news broadcast on the colossal LCD television. The report at this moment recounted the explosion that had occurred outside the Hispanic Senate building a fortnight ago. According to the anchor, this catastrophic event had significantly altered the political landscape of Hispania. The once rampant gang factions had quieted, and the overall situation in Hispania gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Furthermore, President P.R. Val was scheduled to return to his homeland in a week. Observing the tearful and elated P.R. Val on the screen, Jiang Hai gently touched the corner of his mouth, allowing a smile to grace his face. This individual could very well become a significant client in the future. Should he not extend a greeting to this prospective major client? With this thought blossoming in his mind, Jiang Hai promptly seized his phone and dialed P.R. Val's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Mr. DHIW Liang? Ah, President. Congratulations on your return. Thank you. It is all thanks to your assistance. Despite the initial surprise, P.R. Val quickly regained his joyful demeanor, his voice unmistakably reflecting his current elation. You must be quite busy, Mr. President. I want to take up more of your time. We should stay in touch. And please consider us for any future business opportunities. Jiang Hai refrained from prolonging the conversation, believing that a simple greeting sufficed to maintain rapport with the client. Just as he was about to end the call, P.R. Val interjected. By the way, Mr. DHIW Liang, speaking of business, I happen to have a project I would like to discuss. Oh, how delightful. I am all ears. Jiang Hai had not anticipated that a mere phone call for a friendly inquiry would lead to a genuine business opportunity. Having just earned 4 million, he felt a lingering thirst for more. Yet, he wondered how much business this esteemed client could potentially bring him. Has His Excellency just returned to the country? Is he procuring equipment for your nation's military? No. This time, it is not a requirement from our country. I am merely facilitating a connection. Preval's words not only failed to disappoint Jiang Hai, but instead sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Is he about to introduce a new client to him? Having tasted the sweetness of expanding his clientele, Jiang Hai was undoubtedly intrigued by Preval's proposition. He could not help but sit up straight, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, I am profoundly grateful that Your Excellency is willing to introduce business opportunities for our company. Certainly. You have been of immense assistance to me as well. Preval let out a hearty laugh, but after a few chuckles, his tone became slightly more serious. However, I am curious whether your company's shipping channels extend to Africa? Africa? Good gracious. Jiang Hai could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Last time, Aisha introduced a new client in Latin America, and now Preval is directing a new client straight to Africa? Is he helping Jiang Hai expand his business across all continents of Blue Star? Nevertheless, Jiang Hai soon found this quite reasonable. Considering that Preval is a true son of Africa, the ancestral home of all the people of color on Blue Star, it is entirely natural for Preval to have connections with Africa. After a brief pause, Jiang Hai continued speaking to Preval. As for Africa, our company possesses quite stable transportation channels. If your friends have any needs, we should be able to assist. That is truly splendid. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's response, Preval immediately became excited and quickly said, If you agree, I will share your contact information with my friend, allowing him to discuss matters with you directly. No problem. Jiang Hai was indifferent. The phone number provided by Preval was not Jiang Hai's actual number, so there was no need to worry about the number being leaked or revealing Jiang Hai's true identity. The ability to connect with Jiang Hai through this number was, of course, due to the system. Thus, even if the other party dialed a different number, they could still reach Jiang Hai's phone without fearing the exposure of his real identity. After hanging up the phone, approximately half an hour passed before Jiang Hai's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Jiang Hai waited for a while before answering the call. Hello? The response was a cacophony of sounds that Jiang Hai could not comprehend, leaving his ears ringing painfully. Chapter 20, A New Client. This is truly outrageous. Has Preval not informed the other party to speak in Huaxia? Jiang Hai could not help but silently scoff, yet he remained unperturbed. He understood that the system would undoubtedly assist him in resolving this predicament. Indeed, within mere seconds, what had been an incomprehensible and peculiar language transformed in Jiang Hai's ears into the fluent tongue of Huaxia. Greetings. I am a friend of Preval. He informed me that if one seeks to procure arms, you are the person to approach. Although Jiang Hai could grasp the essence of the speaker's message, the cacophonous voice still caused him to furrow his brow. Alas, in this vast world, the customer reigns supreme. By the way, may I inquire how to address you? I am Salashia Arcadia Yalam. The other party promptly rattled off an impressive string of titles, and even with the system's translation, Jiang Hai felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. The mere recitation of the name consumed over a minute, and only at the end did the individual declare, "You may simply call me Salam. I am the sole chieftain monarch of the kingdom of Niamia." Well, after such a lengthy introduction, Jiang Hai indeed managed to remember only the name Salam. As for the country mentioned, Jiang Hai had never heard of it. With the multitude of nations in Africa, it was hardly surprising that he was unaware. His objective was to engage in a transaction with this individual, and thus he deemed such trivialities inconsequential. Esteemed chieftain, what is it that you require? With the system's assistance, Jiang Hai spoke in Huaxia, yet it was automatically translated into a language comprehensible to the other party. I need weapons, an abundance of weapons. Preval informed me that you are capable of supplying the arms I require, as long as you can fulfill my demands. The price is entirely inconsequential. Jiang Hai chuckled. Such a statement nearly affixed the label of a foolish son of a landlord upon the speaker's brow. Was he not brazenly inviting a steep price? One must wonder, is this chieftain truly a friend of Preval? It seems Preval is fearful of leading his companion into a pitfall. Of course, we are more than capable. Our company's strength is formidable. As long as clients present their requests, I shall certainly oblige. Jiang Hai could not restrain himself from rising, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Having earned little from Aisha, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a lucrative opportunity. How wide should he open his mouth this time? Perhaps he should aim for another modest target? Do you have the great Ivan? Just as Jiang Hai excitedly paced the room, a single utterance from the interlocutor rendered him momentarily speechless, frozen in place for quite some time. The same inquiry had been posed previously by individuals from the Holy War Organization. However, Jiang Hai had discerned that they were merely inquiring in passing, and thus he had retorted. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. Jiang Hai could tell that this chieftain genuinely desired it. If Jiang Hai were to respond as he had before, with a simple declaration of possession and a challenge of intent to purchase, he was certain the other party would eagerly place an extravagant order. This was undeniably a formidable prospect. Ahem. Yes, we do possess the great Ivan, but I would not recommend purchasing such a caliber of weaponry. Jiang Hai hesitated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to earnestly persuade the other party to abandon this notion. It was not that Jiang Hai lacked access to the formidable Big Ivan. As long as the client placed an order, the system could undoubtedly procure such a device. However, Jiang Hai had not yet reached a state of reckless abandon. If he were to actually offer Big Ivan for sale, not only would the lifespan of the affluent chieftain who purchased it be measured in mere seconds, but Jiang Hai himself would also attract the attention of various powerful factions on Blue Star. Although the system aided in concealing his whereabouts, one could never be too cautious. Should even a hint of his location be revealed, Jiang Hai would find himself in perpetual unrest. After much persuasion, Jiang Hai finally succeeded in convincing Salam to abandon the idea. As for Big Ivan, he inquired, does your company possess aircraft and tanks? Of course. We have an extensive range of aircraft and tanks of various models. Excellent. I shall place an order for 200 aircraft and 500 tanks. As soon as Jiang Hai finished his response, Salam promptly placed the order with remarkable ease. Hearing Salam's words, Jiang Hai felt somewhat bewildered. Is it truly this effortless for the wealthy to procure arms? This was no longer a mere tiger. It was akin to a ferocious beast. Ah, esteemed chieftain, may I inquire what models of aircraft and tanks you desire? Furthermore, with such a substantial order, do you have sufficient pilots available? Pilots? I have plenty of drivers. It's absolutely no problem. A few lines of exasperation appeared on Jiang Hai's forehead. Drivers? Did he truly equate piloting aircraft and tanks to merely driving a common vehicle? At last, Jiang Hai could ascertain that this chieftain was undeniably a simpleton. Well, esteemed chieftain, he mused. Operating an aircraft or a tank is not a task for an ordinary driver. It necessitates specialized training and education. But let us not dwell on that. Just tell me, does your company sell these? Indeed, Jiang Hai promptly replied. However, I am curious as to what specific models of aircraft and tanks the esteemed chieftain desires. The terms aircraft and tank are rather vague. For any genuine transaction, we must ascertain the exact models. Models? Naturally, I want the finest you have. Salam responded nonchalantly, exuding an air of a friend who is not short on funds. The finest? What I possess here is so premium that selling you would not suffice to afford it. Jiang Hai nearly retorted, but considering the customer experience, he swallowed his sarcasm. As for tanks, I recommend the Type 99 main battle tank from Huaxia. This model is the cornerstone of the Huaxia military, boasting numerous advantages. If you are considering large-scale procurement, this tank would be my suggestion. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's description, Salam appeared quite pleased and quickly made a decision. Excellent. Anything equipped by the Huaxia military must be of high quality. I'll take 500 units. Such extravagance. Did he not even inquire about the price? As for aircraft, the classifications are numerous. I am curious about the type of aircraft you are interested in. Alternatively, what purpose do you intend to use it for? Jiang Hai did not directly recommend a specific model of aircraft, for aside from the model, the types of aircraft are indeed diverse: transport planes, reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, bombers, and so forth. Only after clarifying the type of demand could Jiang Hai make a suitable recommendation. Ah, fighter jets. I definitely want fighter jets. Salam's response was remarkably clear and unequivocal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, refraining from providing an immediate recommendation. Unlike other aircraft, fighter jets not only come with a higher price tag, but also demand more from pilots in terms of qualifications. It was evident that Salam's team lacked even a single qualified pilot, let alone one capable of flying a fighter jet. Selling a fighter jet to Salam would essentially be akin to selling him a heap of scrap metal. Chapter 21. The persona of a wealthy individual must not falter. Although once the goods have been sold to the buyer, how they are used becomes irrelevant to Jiang Hai. He still hoped that his merchandise would not ultimately be reduced to a pile of useless debris. Furthermore, this could adversely affect his future reputation. After all, a good reputation would attract more clients in the future. Therefore, Jiang Hai engaged in earnest persuasion, ultimately convincing the flamboyant chieftain to reconsider his stance. My suggestion would be to opt for an armed helicopter. Helicopters have modest space requirements and are highly versatile, making them exceptionally practical. If you choose an armed helicopter, I recommend the Russian Mi-35M combat helicopter. This aircraft model boasts exceptional endurance and advanced onboard weaponry. All right, just as you said, I want 200 of these planes. Salam abruptly interrupted Jiang Hai, who was about to elaborate on the helicopter's advantages, and without hesitation, placed an order for 200 units. Jiang Hai had grown somewhat accustomed to the extravagant mannerisms of this affluent client. No problem, he responded with utmost decisiveness, fully aware that any hint of hesitation on his part would be perceived by Salam as a sign of inadequacy. Following this, Jiang Hai proceeded to discuss pricing. The cost of a Type 99 main battle tank is 20 million Huaxia coins, while a Mi-35M helicopter is priced at 320 million Huaxia coins. The moment Jiang Hai communicated these figures, he could almost faintly hear a gasp of astonishment from the other end of the line. Salam, who had previously been vociferous, fell into an immediate silence. After approximately a minute of waiting without a response from Salam, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and inquired with genuine concern, "Your Excellency, are you still there?" Yes, I am," Salam finally replied, though his tone lacked its former arrogance, now considerably subdued. "If there are no issues, I shall arrange for the delivery. I am delighted to collaborate with you." Although aware that the other party could not see him, Jiang Hai could not help but display a radiant smile. 500 Type 99 main battle tanks, which amounts to 10 billion Huaxia coins. 200 Mi, 35 M helicopters, totaling 640 billion Huaxia coins. Goodness. The total transaction value is a staggering 740 billion, even without considering any premiums. A mere 10% commission would yield 74 billion. Adding the premiums, it could easily surpass 200 billion. Prosperity is within reach. Ahem. Wait, hold on. Let us discuss this further. Just as Jiang Hai was filled with excitement, Salam suddenly interjected, halting him. That price, is it perhaps a bit too steep? Hi. A wealthy client dares to question the price? This does not align with the persona of a wealthy client, I must say. Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the exorbitant figure had indeed startled the other party. Your Excellency, he began. We have a saying in Huaxia, you get what you pay for. Although the price is high, the value of the goods is absolutely unparalleled. I assure you, this transaction will leave you thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Hai mused inwardly while ardently promoting the deal. However, Salam did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before continuing. This price is still too exorbitant. Purchasing such a large quantity all at once. What if there are any issues? My losses would be considerable. Your words imply that I am coercing you into such a purchase. Jiang Hai suppressed a sigh but maintained a smile as he inquired, then how much would you like to purchase? Perhaps it would be prudent to start with a partial order to test the waters. A mere 100. Indeed, that consists of 10 helicopters and 50 tanks. Well, for now, I shall procure this quantity. Should your products prove to be of exceptional quality, I shall return for further acquisitions. As if striving to salvage his dignity, Salam hastily uttered those final words. The smile upon Jiang Hai's visage gradually faded, revealing a hint of disappointment. Certainly, an order of 10 helicopters and 50 tanks is not insignificant. This transaction amounts to a staggering 4 billion, far surpassing the total of previous dealings. However, having had expectations raised so high by the other party, the sudden reduction was surely disheartening for Jiang Hai. Silently murmuring to himself, he resolved to carry through with the transaction. Very well. 10 Mi, 35 M attack helicopters, and 50 Type 99 main battle tanks. To which location would you prefer us to deliver the goods? Acknowledging the embarrassment of his last-minute scaling back, Salam swiftly provided an address before abruptly disconnecting the call. Ding. The system has detected that the host has received a business transaction. Locating the host's position, please select the delivery method. 1. The host delivers personally. 2. The host controls a puppet for delivery. Option 2. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Hai made his choice. In the next moment, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself amidst a vast expanse of grassland. Is this truly Africa? Observing the boundless plains, they resembled the images seen on television. Yet there lingered an indescribable quality that set it apart. Taking a deep breath, the air was laden with a stifling warmth, mingled with the pungent odor of various animal droppings. This place was far from the idyllic portrayals found in literary works, yet it undeniably possessed a character distinct from that of modern cities. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hai knew it was time to attend to business. He activated the navigation system. The designated delivery location was still several kilometers away. Gazing towards the horizon, he could faintly discern a cluster of buildings. It was a military camp belonging to Salam. Naturally, Jiang Hai would not approach there directly. The cargo he was transporting was unlike any before, consisting of 10 helicopters and 50 tanks. If he were to unveil them at the military camp, he would find himself at a loss for explanations. With a mere wave of his hand, in the blink of an eye, a multitude of colossal machines had materialized around Jiang Hai. The helicopters and tanks crowded the once expansive grassland around him. Satisfied, he nodded and took out his phone to dial Salam. Hello? Your Highness, our company has delivered the goods. Might you send someone to receive them? As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, silence enveloped the other end of the line, and he could even hear heavy breathing. After a prolonged pause, Salam's voice finally broke through. You mean to say that your company has already delivered the goods? How is that possible? It has only been 10 minutes since the order was placed. Salam was evidently incredulous, believing Jiang Hai was jesting with him. Upon hearing Salam's reaction, Jiang Hai was not surprised. He tilted his head slightly and remarked, to be precise, the goods have yet to reach your designated camp. However, these items are rather unique, and our company can only place them adjacent to your encampment until your subordinates arrive for collection. Chapter 22. The rebels revealed shortly after the call ended. A helicopter approached from the distance. Undeterred, Jiang Hai climbed atop a tank and waved at the sky. Initially, the helicopter intended to land directly, but after circling several times, it failed to locate a suitable landing spot and ultimately had to descend further away. From afar, Jiang Hai observed as 5 robust men armed with live ammunition descended from the helicopter, establishing a perimeter around the aircraft. Following them was a rotund black man who nearly rolled off the helicopter. Under the glaring sunlight of Africa, this man shimmered with gold, adorned with an array of jewelry, as if to proclaim his wealth to the world, almost as if he were to emblazon the words wealthy magnate in gold upon his forehead. My goodness, is this real? Is this truly happening? The hefty man gazed in awe at the array of tanks and helicopters, as though witnessing a miracle. From the sound of his voice, Jiang Hai discerned that this was none other than the chieftain, Salam. With a smile, Jiang Hai approached, startling Salam, while the muscular guards brandished their weapons and surged forward. Hold your fire. I am here to deliver goods. Jiang Hai hastily raised his hand, smiling as he clarified his identity. Upon hearing his words, Salam quickly raised his hand to halt the imposing black men around him, regarding Jiang Hai with a look of skepticism. In his eyes, Jiang Hai appeared as a tall and robust figure, showcasing a dazzling smile with his pearly white teeth. Are you a subordinate of the boundless ocean? Salam naturally could not fathom that this individual was the arms dealer he had just spoken to on the phone. After all, only a few minutes had passed. It was implausible for anyone to appear in Africa, let alone stand before him. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, stating, I am the courier from the company, delivering the goods as per instructions. You may check, they are all new items. As he spoke, he gestured with his thumb towards the aircraft and tanks behind him. His words instinctively drew Salam's gaze towards the impressive military hardware, and he could not help but swallow hard in astonishment. How does your company manage this? Is this magic? Jiang Hai chose not to elaborate on Salam's astonishment, merely offering a faint smile. This demeanor only deepened Salam's intrigue. As he glanced between Jiang Hai and the aircraft and tanks, refraining from further inquiries. However, the notion of inspecting the goods raised a concern. It seemed he had rushed over, accompanied solely by bodyguards, lacking any professionals in his midst. While he would not mind the financial aspect for trivial matters, the value of these aircraft and tanks was a staggering 4 billion. Should any issues arise, even Salam, despite his affluence, would surely feel the sting. As if perceiving Salam's discomfort, Jiang Hai offered a faint smile and remarked, Esteemed chieftain, I have ample time. You may summon some professionals for an inspection. Oh, that would be splendid. I shall arrange for someone at once. Jiang Hai's words alleviated Salam's embarrassment, prompting him to nod repeatedly before gesturing to the bodyguards behind him. After making the necessary arrangements, Salam approached the military aircraft and tanks with an expression of awe, occasionally reaching out to touch or tap on the machinery, ultimately taking a seat in one of the planes. However, after a brief moment, he grimaced and declared, This contraption is quite uncomfortable, far inferior to my own aircraft. Jiang Hai chuckled, Esteemed chieftain, this is a military aircraft, designed with practicality in mind. Indeed, I am fully aware, Salam responded, seemingly unfazed by the discomfort, muttering a few phrases before continuing to meander among the planes and tanks. The efficiency of Salam's subordinates was commendable. Soon, a convoy came racing from the direction of the camp. The soldiers disembarking from the convoy were clad in military uniforms, exhibiting a professionalism starkly contrasting Salam's nouveau riche demeanor. After swiftly inspecting the aircraft and tanks, an officer approached Salam and saluted, stating, Your Majesty, all inspections are complete. There are no issues. From Jiang Hai's demeanor, Salam had already sensed that the aircraft and tanks were likely in good condition. Yet, upon hearing his subordinate's report, Salam could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Have them all return to the camp. Ha! With these developments, who would dare to underestimate our magnificent kingdom of Niamia? The establishment of Niamia is imminent. King Salam laughed heartily, while the soldiers and bodyguards surrounding him offered their devout blessings, all chanting in unison, Long live Niamia! Long live King Salam! Observing this group before him, Jiang Hai's cheeks involuntarily twitched. It was no wonder he had never heard of the kingdom of Niamia before. It turned out this nation had yet to be founded. Jiang Hai began to comprehend that Salam harbored ambitions of rebellion to establish a new nation. This gathering was indeed a band of insurgents. Realizing this, Jiang Hai's heart was filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. The individuals he was dealing with, either terrorists or rebels, cast a shadow on his own integrity. Ah, right. The goods are in order. I shall instruct my associates to transfer funds to your company immediately. Thank you, my lord. Long live the kingdom of Niamia. Long live King Salam. Jiang Hai promptly extended the most sincere blessings and compliments. Regardless of their status as rebels, if they could provide payment, they were the finest of clients. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. Settlement will now commence. The host has finalized a transaction amounting to 4.2 billion Huaxia coins. This price reflects a premium, with the excess being awarded to the host as a bonus, including the host's 10 commission. The transaction yields a total remuneration of 1,950 million Huaxia coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Hai's eyes nearly squinted with joy. Not long ago, I achieved a modest goal, and in the blink of an eye, it has transformed into 10. Indeed, the arms trade proves to be quite lucrative. Without further ado, the prospects are boundless. My dear friend, since the transaction has been completed, I shall take my leave for now. I hope we can engage in further dealings in the future. With the completion of the trade, Jiang Hai naturally prepared to withdraw gracefully. No need to rush. No need to rush. Since you are on my territory, how could I possibly let you leave so soon? Come to my palace. Allow me to host you properly. Although the expenditure of over 4 billion stung Salam a bit, the acquisition of so many aircraft and tanks undoubtedly fortified his aspirations for nation building, bringing him immense joy. He embraced Jiang Hai's arm, leading him towards his aircraft. Faced with Salam's enthusiastic hospitality, Jiang Hai found it difficult to decline. Moreover, he was genuinely curious to witness the palace that Salam spoke of. Thus, after exchanging a few polite words, he followed Salam onto the plane. However, the aircraft did not head towards the camp, but instead veered in another direction. It is worth mentioning that this was Jiang Hai's first experience aboard an aircraft, particularly a helicopter of this kind. This sparked a sense of curiosity and excitement within him. He pondered to himself, perhaps he should purchase a helicopter for his own enjoyment upon returning? Chapter 23. The Sudden Hostility Brother. Look, from here to there, all of this is my territory. Over there, a vast expanse is my hunting ground. The weather is quite pleasant today. Shall we go hunting in the hunting grounds later? Seated in the helicopter, Salam pointed towards the vast grasslands below, engaging in a lively conversation with Jiang Hai, his words laced with a hint of boastfulness. Jiang Hai merely maintained a smile, nodding in agreement. Initially, he had perceived Salam as nothing more than a nouveau riche, a mere show-off. However, his perspective had shifted. In the brief exchange of just over 20 minutes, Salam, amidst his ostentation, had subtly inquired about Jiang Hai's cargo transport channels. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. With a newfound wariness, Jiang Hai was determined not to fall into any traps. The crux of the matter was that he truly had little to divulge, as the notions of arms companies and transport routes were purely fictitious. Brother, look, behold my palace. Welcome to my royal abode. Despite the lack of any substantial information, Salam joyfully gestured towards the sprawling structures below. Jiang Hai glanced down, unable to suppress a smirk. Was that truly a palace? It was merely a building covering approximately 1,000 square meters, perhaps 6 stories tall, its exterior a dull ochre adorned with numerous windows. The entire edifice was rather boxy, perched on the grasslands, and one could easily liken it to a prison. Such an unsightly structure dared to be called a palace? Any random palace from Huaxia would undoubtedly eclipse it in grandeur. Jiang Hai silently critiqued Salam's sense of aesthetics, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, maintaining his smile. At that moment, the helicopter began its slow descent, landing atop the palace's roof. Following Salam, Jiang Hai cast a glance around his surroundings. On the rooftop, a contingent of soldiers stood vigil, and upon noticing Salam's descent, they immediately saluted him. Salam, with his head held high, casually waved his hand beside his head and then turned to Jiang Hai, giving a slight nod. Come on, brother. I have arranged a splendid banquet for us to enjoy. However, Jiang Hai did not immediately take a step forward in response to Salam's invitation. His gaze swept across the soldiers, and upon observing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Salam looked at him with a hint of confusion and inquired, Brother, what is the matter? Chief, are these soldiers your subordinates? Huh, what do you mean? Of course, they are my subordinates. Salam was puzzled by Jiang Hai's question, sensing something peculiar about him. Yet, Jiang Hai's attitude remained unchanged, his eyes roaming over the soldiers. Filled with vigilance, This wariness stemmed from a recent alert that had echoed in his mind. Ding. A significant presence of hostile emotions detected in the vicinity. Confirmed threat to the host's life. Please take preventive measures. Following the alert, a semi-transparent map materialized before Jiang Hai's eyes. A few small green dots in the center represented Jiang Hai, Salam, and those aboard the aircraft, while surrounding them were an overwhelming number of red dots indicating hostility. It was the first time Jiang Hai realized that the system possessed such a capability. Jiang Hai, of course, had faith in the system. Therefore, the red dots surrounding them, representing soldiers, were undoubtedly malevolent. As Jiang Hai conversed with Salam, the soldiers, who had moments before shown respect to Salam, suddenly revealed their sinister intentions. Jiang Hai immediately sensed the danger and instinctively pulled Salam, urging him into the helicopter. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's puppet body was robust, otherwise, he would not have been able to move Salam. Jiang Hai's sudden action startled the surrounding soldiers. However, they quickly recovered and raised their guns, firing at Jiang Hai and Salam. Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, diving into the aircraft and landing on top of Salam. Immediately, a cacophony of sounds erupted as bullets struck the helicopter's fuselage, creating a series of sparks. What is happening? What is happening? Do not shoot. Stop. Stop. Salam exclaimed, bewildered by the unexpected assault. He even attempted to rise and order the soldiers to cease firing. Lie down immediately. Do you want to die? Jiang Hai swiftly restrained him, holding him down firmly. He glanced around the cabin. Most of Salam's bodyguards had remained behind to assist, leaving only Jiang Hai, Salam, the pilot, and 2 bodyguards on board. The sudden gunfire had already killed the pilot, and one of the remaining bodyguards had been shot and was groaning in agony. Only one bodyguard remained, crouched in the cabin, too fearful to even lift his head. The atmosphere reeked of impending doom. Should they make a hasty escape? As Jiang Hai regained his composure, an unexpected calmness washed over him. With a mere word to the system, he could extricate himself from this perilous situation. Even if struck, it would be this puppet body that would perish. Strangely, the absence of immediate life-threatening danger rendered Jiang Hai less fearful. He even hesitated to flee at once. Given the current predicament, his departure would undoubtedly seal Salam's fate. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated a new client. Would he allow that to vanish so easily? Stay hidden and do not move. Resolute in his decision to take a gamble, Jiang Hai seized Salam's rotund form and retreated deeper into the cabin. With a swift gesture, an iron box materialized within the confines of the aircraft. At this moment, Salam had also come to terms with his dire circumstances, trembling in fear and hiding his head. Oblivious to the sudden appearance of the iron box, Jiang Hai hastily opened the box, revealing the individual combat gear he had previously acquired from the system. Swiftly donning the equipment, he felt a surge of reassurance as the sounds of gunfire outside began to subside. It seemed the soldiers had emptied their magazines and were in the process of reloading. Seizing the opportune moment, Jiang Hai leaped from the aircraft's cabin. Without the need for manual aiming, the automatic targeting system of his gear engaged, raising the rifle with precision. As Jiang Hai squeezed the trigger, a burst of flames erupted from the muzzle. Simultaneous crimson blooms erupted upon the 2 soldiers as they plummeted to the ground with agonizing cries. Jiang Hai, upon landing, executed an immediate roll, but before he could regain his footing, a renewed volley of gunfire echoed around him. The remaining soldiers, having reloaded their magazines, unleashed a hail of bullets in Jiang Hai's direction. However, his personal shield activated with remarkable speed, swirling around him to intercept and deflect the incoming projectiles. Despite the onslaught of hundreds of bullets, not a single one managed to penetrate his defenses. Under the bewildered gaze of the soldiers, who seemed to behold a supernatural entity, Jiang Hai raised his head, a cheerful countenance emerging from behind the protective barrier. Now, he declared, it's my turn to put on a show. Chapter 24. The betrayed rebels. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated across the unsightly palace rooftop helipad. What was initially anticipated to be a one-sided massacre had devolved into a nightmare for the soldiers, who were utterly unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable adversary. Their bullets proved utterly ineffective, while his own shots found their mark with unnerving ease. In a mere matter of minutes, the majority of the soldiers had fallen. The remaining 5 or 6 soldiers, now thoroughly demoralized, dared not remain exposed. They hastily retreated to the sides, seeking refuge behind any available cover. Fortunately, the rooftop was cluttered with crates, providing them with a modicum of protection. Jiang Hai, having single-handedly routed a force of more than 10 opponents. Secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His equipment, while powerful, was not invincible. A sustained barrage of concentrated fire could potentially overwhelm the shield's capacity. However, the soldiers' lack of training, abysmal marksmanship, and absence of discipline had transformed what should have been a decisive victory into a desperate struggle. Once the immediate danger had subsided, Jiang Hai crouched low and re-entered the cockpit. His gaze first fell upon Salam, who was still trembling and cradling his head. Turning his attention to the two bodyguards, Jiang Hai noted that they had been utterly awestruck by his earlier display of skill. They had never encountered such a formidable marksman before. At that moment, their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at him. "Can you two still move?" he inquired. "If so, cooperate with me to eliminate the enemies outside." Although equipped with assisted targeting, Jiang Hai knew that bullets would not curve, and if the adversaries concealed themselves, he would be at a disadvantage. However, he was confident that with their assistance, he could dispatch those soldiers effectively. The two bodyguards hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. Unlike the soldiers, these bodyguards were professionals, having been hired at a high cost by Salam from external sources. In truth, if the situation had not unfolded so abruptly, they would not have been caught off guard. Now, with Jiang Hai leading the charge, they regained their composure and were determined to redeem their dignity as protectors. The bodyguards swiftly drew their handguns, and the one with a gunshot wound to his arm hastily bandaged his injury with a piece of the driver's clothing. Once they were prepared, Jiang Hai nodded vigorously and charged out ahead. As soon as he exposed himself, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside. The soldiers, who had previously been frightened into hiding, now gathered their resolve and readied themselves for combat once more. Nevertheless, their projectiles failed to find their mark on Jiang Hai. He executed a swift roll upon the earth, his rifle simultaneously acquiring its target, discharging a precise shot that pierced the cranium of one of the soldiers. This single shot served as an impetus, as the two bodyguards emerged with alacrity, discharging their firearms while seeking refuge beneath the aircraft's undercarriage. Unlike Jiang Hai, they possessed personal shields capable of deflecting incoming ordnance. Their combat acumen, however, was sufficient to navigate the present exigency. With the assistance of his two protectors, Jiang Hai advanced rapidly towards his adversaries. Relying on the aegis of his shield, he pressed forward, seemingly impervious to the hail of bullets. Augmented by the suppressive fire of his bodyguards, who drew the attention of the enemy from other vectors, Jiang Hai traversed the distance to a crate with a series of nimble strides. Executing a ground roll, he raised his weapon and discharged a volley, felling the two soldiers who sought sanctuary behind the aforementioned crate. Witnessing the demise of their comrades at Jiang Hai's hand, the remaining trio of soldiers experienced a moment of trepidation. Subsequently, they arrived at a sagacious conclusion, relinquishing their arms in an act of capitulation. "Spare us! We yield! We yield!" the soldiers vociferously proclaimed, casting aside their weapons, yet hesitant to expose themselves prematurely, uncertain of their adversaries' disposition toward clemency. Jiang Hai, harboring no inclination for wanton slaughter, observed their disarmament and swiftly rose, training his firearm upon the remaining soldiers while signaling his bodyguards with a subtle glance. The bodyguards, comprehending his intent, promptly advanced and secured the surrendered soldiers. Once assured that all was secure, Jiang Hai finally exhaled in relief and swiftly approached the aircraft. He gazed at Salam, who was still trembling inside the cabin, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Chief, you may come out now. The danger has passed." "Chief." "Indeed, Chief. It is truly safe outside. Please emerge." After several calls, Salam gradually ceased his shivering, cautiously lifting his head and glancing at Jiang Hai. "Is it really safe?" At this moment, Salam bore no resemblance to the spirited individual he had been earlier. Jiang Hai, unable to suppress his mirth, nodded and assured him, "Rest assured, the foes outside have been vanquished. However, there are likely still numerous adversaries within the palace. We cannot eradicate them alone. Chief, we need assistance." Jiang Hai's words were not mere fabrications. The system had indicated the presence of several red dots surrounding them. This signified that many foes remained nearby, at least several hundred. Even with his equipped support, it was impossible for Jiang Hai to single-handedly eliminate that multitude of enemies. Hence, to rescue Salam, seeking aid was imperative. In this scenario, the only one capable of procuring assistance in the shortest time was Salam himself. Yet, Salam was not entirely devoid of resources. Once he regained his composure, he promptly made several phone calls. As Salam had indicated, this territory was indeed his domain, making it relatively easy for him to seek help. After ending the last call, Salam let out a long sigh and said to Jiang Hai, "Everything is fine now. The reinforcements will arrive within 10 minutes. Quite efficient." Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, as this meant Salam was basically safe. However, Jiang Hai's expression soon took on a peculiar look. The sudden assault on Salam indicated that someone had betrayed him. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that Salam himself was a traitor. Being a traitor and then facing betrayal seemed rather paradoxical. Jiang Hai then turned his gaze towards the 3 surrendered soldiers and suggested to Salam, "There are still 3 live ones over there. Perhaps you should personally interrogate them?" Upon hearing this, Salam's expression darkened. This was his royal palace, and he had nearly been shot here. It was a blatant affront to his dignity. Moreover, he was acutely aware that these soldiers who were supposed to be loyal to him had suddenly turned against him, indicating that the situation was far from simple. He had to interrogate them himself to uncover who dared to betray him. The interrogation proceeded swiftly. The 3 soldiers were not particularly tough. After a few threats from Salam, they readily divulged the details of the events. To his dismay, Salam received the name he both sought and dreaded, his own nephew, Umsville. Chapter 25. Refusing the chief's goodwill. This damned, foul, wretched creature. Had he forgotten who rescued him from the death row of the tribe? Had he forgotten who financed his university education? Transform him from a filthy and despicable slave into a person of high standing. How dare he betray me? Betray his own uncle? On the tarmac, upon discovering the identity of the mastermind, Salam roared in madness. Jiang Hai remained silent beside him, well aware of the myriad palace intrigues that have unfolded in the annals of Chinese history. The enmity between Salam and Umaswir, this uncle-nephew duo, could not be more straightforward. Salam's chieftaincy was inherited by blood, and with no offspring to succeed him, if he were to perish now, the position would naturally fall to Umaswir. Furthermore, Salam had never indicated any intention to bequeath the chieftaincy to Umaswir, while tirelessly toiling to produce heirs. Thus, everything became perfectly logical, even instigating a rebellion. Umaswir aspired to seize Salam's chieftaincy. However, Umaswir was merely Salam's nephew, and the power at his disposal was insufficient for an outright revolt. He could only entice a select few of Salam's soldiers to his side, waiting for a specific moment to assassinate Salam. Once Salam was dead, as Salam's sole blood relative, he would ascend to the chieftaincy without contest. Originally, Umaswir had no desire to act so swiftly, but when Salam suddenly departed the palace with his trusted bodyguard entourage, Umaswir recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. In Salam's name, he recalled the loyal confidants still within the palace and summoned the already traitorous soldiers to set the stage for this ambush. Indeed, in this ambush on the tarmac, Umsville dared not mobilize too many men, lest Salam discern something amiss. Little did Umsville anticipate that this seemingly foolproof trap would introduce an unpredictable variable in the form of Jiang Hai. How Salam chooses to punish his nephew is no concern of Jiang Hai's. From a distance, he observed hundreds of pickup trucks racing toward the royal palace, filled with soldiers. And he understood that Salam was now utterly secure. "Chief, I believe my presence is no longer necessary." Jiang Hai nodded to Salam, indicating his intent to take his leave. After venting his frustrations, Salam's demeanor had significantly improved, and his gaze toward Jiang Hai was filled with gratitude. "My dear brother, you have saved my life. I truly do not know how to repay you. Stay with me. I shall bestow upon you boundless wealth and status. Here, your power will be equal to mine." However, Salam's generous offer did not sway Jiang Hai. The thought of being surrounded by so many imposing figures left him devoid of interest. Even in the face of immeasurable wealth and status, "I deeply appreciate your generosity, but as an employee of the company, I have my own responsibilities. I am truly sorry, but I must respectfully decline your kind offer." Salam was taken aback by Jiang Hai's decision, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gestured animatedly. "Why? In your company? You are merely a delivery man, toiling away. But here, you could do as you please every day. Here, you would be above all others." In response to Salam's invitation, Jiang Hai remained steadfast in his resolve, merely offering a faint smile and a shrug of his shoulders. Observing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Salam fell into silence. Realizing the futility of his persuasion, after a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "At the very least, allow me to know your name, brother. I cannot possibly be oblivious to the name of my savior." "I am Jiang Hai," he replied, pausing briefly before revealing his true identity with a smile. "Furthermore, He instructed the system to willingly lift the disguise of the puppet, transforming it into his own likeness. Though Salam was a rough character, he possessed his own subtleties. Jiang Hai felt that Salam's intentions were genuine. Moreover, even if Salam were to expose him in the future, who would believe that an ordinary Huaxiao programmer could suddenly appear on the vast African savanna? Everyone would simply dismiss it as mere nonsense from Salam. The astonishing transformation of Jiang Hai left Salam astounded, yet upon reflecting on the other party's capabilities, he quickly came to accept it as a manifestation of some advanced technology possessed by Jiang Hai's company. I must say, your company is truly remarkable. Jiang Hai? Very well. I shall remember that. Salam echoed Jiang Hai's name, then, with a grin, enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother, I shall surely repay today's kindness. No one at all, can save the great King Salam and go without recompense. You shall never refuse the great King Salam, an intriguing individual. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Hai reminisced about Salam's words before their parting, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, it was indeed challenging to feel any fondness for Salam, the large, dark-skinned man. However, as time passed, he discovered that Salam was, in fact, quite an understandable person. At the very least, interactions with him were not exhausting. Moreover, having another chieftain as a friend would surely prove advantageous for future transactions. Wait, the gains from this encounter extended beyond mere friendship with a chieftain. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Hai, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He logged into his online banking account, and as the digits of his account balance climbed higher, his heart raced uncontrollably. Wealth had come his way. With such an abundance of money, how could he ever spend it all? Oh yeah. Overcome with exhilaration, Jiang Hai sprang from his seat and began to dash around his room. After a full 10 minutes of exuberant excitement, he finally collapsed onto his bed, gasping for air. As his emotions gradually settled, Jiang Hai began to contemplate the path ahead. First and foremost, returning to work was out of the question. Holding 10 billion, even if he ceased all transactions from this moment onward, he had already achieved financial freedom. He could simply lie back and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Why toil away for a paycheck? He resolved to resign from his job in a couple of days. With a clear intention in mind, Jiang Hai made a decision. Ever since acquiring this system, he had taken a leave of absence from his company and had not returned to work. Perhaps it was best to resign altogether and focus on his burgeoning arms business. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Hai picked it up and was momentarily taken aback. The call was from his superior at the company. Just as he was contemplating resigning, his boss called. What a coincidence. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Hai promptly answered the call. After a few exchanges, he learned that an urgent task had arisen at the company, and they were short-staffed. Thus, his superior inquired if Jiang Hai could return to work. After a brief contemplation, he agreed. Seizing the day seemed more fortuitous than postponing, and he could assist at the company before submitting his resignation. An issue resolved at last. Chapter 26. Resignation Xiaozhang. Please send over last quarter's data. Ricky, why hasn't the report I requested yesterday been completed? Hurry up. Everyone, let us keep the pace. No one should lag behind. Do you hear me? The expansive office buzzed with activity, as everyone busily attended to their tasks. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Jiang Hai observed the scene and couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Had it not been for the system, he would likely be among them, busy just like everyone else. After reflecting, Jiang Hai spotted a familiar figure in the office area, smiled slightly, and approached to greet her. Fangjia, I'm here. The tall figure turned around. It was a young woman, around 25 or 26 years old. She wore a light gray professional suit, her long legs clad in black stockings, and she stood elegantly in blue high heels. Her long hair was styled into a bun at the back of her head, secured with a deep red scarf. Her features were exquisite, adorned with a delicate and understated makeup. Her eyes were slender, and her nose elegantly sculpted. Perhaps the only imperfection was the slight width of her mouth. Nevertheless, this did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it lent her an air of maturity. Fong Li, the manager of the information department, was also Jiang Hai's direct superior. In truth, Fong Li was merely 3 years older than Jiang Hai, yet she had accumulated several more years of work experience. It was said that she excelled academically, having skipped several grades, which allowed her to graduate ahead of her peers. It was precisely due to her exceptional capabilities that she was promoted to the position of manager at such a young age. Despite being in a position of authority, Fong Li showed great consideration for her subordinates, especially for interns like Jiang Hai, who was new to the professional world. When Jiang Hai unexpectedly took a few months of leave, Fong Li did not impose any difficulties upon him and refrained from probing into the matter. It was only due to a shortage of manpower that she had to reach out to Jiang Hai this time. Upon hearing his greeting, Fong Li turned around, her face bearing the unmistakable marks of fatigue, yet she still managed to smile. Xiao Jiang, how wonderful to see you. Quickly, head to your workstation and finish those programs. The client is in urgent need. Certainly. Jiang Hai had initially intended to resign upon returning to the office, but out of gratitude for Fong Li's past kindness, he did not refuse her request. He promptly returned to his workstation, opened his computer, and began typing away energetically. Earlier that day, he had first visited the additive region and then spent several hours working in the vast African plains. However, as everything was handled by puppets, Jiang Hai was not fatigued at all. Upon commencing his tasks, he was brimming with energy, completing the assignment that Fong Li had entrusted to him in just over 3 hours. Sister Fong, I've wrapped things up here. The program has been sent to your email. Jiang Hai called out without turning his head. Typically, Fong Li would respond promptly, yet today there was no reply. Jiang Hai found this peculiar. It was uncharacteristic of Fong Li. Turning his head, he noticed that the door to Fong Li's office was shut, indicating her absence. Old he, where has Sister Fong gone? Jiang Hai's curiosity deepened, especially considering the current busyness of the information department. Fong Li should not be wandering about. The colleague whom Jiang Hai had inquired of also glanced back and shook his head repeatedly. I have no idea. Perhaps she went to the restroom? Jiang Hai frowned slightly, but chose not to probe further. His tasks were completed, and if Fong Li did not assign him new work, he would find himself with nothing to do. Consequently, he contemplated delivering his resignation to the Human Resources Department. After waiting for another 10 minutes without her return, Jiang Hai decided he could not linger any longer. He gently tapped his colleagues on either side, retrieved the resignation letter he had prepared in advance, and made his way to the Human Resources Department upstairs. Since it was just above the Information Department, Jiang Hai opted not to take the elevator. Instead, he turned down the corridor and entered the staircase. I know, don't fret, I will find a way. As soon as he stepped into the stairwell, Jiang Hai froze. He heard Fong Li's voice, yet it was markedly different from her usual composed and confident tone. At this moment, Fong Li's voice resonated with a subtle despair and helplessness, as if she had lost all hope. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated about whether to leave the stairwell, Fong Li seemed to have heard a sound and appeared before him. Ah, it is Xiao Jiang. Fong Li was still holding her phone, yet the screen displayed that the call had been disconnected. Despite managing to force a faint smile, Jiang Hai could still discern the slight swelling of her eyes and the traces of tears on her face. Sister Fong, has something happened? If they hadn't met, Jiang Hai might have pretended to be unaware. However, now that they were face to face, he felt compelled to inquire. No, nothing's wrong. Fong Li's smile was somewhat strained. After a perfunctory response, she lowered her head and walked past Jiang Hai. Although he was oblivious to the difficulties Fong Li faced, he respected her silence and chose not to pry. After submitting his resignation letter to the Human Resources Department, he knew this was not yet a formal resignation. After all, this was a legitimate company, and leaving required various procedures. However, Jiang Hai was relieved that he need not worry about the remaining details. As he was simply resigning and had no plans to join another company, matters like social security transfers were irrelevant to him. Sister Fong, Xiao Jiang, I have reviewed the program you wrote. It is truly excellent. Thank goodness you were here to assist. Otherwise, we certainly wouldn't have completed it today. Upon returning to Fong Li's office, she had shed the demeanor of despair from the stairwell and reverted to her usual image of a competent and astute professional. I apologize. Originally, you had requested a leave of absence, yet you were summoned back to work. You took personal leave, did you not? Has anything been delayed on your end? I have nearly completed my tasks here, so you may return to attend to your matters. Fong Li smiled brightly at Jiang Hai and gestured for him to leave. However, Jiang Hai did not depart immediately. He paused for a moment before addressing Fong Li. Sister Fong, I just visited the HR department and have finalized my resignation procedures. Resignation? Fong Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at Jiang Hai's revelation. Xiao Jiang, has something happened? Why the sudden decision to resign? Her words conveyed genuine concern for Jiang Hai, warming his heart. Yet, he could not divulge the truth to Fong Li, nor could he reveal that he was now a billionaire. It's just that there are some family matters, making it impossible for me to continue working. Fong Li, being astute, sensed that Jiang Hai was not being entirely forthcoming. but she refrained from pressing him further. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed and said, "Very well. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist." Having already submitted his resignation letter to the HR department. Even if Fong Li wished to retain Zhang Hai, it was beyond her reach. Fong Li then rose, extending her hand to Zhang Hai, and said, "I wish you a future filled with brilliance and smooth sailing." "Thank you, Sister Fong. I appreciate your kind words." Fong Li had always taken great care of herself, and Zhang Hai was genuinely grateful from the depths of his heart. With a smile, he clasped Fong Li's hand, when suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Simultaneously, Zhang Hai felt the surroundings begin to tremble violently. Instinctively, he grasped Fong Li's hand, pulling her into his embrace while encircling her with his other arm. Crouching down on the ground, it was not that Zhang Hai's reaction was particularly swift. He was an ordinary person who had merely endured a few battlefields, and these actions were merely natural reflexes. In the next moment, gasps and screams echoed from outside the office. Clearly the colleagues were startled by the commotion. Fong Li, in Zhang Hai's arms, wore an expression of sheer terror, her complexion paling. "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Zhang Hai remained silent, for the thunderous noise was unmistakably that of an explosion. Yet, this was the magical city of Huaxia. How could there possibly be a bomb detonated here? Unlike the Prince's Port in Hispania? Fong Jie, you. Not good. Not good. The chairman has been bombed. Just as Zhang Hai was about to offer some comforting words to Fong Li, another gasp reverberated outside, followed by a wave of chaos. The chairman has been bombed. The statement sounded somewhat absurd, yet in light of the previous explosion, Zhang Hai found no humor in it. He quickly pulled Fong Li to her feet, and after ensuring that it was safe outside, he hastened out of the office. At this moment, the outside was in utter disarray. The tremors caused by the recent explosion had left the rows of tables in a chaotic state. The colleagues around were visibly panicked and bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Zhang Hai furrowed his brows, exhibiting no hesitation as he swiftly carried Fong Li towards the stairwell, regardless of whether further explosions would follow. Evacuating the building immediately was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Shortly after Zhang Hai and Fong Li made their escape, the other colleagues began to react, flocking towards the stairwell in a frenzy. Indeed, Zhang Hai and Fong Li were among the first to flee the edifice. Upon exiting the building, a considerable crowd had gathered outside, all gazing upwards in astonishment. Zhang Hai instinctively turned to glance back at the structure, where he noticed a row of windows on the upper floors billowing thick smoke, indicating a significant fire within. That was the chairman's office. At that moment, he heard Fong Li's voice, and upon looking down, he saw that she had regained her composure. Her face was pale, yet she no longer appeared frantic. Realizing he was still holding her, Zhang Hai promptly released his grip and assisted her in finding a seat. "Sister Fong, are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine. Xiao Jiang, thank you." Fong Li gently shook her head while lifting her gaze towards the billowing smoke, her expression rife with concern. Such an incident occurring in the heart of the metropolis was unprecedented since the founding of the nation. Police, firefighters, and ambulances all rushed to the scene, and fortunately, the explosion had not resulted in significant casualties. The police promptly ascertained the particulars of the incident. Ostensibly, a financial dispute incited an individual to assault the company's chairman with an improvised explosive device. The blast resulted in 4 fatalities, including the assailant and, regrettably, the chairman. However, these events held no consequence for Zhang Hai, who had tendered his resignation moments prior. No longer an employee, the company's affairs were of no concern to him. After reassuring Fong Li and providing a brief statement to the police, Zhang Hai returned home. A message arrived from President P.R. Val of Hispaniola, Oceanic Expanse. "I require a consignment." Zhang Hai, having been idle at home for nearly a fortnight since his departure from the company, responded without delay, "Assuredly. Our firm will endeavor to fulfill the President's needs to the best of our ability. The same RPG launchers as before. I require 100 sets." 100 sets? Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow, taken aback by P.R. Val's request. 100 launchers amounted to 1.2 billion, and that excluded the cost of specialized ammunition. Had Hispaniola suddenly become so affluent? Was this perhaps a case of transmigration of souls? "Mr. President, are you certain about the order for 100 Starburst series rapid-fire RPG launchers? Excluding specialized projectiles, the total cost will be 1.2 billion Chinese yuan." Zhang Hai felt compelled to remind him, but P.R. Val responded with unwavering certainty. Affirmed. It is precisely 100 sets. By the way, I also require a special order of 2,000 shells. 2,000 shells? Is that yet another billion? Has Hispani unearthed a diamond mine? Such extravagance rivals that of Salam, Jiang Hai mused silently. However, with business at hand, Jiang Hai saw no reason to decline. He promptly responded, "No problem. We shall accept this transaction. Your Excellency, where should this shipment be delivered?" Jiang Hai accepted the deal, and Preval immediately sent an address. In the next moment, the system responded, acknowledging the transaction. Ding. Host has received a business offer. Locating the delivery destination. Please select a delivery method. 1. The host delivers personally. 2. The host controls a puppet for the delivery. Please make your selection. 2. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Hai found himself surrounded by a lush, verdant forest. Glancing around at the environment, he quickly accessed the system's navigation map. According to the navigation, he was approximately 1 kilometer away from the delivery location. This delivery destination was a military warehouse situated in the suburbs of another city in Hispani. Delivering arms to a military warehouse was indeed a most reasonable request. In contrast, the locations for Jiang Hai's previous transactions had been rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai did not intend to head directly to that military warehouse. The previous launcher and shells could easily fit into a single iron box. This time, however, Preval requires such a substantial quantity that, even if the launcher and shells were to be minimized in size, it would still necessitate around a dozen iron crates. It is implausible for Jiang Hai to simply materialize these crates from thin air by invading someone else's military warehouse. Considering the relative seclusion of this small grove, Jiang Hai decided to summon all the goods right there and then send a message to Preval. Your Excellency, the goods have arrived. This is the designated collection point. Please send someone to retrieve them. Wait, isn't the delivery supposed to be made to the collection point? Jiang Hai had just sent the location when Preval promptly expressed his confusion. Jiang Hai calmly clarified, Your Excellency, the quantity of goods this time is rather extensive, so they can only be delivered to this location. It is not far from the collection point. I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 28. Caught in a Trap. Could we perhaps request the delivery personnel to transport the goods directly to the collection point? After a brief pause, Preval reiterated his request, which puzzled Jiang Hai. Glancing back at the large iron crates, he shook his head and sent a response. I apologize, Your Excellency. The goods have already been delivered, and changes cannot be made. Alternatively, I could have the delivery personnel return the items and arrange for another delivery at a later date. Just as Jiang Hai sent this message, Preval's reply came swiftly. No. That's unnecessary. I will arrange for someone to collect the goods from here. Please have your delivery personnel wait a moment. My associate will arrive shortly. Upon receiving this message, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. For some reason, he found Preval's demeanor rather peculiar. However, he dismissed the thought. Placing his phone aside and sitting on a large rock nearby, awaiting the arrival of the recipient. This time, Preval did not renege on his word. Within 10 minutes, the unmistakable roar of engines echoed from the edge of the woods. Jiang Hai squinted into the distance, vaguely discerning a convoy that had come to a halt at the forest border. Surely, they were the individuals dispatched by Preval. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of armed soldiers emerged from the thicket, quickly locating Jiang Hai's position. This was not a difficult task, given the several large iron crates beside him. Are these the delivery personnel? One of the lead soldiers, a black man, approached, first casting a glance at the iron crates, then adopting a stern expression as he addressed Jiang Hai. Unfazed by their demeanor, Jiang Hai shrugged, gesturing towards the crates as he said, You may inspect the goods. Very well, replied the black soldier, nodding before signaling to the other soldiers, who promptly advanced towards the crates. Observing this, Jiang Hai reached for his phone, preparing to send a message to Preval. At that moment, as the soldiers passed by him, one suddenly turned around. Several powerful hands grasped Jiang Hai simultaneously, and before he could react, he found himself firmly seized. With a forceful tug, he was thrown to the ground. Ah! Jiang Hai let out a pained cry as several soldiers descended upon him like a swarm. In an instant, his limbs, even his head, were firmly pressed into the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. What are you doing? Let me go? Let me go? Jiang Hai shouted in a mixture of shock and rage, disregarding the dirt that filled his mouth. However, the soldiers paid no heed to his furious protests, showing no intention of releasing him. The leading black soldier raised his firearm, pressing the muzzle against Jiang Hai's temple, and demanded loudly, Where are your accomplices? How did you transport the arms here? Where is your arms depot? Speak. With the cold metal pressed against his forehead, Jiang Hai began to regain his composure. Reflecting on Praval's peculiar demeanor moments earlier, he quickly deduced that this was all orchestrated by Praval himself. The intent was not merely to seize this shipment, but also to uncover Jiang Hai's supply routes and the origins of the arms. Taking a deep breath, dirt slipping into his nostrils, he felt no discomfort. His eyes darted, fixating intently on the black soldier. Noticing Jiang Hai's unusual demeanor, the soldier sensed something amiss and tightened his grip, the barrel nearly piercing Jiang Hai's skull. Don't play tricks on me. Do you want me to put a hole in your head? In the face of this threat, Jiang Hai merely smiled, fully composed now. Are you contemplating perforating my cranium? By all means, proceed. I find the interior of my skull to be excessively frigid as it is. Everyone present, including the surrounding soldiers, was taken aback by Jiang Hai's pronouncement. None had anticipated that Jiang Hai would possess such an indomitable spirit, devoid of any fear of death. This development presented them with a predicament. To eliminate him? Certainly not permissible. Their directive was to apprehend this courier and extract pertinent intelligence from him. Therefore, the courier was required to remain alive. After a moment's hesitation, the black soldier lowered his weapon and addressed his subordinates. Take him away. Evidently, the intention was to transport Jiang Hai back for a session of rigorous interrogation. Immediately, Jiang Hai was unceremoniously hoisted from the ground, and restraints were applied with considerable force. Despite being covered in dirt, Jiang Hai wore a sardonic smile as he gazed upon the soldiers before him. Hold on, aren't you going to inspect this consignment? Are you not concerned that there might be discrepancies? Jiang Hai's words caused the black soldiers to pause once more, exchanging perplexed glances. They even entertained the notion that Jiang Hai might be suffering from some mental affliction. Facing imminent peril, he was still preoccupied with the verification of the armaments. The black soldier furrowed his brow, quickly deciding to dismiss Jiang Hai's concerns. With a dismissive gesture, he exclaimed, "Pay him no mind. Take him away. Leave a few men to guard the munitions." Hold on, Jiang Hai reiterated, attempting to shrug off the hands that held him, but to no avail. However, Jiang Hai remained proud, lifting his head to survey the surrounding soldiers. Suddenly, he stamped his foot with force. To the black soldiers, this act appeared to be merely a display of Jiang Hai's incompetence and frustration. Yet, in the next moment, they sensed something amiss. For beneath their feet, several iron boxes had inexplicably materialized. These boxes seemed to have emerged as if by magic, startling the soldiers. The only one unfazed was Jiang Hai, who continued to hold his head high, a cold smile on his lips as he slowly declared, "The transaction has failed. You shall pay a grievous price." As soon as his words fell, Jiang Hai slowly closed his eyes. Concurrently, the iron boxes began to tremble violently, and dazzling beams of white light erupted from the crevices. The white light broke free from the confines of the boxes, detonating in an instant, engulfing Jiang Hai, the surrounding soldiers, and the massive iron boxes filled with munitions. Damn! As consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse. In his attempt to appear formidable, he had delayed his exit from the puppet's control. The agony of the explosion nearly caused him to lose consciousness. In that moment, he had sought to impress, but now, reflecting on the situation, he realized that they were all destined to perish together. Showing off was utterly pointless. Feeling exceedingly irritated, Jiang Hai plopped down onto a chair, gasping for breath. This marked the second time he had experienced the sensation of near death. It was truly an uncomfortable feeling. Coupled with being outmaneuvered by the enemy, Jiang Hai's mood soured further. System, did you not possess some form of hostility detection previously? Why is it not activated this time? Jiang Hai could not help but question the system. Had the system provided him with a prior warning, he would not have had to endure such immense suffering. Chapter 29. The cost of betrayal. The hostility identification system is solely designed to address actions that pose a lethal threat to the host. The recent actions of the opposing party did not endanger the host's life, hence the hostility identification system was not activated. This explanation left Jiang Hai momentarily speechless, as it was indeed accurate. During the initial transaction, the decision made by that curly-haired member of the Holy War Organization was impulsive, and the hostility detection system had no time to alert him before Jiang Hai was eliminated. Later, when he first arrived at Prince's Port, the subordinates of Filzat exhibited no hostility towards Jiang Hai. As for the incident with Salam, the rebel soldiers had intended to kill both Jiang Hai and Salam from the outset. which allowed the hostility detection system to identify the threat. This time, however, the true objective of those soldiers was to extract the secrets of the shipping routes from Jianghai, with no intention of ending his life. Thus, it did not meet the criteria for the hostility detection system, and naturally, it went undetected. Having come to this realization, Jianghai set the matter aside. The pressing issue now was how to address the current situation. Faced with such circumstances, Jianghai could have immediately withdrawn his consciousness. Yet, he refrained from doing so, for leaving at that moment would mean relinquishing the arms to the opposing party. Although the system would still deduct the transaction amount, Jianghai, feeling betrayed, was determined not to allow the adversary to acquire those RPG launchers and ammunition. Thus, as he found himself subdued by the enemy, Jianghai secretly engaged in a transaction with the system. At an internal cost, he procured over 10 bombs and activated them, summoning their explosive power. With these detonations, Jianghai not only obliterated the soldiers, but also annihilated the nearby armaments. Naturally, his puppet was similarly destroyed. However, Jianghai was unconcerned. The price of 20 million was no longer considered exorbitant for him. Moreover, having been schemed against, he was confident that the system would provide him with an explanation. System: how shall this transaction be calculated? Ding. Detection indicates that the transaction counterpart has violated the spirit of the contract. The system has automatically activated transaction protection services. The transaction amount has been successfully deducted from the counterpart's account. Furthermore, 300 of the transaction amount has been deducted as compensation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing this sales performance. Settlement is now in progress. The host has achieved a transaction amount of 2 billion Huaxia coins. This price includes a premium, with the excess amount being awarded to the host as a bonus. Along with the host's 10 commission, the host will receive a salary of 930 million Huaxia coins. The host encountered an attack from the transaction counterpart during the process. The system has levied an economic compensation amounting to 300 of the transaction value against the host, totaling 6 billion Huaxia coins. This sum will be directly deducted from the counterpart's account. Please check host. A series of alert tones resonated in Jianghai's mind. Upon hearing the final settlement figure, Jianghai's mood improved slightly. Was this scheme orchestrated by Preval? Jianghai pondered, unable to comprehend why Preval would choose to betray him. Although Preval had returned to his homeland, his position as president of Hispania remained precarious given the current domestic situation. In such circumstances, why would he betray someone capable of providing him with a continuous supply of arms? Was it merely for those 100 RPG launchers? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from such a choice, unless there were compelling reasons compelling Preval to act thus. Aha, I understand now. In the grand office of the Hispania presidential palace, Preval sat at his desk, his countenance grim as he ended the call. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. After swallowing hard, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of the middle-aged Caucasian seated across from him. This individual was the epitome of a white-collar elite. In his 40s, sporting short golden hair, with rugged features and a neatly groomed mustache adorning his upper lip. Clad in a gray and white suit, complemented by a black shirt and a pristine white tie, he inquired, "Your Excellency, it seems you have received some rather unfavorable news?" The white man lifted his head, casting a glance at Preval, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet to Preval, this smile elicited an involuntary shiver. He swallowed hard again, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Mr. Felix, the soldiers dispatched to the scene reported that area has been obliterated, leaving nothing behind." Nothing left? The white man's brow furrowed, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently on Preval. Under such scrutiny, the sweat on Preval's forehead multiplied, and he found himself trembling uncontrollably. "Yes, it's true." Realizing the other man's skepticism, Preval hastily clarified. "The area within 100 meters has been completely destroyed. There's absolutely nothing left." TSK, what a shame." The white man expressed his regret with a shake of his head, then continued. "It seems this arms company is indeed quite capable. They managed to silence those who were captured." Upon hearing these words, Preval's complexion darkened further, and he could not restrain himself from asking, "Mr. Felix, do you mean to imply that my soldiers and that delivery man were all eliminated by the enemy? Their intention was to silence them?" By the end of his inquiry, Preval's voice trembled with fear. A reliable delivery man had been disposed of at will. What fate awaited someone like himself, who had betrayed the enemy? What means will the other party employ to deal with him? The mere thought of their unpredictable methods sent a shiver down Val's spine. He hastily rose and grasped the white man's hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Felix, you must save me." "Your Excellency, there is no need for excessive concern." The white man replied with a slight smile, "You are the highest leader of a nation. What audacity does an ordinary arms dealer possess to threaten you?" His words eased Val's expression somewhat, yet it was not long before the subsequent remarks rekindled his anxiety. "However, you must be cautious. This individual is certainly not an ordinary arms dealer. Your Excellency, one must remain wary of their enigmatic methods." The white man's few words had left Val trembling with fear, ultimately leading him to plead for assistance. "Mr. Felix, we are friends, are we not? Could you lend a hand to your friend? I implore you." Seeing the white man remain silent, Val's pleas grew more desperate, nearly bringing him to his knees before him. A nation's president, when faced with a threat to his life, bears no distinction from an ordinary individual. Chapter 30. Military training. In response to Val's earnest entreaties, the white man's expression remained one of mild amusement. Seemingly aware that he had sufficiently impressed upon Val the gravity of the situation, he leisurely replied, "Rest assured, you know well that we are friends. How could I possibly stand idly by in the face of a friend's peril? You are under our protection, above the blue planet. You are safe. For no one, absolutely no one, can replace our standing on the blue planet." "Excellent. Excellent. Continue. Do not rush to fire. Maintain the elevation of your weapon." Bang, bang. The crisp and resonant sound of gunfire echoed across the open range. Receiving praise from his coach, Jiang Hai finally removed his earplugs and goggles. Glancing at the electronic screen displaying his shooting data, he couldn't help but curl his lip in dissatisfaction. Noticing Jiang Hai's expression, the coach seemed to understand his sentiments and quickly remarked with a smile, "Do not set your expectations too high. You have been training for less than a month, and such performance is commendable. At least among those I know, you belong to the group that is progressing quite rapidly, but not the fastest, right?" Jiang Hai replied with a smile, leaving the coach momentarily speechless, ultimately resorting to a wry grin to mask the awkwardness. Placing the pistol back on the table before him, Jiang Hai let out a long sigh and returned to the bench behind him, simultaneously stretching his wrists to relieve some tension. This is a private shooting range. In Huaxia, firearms are strictly prohibited. Typically, shooting ranges utilize modified guns with various restrictions on caliber and other aspects. However, when an individual with a fortune nearing 20 billion wishes to find a place to wield a real firearm, it is a relatively simple endeavor. Since the last time he was betrayed in Hispani, Jiang Hai has come to realize that despite possessing a formidable puppet crafted by the system, he remains an ordinary programmer at heart. No matter how robust the body of the puppet may be, paired with his consciousness, it is still merely a weakling. It was only the high-tech weaponry acquired from the system that gave rise to his grand illusion of strength. Consequently, Jiang Hai contemplated seeking a venue where he could undergo a rigorous military training regimen. Undoubtedly, the most suitable place for such training would be within the ranks of the Chinese military. Given Jiang Hai's financial resources, entering a standard military camp for training posed no significant challenge. However, his wealth, though considerable, was not substantial enough to warrant attention from the Chinese military, which he preferred to avoid provoking. Thus, he turned his attention to a shooting range. On the surface, this establishment is a well-known club in the bustling metropolis, utilizing modified firearms akin to other shooting ranges. Yet, the proprietor of this club evidently possesses considerable influence, as long as the membership is adequately filled. Experiences with real firearms and ammunition, such as the current setup, are entirely feasible. Jiang Hai, as a distinguished client who has indeed maximized his membership, enjoys unrestricted access to the club's extensive array of live-fire projects. Furthermore, at his request, the club has assigned him a professional coach for guidance. One could say that the sensation of having financial clout is truly gratifying. "Mr. Jiang, will you continue your shooting practice today?" After a brief respite, the coach approached to inquire. Following his usual routine, Jiang Hai had already completed training with the club's various firearms. However, should he wish to extend his session, the club would surely have no objections. Jiang Hai pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Let us call it a day with the firearms. Coach Yi, would you mind accompanying me for some grappling practice today?" Of course. Coach Yi, a robust figure, immediately smiled and nodded, replying, "Change your clothes, and I will be waiting for you at the dojo." With that, Coach Yi turned and departed. Watching the retreating figure of Coach Yi, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes. Although Jiang Hai considered himself only moderately skilled, he could discern the prowess of Coach Yi, who was undoubtedly not a mere sparring partner. The aura he exuded bore a striking resemblance to the soldiers Jiang Hai had encountered previously, and he was far superior to any members of the Holy War Organization or the Hispani government forces. Jiang Hai had inquired about Coach Yi's background at the club, and the response he received was that Coach Yi was a veteran who had retired last year, but further details were scarce. However, Jiang Hai speculated that before his discharge, Coach Yi must have been an exceptional soldier. There were indeed several individuals like Coach Yi within the club, yet it was evident that he was the most formidable among them. After an hour of rigorous training in boxing and kicking with Coach Yi, Jiang Hai found himself utterly exhausted, unable to even move his fingers. With Coach Yi's assistance, he lay on a massage table, allowing a professional therapist to relax his muscles, while Coach Yi dutifully stood by his side. Mr. Jiang, your progress is remarkable, but in terms of physical conditioning, it is essential to proceed gradually. Yes, I understand. There is no need to rush the physical aspect. Please teach me as many techniques as you can. Jiang Hai, feeling somewhat drowsy, mumbled in response to Coach Yi's words. Physical fitness is not a significant concern for Jiang Hai, as he relies on the puppets crafted by the system for his deliveries. These puppets possess exceptional physical attributes, even surpassing those of Coach Yi. Thus, fitness does not serve as a constraint upon Jiang Hai's capabilities. What he truly requires is a mastery of various combat techniques. Naturally, Jiang Hai understands that without the support of physical fitness, his ability to train those techniques to perfection would be hindered. Nevertheless, he does not need to engage in strenuous training that could harm his body merely to enhance his physical fitness rapidly. Coach Yi is quite pleased with Jiang Hai's attitude. After all, he has previously served several wealthy individuals, yet few were as receptive to advice as Jiang Hai. This lack of compliance was often a source of frustration for Coach Yi. Just as he was about to outline the training plan for the following day, Jiang Hai's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, but did not immediately answer the call. Without needing Jiang Hai to speak, Coach Yi and the masseur discreetly exited the room, with Coach Yi ensuring the door was closed behind him. Hey, brother, long time no see. As soon as the call connected, the familiar boisterous voice echoed in Jiang Hai's ear. Jiang Hai smiled slightly, sitting up as he replied, Chief, it has indeed been a while. Have you managed to resolve matters on your end? The caller was none other than Chief Monarch Salam. It had been several months since Jiang Hai saved Salam's life, and during this time, Salam had reached out to Jiang Hai a few times. But he was primarily occupied with the aftermath of his nephew's rebellion. However, upon hearing Salam's tone, Jiang Hai felt that these troublesome matters must have been resolved. Haha, of course, they have been settled. Salam laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Even from the other end of the phone, Jiang Hai could envision his head shaking with delight. Jiang Hai chuckled, settled into a nearby recliner, and squinted his eyes as he said, Then allow me to congratulate you, the magnificent King Salam. Chapter 31. The despairing female white-collar worker Jiang Hai's praise only heightened Salam's joy, a fact evident in his laughter. Brother, as I have always said, my kingdom welcomes you at any time. Salam extended another invitation to Jiang Hai, who politely declined with a smile once more. Yet Salam was unfazed and continued, Brother, I have previously stated my intention to repay your life-saving grace. I have been preoccupied with tidying up the mess for some time. But now that everything has been taken care of, I am beginning to address your matters. Chief, actually. Brother, you need not address me in such a formal manner. I have always regarded you as my kin. Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Salam promptly interrupted him. Very well, Salam. Given the enthusiasm of his counterpart, Jiang Hai felt compelled to directly call him by name. You truly need not dwell on the previous incident. I merely... Brother, no need to elaborate. I, Salam, have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. You have saved my life. If I cannot repay you, what right do I have to call myself the great King Salam? Moreover, it is but a small token of my gratitude, and you need not be overly concerned about it. With Salam having expressed himself in such a manner, Jiang Hai found himself at a loss for words, only able to offer a wry smile and nod in agreement. Very well. Since you insist, I am rather curious about what your token of gratitude might entail. It is nothing grand, merely a modest enterprise. Observing Jiang Hai accept his gesture, Salam could not help but chuckle again before abruptly uttering a nonsensical remark and ending the call. Staring at the now silent phone, Jiang Hai felt utterly perplexed. Yet, he had grown accustomed to Salam's exuberant mannerisms and could only shake his head in resignation. After freshening up at the club and indulging in a bath, Jiang Hai stepped out of the establishment. At the entrance, a sleek black G-Wagon awaited him, and he approached to open the rear door. Once inside, a kindly middle-aged man in the driver's seat turned to him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Jiang, shall we head home?" This G-Wagon was indeed purchased by Jiang Hai, as he had considered the exhaustion that would accompany his training at the club. Thus, he had hired a driver. This affable middle-aged man, known as Old Li, was a seasoned driver with 30 years of experience. Though his demeanor appeared unassuming, he had previously served as a chauffeur for a high-ranking executive, earning far more than an average white-collar worker. Of course, financial matters had become insignificant to Jiang Hai in his current circumstances. Jiang Hai remained silent, merely nodding his head. Upon noticing this, Old Li immediately drove in the direction of Jiang Hai's residence. Unlike his usual habit of closing his eyes to rest, Jiang Hai turned his gaze towards the window, observing the bustling traffic and the towering skyscrapers outside. The vibrant metropolis, often regarded as one of the most modern cities in China, unfolded before him. Suddenly, Jiang Hai paused. A look of surprise crossing his face as he called out to Old Li, "Stop the car." Although unaware of the reason, Old Li, compelled by his employer's command, complied without hesitation. After ensuring it was safe, he pulled over, while Jiang Hai promptly exited the vehicle and made his way towards the roadside greenery. "Sister Fong?" Gazing at the figure seated on the curb, Jiang Hai could not be certain, but he attempted to call out. Upon hearing his voice, the person, who had been resting her head between her legs, lifted her gaze, revealing none other than his former superior, Fong Li. "Xiao Jiang." Fong Li, with swollen eyes and an expression of fatigue, looked at Jiang Hai with a hint of astonishment. Realizing it was indeed Fong Li, Jiang Hai was equally taken aback and quickly crouched in front of her, asking, "Sister Fong, is that really you? What has happened to you?" The last time they had met was a month prior, yet in that brief span, Fong Li had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once the epitome of a sharp and capable urban professional, she now exuded an air of despair and exhaustion, her spirit visibly diminished. Jiang Hai was astonished by Fong Li's transformation, and Fong Li was equally surprised by the changes in Jiang Hai. Previously, Jiang Hai was merely a fresh graduate, exuding an air of naivety. It was this very innocence that prompted Fong Li to see a reflection of her former self in him, leading her to take special care of him. During Jiang Hai's resignation last time, Fong Li was preoccupied with her own affairs and thus failed to notice his evolution. Now, however, Jiang Hai had undergone an even more significant transformation in just a month. Not only was he adorned in designer attire, but the confidence radiating from him marked a stark contrast to his former self. Fong Li found it hard to fathom how someone could change so drastically in such a brief period, to the extent that she momentarily forgot her own predicament. Staring at Jiang Hai in disbelief, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Jiang, have you had cosmetic surgery?" The instant the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. Firstly, Jiang Hai's transformation was not a result of surgery, but rather a complete shift in his demeanor. Secondly, such a remark was undeniably impolite. Yet, Jiang Hai did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled and replied, "It's just some recent opportunities." After saying this, he casually sat beside Fong Li and asked, "Sister Fong, have you encountered some troubles?" The astonishment on Fong Li's face quickly faded, replaced by a resurgence of despair, and her once confident eyes dimmed once more. I've lost my job." "Lost your job?" Jiang Hai was puzzled by her words. For Fong Li was exceptionally capable and had already risen to the position of manager in the company. How could one find themselves unemployed so suddenly? It quickly dawned on Jiang Hai that he had resigned on the very day of the explosion at the company. Rumors circulated that the chairman had perished in the blast. But how did the chairman's demise relate to Fong Li? Why would it lead to her unemployment? Moreover, given Fong Li's capabilities, securing another position should not pose a challenge. Why then did she seem so despondent? Noticing the perplexed expression on Jiang Hai's face, Fong Li understood his confusion and offered a wry smile. "Little Jiang, you are utterly unaware of the circumstances. It's no wonder. You had just resigned that day, so you are oblivious to the subsequent events at the company." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He indeed had not taken an interest in such matters. After resigning, he had been backstabbed by Preval and was subsequently preoccupied with training. That day, the explosion claimed the lives of both the chairman and the financial director. It was only after an investigation that it came to light that the chairman and the financial director were colluding, having embezzled the company's entire cash flow. Furthermore, they had borrowed an astonishing $60 million in the company's name. With debts piling up, creditors arrived daily demanding repayment. Our salaries were left unpaid. It was only a matter of time before the doors closed, leading to my own unemployment, wasn't it? Chapter 32. I want to buy this place. After listening to Fong Li's account, Jiang Hai began to grasp the situation. Yet, he remained puzzled. This did not elucidate why Fong Li appeared so hopeless. Unemployment was merely a setback. Finding another job should suffice. Just as Jiang Hai was about to inquire further, Fong Li's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone, and her expression changed dramatically. She immediately answered the call. Hello, it's me. What? How could this happen? All right. I will be there right away. I'm on my way. Seeing Fong Li's anxious demeanor, Jiang Hai quickly rose to his feet and said, Sister Fong, get in my car. Your car? Fong Li was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck with astonishment as she noticed Jiang Hai pointing to the luxurious vehicle parked by the roadside. In her mind, Jiang Hai was merely a recent graduate from out of town struggling in the bustling metropolis. He lived in a rented apartment, so how could he afford a car, let alone a luxury model? However, she quickly dismissed her surprise, remembering the urgency of the call, and followed Jiang Hai into the car. A short while later, they arrived at the People's Hospital of Magic City. Jiang Hai and Fong Li hurriedly made their way to the oncology department in the inpatient area. Fong Li rushed into a ward, urgently conversing with the doctor inside, while Jiang Hai refrained from following her in. He was already aware of the situation from their journey. It was a painfully cliché yet helpless circumstance. Fong Li's mother had fallen gravely ill with kidney disease. Over the years, Fong Li had poured all her savings into her mother's treatment, yet even that had proven to be a mere drop in the bucket. The expenses for daily dialysis weighed heavily upon her, leaving her gasping for breath. In recent months, she had devoted nearly her entire salary to the hospital. It is precisely due to this circumstance that Fong Li finds herself unemployed. Regardless of what the future holds, it signifies that this month, Fong Li has no source of income. Furthermore, her mother lacks the funds for dialysis. For a patient suffering from kidney disease, this is akin to a death sentence. As it stands, after merely 2 days of halted dialysis treatment, her mother's condition has deteriorated significantly. Upon witnessing Fong Li, who has succumbed to despair, kneeling on the ground and weeping silently, Jiang Hai, standing outside the hospital room, heaves a deep sigh and quietly turns away. Moments later, several doctors and nurses briskly enter the ward, commencing an examination of Fong Li's mother. The sudden arrival of the medical team momentarily stuns the tearful Fong Li. Although she is uncertain of the situation, witnessing the doctors and nurses striving to save her mother leaves her speechless. And all she can do is anxiously watch from the sidelines. There is still time. Quickly, transport her to the dialysis unit, one elderly doctor exclaims after assessing the patient. In an instant, the nurses swiftly maneuver the stretcher out of the room. You must be a family member of the patient, correct? Do not worry. Once the dialysis is completed today, her condition will stabilize. As long as she continues with the treatment, there remains hope for a suitable kidney source. The elderly doctor approaches Fong Li, speaking kindly to reassure her. Overwhelmed with emotion yet hesitant, Fong Li ultimately cannot restrain herself from responding. Doctor, we are facing some financial difficulties, but please rest assured, I will certainly cover the medical expenses. Medical expenses? Rest assured. The doctor, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled and said, Someone has already covered your medical expenses, sufficient to sustain the patient until a kidney source is found. You may rest easy knowing that your loved one is receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctor's words rendered Fong Li momentarily speechless. In a flash, it seemed she recalled something, and she abruptly turned to gaze out of the ward. Yet, by then, she could no longer see Jiang Hai's figure. After a brief pause, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken dam, and Fong Li sank to the ground, kneeling, her hands covering her face as she wept openly and uncontrollably. Assisting Fong Li in this matter was, for Jiang Hai, hardly a significant undertaking. After all, 10 million was but a trifling sum to him at this point. Once back in the car, Jiang Hai's mind lingered on another remark Fong Li had made earlier. Mr. Jiang, are we heading home next? Noticing Jiang Hai's silence since getting into the car, Old Li could no longer restrain himself and ventured to ask. Jiang Hai responded softly, without elaborating or even lifting his gaze. However, having received some acknowledgement, Old Li promptly started the car, departing the hospital parking lot. Wait, Just as they had exited the parking lot, Jiang Hai suddenly called out, startling Old Li into slamming on the brakes. Tachanga Building. Oh, certainly. Old Li. A seasoned driver, though somewhat surprised, immediately fulfilled his duty. Chang'a Building, a prominent landmark, stands as one of the most renowned CBD centers in the vibrant metropolis, housing many illustrious enterprises within its walls. Fima Technology Company, Limited, where Jiang Hai previously worked, is indeed one of them. Although a month ago a catastrophic explosion occurred, it merely served to provide the white-collar workers here with idle chatter during their leisure moments. Life, after all, must go on. This is the floor of Fima Technology Company, Limited. At one time, the company had leased 5 floors here, demonstrating considerable strength. However, Fima has now entered the liquidation phase and will soon be dissolved. Nonetheless, the lease signed by Fima still has 5 months remaining, so strictly speaking, this space still belongs to Fima. A man in a suit wearing black-rimmed glasses smiled as he introduced Jiang Hai, and a hint of mockery graced his face as he spoke the last sentence. As the property manager of Chang'a Building, he has witnessed numerous businesses commence operations, flourish, and ultimately succumb to bankruptcy within these walls. Fima is neither the first nor will it be the last. Observing this familiar office area, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Just a few months ago, he was diligently working here. Now, in such a short span, everything has changed. The office area is a chaotic mess, with valuable supplies having been removed. Walking through the space, Jiang Hai remained silent for a while before asking, "Who is currently in charge of Fima?" It should be Zhang Cheng, the vice president of Fima. However, many are pursuing debts from the company, and Zhang Cheng has become too fearful to show his face. Zhang Cheng. In Jiang Hai's mind, the image of a middle-aged bald man materialized. He recognized Zhang Cheng, albeit not very well. After all, he had previously been merely a minor player. How could he possibly be familiar with the company's vice president? Jiang Hai wandered around the office area for a moment before turning to the property manager beside him and inquired, "What procedures must I follow to take over this place?" Mr. Jiang, are you looking to assume the lease of Fima Company? Well, that is quite manageable. Fima Company is currently burdened with debt, and if someone is willing to take over the lease, it would essentially help them liquidate assets. I believe Fima Company would certainly. No. You have misunderstood. I am not interested in assuming the lease here. Jiang Hai interrupted the property manager directly, casting a glance around, and declared, "I intend to purchase this place. More precisely, I wish to buy the entire Chang'a Building." Chapter 33, Trial of New Products to buy the entire Chang'a Building? It may sound like a jest, yet it was not a fleeting whim of Jiang Hai. His wealth had approached 200 billion, and it was all in liquid cash. Such a substantial cash flow likely placed him among the upper echelons of the domestic elite. Furthermore, as long as Jiang Hai continued to leverage the system for arms trading, his fortune would only continue to grow. He certainly could not allow his money to languish in a bank, merely accruing interest. If he were to indulge in extravagant living, how long would it take to exhaust 200 billion? Moreover, what meaning would his life hold if he pursued such a path? It would be far more prudent to invest this wealth, perhaps even discover some joy in the process. Beyond this singular reason, Jiang Hai harbored another intention. Throughout the recent arms transactions, he had consistently operated under the guise of a firearms company, yet in truth, he remained the sole commander of this endeavor. In the short term, everything seemed manageable, but with the passage of time, discrepancies were bound to emerge. Thus, Jiang Hai contemplated the establishment of an actual company. At the very least, it would serve as a FAAD to shield his burgeoning wealth. Whether this company would later engage in his arms dealings was a matter for future consideration. Hence, the decision to invest in a real enterprise was not a fleeting impulse, but rather a contemplation Jiang Hai had been mulling over for some time. When he encountered Fong Li and learned about the situation of Fima Company, it was a fortuitous coincidence that prompted him to propose the acquisition of Chang'a Building. The property manager standing before Jiang Hai widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at him with incredulity. After a considerable pause, he managed to force a smile and stammered, "Mr. Jiang, you must be joking, right?" Initially, the property manager had assumed Jiang Hai was merely interested in renting office space, which is why he had brought him to view the property. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Hai would boldly propose to purchase the entire building? "I am not one for jest," Jiang Hai replied earnestly, only to furrow his brow as he realized that discussing such matters with a mere property manager held little significance. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Fong Li calling. "Xiao Jiang, is it true? Did you truly cover my mother's medical expenses? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Hai heard Fong Li's incredulous voice, and he couldn't help but smile. Sister Fong, it's me. Jiang Hai had no intention of indulging in the childish act of doing good deeds anonymously. After Jiang Hai's acknowledgement, Fong Li fell silent for a while, eventually taking a deep breath and saying, Xiao Jiang, I truly do not know how to thank you. Sister Fong, you needn't say that. We are friends. After all, no need for thanks. By the way, just as Jiang Hai was about to exchange pleasantries, a thought struck him. Glancing at the property manager beside him, who seemed lost in thought, Jiang Hai promptly inquired, Sister Fong, I happen to have a matter that I would like your assistance with. Are you available at the moment? I am available. I am available now. Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Fong Li excitedly exclaimed. It was evident that Fong Li was eager to assist Jiang Hai, viewing it as a way to repay him in kind. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's lips curled into a smile. Mr. Dahu, we need to order a batch of goods. Welcome. Welcome. Upon receiving a message from Aisha, Jiang Hai, who had just emerged from a shower, grinned widely, his eyes narrowing into slits, and swiftly replied, I wonder what kind of goods you require this time. We need some powerful weaponry. Ideally, something suitable for direct assault operations. Price is not an issue. Oh. Upon hearing the request, particularly the last state originally intending to sell some submachine guns, Jiang Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and reconsidered. System, do you have any appropriate weaponry recommendations? The system has selected suitable items for the host. Please make your choice. Model NP9014 laser gun. Recommended price, 35 million. Dream, 010 assault cannon. Recommended price, 132. 99 million. Multifunctional intelligent mechanical insect. Recommended price, 20. 1,029 billion. Perhaps due to Jiang Hai's frequent use, the system was well aware of his preferences and refrained from suggesting excessively extravagant items. Glancing casually at the list of products, Jiang Hai selected one. Our company has recently developed a new weapon. Might your esteemed side be interested? A newly developed weapon? Naturally, we are intrigued. What kind of weapon is it? Aisha displayed immense interest. It was no wonder. The previous fighter jet had showcased Jiang Hai's capabilities, especially the advanced technology far exceeding that of Blue Star. Now that Jiang Hai had introduced a new weapon, they were eager to learn more. However, Jiang Hai did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired of the system once more. System, can I take the goods to the client for a live demonstration? Selling arms necessitated allowing clients to see the new products. After all, the system remained silent for a moment before delivering its response. Ding. To complete the transaction, customers may observe the merchandise. Is it necessary for the host to personally attend to the clients? Not at all. The system's response startled Jiang Hai. He certainly did not wish to be inexplicably transported to the battlefield. System, activate the puppet. Ding dong. The puppet has been activated. Transport is in progress. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Jiang Hai's vision blurred, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a vast desert. Looking down, he realized that the body he now inhabited was indeed a puppet. His previous puppet had been destroyed in Hispania. Subsequently, Jiang Hai had spent a considerable sum of 20 million to craft a new one. Compared to the last puppet, this one was significantly sturdier. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the latent power within this body, and a surge of excitement washed over him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of punches right there on the spot. In stark contrast to his former frail physique, this robust body indeed felt remarkably different. Movements that had been arduous or impossible before could now be executed effortlessly with this new form. In fact, when Jiang Hai leaped forcefully, he astonishingly performed a sequence of 5 consecutive kicks in midair. What a thrill! Landing firmly, he completed the set of punches without the slightest hint of fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated. After the surge of excitement, Jiang Hai did not forget the matter at hand. He took out his phone and sent a message to Aisha. The delivery personnel are at this location. Feel free to try out the new product. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Hai sent his current location. After completing this task, he summoned several large iron boxes and leaned against them, awaiting a response. Chapter 34. Testing new weapons. It was evident that the system had transported Jiang Hai to a location somewhat distant from where Aisha was situated. He waited patiently for a full half-hour before spotting a helicopter approaching from the horizon. In the vast expanse of the desert, both Jiang Hai and the large iron boxes were quite conspicuous. Thus, the helicopter circled briefly before landing steadily. Aisha appeared as she did during their last encounter. Clad in military attire with a beret perched atop her head, her large sunglasses obscuring much of her face. She leaped from the helicopter and strode directly towards Jiang Hai. "Hello, it's a pleasure to see you." Jiang Hai was tempted to respond with a sarcastic remark about how pleased he truly was, but he restrained himself. After shaking Aisha's hand, he gestured towards the boxes behind him and said, "These items are all the latest products developed by our company. Shall we commence the testing?" These items. Aisha's surprise was palpable. She had initially expected only one new weapon, yet several had emerged. This revelation thrilled her, as she was eager to acquire all these new weapons. However, Aisha was acutely aware that Jiang Hai's new weapons were exceedingly expensive, and she hoped the quotes would not render her unable to afford even a single one, which would be quite embarrassing. Quickly mastering her emotions, Aisha smiled at Jiang Hai and said, "Then let us proceed one step at a time." Jiang Hai nodded in agreement, turning to open a large iron box from which he extracted an imposing device, roughly the height of a person. As he placed it on the ground and assembled it with ease, it transformed into an apparatus reminiscent of a mortar. Dream 010 Assault Mortar. Standard range of 20 kilometers. Equipped with automatic targeting, precise strike capabilities, and rapid loading functions. Suggested retail price, 132.99 million Huaxia coins. Jiang Hai succinctly introduced the specifications of this weapon, and the final price elicited an involuntary gasp from Aisha. Over 130 million Huaxia coins. For just this mortar? Yet, Aisha did not question the exorbitance of Jiang Hai's quotation, for she understood that as a newly developed weapon, it could not be compared to ordinary mortars. Still, she was taken aback by the sheer cost. Considering her budget for arms procurement this time, it seemed woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, Aisha did not immediately decline. After all, this was a weapon exceeding 130 million. It was a rare opportunity to witness its power. How could she let it slip away? As if reading Aisha's thoughts, Jiang Hai wasted no time, for the system had already conveyed the operational instructions to him. Thus, he adeptly retrieved a shell, no larger than the palm of his hand, from the iron box. Placing the shell into the recess beneath the mortar, he pressed a button beside it. Instantly, the shell was conveyed into the barrel, and the LCD screen above the barrel began to display a multitude of data. After a brief operation, Jiang Hai gazed into the distance, then smiled as he pressed the launch button on the screen. Boom! The barrel of the assault cannon emitted a deep roar, followed by a flash of flame at the muzzle, and the shell was instantly propelled skyward. Bang! In a mere 10 seconds, a thunderous explosion echoed, with flames shooting into the heavens, culminating in a massive mushroom cloud. Even from several dozen kilometers away, Jiang Hai and Aisha could feel the tremendous shockwave wash over them, the searing heat enveloping them. The explosive heat lingered for more than 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. The sheer might of this display left Aisha and her subordinates utterly astonished. Jiang Hai continued to explain to Aisha with a smile. The range and accuracy of the assault cannon were impeccable. As for the shell designed to accompany the cannon, its power was equivalent to that of 100,000 tons of TNT. Aisha's expression had become one of complete daze. Such colossal power, could this truly be a mortar? Gulp. This shell. Aisha swallowed hard. She recognized that this assault cannon was extraordinary, but the shell was even more formidable. Despite being no larger than the palm of her hand, it possessed such immense power. Even if she did not purchase the assault cannon, acquiring some of these shells was imperative. Jiang Hai smiled and remarked, "These specially crafted shells are designed exclusively for the assault cannon. No other launcher can fire them." His words thoroughly dashed Aisha's earlier thoughts, leaving her with a face full of disappointment. However, she had not entirely relinquished her hopes and could not help but inquire, "What is the price of such ammunition?" A single specialized shell costs 20 million Huaxia coins. When paired with the assault cannon, the discounted price is 150 million Huaxia coins. Neither the assault cannon nor the specialized shells have a marked-up price this time. In fact, when sold together, Jiang Hai even offered a discount of nearly 3 million. The reason is quite simple. He is certain that the other party cannot afford it. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Hai's quotation, Aisha shook her head repeatedly. 150 million is indeed within the organization's reach, but it is inconceivable to spend such a sum solely on this weapon. Therefore, although Aisha was quite tempted by this novel weaponry, she could only shake her head and say, "Let us move on to the next weapon." Jiang Hai had anticipated Aisha's reaction. He promptly placed the assault cannon back into its iron box and opened another one. From within, he extracted a metallic rod over a meter in length and as thick as an arm. After placing the rod on the ground, Jiang Hai smiled and announced, "This is yet another innovative weapon, the multifunctional intelligent mechanical crawler. It is equipped with reconnaissance, stealth, and automatic evasion capabilities, along with 2 machine guns and an RPG launcher. It can be remotely controlled to perform reconnaissance, assaults, assassinations, and various other tasks. The suggested retail price is 2,129,000,000. Without waiting for Aisha to respond, Jiang Hai produced the remote control from the iron box. Under his manipulation, the metallic rod placed on the ground instantaneously sprouted more than a dozen pairs of sharp spikes, with a red glowing probe emerging from its tip. Its appearance was reminiscent of a mechanical centipede forged from metal. Soon, the mechanical creature scuttled swiftly across the ground, even burrowing into the sand, only to re-emerge moments later from a nearby spot. Its movements were remarkably agile and rapid. However, this time, Aisha did not display the same sense of astonishment as before. It was not that the mechanical centipede lacked prowess. Rather, driven by her feminine instincts, Aisha harbored a strong aversion to such insect-like contraptions. Coupled with the exorbitant price, over 2 billion, her organization would never consider a purchase. Thus, Aisha resolutely shook her head and said to Jiang Hai, "Let us move on to the next item." Jiang Hai, on the other hand, seemed quite intrigued as he operated the mechanical creature. Perhaps this exemplified the difference between men and women. Nevertheless, respecting Aisha's distaste, Jiang Hai maneuvered the mechanical centipede back into its iron box using the remote control, subsequently closing the lid. Chapter 35. No undue treatment for friends upon opening the final iron box. Jiang Hai smiled slightly as he retrieved a firearm resembling an assault rifle from within. This was the last item, the MP-9014 laser gun, the latest model of laser weaponry. Characterized by its high penetration, significant lethality, and enduring performance. The selling price stood at 40 million Huaxia coins. A laser gun, a weapon of light. After the introduction of the previous 2 innovative armaments, Aisha found herself somewhat numbed, particularly regarding the pricing. The astronomical figures that often exceed 100 million had caused Aisha to question her past life choices. Now, suddenly encountering a mere 40 million seemed to evoke an inexplicable sense of affordability within her. Without hesitation, Aisha scrutinized the laser gun and inquired, "A laser weapon? Is it not true that the development of laser technology remains in its infancy?" Her knowledge of weaponry was limited, having only recently perused some pertinent news articles. Jiang Hai shrugged lightly and replied with a smile, "How about we first assess the power of this firearm?" With that, Jiang Hai swiftly raised the gun and pulled the trigger towards a distant, open expanse. After a month of training, his shooting technique was impressively adept. He raised the gun, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. A faint sound emanated from the muzzle, followed by a pale blue beam shooting into the distance, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Though the actual impact of the shot remained unseen, Aisha was nonetheless astonished by its remarkable speed. According to her previous understanding, the laser weapons being developed on Blue Star required prolonged charging and were incapable of such rapid firing. Jiang Hai's shot was merely to demonstrate the speed of the firearm. He then pivoted, directing the muzzle towards the iron box that had housed the laser gun earlier. He pulled the trigger once more, and a burst of blue light erupted. Instantly, flames erupted from the iron box, and as the blaze subsided, a hole, roughly the diameter of a finger, appeared on its surface. The aperture pierced through the entire iron box, extending even into the sandy ground behind it, revealing a seemingly bottomless chasm. The edges of the sand and stone had melted, forming dark, solid masses. Aisha couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was uncertain about the current advancements other factions on Blue Star had achieved in laser weaponry. Yet, the power of the laser weapon before her was undeniably astonishing. Its penetrating capability was certainly on par with those formidable sniper rifles. The key factor was that this laser gun was remarkably lightweight, seemingly devoid of any significant recoil. Just imagine, soldiers wielding it could handle it as effortlessly as a light machine gun while using a Barrett. Initially, Aisha felt somewhat indifferent. But once that image materialized in her mind, her breath quickened involuntarily. She had come to find Jiang Hai with the intention of procuring some potent assault weaponry. It appeared that this laser gun was precisely the weapon that met their needs. 40 million Huaxia coins? While the price was somewhat steep, the cost-to-value ratio was undeniably exceptional. Taking a deep breath to steady her somewhat erratic breathing, Aisha hastily addressed Jiang Hai. Could I possibly try out this laser gun? Of course, no problem. Jiang Hai readily acquiesced, as his purpose for this visit was indeed to allow clients to experience the might of the new weapon. The laser gun was the very item he aimed to promote. Consequently, it was the only product he had marked up. As Aisha grasped the laser gun, her immediate impression was one of its remarkable lightness, lighter than she had previously imagined. After weighing it in her hands, she estimated it to be around 2 kilograms. This astonishing lightness far exceeded her prior expectations. Skillfully lifting the laser gun, she assumed a stance aimed towards the distance. From her movements, it was evident that Aisha was undoubtedly a seasoned marksman. As she pulled the trigger, experiencing the nearly negligible recoil, her astonishment grew ever more profound. Taking a deep breath, Aisha lowered the gun and turned to Jiang Hai, stating, "We will take this gun. Prepare 100 units." Absolutely. Aisha's swift decision regarding the transaction did not surprise Jiang Hai in the slightest. The meticulous preparation of the previous 2 items was merely a prelude for the laser gun. Moreover, with the high prices of the earlier items, the customers would naturally perceive the cost of the laser gun as reasonable. With such groundwork laid, Jiang Hai felt assured that this deal would come to fruition. Receiving the laser gun and placing it back into the iron case, Jiang Hai smiled at Aisha, remaining silent. Soon, Aisha grasped Jiang Hai's unspoken intention, her gaze sweeping over the iron case behind him. She then instinctively extended her hand towards Jiang Hai, saying, "With the transaction confirmed, we shall take our leave for now." Although the deal had been sealed, the 3 items still needed to be retrieved. Aisha understood that the other party intended to utilize a mysterious shipping channel, one that she was certainly not meant to witness. While she was curious about the nature of this shipping method, Aisha had no intention of provoking dissatisfaction. She could only politely signal her departure. By the way, there is one more matter. As Aisha was preparing to return to her helicopter, Jiang Hai suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to her. "During our last transaction with Hispani, a minor incident occurred. The company wishes to ascertain the cause of this unexpected event. Might you provide us with any insights?" The mention of an incident caused Aisha's heart to skip a beat, and her mind involuntarily drifted back to their initial dealings with the counterpart. Could it be that Hispani had committed some transgression during the transaction? The deal with President Val of Hispani had also been orchestrated by Aisha. Given her understanding of Val, he should not possess such audacity. After much contemplation, Aisha could not pinpoint the cause. However, she refrained from directly defending Val. It was prudent to first gather more information. Resolutely, Aisha smiled and nodded, stating, "No problem, I shall inquire into the matter shortly. Rest assured, we will contact you at the first opportunity with any updates." "That would be most excellent." Jiang Hai responded with a smile. The previous betrayal lingered in his memory, and he had long been at a loss due to the lack of reliable sources. With the assistance of the jihadist organization, he was certain to obtain the most precise intelligence. Whether Val was indeed the mastermind or if other factors were at play, clarity would soon be within reach. Although the situation remained unclear, Jiang Hai harbored a strong premonition: if there are any updates, the company will undoubtedly remember your invaluable assistance. Rest assured, our company has always treated its friends with utmost regard. Although Jiang Hai spoke these words with a smile, Aisha felt a pang of unease. This statement could be interpreted in reverse. If one does not neglect their friends, how then do they treat their adversaries? Chapter 36. Under Scrutiny. Ding dong. Congratulations, esteemed host, on achieving this remarkable sales performance. We shall now proceed with the settlement. The host has completed a transaction totaling 4 billion Huaxia coins. This price reflects a premium, and the excess will serve as the host's bonus. Coupled with the host's 10 commission, the host will receive a salary of 850 million Huaxia coins for this transaction. The deal involving the laser guns transpired exceedingly smoothly. The Holy War Organization has become a long-standing client of Jiang Hai, making their transactions remarkably harmonious. Upon delivery to the designated location, the counterpart promptly settled the payment. Thus, yet another transaction was successfully completed, adding an additional 850 million to Jiang Hai's account. A month swiftly passed. As per his usual routine, Jiang Hai was training at the club. However, just as the training was about to commence, a phone call necessitated a revision of his day's agenda. The call was from Fong Li. Coach Yi, who had been guiding Jiang Hai, perceptively excused himself from the room. "Hello, Sister Fong, how are things?" "Mr. Jiang, negotiations have entered their final phase. And tomorrow we will meet with the chairman of Tengfei Group. Well done. Sister Fong, please proceed. Everything has been entrusted to you. Upon hearing Fong Li's words, a radiant smile appeared on Jiang Hai's face. The Tengfei Group is, in fact, the rightful owner of Changhe Building. To acquire the building, Jiang Hai must negotiate with this nationally renowned commercial investment conglomerate. Purchasing such a grand edifice is no trivial matter. It involves countless intricate details that necessitate the expertise of seasoned professionals. Clearly lacking experience in this domain, Jiang Hai sought Fong Li's assistance. For Fong Li, who owed her mother's life to Jiang Hai, helping him was a matter of loyalty. Naturally, Jiang Hai would not expect her to work without compensation, offering her a generous monthly salary of 1 million, which also serves to support Fong Li during her current financial struggles. Moreover, Jiang Hai believed in Fong Li's capabilities, deeming her worthy of such remuneration. Indeed, Fong Li did not disappoint him. Within a month, she had meticulously managed the acquisition of Changhe Building, leaving only this final step to complete. Mr. Jiang, will you not attend tomorrow's meeting? Fong Li inquired, unable to suppress her hesitation despite Jiang Hai's utmost trust. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "What? Do you need me to be present?" This retort left Fong Li momentarily speechless. On the other end of the line, seated in the former office of Fima Company, Fong Li wore a look of helplessness. This is a project worth hundreds of billions. Wasn't it somewhat reckless for Jiang Hai, the principal party, to remain absent even once? Mr. Jiang, I sincerely hope you can attend tomorrow's meeting. This also reflects your regard for this transaction. I believe it will facilitate a smoother discussion tomorrow. Initially, Jiang Hai had no intention of involving himself in such matters. Yet Fong Li's words seemed to possess a certain validity. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Hai nodded and replied, "All right, I shall make a trip tomorrow. Just send the time and address to my phone. I will send it right away." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's agreement, Fong Li also let out a sigh of relief. Gaining the trust of the boss is undoubtedly a positive development, yet with such a colossal deal worth hundreds of billions, Fong Li felt an underlying anxiety due to the boss's absence. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai noticed the time and location that Fong Li promptly sent, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed Fong Li was quite fearful of his potential change of heart. The meeting was scheduled at the Changhe Building, specifically on the floor previously occupied by the chairman of Fima Company. Jiang Hai rubbed his cheek. Given the significance of this business meeting, should he not prepare a more formal outfit? At the very least, a suit would be appropriate, wouldn't it? How troublesome. Realizing he did not even possess a single formal suit, Jiang Hai felt a headache coming on. Oh well, sooner or later, he would need to buy one. So it might be prudent to acquire a set sooner rather than later. After taking a shower, Jiang Hai left the club, intending to visit a mall in the city to purchase clothing. "Ah, Mr. Jiang, aren't you continuing your practice today?" Just as he reached the club's entrance, he spotted Coach Yi writing something at the front desk. Surprised to see Jiang Hai heading out, Coach Yi couldn't help but inquire. After all, in the past 2 months, Jiang Hai has indeed been earnest and diligent in his training. It is the first time he has left early, as he did today. With a helpless gesture, Jiang Hai smiled and said, "I have a matter to attend to, so let's leave it at that for today. Oh, by the way, if nothing unexpected occurs, I may not be coming tomorrow either." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hai decided to mention it. He was uncertain how long the meeting would last, so taking a day off tomorrow seemed reasonable. All right, Coach Yi was not surprised. After all, Jiang Hai was not a professional and naturally would not spend every day at the club training without reason. After a brief hesitation, Coach Yi set down his pen and accompanied Jiang Hai out of the club's entrance. As a super VIP client, it was only fitting that they extend the necessary courtesies. At the entrance, Jiang Hai's large G-Class vehicle awaited him. Coach Yi accompanied him to the car, preparing to see him off. "Coach Yi, there's no need for formality. You can head back." Jiang Hai greeted him with a smile as he prepared to get in. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a change in Coach Yi's expression. The previously cheerful demeanor shifted abruptly, and a chilling glint emerged in his eyes, resembling a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, exuding an intense sharpness. Even though Jiang Hai had faced battle before, the overwhelming aura radiating from Coach Yi at that moment left him with a sense of suffocation. "Coach Yi, you." Jiang Hai instinctively wanted to ask a question, but before his words could fully escape his lips, Coach Yi had already placed one hand on the car door and the other gently on Jiang Hai's shoulder, giving him a slight push. In the next moment, Jiang Hai found himself ushered into the car. while Kochi swiftly closed the door, tilting his head slightly as his piercing gaze scanned the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Jiang, please remain still for the time being. Kochi's voice was unusually grave, imbued with an authority that compelled Jiang Hai to comply instinctively. Not only Jiang Hai, but even the driver, Old Li, immediately tensed up, both men subconsciously sealing their lips. After approximately half a minute, Kochi finally withdrew his gaze, fixing it intently on Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, have you, of late, offended anyone? Huh? Kochi's sudden inquiry left Jiang Hai momentarily bewildered. Offended someone? What do you mean? Noticing the confusion etched on Jiang Hai's face, Kochi hesitated for a moment before clarifying. Just now, someone was tailing us. A formidable individual. The target appears to be you, Mr. Jiang. Tailing? The target is me? Jiang Hai's expression grew serious as he grasped the implication of Coach Ye's words. It dawned on him that someone had indeed set their sights on him. Chapter 37. Acquisition of Changhe Building. Ever since the balance in his account reached a modest milestone, Jiang Hai had been increasingly anxious about his personal safety. As the old adage goes, wealth stirs the heart. With such a substantial sum in his bank account, it was only natural to fear that unscrupulous individuals might target him. Initially, Jiang Hai contemplated recruiting some formidable bodyguards, yet considering his arms business, this thought was swiftly abandoned. Enlisting a driver, Old Li, was already pushing the limits. Having bodyguards nearby would inevitably lead to the exposure of Jiang Hai's secrets within a few days. Thus, he had refrained from hiring personal bodyguards for his protection. Upon hearing Kochi's words, however, Jiang Hai's heart immediately sank. His face etched with concern as he gazed out the window. He scanned the streets outside, observing nothing unusual among the seemingly ordinary passers-by. Kochi, the tailing individuals had already retreated. Outside the car, Kochi let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Jiang Hai, advising, Mr. Jiang, it would be prudent to engage a few bodyguards, preferably of exceptional caliber. Those who were tailing you possessed genuine skills. An ordinary individual would likely struggle to contend with them. Jiang Hai fixed his gaze on Kochi, and after a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded. If Kochi could discern the presence of their adversaries, he must indeed be a master in his own right. Perhaps it would be wise to request Kochi to assist in my protection during this period. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your compensation is more than satisfactory. In response to Jiang Hai's invitation, Kochi merely shook his head with a gentle smile, stating, I apologize, but I am currently only a training coach at the club and am not taking on outside assignments. With that, Kochi lightly tapped the car door, signaling Old Li to drive, and then turned to return directly to the club. As he watched Kochi depart, Jiang Hai remained silent, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. His earlier invitation to Coach Yi was not a genuine offer of employment, it was merely a test. After all, he and Coach Yi were not well acquainted, and it was impossible for him to take everything the other said at face value. Had Jiang Hai immediately accepted Coach Yi's offer to be his bodyguard, it would have raised doubts about his sincerity. He might even suspect that the entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated performance by Coach Yi. Naturally, Coach Yi's refusal did not confirm the authenticity of his words. The truth of the matter was something Jiang Hai would have to investigate further. Master Li. Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you? Driver Old Li had already started the car, but the unexpected turn of events left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Jiang Hai's call startled him. Please find someone for me. I truly need a few bodyguards by my side. They must possess genuine skills. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Old Li paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously in agreement. As an experienced driver, he certainly had his connections. For a generous employer like Jiang Hai, finding capable bodyguards was not a daunting task. While it might be challenging to locate top-tier experts, he could still find several with considerable skills. After issuing instructions to Old Li, Jiang Hai turned his gaze back to the bustling scene outside the window. As he observed the throngs of vehicles and people, he couldn't help but recall Coach Yi's earlier words, and an inexplicable chill crept down his spine. The following day, at the Changhe Building, congratulations to Mr. Jiang for becoming the owner of the Changhe Building. A middle-aged man, beaming with joy, shook hands with Jiang Hai. The man was none other than Zhao Shanhe, the chairman of the Tengfei Group. Jiang Hai mirrored his smile, as the discussions had unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. In truth, the Tengfei Group's willingness to engage in talks with Jiang Hai indicated a genuine intent to sell the Changhe Building. The discussions primarily revolved around the issue of the sale price. The Tungfei Group is a prominent investment company, not only in the bustling metropolis, but throughout the entirety of Huaxia. The Changhe Building represents a mid-tier asset among its numerous properties in the city. This suggests that, in the eyes of the Tungfei Group, the Changhe Building is not a non-negotiable asset. Provided the price is right, the group would willingly part with the building. In a certain sense, Zhanghai undoubtedly belongs to the category of buyers who can afford to meet the asking price and are willing to do so. While Fong Li engaged in a spirited exchange of words and negotiations with the counterpart's business head, Zhang Hai and Zhao Shanhe shared tea and laughter on the sidelines, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Ultimately, Zhang Hai acquired the 38-story Changhe Building for a total price of 8 billion. This amount is certainly not exorbitant for a property situated in the heart of the metropolis, yet it is also far from inexpensive. Had there been time for a protracted negotiation, Fong Li could have secured a lower price for Zhang Hai. However, Zhang Hai chose not to prolong the process and proactively agreed to the proposed price. In the presence of the lawyers appointed by both parties, they signed the property transfer agreement. As for the subsequent transfer, remittance, and various acquisition taxes, it is naturally the responsibility of the lawyers from both parties to handle these matters collaboratively. There is no need to burden individuals like Zhang Hai or Zhao Shanhe with such concerns. Brother Jiang is truly remarkable for his age. At such a tender age, he possesses such audacity. His future is undoubtedly boundless. The future belongs to young individuals like Brother Jiang. Zhao Shanhe praised Zhang Hai with a smile, his admiration for Zhang Hai evident in his demeanor. At just over 20 years of age, Zhang Hai effortlessly signed off on a transaction worth over 10 billion, regardless of whether the funds were his own or from a prominent family behind him. The mere fact that he could facilitate such a transaction speaks volumes about his capabilities. Zhao Shanhe would certainly not underestimate such a young talent. It is essential to cultivate a good relationship. The business circle in the bustling metropolis is quite small, and in the future, they are bound to cross paths repeatedly. Zhang Hai understood this notion well, exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed elder Zhao Shanhe before personally seeing off his party. Once Zhao Shanhe departed, Zhang Hai and Fong Li took it upon themselves to reassure the lawyers, property managers, and the majority of the tenants and owners. After all matters were settled, the expansive office was left with only the two of them. Phew, that was suffocating. Zhang Hai yanked off his tie, collapsing onto the nearby sofa as if he had been struck back to his original form. This was indeed his first encounter with such a high-stakes business negotiation. For Zhang Hai, even facing those terrorists would be less daunting. In stark contrast to Zhang Hai's composure, Fong Li appeared somewhat bewildered, her face adorned with an expression of disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. During the previous business negotiations, Fong Li had exhibited remarkable professionalism, concealing any signs of her confusion. Now that the dealings had concluded, the tension that had gripped her heart suddenly relaxed, leaving her with an expression akin to that of someone ensnared in a dream. Yet to awaken, had the Changhe Building truly been purchased? 8 billion was spent just like that? Chapter 38. Lord Seek Company. A month prior, Fong Li had been engulfed in despair over her mother's medical expenses, amounting to several tens of thousands. At that time, she could hardly have imagined that merely a month later, she would be orchestrating a transaction worth 8 billion. This remarkable turnaround bestowed upon Fong Li an uncanny sense of unreality. Sister Fong, I entrust the forthcoming matters to you. Zhang Hai exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to the still-dazed Fong Li, unable to suppress a chuckle. According to our prior arrangement, I shall allocate a sum to you. Utilize this amount as the operational capital for the newly established company. Should you encounter promising investment opportunities, feel free to seize them. If funds run low, do not hesitate to approach me. Zhang Hai and Fong Li had previously deliberated on the plans following the acquisition of the Changhe Building. Ultimately, they resolved that Zhang Hai would establish an investment company, appointing Fong Li as the general manager. The Changhe Building would, in fact, serve as the inaugural investment project for this new venture. Within the Longhe Building, numerous enterprises have taken residence, generating a substantial monthly rental income. Zhang Hai intends to allocate additional funds to Fong Li for investment purposes. Fong Li remains silent, cognizant that any words spoken at this juncture would be futile. The best she can do is to exert herself in her work, justifying every penny entrusted to her by Zhang Hai. In contrast to Fong Li's prudent demeanor, Zhang Hai appears less concerned. His intention for the investment company is merely to serve as a fade for his arms dealings. and whether it yields profit is of little consequence to him. By the way, President Jiang I. Fong Li seemed to recall something significant and was about to speak to Jiang Hai. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. It was Jiang Hai's device, not receiving a call, but rather signaling a message. Upon glancing at the screen, Jiang Hai's brow immediately furrowed, and he gestured an apology to Fong Li. Understanding his cue, Fong Li discreetly exited the office, shutting the door behind her, leaving Jiang Hai alone within the confines of his workspace. The message was from Aisha. Mr. Dahu Wuliang, regarding the matter your company entrusted us with, we have results. Oh, that is truly splendid. Jiang Hai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The previous matter pertained to a request for information regarding Preval. Having been betrayed in Hispani, Jiang Hai must ascertain the truth behind that incident. Lacking a reliable intelligence network, he had no choice but to seek the assistance of the jihadist organization for this task. Immediately thereafter, Aisha took the initiative to send the intelligence they had gathered to Jiang Hai. After reviewing the information provided by Aisha, Jiang Hai fell into silence, squinting at his phone without sending any messages. It was evident that the intelligence obtained by the other party was indeed somewhat beyond Jiang Hai's expectations. Lord Heck. Aisha's report did not definitively ascertain whether the individual who had betrayed Jiang Hai at that time was truly Preval. However, according to Aisha's intelligence, the government forces of Hispani had acquired a new arms supplier, namely the renowned Lord Heck Company from the beautiful nation. This Lord Heck Company is a globally recognized arms dealer, having initially risen to prominence through the trade of weaponry, and has now expanded its reach into various sectors, even participating in the aerospace development of the beautiful nation. Within the beautiful nation, it holds a position of considerable significance. Logically, such a colossal arms titan would certainly look down upon a poverty-stricken place like Hispani. In fact, this was indeed the case. Previously, amidst the chaos in Hispani, the government forces were lacking in weaponry, and there had been no signs of transactions between Lord Heck Company and the Hispani government forces. How could it be that Hispani, or more accurately, Preval, suddenly managed to establish a connection with the Lord Heck Company? Coupled with the recent betrayal Jiang Hai had suffered, he could not help but question the role that Lord Heck Company played in his betrayal. Yet, as a mere insignificant figure, how could he possibly attract the attention of such a colossal entity? Could it be the Xingyao-style rapid-fire RPG launcher? Jiang Hai could not help but reminisce about the advanced weaponry he had previously sold to the Hispani government. Although this particular launcher was rather rudimentary among the array of armaments offered by the system, it was undeniably a marvel of technology in the context of Blue Star's scientific capabilities. Could it be that this launcher was the catalyst for drawing the attention of the Lodhik Corporation? Such a speculation crossed Jiang Hai's mind, for he could scarcely conceive of any other reason that might attract such a formidable entity. Did Lodhik Corporation possess any distinctive maneuvers? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai sent an inquiry to Aisha, who promptly responded. Aside from establishing a long-term arms procurement agreement with the Hispani military, there appeared to be no other significant developments. Long-term arms procurement? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing the implications therein. The Hispani government was now under the protective umbrella of Lodhik Corporation. This seemed to serve as a declaration to the world at large. Initially, Jiang Hai had contemplated confronting Preval for retribution, but it now seemed that this plan would need to be set aside for the time being. As one of the foremost arms dealers on Blue Star, Jiang Hai currently lacked the capacity to confront them directly. For now, he would simply take note of this situation, vowing that he would seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. Jiang Hai was far from dismissing this matter. Rather, he intended to bide his time and await the right moment for retribution. He would certainly have the chance to settle accounts with them in the future. For the present, all he needed was to record this adversary in his ledger. The vastness of the ocean is boundless, Mr. C. The prowess of the Lord Heck Company undoubtedly surpasses the superficial impression it conveys. Thus, it would be wise to exercise caution and refrain from rash actions at this juncture. At this moment, Aisha also sent a message urging restraint. Although she could not uncover any definitive evidence, it was evident that Preval and the Lord Heck Company had genuinely offended their counterparts. Given the other party's modus operandi, Aisha could almost certainly ascertain that they would not let the matter rest easily. She did not wish to witness reckless actions that might lead to the Lord Heck Company retaliating. It was not that Aisha had an exceptionally close relationship with Jiang Hai. Rather, She simply did not want to lose such a formidable arms supplier. Upon receiving Aisha's counsel, Zhang Hai merely smiled faintly. In truth, even if the other party had not spoken, Zhang Hai would never consider provoking the Lord Hike Company. However, he chose not to elaborate further and instead redirected the conversation. How about the laser guns we sold you last time? They are truly exceptional. The power of those laser guns aligns perfectly with our holy cause. Zhang Hai's attempt to shift the topic was somewhat awkward, yet Aisha, understanding his intent, did not pursue the previous discussion and enthusiastically expressed her satisfaction with the laser guns. In fact, without Aisha's input, Zhang Hai was already aware of certain developments. After all, the conflict in the Gaza Strip had been frequently mentioned in the news across Huaxia. Particularly lately, it had been noted that the Holy War Organization, equipped with the laser guns Zhang Hai had sold, had launched a counteroffensive against the Judeans, nearly reclaiming the entire Gaza Strip. Chapter 39. What are these bizarre figures, bodyguards? The potency of laser weaponry is undeniable. With Earth's current technological capabilities, laser guns represent a significant leap forward. However, for the Holy War Organization, the sole impediment lies in their exorbitant cost. Procuring a mere 100 laser guns has already depleted 10 of the organization's financial reserves, representing the absolute limit of their expenditure. After all, the Holy War Organization is merely a faction established by the people of Bar, not a sovereign nation. Their financial resources and purchasing power pale in comparison to those of Hispaniola. Otherwise, they would simply acquire tens of thousands of laser guns from Zhang Hai, fully arming their warriors. The annihilation of the insignificant Jewish people would be a mere pronouncement away. Upon receiving Aisha's message, Zhang Hai could sense the palpable excitement conveyed through her words. With a faint smile, Zhang Hai responded to Aisha. If you genuinely desire them, I would be willing to donate an additional 100 laser guns. Aisha swiftly replied with an expression of astonishment. Mr. Boundless Sea, do you speak truthfully? By the grace of God, are you truly willing to bestow upon us 100 laser guns? God, you are the most benevolent benefactor of our organization. The organization shall forever remember your kindness. Aisha excitedly dispatched a flurry of messages, while Zhang Hai remained composed, unfazed by her enthusiasm. While 100 laser guns represent 4 billion Huaxia dollars to the Holy War Organization, the actual cost, excluding premiums, is closer to 3.5 billion. Furthermore, Zhang Hai is entitled to an internal discount. I recently inquired about the internal price for Zhang Hai's purchase, which stands at a mere 2 billion. For Zhang Hai at this moment, it is not an unacceptable figure. The crux of the matter lies in Zhang Hai's intention to utilize these 100 laser guns in exchange for assistance from the other party. Aisha quickly regained her composure and inquired, Mr. Vast Ocean, I am immensely grateful for your support. However, there is a saying in Huaxia, one cannot receive blessings without merit. I wonder how we might be of service to you? Zhang Hai shared no profound ties with the Holy War Organization. Their relationship was solely transactional. Thus, Aisha, having calmed down, immediately comprehended that Zhang Hai's offer of the 100 laser guns was undoubtedly a request for them to undertake some task. I recall it was you who facilitated my connection with Preval. Moreover, your organization had even sent representatives to visit Hispani. This implies that your organization possesses considerable knowledge regarding Hispani. Zhang Hai did not conceal his intentions, yet his initial statement startled Aisha, as she feared he would hold them accountable for Preval's actions. Mr. Vast Ocean, please do not misunderstand. Our organization maintains only a standard diplomatic relationship with the Hispani government. Their actions are entirely unrelated to us. Observing Aisha's anxious explanation, Zhang Hai chuckled and, after a brief pause, responded, Rest assured, I harbor no misunderstandings regarding your intentions. What I wish to convey is, given your organization's extensive understanding of Hispani, would you be able to assist me with a small favor? If you could assist with this task, then consider the 100 laser guns as a token of my gratitude to you. With a smile, Zhang Hai set down his phone after sending the message. Although he was currently unable to retaliate against the Lord Sheik Company, seeking a bit of interest from Preval should pose no issue. Mr. Jiang, here are the bodyguards you requested. In Zhang Hai's residence, several men stood in a line before him, while Old Li cheerfully introduced them. Bodyguards? Are you certain? Zhang Hai's expression was somewhat peculiar, for these individuals bore little resemblance to what one would expect from a bodyguard. In Zhang Hai's imagination, bodyguards were robust, towering figures clad in sunglasses and black suits. exuding an aura that deterred strangers, truly impressive and formidable. However, the men before him varied in height, dressed in remarkably ordinary attire, and possessed no distinctive features. They were the kind of unremarkable individuals who would easily blend into a crowd. Setting aside the question of their capabilities, their mere appearance lacked any convincing appeal. Sensing Jiang Hai's skepticism, Old Li hastily leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Mr. Jiang, do not be deceived by their looks. They are undoubtedly skilled." "Are you jesting?" Jiang Hai replied, his expression a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Particularly striking was the presence of an elderly man among them, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. With such a person as his bodyguard, one might wonder who would be protecting whom. Moreover, the plump figure of Mithriya Buddha, whose neck is scarcely visible, can serve as a bodyguard? Perhaps it would be prudent to take a moment for a health check. The individuals before me appear to be an assortment of peculiar shapes, none of whom seems suited for the role of a protector. Upon encountering Jiang Hai, they display an expression of disbelief, mirrored by Old Li's evident exasperation. Ultimately, Old Li leaned closer to Jiang Hai, lowering his voice to murmur a few words. Upon hearing Old Li's remarks, Jiang Hai's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue, yet his gaze towards the group remained tinged with profound skepticism. Does our esteemed boss doubt our capabilities? It is hardly surprising, as our appearances indeed leave much to be desired. At that moment, the elder among the group finally spoke. He stepped forward with a smile, clasping his hands in front of him and performing a traditional bow towards Jiang Hai. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still an elder. And Jiang Hai, showing respect, nodded in acknowledgement before saying, "I apologize. Although one should not judge by appearances, I must admit my unfamiliarity with you all has led to my preconceived notions." Quite reasonable. The elder's demeanor was amiable, in stark contrast to a shorter individual behind him, who wore a scowl and muttered disdainfully, "A dog's eyes cannot perceive the worth of a person." "Hey, regardless, I am to be your future employer." Such words seem rather disrespectful toward wealth, do they not? Fortunately, before Jiang Hai could interject, a man beside the shorter individual had already taken action. Slap. A resounding smack landed heavily on the back of the shorter man's head. The short man was on the verge of losing his temper, yet upon glancing at the towering figure before him, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. The old man appeared oblivious to the actions of the two behind him. Instead, he cheerfully addressed Jiang Hai, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, though we may not possess striking appearances, we are indeed individuals of genuine skill. While I cannot claim to be invincible, I assure you that we are more than capable of safeguarding your wealth and well-being. With us around, none on the streets would dare to lay a finger on you." The old man's words carried a robust flavor of the martial world, which made Jiang Hai somewhat inclined to believe what Old Li had just mentioned. These individuals hailed from a formidable martial arts sect. Chapter 40. The 10 million bodyguard fee is justified. A martial arts sect. It sounded quite extraordinary. However, the individuals before him resembled more of common folk than the high-flying martial artists depicted in films. Noticing Jiang Hai's skepticism, the old man chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, we possess some rustic skills that may not be impressive, so I shan't embarrass myself in your presence. However, if you wish to be convinced of our capability to ensure your safety, there are indeed ways." Old Gio. As the conversation reached its conclusion, the old man turned to the stout figure and called out, "All right then." The stout man responded and promptly made his way outside, while the others remained still, seemingly indifferent to their companion's departure. Witnessing this scene, a puzzled Jiang Hai exchanged a glance with Old Li, silently awaiting what would unfold next. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, a loud thud announced the entrance of the hefty man, who was dragging a gaunt young man behind him. It was only when the hefty man presented the young man before Jiang Hai that he noticed the bruises adorning the man's face, clearly the result of a recent beating. The hefty man casually tossed the young man onto the ground and cheerfully addressed the elder. "Uncle One, this is the only one we managed to catch. Several others fled." The elder nodded with a smile, signaling the hefty man to return to his post, before turning to Jiang Hai. "Boss Jiang, I have heard from Old Li the reasons for your hiring bodyguards. Moreover, upon our arrival, we indeed spotted several nailers outside your residence. Thus, I instructed Old Jiu to remove one of them for you." Jiang Hai's eyes gleamed with renewed interest as he gazed down at the motionless young man on the ground. His perception of these bodyguards significantly altered. It appeared that they possessed some real capabilities after all. Nodding thoughtfully, he crouched down to look at the young man more closely. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? I don't understand what you're saying. You're breaking the law. The young man stammered, his voice shaky. I will sue you for this. Despite the hefty man's considerable strength, the young man was too battered to stand. Yet he still managed to speak. However, his words were not what Jiang Hai sought. Not surprised, Jiang Hai rose again, smiling at the elder. Uncle One, from now on, I entrust my safety to you all. As for, Jiang Hai pointed at the man at his feet and said, him, I entrust to you as well. I trust you know how to handle this, right? No problem, boss. The old man grinned, revealing a set of uneven, yellowed teeth, chuckling. We have our own methods to make him confess. No sooner had he spoken than the previously irritable short man stepped forward and effortlessly seized the young man, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Despite his diminutive stature, he handled the young man with ease and proceeded to exit the room. Uncle Wen smiled and remarked, Boss, we shall take care of the rest. I will have Ailang stay by your side. After exchanging a nod with Old Li, Uncle Wen departed with the remaining companions, leaving only the robust figure behind. This towering individual must be Ailang, the one Uncle Wen had mentioned, and he appeared to be the closest in appearance to a bodyguard among them. Ailang remained silent, standing vigilantly, seemingly prepared to ensure Jiang Hai's safety. Jiang Hai, noticing this, chuckled softly and turned to Old Li, inquiring, Master Li, where did you find these individuals? Old Li glanced at Ailang and laughed heartily. It was quite fortuitous. A junior of Wen's was once my colleague and possesses remarkable skills. When President Jiang assigned me this task, I thought of my former co-worker, and he recommended one to me. Originally, Uncle Wen intended to send a nephew, but recalling the incident involving General Jiang, I surmised that an ordinary individual might be ill-equipped to handle the matter. Thus, I took the liberty of allowing Uncle Wen to set his own terms and requested his personal presence. As the conversation drew to a close, Old Li cast a somewhat anxious glance at Jiang Hai. From his usual demeanor, it was evident that Jiang Hai was a person of considerable means. However, making such promises on Uncle Wen's behalf seemed to tread into questionable territory. Should Jiang Hai take offense, it could spell trouble for him. Yet, Jiang Hai exhibited no signs of anger, instead smiling and giving Old Li a thumbs up. He then turned his attention to Along. Having not concealed the preceding dialogue from him, curious to gauge Along's reaction. After all, a proficient bodyguard must learn to discern what is pertinent to hear and what should remain unheard. Indeed, Along displayed no reaction whatsoever, as if the conversation between Jiang Hai and Old Li were entirely unrelated to him. Jiang Hai chuckled, having previously discussed Uncle Wen's fee, 10 million for a month. Perhaps, in the realm of professional bodyguards, such a sum is deemed exorbitant. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Jiang Hai felt that this investment was well worth it. Li Shifu, well done. Your bonus for this month shall be tripled. Thank you, General Jiang. Thank you, General Jiang. Old Li's eyes narrowed with delight. His choice to serve as Jiang Hai's driver was primarily due to Jiang Hai's generosity. With such a substantial bonus now offered, Old Li's spirits soared. Indeed, the 10 million that Jiang Hai disbursed proved to be a worthwhile investment. The subsequent day, Uncle Wen dispatched the corpulent fellow known as Old Nine, bearing the interrogation results. Zhang Cheng. Upon beholding the name of the instigator, Jiang Hai was taken aback. He was acquainted with this individual. Was he not the deputy general manager of Pegasus Corporation, Jiang Hai's former employer? That lad was merely a hoodlum, hired by this Zhang Cheng to keep you under surveillance. According to his account, this Zhang Cheng has assembled a cohort of underworld figures, poised to seize an opportunity to strike against you. Uncle Wen has instructed me to solicit your opinion. Shall we alert the authorities, or shall we take matters into our own hands and eliminate these individuals directly? Old Nine, the stout fellow, wore a disarming smile. Yet his words sent a shiver down Jiang Hai's spine. Old Nine spoke of eliminating lives as if it were a mere trifle, displaying a callous disregard for human life. However, Jiang Hai was no ordinary man. He glanced at the interrogation transcript in his hand, then nonchalantly handed it to Alang, instructing him to incinerate it. These confessions constituted the primary evidence against Zhang Cheng, yet Jiang Hai ordered their destruction, leaving no room for ambiguity. Old Nine, of course, comprehended the implication, and his smile broadened as he gazed at Jiang Hai. Understood. Rest assured, boss, we shall ensure that all loose ends are meticulously tied up. Chapter 41. The The Three Stems Gang Old Nine's response was met with Jiang Hai's approval. Although Uncle One and his companions differ from ordinary bodyguards, it must be said that their work greatly alleviates Jiang Hai's concerns. As old Zhou departed, Jiang Hai's phone began to ring, the sound of a text message notification. He glanced at his phone, and a smile immediately graced his lips. Turning to Along, who had been silently standing by, he instructed, "I shall retire to my room for a while. If there are no urgent matters, do not disturb me." "Understood," Along replied succinctly, truly valuing brevity. Jiang Hai proceeded directly to his room, shutting the door behind him. He picked up his phone again, smiling as he dialed a number. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, the glow of several computer screens illuminated the faces of a few individuals, creating an eerie atmosphere. "The target is making a call," a voice, slightly raspy and weary, declared. Almost instantly, several faces appeared on one of the screens. All eyes were intently fixed on the monitor, anxious not to miss any detail. The computer speakers emitted a ringing sound, indicating the call was connecting. The ringing persisted for 7 or 8 tones, and with a click, the call was answered. A cacophony of strange sounds erupted from the speakers, rendering the dialogue utterly incomprehensible. "What is happening? Is there a malfunction? What language is this? I have never heard it before." The crowd fell into a brief silence before erupting into a cacophony of voices. The phone call lasted only a few minutes before being abruptly terminated. After a prolonged moment of silence, a voice emerged, gradually gaining volume. "It appears that the issue is not rooted in language. The target's call was fortified with a form of anti-eavesdropping protection. Our surveillance system is incapable of penetrating this layer of defense, which explains the situation. What a remarkable tactic this is. I have never heard of such a thing before. The target's cunning is truly impressive. We should have been prepared for this possibility. Have you forgotten the series of nonsensical text messages received by the target's phone? They were utterly incomprehensible." The discussion reignited, filling the small room with a buzz of noise. "Enough. Silence." A voice of authority resonated, instantly commanding the attention of all present. The voice then continued, inquiring, "Have we determined the destination of this call?" "No. We only know that the moment the call was connected, it was redirected in 100 different directions, rendering any trace impossible." At another computer, a bespectacled individual promptly provided a response. "It seems the target possesses a high level of caution. There is no alternative. We must maintain surveillance on the target. Since he made this call, there will surely be a second one in the future. Additionally, we shall continue monitoring the previous calls and messages made by the target. Contact the cryptography experts and see if a decryption is feasible." "Affirmative." The room resonated with synchronized voices, and soon the individuals within began to bustle about. Bonite, the third largest port city of Hispani, has endured relatively minor destruction compared to the capital, Prince Port. This is primarily due to the presence of nearly 70 of Hispani's navy and approximately 120,000 troops stationed in Bonite. The sparse military presence in the capital can be attributed to Hispani's unique historical circumstances. In summary, the substantial military presence in Bonite has ensured that, despite the numerous gangs within the city, none have managed to create significant turmoil. At the very least, the city has consistently maintained its normal functioning, making it the most stable urban center in Hispani. The Sanju Gang is a moderately sized gang in Bonite, and is one of the few organizations established by individuals of Chinese descent in Hispani. Founded 70 years ago, it initially served as a collective for Chinese workers seeking mutual support in Hispani. As the gang's structure solidified, the Sanju Gang began to delve into various gray areas, claiming a modest territory in Bonite. During the chaotic times of gang rivalry in Hispani, the Sanju Gang refrained from involvement. The mindset of the Chinese community is straightforward. Particularly for those residing overseas, the primary goal is to earn a living. Matters concerning national evolution are of no concern to the Sanju Gang. Subsequently, the gang's defeat at the hands of government forces affirmed the wisdom of the earlier decisions made by its leadership. However, no one anticipated that when the government began to settle accounts with the gangs, the Sanju Gang would inexplicably be categorized among them. Of course, the government did not overtly target the Sanju Gang for retribution. Just a month ago, officials dispatched representatives to demand an exorbitant relocation fee from the gang, a sum that threatened to drain their very lifeblood. The pressing question remained, even if the Sanju Gang dutifully complied with this demand, would that truly signify the end of their troubles? During this turbulent period, the atmosphere within the gang was fraught with tension each member consumed by unease. Fearing that one day, the government forces would storm their stronghold for reckoning. The Sanju Gang's headquarters was housed within a hotel adorned in traditional Chinese style. The first and second floors bustled with activity, welcoming guests as usual. Yet, within the vast hall on the third floor, a gathering of over 100 individuals sat in eerie silence. Whether it was the imposing figures standing or the three elderly men seated, their countenances were marked by solemnity. Not a single word was uttered, and even the faintest sound of heavy breathing was absent. Everyone remained quietly ensconced in their places, as if awaiting the arrival of something significant. A series of measured footsteps echoed, the sound of polished shoes striking the wooden staircase. While the hotel typically facilitated vertical movement via elevators, there existed a solitary wooden staircase leading directly from the kitchen to the upper levels. At the sound of these footsteps, every gaze in the hall turned toward the door. Even the three elderly men, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, opened them in unison. With a creak, the door began to yield. The door creaked open, and the first to enter were four members of the Sanju gang. One of them swiftly approached the elder, lowering his voice to address the three old men. "They have arrived." The elder on the left nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while the other two remained silent. The responding gang member quickly gestured towards the door. In the next moment, someone outside made a motion inviting others in. Moments later, a tall young man draped in a cloak stepped inside. He surveyed the hall briefly before smiling at the three elders and confidently striding forward. Upon reaching a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the elders, the young man instinctively halted, without needing any prompting. He then greeted the three elders with a smile. "Elder Song, Elder Wu, Elder Yuan, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to meet with you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Da Hai Wu Liang, a deliverman." Chapter 42, a firearms dealer grounded in integrity. Song Jia, Wu Yaozu, Yuan Jia. These three are the last remaining second-generation leaders of the Sanju gang. Their fathers were the founding elders of the gang. Currently, within the Sanju gang, no one holds a higher rank or greater prestige than these three. There is no so-called leader. Rather, decisions are made through discussions among the elders. Thus, the power to make various decisions within the Sanju gang resides in the hands of these three venerable men. Jiang Hai pondered over the information provided to him by Aisha, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I trust the three of you are already aware of the purpose of my visit?" "Weapons." Sitting at the far left, the elder Yuan mumbled to himself, then scrutinized Jiang Hai from head to toe, inquiring, "Can you procure weapons for us?" But now Banite has already been taken over by the government forces, and the port is under strict control. How do you intend to deliver the weapons to us? That is no longer a concern for the client. In response to Elder Yuan's skepticism, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, "What the client needs to consider is whether or not to place an order with our company. As for the delivery, that is our responsibility. Once the client opts to place an order, our company will assuredly ensure that the goods reach them, after which the client will remit the payment to us. Thus, the transaction will be complete. What do you think? You need not bear any risks. Of course, this is predicated on your honest fulfillment of the transaction." Jiang Hai meticulously delineated his terms of engagement, his words imbued with temptation. The members of the Sanju gang, observing from the side, were visibly captivated, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, evidently swayed by Jiang Hai's persuasive rhetoric. The predicament faced by the Sanju gang stemmed from their insufficient strength. Otherwise, with so many factions within the city, why would the government focus on them? As the saying goes, they are merely picking the softest persimmons to squeeze. If they had enough weapons at their disposal, the Sanju gang would undoubtedly reign supreme over all of Banite. At that point, not only would the government hesitate to bully them, but Banite might very well come to be dictated by the Sanju gang. Ahem. At the moment when all the gang members were stirred, a soft cough immediately brought them back to their senses. Everyone turned their gaze towards the three elders, and then returned to their previous demeanor, observing with keen attention. It was the elder Song Jia, seated on the right, who spoke first. "Your words are quite commendable. But pray tell why? Why would you present such a boon before us? As the old saying goes, no merit, no reward. We have no ties with your esteemed company, and we cannot accept benefits that come without cause." "Ah, but Elder Song is mistaken," Jiang Hai replied, maintaining his composure in the face of Song Jia's skepticism. "I assure you, this is not merely a gratuitous gift to the Sanju gang. First and foremost, we are an arms company engaged in the business of weapons sales. It is entirely normal to seek clients for our merchandise, is it not? Furthermore, as you can see, I am indeed a genuine Huaxia person. We are all compatriots. And under the premise of safeguarding our company's interests, providing a slight concession to the Sanju gang is perfectly reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, there is a crucial point I must mention. As he concluded, Jiang Hai raised a finger, a smile gracing his lips. To be candid with you, a few months ago, our company engaged in a transaction with the government of Hispani. However, due to their lack of integrity, we suffered significant losses. In retaliation, our company has resolved to seek out the enemies of the Hispani government. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The corporation aspires to cultivate an influential faction to act as its proxy, retaliating against the Hispanic government. Naturally, I am at liberty to align with an alternative organization. Should the Tristem gang decline to collaborate with our firm, we shall not insist. Jiang Hai did not equivocate, but rather articulated the matter directly. Having spoken, Jiang Hai remained silent, observing the three individuals opposite him, awaiting their response. Indeed, your proposition entails that our Tristem gang should supplant your corporation in antagonizing the government? That our brethren should risk their lives for your grievances with the authorities? Old Song derided, his countenance replete with mockery, scoffing audibly. Subsequently, his brow furrowed, and he emphatically struck the ground with his cane, exclaiming loudly, "A shrewd calculation, indeed." At Old Song's vehement declaration, the surrounding gang members reacted promptly. With a collective clamor, all brandished their firearms, aiming them at Jiang Hai. This propensity to resort to gunfire at the slightest disagreement could readily transform Jiang Hai into a riddled corpse. Confronted by such a multitude of muzzles, Jiang Hai remained undaunted, stating with a smile, "Our corporation invariably conducts business with integrity, and thus, we would never conceal anything from our clients. We articulate everything directly. Such is the reality. However, viewed from a different vantage point, with our corporation's backing, the Tristem gang would possess an ample arsenal, auguring a future of limitless potential. To ascend as the premier gang in Hispanic territory, perhaps even supplanting the government. Surely, such immense prospects warrant the Tristem gang's willingness to undertake such a venture?" As Jiang Hai's words resonated throughout the hall, his voice gradually crescendoed, captivating the attention of all present, their eyes illuminating with newfound clarity. Each individual in attendance was no stranger to unconventional avenues. They were hardly the epitome of virtue and rectitude. In times of despair, dreams of a brighter future seemed futile, yet now, as per Jiang Hai's account, the Sanju gang indeed possessed an opportunity to seize. How could they possibly remain indifferent? "What armaments can you provide us?" one voice queried. "If you merely offer a few firewood sticks, do you expect the brothers of the Sanju gang to risk their lives for you? Surely, the lives of our brethren are worth more than that." At this moment, seated at the center, the venerable Wu Yaozu finally spoke. His words, however, carried the weight of affirmation, indicating a willingness to engage in commerce with Jiang Hai. The nearby elders, Song and Yuan, exhibited no overt surprise, suggesting that Wu's sentiments were not singular. Jiang Hai, too, felt no astonishment. The previous skepticism from Song and Yuan had merely served as a test of intentions. Had they truly wished to forego an alliance with Jiang Hai, they would not have convened today. Ultimately, it was Aisha who recognized the inevitability of collaboration between the Sanju gang and Jiang Hai. Should the Sanju gang genuinely seek to transact with our company, we would be more than willing to furnish them with the most suitable weaponry for their needs. Naturally, in matters of trade, while our company would extend certain preferential pricing to the Sanju gang, the established value must still be upheld. Considering the current economic prowess of the Sanju gang, our company is willing to furnish 500 MP5 submachine guns along with 5,000 cases of ammunition for the sum of 35 million Huaxia currency. Should this initial transaction prove satisfactory, we anticipate a continued partnership with the Sanju gang, wherein we shall provide an array of weaponry tailored to your specific needs. Chapter 43. Coach Yi is indeed formidable. The aforementioned consignment of 500 MP5s, coupled with 5,000 cases of ammunition, priced at 35 million Huaxia currency, undoubtedly represents a conscientious valuation. It is worth noting that Jiang Hai is quoting the system's pricing, without accruing any premium. In contrast, Jiang Hai's previous transaction with the Holy War Organization entailed a price of 50 million Huaxia currency for 500 AK rifles and 5,000 000 cases of ammunition. Given their status as venerable elders of the Sanju gang, the trio possesses a comprehensive understanding of prevailing weapons prices. Consequently, Jiang Hai's remarkably low offer is met with considerable approval. The MP5, in particular, while perhaps not possessing the raw firepower of the AK, excels in its lightweight design and ease of operation, rendering it ideally suited for the Sanju gang's operatives. With the acquisition of these 500 MP5s, the Sanju gang will undoubtedly command respect within Benito, deterring rival factions from underestimating their capabilities. Furthermore, they will be better equipped to resist overt extortion attempts. Excellent. The Sanju gang is amenable to this transaction. Song and Yuan turned their gaze towards Wu, as they harbored no further reservations. Ultimately, Wu affirmed the decision by emphatically striking the floor with his cane. We are delighted to have reached an agreement. Jiang Hai squinted and smiled, nodding as he declared, our company will deliver the goods to the territory of the Sanju gang in the shortest possible time. When the time comes, I kindly ask the three of you to send someone to receive them. If this transaction proceeds smoothly, we may even surprise the Sanju gang with something even grander next time. Jiang Hai's promise caused the eyes of the three elders, along with the surrounding members of the Sanju gang, to light up in unison. For a first transaction, the other party could provide 500 MP5s. Their anticipation for the forthcoming dealings had only grown. Upon returning to his room, a smile unwittingly crept onto Jiang Hai's lips. Although the deal had been sealed, he did not intend to deliver this batch of goods hastily. This marked his inaugural transaction with the Sanju gang, and Jiang Hai wished to refrain from revealing too much of his capabilities. After all, the Lord Heck Company was currently collaborating with the Hispani government, and should any whispers leak out, it would be all too easy for them to become targets. At the very least, Jiang Hai needed to ascertain that the Sanju gang was a trustworthy trading partner. Stepping out of his room, Along stood rigidly in the living room, as if Jiang Hai had just entered moments before. Upon seeing Jiang Hai emerge, Along nodded slightly and greeted him. Jiang Hai smiled and replied, Along, let us be off. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, I train at the club at this hour every day. Along remained silent, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Hai's destination. His sole duty was to remain by Jiang Hai's side, ensuring his safety. Everything else was not his concern. This particular demeanor was precisely what Jiang Hai admired most about Along. Upon arriving at the club, Coach Yi, who had received the news early, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Hai enter, Coach Yi greeted him with a warm smile. However, as he approached, a subtle change flickered across his countenance, causing him to halt abruptly. Simultaneously, Alang, who had been silently trailing behind Jiang Hai, also exhibited a shift in expression, swiftly stepping in front of Jiang Hai and blocking the space between him and Coach Yi. His gaze was fixed intently on Coach Yi, fists clenched, poised to spring into action at any moment. The two men seemed to transform into feral beasts in an instant. Jiang Hai could almost sense an invisible spark igniting between them. Curiously observing the unfolding tension, Jiang Hai remained silent, while Coach Yi was the first to regain his composure. He scrutinized Alang briefly, then offered a slight smile, nodding to Jiang Hai as he inquired, Mr. Jiang, shall we proceed with the usual training regimen today? Coach Ye's demeanor was as unperturbed as ever, seemingly oblivious to Alang's presence. Witnessing Coach Ye's calmness, Alang gradually relaxed, though his gaze remained fixed on the coach, revealing a hint of perplexity. Yes, let's stick to the routine. We'll start with firearms training, followed by grappling, Jiang Hai replied, holding his change of clothes with a cheerful demeanor as he walked alongside Coach Yi into the club. Alang trailed closely behind, mindful of his responsibilities. After several hours of training at the club, Jiang Hai eventually departed. As he settled into his vehicle, he cast a glance at Coach Yi's receding figure and suddenly asked, Alang, how formidable is Coach Yi? Very strong. Alang continued to respond with his characteristic brevity, his words concise, yet illuminating. If you were to engage with him, how confident would you be in your ability to triumph? Alang's reply only deepened Jiang Hai's curiosity. He was aware that Alang was the most formidable disciple under Wen Shu, hence his close proximity as a personal protector. If even Alang offered such a strong appraisal, then Coach Yi was indeed extraordinary. In response to Jiang Hai's inquiry, Alang astonishingly refrained from an immediate answer. After a moment of contemplation, he finally admitted, I cannot defeat him. Jiang Hai chuckled, casting another glance at the club behind him before instructing Old Li to drive. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving this sales milestone. Now, we shall proceed with the settlement. The host has completed a transaction amounting to 35 million Huaxia coins. The host commission stands at 10, resulting in a salary of 5 million Huaxia coins from this transaction. The arms were handed over to members of the Sanju gang, who promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Hai. Immediately following, the system's melodious notification chimed in Jiang Hai's ears. For him, a commission of 5 million was no longer a significant sum. Yet, Jiang Hai squinted his eyes, displaying an unmistakable joy. The Sanju gang member, named Aisha, gazed at Jiang Hai, nodding as he remarked, "The three elders have instructed that if this shipment meets expectations, we hope to expedite the next transaction." "Patience," Jiang Hai replied with a slight smile, raising his hand and stating, "Our company's goods are not always so exquisite and reasonably priced. Your financial resources are still insufficient for frequent transactions with our company. These goods should suffice for your needs for a considerable period. Make good use of them. Once you have secured greater profits, we may discuss a second transaction." Jiang Hai's words were laced with disdain for the Sanju gang, provoking the members nearby to glare furiously, wishing to brandish their newly acquired MP5s and silence this arrogant individual. However, Jiang Hai remained unfazed by the torrent of angry glances, maintaining a smile throughout. Aisha, evidently not an ordinary member of the Sanju gang, bore a similarly displeased expression, yet when he raised his hand, his companions promptly lowered their heads and returned to their tasks. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the young man before him, and suddenly remarked with a grin, "It seems your identity is rather remarkable, isn't it? Wu Shui. Wu Lao is my grandfather." Aisha revealed his identity without reservation, yet he did not exhibit any undue pride in it. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, pausing in contemplation before his smile grew even brighter. "If that is the case, I dare say the next seat of elder in the Sanju gang is surely destined for you. If so, I eagerly anticipate the future of the Sanju gang." Chapter 44. A desperate breakout. Aisha did not deny Jiang Hai's assertion. Clearly, this matter was common knowledge within the Sanju gang. It is precisely for this reason that the three venerable elders of the Sanju gang entrusted this momentous transaction to Aisha. Turning his gaze towards the large iron crate parked behind Jiang Hai, Aisha, after a brief silence, could not suppress his curiosity any longer. "I am genuinely intrigued. What method did your company employ to transport the cargo here?" They found themselves in a small park at the heart of Banite City. The hour well past 1 in the morning, enveloped in tranquility. Aisha could not fathom how they had managed to covertly deliver such an enormous number of iron crates to this location. These were not mere sweets, but boxes of arms. In response to Aisha's inquiry, Jiang Hai merely smiled, showing no intent to answer. Just as Jiang Hai prepared to bid farewell and depart, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the jarring sound of alarms. In an instant, the previously darkened park was illuminated by dozens of beams of light, transforming the night into a scene as bright as day. It was the police and the government forces. "Damn it, we have been exposed." The surrounding gang members were thrown into a state of panic. As members of a gang, they inherently felt inferior in the presence of government troops and law enforcement. Faced with such an overwhelming show of force, how could they not be frightened? Aisha's expression darkened, yet he remained composed, unlike the others who succumbed to chaos. "Stay calm. Remain steady." Aisha's call steadied the emotions of the crowd, yet it could not alter their dire predicament. "Well done. Now it is up to you." At that moment, Jiang Hai's voice echoed, causing Aisha's brow to twitch. He turned his head, only to find that Jiang Hai had vanished without a trace. A glance around revealed no sign of Jiang Hai, as if he had never existed at all. "Brother Shui, what shall we do now?" A member of the Sanju gang approached Aisha anxiously, inquiring without getting too close, yet not lingering for long. Clearly, they were intent on ensuring the area was encircled, leaving no opportunity for escape. Time was running short. Aisha took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside the search for Jiang Hai. He surveyed their surroundings, his gaze landing on the large iron crates. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "We will use those guns. We will fight our way out." "What?" Aisha's decision startled the Sanju gang member. They had come with over 30 individuals, while the government forces and police outside numbered at least 300 to 400. The disparity was staggering, over tenfold. To charge out, was that not akin to courting death? "Do you think they will let us go? Once they capture us, they will kill us just the same." If they spare us, how could they possibly cover up these goods? Aisha pointed towards the iron crates. Those were no ordinary contraband. They were genuine military arms. As soon as the government troops lay eyes on these arms, they will undoubtedly claim them as their own. In their quest to eliminate any witnesses, they will certainly not survive until dawn. With death imminent on both sides, it is better to fight. Those government soldiers and police, accustomed to bullying the Sanju gang, would never anticipate such defiance. They would never dream that we could retaliate with such an arsenal. This may indeed represent our slender chance of survival. After hearing Aisha's words, a member of the Sanju gang hesitated momentarily before, with a resolute grit of his teeth. He began to curse in a distinctly Minnan dialect. Let's go? Brothers, we fight. Instantly, everyone rushed to the iron crates, extracting brand new submachine guns, distributing them among all. Then, they retrieved numerous magazines, not only loading their weapons, but also stuffing their pockets and belts full of ammunition. Each person, armed with a gun, including Aisha himself, was transformed. Aisha then selected 10 individuals to carry the crates. Holding an MP5 with one hand, the previously mild-mannered Aisha now radiated authority. Brothers, these scoundrels have always believed us to be easy prey, taking advantage of us. Do they think they can continue this oppression, stealing our hard-earned money from us? Now, we have a rare opportunity to defend ourselves, and they wish to snatch it away. As he spoke, Aisha pointed towards the iron crates, his eyes ablaze with determination. Brothers, can we continue to endure this? No. Infuriated beyond endurance, I resolved to confront them, even if it meant staking my life. It was preferable to a continuation of my previous craven existence. Encouraged by the affirmative responses of my comrades, I gradually raised my head, my gaze hardening with a fierce pride. We, as Chinese, refuse to be treated as subservient curs. Brothers, let us engage them in battle. With clenched jaws and contorted visages, every member of the Sanju gang was consumed by a battle lust ignited by my exhortation. I turned, selected a direction, and spearheaded the charge. The staccato bursts of gunfire and concussive detonations transformed the once tranquil park into a theater of war in an instant. Despite being outnumbered by a significant margin, the outcome aligned with my expectations. The government troops and police, who had anticipated an easy victory, were utterly unprepared for the Sanju gang's audacious counterattack. Especially the sudden deployment of numerous submachine guns. Caught off guard by our desperate gambit, they suffered heavy losses. Ultimately, at the cost of more than 20 lives, we managed to breach the encirclement of government forces and police, retreating to the Sanju gang's clandestine armory with the remaining munitions. After securing the weaponry, I disregarded my injuries and proceeded directly to the Sanju gang's headquarters to confer with the 3 elders. In the lobby on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Aisha had just entered when he beheld the 3 elders still seated. Before them lay 2 gang members, mangled and sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of life. Elder Song, Elder Yuan, Grandfather. Aisha hastened forward, paying his respects to each elder in turn, before shifting his gaze to the 2 men on the floor. Aisha, you have worked hard. Upon seeing Aisha, the grim expressions on the faces of the 3 elders softened considerably, and in Elder Wu's eyes, there was an unmistakable tenderness. The achievements of the evening were sufficient to solidify Aisha's position as the future heir. With a grandson so exceptional, Elder Wu had little left to say. Aisha, these 2 scoundrels betrayed the Sanju gang, leaking the information regarding your transaction tonight to the government forces. It turned out that they had defected to the government earlier, becoming traitors. Chapter 45. The phone was monitored, so it was they who had tipped off the authorities, enabling the government forces and police to locate us? Upon uncovering the truth, Aisha could not help but exhale deeply. The earlier abrupt disappearance of Jiang Hai had nearly led Aisha to believe that they had been betrayed. Now, with the misunderstanding resolved, at least both parties would not turn against each other, which could be considered fortunate. Not to mention, the MP5 acquired through the transaction had just been personally tested by him. The performance of the submachine gun was beyond reproach. Their ability to break through the encirclement was largely attributable to the excellence of those MP5s. With such weaponry at their disposal, the Sanju gang was bound to carve out a significant domain in the future. Thus, if possible, Aisha truly hopes that the Sanju gang does not fall into enmity with such arms dealers. Aisha, how are the outcomes over there? Old Wu inquired. Although he was already aware of the results, it was merely a matter of victory or defeat. The specifics of the battle had to be ascertained from Aisha. Aisha hastily responded, "Grandfather, 23 brothers have perished. The others have also sustained injuries. Fortunately, the guns and ammunition were retrieved. The losses consist solely of the brothers' sacrifices, which are not substantial." "Excellent." Upon receiving Aisha's reply, the three elders wore expressions of joy. The significance of this transaction was self-evident, having expended over 30 million. It could not be in vain. However, given that Aisha had confronted the government forces head-on, it was likely that the government would not let this matter rest easily. Elder Yuan furrowed his brow, his face marked with concern. Elder Song, nearby, shared the same apprehension, nodding gently in agreement. This time, Aisha had caught the government troops off guard, and having learned from this lesson, it was probable that the government would no longer underestimate the Sanju gang. Moving forward, one could fear that the government forces would focus their efforts on targeting the Sanju gang. Relying solely on those 500 submachine guns may prove woefully inadequate. While the Hispanian government troops may not be an elite force, they are nonetheless a regiment that has undergone rigorous training. In comparison, the members of the Sanju gang are merely a disorganized mob. Well, things are not as dire as they seem. Hispania has just begun to return to normalcy. And with Preval as president, having been in exile for nearly half a year, the credibility of the government has been significantly impacted. Thus, the government shall not engage in a grandiose confrontation with us. Minor frictions, in fact, present an opportune moment to elevate the reputation of our Sanju gang. The crux lies in the weaponry. Aisha, henceforth, you must maintain contact with that arms dealer and expedite the second transaction. According to the intelligence I previously acquired, that arms dealer possesses not only conventional weaponry, but also some extraordinary and formidable arms. Should we procure these weapons, we need not fear the government's retribution. Old Wu, with a serious demeanor, instructed Aisha, his words resonating perfectly with Aisha's thoughts. Immediately, Aisha nodded vigorously and replied solemnly, "I understand. Boss, Uncle Wen has sent me to inform you that your phone is likely being monitored." The rotund old Jiao approached, startling Jiang Hai upon his arrival. Glancing down at his phone, Jiang Hai nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl it away. Monitored? By whom? He pondered anxiously. This he could not ascertain. Jiang Hai inquired urgently, while old Jiao broke into a hearty grin, exuding an innocent demeanor, making it hard to believe he was capable of snapping a neck at the slightest provocation. This is no mere fabrication. Last time concerning Zhang Cheng, Uncle Wen ultimately had a video delivered. In that footage, the former vice president of Fima Company, Zhang Cheng, was dragged into a dimly lit room. His head seized by two hands, which twisted with force, resulting in his immediate demise. The perpetrator who snapped Zhang Cheng's neck was none other than the very rotund old Jiao standing before him. Uncle Wen presented the video to Jiang Hai, intending to inform him of the resolution of the matter. Once Jiang Hai finished watching, the video was promptly deleted. For quite some time thereafter, whenever Jiang Hai encountered Lao Jiao, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Lao Jiao, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Hai's peculiar gaze, spread his hands with an earnest expression and remarked, "We excel in matters of conflict, but when it comes to technical issues, that is not our forte. Uncle Wen has only managed to uncover that someone is eavesdropping on your phone calls. As for who the perpetrator is, what methods they employ, or how to defend against it, we are utterly in the dark. Uncle Wen suggests that you seek out an expert in this field. Perhaps they could be of assistance." "I understand." After hearing Lao Jiao's words, Jiang Hai gradually regained his composure, nodding gently as he fell into deep contemplation. Having realized that he was being monitored, Jiang Hai had harbored concerns. Although the system assured him that all his actions were concealed, he recognized that humans are not machines. While the system might deceive digital surveillance, it cannot outwit the human heart. The substantial funds in Jiang Hai's account, if discovered, would undoubtedly attract attention. Zhang Cheng was the first to notice, but he would certainly not be the last. "I understand. I will arrange for someone to handle this." Jiang Hai nodded, and upon receiving his response, Lao Jiao left with a cheerful demeanor. After dismissing Lao Jiao, Jiang Hai sat quietly on the sofa, appearing to watch television, yet his gaze wandered, his thoughts adrift. Nearby, Alang glanced at Jiang Hai but chose to remain silent. It is evident that Alang is unaware that at this very moment, Jiang Hai is engaged in a dialogue with the system. "System, is my conversation being monitored?" "Indeed." "Oh, you have known all along that my calls were under surveillance?" "Yes. Why on earth did you not inform me sooner?" The host did not inquire proactively. The system's succinct response nearly pushed Jiang Hai to the brink. However, this was not Jiang Hai's first encounter with the system, so he naturally understood that his anger was futile. Taking a moment to compose himself, Jiang Hai continued his inquiries. Who are the individuals monitoring my calls? The signals tracking the host's phone originate from 18 distinct directions, each from different locales. Jiang Hai's heart sank. 18 directions? Does that imply that 18 factions are surveilling my phone? He had initially thought that only a couple of factions had set their sights on him, but to discover so many was indeed alarming. With so many people monitoring my calls, does that mean I am in grave danger? Rest assured, host. The system has previously indicated that all of your information is safeguarded by its protection. Given the technological level of your planet, it is impossible for anyone to breach the system's defenses. Therefore, your information is exceedingly secure. The system had indeed stated this before, and Jiang Hai trusted its capabilities. So, in the realm of network information, no one can possibly locate me. Is that correct? But what if a person from the real world approaches me directly? Can the system guarantee that I will not be targeted? After Jiang Hai posed this question, he received no response from the system. This inexplicable silence plunged Jiang Hai's heart into despair. Hello? What does your silence signify at this moment? Chapter 46. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Felix, here is the experimental report for your review. The strikingly beautiful blonde assistant handed a document to Felix. As the head of the Latin American division of Lord High Corporation, Felix was certainly capable of comprehending the weapon analysis report. Upon opening the document and glancing at the data, Felix's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his dissatisfaction. Is this all there is? This analysis report on the Starburst-type rapid-fire RPG launcher contains so little? Felix expressed his discontent by tossing the report onto his desk, as if discarding a useless piece of trash. The assistant was not at all surprised by Felix's displeasure. According to the laboratory, the technological complexity of this launcher was minimal. Its true value lay in the miniature shells used in conjunction with it. Unfortunately, during the battle at the Hispania Senate, all the miniature shells had been expended. The laboratory lacked the experimental materials necessary for a comprehensive analysis. Damn it! Felix cursed under his breath, but quickly realized that such language was unbecoming of his position. Clearing his throat softly, he adjusted his meticulously styled hair and remarked with a slight pout, "Have there been any results regarding the surveillance on that number?" The response from his female assistant remained unsatisfactory to Felix. Ever since the previous operation's failure, the treasury of Hispania had been drained by a staggering sum of 215 billion beautiful currency. When converted to Huaxia currency, that amounts to a significant 8 billion. The other party had ceased all communication with Preval, and every attempt by Preval to reach out was met with outright rejection. TSK. After hearing the assistant's report, Felix couldn't help but click his tongue, his cheek muscles twitching slightly. A loss of 215 billion beautiful currency is no trifling matter. Hispania was already struggling financially, and such a blow could jeopardize Preval's presidency. Of course, Felix could intervene on behalf of Lockheed to safeguard Preval, or even directly compensate him for this loss. However, why would he? A black president who has sold himself for profit is hardly worth such a sum. Felix was merely utilizing him temporarily to capture the elusive arms dealer's courier. He had never contemplated a genuine collaboration with the Hispania government forces. For Lockheed, the true partners in Hispania were the affluent gangs. Over the past few years, Lockheed had sold a considerable amount of weaponry to these factions. If anyone were to be held accountable for the chaotic political landscape in Hispania, it is Lockheed that stands as the true puppet master behind the scenes. Taking a deep breath, Felix ceased to ponder the failure that was Preval. He reached out to several factions in Princeport, conveying our willingness to resume their arms supply. At the very least, we must safeguard the company's performance in Hispania. As for that enigmatic arms dealer, let the headquarters be informed. I refuse to believe they would only engage in transactions with Preval's family. Although it is regrettable, we must expand the search parameters at headquarters. They are bound to uncover some clues. Felix, somewhat resigned, rested his hands on the desk and gently tapped his fingers. His position was contingent upon the company's performance. If the investigation into this mysterious arms dealer adversely affected this year's results, it would spell trouble. However, this did not imply he would abandon the pursuit of the dealer's whereabouts. Merely reporting this intelligence to headquarters was prudent. They possessed far greater resources. Should they locate the dealer, the informant would be duly rewarded. The arms trade across Blue Star was a substantial cake, with portions already allocated. The emergence of a mysterious force attempting to carve out a peace? Absolutely unacceptable. Is this Mr. Dihiw Liang? A peculiar voice emanated from the phone, speaking an unfamiliar language that somehow Jiang Hai comprehended. Recognizing the system's translation feature, Jiang Hai responded directly in Huaxia, "This is I. Who might you be?" The ability to refer to oneself in such a manner, particularly in an alien tongue, indicated to Jiang Hai that the caller was undoubtedly seeking to discuss arms transactions. As I answered the phone, I stepped into my room and casually closed the door behind me. With Along serving as my personal bodyguard, my safety was assured. Yet my privacy faced certain complications. Fortunately, Along was well-versed in professional ethics and never pried into Jiang Hai's personal affairs. It was Mr. Filzat from the Holy War Organization who provided me with this number. "My name is Hussein Hava Hassan Mohammed, and I am a military advisor for Bosch. I trust you are aware of the recent disputes between Bosch and the Judaites. Allow me to be forthright about my intentions. We, Bosch, require your assistance." The directness of the caller caused Jiang Hai to raise an eyebrow. Initially, he found it peculiar that Filzat was so eager to introduce clients to him. However, upon learning that the caller was from Bosch, Jiang Hai understood the underlying reason. Bosch is a nation adjacent to the Gaza Strip and experiences considerable border friction with the Judaites. Most crucially, just a month prior, the Judaites had launched a missile that struck one of Bosch's consulates, exacerbating tensions between the two. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps it was this common adversary that prompted Filzat to refer this arms dealer to Bosch. Nonetheless, Jiang Hai did not immediately engage in negotiations. Instead, he inquired with curiosity. "Bosch must have established arms suppliers, correct? Why seek out our company? Unlike the jihadist organizations, Bosch is, after all, an independent nation with its own arms manufacturers and established foreign suppliers of military equipment. In recent years, there have even been rumors that Bosch has independently developed the formidable Great Ivan. In such a country, how could there be a scarcity of weaponry?" When Jiang Hai inquired, Hussein provided a straightforward response. "Behind the Judeans stands the support of nearly 70% of the affluent elite on the Blue Planet, among which 3 are among the top 10 arms suppliers globally. Following the escalation of tensions between our two nations, our original arms supply chain has encountered immediate challenges. Although we possess domestic arms manufacturers, our arsenal remains insufficient in light of the potential outbreak of war. Hence, we require additional military supplies. Mr. Filzert, understanding our predicament, recommended your esteemed company to us." Hussein is evidently a forthright individual, revealing the reasons without any concealment, allowing Jiang Hai to grasp the essence of the situation. Such an explanation is undeniably more authentic and reliable than the news reports circulating online. Chapter 47, New Clients. Wealthy Canines. The Judeans, lauded as the most astute nation in terms of wealth accumulation, even though they were annihilated a millennium ago and have since been in exile across the Blue Planet. They have amassed an immense fortune. Ultimately, they leveraged this wealth to forcibly re-establish their nation, forming the state of the Judeans. 70% of the affluent on the Blue Planet are Judeans, and among the 10 leading arms dealers, 3 were founded by them. This statistic is well known among the populace. Thus, when Hussein uttered these words, Jiang Hai was well aware of the predicament faced by Bosch. Regardless of whether Bosch truly possessed the formidable Ivan, even if it were indeed the case, he could not easily wield such a devastating weapon. Therefore, Bosch required a substantial arsenal to aid them in their struggle against the Judeans. Jiang Hai had a general understanding of Bosch's situation. When a client presented themselves at his doorstep, he naturally had no reason to decline, especially when they were a potential high-quality client. "No problem. What kind of goods do you require? Guns? Cannons? Or perhaps missiles?" No, Mr. Dihiw Liang, we do not need those." Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, the other party swiftly declined. This took Jiang Hai by surprise, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Hussein, then what do you require? We learned from Mr. Filzat that your company possesses a new type of fighter jet. We wish to purchase this new fighter jet from you." "A fighter jet?" Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended what the other party meant. It referred to the XC-198 fighter jet that had rescued Filzat from Hispania last time. Clearly, the jihadist organization had not abandoned their interest in this aircraft. Unable to afford it themselves, they were now attempting to persuade their allies to make the purchase. However, Jiang Hai switched the phone to his other hand, smiling as he said, Mr. Hussein, since you are aware of this new fighter jet, you should also know that it does not come cheap. No problem. Hussein immediately replied, evidently well prepared for this discussion. As far as I am aware, the price of this fighter jet is purported to be 5 trillion Huaxia coins. Is that correct? We are inclined to procure one of these advanced fighter jets. In fact, should the performance of this aircraft align with your company's assertions, we would not hesitate to continue our purchases. The audacity of Mr. Hussein was enough to provoke a silent curse from Jiang Hai. Such bold claims had not even been made by the chieftain monarch, Salam. When Salam sought to purchase aircraft and tanks from Jiang Hai, he recoiled upon hearing the price exceed 70 billion. Yet here stands Hussein, ready to affirm the staggering sum of 5 trillion. This can, of course, be rationalized. After all, while Salam possesses wealth, he is merely a chieftain, whereas Hussein represents a sovereign nation. Moreover, Bosch is not an ordinary country. It is a producer of oil. Though it may not rival the affluent neighbor, it certainly holds a prominent position on Blue Star. Thus, while Salam was rendered speechless by the 70 billion transaction, Bosch boldly embraces the 5 trillion deal. Nonetheless, even if Bosch is truly affluent, Jiang Hai was still somewhat taken aback by the prospect of spending 5 trillion Huaxia coins on a fighter jet. Mr. Hussein, have you truly deliberated upon this? I trust that Mr. Filzade has informed you of our company's stipulations. Once a transaction is finalized, there will be no room for regret. The 5 trillion Huaxia coins must indeed be produced. Should a breach of contract occur, the repercussions shall be far more severe. It is not merely that Jiang Hai possesses an overflowing sense of benevolence, choosing to forego readily available wealth. Rather, the concern lies in the potential inadvertent depletion of Hazard's treasury, which would tarnish Jiang Hai's reputation irrevocably. Who would dare to engage in trade with Jiang Hai thereafter? Fear not. This resolution has garnered unanimous consent from both the President and the Parliament. Provided the fighter jet meets quality standards, we shall promptly deliver the 500 billion Huaxia coins. Bush is in dire need of this aircraft. Hussein displayed no hesitation in response to Jiang Hai's entreaties. Instead, his tone was resolute and unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai suddenly seemed to grasp the underlying reality. He recognized that Bush, unlike its neighboring countries, possessed a distinct character marked by steadfastness, particularly in foreign relations where they exhibit a formidable stance. The recent assault by the Judeans on Bush can be likened to provoking a formidable adversary. It is fortunate that Bush has managed to retain a semblance of rationality. Otherwise, the legendary Great Ivan of Bush might have been relegated to the territory of the Judeans. In the absence of the Great Ivan's deployment, Bush requires a potent means of retaliation against Judea. Thus, they are willing to invest heavily in procuring fighter jets from Jiang Hai. Indeed, the maneuverability of the new C-198 fighter jet is ideally suited for retaliatory strikes. With this aircraft, Bush is fully equipped to launch assaults and bombardments against Judea. Given Hussein's clear stance, Jiang Hai naturally acquiesced. Very well. In light of this, our company shall proceed with the transaction. We shall acquire 1 unit of the C-198 new fighter jet, priced at an astounding 500 trillion Huaxia coins. Kindly confirm the delivery location so that we can arrange the logistics. Without hesitation, Hussein promptly provided an address. Ding. The system has detected the host's receipt of the business. Initiating location identification for the host. Please select a delivery method. 1. The host delivers in person. 2. The host controls a puppet for delivery. 3. The fighter jet autonomously proceeds. The host is requested to make a selection. Upon noticing an additional delivery option presented by the system, Jiang Hai momentarily paused, only to quickly realize that the fighter jet is equipped with remote piloting capabilities. It seems that during the previous rental of this aircraft, the system also executed remote control. This indeed simplifies matters. I choose option 3. The host has selected the delivery method, engaging remote control of the fighter jet. The aircraft is en route to the client's specified location. A series of notifications from the system echoed, and Jiang Hai found himself at ease. Of course, he understood that this convenience arose from the fighter jet's remote control feature. Otherwise, he would have had to make the trip himself for other goods. After a tranquil wait of over 3 hours, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. The settlement process is now commencing. The host has finalized a transaction amount of 500 trillion Huaxia coins. This price reflects a premium, with the excess serving as a bonus for the host. With the host receiving a 10 commission on the transaction, the host's earnings total an astonishing 500 billion Huaxia coins. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host's bank account balance has exceeded 100 billion Huaxia coins. This has met the conditions for a system upgrade. The system will automatically commence the upgrade process, which is expected to last approximately 30 Blue Star days. The host is advised to await the system's upgrade patiently. Chapter 48. Where's my money? An upgrade? What does that mean? Why has it suddenly upgraded? System, shouldn't you consult me, the host, before proceeding with this upgrade? The continuous series of prompts left Jiang Hai momentarily at a loss, prompting him to silently cry out in his heart. Yet, no matter how fervently Jiang Hai called, the system offered no response this time. It appears the system has begun its automatic upgrade. Moreover, according to previous notifications, this upgrade is set to last for 30 days. Consequently, for the next 30 days, he will be unable to utilize any of the system's functionalities. However, upon reflection, this may not be of great concern. After all, with the system undergoing an upgrade, engaging in transactions would be impossible anyway. There's no need to venture abroad, as the system's features hold little value. As for his phone, there is no cause for alarm. The contact numbers provided to clients are not even Jiang Hai's personal mobile number. Without the system, clients would be unable to reach Jiang Hai at all, thereby eliminating any worries about the hidden surveillance lurking in the shadows. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Hai came to realize that he was not experiencing any significant loss, and thus he remained unconcerned. Soon, he recalled the commission he had just received, an astonishing sum of 500 billion. This figure was nothing short of astronomical. It was hard to fathom that even over 3 lifetimes, let alone 30, one could ever deplete such wealth. He had thought that his previous 100 billion assets were enough to fortify his spirit. Yet the mere thought of that colossal fortune resting in his bank account sent his heart racing, almost leaping from his throat. He immediately opened his computer to check his bank balance, his heart racing and hands trembling. Perhaps after completing this transaction, I shall retire and take it easy. Upon glancing at his bank balance, he was initially overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the numbers. However, it did not take long for him to sense something amiss. While the digits were indeed extensive, they fell short of the length he had envisioned. Instead of the anticipated 500 billion, he found only a little over 100 billion. Where had his money vanished? Where's my money? Who the hell has stolen it? Jiang Hai was both astonished and furious, unable to contain his outrage as he bellowed. At that moment, the door burst open, and Lang rushed in, visibly anxious. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Hai seated before his computer, seemingly unfazed, Lang wore a bewildered expression, unsure of what had transpired. Ahem. Lang, it's nothing. I was just shouting randomly. Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure, hastily closing the online banking page, and awkwardly offered an explanation that even a ghost would find hard to believe. However, Lang merely cast a glance at Jiang Hai, gave a slight nod, and promptly exited the room. Before departing, he was considerate enough to close the door behind him. Rubbing the back of his head, Jiang Hai reopened the online banking page. Staring intently at the balance displayed, his brow furrowed in confusion. This shouldn't be the case, should it? Could it be that the system upgrade was merely a pretext for absconding with his wages? Jiang Hai immediately shook his head, dismissing such a ludicrous notion. It seemed that prior to the system upgrade, there had been a notification indicating that the account balance had exceeded 100 billion, thus triggering the system upgrade. Was it conceivable that the upgrade could also devour his funds? Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. This theory seemed far more plausible. Yet, at present, the system remained unresponsive, and it appeared he would have to wait a month for the completion of the upgrade before seeking clarification. Soon enough, Jiang Hai found peace in the situation. After all, he still had 100 billion left in his account. Just a few months prior, he had been a penniless programmer. Now he possessed a home, a car, and a thriving career. What more could he desire? He considered his greatest strength to be his ability to maintain perspective. The month of system upgrade provided him with the perfect opportunity to enjoy a well-deserved respite. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this period, Jiang Hai had indeed adhered to a disciplined routine, alternating between home and the club, never once setting foot in Changhe Plaza. He had entrusted all matters to Fong Li. Confident in her capabilities, Fong Li had proven herself worthy of his trust, as her investment company was flourishing. According to her, she had invested in 3 projects over the past few months, Although substantial returns have yet to be realized, the project is progressing quite well. One can trust that significant rewards will manifest within a year. In this regard, Jiang Hai remains indifferent. His initial intention for establishing this investment firm was merely a facade to facilitate arms trading. Had it not been for the recent downturn in the real estate sector, he would undoubtedly have ventured into the property market himself. All right, Sister Fong, you take the lead. I have complete faith in you. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Hai chuckled as he conversed with Fong Li over the phone. He had just returned from training at the club, while Lao Li and Alang occupied the driver's and passenger's seats, respectively. The spacious rear seat was solely occupied by Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, it seems there is some traffic ahead. Just as Jiang Hai concluded the call, the car came to an abrupt halt. Lao Li furrowed his brow, gazing forward, unable to refrain from commenting. The road ahead had been congested for quite some time, leaving them uncertain whether it was due to an accident or some other cause. Traffic? Jiang Hai was hardly perturbed. Such delays are commonplace in the bustling metropolis. What is there to find remarkable? No worries. Just take it slow. There's no rush. Jiang Hai leaned back, closing his eyes in preparation for a brief respite. Bang! Just as he had shut his eyes, a deafening noise erupted, followed by a violent jolt beneath him. What on earth is happening with the driving? Jiang Hai instinctively opened his eyes, while Lao Li had already begun to curse. The three occupants of the vehicle, including Alang, turned their heads in unison to glance behind them. A gray and white van appeared behind, already adorned with Jiang Hai's emblem. From the vehicle, one could see that the front of the van had been significantly dented. One could only imagine the ferocity of the recent collision. Jiang, I'll step out and handle this, grumbled Lao Li as he hastily briefed Jiang Hai before exiting the car. As a seasoned driver, Lao Li possessed ample experience in managing traffic incidents, which reassured Jiang Hai. However, encountering such a situation left him somewhat unsettled. Jiang, something feels off. Suddenly, the previously silent Alang spoke up shortly after Lao Li had exited. Jiang Hai was taken aback, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Alang sprang up from the passenger seat. His robust figure slipped through the cabin like an eel, swiftly positioning himself beside Jiang Hai and forcefully pressing him into his seat. Crash, crash, crash. In an instant, the windows to Jiang Hai's left, right, and rear shattered simultaneously. Countless shards of glass rained into the cabin. Fortunately, the windows were made of tempered glass. Otherwise, Jiang Hai would have been grievously injured by the shards. Chapter 49. A sudden attack. What are you doing? Came Lao Li's panicked cries from outside. Almost immediately, his shouts morphed into screams. Meanwhile, Alang shielded Jiang Hai with his body, striving to protect him from the falling glass. Thanks to the experiences of the past few months, Jiang Hai regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Alang, go save Master Li. It's all right, I'm fine. Jiang Hai swiftly assessed the situation. His G-Wagon was no ordinary vehicle. Though the window was shattered, the chassis remained robust. As long as Jiang Hai remained prudently inside, he would be secure for the time being. However, Old Li was outside, and without knowing the identity of their assailants, Jiang Hai worried about his safety. After a moment's hesitation, Alang nodded subtly, pivoted, and with a swift motion, thrust the car door open and slipped out. Once outside, he promptly shut the door with a firm kick. Jiang Hai immediately ducked down, reached over to lock the door, and then crouched low in his seat. Soon, the air was filled with cries of agony and curses. Simultaneously, the vehicle was repeatedly struck with resounding thuds. Jiang Hai peered up just in time to see the remnants of the broken window being further smashed, and an arm reaching in, groping to unlock the door. Not a chance, Jiang Hai retorted, reacting swiftly. He twisted in his seat and brought his foot down with considerable force onto the intruding arm. A sharp cry ensued, and the arm was immediately withdrawn. But before Jiang Hai could celebrate, another hand snaked down from above his head, seizing his hair. Damn it! The excruciating pull on his scalp elicited a curse from Jiang Hai. Frantically, he grasped the hand above him, attempting to pry it loose. However, his assailant possessed considerable strength, and Jiang Hai was unable to break free. Instead, he was dragged towards the window, on the verge of being pulled out. Smack! Arg! A muffled thud was accompanied by a chilling scream, and the hand that had been gripping Jiang Hai's hair finally released its hold. Jiang! The voice of Alang rang out from outside the car window, and Jiang Hai instantly recognized that it was Alang who had just rescued him. I'm fine, he gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. Glancing across, he noticed several arms reaching out from the opposite car door. This time, Jiang Hai comprehended the scene. A group of young men was crowded around the door, attempting to pry it open. Alang! Suddenly, there was a series of dull thuds from the roof of the car. In the next moment, Alang descended like a whirlwind, kicking the young men away with fierce precision. Another loud crack startled Jiang Hai. Turning his head, he saw the disheveled old Li had managed to climb into the driver's seat. Covered in blood and clearly injured, old Li paid no heed to his own wounds. As soon as he entered the vehicle, he immediately started the engine. Drive. Get Jiang out of here. Alang's voice, even amidst the chaos, retained an air of calm. Old Li, seasoned and perceptive, recognized that the assailants were targeting Jiang Hai. Thus, the best course of action was to evacuate him. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The tires of the G-Class roared to life, churning up a cloud of smoke on the pavement. In an instant, the vehicle surged forward as if propelled by a catapult. Upon being violently struck by the imposing G-Class, a path was unexpectedly forged. General Jiang, can you truly afford to compensate for these vehicles? Old Li gritted his teeth, his face a mask of determination, yet his voice trembled with apprehension. After years of driving, he had never engaged in such a reckless game of bumper cars. Jiang Hai found himself both amused and exasperated by old Li's words. Crash. I can afford to wreck 100 cars. Jiang Hai's proclamation seemed to invigorate old Li, who resolutely pressed the accelerator, his hands gripping the steering wheel with unwavering intensity. With a series of consecutive collisions, the formidable G-Class managed to force its way out of the street. Having navigated through the congested area, the sight of an unimpeded road ahead prompted a simultaneous sigh of relief from both Jiang Hai and Old Li. Old Li hastily accelerated, continuing their advance, while he called out to Jiang Hai, Jiang, where to next? The police station. In the face of such chaos, Jiang Hai felt that only the police could provide him with a semblance of safety. The police station? Yes, we should go to the police station. Old Li, still clearly in a state of confusion, paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, deftly steering towards the nearest police station. Suddenly, Jiang Hai experienced a dizzying sensation, accompanied by a deafening roar that filled his mind. He barely caught a glimpse of a crimson hue before darkness enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate, until Jiang Hai gradually regained awareness. As he opened his eyes, a pristine white ceiling greeted him. Jiang Hai instinctively wished to articulate something, yet found himself utterly incapable of uttering a single word. His throat felt as if it were tightly sealed with glue, constricted beyond measure. He smacked his lips, but even swallowing proved to be an insurmountable task. Mr. Jiang, someone quickly. This slight movement from Jiang Hai immediately elicited a chorus of gasps. However, these exclamations resonated in his ears like the piercing ache of a splitting headache. Silence. The patient requires rest. A doctor and nurses hurried into the room, one doctor sternly admonishing Fong Li and the others present. Upon hearing the doctor's command, Fong Li and the others promptly fell silent, their gazes fixed on the medical staff as they conducted an examination on the supine Jiang Hai. After a tumultuous half-hour, the doctor finally addressed Fong Li and the others. The patient has just regained consciousness, which is a positive sign. However, he necessitates ample rest. With that, the doctor issued further instructions to the nurses before departing the room. Following this brief respite, Jiang Hai's condition had improved significantly. He had been given a few sips of water, markedly better than when he had first awakened. Sister Fong, what happened to me? Mr. Jiang, you are all right. You sustained injuries in the car accident. The doctor has realigned your fractured bones. With some time to recuperate, you will be fine. Fong Li, recalling the doctor's earlier instructions, leaned closer to the bedside and spoke softly to Jiang Hai. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai gradually began to recollect the events leading up to his unconsciousness. Have I been in a car accident? Indeed, Master Li. Master Li is also unscathed, though he suffered a fractured femur, which has been properly treated, and he is now resting in the adjacent ward. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. Upon mentioning Old Li, Jiang Hai quickly grasped the implication, and Fong Li succinctly elucidated the situation to alleviate Jiang Hai's concerns. Chapter 50. The aerial assault of Bosch. With Fong Li's patient explanations, Jiang Hai gradually comprehended the sequence of events. The accident that led to his unconsciousness was merely an unfortunate incident. Old Li, in his haste to reach the police station, neglected the traffic signals, and made a sharp turn at the intersection, colliding directly with the oncoming dump truck. Although the G-Class vehicle is considerably sturdier than the average car, it was no match for the reckless speed of the dump truck. Consequently, the G-Class was utterly wrecked, leaving both Jiang Hai and Old Li severely injured. However, one could argue that it was fortunate they were driving the G-Class. Had they been in a standard sedan, they would have surely been reduced to mere pulp. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This time it is our oversight. At that moment, Uncle One, standing at the opposite side of Jiang Hai's hospital bed, spoke up. This marked Jiang Hai's first encounter with Uncle One since he had engaged their services. Glancing at Uncle One, Jiang Hai refrained from uttering any reassurances. After all, he was paying a monthly salary of 10 million, a sum intended to ensure his safety, which was an obligation that should have been fulfilled by the other party. Now that Jiang Hai found himself in peril, it was undoubtedly their responsibility. I require an explanation, Jiang Hai stated tersely, then closed his eyes, choosing not to regard the other man any further. Regarding Jiang Hai, when Shu exhibited no semblance of anger, rather, he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Jiang, this matter shall not be overlooked for long, when Shu solemnly assured Jiang Hai. Observing that Jiang Hai seemed disinclined to engage further, when Shu chose to remain silent and quietly exited the hospital room. Once the other had departed, Jiang Hai gradually opened his eyes and turned to Fong Li. Sister Fong, how long have I been unconscious? You have been in a coma for 2 days, Fong Li replied, striving to maintain a cheerful demeanor as she reassured him. Do not worry, I am managing things at the company. I have already addressed this situation. You are considered to be in a state of emergency and will not be held criminally accountable alongside Master Li. As for the compensation for the damaged vehicles, I have taken care of that as well. Previously, Jiang Hai had instructed Old Li to drive through a path, resulting in numerous vehicles being damaged and several individuals injured. While both Jiang Hai and Old Li would not face criminal charges, compensation was inevitable. Fortunately, for Jiang Hai, financial resources were not a concern. His prior investment in the company amounted to 200 million, and with the rental income from Changhe Building, Fong Li no longer needed to request funds from Jiang Hai. She resolved the compensation matters independently. All right, I will transfer another 200 million to the company account shortly. Jiang Hai gently nodded, his words leaving Fong Li somewhat speechless. 200 million. To Jiang Hai, it seemed as trivial as $200. Just how much wealth does this man possess? Fong Li did not refuse Jiang Hai. The company belonged to him, after all. The money he injected into the business merely shifted from one hand to the other. What Fong Li needed to ensure was that Jiang Hai's funds did not go to waste. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she was soon dismissed by him. In the expansive hospital room, Jiang Hai found himself alone. Indeed, both he and Old Li in the adjacent room resided in a VIP ward, free from the discomfort of sharing with others, enjoying cleanliness and the attentive care of nurses on round-the-clock shifts. One can only say, it is truly splendid to possess wealth. With no one else around, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Although the recent attack had yet to yield any answers, it served as a stark warning for him. Previously, he had been fearless, bolstered by the support of his system. However, following an upgrade, those protective functions had faltered, leading to this unfortunate incident. Uncle Wen had earlier sent Old Jiu to caution him about someone monitoring his phone, but at that time, he had paid little heed. Had he taken that warning to heart and actively sought out the hidden foe lurking in the shadows, perhaps this incident could have been averted. He had narrowly escaped with his life this time. What of the next? Would fortune favor him again? It was high time to unearth those enemies concealed in the dark. Yet, with the system currently undergoing an upgrade, Jiang Hai found himself unable to utilize its functionalities for assistance. It appeared that he would have to rely on his financial prowess. With over 10 billion in his account, he was determined to uncover those hidden adversaries. Although Uncle Wen assured him that they would provide a satisfactory explanation, Jiang Hai remained resolute in his quest for answers. However, following this incident, Jiang Hai realized that he could not completely rely on Wen Shu. For reasons unknown, the image of Coach Yi suddenly surfaced in his mind. Although Lang was already formidable, he still referred to Coach Yi with great admiration. Despite the absence of any tangible evidence, Jiang Hai believed that if Coach Yi were to intervene, the matter would undoubtedly be resolved swiftly. It would be ideal if he could enlist Coach Yi's assistance. In response to the lightning strikes on several military bases in Judah, Bush recently announced his responsibility for the attacks. This aerial assault inflicted devastating damage on several key military installations in Judah. Although the Judah government claimed to have implemented effective preventive measures and asserted that there were no casualties from the attack, reliable intelligence indicated that over 100 personnel had perished in the airstrike. Undoubtedly, Judah's air defense system failed to function as intended. If this aerial attack was indeed orchestrated by Bush, it would signify that Judah had reaped the bitter consequences of its previous airstrike against the Bush consulate. With a decisive click, Smith turned off the television, his expression grim, swiveling his chair to face the 10 or so colleagues in the conference room. He spoke in a grave tone. "Gentlemen, you have all witnessed it. Bush's recent aerial operation has completely escaped our control. I am indifferent to the extent of Judah's losses. The crux of the matter is that Bush's airstrike was exceedingly sudden. When did Bush acquire such formidable aerial capabilities? It rendered Judah utterly defenseless. Mr. Hamilton, you have been in charge of the situation regarding Bosch all along." As Smith pointed him out, a middle-aged man with brown hair stood up, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He was utterly at a loss in response to Smith's inquiry. Although Bosch had engaged in arms purchases, it possessed a comprehensive arms manufacturing chain, resulting in minimal external demand. Consequently, Hamilton's performance consistently languished at the bottom tier within the company, coupled with Bosch's steadfastly rigid stance. His intelligence-gathering efforts within the nation bore little fruit. Now, under the scrutiny of his superiors' interrogation and the inquisitive gazes of his colleagues, Hamilton stammered, unable to articulate a coherent answer. His demeanor only exacerbated Smith's irritation, who let out a derisive snort, slammed his hand on the table, and chastised, "Incompetent fool." Stung by the reprimand, Hamilton felt an odd sense of relief. He hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow as he quickly resettled into his seat. Chapter 51. The treasury of Bosch is depleted. The airstrikes on Bosch will undoubtedly not be the last. If Judah lacks a strategy to counter such assaults, this protracted war, lasting nearly a century, will conclude in a remarkably brief span. When the war ends, to whom shall we sell our arms? The company's interests will suffer grievously. This is absolutely intolerable. Smith raged, spitting words as he shouted and forcefully struck the table. In the conference room, the others kept their heads bowed in silence, too intimidated to speak. After nearly half an hour of scolding, Smith's pent-up frustration began to dissipate slightly. He picked up the remote control and turned on the television once more. However, this time, instead of news reports, the screen displayed a vast expanse of azure sky. Furrowing his brow, Smith manipulated the remote, causing the image to zoom in continuously. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky, and as the image magnified further, the dot grew larger. Ultimately, it transformed into a dark silhouette, yet even at the end, its true nature remained obscured. Smith spoke in a low voice. "This is an image captured by a high-speed camera. It was taken 5 minutes before the airstrike on Judah's military base, near the border with Bosch. The target speed was so rapid that even this high-speed camera could not capture it clearly. However, we can be certain that this is a craft capable of extraordinary velocity. We have reason to believe that Bosch utilized this craft to launch airstrikes on several military bases in Judah." Smith's declaration left the others in the conference room visibly astonished, prompting a chorus of disbelief. "This is impossible. How could Bosch possess such an advanced flying machine? Given Bosch's level of research, it is simply unfeasible." The attendees, all executives from arms companies, possessed an understanding of weaponry that rivaled that of seasoned experts. Such a high-speed flying apparatus was beyond their comprehension, let alone the possibility of it being developed by Bosch. Smith nodded solemnly and stated, "Indeed, it is inconceivable that Bosch could have engineered such an aircraft. Thus, there can be but one explanation. This aircraft must have been acquired by Bosch from other forces." As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde secretary stationed in the corner of the conference room promptly presented a dossier. Upon opening the folder, Smith extracted one of the documents and displayed it to the assembly. This was intelligence obtained from Bosch's financial records dated 10 days prior. It clearly outlined a substantial expenditure from the Bosch treasury over the course of the past month. To what extent was this expenditure? The wealth that Bosch had amassed over the years had almost been entirely depleted. It was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. Smith's revelation caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Bosch, a nation rich in oil, while not as affluent as its neighbors for various reasons, had nonetheless accumulated a formidable fortune over the years, now seemingly vanishing into thin air. What could Bosch possibly have purchased with such an amount? A nation, perhaps? This implies that Bosch expended an enormous sum to acquire this aircraft, subsequently launching aerial assaults on Judah with it. Therefore, the singular task before us is to ascertain who sold this aircraft to Bosch. Smith, with a serious demeanor, emphatically tapped the folder on the table with his finger and exclaimed with fervor. The others exchanged glances, recognizing that this was no trivial matter. Their company stood as the foremost arms manufacturer on the entire Blue Planet, boasting a unique high-tech research and development center. If even their own firm could not engineer such a high-speed aircraft, it was truly inconceivable that any other faction possessed such formidable development capabilities. Could it be Lord Hick? Their research prowess is indeed substantial. Unlikely. I rather suspect it might be Ryan Corporation. With Hans backing them, their research strength is not significantly inferior to ours. Do you think it could be Huaxia? The state-owned arms manufacturing industry in Huaxia has been catching up in recent years. Various conjectures filled the room, yet no one could arrive at a definitive conclusion. Smith, visibly impatient, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "What I require is an accurate answer. Not your baseless speculations. 1 month. Within 1 month, I demand a result. If not, all of you will be dismissed." After venting his frustrations, Smith stood up in a huff and stormed out of the conference room, leaving everyone else seated in bewilderment, utterly unsure of what to do next. A month's time, though it may not seem brief, felt woefully insufficient given the utter lack of leads. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the television screen, where a dark silhouette appeared, sending shivers down their spines. Jiang Hai had not stayed long in the hospital. Having nearly healed from his injuries, he proceeded to check out. It is not that Jiang Hai is particularly reluctant to pay for the hospital bills. Rather, he finds the hospital environment intolerable. Even in the luxurious private ward, lying on the hospital bed leaves him feeling inexplicably awkward. Thus, he decided to discharge himself and return home to recuperate. There was no need to worry about care, as Jiang Hai directly hired 3 experienced nurses to reside in his home and attend to his daily needs. Additionally, a doctor also moved in to monitor his condition at all times. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's spacious flat provided ample room. Otherwise, accommodating so many people would have been quite a challenge. Consequently, Fong Li suggested that Jiang Hai consider purchasing a larger home or even a villa. Given his current financial situation, this was hardly a formidable task. Jiang Hai did not dismiss Fong Li's suggestion, but stated he would think it over, at least waiting until he had fully healed and regained his mobility. Speaking of Jiang Hai's injuries, while the others were merely superficial, the most serious damage was to his right leg, the fibula fractured and the knee dislocated. Such injuries would take at least 2 to 3 months to heal completely. Jiang Hai found himself nostalgically longing for the system. If it were still operational, perhaps his injuries could be cured immediately. However, with 10 more days until the system's upgrade was complete, he had no choice but to endure his discomfort. Just a few days after returning home, Uncle Wen arrived at his door, accompanied by the chubby Geo and a shorter companion. "Uncle Wen, do you have any leads?" Leaning against the sofa, Jiang Hai cast a fleeting glance at Uncle Wen and responded in a tone markedly cooler than during their initial encounter. The reason for this change was quite simple. The previous negligence exhibited by Uncle Wen and his associates had left a lingering resentment in Jiang Hai's heart. Chapter 52. It is time to purchase a new residence. This is not a matter of Jiang Hai being petty. Rather, Uncle Wen and his team had utterly failed in their duties as his bodyguards. Had they arranged for a few more men to accompany him instead of relying solely on Alang, the earlier incident might not have escalated to such proportions. Or perhaps it would never have occurred at all. Indeed, Alang was quite formidable. During the last encounter, not a single adversary was able to best him. However, the crux of the issue remains. No matter how skilled Alang may be, he is but one man with 2 fists. In a scenario similar to the previous one, should the opposition have dispatched enough individuals to entangle Alang, Jiang Hai would find himself in peril. Consequently, Jiang Hai's demeanor towards Uncle Wen naturally declined. Observing Jiang Hai's attitude, Uncle Wen remained unfazed, yet the shorter man behind him could no longer contain himself. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" the shorter man exclaimed. "Uncle Wen has already—" "Shut up, you little fool," Uncle Wen reprimanded sharply, causing the shorter man to immediately fall silent, too intimidated to utter another word. "Little fool?" This was the first time Jiang Hai had heard that nickname for the shorter man, prompting him to curiously glance at the latter's legs. Although they were slightly shorter, they hardly seemed crippled. Seemingly sensing Jiang Hai's scrutiny, The shorter man shot him a venomous glare, ready to unleash a tirade, but upon remembering Uncle Wen's presence, he could only seethe in silence. Uncle Wen's gaze once again fell upon Jiang Hai, and he addressed him. Mr. Jiang, we have thoroughly investigated the matter. The perpetrators are a group from another province, and the mastermind behind it is a man named Shi Heyu. Shi Heyu? I do not recognize that name. Jiang Hai shook his head after mentally revolving the name. However, Uncle Wen appeared unfazed and continued. Shi Heyu is a local thug from the northwest, somewhat notorious in that region, yet not a figure of significant stature. Therefore, Shi Heyu is not the true orchestrator of this affair. Jiang Hai immediately grasped Uncle Wen's implication, his eyes narrowing. The situation seemed to be more intricate than he initially perceived. Uncle Wen nodded, affirming, Shi Heyu's main sphere of influence is in the northwest. It is unlikely he would provoke trouble here in the Magic City. However, he has a nephew who, a decade ago, established a company in the imperial capital, specializing in venture capital. Of course, this is merely a fade. The true purpose of this company is to launder money for Shi Heyu and facilitate investments that yield profit as much as possible. The imperial capital? Jiang Hai frowned, still puzzled by the underlying connections. This is the Magic City, separated from the imperial capital by several thousand kilometers. Uncle Wen continued to elaborate on his findings. The investment company founded by Shi Heyu's nephew intended to venture into the Magic City a year ago, targeting several industries, one of which is the Changhe building located in the heart of the Magic City. Finally, the connection has been uncovered. Shi Heyu's nephew had set his sights on the Changhe building, only to be preempted by Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai found it perplexing. After all, it was merely a venture that had been seized from him. Was it truly necessary to travel such a great distance to confront him in the bustling metropolis? If one wished to engage in business, could they not endure such minor friction? As if sensing Jiang Hai's bewilderment, Uncle Wen continued to elucidate. In truth, it was not solely the Changhe building at stake. The projects recently invested in by Jiang's company, coincidentally, were also the targets of Shi Heyu's nephew. Among these, 2 projects had nearly been secured by the other party, yet Jiang's company, with its substantial resources, managed to wrest them away. Upon relaying this information to Shi Heyu, his nephew concluded that Jiang was deliberately opposing him, prompting the mobilization of personnel to the metropolis to confront Jiang. At this point, the sequence of events had been thoroughly elucidated. Yet, after hearing all this, Jiang Hai remained speechless. To think that he had nearly risked his life over such trivial matters. If he were to lose his life for such a reason, how unjust that would be. Uncle Wen, seemingly concerned that Jiang Hai might doubt the veracity of the situation, instructed the stout man, Lao Jiao, to place a thick stack of documents on the coffee table before Jiang Hai. These are the results of our investigation during this period. You may peruse them at your leisure. Indeed, Jiang Hai replied softly. Regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Wen and his team had demonstrated commendable problem-solving abilities, successfully unearthing Shi Heyu from such a distance in a remarkably short span of time. What, then, is your plan to resolve this issue? That Shi Heyu is unlikely to relent easily, is he? I certainly do not wish to live in constant trepidation. The implication of Jiang Hai's words is unmistakable. If Uncle Wen and the others seek to redeem themselves, they must resolve the issue of Shi Heyu. As for reporting to the authorities, Jiang Hai is not so naive. The opponent is undoubtedly a local power player. The likelihood of the authorities affecting them is minimal. Since the righteous path seems unfeasible, we must resort to alternative means. Uncle Wen immediately grasped Jiang Hai's intent and was perhaps already mentally prepared for it. As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, Uncle Wen assured him, "Rest assured, General Jiang, we shall handle this matter. Shi Heyu shall never pose a threat to you again." Excellent. I await Uncle Wen's good news with anticipation. For the first time, Jiang Hai revealed a smile, nodding as he stated, "If this matter is executed flawlessly, I have prepared a reward of 20 million as an incentive for everyone. Consider it a token of appreciation." After wielding the stick, it is only fitting to offer the carrot. Jiang Hai understood the principle of employing both reward and punishment. Furthermore, any problem that can be solved with money is merely a minor issue. Uncle Wen smiled, accepting Jiang Hai's generosity without hesitation. After a brief exchange, he turned and exited Jiang Hai's chamber. However, unlike when he arrived with the rotund old Jiao and the short, limping fellow, he departed alone. Old Jiao and the limping man remained by alongside, seemingly absorbed in their own thoughts. Well then, Is this a lesson learned the hard way? Old Geo and the limping man refrained from offering explanations, but Jiang Hai immediately comprehended the underlying meaning. Previously, it was evident that Alung alone was insufficient, prompting Uncle One to assign 2 additional individuals. Observing the cheerful Lao Geo and the disgruntled cripple, alongside the perpetually expressionless Alung, Jiang Hai could only shake his head in resignation and remarked, "During this period, you shall reside in Alung's room. Let us make do for now. It appears that changing accommodations is indeed unavoidable." Ding dong. The system upgrade has been completed. The system has been upgraded to version 2.0. All functionalities have been restored. New features have been added. Please, host, take note. After residing at home for over 10 days, at last, the melodious voice of the system, after a month's absence, graced Jiang Hai's mind once more. The system had finally completed its upgrade. Upon hearing this long-awaited notification, Jiang Hai was overwhelmed with joy, nearly springing from his bed. Taking a deep breath, he could no longer contain the words he had been holding back for a month in his mind. System, repay the debt. Chapter 53, The Transaction Channel 30 days. A full month. Heaven knows how Jiang Hai endured this time. Daily, the thought of that vanished 500 trillion weighed heavily on his heart. That sum was the fruit of his labor. Derived from selling a prohibitively expensive fighter jet to a wealthy client he had fortuitously encountered. It was his hard-earned wage. Not only was it not merely warmed, but Jiang Hai hadn't even had the chance to glance at it before the system whisked it away. Each recollection of that lost 500 trillion sent waves of anguish through him. The system has not defaulted on the host's debts. Please, host, choose your words carefully. Who said that? Where have my 50 trillion Huaxia coins gone? Jiang Hai will not be easily deceived by the system. If it weren't for Alung and the others guarding outside, Jiang Hai would certainly confront the system, making it aware that he is not so easily fooled. The 50 trillion Huaxia coins belonging to the host are a necessary expenditure for the system upgrade, not a debt owed by the system. Spare me. You clearly stated that to meet the conditions for the system upgrade, only 10 trillion Huaxia coins are required. Yet you have taken a full 50 trillion from me. 50 trillion, just sitting in the bank accruing interest, is an astounding amount. The thought alone causes Jiang Hai immense heartache. He will absolutely not be deceived by the system. Host, the 50 trillion Huaxia coins withdrawn by the system are entirely essential for the system upgrade. Please refrain from unreasonable disturbances. I do not believe it. You only wish to. The 2.0 version Munitions Tycoon System will unlock interstellar trading mode for the host. For trading channels have already been opened for the host. The host can engage in interstellar trade through these 4 channels. The system clearly does not intend to continue this argument with Jiang Hai and directly interrupted him. What? Interstellar trading mode? What does that mean? As the name suggests, the host can conduct transactions with clients from other planets through the trading channels. Each trading channel requires 30 blue star days for energy charging. Therefore, the host can only activate each trading channel once a month. For trading channels imply that the host can engage in transactions 4 times a month. Each trading channel is utilized once per month, amounting to a total of 4 channels. It dawned on Jiang Hai as he reflected upon the system's notification. Subtracting the 100 billion cosmic coins required for upgrades, the remaining 400 billion cosmic coins would be entirely allocated to this endeavor. Thus, activating a single trading channel necessitates an expenditure of 100 billion cosmic coins. Indeed, to open a channel leading to the stars, one must forfeit 100 billion cosmic coins. With 100 billion cosmic coins, one can depart from Blue Star and traverse freely to another planet. It seems like a fair exchange. However, Jiang Hai could not comprehend why the establishment of an interstellar trading channel required the currency of Blue Star, the cosmic coin. Undoubtedly, the mere existence of such a system is itself a perplexing phenomenon, and Jiang Hai was disinclined to delve deeper into it. His thoughts were now wholly consumed by the prospect of the trading channel that could connect him to other planets. System. Does this mean I can now journey to other planets? Would the host like to activate an interstellar trading channel? Please note, once the interstellar trading channel is activated, it will be bound to the designated planet. Regardless of future circumstances, the exit position of this trading channel will remain unchanged. In other words, once the trading channel is bound, it cannot be altered thereafter. Jiang Hai paused momentarily, taken aback by such a stipulation. Just moments ago, he had felt that the system granting him 4 trading channels at once seemed rather excessive. Only now do I comprehend this arrangement. The 4 trading channels imply a fixed number of trading entities. In this light, It seems rather limited, does it not? With a slight smirk, Jiang Hai hesitated. System. Once I acquire wealth, may I open additional trading channels? Upon the first activation of a trading channel following the system upgrade, one is entitled to a special introductory offer. Should the host wish to establish new trading channels thereafter, a sum of 100 trillion Huaxia coins shall be required. How outrageous. Upon hearing the system's quotation, Jiang Hai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Silently berating the situation in his mind, his earlier excitement gradually ebbed, leaving him in no rush to activate the interstellar trading channel. By the way, system, is it possible to heal my injuries? Ding. Your request has been acknowledged, and all your ailments have been treated. A fee of 1.5 million Huaxia coins has been deducted for the treatment. Ding. The host's body has fully recovered. Please cherish your health and maintain your vitality. A robust physique is an essential prerequisite for becoming a formidable arms tycoon. Indeed, the system possesses healing capabilities. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Hai felt a warm sensation enveloping him, akin to soaking in a soothing hot spring. His injured right leg felt remarkably comfortable. After a brief moment, he tested his right leg, and the pain had completely vanished. Truly, all the injuries to his legs have healed. Regarding the 1.5 million in medical expenses deducted by the system, Jiang Hai did not concern himself with it. Although the cost was indeed substantial, it was undeniably justified. At least he would no longer have to remain bedridden for several months. Naturally, the swift recovery from his injuries could not be publicized. He must continue to feign illness in front of others. However, the prospect of regaining his health sooner rather than later was undoubtedly a blessing. Moving forward, Jiang Hai simply needed to maintain the facade of being unwell. Yes, he also needed to dismiss the doctors and nurses. Otherwise, their examinations might unravel his ruse. After indulging in some movement around the room, he dutifully returned to his bed. System. Last time you mentioned that there were 18 forces monitoring my phone, correct? I must correct you. There are actually 37 signals monitoring the host's phone, originating from 37 distinct locations. It has increased. Jiang Hai couldn't help but close his mouth, remaining silent for a considerable time. Oh well, one need not worry about too much debt. If it has increased, so be it. System, can you assist me in identifying the assailants from my previous attack? Although Uncle One had already traced the masterminds behind the attackers, Jiang Hai felt a lingering unease and preferred the system's verification for peace of mind. Investigating the incident you mentioned. Please hold on. Ding. The details of the assault on the host have been confirmed. A total of 57 individuals directly participated in the assault. Among them, 13 have perished, 23 are permanently disabled, and a total of 44 individuals have faced legal judgment and imprisonment in the host nation. In total, 14 individuals indirectly involved in the attack on the host have been identified, of which 11 are deceased, 2 are permanently disabled, and 1 has been subjected to legal judgment and imprisonment by the host nation. Subsequently, a semi-transparent table materialized before Jiang Hai, enumerating all those implicated in the assault against him. Among them was a portly elder with prominent features, none other than the notorious Shirhiyu. As previously mentioned by Uncle One. Chapter 54. Please respect my profession. It appears that the information obtained by Uncle One is indeed accurate. The individual responsible for the assault is unequivocally this Shirhiyu, a notorious ruffian from the northwest. Moreover, the information provided by the system indicates that Uncle One has evidently taken action. The glaring red words deceased beneath Shirhiyu's information signify his fate. Very well, this matter can be regarded as concluded. The adversary, whom he had never encountered, has met his demise, and Jiang Hai felt little emotion regarding this outcome. Shall the host activate the transaction channel? For the time being, it shall remain inactive. Faced with the system's inquiry, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against activation. Had the transaction channel not been at risk of being locked, he might have impulsively tested it. Now, having regained his composure, Jiang Hai resolved to make some preparations before proceeding. By the way, system, during your upgrade, did you sever my connection with those previous clients? For the past 30 days, Jiang Hai had not been in contact with any of those clients, nor had he received even a single text message. Thus, he was certain that prior to the system upgrade, his contact information had been concealed. This was a measure to ensure the host's safety. At this stage, the absence of system protection rendered it exceedingly perilous for the host to engage in transactions. Well, Jiang Hai was not angry. He acknowledged the system's perspective. Without the various protective measures in place, he would never dare to conduct arms dealings with those terrorists. Now that the upgrade was complete, could the concealment be lifted? Reopening information concealment for the host. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the system's voice faded, the phone on the desk began to vibrate uncontrollably. Jiang Hai was startled, hesitating to reach for the device. Having been disconnected for a month, how many messages had been blocked? After what felt like an eternity, the notifications finally ceased, and Jiang Hai, feeling somewhat guilty, picked up his phone. Goodness. Messages from the Holy War Organization, Aisha, 999. Messages from the Three-Branch Gang, Ashuay, 999. Messages from Bosham Muhammad, 999. Messages from Africa Salam, 999. Well then, were these individuals bombarding him with messages? After just a month of disconnection, was such an onslaught truly necessary? Jiang Hai could only chuckle helplessly as he began to respond to each message one by one. Just as he finished sending out his replies, the phone rang again. It was a call from Ashuay of the Three-Branch Gang. Is this Mr. Dahai Wuyang? Listening to Ashuay's voice, one could feel the excitement coursing through him. Jiang Hai chuckled softly and replied, I apologize for not answering your calls over the past month. I had some matters to attend to. Not a problem. Not a problem. Ashuay clearly dared not to hold any real grievance against Jiang Hai. After a few polite exchanges, he could hardly contain his eagerness, exclaiming, Mr. Vast Ocean, the delivery personnel from your company mentioned that we could engage in a second transaction. I wonder if we can fulfill that promise now. Oh. Ashuay's words prompted Jiang Hai to narrow his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. It seems that you were quite satisfied with the last shipment? Absolutely. Very satisfied. Ashuay's response was filled with urgency, and Jiang Hai could almost envision him nodding vigorously just from the tone of his voice. That's wonderful to hear. Here is the plan. We can proceed with the second transaction at your convenience. Please discuss among yourselves what goods you require, and I shall call you back in half an hour. Ah, sir. Actually Before Ashuay could finish his sentence, Jiang Hai had already hung up, not out of intent to tease, but because another call had come in. Mr. Vast Ocean, you have finally made your appearance. Hello, Mr. Muhammad. It's been a while. Are you satisfied with the fighter jets? Jiang Hai settled comfortably in his chair, reclining with a sense of ease. Very satisfied. Absolutely delighted. Muhammad expressed a sentiment akin to that of Ashuay, further illuminating Jiang Hai's already radiant smile. As long as you are satisfied, he exclaimed. What do you think? Shall we consider acquiring another aircraft? Jiang Hai recalled Muhammad's previous assertion that provided the fighter jet met their expectations, further purchases would be forthcoming. Upon uttering this suggestion, a noticeable silence enveloped the conversation on the other end of the line. Subsequently, Muhammad, with evident awkwardness, responded, For now, we shall refrain from acquiring another fighter jet. One is ample for our needs. The staggering cost of 500 billion Huaxia coins for a single aircraft had effectively drained the reserves of the Bosch treasury. How could they possibly afford a second? Jiang Hai chuckled softly, having been skeptical from the outset about Bosch's capacity to procure an additional fighter jet. Naturally, out of respect for their dignity, he refrained from voicing his doubts directly. Muhammad quickly masked his embarrassment and presented a new transaction proposal. Mr. Vast Ocean, we are in urgent need of a batch of land armaments. I wonder. Not a problem. Our company currently has a stock of Type 99 main battle tanks available. Would you be interested? Jiang Hai immediately recalled the Type 99 main battle tanks he had previously traded with Salam and eagerly began to promote them to Muhammad. The Type 99, a renowned Huaxia-developed main battle tank, elicited an immediate nod of agreement from Muhammad upon its mention. Excellent. The price is 20 million Huaxia coins per unit. How many do you require? Let us start with 100 units. Despite the emptiness of their treasury, even a withered camel remains larger than a horse. Bosch remains the same oil-rich nation, and procuring these tens of billions is hardly a challenge. Muhammad readily placed the order, and Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits with delight. After a brief discussion regarding the delivery address, he hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Aisha's message arrived. After a few casual pleasantries, Aisha candidly expressed her intentions. We are in urgent need of a shipment of supplies. Supplies? Bullets? Missiles? Jiang Hai paused, a bit bewildered by Aisha's meaning. Aisha quickly provided clarification. It is as follows. We require some food and water, and it would be preferable to include medical supplies as well. Please respect my profession. Upon seeing Aisha's request, Jiang Hai's expression hardened, and he retorted, We are a legitimate arms company. We do not deal in anything other than weaponry. Aisha was left speechless. After a lengthy pause, she finally sent another message, inquiring, "Then, could we possibly utilize your company's transportation channels to assist us in delivering some supplies?" A dark cloud formed on Jiang Hai's brow. Does this woman not comprehend human language? Or what? Does she truly believe that the system operates under their whims? Without hesitation, Jiang Hai closed the chat window, choosing not to continue the conversation with Aisha. Salam did not call Jiang Hai, which suggested he had yet to see Jiang Hai's message. After waiting for a moment, Jiang Hai dialed Shui's number. How have you all deliberated? Chapter 55. We are all Huaxia people recently. The situation with the Sanju gang has not been favorable. Initially, the Sanju gang, bolstered by a substantial cache of weaponry, wreaked havoc in Bonite, instilling fear not only in rival gangs, but even compelling the local government forces to retreat. However, as the adage goes, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be struck by the wind. The reckless and unrestrained expansion of the Sanju gang soon incited widespread animosity against them throughout the city. Rival factions began to unite in opposition to the Sanju gang's encroachment, and even the government forces appeared to be tacitly collaborating with these gangs. To the local populace, the Sanju gang represented a foreign entity, a Chinese gang amidst a nation steeped in darkness, where their distinctiveness was glaringly apparent. Incidents of Chinese individuals being robbed by black locals became increasingly common, and reports of assaults on Chinese women became a staple in the morning news. After nightfall, members of the Chinese community often refrained from venturing outside. Despite their armament, the Sanju gang's enterprises faced relentless suppression. They found themselves ensnared in both overt and covert machinations aimed at their downfall. In recent days, even local Chinese residents have begun to vocally denounce the Sanju gang, expressing profound dissatisfaction. They perceive their recent tribulations as a direct consequence of the gang's hubris. Consequently, the situation for the Sanju gang has become exceedingly precarious. The territories they had previously acquired are now largely lost, with even their original holdings being significantly diminished. It can be said that the Sanju gang now teeters on the brink of collapse. To combat this imminent threat, the three elders believe that their only recourse lies in acquiring more formidable weaponry from Jiang Hai. Yet, it is precisely at this juncture that they find themselves unable to establish contact with him. Should this impasse persist, the Sanju gang may indeed face obliteration. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Jiang Hai returned the call. After concluding the first conversation with Jiang Hai, Shui immediately convened with the three elders for a discussion. Just as they were halfway through their deliberation, Jiang Hai's second call came in. Shui promptly answered, "Hello, Mr. Dhiw Liang. How is the discussion progressing? What supplies do you require?" Shui glanced at the three elders before responding. "We are in need of heavy weaponry. For instance, machine guns, grenades, and explosives." He enumerated all the weaponry he could conceive, showing no concern for revealing the current plight of the Sanju gang. "No problem. For machine guns, I recommend the 121 Hong Kong dollars model. It is fully automatic, lightweight, and boasts formidable firepower. Each machine gun is priced at 300,000 Huaxia dollars." Shui quickly activated the speakerphone, and upon hearing Jiang Hai's account, the three elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder Yuan exclaimed, "Excellent. We shall take 50 units. 50 units. Very well. This machine gun is compatible with standard rifle ammunition, which differs from the ammunition used for the submachine guns, so no worries. We will procure new ammunition. Let's order 500 boxes." Elder Yuan decisively concluded. Despite the previous reckless expansion of the Sanju gang leading to the loss of territory, they had indeed amassed considerable wealth. The expenditure for several million on ammunition was manageable for them. All right. 50 121 Hong Kong dollars machine guns along with 500 boxes of ammunition will total 20 million Huaxia dollars. As for grenades and explosives, to speak candidly, I do not recommend you utilize these at this stage. Jiang Hai's words momentarily stunned Shui and the three elders. However, Shui quickly regained his composure. "I understand now. Thank you for your counsel. The destructive power of bombs is far too great. While such weapons may be commonplace in an army, the Sanju gang is not a military force. Moreover, the Sanju gang is currently under intense scrutiny from the government. Deploying excessively destructive weapons would merely provide the authorities with grounds to act against them. Although grenades possess lesser destructive capabilities, their compact size facilitates ease of transport, making them standard issue in military arsenals. It can only be said that, at this juncture, the Sanju gang is ill-suited for such armaments. Of course, should the Sanju gang survive this ordeal and expand to a considerable extent in the future, grenades and bombs would indeed prove useful. No need for formality. Aside from machine guns, I advise that you continue to procure submachine guns and ammunition. Jiang Hai continued to offer his guidance, and at this moment, Shui had placed complete trust in him, wholeheartedly embracing his recommendations. Very well. Let us proceed as per our last transaction. 500 units of MP5S and 5,000 boxes of ammunition. The elders had no objections to Shui's proposal. In fact, they believed that as long as the Sanju gang's finances permitted, the more weapons they acquired, the better. After all, they had already savored the power that comes with wielding firearms. Money gone? Then simply seize more. All right. 121 Hong Kong dollars machine guns accompanied by 500 boxes of standard ammunition. 500 MP5S paired with 5,000 boxes of ammunition. The total transaction amount reached 55 million Huaxia coins. I will arrange for the delivery right away. Is it still at the same location as last time? Shui eagerly nodded in affirmation. The small park where the previous transaction occurred had been deliberately claimed by the Sanju gang, even though their original territory had been significantly encroached upon. The Sanju gang had refused to relinquish this small park, ensuring convenient future dealings with Jiang Hai, avoiding any unexpected incidents like the last time. After hanging up the phone, Shui and the three elders collectively sighed in relief, exchanging glances and smiles. Those damned black devils. Just wait. The Sanju gang's resurgence is imminent. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales performance. The settlement is now commencing. The host has achieved a transaction amount of 55 million Huaxia coins. The hostess business commission is 10%, resulting in a remuneration of 5 million Huaxia coins for this transaction. In the small park, Shui personally oversaw the acceptance and promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Hai. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hai remained unfazed. After all, having completed a transaction worth 5 trillion, this 55 million transaction hardly seemed significant. Moreover, Jiang Hai had not inflated the price for this deal, as his true aim in trading with the Sanju gang was not profit, but rather to compare to other clients. Sanju gang evidently holds a profound reverence for Jiang Hai. They dare not inquire even a single word about how he has skillfully amassed such a mountain of weaponry and covertly transported it here. Shui, in particular, respectfully bowed to Jiang Hai and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the support of your esteemed company. I hope we can collaborate more in the future." "Not at all. Not at all. We are all compatriots of Huaxia," Jiang Hai replied with a calm and courteous demeanor before turning to leave the small park. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shui was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to ponder Jiang Hai's retreating figure. All compatriots of Huaxia? He immediately recognized the other party as of Chinese descent, but what did this phrase signify? Could it possibly imply something more? Chapter 56. Salam's gratitude, Brother Jiang Hai. You have finally made an appearance. After concluding the transaction with Sanju Bang, several days passed without any news, until the African chief Salam finally placed a call. His distinctive laughter brought a smile to Jiang Hai's face. When the system had just lifted its restrictions, others quickly reached out to Jiang Hai. Yet Salam had remained silent for an unusually long time. Jiang Hai had begun to worry that something might have happened to him. However, hearing Salam's robust laughter now reassured him that his concerns were unfounded. "Salam, how have you been lately? How may I assist you?" "Haha, indeed. I need to procure some goods from your company. Please send me an assortment of RPGs, AKs, and the like. Recently, there has been an expansion in military armaments, and these weapons are indeed in short supply." Jiang Hai merely mentioned it in passing, yet unexpectedly, Salam brought forth the demand. However, Jiang Hai was not taken aback. He had previously known that Salam intended to establish a nation and ascend to kingship, thus military provisions would certainly be substantial. Although he had sold a considerable number of aircraft and tanks to them last time, one cannot simply deploy planes and tanks at all times during warfare. Essential weapons such as submachine guns and ammunition are indispensable. No issue. Just confirm a quantity, and I shall dispatch it. Salam did not immediately specify a number. He likely only raised the notion of a transaction on a whim. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Salam finally presented the figures to Jiang Hai. He requested 1,000 AK rifles, along with 500 machine guns, and Let us not forget, an additional 100 RPGs. As for the ammunition, ensure it is adequately supplied. It must be said that Salam is indeed a wealthy individual, while he may not possess the wealth of a tycoon like Bush. Purchasing arms for him is as effortless as buying groceries. After a simple calculation, Zhang Hai quoted the final price at 170 million. Upon hearing this figure, Salam did not hesitate and readily agreed. Ding! The system has detected that the host has received a business transaction. It is currently pinpointing the host's location. Please select the method of delivery. 1. The host delivers personally. 2. The host controls a puppet for delivery. Please make your selection. 2. This time, Salam's delivery location is not far from his palace. Standing on the vast expanse of the grassland, Zhang Hai could discern the outline of the palace from afar. With a mere gesture of his hand, he summoned all the goods and piled them on the prairie before sending a message to Salam. Approximately 10 minutes later, Salam arrived aboard a helicopter, a purchase Zhang Hai had previously made for him. Noticing Salam's portrait painted on the helicopter's fuselage, it was evident that he was quite pleased with his acquisition. Ha ha ha, brother Zhang Hai, Salam exclaimed as he strode forward to envelop Zhang Hai in a hearty embrace. Dressed as ostentatiously as before, adorned in gold and silver, he resembled a grand tycoon. The skills of your Huaxiao people are truly astonishing. That fighter jet belonging to Bosch was also procured from your company, correct? Salam scrutinized Zhang Hai with keen interest, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. The incident of Bosch's airstrike against Judah had stirred a considerable uproar across the Blue Planet. The existence of such a formidable fighter jet could hardly remain a secret. However, only a select few were aware it had been acquired from Zhang Hai. Salam had surmised this himself, having previously pondered how Zhang Hai could transition from a phone call one moment to appearing on the African grassland the next. Now, with the knowledge that Zhang Hai's company possessed such advanced aircraft, everything began to make sense. Zhang Hai offered no elaborate explanation, merely smiling slightly as he replied to Salam. The goods have arrived and are ready for inspection. With that, he gestured towards the large iron crates behind him with a nod of his thumb. Compared to the last time with numerous aircraft and tanks, the current quantity is undoubtedly significantly reduced. However, it is not something that can be inspected in haste. Zhang Hai is still awaiting the completion of the inspection by the other party to finalize this transaction. Oh dear, do you think I would doubt your words? Salam chuckled heartily and gestured for the bodyguards behind him to step forward and secure the large iron boxes. It won't be long before Salam's forces arrive to transport these munitions. He then embraced Zhang Hai with a smile and said, Come, let us return to the palace together. I promised to treat you well last time, but unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. This time, I must ensure you experience the warmth of our African people. As he spoke, Salam frequently exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Hai, clearly indicating that his notion of warmth was anything but ordinary. Zhang Hai merely smiled, showing little interest in Salam's arrangements. After all, this is Africa, where the authentic Africans are profoundly distinctive. Who among the ordinary would find a lump of coal enticing? Nevertheless, given Salam's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Hai felt it was impolite to decline. Dining and drinking could indeed be an experience worth trying. They boarded a plane directly to Salam's palace. It was the same helipad, but this time, there were no assassins lying in wait. Salam had made elaborate preparations, with an abundance of exquisite food, fine wine, and beautiful company. To Zhang Hai's surprise, upon realizing his disinterest in local offerings, Salam waved his hand grandly and summoned exotic delights, featuring not only Caucasians, but also Asians. At this point, Zhang Hai found it challenging to maintain his composure and nearly succumbed to the temptation of having the system transform him back to his original self. Considering safety, Zhang Hai ultimately restrained his impulse, merely indulging in a fleeting moment of temptation. Brother Zhang Hai, there is something I nearly forgot. Sitting across from him, with both hands cradling a black pearl and a third kneeling beneath him, the blissful Salam suddenly appeared to recollect something, reluctantly dismissing the individual before turning his gaze toward Zhang Hai. As I mentioned previously, I have prepared a token of gratitude for you. I initially assumed the process would be straightforward, yet I was unprepared for the complexity of the formalities. It was only until a fortnight ago that I finally completed all the necessary procedures. With that, Salam turned his head once more and nodded at the bodyguard station nearby. In no time, the bodyguard returned from outside with a document pouch, presenting it into Salam's hands. Salam casually handed it to Jiang Hai, smiling as he declared, "This asset is a testament to our friendship, Brother Jiang Hai. Please, do not refuse." An asset? Could it possibly be real estate in this locale? The affluent chieftain would not have constructed another palace for himself here, would he? Jiang Hai accepted the document pouch with a bemused expression, refraining from uttering any words of refusal. Given his understanding of Salam, rejecting the goodwill would genuinely incite the man's ire. In Salam's presence, Jiang Hai opened the pouch, extracting the documents within. The paperwork was composed in universally recognized British English. While Jiang Hai was not entirely fluent, the translation system facilitated comprehension. After a brief perusal, Jiang Hai's expression shifted dramatically, the smile on his face swiftly replaced by a look of gravity. "Salam, are you not jesting?" Chapter 57. The issue lies here. The documents within the envelope pertain to a transfer of ownership agreement. However, the rights involved in this agreement are anything but ordinary. It concerns the mining rights of uranium. Uranium, a radioactive element, is also a highly reactive metallic substance. Most significantly, uranium serves as the primary fuel for nuclear power generation and constitutes a crucial element of the Great Ivan. This implies that uranium mining transcends typical mineral extraction, evolving into a profoundly sensitive and strategically vital resource. Africa, due to its geographical circumstances, harbors numerous uranium mines. Among them, the largest uranium deposit is situated not far from Salam's territory, which also contains several smaller uranium mines. Presently, Salam is transferring the mining rights of one such uranium mine to Jiang Hai. Rest assured, all mining equipment and personnel at this uranium site are functioning normally. Your sole responsibility will be to manage the wages of those workers going forward. Then, simply recline and await your profits. Upon witnessing Jiang Hai's astonished expression, Salam erupted into hearty laughter. Of course, the wages for those workers may be somewhat elevated, as uranium mining is classified as a high-risk occupation. Nevertheless, for you, such an expense should be trivial, no? Salam chuckled while playfully winking at Jiang Hai. The wage expenditure for all workers at a uranium mine might reach a peak of several 100,000 per month. However, the profits generated from a developed uranium mine are an entirely different matter. This is not merely a transaction involving the sale of uranium, or, it is, more significantly, about the political advantages and status conferred by this uranium mine. Clutching the transfer agreement, Jiang Hai felt its weighty significance. "Brother Jiang Hai, are you satisfied with this gift?" Salam, brimming with pride, shook his head and gazed at Jiang Hai. "If you're pleased, then do ensure to keep your possessions safe. The policies of your Huaxia are indeed somewhat troublesome. I employed numerous methods to transfer the mining rights into your name." Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Salam. "Are you implying that you have registered the mining rights of the uranium mine under my name in Huaxia?" "Of course," Salam replied, slightly puzzled by Jiang Hai's surprise. Yet, he soon resumed his enthusiastic demeanor, adding, "Although the procedures were somewhat cumbersome, it all turned out well in the end." Jiang Hai's forehead was beaded with sweat, and a chill ran down his spine. He set down the bottle of wine, stood up, and rushed out without a backward glance, exclaiming, "I must return to take care of some matters." Salam was momentarily stunned by Jiang Hai's hasty departure. By the time he turned around, Jiang Hai had already vanished from sight. Confused and bewildered, Salam scratched his head, his round figure swaying, and decided to summon the group of lovely women back to continue his revelry. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Hai called out thrice, summoning Alung and the others who were outside. "Jiang Zong, is something amiss?" As the trio entered and found only Jiang Hai inside, their faces were etched with confusion. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lao Jiao inquired. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's nothing. You may leave." Despite their bewilderment, the three complied with his request and exited the room, closing the door behind them. Once they had departed, the calm facade Jiang Hai had maintained shattered. "Damn it, I knew something was off." The source of his unease became evident. Jiang Hai had to lower his voice, fervently gesticulating in the air with clenched fists. Previously, he had been perplexed by the sudden emergence of numerous forces monitoring his phone calls. Logically, with the system's protection, his identity should have remained well concealed. Now, everything fell into place. Salam had transferred the mining rights to a uranium mine to him, and it was officially registered in Huaxia. Just half a year ago, Jiang Hai was nothing more than an ordinary programmer. Now, he not only possessed immense wealth, but had also unexpectedly acquired the mining rights to a uranium mine in Africa. Others were not blind. Such an anomaly would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. However, due to the system's interference, they lacked any tangible evidence. Or else Jiang Hai would have been apprehended long ago. Now, Jiang Hai realized that among the forces watching him, at least one was from the Huaxia government. This revelation sent shivers down his spine. After all, Jiang Hai is a person of genuine heritage, inherently instilled with a sense of reverence for the officialdom of Huaxia. It took nearly an hour for Jiang Hai to regain his composure. System, can you scan my vicinity for any anomalies? Currently, no abnormalities detected. Are there any surveillance cameras in the area? At present, no monitoring devices have been found. Is there anyone suspicious lurking around my residence? Currently, no unusual entities detected. Jiang Hai posed several inquiries to the system, each met with negative responses. Yet, such answers did little to assuage his unease. Despite the absence of tangible evidence, his intuition insisted that the authorities of Huaxia were undoubtedly keeping tabs on him. System, expand the surveillance perimeter. After issuing the command, Jiang Hai steeled himself and stepped out of his room. Jiang, are you heading out? Upon seeing Jiang Hai leave his quarters and don his coat from the sofa, the portly Lao Jiao hurriedly approached to inquire. This exemplifies the difference between Lao Jiao and Alang. Alang would silently follow Jiang Hai, regardless of how outrageous his actions might be, unless they posed a threat to Jiang Hai's safety, in which case he would intervene. However, Jiang Hai bore no ill will towards Lao Jiao. With a smile, he replied, "It has been a while since I last ventured out. I wish to train at the club for a bit." Jiang Hai had been recuperating at home, even though the system had healed his injuries. To avoid attracting undue attention, he continued to feign a state of convalescence. Presently, as he walked, he still pretended to limp. Lao Jiao looked at him with a hint of peculiarity and remarked, "President Jiang, injuries to bones and muscles require 100 days to heal. I believe it would be prudent for you to minimize movement and focus on your recovery at home." "Ah, it's nothing. My recuperative abilities are quite remarkable. Look, I don't even need a cane anymore," Jiang Hai exclaimed, momentarily rising on his toes and bouncing a few times before stretching his neck and shoulders. "It's been over a month without training. My body is almost rusting. A bit of light exercise will benefit my recovery. But there's no need for concern. I am well aware of my own body," Jiang Hai interjected, his tone slightly firmer, effectively silencing Lao Jiao, who had no choice but to comply and remain silent. Chapter 58. Has his identity been exposed? With the system's assistance, Jiang Hai's injuries had long since healed. Unfortunately, Old Li was not as fortunate. Still lying in a hospital bed, the task of driving Jiang Hai was entrusted to a short, limping individual. Surprisingly, despite his cantankerous demeanor, the limping driver exhibited a steady and reliable driving ability. "Drive a bit slower." Upon exiting the underground garage, Jiang Hai commanded, then closed his eyes, falling silent. Lao Jiao, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at Jiang Hai, assuming his silence stemmed from his injuries, and nodded at the limping driver. Unbeknownst to him, once the vehicle exited the garage, Jiang Hai had already engaged in conversation with the system. "System, immediately scan the surroundings. And notify me at once if any anomalies are detected. As per the host's request, activate radar mode, monitoring the vicinity within a 10-kilometer radius." The system promptly responded. No abnormalities detected at this time. Continuing surveillance. Jiang Hai found himself intrigued by the revelation of the system's radar mode, yet he lacked the inclination to delve into it further. He closed his eyes, settling into a tranquil state of anticipation. His intention for venturing out was to serve as bait, hoping to lure out those who had been covertly observing him. Special monitoring equipment detected 704 meters ahead. A signal has been emitted 1091 meters to the left, pertaining to the host's movements. A signal receiver is present 3,305 meters to the right, also related to the host's activities. Indeed, not long after departing the community, the system's alert resonated, confirming the presence of watchers in his vicinity. Slowly, Jiang Hai opened his eyes, instinctively turning his head towards one of the indicated directions. His expression remained impassive, yet his heart raced with fervor. This situation was markedly different from the earlier instance, when he had been informed of surveillance on his phone. With the system's assistance in shielding him from that intrusion, he had felt assured of his anonymity. However, the fact that someone was now watching him up close, with so many pairs of eyes discreetly observing, unmistakably indicated that his identity had been compromised. President Jiang? Are you all right? Old Gio, seated in the passenger seat, turned his head once more. A look of bewilderment etched on his face as he gazed at Jiang Hai. In contrast, Lang, who sat beside Jiang Hai, maintained a stoic expression, remaining utterly silent. Yes, I'm fine, Jiang Hai replied, struggling to suppress the terror swelling within him, donning a mask of calmness. I just feel a bit unwell. Let us return home. All right. Old Joe glanced at Lang and nodded, while the driver, a limping man, wore a disgruntled expression, his lips moving silently, as if murmuring something inaudible. Nevertheless, he turned the steering wheel, making a U-turn at the upcoming intersection. Upon arriving home, Jiang Hai expressed his desire to rest and promptly retreated to his room. Once the door was shut, the emotions he had desperately tried to control finally erupted. Sweat poured from him as he sank onto the floor, his complexion pale. His eyes filled with helplessness. No need to panic. No need to panic. He reassured himself, realizing that no one had yet come knocking, indicating that matters had not yet spiraled into the worst of circumstances. At least, the authorities remained oblivious to his actions. Jiang Hai swallowed hard, gradually regaining his composure after the initial wave of alarm. His eyes darted about, contemplating strategies for dealing with the situation at hand. Firstly, the scrutiny from official channels might not solely stem from the mining rights to that uranium. However, an ordinary office worker, within a span of mere months, has seen his bank account swell by several hundred billion. Anyone would recognize that something is amiss. Now, out of the blue, he has acquired a mining right for uranium. Is this something a typical citizen of Huaxia could possess? This Salam, he is on the verge of self-destruction. No, this matter must be concealed. A solution must be found. Team Leader Zhang. The target left home today, but returned shortly thereafter. Have any reasons for his departure or return been uncovered? There is still no intelligence available. I understand. Continue the surveillance. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket nodded slightly, gesturing for his subordinates to continue their work. Meanwhile, he perused the documents in his hand under the glow of the desk lamp. The files detailed the life history of Jiang Hai. The first 23 years of Jiang Hai's life were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It was only 6 months ago that substantial funds began to flow into his bank account. The amounts even reached into the hundreds of billions. Aside from the acquisition of Changhe building a few months prior, most of this money remains in his account. This eliminates the possibility of money laundering. Now, he has inexplicably obtained a mining right for an African uranium mine. Zhang Qinghua furrowed his brow tightly and, in frustration, scratched his head. As a veteran of the National Security Agency, Zhang Qinghua had handled countless cases, yet he had never encountered such an inexplicable situation. A substantial sum of money has been inexplicably deposited into the account of an ordinary young individual who has remained idle in the bustling metropolis. Who possesses such benevolence to bestow a fortune of 1 to 200 billion? In truth, this is not an insignificant matter. Zhang Qinghua had already resolved to apprehend Jiang Hai, citing the source of such immense wealth as sufficient grounds. However, just as he was poised to act, his superiors intervened, halting the operation. This was due to the revelation that Jiang Hai's personal information now included a mining right to an African uranium mine. Even the seasoned Zhang Qinghua was taken aback. A uranium mining right. Is this something an ordinary individual could acquire? Who exactly is Jiang Hai? If one were to label him a criminal, Zhang Qinghua had never encountered such a flamboyant offender. Moreover, the mining right had been officially registered. Could it be that Jiang Hai is aware of their impending action and is deliberately using this as a warning? If that were the case, then Jiang Hai is indeed a formidable adversary. The more Zhang Qinghua contemplated, the more intricate the situation appeared, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He opened Jiang Hai's file, revealing several documents pertaining to Wenshu and Along. Zhang Qinghua's brow furrowed to the point of nearly snapping a pencil in half. This is truly troublesome. With a deep sigh, Zhang Qinghua leaned back in his chair, spreading the documents on the desk before him. Captain Zhang, a young officer from the National Security suddenly exclaimed, as if a significant event had transpired. Zhang Qinghua immediately rose to his feet and approached the young officer, not inquiring directly, but instead directing his gaze towards the computer screen before him. The young National Security officer quickly pointed at the computer screen and explained, Captain Zhang, look, the funds in the Jianghai bank account have suddenly been transferred out. Transferred? How much has been withdrawn? Nearly all of it. There is less than 2,000 yuan remaining. Chapter 59. Zhang Hai's proactive strike over 1 billion yuan has dwindled to less than 2,000? Zhang Qinghua was left speechless, his eyes widening as he gazed at the data on the computer screen. The National Security Bureau, being a state agency, naturally possesses the authority to access bank data. The Zhanghai bank account was now laid bare before Zhang Qinghua and his colleagues. A once lengthy string of numbers abruptly reduced to a mere handful. What on earth happened? Could it be that the other party discovered our surveillance and hastily withdrew their funds? Zhang Qinghua's expression tightened, anxiety creeping in. If such a substantial sum were to slip away, capturing Zhanghai would hardly suffice to resolve the matter. Moreover, without this sum as evidence, they would have even less justification to apprehend Zhanghai. Of course, Zhang Qinghua could clandestinely detain Zhanghai in the name of the state. But that would ultimately be a less than favorable course of action. Ding ding ding. Just as Zhang Qinghua was deep in thought, the telephone in the room suddenly rang, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. The only phone in the room was the red landline situated on Zhang Qinghua's desk. It was a dedicated line, and logically, only one person should be dialing this number. Zhang Qinghua's immediate superior, the director of the National Security Bureau. Zhang Qinghua quickly realized this and stepped forward with haste to pick up the receiver. Hello, Director. I have a question here. Is this Captain Zhang Qinghua? Assuming that only the director would make this call, Zhang Qinghua began to report as soon as he picked up the receiver. However, midway through his words, an unfamiliar voice emanated from the receiver. The moment he heard this voice, Zhang Qinghua's expression changed dramatically, and he cast a startled glance at the telephone before him. After a brief moment, he immediately gestured to his subordinates surrounding him. They were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure and sprang into action. Some began to check the lines, while others sat before computers, tracing the call. Everyone recognized that this phone call posed a problem and responded with urgency. Captain Zhang Qinghua, there is no need to waste time. Since I dared to dial this number, I am confident that you will be unable to trace it. The speaker's words darkened Zhang Qinghua's expression further, yet he did not allow a single utterance to deter his pursuit of the trace. Who are you? How did you manage to connect this call? Haha. A somewhat mechanical voice replied from the receiver, followed by, Captain Zhang, I believe you are an astute individual. You wouldn't pose such a foolish question, would you? Are you Zhanghai? Zhang Qinghua's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he immediately turned his gaze towards one of his subordinates standing nearby. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghua's words, the subordinate swiftly operated his computer. Moments later, he stood up, shook his head, and in a lowered voice remarked, Zhanghai is currently watching television and has not made any calls. Captain Zhang, Zhanghai is merely an administrative officer for us in Huaxia. The mechanical voice continued to resonate. We simply require someone to assist us with our affairs in Huaxia, and we have many such officers like him. They are scattered throughout various regions of Blue Star. Rest assured, we are not a terrorist organization. We are merely businessmen. In fact, Zhanghai has not engaged in any actions that contravene the laws of your esteemed country, has he? On the contrary, Zhanghai's presence has brought considerable convenience to your nation. Trust me, such conveniences will only proliferate in the future. Listening to the other party's calm and unhurried words, Zhang Qinghua's brow remained furrowed. He would not lower his guard due to such fleeting remarks. Instead, he felt an increasing wariness towards this enigmatic individual. What objectives do you have? No objectives at all. We are merely conducting business. Does your Huaxia not welcome businessmen? Our nation has always embraced legitimate businessmen. Zhang Qinghua deliberately emphasized the word legitimate. Captain Zhang, you can assure your government that as long as you permit us, we shall forever remain legitimate businessmen in your country. Certainly. The prerequisite is that you will not afford any special treatment to our agent. You may continue to surveil him, or even apprehend him directly. After all, he is merely an ordinary agent. If we can support one, we can support a second, a third. Your nation boasts a population of billions, does it not? Now, let us not go overboard. You surely did not just reveal your true thoughts, did you? In the living room, watching television, Zhanghai felt an inexplicable layer of cold sweat break out on his forehead. He silently complained to the system, thinking it was he who had prepared the script for it. Yet, for some reason, upon hearing the system's recent words, Zhanghai felt an unsettling notion that the system was voicing its genuine sentiments. Could it be that the system truly does not regard him with any significance? If he were to be captured, would the system promptly abandon him? Rest assured, host, the system is bound to you, and will naturally ensure your safety. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Jiang Hai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Were it not for the presence of Alung and the others nearby, he would have unleashed a tirade against the system. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Hai silently maneuvered the system to engage in conversation with the leader from the relevant department. Captain Zhang, have you come to a decision? Or do you require me to abandon Jiang Hai immediately? Not at all. Zhang Qinghua immediately interjected, halting the other party's actions, his expression turning grave. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qinghua articulated clearly, I understand. We will eliminate all surveillance on Jiang Hai. As long as you can assure us that no actions detrimental to the interests of our nation will be undertaken in Huaxia, we may choose to turn a blind eye to your activities. Zhang Qinghua did not even insist that the other party adhere to the law. It sufficed for him that their actions did not harm Huaxia's interests. A faint smile played upon Jiang Hai's lips, as if the content on the television was exceedingly amusing. He realized he had won this gamble. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that although Zhang Qinghua had made a promise, it did not imply that he had relinquished all oversight. Surveillance would undoubtedly persist, albeit without the element of surprise in any potential apprehension. Ensuring his own safety was paramount. Maintaining the status quo was indeed the most favorable outcome. Captain Zhang, the funds in Jiang Hai's personal account have returned. While the call was still ongoing, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed. On his computer screen, a long string of numbers appeared, indicating that the hundreds of billions had re-entered Jiang Hai's account. Zhang Qinghua did not bother to investigate. His expression remained somber and grave. One need not say much. The mere ability of the other party to transfer such substantial amounts of money at will was chilling. Was the Huaxia banking regulatory system merely for show? If they could manipulate Jiang Hai's bank account at will, did this not imply they could similarly control any account within Huaxia's banking system? Chapter 60. Opening the interstellar trade channel, such casual manipulation of banking funds, along with the ability to infiltrate the internal communications of national security systems at any time, necessitated that they refrain from severing ties until they possessed absolute confidence. This is the answer provided by Zhang Qinghua in an instant. Although the counterpart suggested that Zhang Qinghua could apprehend Jiang Hai at any moment, the more the suggestion was made, the more hesitant Zhang Qinghua became to act impulsively. Hearing the busy tone emanating from the receiver, he silently hung up the phone. Captain Zhang, should we immediately capture Jiang Hai? Zhang Qinghua's subordinates expressed their impatience. They had been laboring here for 2 to 3 months. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed as though all their efforts would be rendered futile. How could they accept such a fate? No. Zhang Qinghua understood their sentiments all too well, yet he resolutely rejected their proposals. We must withdraw from this stronghold. Regardless of the situation, our cover has been compromised, and we cannot continue our operations here. The matters ahead shall be addressed upon our return. After all, Zhang Qinghua was a veteran of national security for decades. He swiftly regained his composure and made the most judicious decision. Shall the host initiate the trading channel? The trading channel will be activated, binding to a fixed coordinate planet. Activate. Jiang Hai took a deep breath and silently recited a phrase in his mind. The issue of monitoring by the official Chinese authorities had been resolved, at least temporarily. Jiang Hai then began to prepare for utilizing the interstellar trading channel for transactions on extraterrestrial planets. In truth, there was not much that needed preparation. Compared to seeking clients on Blue Star, finding clients on alien worlds was, in fact, somewhat easier. At the very least, Jiang Hai had fewer reservations. Initiating interstellar trading channel. Calibrating interstellar coordinates. Please hold. The interstellar coordinates have been calibrated. Dimension, DT 5641. Sector 4504. 46, 7 degrees. Planet number 78,712. Commencing transmission. The host may select a mode of transportation. 1. The host may personally traverse the passage. 2. The host may command a puppet to traverse the passage. Please make your selection. Naturally, the choice is 2. Using the interstellar passage resembles the previous delivery, allowing Jiang Hai to opt for a puppet in his stead. Lying in bed, Jiang Hai gradually closed his eyes. In the next moment, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped him, swiftly revealing a magnificent vista. Is this an alien planet? Before him lay a vibrant celestial expanse. Beyond the twinkling stars adorning the night sky, the most captivating sight was the numerous luminous bands, drifting like ethereal garments within the firmament. How exquisite! This was Jiang Hai's immediate response upon witnessing the night sky. However, The next moment revealed to him that he was positioned atop a hill approximately 50 meters above the ground. Peering downward, he discovered a dense forest below. Unlike the flora of Blue Star, the vegetation here predominantly exhibited shades of deep black and purple, harmonizing beautifully with the colorful luminescence of the night sky, resembling a breathtaking painting. System, is this truly an alien planet, so strikingly beautiful? As Jiang Hai beheld this scene, he felt himself on the verge of becoming entranced. Having watched numerous science fiction films, his impression of extraterrestrial worlds had always been of desolate deserts. Instead of the lush greenery before him, it resembled a fantastical realm. The host had traversed through a trading passage, and this location was approximately 38.7 quintillion light-years away from the host's planet. The data reported by the system left Jiang Hai in silent astonishment. 38.7 quintillion light-years? The observable universe to humankind extends merely over 90 billion light-years. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hai had arrived at a place so distant that even Blue Star could not perceive it. This was indeed extraordinary. After a moment of exhilaration, Jiang Hai gradually regained his composure. He remembered that his purpose for being here was not merely for a leisurely excursion. System, are there truly extraterrestrial beings here? Observing his surroundings, devoid of any signs of intelligent life, Jiang Hai pondered where he might seek out trading partners. Finding clients was the first step for the host to become an arms tycoon. Please proactively search, the system urged. One cannot rely solely on the system's assistance. Suddenly, the system seemed to go on strike, leaving Jiang Hai somewhat bewildered. After a few unanswered inquiries, he realized the system had indeed fallen silent. He had never noticed before. But this system possessed quite the personality. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mentally scoff at the situation. With no choice but to take matters into his own hands due to the system's strike, he found solace in the fact that this experience was unlike his first transaction, where he had been unceremoniously thrown into a battlefield. At least the environment this time was pleasant. He could treat it as a hiking adventure. Jiang Hai turned and descended toward the hill below. The soil here was remarkably hard, akin to stone. He stomped his feet forcefully, only to feel a jolt of pain in his soles. One cannot help but wonder how such resilient flora can thrive in this unyielding soil. As Jiang Hai descended from the hill, he found himself entering a dense thicket of trees. From atop the hill, the forest appeared merely as a tangled mass of bushes. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized that the vegetation towered over him, with most plants standing more than twice his height. As he traversed the woodland, the expansive canopy obscured the celestial glow of the night sky, enveloping the surroundings in utter darkness. Fortunately, Jiang Hai remained at the forest's edge. The oppressive gloom within prompted an instinctual urge to retreat. Perhaps it would be wiser to change course. The innate fear of darkness is a fundamental human trait, and Jiang Hai instinctively sought to evade the shadows of the woods. Suddenly, just as he resolved to turn away from the forest, a faint buzzing sound pierced the stillness, reaching Jiang Hai's ears. Who could it be? He halted, scanning his surroundings. In response to his curiosity, the buzzing resumed, now louder than before. Tilting his head in concentration, his gaze fell upon the depths of the darkened woods from whence the sound emanated. The emergence of such an elusive hum from the enveloping darkness sent a shiver down Jiang Hai's spine, raising every hair on his body. What could it be? The earlier sense of wonder he felt in this alien landscape had dissipated entirely. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, ready to turn and flee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Hai had just turned around when the buzzing sound from deep within the forest grew louder. Upon hearing this sound, he felt as though his legs, which had just taken a step, were suddenly immobilized. What is happening? Move. Please move. Beads of sweat began to seep from Jiang Hai's forehead, quickly enveloping his entire head. Yet, no matter how hard he exerted himself, his legs remained stubbornly rooted to the spot. Buzz. Buzz. The buzzing sound resonated once more, sending a jolt through Jiang Hai's entire being. Initially intent on struggling, he suddenly found himself frozen in place. His eyes clouded with a misty haze. Chapter 61. The Mental Assault of Extraterrestrial Beings System. What is going on? What affliction has befallen my body? With that thought, he opened his eyes and shot up from the bed, his forehead glistening with perspiration. The host's puppet has been subjected to a form of mental assault, causing it to break free from the host's control. Mental assault? What kind of mental assault? Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback. unable to grasp the nature of such an enigmatic phenomenon. Within that forest, there existed a certain being that had initiated a mental attack on the host. A certain being? This explanation from the system only deepened Jiang Hai's confusion. Wait, if a being is attacking me, then what of the system's hostility detection system? Why did it not activate a warning in advance? The being harbors no intent to endanger the host's life. Thus, the hostility detection system did not engage. Oh, so that is the reason. Jiang Hai found himself speechless, pondering why one must harbor intentions to threaten another's life in order to be deemed hostile. This identification system seemed utterly futile. What course of action should be taken now? What exactly did the extraterrestrial being intend to accomplish? Currently, the detection indicated that the puppet still exhibited vital signs, meaning the host could potentially reclaim control at any moment. As I prepare to manipulate the puppet, I cannot help but wonder if any danger lurks. Although the system assured safety, Jiang Hai felt an unsettling apprehension. The nature of that mental assault was exceedingly peculiar. While using the puppet might safeguard Jiang Hai's physical form, it did not guarantee the safety of his psyche. Fear not, dear host. The system is equipped to initiate protective measures to shield your mind from harm. With the system's assurance, Jiang Hai felt a modicum of relief. Leaving the 20 million puppets unattended was hardly a viable option. Moreover, Jiang Hai needed to continue exploring that planet. Otherwise, the billion exchange for a trade route would be rendered futile. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai slowly reclined back onto his bed, casting one final glance at the ceiling before shutting his eyes once more. After a moment of disorientation, he reopened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in complete darkness, unable to discern even his own hand. Ding dong. Special environmental conditions detected. Night vision mode activated. Just as the system's alert resonated, Jiang Hai's surroundings transformed dramatically, allowing him to perceive the situation clearly. Twisted trees, each one uniquely contorted, surrounded the expanse of the river and sea. Among them, the nearest stood just to the left in front of Jiang Hai, within arm's reach. At that moment, Jiang Hai realized that he was indeed situated within the very grove he had just been contemplating. The system had previously indicated that this forest harbored some form of creature that had launched a psychic assault against him. This meant that the extraterrestrial entity had attacked Jiang Hai and subsequently dragged him into the woods. The thought sent a chill racing down his spine, a cold wave washing over the back of his head. It was clear now that the alien creature responsible for his attack was lurking nearby. Without hesitation, Jiang Hai swiftly turned around, scanning his surroundings. The contorted trees, under the night vision enhancement, appeared particularly eerie, resembling distorted silhouettes of figures in motion. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him from a short distance away, moving with such speed that even Jiang Hai's enhanced vision could not discern its form. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Hai's forehead. He instinctively knew that this was undoubtedly the very alien that had assaulted him before. A low hum resonated through the air once more. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Hai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world spinning chaotically. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet, in the next instant, a refreshing sensation surged through his mind, restoring his clarity. This was the protective measure the system had mentioned. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Hai's mind, but he had little time to ponder it as his gaze darted around, pursuing that enigmatic shadow. The hum echoed again. Yet this time it failed to affect Jiang Hai. With determination, he clenched his jaw and waved his hand decisively. In the next moment, several large iron boxes materialized above his head. With a resounding clang, one of the boxes landed at Jiang Hai's feet. He quickly crouched down to open it, swiftly retrieving two palm-sized round spheres from within. With a determined tug, he aimed in a specific direction and hurled them forth. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted, accompanied by blinding flashes of fire, illuminating the pitch-black forest. These were two military grenades, hastily procured from the system by Jiang Hai. He had previously experimented with such grenades at the club, thus he was well versed in their operation. The sudden blasts did not harm the enigmatic figure, but evidently startled it. The silhouette darted chaotically through the woods, evading the lingering flames. At this juncture, Jiang Hai bent down once more to open another iron box. When he stood again, a PPK-20 submachine gun was now in his hands. Fluidly chambering around, he raised the weapon to chest level, aimed forward, and squeezed the trigger. A sequence of movements flowed seamlessly together. The training he had undergone over the past months at the club had not been in vain. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rapidly poured forth, striking the trunks of the trees, creating sounds reminiscent of metal clashing. The mysterious figure, caught off guard, was hit by a burst of bullets and immediately leapt up, though it was unclear whether the reaction was due to pain from the injury or sheer shock. Jiang Hai, however, was beyond caring. His finger remained firmly pressed on the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Once one magazine was expended, he swiftly replaced it, the process taking no more than 10 seconds. From an ordinary programmer to a skilled marksman, Jiang Hai could only say that the lifetime membership worth millions was truly invaluable. After exhausting 3 magazines, that elusive figure finally could no longer endure and vanished in a flash. Yet, Jiang Hai remained vigilant, gun still raised, scanning his surroundings incessantly. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the strange figure did not reappear, allowing Jiang Hai to cautiously lower his weapon, confirming that the adversary had been sufficiently frightened away. He exhaled deeply, yet his breath remained erratic. Although he had not engaged in any strenuous activity, the tension had left him gasping for air. System, that extraterrestrial being. Has it escaped? He queried. System? System? After several inquiries went unanswered, Jiang Hai began to ponder whether the system had undergone another upgrade. System. I wish to return this gun. System merchandise is non-refundable and non-exchangeable unless there are quality issues. The moment he requested a return, the system's prompt response left Jiang Hai utterly speechless. System, why did you feign silence when I posed my questions? The system merely assists the host in becoming a firearms tycoon. It does not provide additional services in other areas. The system's serious explanation nearly made Jiang Hai laugh in frustration, yet he was left with no recourse. Ultimately, the party holding the final say was indeed the true rogue. Chapter 62. The intelligent beings of an alien planet with no time to waste on petty squabbles. Jiang Hai swiftly gathered his firearm and ammunition, employing his night vision capabilities to discern the direction as he made his way out of the forest. Moments earlier, he had hurled grenades and unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun amidst the trees, yet they remained unscathed. As he touched the tree trunk, its frigid surface felt akin to some form of metal. Of course, this was not Blue Star. It was an alien planet where even the most bizarre occurrences seemed plausible. Soon, Jiang Hai emerged from the woods, once again confronted by the vibrant, multicolored night sky. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, allowing him to exhale deeply, feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Ding. Hostile emotions detected in the vicinity. Please prepare defensive measures. Hostile emotions? It was the System S hostility detection mechanism. Pausing momentarily at the System S alert, Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure. In the next instant, he raised his submachine gun, scanning his surroundings while instinctively retreating a few steps to take cover behind a tree. Crack, crack, crack. A series of piercing sounds erupted from a short distance away. Beyond the forest lay a series of undulating hills, considerably lower than the one Jiang Hai had just vacated. Accompanying these jarring noises, dark silhouettes emerged from the hills. Upon seeing these figures, Jiang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. These were undoubtedly entities he had never encountered before. Standing at a mere height of 1 meter, 5 slender limbs anchor these peculiar creatures to the ground, while their corpulent bodies resemble round, fleshy orbs. They are enveloped in a hue of dark metallic gray, with a large, spherical black, crystalline entity situated at their center. The air is pierced by their cacophonous squeaks, reminiscent of rodents. It appears they have detected Jiang Hai's presence. After a brief exchange amongst themselves, they begin to encircle him. However, they exhibit a palpable caution towards the forest behind Jiang Hai, advancing with deliberate care. System, are these sentient beings? Can you translate their utterances? As the creatures draw closer, Jiang Hai's anxiety intensifies, prompting him to swallow hard before addressing the system. Analyzing their linguistic structure, please hold on. The language has been decrypted and is currently being translated. A faint chorus of squeaks echoes in Jiang Hai's ears, swiftly giving way to the familiar sounds of the Huaxia language. What are those things? Be cautious. They may represent yet another form of mutated life. This forest is the territory of the Niao. Where has that creature gone? These beings do not resemble mutated beasts. What? In truth, are they? Through the system's response, Jiang Hai finally comprehends the words being exchanged among the creatures. As Jiang Hai had just speculated, these entities were likely sentient beings, possibly the intelligent race of this alien planet, much like humans on the Blue Planet. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai gradually lowered his weapon and raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. I am not your enemy. Please believe me. We can have a conversation. The hostility detection system indicated a small red, suggesting that these extraterrestrial beings still harbored animosity towards Jiang Hai. However, he refrained from firing. His purpose for being there was to engage in arms trade, not to initiate conflict. Upon hearing the recent utterances from his counterparts, Jiang Hai realized there must be some misunderstanding. They did not genuinely wish to take his life. There was still room for reconciliation. Indeed, as Jiang Hai finished speaking, the other party displayed more astonishment, and the number of red dots indicating hostility significantly diminished. He can actually speak? A mutated beast that can talk? How is that possible? Could it be that he is not a mutated beast? Yet, how does he appear so peculiar? These creatures chattered incessantly, yet Jiang Hai comprehended their dialogue. Notably, as the hostile indicators continued to dwindle, he felt increasingly reassured. He decided to holster his submachine gun, raised both hands, and slowly emerged from the woods, proclaiming, I am not your enemy. Please do not attack me. I am merely a merchant. I have come here to conduct business. As Jiang Hai spoke, he emerged from the woods, turning proactively in a circle before exclaiming, if possible, we could engage in a conversation. Merchants? Conducting trade? The wise beings exchanged perplexed glances, and ultimately, one of them, mustering courage, gradually approached Jiang Hai. Coming to a halt less than a meter away, its black crystalline body scrutinized Jiang Hai, evoking a feeling of being seen through. What are you? You claim to be a merchant. What do you sell? We have never encountered a creature like you in Bobola. Bobola? Is that the name of this region, or perhaps their designation for their planet? Jiang Hai gleaned some clues from their words, silently analyzing while explaining. I hail from a distant place. As for what I sell, it is a highly effective weapon. Weapons? Jiang Hai distinctly observed that the black crystals adorning the spherical body of the being seemed to brighten. Immediately after, one of its 5 lower limbs abruptly lifted, the joints twisting in a manner reminiscent of a spider. In the next moment, a slender, elongated object materialized atop that limb. The limbs swiftly coiled around the object, followed by a sudden twist. Boom! A flash of vibrant light erupted, and the next instant, a nearby hillock was obliterated. As the dust settled, a portion of the hillock had vanished entirely. This object, appearing merely as a broken stick, possessed such formidable power? At first, Jiang Hai believed that the other party was a race of intelligent beings lacking in technological advancement. However, it has become evident that their ability to develop such formidable weaponry indicates they are anything but ordinary, in at least certain aspects. Their technological prowess must surpass that of Blue Star. Are you indeed offering such weapons? The other party once again posed the question to Jiang Hai, even tilting the large spherical object slightly. One must admit, this creature's actions at that moment possessed a certain endearing quality. Indeed, we offer a diverse array of weaponry, including those far more powerful than what you possess. Oh, then we are certainly intrigued. However, you must allow me to first examine the powerful weapon you speak of. The other party continued to tilt its head, a hint of skepticism emanating from the dark crystal. Nevertheless, their demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity in Jiang Hai, a sensation reminiscent of his dealings with various factions on Blue Star. Consequently, he felt an unexpected ease and promptly responded with a smile. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly satisfy our clients. Chapter 63. The commencement of the first extraterrestrial transaction. This esteemed individual is our distinguished military expert, Lord Betrayal. My lord, this is the merchant we previously mentioned. Upon the introduction from a 5-clawed creature, Jiang Hai was presented to the prominent figure referred to by the other party. The term 5-clawed creature was a name Jiang Hai had internally assigned to this extraterrestrial intelligent race. Of course, he would never utter such a label in their presence. The creature known as the Betrayal, a 5-clawed beast, is not significantly different from its counterparts. It is merely a few centimeters taller, with a rotund body adorned by 3 elongated, sharp spines atop its form. Jiang Hai cast a brief glance at the creature, then smiled and nodded in greeting. Greetings, esteemed Lord Betrayal, he said courteously. However, the Betrayal offered no response, its obsidian eyes scanning Jiang Hai with a detached curiosity. After a considerable pause, the Betrayal spoke. I have heard that you are a merchant of weapons, yet I see no goods accompanying you. Lord Betrayal, the items I deal in are not of the ordinary sort. A measure of caution is, after all, essential for a weapon merchant, is it not? Jiang Hai's reply did not seem to satisfy the Betrayal, who remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Without your goods present, how are we to conduct any transactions? Surely, I must first assess the quality of what you offer? Anticipating this query from the Betrayal, Jiang Hai raised his hand in a gesture. In an instant, a large iron box materialized out of thin air, landing with a resounding thud at his feet. This spectacle startled the surrounding five-clawed creatures, causing the Betrayal itself to recoil several steps in surprise. Observing their reactions, a triumphant smile spread across Jiang Hai's face. The exhilaration of making such a grand display was utterly delightful. Back on Blue Star, he had often yearned for such a moment of grandeur, yet hesitated, fearing it might be deemed too ostentatious. In this place, Jiang Hai felt considerably less apprehensive. With a smile, he gestured to Beige Lulu and then bent down to open a large iron box, from which he retrieved a weapon resembling a Gatling gun. Grasping the handle firmly, he raised the firearm to waist level and glanced around. This was no longer the wooded area he had previously encountered. Jiang Hai had been brought to a hilly terrain, replete with rocky peaks and ridges, by those five-clawed monsters. Fixing his gaze on a steep mountain peak in the distance, Jiang Hai pivoted his body, aiming the gun at the summit, and pressed the button with determination. With a thunderous roar, a surge of blue electrical energy surged forth from the muzzle, accompanied by a resounding blast. In the blink of an eye, the electrical surge struck the pinnacle of the mountain. With a sizzling sound, the summit became enveloped in a multitude of electrical currents, transforming into a cloud of dust and vanishing without a trace. The Z-12 Thunder Current Emitter is capable of discharging immensely powerful electrical currents, suitable for both attacking and capturing prey. It is equipped with a nuclear power generator, theoretically providing limitless energy. Capture prey? What does that imply? Upon finishing his explanation of the weapon, Jiang Hai noted Beige Lulu's keen interest in its formidable capabilities, her eyes gleaming with excitement. With a subtle smile, he turned his body, aiming the gun at a nearby five-clawed monster. Jiang Hai's actions instantly incited a commotion among the nearby five-clawed creatures, especially the one that was targeted, which, terrified, let out a whimper and collapsed to the ground, its five limbs curling up to envelop its body. At first glance, it resembled a large black pumpkin. Do not be afraid. Your life is not in jeopardy. It will merely be a little painful. Jiang Hai chuckled, pressing the button on the handle. In the next moment, the gun's muzzle emitted a surge of electricity once more. However, unlike before, when a bolt of electric energy had been shot out, this time it released a direct line of current that shot forth from the muzzle, instantly striking the five-clawed creature on the ground. A crackling sound erupted as the current enveloped the creature, dancing around its body. The other end of the current remained connected to the gun, a brilliant blue arc continuously discharging, resembling a frenzied tether. The five-clawed creature, ensnared by the electric current, emitted a wretched howl, its entire form rigid and unyielding. For some inexplicable reason, upon first encountering these five-clawed beings, Jiang Hai felt a deep-seated aversion, an unsettling sensation welling up within him. Had it not been for the need to negotiate with them, he would have preferred to avoid any dealings entirely. Thus, now that he had the opportunity to torment and toy with the five-clawed creature, he felt no moral burden whatsoever. Meanwhile, the nearby Badalu was initially startled by the scene. But upon witnessing his subordinate completely ensnared by the electricity, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. It was not until over 10 minutes had passed that Jiang Hai finally released the button, retracting the current from the five-clawed creature. Such a current capture will not inflict substantial harm on the target. Moreover, multiple launchers can amalgamate their effects, thereby enhancing the capture's potency. This is simply magnificent. After listening to Jiang Hai's introduction, Beige Lulu's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Its five limbs bounced around energetically, occasionally spinning in place. It was evident that it was thoroughly pleased with this launcher. As for the subordinate who had been tormented by the current, Beige Lulu paid him no mind, disregarding his despondent form sprawled on the ground without even a glance. What is the price of this launcher? Beige Lulu inquired anxiously of Jiang Hai, who, instead of responding immediately, sought guidance from the system in his mind. System, how should I quote the price here? There is no circulation of Huaxia currency. A highly precious mineral has been detected on this planet. The host may propose a trade for this mineral. The system promptly provided an answer and calculated the transaction amount for Jiang Hai. Mineral? Indeed. The early circulating currency of Blue Star was comprised of metals such as gold and silver. It seems this rule is applicable even on extraterrestrial realms. However, I wonder what special uses this mineral called obsidian possesses. AZ-12 Thundercurrent Launcher is valued at 500 pieces of obsidian. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's quotation, Beige Lulu gasped in astonishment, then shook its spines in displeasure. Jiang Hai remained oblivious to the true value of the obsidian. Yet the demeanor of Beige Lulu suggested that it was indeed quite precious. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Hostile emotions detected in the vicinity. It has been confirmed that the host's life is under threat. Please take necessary precautions. Hostility? Observing the translucent window materialize before him, revealing a series of small red dots, Jiang Hai quickly comprehended the situation. Damn it! These monsters intend to engage in a treacherous scheme. Chapter 64, Livestock? Jiang Hai possessed ample experience in navigating such treachery. Noticing the adversaries displayed hostility, he remained calm, narrowing his eyes into slits, and snapped his fingers twice in quick succession. In the next moment, several large iron boxes plummeted from the sky, landing at his feet. The unexpected arrival of these boxes quelled the previously restless five-clawed monsters, though their gazes towards Jiang Hai were now unmasked with malice. Lord Beige Lulu, are you aware of what these are? Beige Lulu's expression darkened, and it did not respond to Jiang Hai's query. Clearly, it recognized that their intentions had been uncovered. Now, it seemed ready to abandon any pretense. Were it not for the large iron boxes Jiang Hai had just summoned, it would have commanded its subordinates to charge forth without hesitation. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, bending down to open one of the iron boxes, casually retrieving a palm-sized black square and waving it before Beige Lulu. Suddenly, Jiang Hai forcefully hurled the small cube in a particular direction. The cube soared through the air, landing a good 10 meters away, and at the moment of impact, it emitted a dazzling radiance. With a resounding boom, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a burst of flames. Amidst the explosion, several five-clawed beasts shrieked as they were propelled into the air, one of them even being obliterated into countless fragments. As the flames subsided, the hardened earth was left with a large crater where the blast had occurred. The sheer power of the explosion rendered Betrayal and the other five-clawed beasts visibly perturbed. Jiang Hai, however, simply smiled, spreading his arms wide and declared, "These iron boxes are filled with such explosives. If detonated simultaneously, none of us would escape." A clear threat. Jiang Hai was overtly menacing Betrayal. Better to perish together than to be killed by you and have my goods taken. The peculiar glow emanating from Betrayal's dark crystal indicated a tumultuous state of mind. After a brief pause, Betrayal suddenly chuckled. "This is merely a misunderstanding. We are here to trade, are we not?" "Indeed, we are here for trade. As long as everyone refrains from harboring any inappropriate intentions, correct?" "Absolutely. We are all honest and trustworthy." Jiang Hai and Betrayal swiftly transformed into seemingly intimate allies, exchanging pleasantries. Were it not for the several large iron boxes at their feet, left wide open, one might scarcely believe the tension that had just existed between them. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, feeling justified in his impulsive expenditure of 10 million on those high-explosive devices from the system. Though costly, their value was undeniably exceptional. "Dear Lord Betrayal, do you still require this launcher?" "Indeed. Of course." After a brief display of insincerity, as soon as Jiang Hai posed the question, Betrayal began to sway his rotund form. "I need 10 of these launchers, 5,000 pieces of obsidian, and I shall dispatch someone immediately." "That is splendid. Once the obsidian is received, I shall promptly deliver the launchers. There is a saying in my hometown, payment in hand, delivery in hand. Payment in hand, delivery in hand? Quite apt. Very reasonable." Betrayal lifted one of his lower limbs and began to dance about. He then turned his head to instruct the five-clawed creatures behind him, who swiftly departed. Thus, after an hour of waiting, a large mass of black stones gradually approached from the distance. These black stones resembled not mere rocks, but rather dark crystals. The kaleidoscopic lights of the night sky reflected upon the stones, emitting a dazzling brilliance, truly enchanting. At first glance, it appeared as though the stones were moving of their own accord. However, as they drew nearer, Jiang Hai noticed that a multitude of diverse creatures was laboriously dragging the stones forward, step by step. The appearances of these creatures varied greatly, as did their sizes, clearly indicating they belonged to different races. Ropes were tethered around them, straining as they pulled the stones behind. Behind them trailed several five-clawed creatures, wielding long whips. shouting commands and lashing at the creatures, akin to the herding of livestock. Soon, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into a mere slit, through which a glimmer of cold light flickered. He observed that among those creatures, there were indeed several humanoid beings. Of course, they were still markedly different from humans, yet in comparison to other extraterrestrial entities, these humanoid figures bore a striking resemblance to humanity. These creatures are quite useful. With your launcher, it will be even more convenient to capture them. Seemingly noticing Jiang Hai's keen interest in the beings, Beige Lulu chuckled, proudly gesturing towards the creatures. Lord Beige Lulu, are there many of these beings here? In your region? Do you not have such creatures? Jiang Hai inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Beige Lulu gazed at Jiang Hai with a touch of bewilderment, but quickly responded. There used to be quite a number, but in recent years, they have dwindled significantly. These creatures have become quite astute, making it rather troublesome to catch them. I heard that there is a gibbon nearby, but alas, it is too cunning to capture. I wonder if your launcher would make the task any easier. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai ultimately refrained from elaborating further. After all, he was not well versed in the circumstances of this planet, and recklessly intervening in such matters would not be prudent. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai did not wait for the other party to bring over the obsidian. With a swift motion, he stowed away the iron boxes laden with explosives. Subsequently, Jiang Hai strode purposefully towards the obsidian, and although the threat of explosives had dissipated, Beige Lulu seemed to have relinquished any thoughts of a treacherous act, trailing closely behind Jiang Hai. Approaching the obsidian, Jiang Hai deliberately refrained from casting more than a fleeting glance at the creatures nearby, placing his hand upon the obsidian stone. In the next moment, the system completely confiscated the obsidian. Following this, with a wave of his hand, 10 large iron boxes materialized above him and crashed heavily at his feet. Jiang Hai, smiling, pointed at the boxes and remarked, Lord Badgeloo, you may now verify the goods. This transaction is complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sales achievement. The settlement is now in progress. The host has finalized a transaction amounting to 5,000 pieces of obsidian. This price reflects a premium, with the excess serving as a bonus for the host. Alongside the host's 10 commission, this transaction grants the host a remuneration of 500 pieces of obsidian. Ding. The host's earnings are now being converted. Based on the purchasing power of the two circulating currencies, the host receives 450 billion Huaxia coins. Goodness. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly prompting an exclamation from his lips. 500 pieces of obsidian exchanged for 450 billion Huaxia coins. This implies that a single piece of obsidian is valued at 300 million Huaxia coins. Chapter 65. The joy of profit. The system's deliberate choice to utilize obsidian as the medium of exchange hinted to Jiang Hai that this substance was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this electric current emitter evidently belonged to a technological echelon surpassing that of Blue Star, yet it was merely sold for a meager 5,000 pieces of obsidian. Thus, Jiang Hai anticipated that this obsidian was undoubtedly precious. However, he never imagined that it could be valued to such an extent. Esteemed Lord Bagayulu, this has been an exceedingly delightful transaction. I eagerly await our next encounter. Jiang Hai glanced around, observing the restless five-clawed creatures, and understood the implications clearly. Casting one last look at the humanoid beings, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Bagayulu. As if foreseeing something, Bagayulu widened its crystalline black eye in surprise. In the next instant, Jiang Hai snapped his fingers, and with a swift bayou, he vanished into thin air. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his room. He sprang from his bed and hastily opened his computer to check his bank account. The previously lengthy string of numbers had stubbornly advanced by another digit. A grin nearly stretched from ear to ear as he reveled in the sight. Indeed, he had often heard affluent individuals boast that money was merely a sequence of numbers, expressing disinterest in wealth accumulation. Yet, it now appeared that such claims were misguided. The joy of earning money remained undeniably fulfilling. Jiang Hai whistled in excitement. However, this exhilaration was fleeting. He quickly recalled that to establish a new trading channel within the system, he required an astronomical sum of 100 trillion Huaxia coins. In light of the over 400 billion he had just earned, the road ahead was still daunting. Regaining his composure, Jiang Hai exited his room, noting that the sky outside had begun to darken. As Jiang Hai ventured to an extraterrestrial realm for trade, The morning had swiftly transformed into a span of 10 hours. In the living room, Ailang stood unwaveringly, seemingly impervious to fatigue, merely casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Hai as he emerged. The limping man reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, while the corpulent Lao Zhou's whereabouts remained a mystery. Where could Lao Zhou be? Uncle Wen had instructed him to attend to some errands for him. The limping man, with his leg crossed, showed no inclination to rise upon Jiang Hai's entrance. From their initial encounter, he had taken an instant disliking to Jiang Hai, and their relationship had been fraught with tension ever since. Let us go. I need to step out for a moment. Jiang Hai, dismissing the limping man's rudeness, merely glanced at him, who was lost in the television's allure, and smiled as he issued the command. The limping man paused, turning to regard the beaming Jiang Hai, and instantly comprehended the situation, his expression twisting in annoyance. Jiang Hai was certain that had he not been the employer, this fellow would have leapt up to strike him. Yet, such hypotheticals were moot. He was indeed the employer, and the limping man dared not defy him. There was no need to involve Uncle Wen. Ailang could handle the matter right then and there. Reluctantly, the limping man seized the remote, casting a lingering glance at the alluring figure on the screen before reluctantly switching off the television. With Lao Zhou absent, Ailang and the limping man accompanied Jiang Hai to the vehicle. Where to Jiangzhou? Upon entering, the limping man, now taking the role of driver, inquired with commendable professionalism. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai reclined comfortably in the back seat, pausing briefly before replying. Changhe Building. Greetings, Jiangzhou. Good day to you. General Jiang, you have arrived. Upon entering the oceanic enterprise that he had invested in, every employee who crossed paths with Jiang Hai greeted him with utmost respect. From the reception area to the office spaces, a few attractive female staff members even playfully collided with him, as if to ignite a tale reminiscent of Cinderella and her domineering CEO. How naive. Nevertheless, the sensation was quite delightful. General Jiang, what brings you to the company? Fong Li, adorned in a pristine white professional attire, emerged from her office, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld Jiang Hai. Since the company's inception, this marked Jiang Hai's first visit. Aside from infusing capital, he had shown no interest in its affairs, as though he had never established this enterprise at all. Fong Li, even in her attempts to report on work matters, could scarcely locate him. Thus, when Jiang Hai had an accident, she rushed to his side, remaining vigilantly at his bedside, seizing the opportunity to assert her presence as if to remind him. You still have a company here. Consequently, Jiang Hai's unprecedented visit today left Fong Li utterly astonished, as if the sun had risen from the west. Hiki, it's a rare occasion to have some free time, so I thought I would come by. How are things? Is the company in need of funds? Should I inject more capital? Perhaps 500 million would suffice? What? No need. The instant Jiang Hai mentioned a capital injection, Fong Li was taken aback, particularly at the staggering figure of 500 million that tumbled from his lips, revealing an almost ostentatious demeanor. Fortunately, Jiang Hai remained oblivious to Fong Li's thoughts. Had he possessed the ability to read minds, he might have introduced Salam to Fong Li, thereby revealing the true face of a nouveau riche. Mr. Jiang, there is no need. Fong Li insisted. The company is currently operating smoothly, and several investment projects have already yielded returns. Coupled with the rental income from Changhe Building, we have more than enough to cover our daily expenses. We currently possess a surplus of 100 million in liquid assets, sufficient for multiple investment ventures. Fong Li repeatedly waved her hands in refusal of Jiang Hai's offer, while inwardly, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was indeed unprecedented for an investment firm, both domestic and international, to reach her level of success. Typically, investment companies eagerly anticipate substantial injections of capital from their financial backers. Yet here was Fong Li, turning down such an opportunity, especially since the company is wholly owned by Jiang Hai, who holds a 100% stake. Additional investments would not alter the equity structure. Despite having recently transferred several billion, Jiang Hai wore a look of regret, unable to suppress a smacking sound from his lips. Fong Li then guided Jiang Hai to her office. As for Jiang Hai's own office, Fong Li had prepared it as well. However, he had never utilized it. Even though there were people assigned to clean it daily, all pertinent company documents resided with Fong Li, making discussions about company affairs more convenient in her space. Once inside Fong Li's office, Jiang Hai instructed Ailang and the cripple to stand guard at the door. With the door closed, only Jiang Hai and Fong Li remained in the office. Neither of them took a seat at the desk. Instead, They settled on the guest sofa within the office. Fong Li deftly brewed a cup of tea and presented it before Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai took a sip with a smile, nodded, then turned to Fong Li and said, "Sister Fong, there is indeed a matter I wish to entrust to you during my visit to the company." Jiang Hai's sudden request caught Fong Li momentarily off guard, yet she quickly straightened her posture. A few months prior, she had felt utterly despondent, but it was Jiang Hai who had pulled her from the depths of despair at that crucial moment. Her gratitude towards him transcended mere words. She would not hesitate to brave any peril to assist him. In Chapter 66, "We must purchase Big Ivan," Jiang Hai declared. "I will be injecting 1 billion into the company. President Jiang, the company does not require." Fong Li began, eager to refuse. But Jiang Hai silenced her with a gentle admonition. With intense focus, he regarded Fong Li and continued, "I wish for you to utilize this sum for 2 purposes. First, establish a security company. Train a cadre of truly skilled professionals, marksmanship, combat, and special capabilities such as stealth, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. Mold these individuals into genuine military elites. I am fully aware that such training is challenging to achieve domestically. Therefore, you may consider recruiting within the country and sending them abroad for training. I am unconcerned with the process. I only desire results. Moreover, the cost is of no consequence. Having exhausted 1 billion, let us procure another billion. If that proves insufficient, then let it be 2 billion, or even 3. Fear not the expenditure, and certainly do not attempt to conserve funds. Even if it requires an abundance of resources, I demand the formation of an elite team that is unequivocally mine." Jiang Hai's proclamation left Fong Li utterly astonished. She gazed at Jiang Hai in disbelief, her mind buzzing with confusion. What exactly was Jiang Hai intending? To train a private militia of mercenaries? Was this a scheme for rebellion? Observing Fong Li's bewilderment, Jiang Hai could not suppress a chuckle. "Sister Fong, do not overthink it. My concerns for personal safety following recent events have prompted me to seek a reliable security force. In simpler terms, I merely desire skilled bodyguards to ensure my safety." Bodyguards? What sort of bodyguards would require skills in infiltration and intelligence gathering? Fong Li refrained from voicing her skepticism regarding Jiang Hai's explanation. Instead, she nodded gently and replied, "I understand. I will immediately set about this task." As always, whatever Jiang Hai required, Fong Li would exert herself to fulfill his wishes. Even if Jiang Hai were indeed plotting insurrection, the worst outcome for Fong Li would be to face execution alongside him. With a subtle smile, Jiang Hai disregarded Fong Li's fanciful speculations and proceeded with his second demand. The second matter, effective immediately, we shall expand the company's operations. We will establish branches across various locations, first throughout the nation, and subsequently in countries abroad. I intend for our company's branches to be ubiquitous across the entire blue planet. Undoubtedly, I understand that this undertaking is arduous, so there is no need to rush. Take your time. The essence remains the same. As long as the task is accomplished, the financial cost is inconsequential. The branch does not require any remarkable performance. Maintaining normal operations suffices. Jiang Hai's request is relatively reasonable, considerably easier than the initial matter. However, Fong Li did not treat it lightly. She meticulously recorded the details, even going so far as to procure a notebook for this purpose. After detailing certain specifics, Jiang Hai smiled and patted his thigh, declaring, "All right. I shall transfer the funds to the company account shortly. The remaining tasks are now in your capable hands, Sister Fong." Fong Li promptly nodded in agreement. This time, she did not decline Jiang Hai's investment, for she recognized that the 2 tasks assigned to her were undoubtedly purposeful. Her responsibility was to exert every effort to fulfill Jiang Hai's directives. As Jiang Hai departed from the Changhe building and settled into the car, he remained silent, contemplating the 2 assignments he had entrusted to Fong Li. This was not a whim on Jiang Hai's part. Much like his initial investment in the Changhe building, he had deliberated for an extended period. With the initiation of interstellar trade routes, Jiang Hai's focus would undoubtedly shift toward these ventures. However, he could not afford to neglect the transactions on Blue Star. Jiang Hai intended to cultivate a cadre of assistants to aid in the delivery process. Yet, this was no ordinary delivery task. It involved arms dealing. Thus, enlisting just anyone for assistance would be inadequate. A specially trained group of aides was imperative to serve as couriers. Regarding the establishment of a branch office, it is also a preparatory measure for deliveries. When the time comes, the system can facilitate the transportation of goods to the branch, or the delivery personnel can conveniently depart from there. While Jiang Hai was contemplating the feasibility of these two matters, a sudden melody interrupted his thoughts. It was the ringtone of his mobile phone. Jiang Hai glanced down at the screen, and his eyes narrowed with intrigue. The caller was none other than Hussein, the military advisor from Bosch. Jiang Hai did not immediately answer the call. Instead, he lifted his gaze to observe Alung and the limping driver seated in front of him. Alung remained fixated on the road ahead, showing no sign of acknowledging Jiang Hai, while the driver, who should have been concentrating on driving, casually stole a glance at Jiang Hai through the rearview mirror. Jiang Hai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he swiped across the screen, abruptly disconnecting the call. He then reclined in his seat and turned his attention to the window, seemingly captivated by the enchanting scenery illuminated by the city lights. Before long, Jiang Hai arrived home. However, he did not hasten to his room. Instead, he settled onto the living room sofa to watch television, all the while placing an order for takeout. Alung, is there a decent chef at Uncle Wen's place? Jiang Hai inquired, crossing his legs as he watched the screen, addressing Alung, who stood nearby. Positioned as a partition between the living room and the balcony, Alung faced the latter, his gaze sweeping across the exterior. He merely responded to Jiang Hai's question with a curt reply, "No." "Very well." In a manner reminiscent of Alung, Jiang Hai found the conversation rather dull, subsequently disregarding the eager cripple beside him and immersing himself in the television. This left the cripple flushed with frustration. When the delivery arrived, the trio indulged heartily, and only then did Jiang Hai leisurely retreat to his own room. Fortunately, his quarters boasted a private bathroom, allowing for personal hygiene. Once inside, Jiang Hai maintained his composure, refraining from making a call. Instead, he casually placed the phone on the table and awaited in silence. After a little over half an hour, the phone rang. Once again, it was Mr. Hussein. Jiang Hai finally took his time to answer the call. "Mr. Hussein, my apologies. I was unable to take your call earlier." "No worries. No worries," Hussein replied, clearly reluctant to hold any ill will against Jiang Hai. After exchanging a couple of pleasantries, he swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. "Mr. Vast Ocean, we need to conduct a transaction." "Huh, absolutely. Our company is always eager to engage in trade. However, I must inquire, what is it that you require specifically?" "We need the Great Ivan," Hussein interjected without awaiting Jiang Hai's question. This demand momentarily left Jiang Hai taken aback. "Mr. Vast Ocean, do you not have the Great Ivan in your company? I had previously heard from Mr. Filzat that your firm possesses it." Noticing Jiang Hai's silence, Hussein grew anxious and pressed for clarity. At that moment, Jiang Hai regained his composure, rhythmically tapping his index finger on the table. "Mr. Hussein, indeed. Our company does have the Great Ivan. However, I must caution you, it does not come cheaply." Chapter 67. The Targeted Bosch. The Great Ivan, the most formidable ultimate weapon known to humanity, is hailed as the doomsday device. Across the vast expanse of blue star, human governments are as numerous as the stars in the sky, yet only a select few possess the Great Ivan. To possess the Great Ivan is akin to holding a royal trump card. While it does not guarantee invincibility, it certainly commands respect from all factions. Hussein, representing Bosch, expressed a desire to acquire the Great Ivan. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, recalling that Bosch had long claimed to have already mastered the Great Ivan. Though perplexed, he refrained from voicing his doubts, opting instead for a light-hearted jest. "I understand. Please, make your offer." Jiang Hai's jest served a dual purpose. It conveyed his stance. He indeed held the Great Ivan. Realizing the implication, Hussein's breath grew heavier, and he promptly made his position clear. "Expensive? Can it surpass the several trillion Huaxia coins for a fighter jet? Bosch may lack many things, but we certainly do not lack money." Observing that his counterpart was eager to negotiate, Jiang Hai saw no reason to hold back. Simply for the Great Ivan, the price was not exorbitant, 50 million Huaxia coins. However, should it include intercontinental ballistic missiles, the cost would rise significantly, 1 billion Huaxia coins per missile. The Great Ivan, in its essence, is merely a bomb. Without the accompanying missile launch capabilities, its threat level in modern military strategy remains rather average. At most, it resembles the two formidable Big Ivans that were carelessly discarded into a basin by the beautiful country a century ago, merely dropped from bombers. Such a method was perilous, for if any mishap occurred en route, the Big Ivan would detonate prematurely. The success of that operation was largely due to the fact that it was the first appearance of the Big Ivan on the battlefield, and the basin was unprepared for such an assault. In modern warfare, such occurrences are nearly inconceivable. Thus, the mere existence of the Big Ivan no longer poses a genuine threat. It is imperative to equip it with a missile system that enables its successful launch. Consequently, there exists a significant disparity in cost between a standalone Big Ivan and one equipped with an intercontinental missile system. The price tag of 1 billion indeed left Hussein gasping in astonishment. In previous times, while 1 billion was substantial, it was not insurmountable for Bush. However, Bush's treasury had just been depleted by Jiang Hai, and it had yet to replenish itself, rendering it impossible to allocate substantial funds for weaponry. Jiang Hai, with a glint in his eye, smiled and inquired, "Mr. Hussein, might you elucidate why your nation has suddenly expressed a need for the Big Ivan?" Jiang Hai refrained from directly questioning whether they lacked the Big Ivan, as that would have been an affront. Hussein hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to speak candidly. Just days prior, the beautiful country, along with John and Gaul, had simultaneously exerted pressure on Bush. They demanded not only the cessation of airstrikes against Judah, but also insisted that the combat aircraft employed in these strikes be surrendered to the United Nations. Their rationale was framed as a contribution to the advancement of human technological progress. As for the final remark, Hussein echoed the rhetoric of the beautiful nation, his tone laced with sarcasm and unmistakable mockery. Upon hearing Hussein's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed characteristic of those nations. They would brazenly seize, yet still adorn their actions with eloquent phrases. With a smile, Jiang Hai continued to inquire, "So, your country has no intention of compromising and seeks to arm itself with even greater strength?" "Precisely." Hussein's voice rose in fervor. "We Bashi people shall never bow to tyranny. Should anyone attempt to infringe upon our rights, we would rather perish together than grant our enemies a victory." Well said. Truly, the most resolute of nations. Jiang Hai couldn't resist offering praise, then narrowed his eyes with a smile, adding, "Though I personally admire the indomitable spirit of the Bashi people, the regulations of our company are immutable. Regrettably, I cannot alter the pricing." Upon hearing this, Hussein fell silent for a moment. For other weaponry, if Jiang Hai's side could not procure it, they could certainly source it elsewhere. It is only natural to compare options. However, this was the Great Ivan. How many firms across the Blue Planet could offer the Great Ivan for sale? Moreover, those few arms companies capable of selling the Great Ivan were all backed by the beautiful nation and its influential family. Given the current relationship between Bashi and them, how could they possibly sell the Great Ivan to Bashi? After careful consideration, it became evident that apart from Jiang Hai's side, Bashi could find no other arms company willing to sell the Great Ivan. Hussein hesitated for quite some time, and it seemed that he had no choice but to reluctantly accept this transaction. However, with the price of 1 billion for a single Big Ivan, he could only afford to acquire 3 to 5 units, significantly diminishing his deterrent capability. "Mr. Hussein, I actually have a suggestion. Would you be open to hearing it?" Mr. Hai, do you have a good idea?" "I believe, given the current situation in your esteemed country, purchasing the Big Ivan at 1 billion each won't yield many benefits. Instead, why not consider acquiring the independent Big Ivan at 50 million per unit? With your nation's strength, you should be able to secure over 10 units. Hussein was not particularly astonished by Jiang Hai's proposal. An independent Big Ivan. While the price was certainly more appealing, what purpose would a mere warhead serve, even if procured in greater quantities? Hussein did not immediately refute Jiang Hai, nor did he acquiesce to his plan. He merely remained silent. Jiang Hai, sensing Hussein's hesitation, smiled once more and said, "Mr. Hussein, have you perhaps forgotten the goods you previously purchased from our company?" "Goods?" Hussein paused momentarily, recalling their prior transactions with Jiang Hai. The first was a batch of tanks, which had proven to be of commendable quality. In the battle against Judah, those tanks played a pivotal role, pushing the front lines back by several dozen kilometers. Yet, this did not seem to have any bearing on the Big Ivan, did it? One cannot allow those tanks to charge into enemy territory carrying the Great Ivan, can one? Since these are not the tanks from the previous transaction, we must refer to the earlier exchange, the very first one between the two parties. Suddenly, Hussein gasped in realization, and Jiang Hai smiled faintly, for he understood that Hussein had grasped the implications. In their initial transaction, Jiang Hai had sold an XC-198 advanced fighter jet to Bosch. It was this remarkably swift aircraft that had enabled Bosch to conduct numerous successful airstrikes against Judah. Even the recent provocations from the illustrious nations such as Beautiful Country and John were attributable to this cutting-edge fighter. The mere presence of Ivan's warheads combined with a high-speed fighter jet, renowned for its aerial assault capabilities. What need have we for intercontinental ballistic missile systems? This fighter jet is, in essence, the most formidable missile system, and moreover, a reusable one. Chapter 68. 3 Mushroom Clouds. I understand. I comprehend now. Realizing Jiang Hai's hint, Hussein's voice surged with enthusiasm, and he cheered loudly. Jiang Hai, unfazed, simply smiled and patiently awaited Hussein to regain his composure. I apologize, Mr. Vast Ocean. My behavior was impolite. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, Hussein's voice had settled into a calm demeanor. He first offered a respectful apology to Jiang Hai and then, with a hint of excitement, inquired, if we are to purchase 50, no, 100 warheads of the Great Ivan at the price of 50 million Huaxia coins, might your esteemed company possess such inventory? Indeed. Upon hearing Hussein's request, Jiang Hai could not help but smile. If it were 1 billion Huaxia coins for a Tsar Bomba, the counterpart might purchase only 2 or 3 and would likely refrain from further acquisitions. However, when it comes to a Tsar Bomba priced at 50 million Huaxia coins, the counterpart placed an order for 100 in a single breath. This is a keen understanding of human psychology. If we were to apply this strategy within the realm of Huaxia's e-commerce industry, it would be a rather straightforward tactic. More importantly, with a Tsar Bomba priced at 50 million Huaxia coins, Jiang Hai's quoted premium would be considerably higher. Consequently, upon completion of the transaction, Jiang Hai's commission would also increase correspondingly. No issues. Just 100 Tsar Bomba warheads. Once the transaction is confirmed, I will immediately arrange for delivery. Hussein paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Hai's bold declaration. However, he soon responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. I will place an order for 100 Tsar Bomba warheads. Please expedite the delivery. Ding. The system detected that the host has received the transaction. It is currently locating the host. Please select the delivery method. 1. The host delivers personally. 2. The host controls a puppet for delivery. Please make your selection. 2. The system's prompt resonated, and without hesitation, Jiang Hai made his choice. At 2:23 a.m. local time on the 8th, 3 mushroom clouds erupted consecutively within the territory. The Posh government has proclaimed that it possesses the Great Ivan and possesses the capability to deploy the Great Ivan to any corner of the Blue Star at will. Posh is a sovereign nation. Any country or organization that harbors ambitions of invading Posh should be prepared to face unwavering resistance at any cost. Any entity intent on infringing upon Posh must brace itself for the inevitable consequences before taking action. This declaration from Posh reflects the government's resolute stance, effectively deterring neighboring nations. Previously, Posh had issued several statements asserting its possession of the Great Ivan, yet lacked substantial evidence to support these claims. However, the recent detonation of 3 Great Ivans has substantiated the rumors surrounding Posh's capabilities. Experts analyze that this announcement will significantly alter the dynamics of the conflict between Posh and Judah, as well as impact the strategic configuration of the Gaza Strip. How formidable Posh is! Jiang Hai, seated on his living room sofa, could not help but smirk while watching the morning news. Particularly at the sight of the 3 mushroom clouds that erupted on screen, shaking his head in disbelief. Just 3 days prior, he had dispatched the Great Ivan to Posh. And now, Posh has swiftly commenced its actions. Such efficiency is indeed remarkable. Posh did not, as Jiang Hai had suggested, utilize fighter jets to deliver the Great Ivan for deployment. This was, however, anticipated by Jiang Hai, for the existence of the Great Ivan often serves primarily as a deterrent. Engaging the Great Ivan in warfare entails far-reaching implications and complexities. Thus, Bosch spared no expense to invest 150 million in order to convey a resounding message to the United States and other Western nations. Observe 3 Major Ivan, and I can relinquish them at will. What does this signify? It signifies that our esteemed Bosch possesses an abundance of such Ivans. Therefore, do not provoke me. Otherwise, what may befall your nation is not merely 3 Major Ivans, but a direct deployment of 30. Behold, this is the essence of Ivan's deterrence. Of course, such formidable deterrence can only be endorsed by a nation as powerful as Bosch. As previously stated, should a jihadist organization or Salam present their Ivans, they would face the merciless annihilation from various superpowers. Weakness is indeed the original sin. Ding. A message has arrived on the phone. Jiang Hai glanced at his device, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of intrigue. He then raised his head. Beside the sofa stood a Lang, the cripple, and old Nine, all standing straight with unwavering focus. Jiangzong, is there something amiss? A voice inquired, emanating from the fifth individual in the living room. Jiang Hai's gaze fell upon the man seated on the sofa. Zhang Qinghua, head of the intelligence division of the Huaxia National Security Bureau, concurrently serving as the commander of the Bureau's third action team. He is also the one responsible for monitoring Jiang Hai. Naturally, Jiang Hai had acquired these details through the system. Today, the individual who had been lurking in the shadows to observe his every move had approached him directly, disguising himself as the director of the Huaxia Banking Regulatory Commission. Jiang Hai remained unaware of the true intentions behind this unexpected visit. However, as the saying goes, guests are to be treated with courtesy, and thus Jiang Hai graciously entertained his companion. It is nothing but mere advertisement. Jiang Hai casually brushed aside the matter of the mobile messages, turning his attention to the television screen, shaking his head as he exclaimed, "Who would have imagined that Bosch would suddenly ignite the great Ivan? TSK. Director Zhang, do you think this Blue Star S3 season will commence just like that? It is difficult to say. Nevertheless, in the previous 2 seasons, our Huaxia emerged victorious. Even if the S3 season begins, we have nothing to fear." Jiang Hai employed an online meme, and to his surprise, Zhang Qinghua was able to keep up. Observing the jovial demeanor of Zhang Qinghua before him, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. "Director Zhang, you seem quite confident in our Huaxia, do you not?" "Certainly. As a citizen of Huaxia, I am perpetually filled with confidence in our motherland." Zhang Qinghua puffed out his chest, radiating pride and sincerity. "This confidence is also due to our loyal military, wise decision-makers, and passionate populace. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the numerous entrepreneurs who are deeply concerned for our nation's welfare." As he uttered the final phrase, Zhang Qinghua suddenly softened his tone, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Jiang Hai. This change in expression caused Jiang Hai to smile in return. He understood that the real purpose of Zhang Qinghua's visit was about to unfold. Over the years, our nation's economy has experienced rapid development, making significant strides in various sectors, striving to catch up with Western countries. However, it is undeniable that the foundational scale of our nation is vast, and there remain numerous gaps to address. Thus, the nation is in urgent need of discerning individuals like General Jiang, who can alleviate some of the burdens faced by the state and the government. Jiang Hai smiled, finally comprehending the true purpose behind the unexpected visit. Indeed, it seemed they had come to seek favors. Chapter 69. A lion's roar for generosity. Certain affluent individuals may find themselves under the scrutiny of the authorities, who then solicit their donations and investments. Such occurrences are commonplace, both domestically and internationally. Typically, it is the local government's investment promotion department that undertakes such initiatives, so it was curious that Zhang Qinghua, a member of the national security system, would involve himself in local economic development. Director Zhang's sentiments resonated deeply. As citizens of Huaxia, we share a collective responsibility for the prosperity of our nation. I am wholly committed to contributing to the country's welfare. But I wonder how I might offer my modest assistance. Jiang Hai deftly passed the responsibility back to Zhang Qinghua, eager to see how he would broach the subject. Yet, his previous remarks were not without sincerity. He was well aware of the adage that one should assist the world in times of prosperity. As a citizen of Huaxia, Jiang Hai was indeed willing to aid the nation, provided it did not infringe upon his own interests. He had yet to reach the self-sacrificial heights of a saint. Zhang Qinghua appeared slightly taken aback by Jiang Hai's words, clearly unaccustomed to such direct requests for financial support. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he managed a somewhat awkward smile and remarked, "We are aware that General Zhang's company, Oceanic Investment, is a formidable investment enterprise. Thus, might Mr. Jiang contemplate bestowing upon the nation a plethora of opportunities in enterprises and projects? Director Zhang suggests that I should invest more domestically?" Jiang Hai chuckled in acknowledgement, only to subsequently shake his head, remarking, "Did Director Zhang not clarify matters before arriving? I have long entrusted all company affairs to Chairwoman Fang Li. My sole responsibility is to provide funding. I do not involve myself in the operational intricacies of the business." Jiang Hai's statement, while not outrightly rejecting the notion, certainly conveyed his disinterest in company matters. Zhang Qinghua found himself unable to suppress his murmurs of discontent. The affairs of the Oceanic Company were indeed managed entirely by Fang Li, yet the investment company's financial resources were meager. The substantial funds still resided comfortably in Jiang Hai's bank account. The mere thought of the figures he had glimpsed prior to his arrival left Zhang Qinghua feeling dizzy. To refer to Jiang Hai as a man whose wealth rivals that of nations would be no exaggeration. One could only wonder what audacity compelled those behind Jiang Hai to deposit such a vast sum into his account. Now, a directive had come down from above. Since they could not currently approach Jiang Hai directly, perhaps they could contemplate requesting a portion of his fortune? After all, his account boasted several hundred billion Huaxia yuan. Supporting the nation with a mere 100 billion should pose no significant issue, right? Reflecting on the seemingly trivial assignments bestowed upon him prior to his visit, Zhang Qinghua felt his lips go dry. The thought of outright soliciting funds felt insurmountable. Observing Zhang Qinghua's awkward demeanor, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, he held a deep respect for individuals like Zhang Qinghua. It is precisely due to their burdensome journey through the darkness that ordinary citizens can lead lives of tranquility and happiness. For this reason, Jiang Hai is more than willing to contribute financially to the nation. Director Zhang, let us settle this. I will indeed refrain from involving myself in the company's investment decisions, a matter I agreed upon with Chairman Fong from the very inception of the company. However, personally, I am inclined to make a contribution within my means. I am willing to donate 2 billion yuan to the nation, specifically for the development of education and healthcare. Jiang Hai, not one to be stingy, held up 2 fingers. 2 billion. This is certainly no trivial amount. The government's annual funding for healthcare hovers around 30 billion. Jiang Hai's single contribution of 2 billion is nothing short of impressive. The 3 individuals beside Alung displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Alung included. Initially, Zhang Qinghua wore a look of admiration, but soon his expression became rather awkward, as if he were grappling with unspoken thoughts. Observing Zhang Qinghua's demeanor, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly, discerning the implication behind his expression. Could it be that he finds it insufficient? This is 2 billion, an unconditional donation of 2 billion, and yet it is deemed inadequate? The smile on Jiang Hai's face gradually faded as he regarded Zhang Qinghua with utmost seriousness. Director Zhang, 2 billion is not an insignificant sum. This is my personal, unconditional donation, with no strings attached. I understand. Zhang Qinghua internally berated the fools who had suggested the idea. There is no alternative. This is the task assigned to him, and regardless of its difficulty, he must resolutely carry it out. General Jiang, your selflessness and generosity are indeed admirable. However, the nation is facing numerous challenges. Perhaps General Jiang could consider expanding investments? In truth, there are many promising projects within the country. If General Jiang were to invest, I am confident that the returns would be quite substantial. Investment? In response to Zhang Qinghua's suggestion, Jiang Hai found little interest. Promising projects? What venture could possibly yield greater returns than arms trading? Director Zhang, my interests do not lie in commerce. Hence, I am indeed disinterested in investment matters. Should the nation have any commendable projects, I recommend reaching out directly to Chairman Fong, as she possesses greater expertise in this area than I do. As for the previously mentioned 2 billion in unconditional donations, it remains valid. Tomorrow, you may send someone to the company, and I shall transfer the funds to the company's account, allowing Chairman Fong to coordinate with you. After uttering these words, Jiang Hai fell silent. Zhang Qinghua understood Jiang Hai's implication. He was not inclined to continue the discussion. Well then, this conversation has reached an impasse. Zhang Qinghua was aware that the likelihood of success for this endeavor was low, yet there was little he could do. Some superiors were envious, while others were demanding exorbitant sums, leaving him, as a subordinate, to face the embarrassment. My apologies, General Jiang, for the intrusion. Regardless, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the nation for your donation and support. Haha, you are too kind. The 2 individuals rose to their feet and exchanged a handshake, after which Zhang Qinghua was promptly escorted out the door. Before departing, he cast a fleeting glance at Alung and the other 2 without uttering a word. How commendable it is for Captain Zhang. Once Zhang Qinghua had left, Lao Jiu suddenly broke into laughter, shaking his head as he muttered something. Hearing Lao Jiu's remark, Jiang Hai turned to inquire, do you know him? An expert from the National Security Bureau. He is renowned in the espionage circles throughout Blue Star as a commanding officer of operations. Our circle is in close proximity to theirs, so naturally, we have heard of his illustrious name. Jiang Hai was aware of Zhang Qinghua's true identity, yet he was unaware of his formidable prowess, which piqued his curiosity. However, Lao Jiu merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he gestured towards Alung with a smile. saying, Ulung knows more about Zhang Qinghua. You should ask him. Well, considering Ulung's reticent nature, it would be quite unusual if he were to provide any insights. Jiang Hai decisively abandoned that line of thought. Chapter 70. We also desire to Ivan. Jiang, I believe you should exercise a bit more caution in the near future. Observing that Jiang Hai seemed disinclined to probe further, Lao Jiao suddenly interjected, redirecting the conversation. What do you mean? Jiang Hai, who had initially intended to retire to his room for rest, was immediately taken aback by Lao Jiao's words. Lao Jiao, feigning an air of mystery, smiled and stated, Zhang Qinghua is a trump card for the National Security Bureau. In previous circumstances, he would never have been dispatched unless it was an exceptionally critical mission. However, today he was dispatched to engage in such despicable activities. This clearly indicates that the person who instructed him to come possesses considerable influence. Furthermore, President Jiang has once again rebuffed Zhang Qinghua today. One can only imagine that the powerful figure behind Zhang Qinghua will not let this matter rest easily. Lao Jiao's words caused a jolt in Jiang Hai's heart. This is not mere alarmism. Lao Jiao's analysis holds substantial merit. If the attempt to extract concessions fails, one may resort to insidious tactics in the shadows. Such occurrences have been heard of frequently in the past. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai is certainly not a soft target to be easily manipulated. A faint smile soon graced Jiang Hai's face. With the assistance of the system, he genuinely wishes to witness what methods those so-called influential figures will employ. Mr. Vast Ocean, please forgive my previous rudeness. Aisha's text message, which Jiang Hai glanced at after completing his shooting training, made him squint his eyes involuntarily. Nearly 3 months have elapsed since the last accident, and Jiang Hai's injuries have healed in due course. Thus, he has resumed his regular training at the club. During the last attack, Jiang Hai did not have the opportunity to showcase his training results. In truth, this is entirely understandable. At the club, Jiang Hai primarily trains in firearms shooting. As for combat, although he has attended Kochia's classes, without a sufficiently robust physique, acquiring numerous techniques would be futile. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai remains steadfast in his commitment to train at the club. Upon seeing Aisha's text, he took a moment during his break to respond, It's all right. It was merely a misunderstanding, and I did not take it to heart. Last time, Aisha sought to utilize the so-called cargo passage to transport medical supplies essential for the jihadist organization, but Jiang Hai decisively rejected her request. It was not due to a lack of compassion on Jiang Hai's part. Rather, the cargo passage was a mere fabrication. While the system could facilitate the transport of arms for Jiang Hai, it was incapable of assisting with other goods. Thus, he feigned anger and outright refused Aisha. Little did he expect that she would take such a long time to reach out to him again, indicating that their previous encounter had indeed left both parties rather displeased. As for Aisha's sudden initiative to contact him now, Jiang Hai was well aware of the underlying reason. To put it plainly, it was the recent detonations of the 3 big Ivan missiles by Bosch. One must admit that Bosch's strategy was remarkably effective. The explosions, even if confined to Bosch's territory, truly instilled a sense of dread within the United States. Even Judas, who had previously been vociferous, had fallen silent, focusing instead on creating trouble for the jihadist organization. That prior bravado of confronting the heavens and the earth proved futile against Bosch's formidable resolve. Reflecting on this, Jiang Hai suddenly surmised why Aisha had chosen this moment to approach him. Mr. Ocean, regarding Bosch's big Ivan missiles, did you acquire them from you? I apologize, but our company is obligated to maintain client confidentiality. We are unable to disclose information about other clients. Jiang Hai refrained from revealing the truth. Some matters are better left shrouded in ambiguity than laid bare. Indeed, the next moment, Aisha sent him a message. Mr. Vast Ocean, we too wish to procure the Great Ivan. To procure the Great Ivan? Are you certain? Jiang Hai seemed to have anticipated such a response from the other party, narrowing his eyes as he articulated each word deliberately. Acquiring the Great Ivan presents both advantages and disadvantages for your organization. Are you truly intent on this purchase? Yes. This is a decision made by our Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader? If memory serves, this esteemed leader is named Abney, is he not? I recall hearing mention of him from a bodyguard under Filzat. Of course, Jiang Hai was indifferent to such matters. He was solely focused on the transaction. Very well. The standard Great Ivan warhead is priced at 50 million Huaxia coins each. Meanwhile, the variant equipped with an intercontinental ballistic missile is priced at 1 billion Huaxia coins each. Which type does your organization require? A long-awaited expression of astonishment. Jiang Hai also smiled, placing his phone aside. He understood that Aisha would need considerable time for deliberation. Bosch could acquire the standard Great Ivan warhead, as they possessed the fastest fighter jets on Blue Star, capable of deploying the Great Ivan like a firebomb. However, the Holy War Organization lacked such capabilities. For them, purchasing the standard Great Ivan warhead would be tantamount to acquiring scrap metal. But could the Holy War Organization afford the 1 billion variant? After a quick rinse in the bathroom and donning loose-fitting athletic attire, it was time to train in combat under Coach Yi. After more than 2 hours of combat training, Coach Yi emerged without a single drop of sweat. While Jiang Hai appeared as though he had just been fished out of water, his shoes completely soaked. Lying on the soft mat, he gasped for breath, utterly devoid of the strength to even shift his position. General Jiang, your progress is remarkable. Really? I'm still young, don't deceive me. Jiang Hai wheezed, his fatigue rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts verbally, relying solely on his eyes to convey his feelings. Coach Yi, squatting nearby, merely smiled, offering no elaborate explanation. He grasped Jiang Hai's arm and, with a firm tug, pulled him to his feet, resembling a gasping doll. General Jiang, when your body is extremely fatigued, it is best not to lie on the ground to rest, as it significantly diminishes the effects of your prior exertions. Even in a state of exhaustion, one must maintain a minimal level of activity to properly assimilate the benefits of the recent workout. Coach Yi diligently explained to Jiang Hai. In truth, this principle had been reiterated by Coach Yi several times before, but each occasion, Jiang Hai, overwhelmed with fatigue, chose to conveniently forget. Coach Yi, do you remember that young man who trained alongside me? After several minutes, Jiang Hai finally managed to regulate his breathing and could not help but pose the question. Coach Yi appeared somewhat surprised, but nodded in affirmation, saying, I remember. He possesses quite a skill. Just quite a skill? Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow at Coach Yi's assessment of Ulung. Reflecting on Ulung's previous appraisal of Coach Yi, it was strikingly contrary. In the words of Ulung, Coach Yi possesses formidable skills. It thus seems that Coach Yi truly surpasses Ulung by a significant margin. However, Jiang Hai finds it perplexing how such a talented expert could serve as a coach in this particular club. Coach Yi, would you be interested in taking on a part-time role? Chapter 71. The Suburban Farm, a part-time role? Jiang Hai's suggestion momentarily took Coach Yi by surprise. Previously, Jiang Hai had contemplated recruiting Coach Yi to join his side, but Coach Yi had outright declined. Now, with the proposal of a part-time position, Coach Yi found himself astonished. Indeed, I have recently invested in a security company and require a professional instructor for training. What do you think? Are you interested in earning some extra income? This time, Coach Yi did not immediately reject Jiang Hai's proposition. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Coach Yi's reaction also astonished Jiang Hai. He had anticipated a swift refusal akin to their last interaction. The absence of an immediate rejection suggested the possibility of negotiation. Filled with excitement, Jiang Hai gazed at Coach Yi, determined to seize the opportunity. Coach Yi, why not give it a try? The compensation is absolutely negotiable. Name your price. This. Jiang Hai's words evidently swayed Coach Yi, who hesitated with a frown for quite some time. Ultimately, Coach Yi shook his head and replied, I apologize, Mr. Jiang, but I am quite satisfied with my current position and have no immediate plans for a part-time role. After careful consideration, Coach Yi ultimately declined. Though Jiang Hai felt a tinge of disappointment at the rejection, he did not allow anger to take root in his heart. Coach Yi, please reconsider. You are always welcome here. Jiang Hai's words elicited no response from Coach Yi, who merely nodded gently. Subsequently, the two resumed their activities as if nothing had transpired. Coach Yi continued to assist Jiang Hai with various muscle stretches and massages to alleviate his physical soreness. After a refreshing shower and a change of attire, Jiang Hai leisurely retrieved his mobile phone. A message from the Holy War Organization, Aisha, flashed on the screen. 99. Mr. Ocean of Boundless Wealth. Can you not make the price even a tad more affordable? Mr. Ocean of Boundless Wealth, we genuinely mean well. We are indeed facing difficulties, and we hope for your understanding. Mr. Ocean of Boundless Wealth. The majority of the preceding messages attempted to negotiate with Jiang Hai. Logically, as the earliest client to engage in trade with him, they should have been aware that Jiang Hai did not entertain haggling. Their insistence, however, indicated that they were truly cornered in a dire situation. During this period, Jiang Hai had not kept abreast of the developments in the additive zone and remained oblivious to the Holy War Organization's plight. Nevertheless, It was certain that Jiang Hai would not entertain any price reductions. Business is business. He swiftly scrolled to the end of the messages. Mr. Ocean of Boundless Wealth, please forgive our previous discourtesy. We are willing to purchase one intercontinental ballistic missile-equipped Big Ivan warhead. Excellent. A transaction of 1 billion was successfully completed. Jiang Hai smiled subtly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he typed. I am delighted to engage in this transaction with you. In the suburban outskirts of the bustling metropolis, there lies a once dilapidated farm. Though administratively categorized within the city limits, this region has languished in economic stagnation compared to the vibrant prosperity of the metropolis. The inhabitants, generations of farmers, have eked out a living through agriculture, sufficient to stave off hunger, yet far from affluent. However, this narrative underwent a dramatic transformation 1 month ago. A company from the metropolis set its sights on this parcel of land, acquiring it at an exorbitant price. While relocations can often be fraught with difficulties elsewhere, here it transpired with remarkable ease. The company, possessing considerable financial resources, lured the original residents away with compensation that significantly surpassed local standards. Once the original inhabitants vacated, several construction teams moved in, embarking on an ambitious renovation project. In the span of a month, the landscape underwent a profound metamorphosis. Initially, a perimeter of electric fencing encircled the farm's original 5 square kilometers, enclosing it within a secure barrier. Following this, imposing walls were erected on the interior side of the fence, with the lowest points reaching heights of 6 to 7 meters. Another layer of electric fencing crowned the walls, rendering the original farm's visage unrecognizable. One might easily mistake it for a prison. As for the activities taking place within, the villagers from the neighboring hamlets have speculated wildly. Some even reported suspicions of nefarious intentions, yet these allegations ultimately fell on deaf ears. Is this the place? At the outer perimeter, several sleek black vans approached swiftly, coming to a halt before the imposing entrance. As one of the business vehicles gradually lowered its window, a middle-aged man, distinguished in appearance and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, leaned out to survey the scene ahead, leisurely humming a tune. The sudden arrival of these vehicles naturally caught the attention of several individuals stationed within the confines of the gate. Unlike the elderly guardians often found at other entrances, the sentinels here were all tall, robust young men, clad in neatly pressed, deep blue security uniforms that exuded a sense of vitality. Upon noticing the business vehicles halting before the gate, several of the young men furrowed their brows and promptly rose to confront the newcomers. This is private property. Please refrain from lingering here, one of them declared. Private property? Humph, retorted the bespectacled man with a dismissive snort as he exited his vehicle and advanced towards them. In Huaxia, land ownership belongs to the state and collective entities. I have never heard of the concept of private property here. The young men exchanged troubled glances, fully aware of the underlying truth. Their employer merely held a lease on the land, having acquired the rights to its usage. Yet, in everyday parlance, it was commonly referred to as private property. While most individuals understood the distinction, the man before them was evidently not an ordinary person. Realizing he was likely seeking trouble, one of the young men swiftly turned and strode purposefully towards the interior of the gate, while the others remained steadfastly positioned before the barrier. One among them, frowning, inquired, "Who are you? Is there a matter that brings you here?" With a swift motion, the man with piercing eyes produced a piece of paper from his pocket and displayed it before the robust young man. "We are investigators from the government. We have come to investigate, based on public reports, whether there are any activities here that pose a threat to national security." Reports? Threats to national security? The strong young men exchanged puzzled glances, their faces etched with confusion. They were aware of a prior report against them, but had believed their employer had resolved the issue. Why then had this matter resurfaced? A sense of unease washed over them. Yet the official document stamped with a red seal appeared irrefutable. After a brief moment of hesitation, one of the robust young men retreated into the premises. The remaining two stood resolutely at the entrance, one asserting, "We must first report to our superior. Please wait here." Wait, what nonsense is this? Do you think we are playing house? Understand this. We represent the nation and the government conducting an inspection. Should you impede us, it would be considered resistance to law enforcement. I have the authority to arrest you right now. Chapter 72, Unruly? Then let us turn the tables. A security inspection? Threats to national security? Upon receiving a call from Fong Li, Jiang Hai felt an inexplicable absurdity. He had merely established a security company and constructed a training base for it. How could this possibly threaten national security? Fong Lie's call was to inform Jiang Hai of the situation and to reassure him that she was diligently seeking assistance to address the matter, urging him to remain calm. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai sat on his sofa, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although Fong Lie assured him not to worry, Jiang Hai remained convinced that this matter was beyond her control. Previously, during the establishment of the training base, Fong Lie had meticulously managed every detail. Her cautious nature would never allow such a significant blunder. Swift actions, indeed. Old Gio, seated on another sofa, suddenly remarked. Initially, Jiang Hai did not register his words, but soon his frown deepened as he turned his gaze toward Old Gio. Old Gio merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Hai studied him for a considerable time, his expression shifting from confusion to a sudden realization as his eyes brightened with understanding. He recalled Zhang Qinghua, who had come to seek favors, or more precisely, the influential figure who had sent Zhang Qinghua. Old Gio had previously warned him that retaliation from that party was inevitable. This meant that the current predicament was indeed a method of revenge. If that were the case, Jiang Hai's countenance darkened. If the issue were merely a problem with the training base, exposed and subject to penalties, Jiang Hai would not feel particularly concerned. A mistake could be acknowledged and rectified. It could simply mean shutting down the base and reopening another. However, if certain individuals were deliberately seeking trouble, Jiang Hai's patience would wear thin. After pondering for a moment, he promptly dialed Fong Lie's number to inquire about the situation on her end. President Jiang, I have arrived at the training base. The individuals have already departed, leaving only a notice of penalties. A notice of penalties? What kind of penalties do they intend to impose? Regarding the inquiry about Jiang Hai. Fong Lie appeared somewhat troubled and did not respond immediately. Jiang Hai, sensing her discomfort, remained silent for a moment before saying, Please send me a photo of the penalty notice. All right. Fong Lie quickly acquiesced. After hanging up, she promptly sent a photograph. Upon opening the image, Jiang Hai glanced over its contents and could not help but chuckle. This was not a laugh of joy, but rather one born from exasperation. According to the document, Jiang Hai was mandated to dismantle the training facility in which he had invested over 100 million. Moreover, due to obstructing a government inspection, both Jiang Hai and Fong Lie, as heads of their respective companies, were required to submit to interrogation by law enforcement. They were ordered to report to the local police station for investigation within 3 days. Ultimately, the government demanded that Jiang Hai and Fong Lie bear a fine of up to 200 million. Upon reading these punitive measures, Jiang Hai found them utterly ludicrous. The powerful figure behind Zhang Qinghua was simply deranged. Raising his gaze, Jiang Hai turned his attention to Lao Jiao, who met Jiang Hai's stare with composure and, after a moment, remarked with a smile, Director Jiang, do not look at me. We are all from the same world and cannot meddle in governmental affairs. I can only say that I possess some insider knowledge. However, I can inform you that the individuals causing you trouble this time are from the Ministry of Commerce. Not a decision from the national level. The Ministry of Commerce? A department responsible for attracting investment possesses such formidable influence? Jiang Hai paused momentarily, then retrieved his phone and, in the presence of Lang and the others, directly dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Yes, it seems that the Huaxiao authorities have significant concerns regarding us. Indeed, I concur. In light of this, perhaps we should cease our activities. It has lost its appeal. Very well. Let us proceed according to your wishes. I have no objections. After a brief exchange, Jiang Hai ended the call and raised his gaze to observe Lang and the two others. To his surprise, he found their attention wholly fixed upon him. Even the typically indifferent Lang appeared solemn. Ahem. Mr. Jiang, what is this about? Oh, are you referring to the call just now? Jiang Hai chuckled softly, raising his phone. I have always been a person who adheres to rules. As long as everyone abides by them, I shall be more than pleased to do so together. However, should anyone choose to disregard the rules, I would not hesitate to overturn the table. Although Jiang Hai's words were somewhat convoluted, it was evident that the three individuals in the room were astute enough to grasp his meaning immediately. They fell silent, each lost in thought. Observing their reaction, Jiang Hai smiled faintly, stood up, and made his way to the bathroom in his bedroom. Once he departed, the three in the living room exchanged glances, and ultimately, Lang took a deep breath, turned to Lao Jiao, and said, Call Uncle One. The situation has become rather serious. A crisp clap echoed through the air. Within a villa that exuded both antiquity and opulence, a young man stood in the center of the living room, his hand pressed against his swiftly reddening cheek. Yet he remained silent. Fool! The young man's silence was met with a scathing rebuke. Before him stood an elderly man with graying hair, his countenance stern, a flush still lingering on his cheeks, and his eyes ablaze with fury. How could I have taught you this? How could you act so thoughtlessly? Do you wish to bring ruin upon our Jia family? As the elder pointed an accusing finger at him, the young man kept his head bowed in submission. However, they were not alone in the room. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man, standing with utmost respect, his body slightly inclined, demonstrating deference to the two others. Elder Jia, we have received alarming news from the Banking Regulatory Commission. 460 billion from the Jianghai bank account has been transferred. Though the account is not entirely depleted, only a mere few tens of thousands of Huaxia coins remain. The massive fund transfer has thrown the regulatory body into chaos. Humph. The elderly man, referred to as Elder Jia, could hardly contain his outrage upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, his face flushing even further as he delivered another resounding slap to the young man. This blow sent the young man sprawling to the ground, his other cheek quickly swelling and a crimson stain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, even in such circumstances, the young man dared not utter a word, nor did he even attempt to wipe the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. He merely shifted his posture and knelt directly before the elderly man. Just as Elder Jia prepared to take further action, the telephone in the living room rang. Without needing any prompting from Elder Jia, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to answer the call. After exchanging a few words, he lifted his head and, with a peculiar expression, informed Elder Jia, "Elder Jia? It is President Zhao from Zhongbao Group." Chapter 73, Reconciliation. Zhao Si. Elder Jia's brow furrowed, his face still marked by lingering anger as he cast a fierce glare at the young man before striding purposefully to the telephone. "Hello, this is Jia Guorong." "Haha. Elder Jia, are you disciplining your grandson?" "Zhao Si, do you intend to meddle in my family's affairs?" "Not at all. Not at all," came the hurried response from the other end of the line, yet the tone belied any sense of reluctance. Elder Jia seemed to quell his anger, taking a deep breath to regain his composure, and coldly remarked, "Is that young man named Jiang Hai truly connected to your Zhongbao group?" "It's not exactly a connection, but it appears that certain matters seem to be linked to him. However, we are still in the investigation phase." Elder Jia's brow remained knitted in concern. He had initially made a sarcastic remark, but to his astonishment, Jiang Hai indeed had ties to the other party. Considering their identity, Elder Jia felt a wave of unease wash over him. Turning to glance at his eldest grandson, still kneeling in submission, Elder Jia's expression was one of disappointment and frustration. He was acutely aware that if matters truly involved Zhongbao Group, the entire Jia family would be unable to compensate for the consequences. Therefore, Master Jia, regarding this matter, "I comprehend. Rest assured, the Jia family shall provide an explanation." "Haha. I am grateful for your understanding, Master Jia. No, the gratitude should be directed towards me." After hanging up the phone, Master Jia turned once more to face his eldest grandson, lowering his gaze upon him. After a considerable pause, Master Jia spoke slowly. "Shortly, I shall make a call to your department. You need not report to work tomorrow." Upon hearing Master Jia's words, the young man's complexion rapidly paled, his eyes betraying a sense of despair. He never anticipated that merely attempting to rein in a businessman, seeking a modest gain, would culminate in such dire consequences. The funds in question would not even enrich his own pockets, they were merely intended to achieve some semblance of performance. Yet, the outcome was the obliteration of his formerly promising future. Though unwilling to accept this fate, he found himself powerless to resist. Fully cognizant of his grandfather's unwavering nature and resolute way of conducting affairs, ultimately, the young man could do nothing but lower his head in resignation. "Mr. Jiang, thus, everything is merely a misunderstanding." Zhang Qingguo once again visited Jiang Hai's residence, taking a seat on the sofa in precisely the same spot as before. However, his demeanor had grown increasingly humble. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Zhang Qingguo, renowned within the elite circles of Blue Star's top operatives, would prostrate himself before a mere youth? In truth, Zhang Qingguo's mind was rife with expletives at that very moment. However, the target of his ire was not the present Jiang Hai, but rather those troublesome individuals above him. It was those people who called upon him to weather the autumn wind. Now, having provoked the situation, it was still those individuals who would demand his apology. "Why must I, the one who has been wronged, clean up your mess. Simultaneously, Zhang Qinghua felt a deep sense of helplessness towards the young man before him, who in their right mind would casually transfer billions from their accounts. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this money belongs to them. They have every right to transfer it as they wish, and there is no fault to find. The only issue is that these transactions did not adhere to proper protocol, which is merely a matter of irregularity. Director Zhang, this is the second time now. Let us speak plainly. I am, to be honest, somewhat disappointed. In the face of Zhang Qinghua, Zhang Hai did not greet him with the same warm smile as before. After uttering these words, Zhang Hai sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, perhaps obtaining a visa and leaving Huaxia would not be such a bad choice. Zhang Qinghua felt a pulse throb at his temple. He understood that Zhang Hai did not truly intend to depart. He was merely using this matter as leverage. Yet, Zhang Qinghua could not afford to ignore it, for he had much more at stake, and so did those behind him. A wealthy magnate like Zhang Hai, holding billions in Huaxia currency, would be warmly welcomed in any country. If Zhang Hai were truly driven away, it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss for Huaxia. And this is merely considering the financial implications. As a seasoned operative, Zhang Qinghua contemplated even more profound matters. Zhang Hai is not only affluent, he is also backed by a mysterious and formidable organization. The true inclinations of this organization remain shrouded in uncertainty. At the very least, due to Zhang Hai's presence, there has been no animosity towards Huaxia. However, should Zhang Hai be compelled to depart, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this enigmatic organization may harbor ill intentions towards Huaxia. If they indeed choose to target Huaxia, the nation would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. Mr. Jiang, truly, it is merely a misunderstanding. Zhang Qinghua, despite facing a barrage of threats, had never cowered in fear. Yet now, he was visibly anxious, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he forced a strained smile and said, it was merely some individuals who misinterpreted the situation, leading to such a misunderstanding. Some individuals? He wondered who Director Zhang might be referring to. Ahem, Mr. Jiang, with a nation as vast as ours, it is inevitable that a few miscreants will emerge. However, rest assured, these parasites hidden among the populace shall be rooted out and decisively eradicated. Zhang Qinghua spoke with unwavering conviction, as if assuring Zhang Hai, thumping his chest emphatically. That is reassuring. Very reassuring. Zhang Hai appeared greatly satisfied, nodding repeatedly, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Qinghua, imparting with significance, Director Zhang. I hope there will not be a third occurrence. Certainly. Absolutely. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, Zhang Qinghua immediately comprehended, his face alight with a smile as he nodded in agreement. By the way, last time, I made a voluntary donation of 2 billion for the nation. It may seem like a mere drop in the bucket. In order to express my unwavering support for the nation, I shall, on behalf of the company, contribute an additional 5 billion. Zhang Hai suddenly unveiled a radiant smile, and his tone shifted to one of considerable politeness. His words momentarily stunned Zhang Qinghua, but he soon grasped Zhang Hai's intent. The funds were indeed available from Zhang Hai, but they were not to be forcibly seized by others. Zhang Qinghua felt a jolt in his heart. Zhang Hai's resolve was even more formidable than he had anticipated. This young man should never be underestimated due to his youth. Provoking him could lead to disastrous consequences. On behalf of the nation, I extend my gratitude to General Jiang for his generous donation. Zhang Qinghua suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, rising to render a formal military salute to Zhang Hai. This gesture also served to highlight Zhang Qinghua's identity as a soldier, regardless of any prior misunderstandings. Zhang Hai had indeed made a substantial contribution of 70 billion to the country. Zhang Qinghua felt it inappropriate to harbor any secrets from such an individual. Zhang Hai smiled and extended his hand towards Zhang Qinghua. Although Zhang Hai had nearly overturned the table in frustration earlier, he bore no ill will towards Zhang Qinghua. Having learned from Lao Jiao about Zhang Qinghua's true identity and his remarkable contributions to the nation, Zhang Hai held a deep admiration for this hero concealed in the shadows. At the very least, in Zhang Hai's eyes, his own monetary donation paled in comparison to Zhang Qinghua's illustrious achievements. Chapter 74. The Unexpected Naval Battle in the Hispani Sea. The vast expanse of the ocean shimmered under the brilliant sun, reflecting fragmented golden light that rendered it nearly blinding. This maritime expanse lies adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean, merely 50 nautical miles from Hispani. Though it does not fall within the territorial waters of Hispani, it is in close proximity to its ports. A magnificent cruise ship glides across the surface of the sea, making its way toward Hispani. Surrounding the cruise ship are several vessels of naval caliber, providing protection. Both the cruise ship and the warships proudly display the flag of the beautiful nation. However, this does not imply that these vessels belong solely to the beautiful nation. Rather, the flag signifies that they are under its protection. In the ship's bridge, Captain Peter, an elderly man with a white beard, gazes intently ahead. He has held the position of captain for nearly 3 decades and is considered the most seasoned individual within the company. After completing this voyage, he plans to retire and indulge in a well-deserved life of leisure. "Captain, we are approaching Prince's Port. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest," suggested the first mate, standing behind Peter with a friendly smile. While his superior possesses many admirable qualities, he is somewhat excessively serious in his duties. Undoubtedly, this is an asset while navigating the seas, but for the first mate, who is set to inherit Peter's position, the captain's current demeanor serves as a daunting benchmark, adding considerable pressure to his future career. "I feel quite alert. No need for rest, Mike," Captain Peter replied, setting down his binoculars and turning to the first mate with a grave expression. "The cargo we are transporting is not ordinary. It consists of countless firearms and ammunition. Such goods present a tremendous temptation for those damned pirates. We must remain vigilant until we reach the port." Captain Peter's serious admonition left First Officer Mike with a sense of helplessness. Although he deemed his superior overly cautious, Mike dared not disregard his words, nodding in agreement incessantly. Unperturbed by whether Mike truly absorbed his counsel, Captain Peter once again raised his telescope to his eyes, scanning the expanse of the sea ahead. What is that?" Suddenly, Captain Peter murmured, his expression growing increasingly grave. This caused First Officer Mike, standing nearby, to freeze in place, hastily lifting his own telescope to peer in the same direction. Through the professional lens, Mike discerned several dark specks that had mysteriously surfaced on the distant waters. These dots floated upon the waves, rising and falling. According to the markings on the telescope, Mike calculated that these small black shapes were approximately 10 nautical miles away from their cruise ship. While he could faintly trace their movements, he was unable to ascertain their true nature. Though Mike lacked Captain Peter's wealth of experience, he was nonetheless a competent first officer and quickly deduced that these entities were, in fact, rather substantial. They were certainly larger than several of their escort warships. Could it be that Hispani has dispatched vessels to rendezvous with us? Mike furrowed his brow, offering a conjecture. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Captain Peter promptly dismissed this theory. Impossible. In previous transactions, Hispani had never proactively sent ships to assist us. Something is amiss. Prepare the escort ships, simultaneously establishing communication with the Hispaniards. Captain Peter sought to ascertain whether they had dispatched a rescue vessel. His remarkable tenure of over 30 years in command was attributed to his meticulous caution. Until he clarified the origins of the approaching vessel, Captain Peter prepared for the worst and devised appropriate countermeasures. Following his orders, the crew in the bridge sprang into action. "Captain Peter, the Hispaniards have stated that they have never sent a ship for assistance. The approaching vessels are not from Hispani," a crew member soon reported, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere within the bridge to one of palpable tension. Captain Peter lifted his binoculars once more and observed that the ships were drawing ever closer, revealing their true nature. To his astonishment, there were over 10 military destroyers. The expressions of everyone in the bridge turned grave, with some crew members displaying signs of unease. Encountering a fleet of unidentified warships in the vast expanse of the ocean could hardly be deemed fortunate. Attempt to send a communication signal. Inform them of our identity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Captain Peter made a decisive choice. They were responsible for transporting cargo for the Lordet Company, one of the top 10 arms manufacturers on Blue Star. Merely the mention of this name would give even the most reckless pirates pause to consider their actions. "Captain, the call has been connected, but there is no response from the other side." Soon, crew members reported the results to Captain Peter, and the outcome darkened his countenance further. The adversary remained unresponsive? What could this mean? Were they truly unafraid of retaliation from Lord's Hick Company, resolutely intent on aggression? Captain Peter fell silent once again. At that moment, the approaching destroyers drew ever nearer, showing no signs of halting, barreling directly towards the cruise ship. It was evident that there were at least 15 destroyers. A stark contrast to their few frigates, which paled in comparison. "Deploy those frigates," Whatever the cost, they must be made to obstruct the enemy. Accelerate the cruise ship. Make haste towards Prince Harbor. Inform Prince Harbor to dispatch naval vessels for assistance. Captain Peter incessantly issued commands. In such critical moments, it was imperative for him to maintain composure. Suddenly, within less than a minute of his orders, a series of resounding booms erupted as the enemy destroyers opened fire. Shells arced through the air, landing perilously close to the cruise ship. In the next instant, 3 deafening explosions, accompanied by towering waves, erupted beside the vessel. Although none of the shells struck the cruise ship directly, the immense shockwave caused it to lurch violently. Inside the bridge, Captain Peter, First Officer Mike, and the crew were thrown about, nearly losing their footing. Damn it! They truly dared to fire upon them? They would retaliate. It was not as if they alone possessed cannons. This cannot be allowed. The adversary's fleet of destroyers is overwhelming. We possess merely a handful of frigates, rendering us utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Witnessing the enemy actually opening fire, chaos erupted within the bridge. The turbulence extended beyond the bridge, encompassing the deck of the cruise ship, the cabins, and the crew, all of whom were thrown into disarray. Only a select few managed to retain their composure, proactively safeguarding the cargo aboard. This cannot continue. We must retaliate. Order the frigates to return fire. Captain Peter bellowed, his voice rising above the clamor, as he gesticulated fervently, urging, increase the cruise ship's power. Set a course for Prince's Port immediately. We must reach the port before the enemy does. Chapter 75. First, secure some interest. Peter's strategy was essentially to utilize the frigates as shields, buying time for the cruise ship to escape. It may sound ruthless, seemingly forsaking the crew aboard the frigates. Yet, not a single crew member in the bridge voiced any dissent. They acquiesced to Peter's command. Of course, the crew on the frigates remained blissfully unaware of the plan. They were prepared to fulfill their duties, valiantly resisting an enemy that outnumbered them significantly. In an instant, cannon fire erupted upon the surface of the sea. The once tranquil waters transformed into a tumultuous frenzy. The fervent frigates, fueled by passionate resolve, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. After several rounds of bombardment, a number of frigates were consigned to the depths of the ocean. Despite the destruction of the frigates, the cruise ship had barely advanced 3 nautical miles. The cruise ship, while not slow in itself, struggled with acceleration due to its immense size. In contrast, the destroyers exhibited remarkable speed. After sinking the frigate, the 10 or so destroyers immediately launched an assault on the cruise ship. Without even drawing closer, they unleashed their artillery after merely closing the distance. Unlike the frigate, the cruise ship bore no armaments. In the face of the destroyer's onslaught, the cruise ship was left utterly defenseless. Why had Prince Port yet to dispatch reinforcements? Hurry! Urgently summon the government forces of Hispania. Increase power. Speed up. Inside the cockpit, Peter, Mike, and all the crew members were shouting hoarsely. However, their cries proved utterly futile as the cannon fire exploded against the hull of the cruise ship, causing it to sway violently. In terms of size, the combined mass of those 10 destroyers did not surpass that of the cruise ship. Yet, it was precisely these destroyers that relentlessly pursued and attacked the vessel. Captain, we have connected with the naval command of Prince Port, a crew member shouted, and Peter swiftly grasped the communicator, exclaiming loudly, "Hurry and send reinforcements. Quickly. Yo, man, who are you?" The communicator erupted with a rhythmic rap. Peter felt a tightening sensation in his scalp. These damned fools. Are they completely oblivious to our dire situation? Damn it. We are from Lord Sheik Company. We have been attacked by pirates. We are under pirate assault. Hurry, send reinforcements to rescue us. Boom. A tremendous explosion abruptly interrupted Peter's call. At this moment, within the Naval Command Center of Prince Harbor, a black officer, his headset askew, listened to the rhythmic beats of rap music. One ear was attuned to the static murmurs of the intercom. The recent thunderous blast had startled him, prompting him to inquire several times over the intercom, but only received a crackling response. Huh, who was that? The officer mused, a look of perplexity crossing his face, before finally scratching the back of his head and disconnecting the device. Meanwhile, gazing at the slowly sinking cruise ship, Ashue's face radiated with exhilaration and thrill. We've done it. We have truly succeeded. Mr. C of Infinity. We have indeed intercepted the transport of the Lord Sheik Company. This is magnificent. Behind Ashue, Zhang Hai observed the scene with an air of calm detachment, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. It was indeed predictable. The Lord Sheik Company's fleet consisted of but a few formidable warships, while the Grand Cruise liner was merely a faude. Of course, had a Shui and his crew aimed to plunder the vessel, it would not have been so straightforward. Boarding the ship alone would consume considerable time, and by the time they unloaded the cargo, reinforcements from Prince Harbor would likely have arrived. However, a Shui's objective had never been looting. It was to sink the ship outright. Thus, swiftly resolving the matter was naturally devoid of difficulty. Regardless, the mere prospect of causing a behemoth like the Lord Sheik Company to suffer a setback rendered a Shui's excitement entirely understandable. As for Zhang Hai, leveraging the efforts of the Sanju gang to reclaim a measure of interest from the Lord Sheik Company, his mood was undoubtedly buoyant. The more than 10 destroyers were acquired by Zhang Hai at an internal price, totaling less than 50 billion Huaxia currency. For the current Zhang Hai, this expense is indeed manageable. The rationale behind such a substantial investment and the audacious raid on Hispania is rooted in events from 2 months prior, when the Sanju gang relayed a message to Zhang Hai. Thanks to Zhang Hai's assistance, the Sanju gang had been wreaking havoc in Banite, causing the local government forces to suffer successive defeats. Observing the government troops' inability to suppress the Sanju gang due to a lack of weaponry and ammunition, Preval sought help from the Lord Hit Company. Not wishing to see Hispania descend into chaos once more, the Lord Hit Company agreed to supply a shipment of arms. This intelligence reached the Sanju gang, who understood that if the government forces obtained this cache of weaponry, they would swiftly enact a brutal crackdown. Consequently, the Sanju gang appealed to Zhang Hai for aid. Upon learning that the Sanju gang had meticulously gathered information regarding the routes and schedules of the Lord Hit Company's transport fleet, Zhang Hai conceived a bold plan. They procured over 10 destroyers and temporarily lent them to the Sanju gang. With the Sanju gang providing personnel and Zhang Hai supplying the vessels, they executed the ambush flawlessly. Once it was confirmed that the shipment of arms, worth billions of splendid currency, had sunk to the ocean depths, a Shui promptly commanded the destroyers to vacate the area. Despite the overwhelming success of their recent engagement, a Shui was acutely aware that their victory was a result of the Lord Hit Company's arrogance and negligence. Believing that no one would dare to disturb them in this maritime region, they failed to bring sufficient escort vessels and did not alert the Hispani Navy in advance. However, by the time the Hispani Navy was mobilized, their fleet of over a dozen destroyers would be utterly insufficient. The destroyers, with their swift speed, departed from the area in less than an hour and docked at a pre-designated isolated island. The vastness of the sea. This ambush has been successful, and what follows? The Sanju gang would certainly not assist Zhang Hai in this endeavor without a cost. The price Zhang Hai would pay would be to procure a batch of superior and enhanced weaponry from the Sanju gang at cost price. Zhang Hai would naturally not retract his commitment, and the contents of this transaction would include the grenades and explosives he had previously refused to sell. The reason Zhang Hai had withheld these items from the Sanju gang was due to their inadequate strength at the time. Possessing grenades and explosives would only invite trouble. However, the Sanju gang is no longer the same. During this period, they have nearly upended Banite's influence. Now, the Sanju gang possesses the capability to manage such potent munitions as grenades and explosives with ease. Selling these arms to the Sanju gang would indeed be advantageous for Zhang Hai, as it would enable the gang to more effectively restrain the Hispani government, paving the way for Zhang Hai to one day seek vengeance against that great villain, Preval. Chapter 76. Cadasso and Judas at 11:13 a.m. local time on May 21st. The United Nations General Assembly passed the latest draft, agreeing to accept Palestine as a member with observer status. The draft was first presented for discussion at the UN General Assembly on May 2nd. Although it garnered support from nearly 90 of the member states, it was ultimately vetoed by the beautiful nation. This action incited considerable dissatisfaction among the other member states of the General Assembly. Subsequently, Palestine submitted another application, which was approved through a voting process in the General Assembly. During this meeting, the General Assembly rejected the beautiful nation's veto and officially accepted Palestine as an observer member. Watching the news broadcast on television, Zhang Hai shook his head, a smile gracing his face. Behind Palestine stands the jihadist organization, a longtime ally of Zhang Hai. Naturally, he felt joy for his friend's good fortune. However, there were still some unfortunate aspects. The beautiful nation's veto was rather disheartening. Alas, what could be done? After all, They are one of the 5 permanent members of the UN. Sitting beside him, Lao Jiao shrugged his shoulders in resignation. The 5 permanent members of the UN are not limited to just the beautiful nation. At that moment, the crippled man muttered something, clearly displeased. Why hadn't any of the other permanent member states used their veto power against the beautiful nation before? Lao Jiao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders in a rather helpless manner. Though due to his robust physique, the gesture was hardly noticeable. Why hadn't they? There had been several instances in the past where the beautiful nation's proposals were directly rejected by the General Assembly. Yet, the beautiful nation paid no heed to the General Assembly, proceeding as it pleased. Ultimately, it boils down to the beautiful nation's formidable power that leaves the General Assembly powerless against it. Lao Jiao's words rendered even the crippled speechless, leaving him with nothing but a few grunts in response. Jiang Hai, on the other hand, maintained a silent smile. In comparison to Lang, Lao Jiao was evidently more loquacious, and his presence, along with the cripple, brought a lively atmosphere to Jiang Hai's home. Particularly, after several light-hearted exchanges, Jiang Hai discovered that many of Lao Jiao's viewpoints and opinions were indeed fascinating. Gradually, he became accustomed to discussing current affairs with Lao Jiao while watching the news. A crisis has arisen. A grave situation has unfolded. Suddenly, the television erupted with gasps of astonishment, as the reporter, taken aback, began to shout in alarm. This immediately captured the attention of Jiang Hai and Lao Jiao, who turned their gaze toward the screen. At that moment, the footage displayed the exterior of the United Nations General Assembly Conference Center, where a female reporter looked on with evident panic. Surrounding her was a throng of journalists from various nations, as well as UN staff, all appearing flustered and disoriented. Jiang Hai's expression grew serious. After all, this was the UN, and such chaos indicated a significant event had transpired. Could it be that the representatives inside were engaged in a brawl? Surely, it could not be that severe, Jiang Hai mused, as various speculations raced through his mind. A few moments later, it appeared that the female reporter had received some news. Her countenance still grave as she raised her microphone toward the camera. Justin, a representative from Judah has used a shredder to destroy the UN Charter. The reporter's voice echoed from the television, and in the next instant, Jiang Hai, Lao Jiao, and the others instinctively leapt from the sofa. Their expressions transformed into ones of profound shock and bewilderment. In the General Assembly, did Judas audaciously shatter the very essence of its charter? Is this representative truly so bold? It is evidently a slap in the face to the Assembly. Does Judas still wish to remain within its ranks? No wonder the Assembly finds itself in such disarray. Given the circumstances, it is almost miraculous that the conference center did not erupt in chaos. If my memory serves me right, this marks the second occurrence of such an event within the Assembly, does it not? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow and remarked, while Lao Jiao, regaining his composure, offered a wry smile and nodded, saying, 15 years ago, Kadazwa engaged in similar antics. Kadazwa? That infamous madman of the century, whose legacy has long since faded into obscurity. With such a cautionary tale in mind, how could Judas dare to act so recklessly? It appears Judas harbors discontent regarding Palestine's accession to the Assembly. This is an open display of dissent against the Assembly's decisions, but in doing so, even the beautiful nation cannot shield him from repercussions. It is hard to say. Jiang Hai shook his head, unconvinced by Lao Jiao's assertion. Kadazwa once stood against the 5 elder nations with formidable strength, yet the current situation faced by Judas is markedly different. Suddenly, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed in contemplation. If Judas truly intends to confront the Assembly head-on, it would signify an escalation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip. As an arms dealer, the news concluded, and Jiang Hai rose to address Lao Jiao and the others, saying, "It is getting late. I shall retire for the evening. Feel free to continue as you wish." With that, he made his way directly to his room. However, Jiang Hai did not genuinely intend to sleep, for he had already prepared for a second interstellar transaction. Although the previous transaction had not been entirely smooth, the rewards had been substantial. Thus, after a few months, he resolved to revisit that planet, eager to see if another trade might be possible. After a brief wash-up, Jiang Hai reclined on his bed, closing his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them to behold the vibrant, kaleidoscopic night sky once more. He instinctively marveled at the beauty of the nocturnal scenery. Yet, almost immediately, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, He simply shook his head, redirecting his thoughts. He cast a glance around his surroundings, noting that the environment differed from the location he had previously visited. Here lay a desolate expanse of desert. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast stretch of flat terrain. It appeared that the location of arrival through the interstellar trade passage was not fixed. If that were the case, it would take some time to locate those five-clawed beasts. He wondered if this planet housed other intelligent species aside from the five-clawed creatures. Given the choice, he would prefer not to engage in trade with them, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found them rather unappealing. As this was a completely unfamiliar place, Jiang Hai did not deliberately choose a direction but instead set forth, taking strides forward. One must admit, under the exquisite canopy of the night sky, surrounded by the vast and boundless Gobi Desert, the scenery is indeed splendid. After merely 10 minutes of walking, Jiang Hai suddenly came to a halt, instinctively sensing that his foot had just stepped upon something. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ground beneath him gave way, and he was abruptly engulfed in a whirl of chaos, plummeting headlong into the abyss. Almost simultaneously, the earth beneath Jiang Hai fractured, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, which devoured him whole. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Abyss. Alas, a dizzying tumble ensued, and he could scarcely ascertain how many times he had collided with various surfaces. Eventually, he landed heavily upon something solid, the impact nearly rendering him unconscious from the pain. This was, of course, exacerbated by the fact that this body was merely a puppet, and Jiang Hai had specifically instructed the system to enhance its durability during its creation. After a considerable time, Jiang Hai managed to regain his composure, grimacing as he rubbed the areas that had been bruised and began to survey his surroundings. Yet, all he encountered was an impenetrable darkness, obscuring any visibility. However, this did not daunt Jiang Hai. System, activate night vision. Upon silently invoking the command, Jiang Hai's vision transformed. While it was not as illuminating as daylight, he could discern the contours of his environment. He found himself in a somewhat narrow cavern, surrounded by typical lava formations, with several openings visible, yet the conditions within those entrances remained shrouded in mystery. Jiang Hai lifted his gaze to the opening above, which was indeed the very entrance from which he had just fallen. The abyss appeared endless, and from his recent descent, he could surmise that it was at least 100 meters deep. Climbing out at this moment seemed utterly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai relinquished the idea of ascending and glanced around his surroundings. System, can you scan for an exit route from here? Scanning the host's current location. Please hold on. Ding. Scan complete. Please review the information. Before long, a semi-transparent map materialized before Jiang Hai's eyes. A small blue dot indicated his position. Situated at the center of the map, the intricate pathways that sprawled across the map resembled a spider's web, leaving Jiang Hai somewhat dizzy. This is exceedingly convoluted, he thought, feeling a headache coming on. Yet, a headache was the least of his concerns. He could not simply linger in this place indefinitely. Of course, he could opt to return to Blue Star via the trading passage, but that would render this visit futile. Since there was no immediate threat to his life, he decided to explore the environment around him. An inexplicable intuition whispered to him that if he chose not to return, he might encounter unexpected rewards. According to the map's indications, Jiang Hai had a considerable distance to traverse. He needed to navigate the winding tunnels to reach an exit, roughly 3 kilometers away. Following the map, he traversed a long corridor, only to discover that the path ahead had become more treacherous. Jiang Hai was compelled to use both his hands and feet to continue his ascent. Not long after he began his exploration, Jiang Hai made a new discovery. On these passages, there were clear signs of human excavation. As Jiang Hai's fingers brushed against the walls of the cave, the marks of the digging became unmistakably evident. Could it be that this cave was carved out by some entity? The thought flashed through his mind, and in the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a pair of eyes were watching him intently from behind. In a panic, Jiang Hai swiftly turned around, only to find an empty tunnel, devoid of any presence. Was it merely an illusion? System, is there anything around me? There is no hostile presence in your vicinity. The system promptly responded to Jiang Hai's inquiry, leaving him utterly speechless. This damned system proved unreliable at critical moments. The so-called hostility it referred to indicated a threat to Jiang Hai's life. Hence, this detection criterion was not trustworthy. After a brief silence, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and decided to continue his ascent with both hands and feet. Regardless of any hidden existence, It seemed they bore no intention to harm him. The best course of action was to hasten his departure from this cursed cave. Suddenly, after taking only a few steps, a sound echoed through the stillness. Though faint, in the quiet of the cave, it resonated distinctly, as if something were slowly approaching him. Instinctively, Jiang Hai held his breath, his gaze sweeping around once more. Abruptly, he gestured with his hand and lunged into the air. In an instant, an AK appeared in his grasp as if conjured from thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, AK braced against his chest. He aimed in one direction and promptly squeezed the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A volley of bullets ejected, impacting a stone directly in front of Jiang Hai. The bullets struck the unyielding rock, scattering sparks. By the fleeting light of these sparks, Jiang Hai distinctly discerned a dark silhouette concealed behind the stone. Upon Jiang Hai's gunfire, the shadow swiftly retreated behind the stone. However, Jiang Hai did not pursue. Instead, he whirled around and discharged the remainder of the magazine in the opposite direction. The bullets reverberated through the cavern, striking the rocky walls and again erupting in a shower of sparks. This time, Jiang Hai observed more keenly, noting several dark figures lurking in the shadows, their shapes peculiar. Was he surrounded? A knot tightened in Jiang Hai's stomach, even as his hands deftly replaced the spent magazine. This time, however, Jiang Hai refrained from firing. Instead, he warily aimed the muzzle forward, his peripheral vision sweeping the surroundings. System. Still no detection of hostility? Surrounded as he was, how could there be no animosity? What was their intention? System has not detected any hostile sentiment, echoed the system's prompt in his mind. Yet, Jiang Hai's anxiety remained undiminished. Consequently, he grew even more reluctant to make any rash moves, opting to lean against the cavern wall. His AK trained vigilantly on both sides of the tunnel. His adversaries, seemingly aware of the threat posed by Jiang Hai's AK, remained concealed. An impasse ensued for approximately a minute and a half, during which Jiang Hai's apprehension gradually subsided. Suddenly, a wave of unease gripped Jiang Hai's heart, as an inexplicable sensation surged from his heels to the crown of his head. A frigid entity emerged from behind his ear, swiftly enveloping his head. As Jiang Hai attempted to struggle, he found his limbs rendered immobile. What is happening? System, 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 come to my rescue. Quickly, Jiang Hai felt utterly bound, ensnared by an unseen force, leaving him completely unable to move. Thus, his only hope rested with the system. Yet, in the next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. The system detected no hostile intent. The host's life is not in jeopardy, hence, no intervention is necessary. What the hell? You useless system. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Hai's mind erupted in a torrent of exasperation. Even in such dire straits, it still concerns itself with the absence of hostility? Why not act directly? Now, with the systems in action, even if Jiang Hai were to procure weapons, he remained utterly immobilized, rendering any weapon useless. He was firmly bound to the rock face by the mysterious force, his hands spread wide, fingers incapable of movement. He even contemplated severing his consciousness from this puppet and returning directly to Blue Star. At that moment, a shadow materialized before him, a gleaming crystal, fixedly staring at him. Chapter 78. Analyzing the language system of the opponent, please hold on. Having deciphered the language of the other party, the system actively issued a prompt. Soon, the peculiar intonations transformed into pure Huaxia dialect in Jiang Hai's ears. Please do not struggle. We harbor no ill intentions. Do not be afraid. We will not harm you. Naturally, Jiang Hai could not be convinced of their benignity merely by those few words. However, the system had indicated that there was no hostile sentiment directed towards him, suggesting that he would not be immediately endangered. Furthermore, Jiang Hai was merely controlling a puppet body at present. He had already resolved to relinquish this puppet should the need arise. After all, it was merely a matter of discarding a body worth 20 million. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Jiang Hai fixed his gaze upon the increasing number of shadows before him. What do you wish to accomplish? Alternatively, you might consider releasing me first. We can discuss matters amicably. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, the others engaged in hushed whispers. Moments later, he felt the bindings that restrained him truly loosen. As his body was freed, Jiang Hai instinctively turned around to witness several vine-like tendrils retracting smoothly into the rugged rock wall. Despite the wall's formidable hardness, the motion of the tendrils was remarkably fluid, devoid of any sense of obstruction. Suppressing his bewilderment, Jiang Hai turned back to face the shadows, particularly focusing on the one with the luminous crystal. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, and even with night vision capabilities, Jiang Hai struggled to discern the features of his companion. However, one thing was certain. Based on their physique, they were definitely not the five-clawed creatures. "Who are you?" he inquired. "We are the Resistance." Without any preamble, they unequivocally declared their identity. Jiang Hai was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a response. The Resistance? Resisting what? The five-clawed creatures? The answer was so succinct that Jiang Hai quickly grasped its essence. "If you don't mind, I would like to illuminate this environment a bit," he suggested. After receiving no objection, he deftly produced a lighting device from his hand. This was a product of alien technology, classified as military equipment. It harnessed energy from a unique mineral, and it was not inexpensive. Even at internal rates, it cost Jiang Hai a staggering 200,000 Huasha coins. Once the light was activated, the entire tunnel was instantly illuminated. The brightness of the device illuminated the space for hundreds of meters in both directions. Before Jiang Hai, the shadows were revealed, and as he beheld their true forms, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, it was them. The beings standing before Jiang Hai were an assortment of bizarre shapes and sizes, including several humanoid figures. They were precisely the entities Jiang Hai had encountered during his transaction with the five-clawed creatures, the ones who had brought forth the obsidian. At that moment, Jiang Hai sensed that these creatures were not merely domesticated animals. In hindsight, his intuition proved correct. These beings belonged to an intelligent race endowed with wisdom. "Greetings." The entity Jiang Hai had previously communicated with was a humanoid creature. Its physique closely resembled that of a human, albeit with arms that extended notably longer, reaching well below its knees. Its head was smooth and devoid of hair, featuring a single eye positioned slightly above the bridge of its nose. The radiant crystal Jiang Hai had glimpsed in the darkness was, in fact, the creature's eye. "I am Bababano of the Wood Tribe." Bababano. The name struck Jiang Hai as somewhat cumbersome, prompting a slight furrow of his brow, though he did not dwell on it. He scanned the group before finally addressing Bababano. "You claim to be part of a resistance. Are you opposing the five-clawed beasts?" "Five-clawed beasts? You mean the Day People?" Bababano initially appeared taken aback, but quickly grasped Jiang Hai's meaning, nodding vigorously. "Precisely. They are the ones we resist. The blight upon our planet. The parasites." Upon mentioning the five-clawed beasts, Bababano immediately displayed a profound disdain. This sentiment was mirrored among the various beings behind him, all exhibiting similar reactions of aversion towards the five-clawed beasts. Indeed, the Day People. Jiang Hai had anticipated this response. After all, the Day People had previously enslaved them, treating them as mere livestock. Their hatred for the Day People was entirely justified, although Jiang Hai was unaware of Bababano's race. It was clear that for any being on this planet, the Day People ought to be regarded as a common adversary. "Oh, it appears that I am indeed not a native of this planet." Upon hearing Bababano's words, Jiang Hai displayed a nonchalant demeanor. However, he refrained from expressing his true thoughts and, tilting his head, gazed at the other person, saying, "I apologize. I hail from a remote place and am truly unaware of the atrocities committed by the five-clawed monsters, I mean, the Daylight People." "You are unaware?" Jiang Hai's response astonished the other party, but soon Bababano's expression shifted to one of relief. "No wonder. I thought it odd that you would engage in commerce with the Daylight People. It turns out you are entirely oblivious to the fact that the plight of our planet is solely due to their actions. It seems there is a tale to be told." At this moment, Jiang Hai felt liberated from his previous anxiety and fear, instead stirred by Bababano's words. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have eagerly taken a seat with some snacks to listen to the unfolding narrative. Bababano and the myriad creatures behind him now displayed unmistakable expressions of sorrow. 2 centuries ago, our planet was not as it is today. It was vibrant and teeming with lush greenery. The sky was not as it is now, but rather radiant and resplendent. Everything was utterly splendid. Yet, all this beauty was completely obliterated by those accursed Daylight People 200 years ago. Bababano inhaled deeply and began to recount the history of this planet's past. It must be said that Bababano possesses remarkable eloquence. Through his narration, what was once a tedious history transforms into a captivating tale, immersing Jiang Hai in the narrative. By the time Bababano concludes his account, Jiang Hai gains a profound understanding of the events that transpired on the planet known as Binuxing 2 centuries ago. Binoxing was once a realm brimming with life and wonder, home to various intelligent races, numbering over 100. Despite the abundance of sentient beings, they coexisted in harmony for millennia, fostering an era of peace. However, 500 years ago, a groundbreaking technology was invented by an intelligent race called the Synopsis, forever altering the fate of the planet. Chapter 79. Could this be the future of the Blue Planet? At that time, it was an unprecedented innovation. The invention astonished and delighted all intelligent races on Binoxing, as it heralded the dawn of a new energy source. Although the planet was already rich in resources, the prospect of harnessing a novel form of energy was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, following the invention, all intelligent races eagerly engaged in its development, aspiring to unlock its full potential. Listening to Bababano, Jiang Hai nodded gently, recognizing the universality of such choices across civilizations. The single eye of Bababano revealed a profound sense of regret and sorrow. However, we often overlook the fact that the advancement of any technology invariably carries with it inherent dangers. The greater the benefits derived from technology, the more substantial the accompanying risks. Ultimately, 2 centuries ago, these dangers manifested themselves. The Daylight people, in their exploitation of this technological advancement, caused a catastrophic explosion at an energy station. Although this explosion did not result in significant immediate damage, it rendered the energy station inoperative, leading to an accumulation of hazardous waste. This waste possesses extreme corrosive and polluting properties, necessitating stringent management and containment. As Bababano recounted this episode, his extraordinarily long arms danced through the air, reflecting his agitation. Yet, these despicable Daylight people audaciously disposed of all this waste into the ocean. On planet Benus, the oceans interconnect the various habitats of our diverse races. The dumping of this waste directly contaminated the seas and inflicted severe damage upon our living environments. Almost every race on planet Benus suffered from the repercussions of this toxic refuse. As Bababano spoke of this historical calamity, the surrounding races became equally incensed. With several unable to restrain their furious roars, Bababano quickly sought to soothe them, and then turned to Jiang Hai, saying, "Our original form was not meant to be like this. The waste has inflicted tremendous damage upon our bodies, not only affecting our ancestors, but also jeopardizing the very legacy of our entire race. It took us over a century to eradicate the detrimental effects of this waste. However, during this span of more than 100 years, the once abundant planet of Benus transformed into a desolate and dark realm. By the time we managed to recover, we realized that the Daylight people had been entirely unaffected by the waste and were actively advancing their technology. At that juncture, the Daylight people dominated the entire planet, leaving the once thriving intelligent races on the brink of extinction. Presently, on Benus, fewer than 15 intelligent races remain, aside from the Daylight people. Bababano recounted the history of Benus, and by the end, Jiang Hai felt a profound sense of sorrow. From once having over 100 intelligent races, in just 2 centuries, fewer than 15 remained? Such devastation was undoubtedly catastrophic. At the same time, Jiang Hai curiously inquired, what sort of technology produces such formidable waste? Upon hearing this question, Bababano regarded Jiang Hai with a hint of surprise, seemingly puzzled by Jiang Hai's ignorance of this technology. Nevertheless, it ultimately provided an answer. It involves disassembling objects to their smallest forms and then allowing them to collide, thereby generating immense energy. Undoubtedly, the particulars of the situation remain somewhat elusive to us, especially considering that this technology has been prohibited for nearly 2 centuries. Nuclear energy. While Bababano offered only a cursory explanation, Jiang Hai comprehended the essence of this technology immediately. Is this not precisely the nuclear energy that nations on Blue Star are fervently investigating? Previously, the large Ivan purchased by Bosch and the jihadist organization was indeed developed based on this very technology. At this moment, Jiang Hai was suddenly reminded of the recent incident on Blue Star, wherein a basin had discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Coupled with the historical context of Binu Star, Jiang Hai was suddenly seized by an unsettling sensation. Could it be that the present state of Binu Star is the future of Blue Star? Will Blue Star eventually transform into a reflection of Binu Star? Earlier, you mentioned that after more than a century, you finally managed to mitigate the effects of those waste materials. What method did you employ? Bababano found itself momentarily taken aback. tilting its head in confusion as it gazed at Jiang Hai. During the efforts to remediate the waste, the entire Binu Star was engaged in the endeavor. Where exactly did your race conceal themselves? Is it possible you remain unaware of this? Jiang Hai was at a loss for words, offering only an awkward smile in response. Bababano did not pursue further inquiries, recognizing that a century or two had passed, and it had gleaned its knowledge solely from fragmented historical records. To combat the pollution caused by waste, all intelligent races at the time contributed their knowledge to create a singular instrument. However, information regarding the operational principles of that instrument has become elusive. All we know is that the final device is now in the possession of the Sun People. Speaking of the Sun People, Bababano couldn't help but grind his teeth in resentment, his face contorted with hatred. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. That instrument capable of mitigating nuclear pollution now rests in the hands of the Sun People. If it could be acquired, perhaps it could prevent Blue Star from suffering the same fate as Binu Star. The act of discharging nuclear waste into the ocean has become an irreversible reality. The only course of action left is to remediate the already contaminated seas. In his heart, Jiang Hai silently resolved to find a way to obtain that instrument. Lifting his gaze, he focused on Bababano and the others. They had already recounted the history of Binu Star. Yet Jiang Hai did not believe their intent was solely to educate him about it. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. Jiang Hai refrained from inquiring directly, instead observing them quietly, waiting for them to express their intentions. His demeanor was unmistakable, prompting Bababano to speak without hesitation. The last time I saw you negotiating with the Sun People, were you trading in weapons? Not only weapons, but also combat equipment and similar items. I deal in all of those. Jiang Hai succinctly corrected him. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the group. Were they indeed seeking to trade with him? Yet, in their woeful and miserable state, they could only cower in the tunnels, barely clinging to life. What could they possibly offer in exchange? While I harbor sympathy for these intelligent beings, it does not imply that Jiang Hai should generously provide them with armaments. A transaction is a transaction. If it were merely a gift, even if Jiang Hai were willing, the system would not acquiesce. Chapter 80. Trading with Obsidian, we wish to purchase weapons from you. The more powerful, the better. As straightforward as ever. Bababano declared his intentions with resolute clarity. Jiang Hai did not immediately question their capacity to engage in trade. Instead, he inquired with a puzzled expression, "Trade with me? You last witnessed my dealings with the Daylight People, did you not? Are you not fearful that I might report you to them? You should still be under their control. Correct?" Jiang Hai had witnessed firsthand the enslavement of Bababano and his kin by the Daylight People. Although they now stood before him, he could distinctly perceive the peculiar devices at their feet, reminiscent of shackles. Thus, Jiang Hai concluded that they had not truly attained freedom. They had merely found a temporary means to evade the grasp of the Daylight People. It was entirely possible that, before long, the Daylight People would descend upon this place and recapture them. They might even be utilizing the very launchers Jiang Hai had previously sold to the Daylight People. Bababano instinctively glanced at the device encasing his foot and hastily clarified, "Indeed, this is a tracker installed by the Daylight People. However, the signal from this tracker cannot penetrate the dense surface above. In the depths we currently inhabit, the Daylight People are entirely oblivious to our existence." Bababano's explanation was immediately comprehensible to Jiang Hai. It is no wonder that he previously discerned this tunnel was artificially excavated. It must have been constructed by these rebels to evade the pursuit of the Daylight People. Why do you seek to procure weapons from me? I mean, as you witnessed last time, I have engaged in trade with the Daylight People. Are you not concerned that I might divulge your whereabouts to them? Jiang Hai reiterated his inquiries, to which Bababano merely chuckled. We all clearly understood the situation at that time. Although you engaged in trade with the Daylight People, your relationship with them is far from amicable. Furthermore, after your departure, that fellow Bagaloo was in a furious rage, commanding everyone to search for your whereabouts. Were it not for this, we would not have found the opportunity to escape. Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of the nature of Bagaloo. Much of his disdain for the Daylight People stemmed from that individual. Of course, now that he has learned of the Daylight People's past transgressions, Jiang Hai's aversion to this race has reached its zenith. One final question. What do you intend to offer in exchange for my assistance? Do not presume that I will engage in a loss-making transaction simply out of sympathy for your plight. Jiang Hai extended a finger, smiling as he addressed Bababano and his companions. Furthermore, you should be aware that my weapons are quite expensive. Is it obsidian? To Jiang Hai's surprise, Baba Bano and the others did not seem overly astonished. Baba Bano nodded repeatedly, stating, I understand, you require obsidian. We possess copious amounts of it. As long as you are willing to sell us weapons, we can exchange obsidian in return. Obsidian. Jiang Hai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This substance is indeed remarkable. Although he was yet to ascertain its exact utility, Jiang Hai recognized its considerable value. According to the exchange rate provided by the system during his last transaction, a single piece of obsidian was worth 300 million Huaxia coins. Given that the other party could offer obsidian for trade, this transaction was undoubtedly feasible. Moreover, compared to those five-clawed creatures, he found these trading partners far more agreeable. Excellent. What kind of weapons do you wish to procure? Upon witnessing Jiang Hai's agreement to the transaction, Baba Bano and his companions all displayed joyous expressions. They quickly conferred amongst themselves, and then Baba Bano eagerly addressed Jiang Hai, saying, We require powerful and user-friendly weapons. Of course, the price should not be exorbitant. Baba Bano, recalling Jiang Hai's dealings with the Dayriders, hastily added a stipulation. The electric launchers Jiang Hai sold to the Dayriders cost 500 pieces of obsidian each, which was rather steep. No problem. I shall certainly endeavor to meet the needs of my clients. Jiang Hai beamed brightly, while his mind engaged in dialogue with the system. Soon, he selected a particular item. In the next moment, Jiang Hai raised his hand, and a large iron box suddenly fell at his feet. This display startled Baba Bano and the others significantly. It is important to note that they were deep underground, 100 meters below the surface. The sudden descent of an object from above was utterly inconceivable. Observing their astonishment, Jiang Hai merely smiled with pride. This was precisely his intention, to instill fear in his adversaries. He then opened the iron box and extracted a metallic rod approximately half a meter in length. The Shabala staff, an energy-based pulse weapon, theoretically possessing infinite energy. It can be used indefinitely, priced at merely 2 pieces of obsidian. As he introduced the item in his hands, Jiang Hai held the weapon with both hands, one grasping the front and the other gripping the middle. He pressed a groove located in the middle section with his fingers. Instantly, a pale yellow current danced along the weapon's front. Although it had yet to be fired, one could already sense the immense energy contained within. The weapon's offensive capability was fairly commendable, though it certainly could not be compared to that of larger energy weapons. However, its affordability and ease of concealment and operation made it perfectly suited to their needs. After speaking, Jiang Hai directly handed the weapon to the astonished Baba Bano. Instinctively, Baba Bano reached out to accept the weapon, glancing between Jiang Hai and the item in his hands. After a considerable pause, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Hai was indeed correct. The various attributes of this weapon were precisely aligned with their requirements. Without hesitation, Baba Bano emulated Jiang Hai's actions, exploring the central part of the weapon with his hand. Upon discovering the groove, he pressed his finger, and with a sharp crackle, electricity manifested at the weapon's front. Baba Bano hesitated for a moment, but then raised his gaze to meet Jiang Hai's. Jiang Hai promptly nodded with a smile and took a few steps aside, making a casual gesture. Resolutely, Baba Bano gritted his teeth and aimed the weapon's front towards the nearby rock wall of the tunnel. Whoosh! Boom! A pale yellow beam of light flashed, and in an instant, the rock wall erupted in an explosion. The entire tunnel trembled violently. Startled, everyone instinctively crouched down, fear gripping their hearts as they anxiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring the tunnel would not collapse, before cautiously standing upright again. Gazing at the blasted rock wall ahead, they beheld a gaping hole, nearly shoulder height. Baba Bano hurried forward to inspect it, noticing the edges of the opening bore traces of melting, with a depth of approximately 1 meter. The power of this strike was undeniably formidable. Surely, no one could withstand such force if it were to strike them directly? Chapter 81. The richest merchant. This weapon is simply extraordinary. Baba Bano's single eye gleamed with excitement. Although the weapon's power was certainly weaker compared to that of a launcher, it was by no means inferior. Moreover, its compact size made it easy to conceal. The most compelling aspect? Its affordability. While the launcher cost 500 pieces of obsidian, this remarkable weapon could be acquired for merely 2 pieces of obsidian. Babu Banu exchanged glances with his companions for a brief moment before swiftly turning to Jiang Hai and declaring, "We shall take this weapon. Prepare 10,000 units for us." Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback and struggled to respond, hastily inquiring, "Did you just say how many units?" 10,000 units. Babu Banu asserted with unwavering conviction. "In fact, the more, the better. However, our resistance forces are too dispersed at the moment, making it impossible to consolidate and equip these weapons. If all goes well, we will require additional orders from you in the future." 10,000 units. Jiang Hai suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. This was indeed a colossal order. Initially, his dealings with these rebels were merely a ploy to irritate the Daylight people. Yet, he never anticipated that these so-called beggars, no, rebels, were so affluent. In comparison, what were Salam and Bosch? They seemed utterly insignificant. Noticing Jiang Hai's stunned expression, Babu Banu hesitated and couldn't help but ask, "Is this perhaps a bit too much? Maybe fewer units would suffice." "Not at all. Not at all. It is not excessive in the slightest." Upon hearing the major client suggest a reduction in the order, Jiang Hai quickly shook his head and waved his hands. 10,000 Shabala staves, correct? No problem. As soon as the payment is received, the weapons will be dispatched without delay. Seeing Jiang Hai nod in agreement, Babu Banu and his companions immediately displayed expressions of joy. Babu Banu hurriedly added, "We have no issues on our end either. Obsidian is abundant in whatever quantity one desires. Please follow me." Babu Banu led Jiang Hai towards the other end of the tunnel, explaining as they walked. It was at this moment that Jiang Hai comprehended the situation. They had mastered a technology that allowed for rapid excavation underground to evade the pursuit of the Sun People. During their subterranean endeavors, they had discovered numerous deposits of obsidian. Obsidian is a mineral deeply embedded within the earth, containing an immense reservoir of energy. However, harnessing the energy within obsidian proves to be an exceedingly arduous task, often requiring resources that far exceed the energy it contains. This renders the endeavor a futile one, which is why the intelligent races of the past, unlike the enslaved beings from the slave planet, paid little heed to the extraction of obsidian. In recent years, however, the Sun People seem to have developed a technique for swiftly harnessing obsidian's energy, leading to a dramatic increase in demand. Simultaneously, the Sun People were aware of the rebels' excavation capabilities, resulting in their rampant capture of the insurgents. This explains the previous transaction between the Sun People and Jiang Hai regarding the electric launcher. After Babu Banu's elucidation, Jiang Hai finally grasped the sequence of events, and his curiosity was piqued. If the Sun People possessed such technology for extracting energy from obsidian, why were they so generous in trading it with me? Holding onto the obsidian could serve as a means to counteract the Sun People, could it not? In response to Jiang Hai's perplexity, Babu Banu nonchalantly remarked, "How could the Sun People ever divulge such technology? Such technology is non-existent. To the resistance, obsidian is merely a worthless stone. Rather than hoarding these useless relics, it would be far more prudent to exchange the obsidian for weapons to engage in battle against the Daylight People." Babu Banu's stance is unequivocal. Eliminate the Daylight People at all costs. Indeed, the objective is clear. Jiang Hai is increasingly convinced that these rebels will undoubtedly succeed in the future. As an arms dealer, investing in the successful side is simply a fundamental operation. After traversing the tunnel for approximately an hour, a clanging sound soon echoed from ahead. Upon turning a corner, Jiang Hai was greeted by an expansive space, measuring several hundred square meters, filled to the brim with neatly stacked obsidian. Clearly, this is a warehouse for storing obsidian. Babu Banu briefly consulted with his companions in the warehouse before addressing Jiang Hai. There are a total of 5,000 pieces here. Additionally, there are several more warehouses of the same capacity. You may employ your extraordinary methods to procure them. Babu Banu had witnessed Jiang Hai's technique of retrieving obsidian from the Daylight People firsthand. Though he could not comprehend it, he had seen enough marvels to refrain from further inquiries. Babu Banu is indeed a wise man, as Jiang Hai assessed him. With that, Jiang Hai stepped forward and gently touched the obsidian before him. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse that had once brimmed with 5,000 pieces of obsidian became utterly vacant. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Hai smiled and turned to Babu Banu, nodding repeatedly in affirmation. As he waved his hand, a large iron box descended from the heavens, once more filling the recently vacated warehouse. Upon witnessing these seemingly conjured iron boxes, Babu Banu's face lit up with astonishment. He hurriedly approached, opened one of the massive containers, and extracted a Shabalu staff from within. This space could accommodate only 4,000 Shabalist staffs. Let us proceed to the next warehouse. Jiang Hai maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, elevating the atmosphere significantly. Upon seeing Jiang Hai deliver the goods directly, Bababano had no further words, repeatedly nodding as he led Jiang Hai to the subsequent warehouse. Before long, the transfer of 10,000 Shabalist staffs was completed, and Jiang Hai received 20,000 pieces of obsidian in return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. The settlement process will now commence. The host has completed a transaction worth 20,000 obsidian. This price is considered a premium, with the excess amount designated as a bonus for the host. Including the host's 10 commission, this transaction yields a salary of 11,000 pieces of obsidian for the host. Ding! The host's salary is now ready for conversion. The conversion will be based on the purchasing power of the two currencies. The host receives 33 trillion Huaxia coins. Jiang Hai could hardly contain the smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, this transaction had yielded a premium, and a doubled one at that. While the rebels were undoubtedly pitiable, Jiang Hai had no intention of foregoing his rightful earnings. Gazing at the dazzling figure of 33 trillion, Jiang Hai nearly burst into a dance. Truly, the trials and tribulations pale in comparison to the riches of a cunning merchant. Struggling to maintain his composure, Jiang Hai turned to Barbabano and remarked, "The transaction went exceedingly well this time. I hope we can engage in further dealings in the future." Unaware of the immense fortune he had bestowed upon Jiang Hai, Barbabano expressed profound gratitude, stating, "The resistance will forever remember your kindness. Once we overthrow the tyranny of the Daylight people, we shall repay you handsomely." Haha, no need for such formalities. By the way, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, I would appreciate your assistance with a small matter. Chapter 82. An invitation from a distinguished guest, 30 trillion. Haha. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Hai could not contain his laughter. Were it not for the presence of Alung and his companions just outside the door, he might have indulged in a wild celebration. It had been merely a few months since he had amassed 450 billion, and now, astonishingly, his bank account had soared to 30 trillion. Jiang Hai was certain that his current wealth could rival that of entire nations. Indeed, the treasury of many small countries paled in comparison to his fortune. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Jiang? At that moment, the door was rapped upon, and the voice of old Jiao resonated from outside. Jiang Hai glanced at the door and responded, "Yes. What is it?" It's nothing. I merely heard some commotion inside, and was concerned something might be amiss." "Oh, there's no cause for alarm. I simply had a dream." "A dream?" Jiang Hai casually uttered a phrase, while the old man outside, known as Lao Jiao, remained uncertain of its sincerity. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Then, I shall take my leave." Following his words, silence enveloped the space. Jiang Hai gently shook his head, aware that the presence of outsiders rendered the situation somewhat inconvenient. Unfortunately, the company's security had yet to undergo proper training. Although Wen Shu and his associates possessed formidable skills, Jiang Hai's eyes betrayed an odd expression, which he quickly masked with a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on it further. At that moment, his phone began to ring. Upon glancing at the screen, an unusual expression crossed his face. The caller was not a client, but rather Director Zhang, who had previously sought favors from Jiang Hai. Of course, Jiang Hai recognized that this Director Zhang was, in fact, a top agent from the National Security Bureau, and thus did not regard him as an ordinary government official. Having just accrued a substantial fortune of 30 trillion Huaxia coins, Jiang Hai wondered if Director Zhang had come to solicit him once more. "Hello, Director Zhang. How may I assist you?" "Hello, President Jiang. Haha, it has been a while." "A while? It has only been a few months, hasn't it?" The excessive politeness from the other party elicited a chuckle from Jiang Hai, though he refrained from further comment. However, Jiang Hai's laughter rendered Zhang Qinghua quite uncomfortable, prompting him to clear his throat several times. "I wonder if President Jiang has time to join me for a cup of tea?" "Tea? What merit do I possess to warrant an invitation for tea from a top agent of the National Security Bureau?" Suppressing a quiet scoff, Jiang Hai casually remarked, "Director Zhang, you are aware that I am but a free spirit. Of course I have the time." "That's splendid. Shall we meet at 2 p.m. this afternoon?" He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 6 in the morning. "No problem. See you this afternoon." After hanging up, Jiang Hai did not immediately proceed to freshen up. Instead, he grasped his phone, weighing it in his hand. A staggering 30 billion Huaxia coins had just been deposited into his bank account, and now Zhang Qinghua had invited him for tea. Could this be a trap? Nevertheless, it mattered little. If it were indeed a trap, then so be it. Zhang Hai had learned from past experiences and was not easily intimidated. At 1:50 p.m., Zhang Hai arrived at the appointed location. It was an upscale club, evident from its lavish decor that it was no ordinary establishment, certainly a place he had never had the privilege to frequent before. However, times had changed, not to mention his newly acquired Lamborghini parked elegantly at the entrance. The doorman promptly reported to the manager inside and eagerly approached to open the car door for Zhang Hai. Once out of the car, Zhang Hai glanced at the driver, a man with a limp, instructing him to hand over the keys to the doorman before leading his companions towards the entrance of the club. The manager, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly approached with a welcoming smile. "Good day. May I ask? I am here at the invitation of Mr. Zhang Qinghua." "Ah, Mr. Zhang's esteemed guest. Understood. Please follow me." Since he was invited by Zhang Qinghua, it was only natural to mention his name, and indeed, it proved effective. The manager personally guided Zhang Hai to a private room on the second floor. Before entering, Zhang Hai glanced back at Ao Lang and the others. The three, understanding the unspoken cue, remained at the door, watching him as he pushed it open. "Ah, Mr. Jiang. Welcome, welcome." The decor within the room was elegantly simple, exuding both refinement and luxury. In the modestly sized space of less than 50 square meters, a tea table, over 1 meter wide, was positioned by the window. Scattered across the table were more than a dozen pieces of antique-style teaware, their value immediately apparent. Seated by the table were 4 individuals, one of whom was a classical beauty in a qipao, gracefully positioned at the head of the table, focused intently on brewing tea. A trained tea master, no doubt. Zhang Qinghua, who had originally been seated to the left of the table, stood up to greet Zhang Hai. To the right of the table sat 2 middle-aged men, of similar stature to Zhang Qinghua, clad in suits, presenting the appearance of accomplished individuals. Upon Zhang Hai's entrance, they too rose, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Zhang Hai said with a smile as he stepped inside, exchanging pleasantries with the group. "Not at all. It is only just past 2 o'clock. We arrived early," Zhang Qinghua replied cheerfully, gesturing for Zhang Hai to take a seat. The group settled around the tea table, with Zhang Hai positioned directly opposite the tea master. Upon seeing Zhang Hai seated, the tea master deftly poured him a cup of tea with her delicate fingers. However, Zhang Hai was unable to appreciate the intricacies of the tea ceremony and did not discern whether the tea had a more fragrant quality due to her skilled preparation. Lifting the teacup to take a sip, one could say he was savoring the tea. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Wang Chuanfa." The slightly plump man smiled as he extended his hand towards Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai promptly reciprocated the gesture, feeling a slight flutter in his heart. Although he was unfamiliar with Wang Chuanfa, the illustrious name of the China National Nuclear Corporation resonated profoundly within him. This state-owned enterprise governs a plethora of matters pertaining to nuclear technology, military applications, nuclear fuel, and nuclear power in China. Given China's unique institutional framework, it effectively means that the entire nuclear energy industry is under the aegis of this corporation. All technical development, application, construction, production, and even international cooperation and import-export projects in the nuclear domain are managed by this conglomerate. Hence, the figure standing before him, Mr. Wang, undoubtedly held a status of considerable prominence. Surely, such a distinguished individual would not be inclined to seek favors from Zhang Hai. A glance at Wang Chuanfa was followed by a look towards Zhang Qinghua. No, a sudden realization struck Zhang Hai, and he began to grasp the underlying intent behind the visit. "Ah, Mr. Jiang, your accomplishments at such a young age are truly commendable," Wang Chuanfa remarked amiably, while subtly signaling to a companion beside him. The other middle-aged man, presumably an associate of Wang Chuanfa, promptly retrieved an exquisite gift box from the side and presented it directly to the tea table, pushing it towards Zhang Hai. A small token of appreciation, perhaps a fitting memento for our inaugural meeting. Chapter 83, The Request from the Nuclear Industry Group. Zhang Hai glanced at the gift box, which appeared to contain a selection of high-end cigars. Although he did not smoke, he was aware that affluent individuals often use such items to flaunt their wealth. Thus, he graciously accepted the gift, shifting the box to the side with a smile. Observing Zhang Hai's gesture, Wang Chuanfa's eyes narrowed with delight. signaling that this initial encounter had commenced on a positive note. The group proceeded to sip their tea while engaging in casual conversation, traversing a multitude of topics. Both Wang Chuanfa and Zhang Qinghua were well-traveled and knowledgeable figures, despite Jiang Hai's prior existence as merely a humble programmer. The experiences he had undergone over the past 6 months had significantly broadened his horizons. Consequently, their discourse was lively, leaving no room for silence. Before long, more than half an hour had elapsed, and the tea master had already brewed 3 pots of tea. Sensing the opportune moment, Wang Chuanfa exchanged a glance with Zhang Qinghua. In the next instant, an unspoken signal from Wang Chuanfa prompted the man beside him to rise and nod at the tea master. The two of them promptly exited the room, leaving only Jiang Hai, Zhang Qinghua, and Wang Chuanfa behind. Mr. Jiang, I trust you have surmised that our invitation for tea bears significance beyond mere pleasantries. Wang Chuanfa was the first to speak, which was unsurprising. As Zhang Qinghua merely served as an introducer, the true matter at hand lay with Wang Chuanfa. Jiang Hai refrained from responding immediately, instead slowly rotating the cup of tea in his hands. Upon learning the identity of the other party, Jiang Hai could vaguely discern their intentions. Noticing Jiang Hai's silence, Wang Chuanfa's brow furrowed slightly, and he cast a glance at Zhang Qinghua. Zhang, with his hands raised in a gesture of resignation, wore an expression of helplessness. Having interacted with Jiang Hai on several occasions, he recognized that although Jiang Hai appeared youthful, he was far more formidable than most seasoned veterans. Zhang's role was merely to facilitate connections, after which he felt powerless to assist further. Understanding Zhang Qinghua's implication, Wang Chuanfa's face likewise displayed a sense of inevitability. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Mr. Jiang, we are aware that you possess the mining rights to a uranium mine. Wang Chuanfa was forthright in addressing the matter, which did not come as a surprise to Jiang Hai. What they coveted was indeed the mining rights to the uranium mine in Jiang Hai's possession. This gift, bestowed upon Jiang Hai by Salam as a token of gratitude for saving his life, had nearly exposed Jiang Hai's identity to the scrutiny of the Chinese authorities. Nevertheless, this gift was undeniably of immense value. The worth of the uranium mine extended beyond the mere mineral. The significance lay chiefly in the mining rights themselves. The intrinsic value of the uranium alone was not particularly exorbitant. However, the crux of the matter was that wealth alone did not guarantee acquisition. Uranium, as a nuclear fuel, had ascended to the status of a strategic resource. The demand for uranium by the China National Nuclear Corporation, where Wang Chuanfa was employed, was readily apparent. While the corporation, backed by the Chinese state, typically relied on domestic support for its uranium needs, one could never have too much of a strategic resource. Previously, the uranium supply chain across the entire blue planet was in a state of equilibrium. However, the sudden emergence of a news that a Huaxiao individual possesses mining rights to a uranium mine reached Wang Quanf's ears. How could he remain indifferent? Frankly speaking, had it not been for the cautionary tale of the young scion from the imperial capital's Jia family, Wang Quanf might have already entertained thoughts of leveraging national power to forcibly seize those mining rights. Yet, following the incident involving the Jia family, the government had issued warnings to various departments. After all, no one wishes to antagonize a local magnate with a cash flow of 450 billion. Especially after Wang Quanf received another piece of news this morning, a staggering 3 trillion had been directly deposited into Jiang Hai's bank account. 3 trillion. If the nuclear industry group were to be sold, it is likely that Jiang Hai could acquire the entire group. Thus, Wang Quanf dared not underestimate this young man, who was still younger than his own son. Consequently, before Jiang Hai, Wang Quanf could only approach the matter with utmost courtesy. Once Wang Quanf laid the situation bare, Jiang Hai finally ceased his pretense of ignorance. Mr. Wang, are you interested in my uranium mining rights? Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, it was as if a piece of chocolate had been dropped right in front of Wang Quanf. He almost succumbed to the temptation and nodded in acceptance. However, he quickly realized that the other party would not genuinely relinquish these rights without a fight. After swallowing hard, Wang Quanf managed a wry smile as he gazed at Jiang Hai and said, Mr. Jiang, please do not jest with me. I hope that the nuclear industry group can reach a collaboration with you to import the extracted uranium or, rest assured, we will purchase it at prices aligned with international market standards, ensuring that no penny is underpaid. This decision is the result of Wang Chuanfa's careful deliberation, opting to buy uranium or directly from Jiang Hai. Moreover, It is a conclusion that Wang Chuanfa can accept, for after all, that which can be acquired with money cannot be deemed expensive. The true challenge surrounding uranium, this strategic resource, lies in its scarcity in the market despite its value. Upon hearing Wang Chuanfa's words, Jiang Hai fell silent once more. His fingers traced the rim of the teacup, while his mind pondered the advantages and disadvantages of collaborating with the other party. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that cooperating would yield benefits. The rights to mine uranium are akin to a hot potato. The fact that only the Huaxia authorities seek collaboration at this moment is due to the temporary nature of their knowledge regarding this matter. Once this information spreads, it will undoubtedly lead to endless troubles for Jiang Hai. Not all factions treat Jiang Hai with such courtesy. Mr. Wang, collaborating with you is not inherently problematic. However, you must understand that uranium is not an ordinary mineral. Should I sell the uranium or to you, it would inevitably offend certain factions. This would not bode well for me. Jiang Hai was not intentionally putting pressure on the other party. He merely spoke the truth. After learning that Salam had transferred the rights to mine uranium to himself, Jiang Hai took the initiative to investigate. That particular uranium mine had previously been in partnership with the Beautiful Nation. The minerals extracted from that uranium mine are all transported to the Beautiful Nation. Even to this day, due to Jiang Hai's lack of intervention, the mining operations continue to adhere to the usual practice of loading the extracted uranium onto ships bound for the Beautiful Nation. It is evident that if Jiang Hai were to collaborate with Huaxia to sell the uranium instead, the Beautiful Nation would undoubtedly not take it lightly. When Jiang Hai expressed his concerns regarding this matter, Wang Chuanfa was not disheartened. Rather, his eyes gleamed with hope. The absence of a direct refusal from Jiang Hai indicated that there was room for negotiation. Wang Chuanfa promptly assured him, "Please rest assured, General Jiang. As long as you cooperate with our group, we will take full responsibility for your safety. No one shall harm you in the slightest." Chapter 84. Selling to whom is still selling. I am not particularly worried about this, as I generally remain within the country. I have great faith in the protection offered by my nation. Jiang Hai replied with a smile. He had no real fear for his personal safety, as he usually stayed within domestic borders. Any transactions he engaged in abroad would be conducted through proxies. His security was indeed assured. However, what truly concerned Jiang Hai was the prospect of establishing branches in various countries in the future. At this stage, the Beautiful Nation undoubtedly reigns as the dominant power on Blue Planet. While there may be little to worry about regarding its influence domestically, once he steps outside the country, he would have to tread carefully around the Beautiful Nation. Although Jiang Hai did not articulate this explicitly, Wang Chuanfa quickly grasped his underlying sentiment. This matter posed a certain dilemma for him as well. His position as the chairman of the nuclear industry group does not influence the decisions of the United States. If it were someone else, he might consider offering some form of compensation. However, when he thinks of the substantial amount in the account of Jiang Hai Bank, the notion of compensation becomes difficult to articulate. Naturally, Wang Chuanfa did not come to Jiang Hai without preparation. Soon, he presented Plan B. "It has come to my attention that President Zhang's company is preparing to establish a security firm." Jiang Hai lifted his gaze towards Wang Chuanfa. The establishment of a security company is not a secret. After all, the previous encounter with that individual from the Ministry of Commerce was precisely due to this security firm being used as leverage. Therefore, what does it signify now that Wang Chuanfa brings up this matter? Is he attempting to use this as an excuse to exert pressure on him? Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, harboring some unfavorable thoughts. "President Jiang, please do not misunderstand." Wang Chuanfa quickly gestured to clarify. "To establish a security firm, one would require some weaponry, correct? Our group has a subsidiary that specializes in producing security equipment. If needed, we can equip your security company with the finest security gear available in the country. These security tools are not something that can merely be purchased with wealth." Jiang Hai blinked in confusion, looking at Wang Chuanfa with a perplexed expression. What did he just say? Is he suggesting he wants to sell weaponry to me? Although aware that the other party was merely uninformed, Jiang Hai still found the situation somewhat absurd. Yet, Jiang Hai could not elucidate the situation to the other party. He could only maintain his composure and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Should the need arise, I shall certainly seek your assistance." Jiang Hai's response left Wang Quanfan momentarily taken aback. Given the previous conflicts between Jiang Hai and the Jia family, it was evident that Jiang Hai held the newly established security company in high regard. Wang had anticipated that his proactive offer of weaponry would elicit joy from Jiang Hai. However, the reaction was quite the opposite. Yet, Jiang Hai had discerned a crucial element from Wang Chuanfan's words. Mr. Wang, does your subsidiary within the nuclear industry group manufacture weaponry? He continued, I mean not merely ordinary security equipment, but also those as he spoke. Jiang Hai gestured with his hand, mimicking the shape of a firearm. Wang Quanfan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, while Zhang Qinghua beside him also chuckled, saying, Mr. Jiang, are you not aware that Mr. Wang's nuclear industry group ranks among the top 3 military-industrial enterprises in our nation? Nearly 30% of the armament utilized by the Huaxia military is produced by the nuclear industry group. It seems I have encountered a peer in the industry. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghua's remark, Jiang Hai swiftly turned to Wang Quanfan, his face brimming with curiosity. This was indeed his first genuine encounter with an arms dealer. Mr. Wang, what are the prerequisites for your group to manufacture such weaponry? Is there a vast military factory involved? If it pertains to the development of new weapons, would the investment be substantial? Jiang Hai's curiosity was piqued, and his questions flowed incessantly. Wang Quanfang, upon witnessing this, displayed a bewildered expression. In truth, he could empathize. Those who recently discovered their role as arms dealers often harbor a multitude of inquisitive queries. However, Wang Quanfang refrained from addressing Jiang Hai's inquiries, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, Mr. Jiang, I regret to inform you that these questions pertain to national secrets, and I am unable to respond. The once jovial Wang Quanfang suddenly transformed into a figure of gravity, leaving Jiang Hai momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, Zhang Qinghua hastily interjected, Mr. Jiang, these matters fall within Mr. Wang's professional responsibilities, and he is prohibited from disclosing them. Even his spouse cannot inquire further. It is a regulation. Oh, I see. My apologies. Jiang Hai quickly composed himself, grasping the implications of Wang Quanfang and Zhang Qinghua's statements. The nature of the Chinese system necessitates that such military enterprises adhere to stringent confidentiality protocols. Given that Wang Quanfang sought Jiang Hai's assistance, otherwise, merely for posing those few questions, an investigative team would be dispatched immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Hai would undoubtedly face considerable inconvenience. However, the gravity of the situation could vary, and with Jiang Hai's apology, Wang Quanfang would naturally not pursue the matter any further. Yet, at that moment, a thought crossed Jiang Hai's mind. Mr. Wang, I am curious about Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin? Wang Quanfang initially recoiled in shock, fearing that Jiang Hai, in his youth, would stubbornly probe into sensitive topics. However, upon hearing Jiang Hai's inquiry, Wang Quanfang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The conversation between the arms dealer Wang Quanf and Jiang Hai flowed effortlessly, touching upon matters concerning Lockheed Martin. Jiang Hai, with narrowed eyes, silently committed Wang's words to memory, aware that his dealings with Lockheed Martin were far from over. Acquiring knowledge about his adversaries could only prove advantageous. Their discussion lingered for nearly an hour, during which Wang, feeling the dryness of his lips, gazed at the eager Jiang Hai, at a loss for words. He found it perplexing why Jiang was so intrigued by the distant Lockheed Martin. Yet, he realized that his purpose for visiting Jiang had yet to be fulfilled. Was this meeting destined to yield no results? Clearing his throat, Zhang Qinghua, unable to bear the awkwardness, attempted to interject. He intended to suggest that Jiang refrain from further inquiries about Lockheed Martin. However, before he could finish his thought, Jiang turned to him with a sudden smile. I have agreed regarding the uranium mine. The abrupt declaration left both Zhang Qinghua and Wang Quanf stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai poured himself another cup of tea, the cool liquid consumed in one swift motion. As I mentioned previously, as a citizen of Huaxia, it is our duty to contribute to the prosperity of our nation. The nuclear industry group is a military enterprise of Huaxia, and since there is a need for uranium, selling my uranium mine to General Wang is, of course, no issue. After all, who are we selling to, if not ourselves? Chapter 85. Establishing a branch in Apple City. The subsequent steps were rather straightforward, at least for Jiang Hai. He placed a call to Feng Li, after which it was naturally up to her to liaise with the uranium mine and the nuclear industry group. Once the collaboration was finalized, Wang Chuanfa was utterly elated, exchanging hearty handshakes and embraces with Jiang Hai at the entrance of the club. The once formal Mr. Jiang had transformed into the more amiable brother Jiang, emphasizing an atmosphere of warmth. Mr. Jiang, Is that the esteemed Mr. Wang from the China Nuclear Industry Group? Old Gio suddenly inquired during their ride. Jiang Hai glanced at Old Gio with a slight smile. Indeed, you seem to know quite a few people, he remarked. Huh, I've seen him on television before. Old Gio chuckled. Judging by his demeanor, it seems Mr. Jiang has secured an excellent connection. Oh, in what sense? The position of chairman of the Nuclear Industry Group is not one to be taken lightly. In fact, Mr. Wang's background is quite extraordinary to have attained such a role. Gaining his friendship will undoubtedly yield numerous benefits for Mr. Jiang in the future. Old Gio's words carried a hint of implication, culminating in a knowing smile as he added, at the very least, incidents like what happened with the Jia family should not recur. Jiang Hai immediately understood that Old Gio was alluding to the previous situation with the Jia family. Well then, I suppose I've latched onto a significant ally, Jiang Hai remarked with a smile. Old Gio, upon hearing this, fell silent, and a tranquil ambience enveloped the interior of the car once more. Jiang Hai did not return home directly. Instead, he had the driver take him to the Changhe building. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Fong Li, who was in her office discussing matters with her subordinates, was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Hai. She quickly dismissed her staff and personally attended to him. Didn't we just discuss the uranium mine over the phone? There are certain matters that are not suitable for discussion over the phone, so I decided to come in person. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, I have already issued instructions regarding the uranium mine, and the handover in Africa has proceeded smoothly. Starting next month, the ore extracted from the mine will be directly transported to the warehouses in Huaxia. As for the logistics, we need not concern ourselves with that. As she delved into the details, Fong Li reported extensively to Jiang Hai regarding the critical matters at hand. Jiang Hai remained silent, patiently waiting until she had concluded her briefing, at which point he smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Sister Fong. I knew entrusting the company to you would be without issue. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's playful remark, Fong Li let out a sigh of relief, followed by a resigned eye roll. But you can't just be an absentee leader. Do you realize that the new employees in the company no longer recognize you as the big boss? Let them not recognize me, Jiang Hai replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. His expression then turned slightly serious as he continued, Sister Fong, I came to the company to inquire about one more thing. How is the progress on the branch office we discussed last time? During his last visit to the company, Jiang Hai assigned Fong Li two tasks, the establishment of a security firm and the creation of a subsidiary overseas. Upon hearing Jiang Hai mention this matter, Fong Li paused momentarily before responding. Several major cities in the country have already set up offices, and the procedures for the subsidiary are currently underway, progressing smoothly. However, regarding the overseas endeavor, it poses more challenges. Foreign capital entering international markets is generally welcomed for investment rather than for establishing wholly owned companies. Consequently, we are currently hindered by the application for permits. Nevertheless, please rest assured, General Manager Jiang, that I will actively oversee this matter. If necessary, I shall personally travel abroad. After listening to Fong Li's words, Jiang Hai nodded once more and remarked, I understand that establishing a subsidiary overseas will be rather arduous. For now, let us not expand too broadly. Focus your efforts on the United States, ideally aiming to establish a subsidiary in Apple City as swiftly as possible. Apple City? Is that Financial Street? Jiang Hai's decision to target Apple City caught Fong Li off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. Apple City, being one of the super cities in the United States, also boasts the foremost financial hub in the entire blue planet, Financial Street. Jiang Hai's intention to establish a subsidiary in Apple City might indeed suggest a focus on Financial Street. From the outset, Fong Li believed that someone like Jiang Hai, wielding significant financial resources, would find the realm of finance and securities to be the most fitting direction. Thus, if Jiang Hai truly intends to storm into Financial Street and create chaos, Fong Li would find it entirely unsurprising. Jiang Hai offered little explanation, merely instructing Fong Li to expedite the process, encouraging her to voice any financial difficulty she might encounter. Fong Li had grown accustomed to her new boss's propensity for throwing money around and no longer felt the need for politeness. As Jiang Hai sat in the car after leaving the company, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. His directive for Fong Li to establish a subsidiary in Apple City was not motivated by any interest in Financial Street, but rather by intelligence he had just received from Wang Quanfai. While the Lord Hick Company ostensibly had its headquarters in D.C., its true nucleus lay in Apple City. Although Jiang Hai had yet to devise a strategy to confront the Lord Hick Company, Establishing a subsidiary in Apple City was akin to embedding a nail deep within enemy territory, a move that would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. As Jiang Hai plotted against the Lord Hick Company in the bustling metropolis, far across the ocean in the illustrious Apple City, a fierce discussion unfolded among several core members of the Lord Hick Company within a central building. This was a declaration of war, an unequivocal declaration of war. Regardless of the adversary, we must not relent. A response is imperative. Otherwise, we, the Lord Hick Company, shall become the greatest laughingstock on the blue planet. Several elderly white gentlemen were gathered around a large conference table, incessantly pounding the surface and shouting at one another. These individuals were the linchpins of the Lord Hick Company, wielding absolute control, and interestingly, they were all brothers sharing the same mother. Indeed, the Lord Hick Company is a family enterprise, with Lord Hick serving as the family name. Crucially, the Lord Hick family ranks among the wealthiest families of the Judeans on Blue Star. However, despite their Judean heritage, the entire family holds citizenship in the beautiful nation and has not adopted Judean nationality. Nevertheless, the Lord Hick family's contributions, both overt and covert, to Judea are undeniably substantial. It can be asserted that Judea's current formidable national strength is inextricably linked to the support of the Lord Hick family. As one of the giants of Blue Star, the Lord Hick family has always existed at the apex of human society. Yet, not long ago, they faced a provocation. A shipment of arms destined for Hispani was utterly destroyed by local pirates. Traditionally, they have been the ones to impose their will upon others. So when did anyone dare to challenge the Lord Hick family? Chapter 86. The Lord Hick family lacks no enemies. Pirates? When did pirates have the audacity to target Lord Hick Company vessels? Upon receiving the news, several elderly gentlemen could scarcely believe their ears. The pirates in Hispani were even seeking to purchase arms from their company. How could they possibly dare to attack the company's ships? This was an affront to their intelligence. It is no wonder that the elders were infuriated. While encroaching upon the company's interests was egregious enough, treating them as fools was intolerable. Enough of the bickering. The voice, though not loud, was remarkably effective, immediately quelling the discord. The elderly gentlemen turned their heads to gaze upon the oldest among them. Seated at the head of the conference table, the venerable patriarch of the meeting room. The age spots upon his pallid skin were particularly conspicuous, while his sparse white hair was meticulously combed back. His eyes, nearly obscured by drooping eyelids, intermittently revealed a glimmer of icy clarity that sent shivers through the assembly. It was none other than Reuben Lordchick, the current head of the Lordchick family. Reuben's murky gaze swept across the gathering before he spoke languidly. The Lordchick family has never been devoid of enemies. Recognizing who our adversaries are is of utmost importance. You all clamor for vengeance. Do you even know whom to seek it against? As Reuben's words echoed through the room, the elders fell into a stunned silence. And after a considerable pause, one of them stammered, "The incident occurred in the Hispani Sea. We should target the Hispani government forces. I believe it must be DuPont. They are attempting to seize our business in Latin America. Could it be HK? Those Hans are certainly not to be trifled with." Several elders voiced their opinions, yet soon lapsed into silence, for they noticed Reuben regarding them with a derisive smile, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying a gaggle of fools. Humph. Imbeciles. Reuben did not conceal his disdain, letting out a cold snort before turning to the young, enchanting blonde beside him, nodding slightly. The beauty appeared to have been briefed by Reuben beforehand, and thus promptly grasped the cue, picking up a remote control and pressing a button. In the next moment, the large screen television in the conference room flickered to life. Following a brief startup display, an aerial photograph captured from a satellite appeared before the audience. It depicted the very day of the incident. The assailants of the company's cruise ship were identified as 14 destroyers. Their positions were outlined in red ink on the photograph. As the captivating woman elucidated the details, the elderly gentleman displayed no signs of astonishment, for they had already perused this image previously. The 14 destroyers bore no identifying markings, rendering it impossible to ascertain the allegiance of the fleet. Although they were perplexed as to why Reuben had presented this photograph, they remained silent, dutifully gazing at him. The blonde beauty exchanged a knowing nod with Reuben before manipulating the remote control. In an instant, the image magnified, enlarging a small black that was a destroyer to dominate the entire screen. However, this escalation resulted in the photograph's pixelation becoming obscured, transforming it into an indistinguishable mosaic. The original resolution of the image was woefully inadequate to support such extensive enlargement. Fortunately, we possess a newly developed restoration feature. The blonde woman, beaming with delight, pressed a button on the remote, and soon the mosaic began to dissolve gradually. Before long, the photograph regained its clarity, revealing every detail distinctly. Although the faces of the individuals on the deck remained indistinct, several fundamental characteristics were discernible. Without needing any prompting from Reuben, the elderly gentleman swiftly recognized the anomaly and gasped in unison. These individuals were Asian. Are they of Huaxia descent, or perhaps from the Foot Basin? It could also be the South or North factions. If there were only one or two Asians on the deck, it would not provoke surprise. However, if all individuals present were of Asian descent, it would certainly raise questions, especially in a nation like Hispani, predominantly of darker complexion. The presence of so many Asians is undoubtedly an anomaly. Reuben gradually placed his hand upon the table, lightly tapping its surface with his fingers. This subtle sound silenced the room once more. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and throughout the entirety of Hispani, there exists only one group with such a significant Asian presence, the Sanju gang in Bonite. Moreover, on the day of the incident, a large number of Sanju gang members were mysteriously absent, only returning the following day. With this statement, Reuben's implication was abundantly clear. The assailants of the Lord Sheik Company cruise ship were indeed the Sanju gang. Yet, this conclusion left the elder gentleman in a state of disbelief. A gang? A local mob? This seems utterly implausible. Indeed, how could a gang dare to assault a vessel belonging to the Lord Sheik Company? Furthermore, from where did they acquire a destroyer? A sharp tap of fingers against the table once again quelled the murmurs of skepticism. Reuben continued in his unhurried tone. Over the past 6 months, the Sanju gang has unexpectedly received substantial military funding, propelling them to become the foremost gang in Bonite. In fact, the weaponry of the Sanju gang surpasses that of the local government forces in ferocity. This implies that behind the Sanju gang, there is likely a formidable arms dealer exerting control. Although the origins of this entity remain undiscovered, the Sanju gang serves as an excellent point of entry. Upon hearing Reuben's words, the elderly gentleman nodded in agreement. Given Reuben's esteemed reputation, even if he claimed that his flatulence was fragrant, none would dare contest him. Moreover, his analysis is indeed quite reasonable. Let Felix take charge. He has always been responsible for matters concerning Hispania. Yes, with Reuben's arrangements in place. The others had no objections and nodded in affirmation. After making the arrangements, Reuben's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze turning cold as he surveyed the horizon. Lord Hick is not lacking in adversaries. For Lord Hick possesses the capability to eliminate any foe, regardless of who they may be. Brother Zhonghai, I require your assistance. Salam's distinctive voice erupted from the phone, nearly deafening Zhonghai. However, Zhonghai did not respond immediately. He merely acknowledged with a sound, raising his gaze to glance at Alung, an old nine beside him. They were in the VIP reception room of the sales office. Zhonghai had taken a liking to the properties here and intended to purchase a new home. Given Zhonghai's stature, entry into the VIP area posed no challenge. Sensing Zhonghai's intent without a word exchanged, Alung, an old nine, promptly rose and exited the room. The reception area was now left solely to Zhonghai, who then picked up the phone and said, "Great King, your friend stands ready to serve you at any moment." With a touch of awkward humor, Zhonghai was aware that Salam relished this kind of banter. However, today Salam was evidently not in the mood for playful repartee. He bellowed, "Brother Zhonghai, I require the Great Ivan. Give me the Great Ivan. Money is no object. Immediately. I need it at once." Chapter 87. Salam's enthusiasm for national essence. The Great Ivan? The esteemed sovereign. Has he lost his senses? Zhonghai felt an absurdity wash over him, yet he patiently allowed Salam to articulate his thoughts. Once Salam elucidated the circumstances, Zhonghai finally grasped the situation. Salam intended to establish a nation. This ambition was something Zhonghai had been aware of since their initial acquaintance. However, founding a nation is no trivial endeavor, particularly in Africa, where chieftains like Salam abound in multitudes. If every chieftain aspired to nationhood, Africa would have descended into chaos long ago. Admittedly, the current state is not one of tranquility, but there remains a semblance of necessary order. Salam, unlike the average chieftain, is relatively affluent, even among the dozens of tribes in proximity. Wealth enables him to recruit soldiers and expand his influence, potentially even annexing neighboring tribes. It is precisely this potential that has ignited Salam's ambition for nationhood. Jiang Hai had not probed further into these matters. They were revelations Salam had shared during their casual conversations. Although Salam possessed wealth and manpower, he initially lacked sufficient weaponry. However, since befriending Jiang Hai and engaging in several transactions, Salam's forces have become notably formidable. Until last week, when we spoke on the phone, Salam had successfully annexed 7 surrounding tribes, establishing himself as a significant force in the region. From this perspective, Salam's nation-building endeavor seemed to be flourishing, with little to worry about. However, events took a turn this week, specifically 3 days ago. Adjacent to Salam's sphere of influence lies the Ivory territory. Although Salam had been expanding rapidly, he had not acted recklessly, refraining from infringing upon the interests of Ivory. Logically, Salam's nation-building efforts should not have posed any conflict with Ivory. Yet, 3 days ago, Ivory abruptly issued a diplomatic statement demanding that Salam relinquish the territories of the tribes he had previously annexed and forbidding him from submitting a nation-building application. Salam, who had been preparing to declare his nation, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Over the past 3 days, he has sought various means to communicate with Ivory, exhausting all available tactics, yet Ivory steadfastly refused to relent, adamantly opposing Salam's aspirations for nationhood. This situation has driven Salam to a state of fury, which was evident when our phone call commenced, as he reacted with overwhelming intensity. Upon learning the details, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, harboring suspicions. Despite Salam's boisterous demeanor, his rise to the position of chief and his progress in nation-building indicate he is far from careless. He had assured that all prior relations were well managed, suggesting no issues should arise. However, just as he was on the verge of announcing his nation, this unexpected turmoil emerged, indicating that something unusual must be afoot. The Ivory Nation, perhaps? In this nation, Jiang Hai had not acquired much knowledge prior to this moment, rendering him unable to form any immediate judgments. It was unequivocal that the formidable Ivan could not be sold to Salam. Given Salam's current state of agitation, should Ivan be sold to him, it was entirely possible that he would be cast aside the very next day. Salam, let us not rush. I believe this matter is far from straightforward. Jiang Hai attempted to soothe Salam's turbulent emotions, and then continued, if you genuinely require Ivan, I could indeed sell him to you. However, you must first contemplate whether your present circumstances truly necessitate Ivan's intervention. Moreover, if you were to employ Ivan, would it genuinely resolve your predicament? Are you certain that matters will not deteriorate further? Under Jiang Hai's persuasive counsel, Salam gradually regained his composure. It was evident that Salam did not genuinely wish to employ Ivan to bombard the Ivory. His earlier outburst was merely an impulsive expression of frustration. As Salam began to calm down, he spoke in a measured tone. Then, my brother, enlighten me on what course of action I should pursue. First and foremost, I believe we must understand why the Ivory is complicating matters for you at this critical juncture. The fact that Salam sought his counsel left Jiang Hai bemused, for he was merely an arms dealer, not Salam's strategic advisor. Nevertheless, considering their friendship, Jiang Hai offered his perspective. If the Ivory is resolute in thwarting your nation-building efforts, then even if you were to forcibly establish your nation, it would only lead to an unending stream of troubles in the future. It would be far more prudent to resolve this issue prior to embarking on your nation-building endeavor. Eliminate all concerns. Jiang Hai's suggestion is indeed a wise strategy. Salam fell into a momentary silence, seemingly reluctant, and inquired, is this matter to be dismissed so easily? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hai agreed that Salam could not simply suffer in silence. Such acquiescence would only lead the other party to perceive Salam as someone easy to intimidate. In any future negotiations, this would only embolden them. Thus, a firm stance was certainly warranted. Salam, I have some rather impressive new merchandise. Would you care to take a look? If you find it to your liking, I could even rent some to bolster your presence. Rent? Salam was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Hai's words, but quickly exclaimed, what does renting mean? The great King Salam, when has he ever needed to rent? If the merchandise is commendable, I shall purchase it outright. It is not as if I lack the capability. Salam's boastful bravado rendered Jiang Hai momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Jiang Hai leisurely continued, the Abarigate's electromagnetic cannon. It boasts a range of 2,000 kilometers. The destructive power is equivalent to 8,000 tons of TNT. The price is 43 trillion Huaxia currency. Great King Salam, are you truly certain you wish to make this purchase? Hiss. On the other end of the line, Salam could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was unclear whether his shock was due to the weapon's formidable power or its exorbitant price, or perhaps a combination of both. Ahem. What is the rental fee? If one were to rent it, the cost would be 10 million per day. Should one choose to rent it for an entire month, 3 accompanying shells would be included as a bonus. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's price, Salam gasped in astonishment. What? There are also specially made shells included? He exclaimed. What will happen when those 3 shells are expended? Jiang Hai chuckled, shrugged nonchalantly, and replied, of course. It will merely become a decorative piece. Renting for 10 million a day amounts to 300 million for a month. To think that 300 million would only procure 3 shots is indeed rather extravagant. Even Salam, a wealthy individual, found himself taken aback, hesitating to place an order. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The great Ivan dropped by the beautiful nation had a yield equivalent to 15,000 tons of TNT. In other words, the power of 1 electromagnetic cannon is equivalent to half of a great Ivan. Wow, I want to rent it. I wish to rent 10 of these. Jiang Hai was equally astonished, as Salam's exclamation was uttered in the essence of his culture, surprisingly articulated in the language of Huaxia. It sounded remarkably authentic. Chapter 88. To place one in a position of certain death and then achieve life. A tremendous roar resonated across the vast African savanna, causing the very earth to tremble. Countless wild creatures fled in panic, as if facing the apocalypse. This explosion drew the attention of the entire blue planet. In an instant, all nations, organizations, and factions redirected their focus to the African savanna. Just when everyone believed that another figure akin to the notorious colonel had emerged, a humble chief made a declaration to the international community. He asserted that the formidable explosion was merely the latest innovation of their tribe, a novel weapon, which was not, in fact, a doomsday device, thus not infringing upon any resolutions of the United Nations or various treaties against such catastrophic armaments. A new weapon? Not a doomsday device. Upon hearing the chief's proclamation, chaos ensued across the blue planet. The immediate reaction from nations was one of disbelief. How could such a powerful explosion not be a doomsday device? Did they think the world was gullible? Led by the United States, numerous nations hastily convened at the United Nations, demanding an investigation into the nuclear threats posed by this tribe. However, the chief flatly refused, fortifying his territory with troops. According to him, their tribe was not a member of the United Nations, and thus, the organization held no authority to conduct any inquiries. This rationale was, of course, dismissed by the United States and its allies. The more the chief resisted, the more convinced they became that he was indeed wielding a doomsday device. Consequently, the United States rallied other African nations, encircling the tribe's territory, signaling an intent to conduct a forceful investigation. Yet, mindful of the possibility that the tribe might genuinely possess such a weapon, they hesitated. Should they drive the chief to desperation and provoke a nuclear disaster? The consequences could be catastrophic. In an instant, the vast African savanna became the focal point of global attention. Even the previously war-torn regions of the conflict-ridden areas saw a notable calm in light of the impending threat of nuclear warfare. Thus, my prior counsel to you was not unfounded, was it? If the great Ivan has truly been sold to you, then the situation will be irretrievable. Jiang Hai, reclining comfortably on a hammock, relished the gentle breeze on the balcony, casually speaking with a sense of ease on his phone. On the other end, Salam was far from sharing Jiang Hai's buoyant mood. What are we to do now, brother Jiang Hai? The entire continent of Africa is watching me. If this continues, the United States will surely intervene. My meager forces cannot withstand them. At this moment, Salam exhibited none of the bravado he had on television. His voice trembled with fear. He was genuinely terrified. He was no longer the colonel of yesteryear, unafraid to confront the 5 elders single-handedly. Now, he couldn't even think of nation-building. A single misstep could spell doom for his entire tribe. Do not fear. Do not fear. Truth cannot be fabricated, and falsehoods cannot be substantiated. You do not possess the great Ivan, so why fear their scrutiny? We can now proceed with the second phase of our plan. Jiang Hai took a sip of his drink, while Salam inquired with confusion, what is the second phase? Don't you still have 2 artillery shells? Launch both of those shells. Jiang Hai's suggestion startled Salam, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Launch? Are we truly going to war? That cannot be. My forces cannot contend with the United States. Salam, trembling with fear, struggled to articulate his thoughts, as if he were on the verge of kneeling before Jiang Hai. Observing Salam's pitiful demeanor, Jiang Hai could not suppress an eye roll. It was hard to believe that this was the same individual who once fervently proclaimed he would vanquish Big Ivan. Yet now, he displayed such cowardice. Fear not. Just as before, find a secluded spot to dispose of the matter at hand. After launching these 2 projectiles, I will assist you in retrieving the electromagnetic cannon. At that juncture, you may grant them access for inspection. To use a phrase from our Chinese heritage, this is akin to placing oneself in dire straits only to emerge renewed. However, there is one crucial point to heed. Under no circumstances should you allow the Americans to conduct the inspection. Otherwise, even if the evidence is fabricated, they possess the uncanny ability to render it authentic. This distortion of truth, akin to calling a deer a horse, is not unprecedented for that nation. But what should we do? ISNT at the Americans who are currently the most vociferous in their demands? Even if I refuse, they will still force their way in. Salam was now thoroughly disoriented, devoid of any strategy. It is understandable, aside from Colonel Ka from years past, who wouldn't panic when facing the entirety of Blue Star's ire. Jiang Hai's mind began to turn, and an idea took shape. Follow my instructions for now, and I shall orchestrate the remainder. Jiang Hai placed a reassuring hand on Salam's chest. In that moment, Salam had no alternative, placing all his hopes on Jiang Hai. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai did not immediately engage in any other activities. Instead, he remained seated on the swing chair, his phone rhythmically tapping against his thigh. After more than 10 minutes, he finally squinted and dialed a number on his phone. Hello, is this Brother Wang? Haha. The situation in Africa is escalating dramatically. No one could have anticipated that, amidst such turmoil, that chieftain would audaciously instigate 2 more explosions. The tremendous blasts reverberated throughout the entire blue planet. Although these explosions occurred in uninhabited areas, the magnitude of the blasts and the intense tremors led many to speculate that it was no other than Big Ivan. Soon, the beautiful nation erupted in fury. They promptly submitted a resolution to the United Nations General Assembly, seeking to arrest the chieftain for crimes against humanity and war crimes. Moreover, the beautiful nation began mobilizing troops, activating all military bases near Africa. This was an impending forceful occupation. The spokesperson for the beautiful nation even declared that if the tribe continued to resist, they would not hesitate to impose sanctions using Big Ivan. No one doubted that the beautiful nation was jesting, for throughout the annals of human warfare, the sole instance where Big Ivan was genuinely utilized in combat was when the beautiful nation deployed it, just when everyone anticipated the onset of war. The situation took an unexpected 180-degree turn. To demonstrate the innocence of our tribe, I, Salam Shia Arkidia Yalam, as the sole chieftain of the Kingdom of Niamia, am willing to submit to inspection by the United Nations and nations of the Blue Planet. I am eager to extend an invitation to the 5 elder nations to dispatch an investigative team to my territory for inspection, within the realm of the Kingdom of Niamia. There is absolutely no use of the Great Ivan. Observing Salam's passionate rhetoric at the press conference, Jiang Hai could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, he spoke into his phone, addressing Wang Quanfai on the other end. Brother Wang, rest assured, as long as the inspection is conducted fairly and justly, there will be no issues whatsoever. That is reassuring. You can be confident that among the investigative team, the expert from Huaxia is our group's chief technical director. With him present, there will be no opportunity for anyone to frame or slander. Chapter 89, The Showdown. The matter stirred considerable commotion, yet concluded rather uneventfully. The presence of the Great Ivan in the Niamia tribe is, in fact, easily verifiable. Not to mention, the 3 sites of the explosions, if they had been detonated by the Great Ivan, they would undoubtedly have left behind exceedingly high levels of nuclear radiation. Such evidence could never be concealed. However, the investigative team from the 5 elder nations of the United Nations conducted their inquiries across the vast plains for 3 months, yet found not a trace of nuclear radiation. This indicates that the 3 significant explosions in Niamia were indeed not caused by the Great Ivan. As for the reasons behind these 3 explosions, Salam has his own explanation. The weapon expert he hired at a high salary had independently developed a new type of weapon. And during the 3rd experiment, an accident occurred, obliterating himself, the new weapon, and all related research data. Now, it seems, there will be no witnesses to contradict him. Even if the United States wishes to conjure something from nothing, it cannot do so with the watchful eyes of experts from China and Russia observing closely, and thus must relent. Ultimately, the entire affair was characterized as a case of a group of misguided scientists deceiving a naive and trusting chieftain, conducting reckless weapon experiments upon the vast African savanna, which culminated in failure and brought upon themselves the consequences of their folly. As for Salam, he is merely an honest man who has been duped. Who can truly fault an honest individual? Subsequently, Salam formally submitted a request to the United Nations, expressing his desire to establish the Kingdom of Niamia and seek membership within the organization. China has directly offered to act as a sponsor for the Kingdom of Niamia. Thus, the establishment of the Kingdom of Niamia appears to be an undeniable certainty. Therefore, our heartfelt gratitude goes to Brother Wang for his assistance. Jiang Hai sat in a swinging chair, swaying leisurely. He has increasingly come to appreciate this chair, particularly in the balcony of his new home. This is Jiang Hai's latest acquisition, a standalone villa. With 3 stories above ground and 2 basements, the property spans an impressive 200 square meters. Despite the recent downturn in the real estate market, Jiang Hai invested nearly $60 million in this villa. It must be said that such a substantial sum has been well spent. The sunlight and scenery from the balcony alone greatly uplift Jiang Hai's spirits. Therefore, as he spoke on the phone with Wang Chuanfa, a contented smile graced his face. Indeed, this time we have mutually benefited. Brother Jiang, the weapon we acquired from Niamia is truly remarkable. I have halted all research and development projects within the group and assembled our finest scientific minds to delve into the study of this weapon. I have a premonition that if our research proves successful, the production level of weaponry in Huaxia could advance by at least 2 decades. Wang Chuanfang's voice brimmed with excitement and enthusiasm. After a few more casual exchanges, Jiang Hai ended the call and gazed out at the greenery of the community from his balcony, a broad smile gracing his face. This time, Huaxia's willingness to assist Salam and ultimately provide substantial support for its nation building was not merely due to Jiang Hai's influence. His clout was not that significant. The true impetus behind Huaxia's readiness to intervene was Jiang Hai's decision to gift that A-barrigate electromagnetic cannon to Huaxia. Indeed, Jiang Hai procured the cannon at an internal price. Though it was an internal rate, it was not inexpensive. He spent a staggering 80 billion Huaxia coins. Nevertheless, such an investment was justified. Huaxia's intervention effectively resolved Salam's crisis, aiding them not only in overcoming the difficulties posed by Ivory, but also in successfully applying for nationhood. Given Salam's newfound intimacy with Huaxia, one can easily envision that the path to nationhood will be smooth sailing. Furthermore, from Wang Quanfang, Jiang Hai learned the reason behind Ivory's obstinacy towards Salam. The truth is rather straightforward. Ivory's sudden change of heart and subsequent difficulties for Salam stemmed from Jiang Hai's prior sale of uranium mines to Huaxia. Although Ivory is geographically distant from Africa, it remains closely aligned with the United States. In both domestic and international spheres, the Ivory Coast has been notably influenced by the United States. Previously, Jiang Hai held authority and sold all the extracted uranium to China, which indeed incited the ire of the United States. The U.S. does not concern itself with the mining rights now held by Jiang Hai. Rather, it perceives the refusal of Salam to sell the uranium as the root of its grievance. Under the auspices of the United States, the Ivory Coast was subsequently able to impose difficulties upon Salam. One can only conclude that the United States has exhibited a rather petty demeanor in this regard. Nonetheless, this matter has been temporarily resolved. It is certain that the United States will seek to confront Salam and Niamia in the future, at which point one can only respond to the challenges as they arise. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai slowly rose from the rocking chair, turned around, and gazed toward the living room where several individuals awaited him. At the forefront stood the familiar figure of Uncle One, whom he had not seen for many days. "I apologize, Uncle One, for keeping you waiting," Jiang Hai said as he entered. His first order of business was to express his regrets to Uncle One. They had been discussing matters when a call from Wang Chuanfa interrupted him, prompting Jiang Hai to step away to take the call. Now that the call had concluded, it was time to resume their previous discussion. "Thus, Mr. Jiang, is it that you no longer wish to employ us?" Uncle Wen inquired with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Hai. "Are we unaware of any missteps on our part?" No. Jiang Hai quickly waved his hand, replying with a smile, "From the perspective of professionalism, Uncle Wen, your team is undoubtedly impeccable. It is precisely due to the professionalism of the bodyguards that I have arrived at this decision. Oh. Jiang Hai's response inevitably stirred a sense of curiosity and confusion in Uncle One, while Ulung remained impassive, and Lao Jiao wore a similarly puzzled expression. As for the lame man, he appeared quite displeased, muttering to himself. Aside from these three, several others stood behind Uncle One, equally perplexed as they gazed at Jiang Hai. Uncle One tilted his head slightly and ultimately inquired, "Mr. Jiang, I fail to comprehend your explanation." "Oh, it's quite simple." Jiang Hai's smile blossomed even more radiantly as he squinted his eyes and replied, "Firstly, the security company I established has trained a competent team of bodyguards who will assume responsibility for my safety in your stead. Although they may not yet match your level of expertise within such a short time, they must undergo rigorous training to develop their skills." As Jiang Hai spoke, he cast a glance at the imposing figures stationed in the living room, dining area, and entryway corners, those clad in sunglasses and black suits. These individuals were employees trained by the security company Jiang Hai founded, which was established with the sole purpose of safeguarding himself and his family. Thus, being selected from this security firm signifies a level of training that is far from ordinary. After just a few days of interaction, Jiang Hai was quite pleased with these security personnel. Uncle One and the others also regarded these bodyguards with a similar sense of scrutiny. They were aware of Jiang Hai's establishment of a security company and subsequently the deployment of these security personnel by his side. However, they could never have imagined that one day they would be supplanted by these novices. Chapter 90. The Distress Call. President Jiang, I am confident that, given time, they will excel. Wen Shu, instead of being angered by Jiang Hai's words, maintained a smile and replied, "But at least in the short term, they cannot fully ensure your safety." No. Jiang Hai raised his index finger, gesturing from side to side. "The truth is, even you cannot guarantee my safety completely. Can you?" He referred to the incident when he was attacked, which occurred after Wen Shu and his team had taken over Jiang Hai's security. Ultimately, it was only through the protection of a Lang that Jiang Hai managed to escape perilous circumstances. However, both Jiang Hai and Lao Li had suffered injuries in a car accident, indicating that Wen Shu and his team's security measures had indeed fallen short. At that time, Jiang Hai chose not to pursue accountability for the incident, and Wen Shu and the others clearly did not anticipate that Jiang Hai would suddenly bring it up now. This left them all in a state of silence. After a considerable pause, Wen Shu slowly nodded and admitted, "I acknowledge that it was indeed our oversight." No. Jiang Hai once more raised his index finger, shaking it side to side, and smiling as he stated, "Let me be clearer, what occurred was not a mere oversight." "Sure, Heyu, is that right?" Upon hearing the name Jiang Hai uttered, a glint of comprehension sparked in the eyes of Uncle One and his cohort. Sure, Heyu, a notorious figure in the Northwest, had masterminded the assault on Jiang Hai. However, in the aftermath of the attack, Uncle One swiftly took action, resulting in Sure Heyu's execution. Jiang Hai's sudden invocation of this name stirred a sense of unease among Uncle One and his companions. Yet, with tacit understanding, they maintained their silence. Even the perpetually murmuring cripple, unfazed by their reaction, Jiang Hai continued with a smile, "According to your prior investigation, this Sure Heyu was the mastermind behind the previous assault on me, correct? Alas, while this fellow was undoubtedly deserving of his fate, it seems somewhat unjust to burden him with such a grave accusation on the eve of his demise." As Jiang Hai uttered the final words, the countenances of Uncle One and his associates underwent a dramatic shift. In an instant, Cripple was poised for action, while Old Nine's hand instinctively gravitated towards his waist. Concurrently, the other security personnel in the room sprang into motion. With a resounding clamor, every security operative brandished their firearms, the barrels trained on Uncle One and his group. Not only those initially stationed in the living room and foyer, but also a score of individuals emerging from the inner chambers and descending from the upper floors, all brandishing submachine guns. The red dot sights of their weapons converged upon the vital points of Uncle One and his companions. Wen Shu and the others turned their heads to glance at the security personnel, their eyes lingering on the firearms in their hands, revealing expressions of astonishment. "This is Huaxia. How could these security guards wield such weapons? Mr. Jiang, what does this mean?" Wen Shu remained silent, while Lao Jiao restrained the limping man who was eager to retaliate. Then fixed his gaze on Jiang Haifa, inquiring. Jiang Hai responded with a smile, "It means nothing. I simply do not wish for my every action to become fodder for reports on someone else's desk." Lao Jiao was rendered speechless, and after about half a minute, Wen Shu suddenly sighed deeply and remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang is formidable. You have seen through it. I should have realized this sooner, as your timing of appearance is too coincidental." Jiang Hai shook his head and gestured to the alert security personnel nearby. In the next moment, the guards swiftly holstered their weapons and vanished without a trace in less than half a minute. I had just noticed someone tailing me when Old Lee helped me find such an exceptional security team. He continued. Of course, I know Old Lee was unaware. When I initially hired him, I had thoroughly investigated his background. This further attests to the strength of your capabilities. Earning Old Lee's trust so effortlessly and successfully introducing you to me is no small feat. Such competence is not characteristic of an ordinary security team. As for what you refer to as martial arts sects, it is nothing short of a farce. Your true origins should be. Yet, at this juncture, Jiang Hai refrained from further elaboration, instead raising his index finger and pointing upwards. His analysis left Wen Shu and the others enveloped in a profound silence once more. After a considerable pause, Wen Shu finally spoke again, though he no longer bore the demeanor of a mere rogue from the rivers and lakes. In its stead was a posture of unwavering resolve, a serious countenance akin to that of a seasoned soldier hardened by years of training. Given that General Jiang is already aware, it would be futile for us to continue concealing the truth. Once General Jiang has uncovered our intentions, our mission is undoubtedly a complete failure. Rest assured, General Jiang, we shall depart immediately and will not trouble you further. With that, Wen Shu abruptly rose to his feet and turned to exit the room. With Wen Shu leading the way, the others swiftly followed suit, leaving only Lao Jiu who lingered behind, offering Jiang Hai a subtle nod accompanied by a smile. Observing Wen Shu and his companions depart, Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He was acutely aware that Wen Shu and his associates were far from ordinary. He could only vaguely surmise that they hailed from an official source. However, the specific department remained a mystery to him. As for why they had appeared in his vicinity, Jiang Hai speculated it must have begun with the sudden influx of substantial funds into his account, which had drawn the attention of the authorities. In retrospect, he realized how naively optimistic he had been, genuinely believing that the system's assistance in wrapping things up meant he could rest easy. The system indeed possesses the capability to obscure the source of funds within Jiang Hai's account. However, this does not imply that everyone is oblivious. A substantial sum of money, deposited into the account of an ordinary office worker without any explanation? To be candid, it is quite fortunate that Jiang Hai was not apprehended by the authorities at the outset. Now, with the deepening relationship between Jiang Hai and Wang Chuanfa, especially following the recent donation of an electromagnetic cannon to the state, he has effectively donned a yellow vest for himself. As long as he refrains from engaging in any further dubious activities, the authorities are unlikely to target him excessively. Of course, investigations will continue, as the secrets surrounding him are numerous, and the officials cannot simply feign ignorance. It is merely that future investigative methods will not be as aggressive as before. Just as Jiang Hai exhaled in relief at resolving one matter, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing down, he saw that the caller was a Shui from the Sanju gang. Since the last encounter, when they sank the cruise ship belonging to the Lord Hick Company, there had been no further communication. With this call, was there a shortage of arms? With this thought, Jiang Hai answered the call. Before he could utter a word, a voice on the other interrupted in panic. Sir, please help us. Save us. Chapter 91. Turn the tide. Grandfather, how are you? In the pitch-black warehouse, a Shui supported Old Wu as he leaned against the ground. At this moment, Old Wu no longer exhibited the imposing presence he typically held as the leader of the Sanju gang. His disheveled white hair, pallid complexion, and the smattering of bloodstains on his face told a grim tale. After settling down on the ground, Old Wu's face exhibited a slight semblance of relaxation. Yet his brow remained perpetually furrowed. One of his hands was supported by a Shui, while the other was pressed against his abdomen, blood incessantly oozing from between his fingers, staining his entire hand crimson. Despite this, Old Wu gently shook his head, assuring a Shui, I am fine. Do not worry. A Shui, however, was not easily deceived. From Old Wu's pallor, he could discern that his grandfather's condition was dire. Grandfather, rest assured, I have contacted Ah Fu, and he will reach out to that gentleman. Once we connect with him, we shall be saved. As Ah Shui spoke, his tone involuntarily intensified, as if his words were not merely directed at Old Wu, but also a self-affirmation. Old Wu, understanding his grandson well, managed to force a smile and replied, "Yes. I know. Ashue, Ashue." Several members of the Sanju gang rushed in, armed with submachine guns and stained with blood. They hastily approached Ashue, panting heavily as they shouted, "Ashue, those damn thugs are about to break in. We must hold the line. This is our last defense. We must fight to the death to stop them." Understood. Although Ashue did not provide any particularly useful commands, the members immediately rallied and swiftly exited the warehouse. Watching his subordinates leave, Ashue's expression darkened ominously. Everything had transpired too abruptly, catching them entirely off guard. In a mere half-day, the once prosperous Sanju gang found itself teetering on the brink of collapse. Is this the stark contrast between a gang and a national regime? Ashue could not help but clench his teeth in frustration. He truly felt a sense of unwillingness. "Ah, Ashue," Old Wu called out, prompting Ashue to swiftly turn and crouch before him. At that moment, Old Wu's complexion had paled further, and his breathing had grown faint. Witnessing Old Wu in such a state rendered Ashue speechless, for he understood that his grandfather would not endure much longer. It seemed that my arrival was timely indeed. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Ashue, and he instinctively reacted. He quickly turned, drawing his pistol from his waist and aiming it towards the source of the sound, his finger poised to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, upon seeing the figure approaching, a mix of surprise and joy washed over Ashue's face. He hastily lowered his weapon and exclaimed, "Sir, you have come." Jiang Hai glanced at the injured Old Wu, then at Ashue, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You appear to be in quite a predicament. Is the situation truly this dire?" Sanju gang had already established itself as the largest gang in Banite, even managing to exert a vague influence over the entire city. The sight of Old Wu and his grandson in such distress indicated that something significant had transpired. Jiang Hai had only received a call from Ashue's phone, learning that Sanju gang had been attacked. The specifics were unclear, which spurred him to rush over. In his haste to rescue Ashue, Jiang Hai even neglected to conceal the capabilities of his system, opting to teleport directly. Indeed, Jiang Hai had also exploited a flaw within the system, subsequently utilizing its capabilities under the guise of conducting transactions. Otherwise, no matter how urgent Jiang Hai's situation was, the system would not have offered assistance. As for Ashue, he did not delve into the circumstances of Jiang Hai's sudden appearance in the warehouse. Jiang Hai's arrival rekindled hope in their hearts, which had previously been engulfed in despair. "Sir, your presence is truly fortuitous. Please, save us. We implore you." "Of course. However, I must be apprised of the situation first." Jiang Hai responded. His purpose for being there was to rescue those in need, and he had no intention of dismissing Ashue's plea. Yet, he required a clear understanding of the events that had transpired. "It is the government forces." Ashue, recognizing the urgency, refrained from elaborate explanations and succinctly outlined the dire circumstances, his words laced with palpable resentment. "The government forces launched a surprise attack on us. Elder Song and Elder Yuan have both been slain. Most of our brothers are under their control. Only a handful have managed to break free alongside me." Jiang Hai nodded, feeling no surprise at this revelation. After all, it was evident that the government of Hispania was deeply involved in the turmoil that had befallen the Sanju gang. More specific details would have to wait until they navigated through this immediate crisis. Jiang Hai turned his gaze toward the warehouse door, where the sounds of fierce gunfire echoed, indicating a clash between the members of the Sanju gang and their adversaries. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai inquired, "How many personnel do you currently have at your disposal?" Ashue replied without a moment's hesitation. "Initially, there were over 40 of us who broke through together. After this arduous escape, fewer than 20 remain here. The battle rages outside, and we are unaware of how many brothers have fallen well. It suffices. Allow 10 individuals to enter." Upon hearing Ashue's response, Jiang Hai immediately issued a command. Without a trace of hesitation, Ashue bellowed, Lu Ping, let 10 people in. Hurry." With a total of fewer than 20 individuals left, and facing a relentless onslaught from countless enemies outside, the decision to summon 10 more into the warehouse was undeniably perilous. Yet, neither Ashue nor the members of the Sanju gang outside displayed any hesitation. Moments later, 10 members of the Sanju gang swiftly entered. The sudden appearance of an additional person startled the newcomers. Had it not been for the composed demeanor of Ashue and Old Wu, they might have instinctively drawn their weapons. Jiang Hai wasted no time. Even disregarding the extraordinary nature of the moment, As he waved his hand, and a large iron box plummeted from above. This seemingly magical maneuver left several individuals in shock, and they instinctively gazed up at the ceiling, attempting to comprehend the nature of this astonishing feat. Jiang Hai offered no explanation. Instead, he kicked open the heavy iron box and retrieved a half-meter-long baton. It was none other than the Shabaloo staff he had previously sold to the rebels on the planet Binuxing. Jiang Hai methodically tossed one item after another to the members, ultimately presenting the last one with a flourish. With a thunderous boom, a container in the corner of the warehouse was obliterated. Casting a glance at Aisha and the astonished expressions of Wu Lao and the others, Jiang Hai tossed the Shabaloo staff into Aisha's hands. These 11 Shabaloo staves are my gift to you. With them, turning the tide should not be an insurmountable challenge, correct? Chapter 92. The Reckless Notion, the Shabaloo Staff. In the current context of Blue Star, it is undoubtedly a weapon of a transcendent era. The system's selling price is 1 piece of obsidian, equivalent to 300 million Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai's internal price, however, stands at 30 million Huaxia currency. Acquiring 11 in one go is a price Jiang Hai can accept without hesitation. Immediately, Aisha led his 10 subordinates and charged out of the warehouse. Outside, fierce combat raged on. With a significant portion of personnel reassigned, the remaining members of the gang were beginning to falter. Outside the warehouse, a throng of heavily armed soldiers loomed, all of them African. Seeing the defensive line at the warehouse entrance teetering on the brink of collapse, the African soldiers started to emerge from their cover, eager to breach the line in one decisive surge. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a flash of fire amongst several African soldiers. Those soldiers were hurled into the AI. Meanwhile, Aisha, accompanied by 10 subordinates, brandished the seemingly firewood-like Shabaloo staff and charged out of the warehouse. The recent blast was indeed unleashed by Aisha, with him leading the charge. The 10 subordinates similarly raised their Shabaloo staffs, launching an assault on the enemy ahead. In an instant, the front erupted in flames, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions and wails of agony. Although the black soldiers sought refuge behind cover, the might of the Shabaloo staff was overwhelmingly potent. Ordinary barriers could scarcely withstand its ferocious onslaught. Remarkably, just 11 Shabaloo staffs wreaked havoc upon the opposing army of hundreds, sending them into disarray, a complete rout. The black soldiers, unaccustomed to such terrifying assaults, were instantly reduced to a state of panic, fleeing with their heads tucked low, lacking even the courage to stand and escape. Merely 11 individuals managed to subdue an enemy force of several hundred. The few members of the Sanju gang, who had previously struggled to hold the line, were left dumbfounded. To their eyes, the Shabaloo staffs wielded by Aisha and his companions resembled the formidable wands of sorcerers. This was nothing short of invincibility. Water brother. Helicopters. Suddenly, a member of the Sanju gang spotted several armed helicopters approaching at low altitude and urgently alerted his comrades. Aisha swiftly raised his Shabaloo staff, aiming at one of the helicopters. Whoosh! A beam of pale yellow light shot forth. In the next moment, it struck the helicopter with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the helicopter erupted into a massive fireball. The remaining helicopters, evidently terrified, hastily altered their course to flee. How could Aisha and his comrades possibly let those helicopters escape? Previously, as they fought their way to freedom, the helicopters pursued them relentlessly. Akin to hunters chasing their prey, countless brothers fell victim to the merciless gunfire from the helicopters. Aisha took matters into his own hands, aiming at the helicopters and firing several rounds, transforming them into flaming wrecks in the sky. This spectacle incited cheers among the members of the Sanju gang, invigorating their spirits even further. In stark contrast, the opposing soldiers were paralyzed with fear. Seizing the moment of jubilation, they scrambled to their feet and fled in panic. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Take this. Aisha bellowed, determined to annihilate them. The torment they had previously endured ignited a sense of exhilaration within the Sanju gang members. Whether armed with the Shabaloo staff or not, they rose to their feet and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the fleeing soldiers, claiming dozens of lives before Aisha finally commanded them to cease. He exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. In a mere 30 minutes, the battle had concluded. Inside the warehouse, upon hearing the triumphant shouts in Huaxia, Jiang Hai instantly discerned the victors of the clash. Soon, Aisha, brimming with excitement, burst into the warehouse with his subordinates. Sir, Wait, we won. We won. Not only Aisha, but also the dozen or so men behind him were elated. They had believed themselves to be at the end of their rope. Yet the turnaround had come so unexpectedly. Jiang Hai, however, remained composed. The Shabaloo staff, as a weapon, may not sway the balance of power if only one or two are present. However, the sudden emergence of 11 Shabaloo staffs delivers a staggering blow to the opponent, rendering victory a natural outcome. Wu Lao's condition is not particularly favorable. It would be prudent to transport him to the hospital without delay. As for the remaining matters, once you have resolved them, do call me. After this situation has been addressed, I believe it is time for us to sit down and discuss our affairs thoroughly. Although this is an urgent matter, it fundamentally involves revealing to the adversary certain things that ought to remain concealed. Consequently, Jiang Hai will likely need to reevaluate his relationship with the Sanju gang. It was only then that Aisha remembered Wu Lao's injuries, and his expression shifted with concern as he crouched beside him. Observing that Wu Lao's condition was indeed precarious, Aisha promptly instructed several subordinates to escort Wu Lao to the hospital. Regarding Jiang Hai, Aisha nodded in agreement. Their previous predicament stemmed from being caught off guard by the enemy. How could the Sanju gang, which has been established for over 70 years, so easily succumb to defeat? Now that they have regained their composure, it is time for the Sanju gang to retaliate. Jiang Hai chose not to linger. After seeing Aisha and the others depart, he promptly teleported home. Ding dong. System alert. System alert. The host has improperly utilized the system's auxiliary features. Should the host continue to employ the system inappropriately, suitable penalties will be imposed. Upon returning home, Jiang Hai heard the system's warning echoing in his mind, and he instinctively rubbed his head. I had almost forgotten about this matter. Ordinarily, engaging in a single transaction would not constitute a violation of the system's regulations. However, having now received a warning from the system, Jiang Hai privately reminded himself to avoid making such mistakes in the future. Yet, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the idea of testing the system's limits. Ahem. He quickly dismissed this reckless notion from his mind. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was a security personnel. Earlier, to address an issue with the Sanju gang, Jiang Hai had temporarily seated himself on the sofa, feigning rest, while instructing the security team to remain vigilant. Upon noticing Jiang Hai had awakened, the nearby security personnel hurried over to inquire. These guards were trained by the security company established by Jiang Hai, ensuring their loyalty was unquestionable. He first instructed them to maintain their alertness while he sat back on the sofa, deep in contemplation. The sudden troubles faced by the Sanju gang were undoubtedly not coincidental. Why would the government forces of Hispani launch an attack on the Sanju gang at this particular moment? Was it merely due to the gang's increasing power? Having received Jiang Hai's assistance, the Sanju gang had indeed grown formidable, and the Bonite government forces could no longer contain them. Thus, it seemed reasonable for the government to take action against the Sanju gang to uphold its dominion over all of Hispani. However, as this thought began to take root, Jiang Hai immediately shook his head in denial. He had encountered President Preval of Hispani before. Given his character, if he truly possessed such resolve, he would not have been forced to hide overseas, afraid to return to his own country. Just moments ago, in that warehouse at Bonite, Jiang Hai clearly observed that it was indeed the government forces of Hispaniola pursuing the Sanju gang. This matter, upon contemplation, undeniably presents significant concerns. Jiang Hai tilted his head, pondering the intricacies, yet he found himself unable to grasp the underlying connections. At that moment, the phone beside him rang, interrupting his thoughts. Glancing at the incoming number, Jiang Hai paused for a moment, then a smile graced his lips. He swiftly answered the call, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Wang." "Ah, Jiang. Allow me to introduce this individual, Comrade Zhao Hua, Chief of Staff of the Northwest Military Region of Huaxia. And this gentleman is Comrade He Guangyan, Director of the Information Department of the Huaxia Military. Now, this is Jiang Hai, our esteemed Jiang. I trust no further introduction is necessary?" In a modestly decorated private dining room of a restaurant, Wang Quanfang enthusiastically facilitated the introductions. Jiang Hai smiled, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the two men before him. Although they held military positions, they were dressed in civilian attire. While such attire might typically contravene military regulations, it is understandable that exceptional individuals sometimes receive exceptional privileges. Jiang Hai, of course, chose not to delve into such matters. After a brief exchange of introductions, everyone settled around the round table. Wang Quanfang, being the chairman of the group, effortlessly maintained a light-hearted atmosphere, ensuring that the ambience of the private room remained comfortable and devoid of awkwardness. Jiang Hai understood the intention of the other party, but had no desire to expose it. He simply cooperated with Wang Quanfa, engaging in jovial banter while they dined. Among the two individuals opposite them, Director He Guangyan was able to converse amiably with Jiang Hai and Wang Quanfa. However, the chief of staff, Zhao Hua, was quite different. With a military-style buzz cut and a square face exuding resolute strength, he fixated his piercing gaze on Jiang Hai, his tightly sealed lips betraying not a single word. This silence was starkly incongruous with the cheerful atmosphere of the private room. Chief of Staff Zhao, shall we raise a toast to General Jiang? Wang Quanfa, noticing Zhao Hua's unwavering stare at Jiang Hai, felt compelled to alleviate the awkwardness, despite the rudeness of such behavior. Jiang Hai remained unfazed. Yet Wang Quanfa felt the tension and could not help but make the suggestion. However, as soon as he uttered the words, regret washed over him. Zhao Hua's demeanor made it evident what kind of character he possessed. Having indulged in a few too many drinks, Wang Quanfa wondered why he had provoked him. Regret was futile now. He could only hope Zhao Hua would maintain his aloofness and ignore his remarks. Alas, fate had other plans. Zhao Hua first cast a glance at Jiang Hai, then resolutely picked up his glass, filled it with liquor, and stood upright. General Jiang, I apologize for any previous offense. Allow this drink to serve as my atonement. Without waiting for a response from Jiang Hai, he downed the contents of the glass in one swift motion. Afterward, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and resumed his previous posture, as if nothing had transpired. In that moment, an abrupt silence enveloped the private room, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Wang Quanfa stared wide-eyed, his face a canvas of astonishment directed at Zhao Hua. Meanwhile, He Guangyan appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, pouring himself a drink with a smile, choosing silence over conversation. Jiang Hai momentarily stood bewildered, but soon a smile crept across his face as he tilted his head. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Hua, the words of Chief of Staff Zhao left me somewhat perplexed. When had I incurred his displeasure? How was it that I remained oblivious to such a slight? Zhao Hua's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hai, and after a brief pause, he spoke. Jiang Wen and his associates are all affiliated with the Northwest Military District, having infiltrated your ranks under my command. I orchestrated the assault 6 months ago, precisely to bolster your trust in Jiang Wen and his team. Subsequently, I took measures to attribute the entire incident to Shi Hiyu. In truth, Shi Hiyu had already drawn the attention of local authorities due to his criminal activities. His capture was merely a fortuitous consequence. All of this was meticulously arranged by me. If General Jiang wishes to seek retribution, he may file a complaint directly with my superiors. I stand ready to accept any consequences. Zhao Hua delivered this declaration with such righteous fervor that it made Jiang Hai feel as though he were the one at fault, inexplicably inclined to apologize. As for Zhao Hua's earlier statements, Jiang Hai had already surmised most of it with considerable accuracy. Earlier today, Jiang Hai confronted Wen Shu and his associates. Shortly thereafter, Wang Quanfai contacted him, claiming that someone wished to be introduced to Jiang Hai, seeking his assistance in making the connection. At that moment, Jiang Hai surmised that it was undoubtedly an individual behind Wen Shu who was orchestrating this. Previously, he had discerned that Wen Shu was backed by the Huaxia authorities. However, with so many departments within Huaxia, he was uncertain which particular office sought him out. Now, he realized that the person behind Wen Shu was none other than Zhao Hua, the chief of staff of the Northwest Military District. Of course, this did not imply that those interested in investigating him were exclusively from the Northwest Military District. After all, besides Zhao Hua, there was also a director from the Information Department present that evening. With this thought, Jiang Hai shifted his gaze from Zhao Hua to He Guangyan, who seemed to sense Jiang Hai's scrutiny. He chuckled lightly, no longer feigning ignorance, first nodding towards Zhao Hua, then meeting Jiang Hai's gaze head-on. President Jiang is a patriotic individual with profound affection for Huaxia. Thus, he would not be so petty as to hold a grudge over trivial matters, let alone lodge a complaint against you. How could that be? Jiang Hai chuckled, tilting his head, arms outstretched, and remarked, Director, he may have some misconceptions about my character. I am not one to harbor grudges lightly. In blunt terms, I believe in retribution for even the slightest offense. Should anyone attempt to exploit their public office to intrude upon my ordinary life, rest assured, this matter shall not be dismissed lightly. Complaints hold little significance. I am inclined to journey to the capital, seeking out the relevant authorities for an explanation. Chapter 94. Jiang Hai's exceptional acting skills. Jiang Hai appeared determined to escalate the situation, causing the smile on He Guangnian's face to wane considerably. Zhao Hua furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hai, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Wang Chuanfa, noticing the atmosphere in the private room becoming increasingly tense, hastily rose to play the peacemaker. Haha, there's no need for such extremes. We are all acquaintances today, and henceforth, friends. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more paths you can tread. Having become friends today, we can assist one another in the future. In this atmosphere, Wang Chuanfa's efforts to ease the tension between the parties were commendable. However, Jiang Hai merely cast a glance at Wang Chuanfa before leaning back, legs crossed, nonchalantly observing Zhao Hua and He Guangnian. The latter two remained silent, resulting in a stalemate that left Wang Chuanfa increasingly uncomfortable. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Chuanfa could no longer contain himself. With a huff, he placed his glass firmly on the table. I say you all ought to ease up. Jiang is here at my behest. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to involve my reputation in this matter as well? Wang Chuanfa stood firmly on Jiang Hai's side. The reason, of course, was the electromagnetic cannon that Jiang Hai had previously gifted to him. That device is still under research in the highest laboratory of the nuclear industry group. According to the researchers, the technology embodied in the electromagnetic cannon, once fully comprehended, could elevate Huaxia's technological advancements by 50 years. Therefore, regardless of other considerations, simply out of gratitude for the electromagnetic cannon, Wang Chuanfa felt compelled to side with Jiang Hai. Naturally, this also hinged on the fact that Jiang Hai's position was indeed justified. Wang Chuanfa began to express his frustration, and He Guangnian exchanged a glance with Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua maintained his stoic demeanor, sitting upright in silence, while He Guangnian could only manage a wry smile. Mr. Jiang, regarding the previous incident, we acknowledge that we were indeed in the wrong. On behalf of our department, I extend our sincere apologies to you. However, we ask for your understanding regarding the significance of our work. He Guangnian's apology was notably more earnest than Zhao Hua's. Observing He Guangnian's concession, Wang Chuanfa quickly turned to Jiang Hai and said, Brother Jiang, I hope you can understand as well. I believe they had no ill intentions towards you. Their actions stemmed from their responsibilities. With Wang Chuanfa's intercession, Jiang Hai felt obliged to grant him some leeway. After scrutinizing Zhao Hua and He Guangnian, he suddenly broke into a smile and remarked, We are all working for the benefit of our nation. Once Jiang Hai uttered those words, it signified that the matter was conclusively settled. He Guangnian exhaled deeply, then raised his glass to Jiang Hai with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Hua maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression unyielding as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Hai. After a brief moment, he suddenly inquired, General Jiang, what exactly is your relationship with the king of the kingdom of Niamia? The atmosphere, which had only just begun to thaw, plummeted back to an icy chill at Zhao Hua's question. Wang Quanfai and He Guangnian widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Wang Quanfai, who felt a surge of frustration towards Zhao Hua. After exerting such effort to placate Jiang Hai, how could Zhao Hua dare to provoke him? If Jiang Hai were to become enraged, how could he possibly soothe him then? How could someone in the military be so thoughtless? Consequently, Wang Quanfai cautiously turned his head to glance at Jiang Hai. On the other hand, Jiang Hai's smile remained unwavering as he slowly lifted his glass to take a sip, then looked up at Zhao Hua. Why would Chief of Staff Zhao pose such a question? The fact that the king of Niamia transferred the uranium mining rights to you surely must have some underlying reason, right? Zhao Hua expressed his doubts with an air of formality, entirely oblivious to the potential ramifications of his inquiry. Jiang Hai's smile blossomed even more brightly. It was hardly surprising that he had drawn attention for this reason. When Salam transferred the mining rights to his name without prior notice and even registered it in Huaxia, Jiang Hai had foreseen the considerable trouble it would entail. Indeed, the ensuing complications surrounding the uranium mine had proven to be quite troublesome. Thus, Zhao Hua and the official represented by He Guangnian sought him out, even allowing Wen Shu and others to infiltrate his vicinity. Now, Zhao Hua no longer acted covertly. Directly confronting Jiang Hai truly had to ponder how to respond. Chief of Staff Zhao, you have investigated me for quite some time. You must have garnered some insights. Why not enlighten us about my connection with the kingdom of Niamia? Jiang Hai refrained from providing a direct answer, instead tossing the question back to Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with He Guangyan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. Over the past year, you have remained in the Magic City, making it implausible for you to have any contact with the distant king of Namiyamia in Africa. However, as far as I know, you are merely a spokesperson for a mysterious force within Huaxia. Therefore, the true connection to the king of Namiyamia must lie with that enigmatic entity behind you. Zhao Hua's final judgment, however, was delivered with a tone that lacked certainty, clearly indicating his hesitation about his own conclusion. Jiang Hai, on the other hand, chuckled once more. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Well, I haven't said anything at all. Jiang Hai spread his hands, wearing a bemused smile. This, in turn, solidified the suspicions harbored by Zhao Hua and He Guangyan. The two exchanged glances again, communicating their thoughts through their eyes. Subsequently, He Guangyan hurriedly inquired, Mr. Jiang, could you shed light on the true nature of that mysterious force behind you? What motives do they have in appointing you as their spokesperson? Aside from yourself, how many spokespersons like you are there? What is the extent of their influence? Clearly, upon sensing a relaxation from Jiang Hai's side, He Guangyan was eager to extract every piece of information from him. A barrage of questions poured forth, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fixated on Jiang Hai for a response, Jiang Hai shrugged slightly, placing his hands on the dining table, his gaze lowered to his own hands. I know nothing. At first glance, this demeanor seemed to outright reject He Guangyan's inquiries. However, to Zhao Hua and He Guangyan, it appeared as though Jiang Hai harbored unspoken burdens. A sense of helplessness. Zhao Hua furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. Could it be that this mysterious force intends to bring harm to our China? No. Jiang Hai raised his head, gesturing with his index finger. Chief Zhao has misunderstood. At the very least, my presence here will certainly not bring any detriment to China. Moreover, what I have done, you should have all observed. Have you ever noticed me engaging in actions that would harm the nation or China? Chapter 95. Wang Chuanfa's outburst. Jiang Hai's counter-questions rendered Zhao Hua and He Guangyan momentarily speechless. At that moment, Wang Chuanfa, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I can vouch for Brother Jiang. Everything he has done is for the nation and its people. Whether it is reselling the mined uranium to China or supplying high-tech weaponry to the state, he has made significant contributions to our country. To suggest that Brother Jiang is detrimental to Huaxia is something I cannot accept. Wang Quanfai patted his chest to vouch for Jiang Hai, and Zhao Hua and He Guangyan immediately fell silent. Even Zhao Hua understood that it would be unwise to contradict Wang Quanfai at that moment. Moreover, what Wang Quanfai stated was indeed factual. Not to mention, they were aware of the new type of weapon that Jiang Hai had gifted to Huaxia. Such an advanced weapon was of paramount importance to Huaxia. Thus, by merely undertaking this act, Jiang Hai had effectively secured himself an inviolable shield. Unless he were to commit acts of treason or crimes against humanity in the future, no one within Huaxia would dare to challenge him. With this understanding, Zhao Hua and He Guangyan regarded Jiang Hai with a newfound wariness. Jiang Hai smiled, then drained his cup of wine and set the empty vessel down on the dining table. I fully comprehend your responsibilities, so there are indeed many matters I can overlook. I also ask that you convey to your superiors that as a citizen of Huaxia, I, Jiang Hai, would never engage in actions that would harm Huaxia. As for other matters, I am currently unable to divulge the reasons. Therefore, I can only extend my apologies. Jiang Hai's words served to clarify his stance, while simultaneously offering a declaration to the authorities. I trust that Zhao Hua and He Guangyan will communicate his intentions to the officials, who should come to understand. As long as no extraordinary circumstances arise, they are unlikely to interfere excessively in his affairs moving forward. In the future, I will undoubtedly continue to traverse various places for trade. Thus, at least in Huaxia, Jiang Hai hopes to lead a somewhat tranquil life. After expressing his sentiments to the two, Jiang Hai stood up, turned to Wang Chuanfa, and said, Brother Wang, I find myself rather overwhelmed by the drink. I must take my leave early. Oh, very well. Brother Jiang, make sure to rest well. Wang Chuanfa initially appeared taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation, rising promptly to escort Jiang Hai out of the private room. Only Zhao Hua and He Guangyan remained within. After a brief silence, Zhao Hua lifted his gaze towards He Guangyan and inquired, Do you believe what he just said? What did he say? He Guangyan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Zhao Hua paused momentarily, reflecting on Jiang Hai's words, realizing that he had indeed conveyed no significant information. merely a statement of intent. This caused Zhao Hua to furrow his brow once more, declaring solemnly, "This won't do. If necessary, I shall arrange for someone to infiltrate his circle. We must exercise greater caution this time. We are sure to uncover valuable intelligence." Absolutely not. Zhao Hua's suggestion was promptly dismissed by He Guangyan. Jiang Hai's recent declaration was quite clear. He does not wish for us to interfere. He continued, "The previous deployment of Jiang Wan and others to surveil him has already caused considerable displeasure. Should we send more individuals and he discovers them, the situation could spiral out of control. Let us not forget, his current status is anything but ordinary." He Guangyan's reminder only served to deepen Zhao Hua's frown. There must be a reason why Niamia granted Jiang Hai the mining rights to the uranium mine. Considering the intelligence we receive from that region, Niamia has acquired an abundance of helicopters and tanks. There are already speculations that the powerful force behind Jiang Hai might be a formidable arms company. It is likely that they supplied arms to Niamia, prompting Niamia to offer the mining rights as compensation. Zhao Hua meticulously analyzed the situation. Yet his reasoning was once again dismissed by He Guangyan. "I believe the situation is far more complex," he argued. "If that mysterious entity were indeed an arms dealer, why would the compensation be funneled into Jiang Hai's account? Furthermore, just look at the staggering amount of funds in Jiang Hai's account. Is this the kind of capital an ordinary arms company possesses?" He Guangyan's rebuttal left Zhao Hua in silence. In fact, the doubts raised by He Guangyan were among those previously considered by the authorities. This undoubtedly added an air of enigma surrounding Jiang Hai, which was precisely why Zhao Hua had dispatched personnel to investigate him. Regrettably, thus far, the leads they uncovered have been woefully scant. They have even resorted to breaking through the thin veneer of the situation, yet still failed to obtain any useful information. "I have a suggestion for you." At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the private room, and Wang Quanfa promptly entered. Having just seen Jiang Hai off, he had returned. Upon approaching the entrance, he overheard two individuals engaged in a discussion, showing no intention of discretion as he strode directly into the private room and unceremoniously took a seat opposite them. "Temporarily halt the investigation into Jiang Hai. This includes surveillance of his movements." This, he declared, was simply unacceptable. Wang Chuanfa had just voiced his opinion when Zhao Hua immediately dismissed it. Aware of the myriad suspicions surrounding Jiang Hai and the likelihood of his entanglement with enigmatic forces abroad, how could he possibly relinquish the inquiry into Jiang Hai? Wang Chuanfa curled his lip and shook his head, asserting, "You must proceed as I say. Are you aware of the significance of the new weapon Jiang Hai has provided? Holding such an advanced armament, should Jiang Hai choose to share it with other nations, he would undoubtedly receive their stringent protection. Yet, he has opted to bestow this new weapon upon our country. Moreover, have you considered that Jiang Hai's ability to present such a cutting-edge weapon and offer it freely suggests that he, or the shadowy power behind him, possesses even more formidable and advanced weaponry? Currently, Jiang Hai still harbors goodwill towards our nation and is willing to share this new technology with us. However, should your investigation provoke his ire, what catastrophic repercussions might that bring upon our country? Are you prepared to bear such a burden?" Wang Chuanfa's agitation escalated with each word, culminating in a near accusatory gesture towards the two men, who, in response, were rendered utterly speechless. Wang Quanf was genuinely enraged, a sentiment sparked by Zhao Hua's utter lack of respect towards him. The more he contemplated the situation, the angrier he became, ultimately slamming his hand upon the table and exclaiming, "I shall not let this matter rest. Tomorrow, no? I will call Commander Chen right away. I must inquire how he commands his troops." In the tumultuous streets of Apple City, one must not underestimate Wang Quanf, merely an entrepreneur, the chairman of the China Nuclear Industry Group. Such a position is not one for the faint of heart. The Commander Chen he referenced is none other than the head of the Northwest Military Region of China, Zhao Hua's superior. Clearly, Commander Chen would be inclined to honor Wang Quanf's request. This left Zhao Hua feeling somewhat rattled, for he realized that Wang Quanf was capable of following through on his threats. With a flushed visage, Zhao Hua mumbled and lowered his head, losing the stern demeanor he had previously maintained. Jiang Hai remained oblivious to Wang Quanf's efforts to restore his reputation after his departure. In truth, neither Zhao Hua nor He Guangyan's attitudes had vexed Jiang Hai. Rather, they had clarified misunderstandings with the Chinese authorities, leaving Jiang Hai feeling lighthearted. Upon returning home, he received delightful news from Feng Li, further elevating his spirits. The company had officially established a branch in Apple City, a place rumored to be the most chaotic district. Brownsville. Jiang Hai lifted his gaze to survey the street before him, flanked by somewhat antiquated buildings, each bearing the marks of at least 50 years of history. It is likely that the name of this area is seldom heard among the Chinese populace. To the south of this area lies the renowned Brooklyn. In stark contrast to Brooklyn, Brownsville can truly be described as a genuine slum, and it stands as the most chaotic and dangerous part of Apple City. This neighborhood is rife with gangs, and various criminal activities are ever present. Even the residents of Apple City, those of sound mind, would not dare to venture close to this place. To survive in Brownsville, one must either be a criminal or dwell perilously on the fringes of crime. It can be said that the sound of gunfire is the most frequently heard melody in this region. However, for Jiang Hai, who has traversed the battlefield numerous times, such disturbances pose no threat. Let me see where those wildcats are hiding. Standing in the alley, Jiang Hai stretched languidly and prepared to open the system map. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a cacophony of voices. Hey, Chink, what are you doing here? Yellow. The peculiar intonations broke his concentration. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow and turned to follow the source of the sound. At the alley's entrance, what was once an empty space had suddenly been filled with 6 figures, all of them unmistakably of African descent. Their attire was a chaotic blend of colors, disheveled and unkempt, indicating their dubious character. The group staggered towards Jiang Hai, their movements exaggerated as they muttered slang. Jiang Hai's expression darkened, not due to the ill intentions of the newcomers, but because of the term they had just used to address him. For those of Chinese descent, it is far from a compliment. Hey, Chink, do you know where you are? This is the territory of our Skull Gang. You, a coward, dare to venture here, seeking death? Several thugs immediately surrounded Jiang Hai, their fierce expressions intimidating, their heads looming close enough for Jiang Hai to catch a whiff of their distinct foul odor. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, yet he managed to suppress his discomfort and coldly inquired, "Is this the domain of the Skull Gang? Where can I find the Wildcat Gang?" He utilized the translation feature of his system. Although his own eloquence was commendable, it did not suffice for fluent conversation. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he need not worry about communication. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's question, the thugs were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, their demeanor shifting to one of menacing hostility. The Wildcat Gang? Are you looking for the Wildcat Gang? Are you one of them? Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, silently questioning the system. System. Inquire about the Skull Gang situation. Ding. Querying. Skull Gang. Skull Gang. A gang in the Brownsville district of Apple City. The gang has 21 official members. Their primary means of operation involves the trafficking of drugs. Other criminal activities include, but are not limited to, robbery, theft, and kidnapping. The system enumerated a lengthy list of the Skull Gang's transgressions. After absorbing the system's response, Jiang Hai's gaze towards the thugs gradually turned icerier. While such gang members were commonplace in Brownsville, Jiang Hai found it intolerable to confront such malevolence directly. Upon encountering Jiang Hai, rather than feeling fear, he regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a beast. The group of men grew enraged, and one among them swiftly drew a gleaming golden handgun from his waist, racked the slide, and aimed it directly at Jiang Hai's forehead, all the while spewing profanities. You chink. Before he could finish his tirade, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. In the next instant, the golden handgun had already found its way into Jiang Hai's grasp. The man did not even comprehend what had transpired. Bang! Without a trace of hesitation or verbosity, Jiang Hai raised the handgun and fired a shot at the man's forehead. The caliber of the weapon was undoubtedly modified, exhibiting tremendous power. The shot obliterated half of the man's head. Coldly observing as he collapsed to the ground, Jiang Hai turned his gaze toward the remaining men. Without uttering a word, he fired several more shots. Ultimately, only one man remained standing. The others met the same grim fate. Jiang Hai spared this last man solely because, amidst the foul language of his companions, he had chosen to remain silent. This did not imply that the man was virtuous. Perhaps he was merely too indifferent to speak. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai did not dwell on the matter, simply finding him somewhat more agreeable, which is why he had not executed him. In the blink of an eye, all of his comrades had met a gruesome end, and as the last man grasped the reality of the situation, the color drained from his dark face. Trembling uncontrollably, he was drenched in sweat, and not only that, but a significant portion of his trousers had also become wet. Jiang Hai gazed at him with a frigid demeanor and inquired, I wish to locate the Wildcat Gang. Could you direct me in the appropriate direction? Wildcat Gang, the Wildcat Gang. No, no, no. The man, terrified, turned pale, his lips quivering to the extent that he struggled to articulate his words. Observing this, Jiang Hai's impatience grew. His brow furrowed as he raised his hand once more, the barrel of his gun pressed directly against the man's forehead. Ah. The residual warmth of the gun's touch sent the man into a fit of screams, tears, snot, and saliva streaming uncontrollably from his face. Do you wish to perish? Will you not answer my inquiry? Jiang Hai let out a cold scoff, leaning in closer. His eyes fiercely fixed upon the man as he muttered a curse through clenched teeth. The man trembled again, seemingly realizing his predicament, and hastily exclaimed, No, no. Don't kill me. I will tell you everything. The Wildcat Gang. It is to the east, at the farthest end of the block. If you proceed eastward for 5 intersections, you shall arrive. Please, don't kill me. I swear I am telling the truth. I beg you, do not take my life. Chapter 97. The Wildcat Gang Bang. In the end, Jiang Hai resolved the matter with the man. The repugnant stench of excrement and urine emanating from him was utterly nauseating to Jiang Hai. Moreover, the members of the skeleton gang were each notorious for their vile deeds. Jiang Hai's decision to eliminate any one of them could never be deemed erroneous. After disposing of the man, Jiang Hai casually discarded the gleaming golden handgun onto the ground. This firearm, while appearing rather impressive, is fundamentally flawed due to haphazard modifications that render it utterly ineffective. Aside from possessing slightly greater firepower, it serves no practical purpose. Jiang Hai, accustomed to superior weapons, naturally holds this contraption in disdain. Following the words of that individual, Jiang Hai discerned the direction and proceeded eastward. Although he had recently dispatched a few of that group, it had not incited significant chaos. Gun violence here is a commonplace occurrence. As Jiang Hai traversed several intersections, the absence of sirens confirmed his suspicions. This must be the territory of the Wildcat Gang. Upon crossing yet another intersection and surveying his surroundings while consulting the system's map, his gaze ultimately settled on a group of young individuals gathered around an abandoned oil drum. Unlike the predominantly African-American residents of the area, these youths were evidently of Latin descent, their skin tone lighter and their expressions less animated. Noticing Jiang Hai's scrutiny, they exchanged glances, frowning slightly. However, rather than responding with hostility, they merely shot him a brief glare before returning to their conversation. Undeterred, Jiang Hai approached them directly and greeted, Hello, brothers. Are you members of the Wildcat Gang? In an instant, the young men pivoted in unison, revealing handguns now firmly gripped in their hands. The dark muzzles were yet. Jiang Hai remained undaunted, tilting his head slightly with a smile gracing his face. No need to be nervous. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to engage in business with your Wildcat Gang. Business? Are you aware of the nature of our dealings? Jiang Hai's words elicited a chorus of cold laughter from several of the gang members. The notion of Jiang Hai wanting to conduct business with them seemed utterly ludicrous. Isn't that precisely the business your Wildcat Gang engages in? Undeterred by their mockery, Jiang Hai formed a gun gesture with his hand. His response caused the expressions of the young men to shift dramatically, their laughter fading to be replaced by a serious demeanor. The Wildcat Gang ranks among the foremost factions in the Brownsville district, primarily dealing in the trade of various firearms. This was precisely why Jiang Hai had chosen to approach them. Unlike other gangs, the Wildcat Gang refrains from engaging in businesses involving drugs or women. Their sole focus is the arms trade. Therefore, Jiang Hai deemed them the ideal partner for his collaboration. Indeed, Jiang Hai's arrival in Apple City was to seek a business partner. Previously, Fong Li had informed him that the establishment of the branch office in Apple City was complete. Eagerly, he had made his way here, for in order to utilize the system's teleportation function, a transaction was requisite. Moreover, Jiang Hai recognized the necessity of local assistance, prompting him to consider a partnership with a local gang in Apple City. Given these factors, he had ultimately settled on the Wildcat Gang. What does it mean? Several young individuals realized that Jiang Hai was not merely toying with them, and one by one, they assumed a serious demeanor. Among them, 2 had even maneuvered to encircle Jiang Hai from behind. My intention is quite straightforward. Jiang Hai, seemingly unfazed by their demeanor, casually remarked, I possess a substantial quantity of goods that need to be distributed in Apple City. However, as an outsider, this transaction necessitates collaboration with local gangs. I believe the Wildcat Gang could be my best option. Wouldn't you agree? At the conclusion of his statement, Jiang Hai playfully winked. Are you serious? The young man before Jiang Hai suddenly found the situation somewhat ludicrous. They had engaged in numerous arms deals in the past. Yet this individual gave the impression of not participating in arms trading, but rather playing a child's game. Since when do arms dealers approach others so casually on the street? Nevertheless, given the nature of arms transactions, the members of the Wildcat Gang dared not underestimate the situation. After exchanging glances, one of the young men motioned for Jiang Hai to follow him. Come with me, he instructed, leading the way forward, while Jiang Hai smiled slightly and followed closely behind. The two navigated through several intersections, ultimately arriving at a seemingly ordinary pizza shop. From the outside, the establishment appeared unremarkable, save for the fact that all the staff inside were young men of Latin descent. The man who had escorted Jiang Hai entered the shop without uttering a word, merely exchanging a glance with one of the employees. In the next moment, the shop assistant nodded, discarded the tray in his hands, and proceeded directly through the inner door of the establishment. Following the gesture of the man who had escorted him, Jiang Hai hastily trailed behind. The pizza shop's exterior was modest in size, yet it concealed a remarkable interior. After navigating through several passageways and iron doors, Jiang Hai finally arrived in a room. This chamber, approximately 20 square meters in size, was surprisingly occupied by a dozen robust men. They were either seated or standing, but as soon as Jiang Hai entered, their collective gaze fixated upon him. An Asian? I have never heard of any Asians selling goods in Brownsville. Upon entering, Jiang Hai was greeted by a cold voice. Following the sound, he spotted a man in his 30s seated at a dining table. Unlike the others, this man's physique was not particularly imposing. He donned a checkered suit and sported round glasses on his dark face, appearing more refined than the rest. Jiang Hai immediately discerned that this individual was the one in charge, so he approached with a smile and sat directly across from him, reaching into his coat. With a resounding thud, he placed a dark handgun on the table. This bold display did not elicit any reaction from the surrounding men, who regarded Jiang Hai with calm composure. The Wildcat Gang was engaged in arms trading, and Jiang Hai had already made it clear that he was there to sell merchandise. Thus, drawing a firearm was hardly surprising. After placing the handgun on the dining table, Jiang Hai nudged it forward slightly. The bespectacled man glanced down at the firearm before lifting his gaze back to Jiang Hai. Is this the merchandise you wish to distribute? Certainly not. However, since this is our inaugural business venture, there is no need to reveal all our cards, is there? Jiang Hai remarked with a smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and continued, we have an abundance of goods. As long as our initial collaboration is pleasant, the subsequent transactions will surely meet your expectations. Chapter 98. Competing for Clients. Meet our expectations? The words of Jiang Hai elicited a chuckle from the bespectacled man, as though he had heard a most amusing jest. Our Wildcat Gang is not merely a trivial faction. Every gang in the entire Apple City seeks us out for supplies. Although I am uncertain of your true origins, satisfying us is no simple feat. The implication in the man's words was clear. He doubted the volume of Jiang Hai's supply. Unperturbed by the skepticism, Jiang Hai merely smiled gently and replied, our capabilities cannot be merely proclaimed through words. Let us first inspect the goods. If they meet our standards, we can then negotiate the quantities. As he spoke, he gestured towards the handgun in the man's grasp. The bespectacled man promptly lowered his gaze to the firearm and began to examine it meticulously. After a brief moment, he pulled back the slide and nodded, saying, impressive. The quality is indeed commendable. If you can assure me that all your goods are of this caliber, then I shall take them all. With the man's approval, Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, proposing, for our first transaction, let us not overextend ourselves. Let's begin with 10,000 pieces. Each transaction is priced at 130 beautiful coins. Jiang Hai did not quote in Huaxia coins this time. Previously, the system would prompt Jiang Hai to quote in Huaxia coins simply because he is from Huaxia. Hence the system's default to settle in Huaxia currency. However, after the transaction with the Binoxing, Jiang Hai realized that the currency used for transactions could indeed be changed. Nevertheless, he found trading in Huaxia coins to be more convenient, so he opted not to alter it. Yet, in this instance with the Wildcat Gang, Jiang Hai chose to conduct the transaction using the local beautiful coins. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's quote of 130 beautiful coins, the bespectacled man immediately furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, it was not that Jiang Hai's offer was exorbitant. On the contrary, it was considerably lower. The typical market price for the Ruger pistol Jiang Hai was offering is approximately 180 beautiful coins. This is the market price. Even the wholesale cost would be around 150 beautiful coins. Jiang Hai's quote of 130 beautiful coins was indeed remarkably low. The bespectacled man wondered if the other party was jesting with him. Who would offer such a bargain? There was no doubt. Our company's products have always been of excellent quality at reasonable prices. If you have any reservations, you may inspect the goods first before making payment. Jiang Hai seemed to perceive the other party's skepticism and promptly provided a solution that could allay their doubts. Upon hearing Jiang Hai describe this transaction method, the bespectacled man's expression was one of uncertainty. Due to Jiang Hai's method, the possibility of deception from the opposing party has indeed been completely eliminated. This, however, has only deepened his confusion, leaving him utterly bewildered as to Jiang Hai's true intentions. How can it be that after such meticulous arrangements, they still harbor doubts? The audacity of the Wildcat gang is utterly lacking. With a smile, Jiang Hai leaned back, seemingly murmuring his final words to himself. Upon hearing this last remark, the bespectacled man and the burly figures beside him instantly flushed with anger. In Brownsville, the foremost priority in gang dealings is wealth, followed closely by reputation. To be so openly questioned by their adversaries could spell disaster for the Wildcat gangs standing in Brownsville. Very well, it is settled. This transaction shall proceed with the Wildcat gang. The bespectacled man inhaled deeply, decisively sealing the deal. Jiang Hai was not taken aback. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Subsequently, he typed out an address on his phone and presented it to the bespectacled man. The goods are stored in this warehouse. You shall retrieve them from there, and I will inform the personnel on site to grant you entry. The bespectacled man promptly jotted down the address, soon realizing that it was not located in Brownsville, but rather in the east side of Manhattan. This area is far removed from the impoverished confines of Brownsville. It is one of the finest neighborhoods in the entire Apple City. Upon comprehending the address, the bespectacled man looked up at Jiang Hai, his expression one of incredulity, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me? Storing arms in Manhattan? Is this notion the product of a madman or a genius?" Jiang Hai offered no extensive explanations, merely nodding with a smile. Observing this demeanor, the bespectacled man refrained from unnecessary chatter and discreetly signaled to several burly men nearby to attend to their tasks. After all, it was merely a brief errand, and without any prepayment, there was little to be anxious about. If the Wildcat gang lacked such audacity, what business did they have in the arms trade? Once the robust men departed, Jiang Hai promptly made a phone call, issuing a few directives, and thereafter, he reclined comfortably on a sofa, his body relaxed as though all tasks had been accomplished. Leaning back, he nearly succumbed to lying down entirely. The efficiency of the Wildcat gang was commendable. After approximately half an hour, the bespectacled man's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression transformed after a brief exchange. Once he hung up, his gaze returned to Jiang Hai, piercing like a knife, as if he wished to dissect Jiang Hai's very thoughts. After a silence of about 3 minutes, the bespectacled man suddenly stood and approached Jiang Hai directly. Unfazed, Jiang Hai smiled and met his gaze for a moment. "I am Kevin Rofii. This transaction has proceeded smoothly. We are quite satisfied. Ha. You may refer to me as the Boundless Sea. It is indeed gratifying that the transaction went well. We eagerly anticipate our next engagement." Jiang Hai replied with a grin, reciprocating the handshake. Upon reopening his eyes and gazing at the familiar ceiling above, Jiang Hai smiled once more, now certain that a new client had been secured. Moreover, this represents a client with the potential for sustained engagement. Although the scale of the Wildcat gang suggests that the transaction volume will not be substantial. Given Jiang Hai's current capabilities, this level of business is no longer of concern to him. However, Jiang Hai's choice to engage in transactions with the Wildcat gang is not merely to earn a modest wage. The decision to transact with the Wildcat gang stems from their strategic position in Apple City. The business influence of the Wildcat gang extends throughout Apple City and several surrounding locales. There was a deliberate rationale behind Jiang Hai's selection of Apple City as the inaugural site for the overseas branch. The headquarters of Lord Sheik Company is situated there. Sooner or later, Jiang Hai is destined to confront Lord Sheik Company, and establishing a foothold at the opponent's headquarters would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. The current engagement with the Wildcat gang is also motivated by their prior status as clients of Lord Sheik Company in Apple City. Gradually siphoning business away from Lord Sheik Company is undoubtedly part of the strategy. Lord Sheik Company is a colossal entity, and such a behemoth cannot be toppled in a single blow. However, methodically undermining its foundation is surely the most effective approach to contend with such a formidable opponent. Chapter 99. Sudden developments. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news update. At 2:23 p.m. local time, a helicopter has crashed in the southern mountainous region of Bosch. All 13 individuals on board, including the pilot, have perished. Investigations reveal that among the deceased are the current president of Bosch, Becker, and the foreign minister, Barzani. The cause of the airplane crash is still under investigation. Jiang Hai suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his eyes widening as he gazed at the images broadcast on television. For a moment, his mind buzzed with confusion. The president and foreign minister of Bosch were dead, and under such extraordinary circumstances, especially amidst the current tense situation. Though the news repeatedly stated that it was likely just an accident, the abruptness of the event made it hard to believe it was merely coincidental, particularly considering the previous transgressions of Judah. Most critically, regardless of whether the incident was indeed orchestrated by the people of Judah, Bosch would undoubtedly attribute blame to them. This could escalate matters significantly. Jiang Hai suddenly recalled the substantial stockpile of Big Ivan warheads he had sold to Bosch. Could it be that Bosch intended to deploy fighter jets to drop Big Ivan? Previously, he had sold Bosch 100 warheads, even after using 3 for deterrence. There were still 97 remaining, sufficient to raise the territory of Judah. Was Judah truly that formidable? Did they possess no fear of Bosch's Big Ivan? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hai returned to the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Bosch deploying Big Ivan was considerable. And should Bosch decide to launch Big Ivan, Judah would surely retaliate. Until now, Bosch had merely pretended to possess Big Ivan, while Judah genuinely wielded it. In recent years, the United Nations General Assembly had estimated that there were over 500 Big Ivans in possession of Judas. However, this matter has transcended mere numbers. Should the conflict escalate to the point where Big Ivan is deployed and both sides resort to unleashing their stockpiles, the entire blue planet could face annihilation. This is certainly not the outcome Jiang Hai wishes to witness. Therefore, what lies before him is the imperative to ensure that, even if both parties resort to mindless aggression, they must refrain from utilizing Big Ivan. Suddenly, the ringtone of his mobile phone pierced the tension. Jiang Hai paused momentarily, instinctively answering the call with haste. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Vast Ocean. Indeed, as Jiang Hai had surmised, the caller was Hussein, the military advisor to Bush. Hussein's voice was hoarse and laced with fatigue, revealing the chaos that had likely engulfed the upper echelons of Bush's administration in light of the recent crisis. Mr. Hussein, I express my deepest condolences regarding the situation. Thank you, sir. May the Lord embrace the President and the esteemed Foreign Minister. Hussein murmured a prayer before turning back to Jiang Hai. Sir, we need to procure a batch of arms from your esteemed company. Oh, Jiang Hai was initially taken aback by Hussein's request, but soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that they sought to purchase arms indicated that they had no immediate intention of deploying Big Ivan. This was indeed fortuitous. The consequences of unleashing Big Ivan were unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. Although this sentiment may not be entirely fair to Bush, Jiang Hai still hoped for a measure of restraint from both sides. If Big Ivan could be avoided, then let it be so. Mr. Hussein, our previous transactions have been most agreeable, so naturally, there should be no issue with this one. However, I am curious as to how we might assist your esteemed nation. We require a substantial quantity of missiles. Following Jiang Hai's expression of intent, he could distinctly perceive the other party's sigh of relief, promptly followed by their own requests. Missiles? And a considerable demand at that? Jiang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. While it was not the Grand Ivan that was sought, these missiles were no trivial matter. With Bosch and Judah in proximity, should the missiles be deployed, striking at various cities in Judah would be entirely feasible. Thus, it is agreeable. I possess a diverse array of missiles. Mr. Hussein, please provide me with a list of your requirements, and I shall dispatch them immediately. Jiang Hai acquiesced to Hussein's request. Given their extensive history of transactions, it would be illogical for Jiang Hai to refuse at this juncture. Observing Jiang Hai's swift agreement, Hussein's mood visibly improved. Shortly after a few pleasantries, Hussein ended the call, and a moment later, a lengthy list was sent to Jiang Hai. In addition to the various types of missiles requested, there were also other weapons and equipment, with quantities particularly vast. The total value of this transaction reached an astonishing 100 billion Huaxia coins. Such a request was one Jiang Hai could not decline, prompting him to personally attend to the matter. 2 hours later, Jiang Hai completed the transaction and returned to his quarters. Of course, to outsiders, it merely appeared as though Jiang Hai had taken a brief slumber on the sofa for over 2 hours. I wonder how the battlefield will transform once this shipment is sold to Bosch. Could it be that all parties involved are on the verge of a brutal confrontation? Jiang Hai almost blurted this out, but instead, he muttered it to himself. Just then, his phone rang again, catching him off guard. Could there be an issue with the merchandise? Was it Hussein calling again? Director Jiang. Jiang Hai answered the phone without checking the caller ID. And a familiar voice immediately resonated. It was Zhang Qinghua's voice, but it was markedly different from his usual tone, conveying a sense of gravity. Ah, Director Zhang? What's the matter? Instead of responding to Jiang Hai's question, Zhang Qinghua inquired, Director Jiang, were you recently in contact with representatives from Bosch? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. He had barely ended the call when Zhang Qinghua contacted him. This implied that he had been under surveillance. Hadn't he reached an understanding with Zhao Hua and He Guangnian? Why were they still monitoring him? Jiang Hai's expression darkened. What did this signify? Were they reneging on their promises? Jiang Hai remained silent, and Zhang Qinghua paused before continuing. Director Jiang, it is our sincere hope that you will refrain from involving yourself in the conflict between Bosch and Judah. Refrain from getting involved? Jiang Hai was already on the verge of championing Bosch's cause. Director Zhang, what capabilities do I possess? The conflict between Bosch and Judah? What does it have to do with me? What influence could I possibly exert? Jiang Hai spread his hands, clearly indicating his reluctance to acknowledge the situation. This demeanor left Zhang Qinghua momentarily speechless. Jiang Hai's refusal to admit the truth rendered Zhang Qinghua uncertain about how to respond. However, the intelligence at Zhang Qinghua's disposal revealed that Jiang Hai had indeed established contact with Bosch just recently. Most crucially, shortly after this communication, Jiang Hai's account had swelled by over 10 billion. Chapter 100. The new achievements of DuPont. Zhang Qinghua had begun to surmise the purpose of the enigmatic force behind Jiang Hai. It was highly probable that they were engaged in arms trading. Thus, the sudden influx of over 10 billion into Jiang Hai's account led Zhang Qinghua to speculate that this mysterious entity had just completed a transaction. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Hai had just made a phone call, the intelligence obtained by Bosch indicated that they had received a substantial shipment of arms. Zhang Qinghua swiftly deduced that these weapons must have been sold to Bosch. Although the exact role Jiang Hai played in this transaction remained unclear, the sale of such a large quantity of arms to Bosch at this juncture undoubtedly ignited a spark in the looming conflict. Huaxiao not only wished to avert a battle featuring the formidable Ivan, but also hoped to prevent any Chinese individuals from becoming embroiled in this war. This urgency was the reason behind Zhang Qinghua's call to Jiang Hai. Yet, Jiang Hai's feigned ignorance made it evident that he was unwilling to admit to the matter, leaving Zhang Qinghua feeling powerless. Jiang Hai was no ordinary businessman, at least until concrete evidence emerged to prove his betrayal of Huaxia. There was no possibility of taking action against him. With a quiet sigh, Zhang Qinghua realized that his call had been in vain. Ultimately, he could only engage in a few pleasantries before ending the conversation. Jiang Hai slowly set down his phone, his expression remaining neutral. He was not the least surprised by the fact that he was under surveillance. To expect that a mere meal could dissipate the official suspicion directed towards him was nothing short of a fairy tale. Yet, it mattered little. As long as his normal life remained unaffected, he could tolerate the surveillance. After all, with the system in place, the level of monitoring he experienced was inconsequential, whether it existed or not. At present, Jiang Hai's primary concern lay in the conflict between Bosch and Judah. He had just supplied Bosch with a considerable number of missiles and arms, sufficient to instigate a large-scale war. The question lingered, would Bosch take action? DuPont Company stands as the foremost arms enterprise in the United States. In terms of heritage, DuPont is a quintessential modern corporation, yet it cannot rival the family-owned Rothschild Company. However, DuPont has garnered funding from several American conglomerates, endowing it with financial resources, production capabilities, research proficiency, and sales networks that far surpass those of Rothschild. Not only in America, but across the entire blue planet, DuPont's influence eclipses that of Rothschild. Even Judah, which originally shared a common origin with Rothschild, has opted for DuPont for its arms imports. Naturally, Judah, known for its substantial financial resources and possessing a developed domestic arms manufacturing industry, does not have a significant demand for arms imports. Smith, as the vice president of DuPont, oversees the company's sales operations. Recently, the escalating disputes surrounding the Addition Zone have certainly weighed heavily on Smith's mind. After perusing the news regarding the tragic incident involving President Bosch and the foreign minister, Smith furrowed his brow, absent-mindedly touching his balding head, and couldn't he help but exclaim in dismay. These Judas individuals are truly deranged. While the average person may remain oblivious, Smith belongs to the select few who are acutely aware. Assassination. This has always been the specialty of the Judas faction. Following the conclusion of the Blue Star Wars S2 season, members of the Hans Nazi Party, who once persecuted the Judas people, managed to evade retribution after the conflict, but could not escape the relentless pursuit of the Judas assassins. The hunt endured even into the millennium. It is rumored that the Judas faction has long maintained a clandestine organization dedicated to carrying out covert operations that cannot be brought to light. Over the past several decades, there have been persistent rumors regarding the assassination of Palestinian leaders, most of which have been attributed to the Judas. The deaths of President Bosch and the foreign minister may initially appear accidental, yet Smith is certain they are the handiwork of the Judas. Thus, these Judas individuals are indeed the epitome of madness. However, Smith merely muses over this, as he does not allow the actions of the Judas to occupy his thoughts. He is a businessman, and businessmen engage solely in commerce. Therefore, regardless of how unhinged the Judas may be, their assassination organization is unlikely to target him. At present, he harbors two primary ambitions. First, to amplify his transactions with the Judas and earn greater profits from these affluent misers. Second, to acquire that advanced combat aircraft from the Bosch people. Ever since Smith learned of the advanced combat aircraft in the possession of the Bosch, he has been consumed with the desire to acquire it. He did not remain idle in this pursuit. Previously, he leveraged his company's influence to incite pressure on the Bosch from the beautiful nation, John, Gaul, and even the United Nations. He anticipated that the Bosch would eventually succumb to this mounting pressure and surrender the aircraft. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Bosch detonated 3 colossal Ivan bombs, effectively intimidating the beautiful nation and its allies into retreat. Smith was left with no choice but to concede, simultaneously taken aback. According to the intelligence he possessed, while the Bosch had long claimed to wield the Ivan bombs, it had been widely considered mere fabrication. Yet now, the Bosch had indeed showcased the Ivan bombs, and even detonated 3 of them. This revelation forced Smith, who had initially contemplated employing more aggressive tactics, to reconsider his approach. To procure the aircraft from the Bosch, he would have to rely on Judah. At this juncture, his only recourse was to exert pressure on the Bosch through Judah. Smith found himself muttering to himself. Just then, his strikingly beautiful blonde secretary knocked on the office door and, swaying her hips, approached him briskly. "Mr. Smith, the defense minister of Judah is on the line," she said softly, presenting the phone to him. The defense minister of Judah? Smith was somewhat taken aback, yet he accepted the phone and placed it to his ear. "Mr. Joseph, greetings. I hope this call does not come as an unwelcome surprise to you." The voice emanating from the telephone was robust, unmistakably indicative of an old-fashioned military demeanor. What was initially intended as a jest, conveyed through such a tone and manner, left Smith devoid of any inclination to laugh. Nevertheless, he cooperatively chuckled a few times and remarked, "Mr. Joseph, you truly possess a sense of humor. However, we are always prepared to serve our clients." "Is that so? That's wonderful. Because, shortly, the union will require your services." Smith's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, a gleam of anticipation dancing within them. Yet, his voice remained measured as he smiled and replied, "Oh, if memory serves me correctly, the goods we provided to your nation were delivered 3 months ago." The Minister of Defense on the other end paused briefly before continuing in a stern manner. "This year, due to certain special circumstances, we need to increase some orders." "An increase in orders?" Smith promptly covered the phone's microphone with his hand, his breaths becoming labored and heavy. He glanced at his secretary beside him and softly chuckled. "Dear Luna, I believe our company's financial report for this year will need a complete overhaul." Chapter 101. The rebellion's warfare intensifies. The night sky over the slave planet remained as breathtaking as ever, no matter how many times one gazed upon it. Its beauty was never tiresome. Jiang Hai stood beneath this dazzling, colorful expanse, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Almost immediately, he began to shake his head repeatedly. Who could have imagined that this dazzling and colorful night sky is, in fact, a result of the primordial explosion? According to the previous conversation with Bababano, Jiang Hai learned that the catastrophic explosion at the energy station of the Daylight People not only generated a vast amount of waste, but also released radiation that permeated the atmosphere, leading to its contamination. Jiang Hai had previously found it odd. During his 2 prior visits to Binoxing, he had always witnessed this enchanting night sky. Surely, such timing could not be mere coincidence. It turns out that Binoxing has not experienced daylight for over a century. The explosion occurred 200 years ago, while the atmospheric pollution unfolded gradually. It was not until decades later that the inhabitants of Binoxing recognized the anomaly, but by then, it was too late. Over a century ago, the atmosphere had been entirely tainted by radiation, rendering sunlight incapable of reaching the surface. This was indeed the fundamental reason for Binoxing's desolation. According to Babobano, the only glimmer of hope for Binoxing lies in the hands of the Daylight People, specifically in the form of instruments developed through the collective technological wisdom of all intelligent races on Binoxing, designed to remediate pollution. This urgency to reclaim the instrument from the Daylight People has also fueled the Resistance's fervent desire to overthrow their dominion. Reflecting on his last visit to Binoxing and the discussions with the rebels, Jiang Hai could not help but shake his head once more. The plight of Binoxing filled him with apprehension regarding the future of Blue Star. Thus, despite possessing 4 interstellar trade routes, he chose to return to Binoxing for the 3rd time. It should be operated this way, right? Jiang Hai produced a palm-sized device, activating it according to the method taught by Babobano last time, and then placed it on the ground. After a brief glance around, he promptly sat down on the ground. Much like his previous visit, Jiang Hai found himself in a foreign land upon arriving at Binoxing. This place resembled a desert, though the sand beneath his feet was black and comprised of relatively large granules. Rather than sand, it was more akin to small stones, making it somewhat uncomfortable to sit upon. System, please show me the map of my surroundings. How far am I from the location I visited last time on Binoxing? After waiting for nearly half an hour, Jiang Hai began to feel a tinge of boredom. With no internet access in this desolate place, he found himself unable to scroll through short videos. Picking up the small device from the ground, he examined it closely, harboring doubts about whether it might be malfunctioning. What is that? Just as Jiang Hai contemplated giving up, he suddenly noticed something in the distant sky, seemingly approaching rapidly. From afar, it appeared as a cluster of small luminous points, too far away to discern their size, yet their swift movement was evident. Could it be the rebels arriving? Jiang Hai instinctively glanced at the device in his hand, pondering the possibility. After about a minute passed, those small points had transformed into several palm-sized discs, still racing toward him. They appeared to be some form of aerial vehicle, reminiscent of helicopters from Blue Star. Jiang Hai hesitated momentarily before preparing to raise his hand in greeting. As Jiang Hai raised his hand, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. In an instant, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the dark gravel surged upwards, enveloping him entirely. When the black stones settled moments later, Jiang Hai had vanished from sight. The area, once tumultuous, returned to a serene stillness, as though he had never existed at all. After a brief interval, several large discs hovered in the air above the spot where Jiang Hai had just been. Originally palm-sized, they had now transformed into colossal objects, each with a diameter of at least 100 meters. After circling for a moment, they swiftly departed. Astonishing. What on earth? After several minutes, Jiang Hai felt his body come to rest in an unfamiliar location, no longer surrounded by the countless grains of gravel. The remnants of the stones had slipped from his face, yet he had inhaled a considerable amount. Thus, as he steadied himself, his immediate instinct was to expel the gravel with fervor. Mr. Jiang Hai, are you all right? A familiar voice broke through his focus, prompting him to lift his gaze and discover a figure standing before him, none other than his old acquaintance, Babu Benu from the Resistance. Jiang Hai then surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit stone chamber, not particularly spacious, measuring approximately 10 square meters. Numerous openings lined the walls, with shadows flitting about. This must be a secret base of the Resistance, he surmised. Jiang Hai secretly speculated and glanced once more at Babobano, a smile playing upon his lips as he remarked, "This place of yours is indeed quite elusive." Babobano pointed at the device in Jiang Hai's hand and replied, "Upon receiving the signal, we hastened our arrival. However, this device's signal may require some adjustments. The Diary people have already intercepted this frequency, and we were nearly discovered by them." Jiang Hai paused momentarily, casting a glance at the instrument he held, then recalling the several discs he had just seen. Those crafts were, indeed, the aerial vehicles of the Dairi people. They had traced us by the signal. Nonetheless, fear not. We shall assist you in recalibrating the signal frequency, and the Dairi will no longer receive it. No sooner had Bababano finished speaking than a blob-like entity rolled nearby, extending a tentacle to snatch the instrument from Jiang Hai's grasp. Having encountered such a situation before, Jiang Hai had grown accustomed to it, surmising that this must be another intelligent species from a planet other than Enxing. And how fare your rebels? Remarkably well. Jiang Hai inquired about the matter, and Bababano's excitement was palpable. With the weaponry provided by our esteemed ally, our resistance has transitioned from passive suffering to active combat against the Dairi. Thanks to the stealth of the Shabalu staff, we have engaged the Dairi in battle and achieved several invaluable victories. Prior to this, our encounters with the Dairi had consistently placed us at a disadvantage. Such a victory has instilled confidence in many of us regarding the struggle against the Daybreakers. Bababano exclaimed, his excitement evident as he gestured animatedly. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, pleased that his assistance could make a difference. It is indeed a joy to be of help. Well, I have come to see if you still wish to continue our trade. Oh, yes, absolutely. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bababano's single eye gleamed with anticipation. The previous transaction had equipped the resistance with the capability to confront the Daybreakers. Now that Jiang Hai mentioned trading once more, how could Bababano possibly decline? So, what kind of weapons do you desire this time? The Shabalu staves we sold you last time should still suffice, right? They are more than adequate. Bababano nodded vigorously, having purchased 10,000 pieces in one go last time, which had indeed startled Jiang Hai. However, since the resistance was able to provide sufficient obsidian, Jiang Hai would gladly sell not just 10,000, but even 100,000. After pondering for a moment, Bababano inquired, Sir, do you happen to have any flying apparatus? Flying apparatus? Jiang Hai was taken aback. He had anticipated that Bababano would request more powerful weapons, but he had not expected the focus to be on flying devices. Suddenly, Jiang Hai recalled the flying discs he had previously observed in the desert. According to Bababano, those are the flying vessels of the Day people. Jiang Hai, seemingly enlightened, gently nodded and remarked, as for flying vessels, I certainly possess some. It merely depends on your requirements. Requirements, you say? Bababano pondered for a moment before responding. To be honest, I have no specific direction. Although the resistance forces have acquired the capability to combat the Day people, it remains evident that the Day people still maintain a technological superiority over the resistance. This is most prominently reflected in their air superiority. Our resistance lacks any aerial equipment, rendering us nearly defenseless against the flying vessels of the Day people. Often, even when we seem to gain the upper hand in battle, the appearance of their flying vessels forces us to retreat in disarray, causing us to forfeit victories that were within our grasp. As he uttered this last statement, Bababano clenched his fist in frustration, clearly having faced such a scenario on numerous occasions. Listening to Bababano, Jiang Hai too fell into deep contemplation. When the client is unable to provide specific choices, it becomes Jiang Hai's responsibility to make suitable recommendations. However, such recommendations must not be given lightly. A competent arms dealer must present products that are appropriate for their clients. In his mind, Jiang Hai silently summoned the system, requesting a list of options, which he then leisurely perused in his thoughts. Observing Jiang Hai standing there in deep thought, Bababano became increasingly anxious, refraining from interrupting Jiang Hai's contemplation. This contemplation consumed nearly an hour of time. Finally, Jiang Hai exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze towards Bababano. Observing Jiang Hai's gesture, Bababano instantly felt a surge of excitement. Knowing that Jiang Hai was about to provide a satisfying response, I possess a compact combat aircraft, the Glint I fighter jet. This aircraft, while not large, boasts impressive speed and is equipped with 2 energy blasters, possessing firepower comparable to that of the Shabalu staff. The energy blasters can, in principle, fire indefinitely, rendering it highly aggressive and capable of swift assaults. However, it is important to note that this fighter jet has relatively weak defensive capabilities. Although it can evade attacks through its remarkable speed, it is certainly ill-suited for direct confrontations. The price of this fighter jet is 20,000 pieces of obsidian. This translates to a staggering 60 trillion Huaxia coins. Such a price is undeniably exorbitant on Blue Star. Nevertheless, after hearing Jiang Hai's description, Bababano's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly satisfied with the fighter jet's specifications. As for the price, he perceived it as anything but excessive. How wonderful! This fighter jet is indeed highly useful. However, will mastering its operation be overly complex? Jiang Hai, responding to Bababano's query, assured him, rest assured, the operational performance of this aircraft is remarkably straightforward. Its control system is imbued with simplicity and intelligence, allowing one to learn its operation with just a brief period of training. The reason he introduced this fighter jet was undoubtedly based on its compatibility with the capabilities of the resistance. Previously, Barbabano mentioned that the cataclysmic explosion 2 centuries ago had caused a regression in the technological level of the planet Binax. Coupled with nearly a century of enslavement by the Daylight people, the technological prowess possessed by the resistance would naturally be limited. Thus, employing excessively advanced equipment would be ill-suited for them. The Glint I fighter jet, indeed, proves to be quite appropriate for the resistance. Of course, the aircraft that Jiang Hai sold to Bosch on Blue Star was also commendable, yet it was prohibitively expensive and overly focused on speed, rendering many of its features impractical for the resistance. Hence, Jiang Hai refrained from introducing that particular fighter to them. It was evident that Barbabano took a keen interest in the aircraft Jiang Hai presented. After a brief contemplation, he promptly thumped his chest and placed an order. "Sir, we shall take this fighter jet. We are ordering 100 units." Barbabano exclaimed with exuberance, waving his hand grandly to formalize the order. Upon hearing Barbabano's request, Jiang Hai instinctively inhaled sharply, only to choke slightly due to the force of his intake. After several bouts of coughing, he regained his composure and regarded Barbabano with an expression of astonishment. "Wealthy? What does being wealthy even mean? This is what true opulence looks like. Whether it be Salam or Hussein on Blue Star, they pale in comparison to Barbabano. A fighter jet costing 60 trillion Huaxia coins. And he desires 100 units without a second thought. This amounts to 600 trillion Huaxia coins." Although Bababano previously mentioned that obsidian holds little value for the rebels, it is merely a byproduct extracted during their tunneling efforts to evade the Daylight people. Nonetheless, the sheer extravagance of such wealth left Jiang Hai momentarily astounded. "Ahem, Bababano, I am truly pleased by your trust. However, I urge you not to rush into decisions just yet. In addition to the Glint I fighter jet, I would like to recommend another type of aircraft that may pique your interest even more." Although eager to finalize the transaction, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment, opting to allow Bababano some time to reflect. Bababano appeared taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Hai. After all, it was Jiang Hai who had initially suggested the fighter jet, and now he was advising against an immediate purchase. Despite his curiosity, Bababano chose to trust Jiang Hai's judgment and nodded, deciding to hold off on the transaction to hear more. Jiang Hai took a deep breath and slowly turned his gaze towards Bababano, stating, "The second aircraft I recommend is the Sky City, an intelligent airborne mobile fortress." Chapter 103. Who can be wealthier than I? The Sky City, an intelligent airborne mobile castle, a large aircraft capable of high-speed flight in the sky, equipped with a substantial electronic energy barrier to protect the entire fortress. It boasts 117 large energy launchers and 412 medium missile launchers. Equipped with an intelligent control system, it can autonomously operate the majority of its devices. The interior boasts a vast living space, capable of accommodating a multitude of beings in their natural existence. It features survival management capabilities, ensuring the maintenance of various specific living environments within the castle. Furthermore, it is powered by a perpetual cold fusion nuclear energy source, guaranteeing an everlasting supply of energy. Jiang Hai recounted an extensive list of features before his gaze settled upon the expressionless Bababano. Jiang Hai was not surprised. He merely smiled and found a place to sit while waiting for Bababano to regain his composure. Nearly half an hour passed before Bababano finally exhaled a long breath, indicating that he had calmed down. "Excuse me, sir, are you truly speaking the truth? Is there really such an aerial vehicle, or rather, it should be termed an aerial castle? Can you genuinely sell me such a formidable aerial castle?" Bababano's skepticism was entirely understandable. Even at the height of Slaver Star's technological prowess, constructing such an aerial castle seemed implausible. Moreover, Bababano was still reliant on Jiang Hai's description to grasp the concept of the aerial castle. He had yet to witness it in person. Once he beheld the true magnitude of the aerial castle, he would truly comprehend the essence of a miracle. Taking a deep breath, Bano finally steadied his emotions and turned his gaze back to Jiang Hai. Sir, what is the price of this aerial castle? Of course, the cost of such an aerial castle would be far from inexpensive. Jiang Hai's words trailed off momentarily. Before he spoke with profound significance, the price is 88 quintillion pieces of obsidian. Once he finished speaking, an extended silence ensued, and upon glancing at Bano, he found him utterly stupefied, his large eyes wide and round, as if they might leap from their sockets. Sir, you are not jesting with me, are you? Bano finally managed to swallow hard after what felt like an eternity, struggling to utter, 88 quintillion? Even if we were to mine the entire planet of Binax, we could not amass such an amount of obsidian. This is simply impossible. Jiang Hai recognized the veracity of Bano's statement. After all, obsidian was not a currency in the conventional sense. On Blue Star, various currencies had transformed into mere symbols, their quantities irrelevant. Yet, on Binax, obsidian was a tangible commodity. Such an exorbitant price renders any transaction unfeasible. Ding. The system has detected substitute items on this planet. Commencing conversion. Ding. The item price has been adjusted. Please proceed with the transaction. A series of notifications resonated, prompting Jiang Hai to hastily address Bano. How about this? We need not settle in obsidian. Do you happen to possess any secret goldstones? Secret goldstones? Upon hearing the name spoken in Jiang Hai Cao, Bano was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and remarked, We do possess this type of mineral, albeit in limited quantity. Yes, not too much is required. If we are to trade using the secret goldstone, we would only need 8 million pieces. According to the conversion results provided by the system, Jiang Hai recited the figures, momentarily stunned himself. In exchange for obsidian, the amount would be an astronomical 88 billion pieces. Yet when converted to this secret gold stone, it astonishingly amounted to only 8 million pieces. This implied a staggering exchange rate of 1 to 100 billion between secret gold stone and obsidian. What exactly is this secret gold stone? How could it be so vastly more valuable than obsidian? 8 million pieces? Bano inhaled deeply once more. Though his expression was less exaggerated than before, he lowered his head, seemingly contemplating something. After a brief moment, Bano made a decisive choice, stating to Jiang Hai, No problem. We have stored some secret gold stones from before. If we gather a bit more, we should be able to reach this figure. However, I would like to see what this airborne castle truly looks like first, before deciding whether to purchase it. Bano clenched his jaw, clearly aware that this expenditure was not a trivial matter for the resistance and could not simply be approved as before. Upon hearing Bano's words, Jiang Hai's heart raced uncontrollably. He felt no concern regarding Bano's desire to inspect the goods in advance, for he understood that without having seen the genuine airborne castle, Bano might very well refuse the transaction. However, the moment Bano beheld the aerial castle, he would undoubtedly accept the transaction. In other words, once Bano resolved to catch a glimpse of the aerial castle, the success of this deal was already assured. If this trade were to be converted into Huaxia currency, the transaction amount would be 264 quintillion Huaxia coins. Moreover, considering the commission from the trade, Jiang Hai's earnings from this transaction would amount to a staggering 26 quintillion Huaxia coins. Goodness! Jiang Hai could scarcely contain his astonishment, mentally exclaiming in disbelief. With this wealth in hand, Jiang Hai would no longer be merely wealthy. He would rival entire nations. One might fear that the combined riches of all nations on Blue Star could hardly surpass his own. Jiang Hai felt an irresistible urge to stand with hands on hips, defiantly challenging the world. Who dares to claim greater wealth than I? No one. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Hai flashed a smile at Bano and said, Please find a spacious area. I shall show you what this aerial castle truly is. Bano, equally eager, could hardly contain his anticipation. Though the price was exorbitant, he could scarcely fathom what kind of aerial castle would warrant such a steep cost. Were it not for Jiang Hai's desire for the secret gold stone, an item as valueless to the resistance as obsidian, Bano would have dismissed the offer without a second thought. Without delay, Bano made the necessary arrangements. Before long, a vine suddenly appeared, ensnaring Jiang Hai before he could react, and with a swift motion, it yanked him upward. Goodness! Jiang Hai recalled his previous experiences, eager to voice his objections, yet it was already too late. What followed was nearly half an hour of torment. When he finally regained his composure, he discovered that he had resurfaced on the ground. The surroundings were reminiscent of his prior location, still a vast expanse of black desert. Though it was evidently not the same place he had been before. Casting a glance around, he observed the boundless desert, which indeed suited his earlier desires for spaciousness. "Sir, are we to wait here?" came the voice of Bababano from behind. Jiang Hai turned to find not only Bababano, but also several other figures from wise races. A few of them he recognized from their previous encounter in the underground passage. Chapter 104. I have become the wealthiest in Blue Star. It appeared that these individuals were likely high-ranking members of the resistance. Jiang Hai contemplated this internally while smiling at Bababano, saying, "We shan't wait long. They will arrive shortly." With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bababano recognized this action well, recalling how Jiang Hai had conjured various weapons in a similar manner before. He remembered that last time, a snap of Jiang Hai's fingers had precipitated the descent of large iron boxes from the sky. As Bababano instinctively looked up, hoping to see the large iron boxes fall, he momentarily felt disheartened when nothing appeared. Yet, just as he lowered his gaze in disappointment, he suddenly froze, lifting his head once more to gaze into the night sky. In the distance, a small dark materialized, seemingly emerging from thin air against the backdrop of the night. As Bababano began to speak, the other high-ranking members of the resistance instinctively raised their heads, their attention immediately drawn to a small black dot. To be precise, by the time they lifted their gazes, that had transformed. It was no longer merely a small speck. At this moment, it had grown to the size of a palm and was rapidly expanding. No, that was not correct. The object was not enlarging, it was descending. Finally, a voice cried out loudly, prompting the high-ranking members of the resistance to react in unison. As they looked on in astonishment, the small black dot continued to enlarge, swiftly acquiring the appearance of a colossal entity. In less than half a minute, a powerful wave of air followed its descent, including Jiang Hai. Everyone uncontrollably crouched down, yet they were still swept off their feet by the force of the gust. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed overhead, imparting an overwhelming sensation as if the sky were collapsing upon them. Is it truly this enormous? Bababano realized that this must be the aerial castle Jiang Hai had mentioned. However, he could hardly fathom that the magnitude Jiang Hai referred to could be to such an extent. Jiang Hai, too, found himself at a loss for words. Although he had already been aware of the castle's impressive size from the images provided by the system, the difference between seeing it in a picture and witnessing it in reality was striking. Upon closer inspection, the aerial castle appeared to be no smaller than a modern city. Moreover, it was evident that the castle had not yet fully descended, and its size continued to grow exponentially. According to the data provided by the system, the aerial castle boasts a sprawling area of 1,074,700 square kilometers, equivalent to a tenth of the territory of Huaxia. Such vastness renders it far beyond the mere designation of a castle. It is not an exaggeration to refer to it as a realm. The sheer presence of this magnificent structure instills a palpable sense of oppression in Jiang Hai, leaving him with a suffocating sensation. As nearly 10 minutes passed, the aerial castle gradually descended, finally hovering above the heads of the onlookers. Jiang Hai steadied his emotions and turned to Bababano, inquiring with a smile, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with this aerial castle?" Bababano was left speechless, his astonishment lingering for quite some time before he could respond. His gaze towards Jiang Hai transformed from initial fear and shock to pure delight. "Absolutely. I am immensely satisfied. With such an aerial castle, we shall no longer live in fear of the daylight people. This grand fortress can accommodate all oppressed intelligent races. We need not worry about being pursued by the daylight people any longer." As the leaders of the resistance regained their composure, they echoed Bababano's exuberance. The primary obstacle to effectively opposing the tyranny of the daylight people had been their lack of a stable stronghold. Unlike other intelligent races on Slave Star, who faced daily persecution, they had been unable to unite against their oppressors. However, the situation has changed. With this aerial realm, all intelligent races now have a sanctuary. Everyone can unite to resist the daylight people. So what say you about this sky city? Jiang Hai squinted and smiled, already aware of the answer. Yet he adhered to the formalities and inquired, Buy? We must certainly purchase it. Even if it means parting with all our obsidian and secret gold, we shall acquire this aerial castle." Bababano eagerly nodded in affirmation, and the other high-ranking members of the resistance mirrored his enthusiasm, their heads bobbing fervently. Among them, a wise race with 3 heads collided in their eagerness, causing one to emit a bewildered cry of pain. Excellent. The deal is struck. I shall not be courteous any longer. 8 million units of secret gold, I shall take. Recalling the previous time he followed Bababano, collecting obsidian from one warehouse after another, Jiang Hai found the process tedious. Having showcased various miraculous methods, he was unperturbed by the prospect of revealing yet another. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the system to directly withdraw the secret gold from the opponent's warehouse. Bababano, at this moment, did not grasp the full implication of Jiang Hai's statement. Of course, even if he did, it would not matter. At this juncture, Bababano and his companions were immersed in the exhilaration of possessing such a formidable weapon. Likewise, Jiang Hai's emotions were equally electrified. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. The settlement is now in progress. The host has completed a transaction amounting to 26 trillion Huaxia coins. The host receives a 10 business commission, and from this transaction, the host earns an astonishing 26 billion Huaxia coins. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this moment, Jiang Hai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the figure announced by the system. Such a vast sum of money is now mine. Am I truly the wealthiest individual on the entire Blue Star? Who dares to flaunt their superiority before me now? System, I need your assistance. In a state of extreme exhilaration, Jiang Hai managed to retain his composure and quickly called out to the system in his mind. Please do not deposit this salary directly into my account. Ideally, it should be stored within the system. I will retrieve it when necessary. Is that possible? Such a colossal amount deposited into my personal bank account. Surely, the entirety of Huaxia would descend into chaos. The previous influx of funds had already attracted the attention of the Huaxia authorities. If this much more were to be injected, they might dispatch someone to apprehend me immediately. Of course, with the system's protection, Jiang Hai's personal safety would be assured. However, his leisurely lifestyle would be irretrievably altered. In fact, the entire Blue Star could become inhospitable for him. Ding dong. According to the host's request, the salary has been successfully stored in the system's repository. Upon receiving the system's response, Jiang Hai could not help but smile with satisfaction. Turning to Bababano, he remarked, "This transaction has been a resounding success. Congratulations to you all. This sky city is now yours." Chapter 105. The detonation of the great Ivan. As consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Hai found himself momentarily dazed. Yet a smile crept onto his lips that he could hardly suppress. The gains from this venture had been substantial. By a stroke of luck, he had become the wealthiest individual on Blue Star. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He had thought that once his assets reached 100 billion, he would become indifferent to wealth. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. Regardless of the amount, the capitalist's pursuit of riches is an insatiable endeavor. No, it simply will not do. Having earned this fortune, it must be spent judiciously. Perhaps he should host a grand soirée tonight, a celebration exclusively attended by beautiful women, save for himself. Lost in such thoughts, Jiang Hai's mind was filled with unseemly images, and his smile took on an inappropriate quality. Just then, the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. Jiang Hai picked up the phone and frowned. The caller was Salam. Why would this fellow be calling him at such a moment? Feeling perplexed, Jiang Hai swiftly answered the call. "Hello, what is?" "Jiang Hai, there's been an incident. A major incident." Before Jiang Hai could greet him, Salam's booming voice nearly deafened him. He quickly held the phone away from his ear, frowning as he said, Wait. Could you lower your voice? What are you waiting for?" "Jiang Hai, this is serious. Those Palestinians have gone mad." "Palestinians?" Jiang Hai was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply as he immediately inquired. "Are you referring to the jihadist group? What have they done?" Upon receiving the jarring news, Jiang Hai, who had been reclining on his bed, was instantly jolted upright. His countenance, initially marked by astonishment, morphed into a somber and displeasing expression. The gravity of the situation was immense. The detonation of a tsar bomba in Jerusalem, the capital of Judea, by a jihadist organization, transcended the mere initiation of nuclear warfare. The most dire aspect was that this very weapon had been procured from Jiang Hai himself, though his intention had been to furnish the organization with a means of self-preservation. He had been confident that they would exercise judicious restraint. Contrary to expectations, the jihadists, unlike Judea and Bosch, had deployed their sole tsar bomba. Jiang Hai, seeking verification, hastily dressed and rushed to the living room, switching on the television to monitor news coverage. Salam, anticipating Jiang Hai's inquiry, promptly elucidated that the information had only just surfaced, with the detonation in Jerusalem occurring moments prior. Outside of Judea, only select echelons of global leadership were privy to the event, and news broadcasts were still pending. Assured of Salam's reliability, Jiang Hai ceased his channel surfing, convinced of the veracity of the report. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai sank onto the sofa, his mind buzzing with confusion. Why? Why did they deploy the Big Ivan? Were they unaware of the dire consequences such an action would entail? Unable to contain his bewilderment, Jiang Hai posed a question to Salam, struggling to comprehend the motives behind the jihadist organization's decision. The proactive use of the Big Ivan, at this juncture, was fundamentally different from its deployment in retaliation. The United Nations General Assembly had already granted Palestine membership, indicating a positive shift in circumstances for them. Deploying the Big Ivan now would render all prior efforts futile, wouldn't it? As for the specifics, my knowledge is limited. It seems that internal discord had arisen within their organization. After failing to reach a consensus, one faction unilaterally decided to deploy the Big Ivan. Although the radical faction responsible has since been subdued, it is all too late. Salam could only convey what he knew, while Jiang Hai was engulfed in silence. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin interrupted. 20 minutes ago, to the southeast of the capital of Judah, a Big Ivan detonated. At present, no nation or entity has claimed any connection to this event. Jerusalem, the second largest city of Judah, boasts a population of 410,000 and serves as its political, cultural, and economic hub. Although the explosion did not occur in the heart of Jerusalem, the destruction has obliterated nearly half of the city's infrastructure. Furthermore, the radiative aftermath of the Tsar Bomba is disseminating, with projections indicating that the entirety of Salam will be impacted. Our station will continue to provide updates on this unfolding situation. At this juncture, the official broadcaster of the People's Republic of China has finally issued a statement. The astonishment evident on the news anchor's countenance, suggesting that the detonation of the Tsar Bomba has unequivocally surpassed all anticipations. This occurrence appears to have served as a catalyst, as all media outlets have promptly commenced disseminating the news. Concurrently, the internet is inundated with a plethora of reports. The repercussions of this single Tsar Bomba are merely nascent. Bang! Madmen! Utter madmen! They are nothing short of terrorists. Within Zhongnanhai, the epicenter of Chinese authority, the paramount figures of the nation's various departments have convened. This chamber typically hosts pivotal deliberations, yet the atmosphere diverges sharply from the customary tranquility. The room is now rife with agitation, as the dignitaries vociferously express their outrage, punctuating their remarks with forceful table strikes. Distinguished colleagues, I implore you to maintain composure. A voice, tinged with weariness, resonated, instantly silencing the room. The assembly turned their gazes toward the elder statesman presiding over the gathering, Chief Executive Yu, the supreme leader of the People's Republic of China. Now that the Tsar Bomba has been detonated, retrospective debates on its justification are inconsequential. Our present concern lies in the ramifications that will ensue and the strategies we must adopt to address them. After Elder Yu finished speaking, an elderly man in military uniform, adorned with numerous medals, nodded gravely. The commander was indeed correct. The Great Ivan had been detonated in Judah, and right in its capital. Judah would undoubtedly seek retribution. The Great Ivan possessed by Judah far exceeds that of our Huaxia. I am deeply concerned that Judah will retaliate directly with the Great Ivan. This could trigger a series of chain reactions, potentially leading to the outbreak of the Great Ivan War. If it were to reach that point, it would herald the end of Blue Star, and none of US would escape. The speaker, General He, the vice chairman of the Huaxia military, holds immense prestige within the armed forces, rivaling even that of Elder Yu, who concurrently serves as the chairman. General He's statement caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, prompting hushed whispers among the attendees. Chapter 106. The retaliation of Judah. The situation is clear. This is no longer a matter of individual nations or ethnicities. If the Great Ivan War truly erupts, it would mean the end for all humanity. Therefore, Huaxia must take decisive action to prevent this catastrophe. We must closely monitor the situation in the Gap Zone and the overall reactions from Judah. Elder Yu immediately issued clear directives while turning to General He. Old He, the intelligence department should have conducted investigations on the launch sites of Judah's Great Ivan, correct? General He did not respond to Elder Yu's inquiry immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man seated not far away. The other party was similarly clad in military attire, adorned with numerous medals upon their chest. Xiao, this question should be addressed by you. General, he pointed to his own name. As the director of the National Security Bureau of Huaxia, Zhou Lei stood up, his posture impeccably straight as he saluted both Elder Yu and General He. Although the existence of the Big Ivan had not been publicly acknowledged by Judah, they were secretly developing various Big Ivan missiles. According to the findings of the National Security Bureau, Judah possesses a total of 673 Big Ivans. Of these, the storage locations of 597 have already been identified, while the remaining sites are still under investigation. It was evident that Zhou Lei had anticipated the leader's inquiries regarding this matter, as he had prepared the answers and relevant documentation in advance. After succinctly addressing the question, Zhou Lei distributed 2 copies of the written report to Elder Yu and General He. Elder Yu furrowed his brow, flipping through several pages before raising his head and stating, "So, there are still 76 Big Ivans unaccounted for?" A grave atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Considering Judah's possession of 673 Big Ivans, the fact that only 76 remain uninvestigated is already a commendable outcome. However, these are not ordinary warheads. They are Big Ivans. Even a single one could lead to incalculable consequences. Zhou Lei offered a wry smile, remarking, "The National Security Bureau has exerted significant effort in this investigation. These 76 Big Ivans have been clandestinely manufactured by Judah over the past year. We even harbor suspicions that a portion of these resources may have been procured by Judah from foreign nations." According to the findings of the investigators, over the past year, Judah has allocated nearly 60% of the nation's treasury profits towards the arms manufacturing industry. The production of the Great Ivan alone has consumed hundreds of billions. The results from the National Security Bureau's investigation are undoubtedly accurate. Upon hearing that Judah has devoted such a significant portion of the treasury to military preparations, the esteemed attendees visibly altered their expressions. This indicates a premeditated readiness for war. It is feared that even in the absence of the Holy War Organization's artillery, Judah would not be able to endure for long. Elder Yu could not help but raise his hand, vigorously massaging his temples. He too felt a tightening sensation at the back of his head. Whether it be the Judah or the Palestinians, neither group is to be underestimated. They are not benevolent entities. Is it not preferable to live peacefully on Blue Star? Taking a deep breath, Elder Yu raised his head once more and declared, "Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the locations of all Great Ivans within Judah's territory. Those Great Ivans whose locations are already confirmed must be subjected to stringent monitoring. Any movements from Judah must be reported immediately." Understood. Zhou Lei recognized the gravity of the current situation and, without hesitation, promptly saluted Elder Yu. Just then, a middle-aged man, visibly anxious, hurriedly entered the conference room. The expressions of the distinguished attendees shifted, yet there was no inclination to reproach the middle-aged man. He was Elder Yu's secretary, who has consistently demonstrated an understanding of propriety and decorum. Thus, the abrupt intrusion into the conference room signifies but one pressing issue. An urgent matter has arisen. The middle-aged man hastened to the side of Elder Yu, unabashedly leaning slightly as he addressed him. "Chief, Judah has issued a declaration. Judah has proclaimed a state of war nationwide. 3 armored divisions have been deployed to the Gaza Strip. Furthermore, it has announced to the international community that the Jihad organization is classified as a terrorist entity. Any nation or organization supporting the Jihad will henceforth be regarded as an adversary of Judah." The man's voice resonated clearly within the conference room, capturing the attention of all present. Expressions shifted dramatically among the attendees. While they had anticipated a resolute response from Judah, they were taken aback by the severity of this particular reaction. The deployment of 3 armored divisions to the Gaza Strip? This was not merely a declaration of war. It was an unequivocal commencement of hostilities. The grave reality was that the Gaza Strip was not solely inhabited by the Jihad organization, but also by countless Palestinian civilians. This declaration of war implied a scene of carnage across the region. Elder Yu and General He promptly turned their gazes towards Zhou Lei. Understanding the significance of their attention, Zhou Lei swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and, before the assembled crowd, dialed a number. After a brief conversation, he hung up and nodded towards the 2 leaders, affirming, "I have made contact with them. The news will arrive in 1 minute, transmitted directly to this conference room." General, he commanded tersely, and Zhou Lei, without hesitation, rose to exchange a few words with Elder Yu's secretary. Immediately, the two individuals began to busy themselves in the corner of the conference room. Moments later, a massive LCD screen materialized on the wall, followed by the emergence of numerous windows and a map. Zhou had directly connected the intelligence network of the National Security Agency to the conference room's network. Thus, intelligence from the National Security Agency would be relayed to the conference room in real time. General, he nodded in satisfaction and casually lit a cigarette, indicating his readiness for an extended period of work here. Report to the chief. A secret base in Netanya Zion has discovered the launch silos of the Great Ivan. 3 missiles have already been launched. The type of missiles is unknown. The targets of the missiles are unclear. In less than an hour, the conference room sound system suddenly erupted with a raspy voice shouting. Upon hearing this voice, the previously silent conference room was immediately filled with gasps of astonishment. Elder Yu and General He simultaneously turned their gazes toward Zhou. As a prominent figure in the National Security Agency, Zhou now assumed the role of the narrator. Netanya Zion is located in the northern mountainous region of Judah. We have previously uncovered that there exists a secret military base there. Furthermore, we possess evidence that 10 Great Ivan missiles are concealed within that base. With a loud clap, General He struck the conference table, his expression darkening. The missiles that had just been launched were undoubtedly the Great Ivan. No one had anticipated that Judah's retaliation would arrive so swiftly and so directly. Initially, it was assumed that Judah would condemn the actions on the international stage, seeking the support of the global community. Unexpectedly, Judas retaliated with the formidable Tsar Bomba. When the adversary launched a single Tsar Bomba, Judas responded with a staggering 3. Chapter 107, The Onset of the Tsar Bomba War. No, wait. General He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. Elder Yu and the others were taken aback by General He's reaction, directing their gazes toward him. General He promptly stood up and swiftly approached the LCD screen, scrutinizing the map displayed. Moments later, he turned around, his face ashen, and declared, "This is incorrect. Those 3 Tsar Bombas were not aimed at the geometric zone. How vast is the geometric zone? Would 3 Tsar Bombas even be necessary? 3 Tsar Bombas could obliterate the geometric zone entirely. This cannot be right. Those 3 Tsar Bombas are certainly not targeting the geometric zone." Upon hearing General He's analysis, Elder Yu and the others were equally astounded. After all, these were 3 Tsar Bombas. The uncertainty of where they might land was alarming. Given Judas's madness, any scenario was plausible. Shaozeng, contact the National Defense Satellite Office immediately. Elder Yu commanded, addressing the middle-aged man known as Zheng Wanjing, the Minister of National Defense. Upon receiving Elder Yu's order, Zheng Wanjing quickly took out his phone to establish communication. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly tense. Minutes later, Zheng Wanjing approached Elder Yu, his expression grave. Elder Yu, it's Bush. Bush? Zheng Wanjing's words startled many, prompting them to rise from their seats. Wasn't this a conflict between Judas and Palestine? Why has Bosch become entangled once more? 3 significant Ivan relics have all descended within its borders. One has landed in the mountainous eastern region of Bosch, another in the arid central desert, and the last one has unfortunately fallen in Adon. The expressions of Elder Yu and General He instantly darkened to a shade of iron. While the first 2 relics landed in sparsely populated areas, the last one has struck a city, and not just any city, but the 3rd largest city within Bosch. Madness. Utter madness. The Balerians are in a frenzy. The Judeans are also in turmoil. Surely, the people of Bosch will follow suit. Are we truly on the brink of a Grand Ivan War? The esteemed leaders in the conference room could no longer contain themselves, erupting into exclamations. In contrast, Elder Yu and General He remained silent, though their countenances were equally grim. Xiaozhou immediately established contact with the intelligence personnel in Bosch. Old Yen, get in touch with the embassies of Bosch and Judea, urging them to promptly pacify the high authorities of both nations. We must prevent the escalation of conflict at all costs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Information swiftly disseminated a message, preparing for. Chief, there is movement reported from Duran. Elder Yu and General He contemplated for a moment before swiftly implementing countermeasures. Yet, before they could finish issuing their orders, a hurried voice resonated from the conference room speakers. Previously, Zhou had connected the National Security Bureau's intelligence to the conference room, ensuring that any news from their end would be relayed immediately. All eyes once again turned to the LCD screen. An audio window suddenly appeared on the screen. Zhou glanced at it, and promptly explained. It's from the intelligence personnel in the capital of Bosch, Tehran. Chief, the Bosch parliament has passed a wartime resolution, and a new fighter jet equipped with 10 Tsar Bomba warheads has already taken off. The target remains uncertain. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room upon receiving this intelligence. It was over. The Tsar Bomba war was truly about to commence. Bosch had just been struck by 3 Tsar Bombas from Judas, and the destination of these 10 Tsar Bombas was all too evident. Bosch was indeed audacious, taking immediate action without hesitation. Before Elder Yu or General he could respond, multiple audio windows popped up on the LCD screen. Report, Chief. The Congress of the Beautiful Nation has approved an emergency plan. The Beautiful Nation is now prepared to launch Tsar Bombas. Chief, the Tsar Bomba launch silos at 5 military bases in Gaul have been officially activated. Chief, the Tsar Bombas from Great Bear. Report, Chief. From India. Over a dozen audio windows emerged, and a cacophony of shouts filled the conference room. The prominent figures within the room were left pale as death. This was no longer a matter concerning just Judas, Bosch, and the Palestinians. The entire blue planet, all nations possessing Tsar Bombas, were poised to initiate the Tsar Bomba War. The outbreak of this war was imminent, heralding the approaching doom of who this is akin to unearthing Pandora's box. The actions of Judah and Bosch are merely the inception. Soon, all eyes gravitate towards Elder Yu, their gazes imbued with inquiry, awaiting his ultimate decision. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, Elder Yu heaves a deep sigh, gradually closes his eyes, and proclaims, "Notify all. Activate all Great Ivan launch silos in Huaxia. Should any suspicious aerial objects be detected, launch immediately." Huaxia wishes to abstain from the Great Ivan conflict, yet it finds itself devoid of options. The entire blue planet is poised to enter an era of chaos wrought by the Great Ivan. Huaxia cannot remain untouched amidst such turmoil. The assembled dignitaries share an unspoken understanding. This move by Huaxia signifies that the Great Ivan War is irrevocable. The countdown to humanity's demise has officially commenced. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host's planet is in extreme danger. It is advised that the host seek immediate refuge. The host may exit the planet via the interstellar trading channel. The system's alert reverberates urgently in Jiang Hai's mind, and his countenance darkens. He has just witnessed the news of Bosch being struck by the Great Ivan. It is inevitable that Bosch will retaliate, utilizing the very Great Ivan warheads and aircraft he sold to him. Jiang Hai can foresee the unfolding events. Any nation possessing the Great Ivan will undoubtedly react swiftly. The deployment of such a supreme weapon will surely be a preemptive strike. Once all nations unleash their own formidable weapons, humanity's survival will undoubtedly be at stake. Jiang Hai couldn't help but envision the desolation reminiscent of the planet Bainu, which was devastated by merely a nuclear energy station explosion. Should thousands of such catastrophic events transpire on Blue Star, the planet itself might endure. Yet its environment would be irreparably harmed. In such a scenario, the prospect of human survival would be utterly bleak. Escape seemed to be Jiang Hai's sole recourse. However, he was reluctant to abandon humanity in its time of need. This was not merely a manifestation of altruism, for Jiang Hai was himself a part of humanity, having spent the first half of his life immersed in its society. There were countless emotional ties that bound him to this world. Moreover, he bore considerable responsibility for the emergence of this crisis. Retreat was not an option. At the very least, he had to strive to resolve this predicament. Clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai called out to the system, "System, is there a way for me to address this crisis?" In that moment, his voice was not a mere whisper of thought, but a resounding declaration. Fortunately, with Uncle One and the others absent, there was no risk of them conjuring up wild speculations. Yet, upon uttering those words, Jiang Hai felt a pang of uncertainty. The system indeed possessed numerous remarkable functions. Yet these were contingent upon the completion of transactions. In the absence of such exchanges, it would only extend assistance when Jiang Hai found himself in perilous situations. For instance, at this moment, Jiang Hai indeed finds himself in peril, with the system suggesting that he escape from Blue Star. Entrusting the system to resolve this crisis may prove futile. Ding dong. In response to the host's request, the system recommends the acquisition of a nuclear EMP launcher. Has the system acquiesced? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Hai, who had mentally prepared himself, momentarily froze. In the next instant, he realized that the system had indeed proposed a solution to the crisis. System, show me the nuclear EMP launcher. Searching. Search complete. Nuclear EMP launcher. By detonating nuclear energy to emit an electronic pulse at a specific frequency, it eradicates all nuclear reactions within a defined radius. The system's description is succinct and clear. Jiang Hai possesses a fundamental understanding of EMPs. At the very least, he knows that the EMPs he was previously acquainted with lack the capacity to nullify nuclear reactions. This implies that this weapon undoubtedly exceeds the technological prowess of Blue Star. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Hai's eyes. This means that with this weapon, he could effectively obliterate Big Ivan. As long as Big Ivan is rendered inoperative, it would matter not if Judas and Bosch were to lose their minds. System, what is the effective range of this launcher? The effective range of a single launcher is 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer? The system's response caused Jiang Hai to furrow his brow once more. That area seems rather limited. What is the total expanse of the additive zone? No, this won't do. The mere addition of the territories is insufficient. One must encompass the entirety of Judah and Bosch. Furthermore, it is imperative to consider the complete expanse of both nations. Previously, in a conversation with Wang Quanf, it was elucidated that the great Ivans of each nation could not be uniformly stored. No one can ascertain where each country has concealed their great Ivans. Yet, is it sufficient merely to neutralize the great Ivans of Judah and Bosch? A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Hai's mind. Simultaneously, the television screen continued to broadcast the news. The repercussions of the detonation of great Ivans within Judah and Bosch are still unfolding, leading to an unprecedented state of military readiness among nations. According to reliable sources, countries possessing great Ivans have commenced the activation of their launch silos, and an unparalleled war involving great Ivans may erupt at any moment. Accompanied by the female anchor's voice, filled with terror and melancholy, the screen displayed scenes of launching great Ivans and their subsequent detonations. Jiang Hai's pupils constricted slightly, and he could not help but inhale deeply. Soon after, a resolute expression graced Jiang Hai's face, as if he had just made a significant decision. On the picturesque shores of the western coast of the beautiful country, a renowned tourist destination flourished. Although the entire blue planet is engulfed in a crisis of great Ivan warfare, the events unfolded so abruptly that most tourists vacationing on the beach remain oblivious to the situation. People bask in the sunlight and relish the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Unbeknownst to them, approximately 700 meters beneath their feet lies a secret base of unique construction. Here lies a military base constructed by a certain nation, unrecorded in any official documents. Only a select few at the highest echelons of this nation are privy to its existence. Within its confines rest 41 formidable missiles known as Big Ivans, clandestinely manufactured without any official acknowledgement. The motives behind such actions are understood by those in the know. Should the sunbathers on the beach become aware that they are standing above these 41 missiles, one might wonder if they would retain their enjoyment of the sun and sea breeze. Suddenly, a figure materialized amidst the crowd. Unlike the surrounding tourists clad in bikinis and beach shorts, this individual donned a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. In their hands, they cradled a small metallic box, no larger than a palm, completely sealed and shimmering with a silvery sheen. The nearby visitors were absorbed in their leisure activities, with few noticing the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. Even those who did take notice chose not to intervene. The figure raised their gaze slightly, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile beneath the hood. In the next moment, the metallic box erupted in a burst of brilliance, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward from its center. Remarkably, neither the dazzling light nor the shockwave seemed to inflict any harm upon the surrounding tourists. At most, it merely startled them. The brilliance and the waves of energy swiftly dissipated, and the peculiar figure merely smiled faintly before vanishing without a trace. This left the surrounding tourists utterly astonished, taking quite some time to regain their composure. Some visitors even mistook it for a magic performance arranged by the scenic area, applauding enthusiastically. Yet, they remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding beneath their feet in the secret military base, which had already descended into disarray. Simultaneously, in the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C., in the city of Apple, in the imperial capital of Huaxia, in the magical city, in Gaul, in Hans, and countless other locations across the blue planet, similar occurrences were taking place. Even in the White House and the waters of the imperial capital of Huaxia, that strange figure made an appearance. No nation was spared from this phenomenon. In an instant, countries were thrown into a state of alarm due to the sudden emergence of this figure, which also temporarily eased tensions in Judea and Bosch. Back in the capital of Huaxia, at the waterside, Old Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring solemnly of Zhou Lei, "Have you discovered what is happening?" The expressions of the other dignitaries mirrored his seriousness. The crisis with Big Ivan in Judea and Bosch had yet to be resolved. And now such an anomaly had erupted here. The heavily guarded waterside had inexplicably become the stage for an individual to appear, a notion beyond comprehension. Director Zhou Lei of the National Security Bureau was drenched in sweat, yet nothing could be uncovered. The mysterious figure had arrived abruptly and vanished even more abruptly. As for the strange light and waves of energy, they remained an enigma, leaving them to pray that these phenomena posed no threat to humanity. Otherwise, the safety of all high-ranking officials in the waterside would be at stake. Old Yu. The same figures have been observed in various locations across the globe. According to satellite imagery, they have even appeared on the continents at both the extreme north and south. Zhou Lei wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and conveyed the recently acquired information. Chapter 109. Is the system deliberate? What exactly is the origin of these individuals? What are their intentions? Could they possibly be extraterrestrial beings? Nonsense. I suspect they are a product of research from the United States. What was it called again? Ah, yes. Mutants. How absurdly far-fetched. Within the conference room, the esteemed dignitaries could no longer suppress their curiosity and began to gossip. Once this fire of intrigue ignited, the earlier sense of impending crisis regarding the imminent outbreak of the Great Ivan War diminished significantly. At that moment, the phone of a middle-aged man in military attire rang. The man paused for a brief moment, swiftly retrieving his mobile device to answer the call. After all, the dignitaries present at this meeting were high-ranking officials from various departments of Huaxia. A call at this juncture could only pertain to significant matters, which must not be delayed. The other dignitaries paid little attention and continued their discourse regarding the enigmatic shadows. What? How could this be possible? Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the corner of the conference room. It was the middle-aged military officer who had just answered the call. The others instinctively turned their heads to look. In general, he furrowed his brow, inquiring in a deep voice, "Liao Yongyan, what has happened?" This middle-aged officer is Liao Yongyan, the chief of staff of the Huaxia military, and a longtime subordinate of General He. Upon hearing General He's probing inquiry, Liao Yongyan instinctively trembled, turning around to face General He with a pallid visage. His lips parted, yet no words escaped. Witnessing Liao Yongyan's demeanor, an ominous premonition arose within the assembly. General He promptly struck the table and demanded, "I am asking you a question. Speak. What has transpired?" Liao Yongyan shuddered once more, nearly on the verge of tears. Just moments prior, the military headquarters had received intelligence. All the stockpiles of the Great Ivan across various military divisions and bases had been utterly compromised, rendered completely ineffective. The conference room was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. Everyone, including Elder Yu and General He, gazed at Liao Yongyan with wide eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Numerous significant events had unfolded that day, yet none could rival the shock delivered by Liao Yongyan's revelation. The entire stock of Great Ivan rendered ineffective? And at such a critical juncture? With a sharp crack, General He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and pointed an accusatory finger at Liao Yongyan, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "Liao Yongyan, what the hell have you been doing? How could the Great Ivan become ineffective? Are you simply incompetent as the chief of staff? If you cannot manage this, you should have spoken up sooner. Now you've caused a catastrophe. Do you believe I won't have you executed?" General He, having risen from the ranks, had been accustomed to a rough demeanor in his youth, though he had mellowed with age. The urgency of the moment reignited the tempestuous temper of his younger days, resulting in a tirade that was nothing short of scathing. Liao Yongyan was so overwhelmed by criticism that he could not lift his head, too afraid to utter even a single word. He was acutely aware that he was in a dire predicament, just as the cataclysmic Ivan War threatened to erupt across the Blue Star. The invaluable Ivan of Huaxia had suffered a grievous blow. The loss of such a national treasure was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster for Huaxia. Such a blunder warranted 100 executions. Indeed, Liao Yongyan contemplated ending his own life in despair. Report to the chief. The Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group has sent an urgent telegram. All reactors at domestic nuclear power plants have suddenly ceased operation. The secretary of Elder Yu burst into the conference room, breathless with urgency, delivering the alarming news. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. First, the Ivan had become entirely inoperative. Now, even the nuclear power stations had ground to a halt. A calamity was looming over Huaxia. Scoundrels, all of them negligent fools. These rascals deserved to be dragged out and executed. General He was livid, his face flushed with rage, barking out a string of curses, only to stagger slightly, nearly losing his balance. The individuals nearby rushed to support him, while Elder Yu's secretary began searching for a doctor. Although General He appeared robust, he was nearing 80 and could not afford to be careless with his health. Old He, do not act impulsively. Elder Yu, with a grave expression, cautioned General He. He was acutely aware of the perilous situation facing Huaxia. Yet, he understood a fundamental truth. In times of crisis, one must maintain a calm demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Yu turned his head and addressed Zhou Lei, Xiao Shou. Instruct our overseas intelligence personnel to investigate the circumstances in various countries and ascertain the condition of their nuclear power plants. Elder Yu's command initially left everyone momentarily stunned. But they quickly grasped the significance of his words. Indeed, it was imperative to determine whether it was solely the Ivan of Huaxia that had encountered issues, or if similar predicaments plagued other nations as well. Elder Yu's secretary assisted General He in taking a heart-preserving pill, which somewhat alleviated the latter's condition. Listening to Elder Yu's analysis, General He furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder Yu, do you mean those mysterious figures we just encountered? Precisely. Elder Yu affirmed with a nod. These enigmatic individuals appeared just as this grave issue arose. There must be a connection between the two. Elder Yu's reasoning illuminated the minds of those present. And Zhou Lei even offered a salute to Elder Yu before swiftly dialing his subordinates to assign tasks. If only Huaxia's Ivan had failed, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. However, should all Ivans across the blue planet become inoperative, then Huaxia might find itself in a position of safety. Phew, what a laborious endeavor. Jiang Hai lay on the sofa, stars dancing before his eyes as he gasped for breath. Although he hadn't engaged in any physical labor, the mental exertion of controlling so many puppets had been quite taxing. System, I didn't overlook anything, did I? Rest assured, host, all puppets were deployed with precise calculations. The EMP has enveloped the entire blue planet. All nuclear reactors on blue planet have been rendered inoperative. All the Great Ivan and all weapons associated with the Great Ivan have become entirely ineffective. The mechanical response of the system resonated in Jiang Hai's mind, enchanting him with its beauty. Remarkable. At last, this issue has been resolved. A crisis that could potentially lead to the annihilation of human society has indeed been addressed by his own efforts. How could Jiang Hai not feel exhilarated? However, after a fleeting moment of euphoria, he recollected something, and the smile on his face instantly faded. Ahem. System, how much have I spent this time? Ding dong. Calculating. Please hold on. The host has purchased a total of 600 million nuclear EMP launchers. The internal price of each nuclear EMP launcher is 440 trillion Huaxia coins. The total price for the host's purchase of nuclear EMP launchers amounts to 26. For quintillion Huaxia coins. 26. For quintillion? That figure sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? Jiang Hai paused for a moment, quickly realizing. Is this not the exact amount of commission he earned from trading the floating castle? What a coincidence. The total price of his EMP launcher purchase aligns perfectly with that figure. Jiang Hai couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire. System, is this intentional? Chapter 110, The Mysterious Boss. After working so hard to earn such a substantial sum, only to see it vanish so swiftly, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss here. After Jiang Hai posed the question, the system paused momentarily before continuing. The host has purchased 600 million puppets, expending 12 trillion Huaxia coins. Another 12 trillion gone. Jiang Hai instantly felt a pang of anguish in his jaw. Fortunately, during his initial transaction with the rebels on by New Star, he had made a considerable profit. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford even the puppets. 600 million puppets. How long would he need them in the future? Jiang Hai was still unaware of where these puppets would be stored when not in use. Just the thought of those 600 million identical puppets lined up in a warehouse sent a chill down his spine. No, wait. He almost got sidetracked by the system. He had yet to receive an answer to his earlier inquiry. System, is that 26? For quintillion. Ding dong. Violation of system teleportation function detected. The host will incur a penalty. Deduction of 20 trillion Huaxia coins. Damn. Well done. You're impressive. System, while I understand you are not human, I advise you not to be overly relentless. Jiang Hai immediately shut his mouth, too afraid to mention the 26 for quintillion matter again. He picked up his phone and looked at his bank account, now reduced to just over 500 billion Huaxiao coins, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. It seemed that this morning, upon returning from Bai New Star, Jiang Hai was filled with ambition, aspiring to become the richest person on Blue Star. Little did he expect that by evening, his wealth would diminish to such an extent. Nevertheless, this crisis had finally been resolved, suppressing the pangs of heartache. Jiang Hai let out a long sigh as he reclined on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. The notion of being an anonymous hero, one who saves the world, seemed rather appealing. Although the conflicts involving Judas, Bosch, and the Palestinians remained unresolved, at least there was an absence of the chaos caused by the Great Ivan. As the saying goes, without the Great Ivan, it hardly matters if they were to beat their brains out. Well, with matters settled, it was time for him to unwind. After lying on the sofa for a considerable while, Jiang Hai suddenly slapped his forehead and picked up his phone to call his driver, Old Li. Nearly a year had passed since the last accident. Old Li had long since recovered from his injuries, and Jiang Hai had granted him a period of paid leave. However, being a straightforward man, Old Li had requested to return to work a month ago, and Jiang Hai had no reason to decline. As for Uncle Wen's affair, Jiang Hai refrained from revealing the truth to Old Li in order to spare him any guilt. After all, on the surface, it was still Old Li who had introduced Uncle Wen and his associates. Yet, Jiang Hai was aware that, even without Old Li's introduction, the Chinese authorities would undoubtedly have found other means to place Uncle Wen's group by his side. Having tidied up briefly, Jiang Hai boarded the car and headed towards the club in the outskirts of the bustling metropolis. Indeed, while Jiang Hai felt mentally fatigued, his physical energy was abundant. This contrast was the very reason for his current exhaustion. Therefore, a workout at the club would serve to expend some energy and provide a mental reprieve. President Jiang, how do you do? Upon entering the club, the receptionist greeted Jiang Hai warmly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Jiang Hai, seemingly oblivious to the enchanting beauty with her captivating, sparkling eyes, inquired bluntly, "Where is Coach Yi?" Instead of acknowledging the alluring figure before him, he chose to question the presence of a robust man. Was this behavior not indicative of a straight man, or perhaps something else entirely? The beauty harbored a profound dissatisfaction within, yet she dared not reveal it upon her countenance. Instead, she maintained a radiant smile and replied, "Coach Yi is in the boss's office. The boss has matters to discuss with him." The boss? Jiang Hai paused. Surprise etched across his face. He had been a senior member of the club for a year. Yet this was the first time he had heard mention of the club's owner. To establish such a club in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, the owner must undoubtedly possess extraordinary stature. Previously, he had desired to unearth the identity of this enigmatic proprietor, but had yielded to futility. Had he pursued the matter further? Given his current connections, it would not have been insurmountable. Although he had relinquished his quest for the mysterious owner, the mention of their existence reignited his curiosity. "Might I have the privilege of meeting your boss? I have yet to see what your owner looks like." Well, I cannot make that decision." The beauty's face instantly reflected a look of distress. Being merely a receptionist, she was in no position to determine matters concerning the owner. Observing the receptionist's troubled expression, Jiang Hai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reached into his jacket pocket. In a moment, he produced a remarkably exquisite card and slid it across the counter towards her. This discount card offers a 70% reduction at all J.R. locations. J.R. is a premier women's fashion brand, renowned not only domestically but also recognized on the international stage. However, the price of their merchandise is anything but ordinary. Fortuitously, J.R.'s office is situated in the Changhe building in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. The discount card, offering a remarkable threefold reduction, was presented to Jiang Hai as a token of introduction from the manager of J.R. Shanghai branch. Yet, for Jiang Hai, a bachelor, this discount card for women's apparel holds little utility. Today, however, it serves as an opportune gesture. Upon witnessing Jiang Hai produce the discount card, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Almost instinctively, she reached out to grasp the card. Yet, Jiang Hai did not relinquish his hold immediately. Instead, he leaned closer, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "With this card, we are now allies, are we not?" As he spoke, his fingers gently traced the surface of the card, inching their way toward the delicate fingers of the lovely receptionist. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She shyly averted her gaze, hastily accepting the card, her eyes glimmering with a sense of triumph. Previously, she had feigned indifference, yet it was evident she had been captivated. Having ensnared such a promising suitor, she felt her aspirations inching closer to fruition. I am eager to see what your boss is like. The elevator is over there, she indicated, her demeanor a blend of bashfulness and determination as she pointed toward a discreet elevator concealed in a corner. Her gaze radiated an unwavering resolve, as if she had already bestowed upon herself the title of Mrs. Jiang. As Jiang Hai followed the direction indicated by the beautiful woman's finger, a knowing smile immediately graced his face. He flashed her an okay gesture before turning to head towards the elevator. As for the enchanting lady, he was entirely oblivious to her name. A beauty, indeed, could be flirted with. But Jiang Hai was not so desperate as to casually regard her as a potential girlfriend or future partner. Moreover, he had already bestowed upon her a significant benefit. That threefold discount card undoubtedly held a value exceeding $1 million. Even if she were to be dismissed from her position because of it, that card would sufficiently compensate for her loss. Chapter 111. Huaxia Bali Group. Upon entering the elevator, Jiang Hai noted that it had buttons for only 3 floors: the basement parking level, the first floor, and the top floor, the 6th. Without hesitation, he pressed the button for the 6th floor. In no time, the elevator arrived at its destination. As the doors slowly parted, Jiang Hai peered into the empty corridor outside before stepping out. This was Jiang Hai's first visit to the club's 6th floor. Observing the lengthy corridor, he noted that one end was marked by a securely closed iron door designated as an emergency exit, while the other was a similarly shut red-brown door. Besides these 2 doors, the walls of the corridor were painted a pristine white, and soft lights glimmered from 2 rows of recessed fixtures above. Could it be that this entire floor contained but a single room? As he contemplated the red-brown door, Jiang Hai found himself unable to suppress his curiosity. Suddenly, with a snap, the door swung open, startling Jiang Hai. Before he could retreat, Coach Yi emerged from within. Upon raising his gaze to Jiang Hai, Coach Yi exhibited no surprise, merely offering a gentle nod in acknowledgement. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Coach Yi gestured for Jiang Hai to enter, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It appeared that Coach Yi was entirely unfazed by his presence. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai quickly donned a beaming smile, approaching Coach Yi while extending a greeting. Hello, Coach Yi. I happened to notice this elevator, which I have never taken before, so I thought I would give it a try. Haha. By the way, this is my first time on the 6th floor, isn't it? Coach Yi, recognizing Jiang Hai's somewhat clumsy performance, merely smiled in silence. It was not until Jiang Hai reached the door that he stepped aside, indicating for Jiang Hai to proceed. Initially, Jiang Hai had been eager to glimpse the enigmatic owner of the club. However, upon being granted entry, he found himself hesitating. Mr. Jiang, please do come in. Mr. Liu is waiting for you inside. Mr. Liu? Jiang Hai paused for a moment, quickly realizing that this Mr. Liu must be the elusive owner. With newfound determination, he strode confidently through the door. Upon entering, Jiang Hai was struck by the expansive space that unfolded before him. The room was impressively large, measuring over 300 square meters. Such a vast area was complemented by a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the outside scenery. Within the room, the majority of the left side was adorned with an array of fitness equipment. Notably, 2 treadmills were positioned directly in front of the windows, promising an exceptionally pleasant running experience. To the right, in an area of approximately 100 square meters, there were 3 sofas arranged, 1 long and 2 short, accompanied by a coffee table and a set of executive desk and chair nearby. Jiang Hai, now somewhat worldly, could discern that although the furnishings were non-ostentatious, they were undoubtedly of high quality, each piece likely costing no less than 100 to 800,000. Haha. Mr. Jiang, welcome, welcome. After admiring the room's decor, a hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man, clad in a gray suit and sporting rectangular glasses, rose from the executive chair. Approaching Jiang Hai, he extended his hand while exclaiming, I have long admired your illustrious reputation, Mr. Jiang. It is a pity we have not crossed paths until now. Today marks the fulfillment of that desire. Jiang Hai promptly reciprocated the handshake, his heart racing. The man's palm was broad, its surface marked by thick calluses, evidence of years spent wielding a firearm. Behind him, Coach Yi bore similar signs. Could he, like Coach Yi, have a military background? Yet, the man's refined demeanor suggested otherwise. Hello, you flatter me. Ah, Mr. Liu, is it? Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Hai maintained a beaming smile while engaging in pleasantries. The man, equally radiant, promptly introduced himself. My surname is Lu Guoqiang. Lu Guoqiang? Upon hearing the name, Jiang Hai felt a jolt in his chest. He had encountered this name before. To be precise, it resonated with prominence. Lu Guoqiang, chairman of Huaxia Bally Group Company, Limited. The Bally Group stands as a premier state-owned enterprise in Huaxia, and most notably, it ranks among the top 3 arms manufacturers in the nation. Jiang Hai became aware of this during a casual conversation with Wang Quanfang, who enlightened him on the subject. While it is undeniable that Bally Group cannot be compared to the nuclear industry group in terms of significance when it comes to profitability, Bally Group surpasses the nuclear industry group by a considerable margin. Crucially, Bally Group holds the top position among companies exporting arms from Huaxia, significantly outpacing its competitors. For instance, the Type 99 main battle tanks previously sold to Salam were prime offerings from Bally Group. Jiang Hai was utterly astonished to discover that Lu Guoqiang was, in fact, the owner of this club. He was equally taken aback by the serendipity of meeting Lu Guoqiang in this setting. In the realm of industry, rivals often emerge. Previously, Jiang Hai had already found himself at odds with the formidable Lodhik company. Could it be that he would now find himself facing off against Bally Group as well? He chuckled to himself, pondering whether Mr. Jiang had indeed heard of his name. Perhaps, he mused, it was old Wang who had informed him? Noticing Jiang Hai's momentary surprise, Lu Guoqiang merely smiled, unfazed, and even took the opportunity to share a jest. Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure and reciprocated the smile. Mr. Lu, it is truly an honor to meet you. I never expected to encounter you here. Haha, no need for such formalities. After exchanging pleasantries, the two took their seats on the sofa, with Coach Yi joining them as well. The 3 settled comfortably, each occupying their own sofa. Just moments ago, I was discussing you with old Yi, Lu Guoqiang remarked with a grin. Mr. Jiang, are you aware that you are about to strike it rich? Mr. Lu Guoqiang suddenly leaned in with an air of intrigue, grinning broadly and giving a thumbs up. Jiang Hai, perplexed by Lu's insinuation, squinted his eyes in silence. Observing Jiang's confusion, Lu straightened himself, tilting his head as he continued, Surely, you have heard about today's events? Yes, I have, Jiang Hai replied, fully cognizant that Lu was referring to the tumultuous developments involving Judah, Bosch, and Balin. After all, this matter had become common knowledge. Feigning ignorance would be utterly implausible. The global situation had escalated, with nations preparing their strategic reserves, ready to act at a moment's notice. Even our own nation was not immune to this urgency. Lu Guoqiang appeared unfazed by the implications of the situation, discussing such weighty matters openly in Jiang Hai's presence, which astonished Jiang. Was this unabashed individual truly the CEO of a top-tier state-owned enterprise? Yet, Jiang refrained from voicing his skepticism, eager to glean more insight into the current state of affairs. Although he had already dismantled the global strategic reserves, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 112. An opportunity for great wealth. Could the situation be this dire? Jiang Hai feigned astonishment, his expression shifting to one of concern as he inquired. Then what is the current state of affairs? Is war truly imminent? Fear not, Mr. Jiang. A conflict is undoubtedly on the horizon. However, it bears no relevance to us, the Huaxia people. Lu Guoqiang erupted in laughter, while Jiang Hai exhibited a look of utter bewilderment, as if Lu Guoqiang's words were incomprehensible. Lu Guoqiang then recounted the emergence of the mysterious figure and the global implications of the obliteration of the nuclear reactor. Finally, he leaned back against the sofa, chuckling, Now, this is splendid. The world is devoid of the great Ivan. Even if chaos ensues, it is merely a trifling matter. Jiang Hai instinctively scratched his cheek. Lu Guoqiang's thoughts mirrored his own precisely, though he felt too shy to voice them. Thus, President Jiang, you must comprehend the gravity of the situation. You are on the brink of a significant fortune. After saying this, Lu Guoqiang winked at Jiang Hai. Initially taken aback, Jiang Hai soon grasped Lu Guoqiang's implication. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Uranium mines? Indeed, uranium mines. With the global nuclear reactors rendered inoperative, nations cannot disregard the abandoned nuclear power plants. They will undoubtedly seek to reactivate the reactors. To do so, uranium is indispensable. In the forthcoming period, the uranium mines at your disposal will be in high demand. Jiang Hai blinked, his face adorned with a non-committal smile, while his mind raced with thoughts. After a brief moment, Jiang Hai remarked with a smile. I merely possess the mining rights to one uranium mine. There are many such mines scattered across Africa. Moreover, during my last discussion with Mr. Wang, we reached an agreement that uranium ore would be prioritized for supply to Huaxia. Oh, Jiang Hai's words made Lu Guoqiang's smile grow even more radiant, and he nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. As a businessman, integrity is paramount. However, when the time comes, the price can be adjusted appropriately. The price will remain as originally negotiated. Jiang Hai interjected before Lu Guoqiang could finish, maintaining his serene smile, neither increasing nor diminishing in intensity. I shall not forfeit a single penny that rightfully belongs to me. As for what is not mine to claim, I shall take not a dime. TSK, TSK. What a pity. Lu Guoqiang smacked his lips, shaking his head in regret. This opportunity is truly rare. Currently, the demand for uranium ore among nations is immense. Even if Mr. Jiang were to multiply the price several times, there would still be buyers. Yet, should this opportunity be missed, and if the nuclear reactors of various countries are restarted, the price of uranium ore will undoubtedly return to normal. Mr. Jiang would then miss the chance to reap such extraordinary profits. Unfazed, Jiang Hai simply shook his head lightly, smiling as he replied, It matters not. Whether I have a little more or a little less money, it makes no significant difference. Does it not, Mr. Lu? Ha ha. Well said. Well said. Lu Guoqiang burst into hearty laughter, giving Jiang Hai a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang's perspective is indeed lofty. I'm in awe. Hiki. Mr. Lu, you flatter me too much. What does this count as in terms of perspective? In comparison to Mr. Lu, he is indeed far inferior. Jiang Hai and Lu Guoqiang unexpectedly began to engage in mutual commercial flattery. After a leisurely conversation lasting over 10 minutes, Jiang Hai rose to take his leave. Mr. Lu, I have come today to seek some training, but I am uncertain if Coach Yi is available. Available. Certainly available. Without waiting for Coach Yi's response, Lu Guoqiang immediately called out, standing up as well, patting Coach Yi on the shoulder with a smile. Old Yi, be sure to give Mr. Jiang a good training session. Indeed. Coach Yi nodded with a smile and gestured for Jiang Hai to proceed. After bidding farewell to Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Hai departed with Coach Yi, engaged in cheerful conversation. Once Jiang Hai and Coach Yi had left, Lu Guoqiang's smile remained unchanged as he slowly resumed his seat in the executive chair. He retrieved a mobile phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Moments later, the call was answered. Hello, it's me. Haha, what a coincidence, I just met him. Yes. Yes, I believe there are no issues with the person. The plan can proceed. Hey, do you still doubt my judgment? I have a keen eye for people. Haha, wonderful. I look forward to that meal you promised. Thus, from the moment I entered the elevator, you had already noticed me? Jiang Hai gasped for breath, his eyes wide as he stared at Coach Yi before he momentarily lost focus. In that instant, Coach Yi stumbled, causing Jiang Hai to be propelled into the air, performing a flip before landing heavily on the soft mat. Certainly, at the very moment of landing, Coach Yi grasped Jiang Hai's belt, preparing him for a fall. Ultimately, Jiang Hai appeared to plummet heavily, yet in reality, he sustained no significant injuries. Rising to his feet, Coach Yi gazed down at the panting Jiang Hai and remarked with a smile, General Lu's status is extraordinary. His safety is under national protection. If one could easily approach General Lu's office, would not the personnel assigned to safeguard him be rendered utterly useless? In truth, had it not been for General Lu's intervention, even if you had boarded that elevator, it would have never ascended to the 6th floor. A dark line of realization crossed Jiang Hai's forehead. He had thought himself clever, only to find he had become a mere jester in the eyes of others. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, and once more seized Coach Yi by the collar. The art of grappling is an exceptionally practical combat technique. While it may lack the flashiness of punches and kicks, it proves to be the most effective means of self-defense in perilous situations, something Jiang Hai had come to understand deeply. However, his current skills paled considerably in comparison to those of Coach Yi. Within half a minute, Jiang Hai found himself thrown to the ground again, this time with one of his arms firmly ensnared by Coach Yi, twisted behind his back. Had Coach Yi exerted more force, Jiang Hai would surely have cried out in agony. Once Coach Yi released him, Jiang Hai did not rush to his feet, but instead lay on the ground to rest for several minutes. After regaining a modicum of strength, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and finally rose. Thus, you ostensibly serve as the club's coach, yet in reality, you are also a security personnel dispatched by the state to protect Mr. Lu. Previously, Jiang Hai found it peculiar that with Coach Ye's remarkable skills, he ought not to demean himself by taking on the role of a club coach. Upon reflection, it seems plausible that under the guise of a coach, he is indeed safeguarding Lu Guiqiang. However, when Jiang Hai verbalized his speculation, Coach Ye immediately dismissed it. I have no ties to the state, he asserted. Naturally, I am not Mr. Lu's bodyguard. Mr. Lu served in the military, and I was once his comrade, having rescued him on the battlefield. After my discharge, I sought employment, and Mr. Lu granted me this opportunity. Chapter 113. The reason for losing Big Ivan, therefore, the reason you declined my previous invitations was due to this? Jiang Hai inquired. During my lowest moments, it was Mr. Lu who extended his hand to assist me. Coach Ye's expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity as he stated with earnestness, without Mr. Lu's consent, I would not consider leaving this place. Jiang Hai felt a pang of frustration. How could one dig beneath the wall without the wall's approval? No more. It's too exhausting, he exclaimed, propping one hand on his knee and waving his other hand dismissively towards Coach Ye. Today's exertion had exceeded all limits. Now, not only was he mentally drained, but physically weary as well. It was a relief to finally rest. Since Jiang Hai had no desire to continue training, Coach Ye was naturally pleased to ease his burden, assisting Jiang Hai into the bathing area, encouraging him to take a shower. In instances of excessive exertion, much like that experienced by Jiang Hai, the club arranges for specialized massage therapists to alleviate his muscular tension. Do not misunderstand. It is of the professional kind. After enduring the delightful ache, Jiang Hai took another shower and changed his attire before departing from the club. As he settled into the vehicle, he glanced back at Coach Ye, who had accompanied him outside, and suddenly broke into a smile. Lowering the car window, he remarked with a grin, Coach Ye, if I were to request Mr. Lu to bring you on board to assist me, do you think he would acquiesce? Coach Ye hesitated momentarily before shaking his head and responding, I cannot say. Jiang Hai then posed a hypothetical. Well, assuming Mr. Lu were to agree, would you be willing to help me? Coach Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at Jiang Hai thoughtfully for a while. I am not fond of answering hypothetical questions. Chuckling lightly, Jiang Hai dismissed the remark as mere jest. With a wave to Coach Ye, he signaled oldly to drive on. The vehicle traveled a considerable distance, while Coach Ye remained rooted in place, watching Jiang Hai's car disappear from view. Mr. De Hai Wu Liang. Jiang Hai squinted at the text message on his phone, delaying his response. The sender was none other than Aisha. Jiang Hai held a rather unfavorable opinion of Aisha. It was this group of lunatics who had hastily cast the formidable Ivan toward Judas, triggering a crisis that nearly led to the annihilation of humanity. Had it not been for Jiang Hai's expenditure of an astronomical sum to resolve the calamity, who knows what fate would have befallen Blue Star by now. Originally, Jiang Hai had intended to settle accounts with them in a few days. To his surprise, Aisha took the initiative to reach out today. As Jiang Hai pondered how to respond, Aisha sent another message. Mr. Vast Ocean, I acknowledge that we have erred this time. I sincerely apologize. You should know that I initially did not wish to sell the Great Ivan to you. We understand. However, you must also be aware that my ultimate decision to sell the Great Ivan was made to ensure your self-preservation. I am truly sorry that we have let down your goodwill. Please refrain from uttering apologies. Do you have any comprehension of the cost I incurred to resolve the crisis you instigated? Indeed, the resolution of this crisis stemmed from your intervention. What audacity to extract my words. Jiang Hai could not help but mutter under his breath. In a moment of anger, he inadvertently let slip his thoughts. His expression immediately darkened. Mr. Vast Ocean, we are immensely grateful to you for aiding us in overcoming this crisis. Had you not intervened, we, the architects of this calamity, would have become the scourge of humanity. Seemingly anticipating Jiang Hai's embarrassment and anger, Aisha promptly lavished him with flattery, rendering him unable to express his ire. Pray tell, what is the reason behind this? Based on my understanding of you, it should not have driven you to such impulsive actions. With his anger somewhat dissipated, Jiang Hai began to probe deeper. Lord Furzit is dead. As soon as Jiang Hai voiced his inquiry, Aisha promptly provided an answer, her tone deep and melancholic, yet laced with palpable anger. The image of the elder, Filzate, instantly materialized in Jiang Hai's mind. He appeared to be an exceptionally amiable gentleman. Despite the awareness of his complexities, Jiang Hai could not help but feel an affinity towards him. The elder has passed away. Given his age, such a fate was not entirely surprising, was it? Why would Aisha specifically? In the next moment, Jiang Hai's eyes widened in shock, filled with incredulity. How did Master Filzate meet his demise? Someone infiltrated Master Filzate's residence, and, while he was lost in slumber, slit his throat with a dagger. It was the work of the Judah. Aisha succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding Filzate's death, concluding with an explicit accusation of the perpetrator. Upon hearing Aisha's words, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits. He finally comprehended why they had abruptly disassociated from Ivan the Terrible during their last encounter. He had discerned that Filzate's reputation and standing were extraordinarily high, rivaling even that of their supreme leader. The sudden assassination of Filzate would undoubtedly incite chaos. In truth, the majority among us remained quite rational, understanding that distancing from Ivan would not resolve the issue but rather exacerbate it. Yet, there were still those who lacked sufficient rationality. The demise of Lord Filzate was abrupt, plunging everyone into disarray, thus enabling certain individuals to seize the moment. Aisha elucidated the sequence of events, thereby apprising Jiang Hai of the underlying causes. Consequently, Jiang Hai realized he couldn't entirely fault them. It could only be said that Judah was excessively arrogant. Immediately after assassinating President Bosch and the foreign minister, they then assassinated the second-in-command of the Palestinians. Such a brazen act merited the deployment of the Tsar Bomba. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai proactively responded to the message. So what are your intentions now? Regardless of the genesis of the matter, the present outcome is that the SZ organization initiated the crisis by deploying the Tsar Bomba, nearly triggering a global catastrophe. Furthermore, Judah and Bosch were devastated by the Tsar Bomba, resulting in countless casualties. They will undoubtedly bear the responsibility for these actions. Palestine, having been recognized by the UN General Assembly, was on the verge of becoming a member. However, given the current situation, the UN General Assembly is highly unlikely to accept Palestine. Lacking the status of a UN member state, Palestine will be unable to secure military assistance from other nations. Palestine stands no chance of prevailing against Judah on its own. Aisha seemed to comprehend Jiang Hai's implication, and thus refrained from responding immediately upon receiving Jiang Hai's message. After a considerable pause, Aisha communicated to Jiang Hai, "We aspire to evacuate the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, just like the Jews of yesteryear." Chapter 114. Seeking assistance from Salam, evacuate the Palestinians? Like the Jews of yesteryear? When Aisha uttered these words, Jiang Hai could discern the helplessness and despair in her tone. Not to mention the current state of the Judeans. After the fall of their nation, they were forced to abandon their homeland, enduring nearly 2 millennia of exile. Aisha's declaration of aligning with the plight of the ancient Judeans implied that the Palestinians too would be subjected to a protracted period of wandering. Jiang Hai understood that this was no exaggeration. It nearly incited the Great Ivan War across the Blue Star. This burden is one that the Palestinians cannot evade. Fortunately, the Great Ivan War did not escalate into actual conflict. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome, there would be no sanctuary for the Palestinians on the entire Blue Star. Aisha foresaw that it would not be long before the Judeans would seek retribution against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. To safeguard the Palestinians, the only recourse would be to evacuate them from the Gaza Strip. Away as we continue our battle against the Judeans, the Palestinian civilians may have a chance to escape. Upon seeing Aisha's message, Jiang Hai felt a sudden jolt of realization. He finally comprehended that they intended to sacrifice their lives to safeguard the Palestinian civilians. To the Judeans, these individuals were the true adversaries. If the Palestinians remained, there was a possibility that the Judeans might spare them. However, without the cover of the Palestinian civilians, those who chose to confront the Judeans directly would likely face total annihilation. It appeared they had resolved to sacrifice themselves for the Palestinians. In that moment, Jiang Hai felt no lingering resentment. At the very least, he was genuinely impressed by their determination. Now that you are reaching out to me, I assume there is a pressing need? After a brief silence, Jiang Hai posed another query. In truth, he could surmise Aisha's intentions without her needing to respond. To delay the Judeans in the Gaza Strip would necessitate a significant amount of weaponry. Given their notorious reputation, it was improbable that other arms companies would supply them with munitions. The only source of assistance was Jiang Hai. Weapons. We require a substantial quantity of arms. Aisha stated their needs forthrightly. It was evident that while they were willing to bear the weight of their mistakes, it did not signify a relinquishment of their animosity towards the Judeans. Having resolved that this would be their final confrontation, they were prepared to pay a bloody price to ensure the Judeans suffered in return. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai quietly responded to Aisha's request with 3 simple words. No problem. Jiang Hai, the transaction has been successfully completed. What do you say? Shall we stay and indulge in some libations? Salam cheerfully suggested as he wrapped his arm around Jiang Hai's shoulder. Just moments ago, Jiang Hai had delivered a fresh batch of arms to Salam, and this exchange had proceeded without a hitch. Ever since Salam's nation was formally established, the demand for military supplies had been escalating daily. The kingdom of Niamia was newly founded, still in its infancy, yet Salam's wealth was undeniable, especially in Africa, where a lack of adequate armed forces could easily lead to the kingdom being overrun by neighboring adversaries, even with the recognition from the United Nations. Thus, Salam was tirelessly recruiting and expanding his military capabilities. Jiang Hai, too, was more than willing to assist Salam whenever Salam expressed a need. Jiang Hai would promptly deliver a new shipment of arms. Naturally, he ensured that his financial gains were substantial as well. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Hai acquiesced to Salam's proposal. The 2 men, now linked shoulder to shoulder, made their way into Salam's rather unsightly palace to partake in drinks. After several rounds of toasts, a tipsy Salam, with glazed eyes, pointed at Jiang Hai and proclaimed, "Brother, I know it was you who thwarted the Great Ivan War. Only you could accomplish such a miraculous feat. Am I right?" In response to Salam's inquiry, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The previous encounter with Aisha and now with Salam had led those frequently interacting with Jiang Hai to form certain suspicions. While he trusted Salam, he deemed it prudent to refrain from outright acknowledgement as a precautionary measure. After all, if such a miraculous method were to come to the attention of those superpowers, the days ahead for Jiang Hai would surely become quite difficult. Salam, I recall that your rapport with the Palestinians seems rather favorable. Those lunatics. Who would dare maintain a good relationship with them? Salam, though inebriated, was not excessively so. Upon hearing the mention of the Palestinians, he promptly shook his head and gestured dismissively. It is evident that the name of the Palestinians has become synonymous with infamy, with no one daring to associate with them. Especially now, as the Palestinians and Judaists engage in fierce conflict in the Gaza Strip, their clashes are so violent that it seems they might bash each other's brains out. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. There was a reason he wished to remain and drink with Salam. After a moment's hesitation, he set down his cup and squinted at Salam, inquiring, "Your Majesty, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with." "Huh, you seek my help?" Salam shook his head, somewhat incredulous. However, upon seeing Jiang Hai's serious demeanor, he burped and immediately straightened in his seat. "Brother, what is our relationship? If you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever is within my capability, I shall certainly help." Salam adopted an air of grandiosity, yet Jiang Hai felt a twinge of unease. For the favor he sought from Salam was of no ordinary kind. After a brief moment of contemplation, observing Salam's bleary-eyed state, Jiang Hai steeled himself and said, "I wish for the kingdom of Niamia to accept Palestinian refugees." "Absolutely, just say the word, and I shall." As Jiang Hai's request was articulated, Salam immediately patted his chest in agreement. However, midway through his words, it seemed that the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. His speech faltered, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Hai. "What? Accept Palestinian refugees? How could that be possible? No, absolutely not." Salam's plump head shook vigorously, causing the flesh on his face to tremble. He was oblivious to how ridiculous he appeared at that moment. All he understood was that Jiang Hai's recent request was something he could never acquiesce to. Chapter 115. The Flames of Bonnet. Don't be hasty in your refusal. Seeing Salam in such a state, Jiang Hai felt a sense of urgency. The conflict in the Gaza Strip had erupted with full force. This battle, heralded as the final confrontation between the Judeans and the Palestinians, was extraordinarily brutal. Although Palestinian civilians, like Aisha, had successfully evacuated from the war zone, the fate of the millions of Palestinian refugees remained a perplexing dilemma. Given the historical ties between Palestine and Bosha, it would have been reasonable for Palestinian refugees to seek refuge there. Yet, due to the catastrophic fallout from the recent incident involving the Large Ivan bomb, Bosha found itself entangled and had to endure 3 such bombings. Consequently, the relationship between Palestine and Bosha became exceedingly delicate, leading Bosha to decisively reject the entry of Palestinian refugees. Moreover, the United Nations General Assembly rescinded Palestine's observer status and failed to dispatch any official aid. Just as Aisha had foreseen, that single large Ivan bomb had irrevocably plunged the Palestinians into the depths of despair. Although the Palestinian refugees had managed to flee the conflict, their circumstances had become even more dire and hopeless. Although Zhang Hai is not devoid of compassion, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the dire plight of the Palestinian refugees. This prompted him to make a request to Salam. However, Salam shook his head repeatedly and replied, "Zhang Hai, it is not that I lack empathy. I truly cannot acquiesce to your request. The Palestinians have become notorious. Anyone who shelters them will be targeted by the entire blue planet. With Niamia just having been established, it is already grappling with hostility from neighboring nations. If we were to invite the Palestinians, Niamia would face obliteration within a year." By the end, Salam was on the verge of tears. He had toiled tirelessly to establish his nation and had no desire for it to perish within a year. Zhang Hai, upon hearing this, wore a look of resignation and ceased to press the matter further. Since he regarded Salam as a friend, it was unreasonable to impose upon him. It seemed that Salam's refusal was definitive, leading Zhang Hai to ponder other alternatives. "My brother, heed my advice. The Palestinians are akin to a contagion. Associating with them is perilous." Noticing Zhang Hai's cessation of persuasion, Salam quietly exhaled, then began to counsel Zhang Hai in return. "If you doubt me, consider this. Why have none of the numerous nations around the globe stepped forward to aid the Palestinians this time? The great Ivan has already positioned the Palestinians against all of humanity." Zhang Hai remained silent, acknowledging the validity of Salam's words. Yet this did not equate to his agreement with Salam's perspective. He understood that while the actions of the Palestinians in casting out the great Ivan were misguided, they were not without justification. The true instigator of the turmoil was none other than Judas, who had assassinated Filzert. Zhang Hai shook his head. This matter was a vendetta between the Palestinians and Judas, and it was not his place to intervene. Resolving the plight of the Palestinian refugees was already sufficient to honor his ties with the Palestinian people. Returning to the source of the issue, it was clear that the kingdom of Niamia was no longer a viable option, leaving him with only one connection, Hispani. Although Hispani was an island nation, it was relatively sparsely populated, and accommodating millions of Palestinian refugees was feasible, albeit challenging. However, the current animosity between Zhang Hai and the president of Hispani complicated matters significantly. Zhang Hai had recently aligned himself with the Sanju gang, which was in direct opposition to the government forces. At this juncture, it would be utterly impossible for the Hispani government to accept millions of Palestinian refugees unless the current regime could be overthrown in a short span of time. Zhang Hai narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. It had been a while since he last contacted the Sanju gang. He wondered how they were faring now. In Bonita City, Hispani, gunfire erupted throughout the urban area, causing ordinary citizens to huddle fearfully within their homes. The various streets of the city had become a battlefield. "Water brother, the eastern side has been secured," shouted a disheveled member of the Sanju gang as he rushed to catch up with Aisha on the rooftop terrace of the tallest building in the city center. Aisha did not exhibit excessive excitement as he gradually lowered the telescope from his hands. Compared to a few months prior, he appeared more mature and composed at this moment. "Let the brothers hold the territory. The enemy will undoubtedly launch a counterattack. We must not lose the ground we have gained." "Understood." Upon hearing Aisha's command, a member of the Sanju gang shouted and swiftly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Aisha made his way to the center of the terrace, where a large table was adorned with various items, including a map measuring 1 meter in length and width. He gestured over the map several times before addressing his subordinates. "For the next few days, we shall remain on standby. Having lost the eastern city, the government forces will surely seek to reclaim it. Let them mobilize their troops to assault the east. At that moment, we will dispatch a team to seize the southern and northern territories." "All right, Shuegu." "Understood." A chorus of affirmations echoed from those around Aisha. Since the battle a few months ago, Aisha had genuinely taken command of the Sanju gang, emerging as its leader. The previous 3 elders of the gang, Elder Song and Elder Yuan, had been slain by enemies, while Elder Wu, though having narrowly escaped that fate, fell gravely ill afterward. After assuming leadership of the Sanju gang, Aisha abandoned his prior gentle and accommodating demeanor, opting instead to engage in direct conflict with the government forces. Armed with the 11 Shabalu staves gifted to them by Zhang Hai, along with previously stockpiled weapons and equipment, the Sanju gang caught the government forces off guard. They swiftly occupied the city center of Banite and entered into a stalemate with the government forces that lasted nearly a month. At long last, today, the Sanju gang has shattered the encirclement of the government forces, successfully capturing the eastern part of the city. Aisha, naturally, would not let this hard-won opportunity slip away. The breach of the government troops' blockade was bound to disrupt the equilibrium of their entire strategic deployment. This marked the moment to vanquish the government forces. After a thorough arrangement, Aisha exhaled a long breath, withdrawing a cigarette in the intent to light it. However, the wind on the terrace was too fierce, thwarting his attempts to ignite the flame. Furrowing his brow, he exchanged a few words with his subordinate nearby before making his way to the stairwell. Upon entering the stairwell, Aisha finally succeeded in lighting his cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he felt the warmth of the smoke coursing through his throat and nostrils, only to expel it all in one breath. In that instant, it was as if all the pressure had been released, leaving him considerably more relaxed. By your demeanor, it seems you have been performing admirably. A sudden voice rang out, prompting Aisha to instinctively turn around. In an instant, a handgun appeared in his grasp, its muzzle aimed squarely at the source of the sound, ready to fire at a moment's notice. However, upon recognizing the figure standing less than 3 meters away, he was momentarily stunned. Sir, is it truly you? Aisha expressed his astonishment, followed by an expression of sheer joy as he hurriedly holstered his weapon and approached the individual, bowing in respect. The visitor was none other than Jiang Hai. Despite the entire building being thoroughly sealed by the Sanju gang, Jiang Hai had managed to appear here undetected. However, Aisha had long since become accustomed to the wonders of Jiang Hai, so after the initial surprise, what lingered was more of delight. It seems you were planning to overthrow the government of Hispania? Jiang Hai inquired, glancing at the terrace outside, where members of the Sanju gang were armed and on high alert. In response to Jiang Hai's question, Aisha, with a grave expression, declared, "The government has consistently targeted our Chinese community. If we do not rise up in resistance, we will inevitably be exterminated. Rather than waiting for death, it is better to fight with all our might. At least we might carve out a path for survival." Well said. Jiang Hai couldn't help but applaud Aisha's words. The Chinese would rather be shattered like jade than remain intact like a tile. However, it seemed unwise to sacrifice lives unnecessarily for the sake of this gang. Jiang Hai approached Aisha, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. Your current situation should still be advantageous, but this advantage will not last long. Indeed. Aisha nodded vigorously. Previously, the world's attention was diverted to Judah and Palestine. This included the Lodhik Corporation. Without the support of Lodhik, the government forces would not have been beaten back so thoroughly. However, once Lodhik shifts its focus back to Hispania, with their backing, the government forces will bolster their firepower and surely come to suppress us again. Therefore, you need a more formidable force. Jiang Hai interjected, articulating Aisha's thoughts. Aisha paused momentarily, his gaze towards Jiang Hai intensifying with fervor. However, after a brief interval, he shook his head and remarked, "This issue cannot be resolved merely through weaponry and equipment. The members of the Sanju gang are few in number, and engaging in combat with Bonnet's government forces is already a formidable challenge. Once the entirety of the Hispani government army descends upon us, our manpower will be severely stretched. Thus, your current dilemma is not solely about weaponry. It also revolves around the lack of personnel." Jiang Hai comprehended Aisha's implication, for in Hispani, a nation predominantly inhabited by Negroes, the Chinese population remains exceedingly sparse. The Sanju gang, being primarily led by individuals of Chinese descent, inevitably faces a significant hurdle concerning manpower. Jiang Hai had initially contemplated allowing the Palestinian refugees to join the Sanju gang directly, to assist in their struggle against the government forces. Such a move would not only bolster the gang's strength, but also address the plight of the refugees, achieving a dual purpose. However, he soon dismissed this notion. The reason Palestinians are currently marginalized by the world is due to the notorious incident involving the great Ivan they previously cast into Judah. Now, Palestinians bear the stigma of war criminals. To send Palestinian refugees to Hispani as mercenaries would only serve to solidify this damning label. Should the Sanju gang succeed in defeating the government forces with the aid of Palestinian refugees, they too would inevitably become targets of global scrutiny, just as the refugees are now. Even if the Sanju gang were to triumph over Hispani, sustaining a stable existence within its borders would be unattainable. Therefore, The conundrum faced by the Sanju gang cannot be resolved through the involvement of Palestinian refugees. Assisting the Palestinian refugees can only occur once the Sanju gang triumphs over the Hispani government and genuinely seizes control of the nation. Only then can they bring the refugees to Hispani under the guise of humanitarian aid. If this path proves unfeasible, an alternative must be sought. Jiang Hai gradually approached the doorway of the staircase, but refrained from ascending to the terrace. The members of the Sanju gang stationed at the entrance were startled upon seeing Jiang Hai, instinctively preparing for confrontation, only to be swiftly halted by a Shui's gesture. Indicating for the members to step back, a Shui dutifully positioned himself behind Jiang Hai, who remained deep in contemplation. The Sanju gang could not rely on Nige or the Palestinian refugees to overthrow the current government of Hispani. They must depend solely on their own ranks. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Hai's eyes, who, indeed, constituted the true allies of the Sanju gang. With this thought, he felt a surge of clarity. A Shui, how much funding does the Sanju gang currently possess? Jiang Hai abruptly inquired, leaving a Shui somewhat perplexed by the randomness of the question. Nevertheless, he promptly responded, recently, the Sanju gang has successfully plundered several national banks in Bonite, so our financial resources are relatively ample, amounting to approximately 1 billion beautiful coins. When converted to Huaxia currency, this equates to nearly 8 billion. Hispani does have its own currency. However, within Hispani, their currency circulates less effectively than the beautiful coins. Thus, a Shui instinctively reported the figure in beautiful coins. Soon, he realized that Jiang Hai had previously only accepted Huaxia coins for transactions, so he quickly modified his statement. 8 billion. That should suffice. Jiang Hai nodded, and then addressed Ah Shui, I would like to engage in another transaction with your Sanju gang. Jiang Hai's sudden proposal took Ah Shui by surprise once again. He still could not comprehend Jiang Hai's intentions and could not help but inquire, Sir, if funding is required, I can readily provide all available resources. Ever since Jiang Hai had rescued Ah Shui and Old Wu, Jiang Hai had become a great benefactor in Ah Shui's eyes. Not only would he willingly part with money, but if Jiang Hai asked them to leap from this building, Ah Shui would do so without hesitation. No. We must proceed with the transaction. Jiang Hai repeatedly waved his hands, recalling the punishment he had received from the system last time, a fine of 20 trillion Huaxia coins. Having learned from that experience, Jiang Hai dared not exploit the system's loopholes again. It was merely a transaction, as long as the transaction was completed. This time Jiang Hai's teleportation would not be deemed a violation. This is the item for your transaction. With a snap of his fingers, a large iron box suddenly materialized at their feet. Upon opening the box, he retrieved a cylindrical metallic object approximately 30 centimeters in length. The surface of the cylinder was remarkably smooth, with a component resembling a handgun grip at the bottom, even featuring a trigger. The opposite end contained a device akin to a turbine, appearing quite intricate within. An electronic pulse hand cannon. 50 billion Huaxia coins each. This time, we shall engage in this transaction. Jiang Hai hefted the cylindrical object, surprised by its considerable weight. Fortunately, he was currently utilizing a puppet, endowed with substantial physical strength. With a smile directed at Ah Shui, he presented the object before him. Ah Shui instinctively reached out to grasp the cylinder, nearly losing his hold on it. After a struggle, he finally secured it, his expression one of bewilderment, clearly unaware of the item's purpose. Despite Ah Shui's commendable qualities, he remained merely the leader of a gang, and this high-tech contraption seemed to him as incomprehensible as a foreign language. Chapter 117. The Dispute of Two Arms Magnates. This electronic pulse handgun possesses the capability to accurately and swiftly incapacitate enemy electronic devices without endangering human life. It proves highly effective for executing certain specialized tasks. Jiang Hai succinctly elucidated the function of this novel weapon. It was evident that this armament hailed from an extraterrestrial civilization, its technological sophistication surpassing that of Blue Star, yet not excessively so. After all, a mere 5 billion Huaxia coins would not suffice otherwise. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, Ah Shui managed to grasp the weapon's purpose, albeit with an increasingly perplexed expression. For the current needs of the Sanju gang, this weapon appeared to hold little utility. What they truly lacked were arms boasting formidable firepower. Although this device could dismantle enemy electronics, it posed no threat to their physical forms. While it appeared impressive, it was entirely unnecessary for the Sanju gang. Upon witnessing Ashue's perplexed expression, Jiang Hai smiled and remarked, "This weapon is not intended for your combat use. Rest assured, I shall not permit you to squander this 5 billion. Jiang Hai, without further ado, instructed the system to transfer 5 billion Huaxia coins from the account of the Sanju gang, thereby completing the transaction. Subsequently, Jiang Hai gestured to Ashue as if making a phone call, winked, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the spot. Fortunately, having witnessed Jiang Hai's sudden disappearance during their previous encounter in the warehouse, Ashue was not startled. However, as he clutched the electronic pulse hand cannon, he remained utterly oblivious to Jiang Hai's intentions. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Hai opened his eyes, gazed at the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. In the next moment, he swiftly grasped his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Brother Wang?" "Yes, it is I." "Haha, Brother Wang. I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with." Thus unfolded the situation. The gang known as the Sanju Gang was on the brink of seizing the city of Banite. However, the Hispani government was poised to suppress the Sanju Gang at any moment. In a bid to solicit assistance from Huaxia, the Sanju Gang was willing to donate this new weaponry to Huaxia without charge. In the depths of the sea, Elder Yu and General He convened once more, furrowing their brows as they listened to Wang Quanfang's report before them. In the office, aside from the three of them, 2 others sat quietly to the side. One of them is Secretary Yu's assistant, who is diligently taking minutes of the meeting. The other is Lu Guoqiang, the chairman of Bali Group. After listening to Wang Quanfang's report, Elder Yu and General He exchanged a glance, and then Elder Yu spoke in a deep voice, without a legitimate reason. It is impossible for Huaxia to interfere in the internal affairs of another nation. Moreover, the actions of the Sanju Gang amount to a coup. If Huaxia were to intervene in such matters, it would be condemned by the international community. With that, Elder Yu firmly established the stance on this issue. Huaxia must not intervene in this matter, at least not overtly. With Elder Yu's declaration, everyone else in the office nodded in agreement. Of course, they understood the underlying implications of Elder Yu's words. The crucial question remains, is this new weapon worth Huaxia's involvement? Xiao Wang, you are the expert in this field. Please elucidate, General, he said, looking at Wang Quanfang, presenting his request. Wang Quanfang, naturally, would not refuse General He's request. After a brief pause, he shared his perspective. In my personal opinion, this new weapon holds significant potential for Huaxia's weapon development. The electronic pulse weapon has seen considerable research investment from Huaxia over the years. However, the results have been rather disappointing. While there have been some accomplishments, they certainly do not match the maturity of this new weapon. Furthermore, the technology encompassed in this weapon can not only enhance weapon development, but also positively impact numerous industries. Wang Quanfai is currently the chairman of the nuclear industry group and a businessman. However, prior to this role, he was a highly specialized weapons expert, possessing significant authority in the development and research of weaponry. After listening to Wang Quanfai's insights, Elder Yu and General He exchanged glances, communicating their thoughts silently. "Mr. Wang, I have heard that this new type of weapon is also related to Jiang Hai." Before Elder Yu or General He could respond, Lu Guoqiang, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Wang Quanfai paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow, and after a considerable silence, he replied, "Indeed. Jiang Hai was the one who initially contacted me, facilitating the connection with Sanju Bang. Just like the advanced electromagnetic cannon I acquired from King Salam of the Namiyami Kingdom last time. That acquisition was also orchestrated through Jiang Hai's connections. TSK. Jiang Hai certainly has a wide network. The kings of Africa, the heads of gangs in Hispani City. Just a year ago, Jiang Hai was merely an ordinary worker. Wasn't he? How did he amass such a network?" Lu Guoqiang's casual tone betrayed his skepticism towards Jiang Hai. Wang Quanfai, who had established a good rapport with Jiang Hai, felt a flicker of displeasure, furrowing his brow before abruptly stating, "Mr. Lu, you seem to have forgotten to mention one crucial point. I am the chairman of the Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group." Elder Yu raised his hand and called out, a gesture aimed at preventing Wang Quanfai from uttering any inappropriate remarks towards Lu Guoqiang. Both men were representatives of China's military industry, and any discord between them would ultimately inflict the greatest harm upon the nation. Wang Quanfai was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation. He promptly sealed his lips. Lu Guoqiang, however, paid no heed to Wang Quanfai's recent retort. He turned to Elder Yu and General He, asserting, I firmly believe that Jiang Hai's identity is indeed suspect. Previously, the funds in Jiang Hai's bank account soared to a staggering trillion. Yet, just recently, an astonishing 3 trillion vanished into thin air. The banking regulatory authorities have been utterly unable to trace the whereabouts of these funds. What raises further suspicion is that this disappearance coincided precisely with the outbreak of the Yuan War. Gentlemen, could there be a connection between these two events? Was it not established that Jiang Hai is linked to a clandestine arms trading organization? The substantial flow of funds in and out is hardly unusual, is it? Lu Guoqiang raised his doubts, to which Wang Chuanfa furrowed his brow and offered a rebuttal. It was not that he unconditionally supported Jiang Hai, but rather that his interactions with Jiang Hai had brought significant advantages to both him and the nuclear industry group, prompting him to instinctively align with Jiang Hai. Lu Guoqiang merely cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chuanfa, unperturbed, and calmly remarked, "That is merely a hypothetical inference made by the military based on the current intelligence. It does not constitute concrete evidence." Chapter 118. The second transaction with the Wildcat gang. Lu Guoqiang's words caused Wang Chuanfa to raise his eyebrows, barely restraining himself from engaging in a dispute. At that moment, General He raised his hand and declared, "Enough. The issue regarding Jiang Hai's identity has already been reported to the military headquarters. We shall address Jiang Hai's matters later. There is no need for the two of you to argue here. The pressing concern at hand is the situation with the Sanju gang. While they may be of Chinese descent, they are nonetheless members of the Huaxia nation, sharing the same bloodline. As long as it does not impede the normal development of Huaxia, we should extend our assistance." General He's suggestion diverged somewhat from Elder Yu's perspective, clearly advocating for aid to the Sanju gang. Despite the difference of opinion, Elder Yu remained unperturbed. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Even if we are to offer assistance, it cannot be under the banner of Huaxia. That is only natural." Elder Yu's statement received General He's endorsement. Huaxia has always upheld a principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of other nations, a stance that must not be compromised. Hence, Xiao Lu, if I recall correctly, your Bally Group has a security company, does it not? Lu Guoqiang, singled out by General He, exhibited no surprise, offering a faint smile as he nodded and said, "I understand. Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to us at Bally. The sea is boundless." Kevin. Jiang Hai greeted the bespectacled man before him with great warmth. Embracing him, the individual facing him was none other than Kevin Rafi of the Wildcats. Their present location was the Manhattan district of Apple City, the most opulent area in the entire metropolis. While the Wildcats hailed from the Brownsville district, Kevin possessed a lavish restaurant in Manhattan, which was not altogether surprising. The Wildcats were purveyors of armaments, a lucrative trade in the United States, ensuring financial prosperity. As a high-ranking member of the gang, Kevin could certainly afford such an establishment. "Allow me to present some of our signature dishes. You shall not be disappointed." Kevin gestured for Jiang Hai to be seated at the table, raising his hand and snapping his fingers towards the kitchen. In honor of Jiang Hai's visit, Kevin had the restaurant vacated, turning away all other patrons. The expansive, luxurious restaurant was reserved solely for Jiang Hai and himself. Soon, several burly men in white aprons emerged from the kitchen, bearing steaming platters of food to the table. Jiang Hai offered a subtle smile, possessing an inherent tolerance for all cuisines. Latin American gastronomy is characterized by an abundance of meat and robust flavors. Yet when prepared with finesse, it can be exceptionally palatable. Kevin's ability to establish a restaurant in Manhattan suggested a certain level of culinary expertise. Without hesitation, Jiang Hai picked up his knife and fork, commencing to savor the dishes before him. Observing this, Kevin erupted in hearty laughter, evidently pleased. Westerners do not adhere to the maxim of silence during meals, and thus, the two engaged in convivial conversation as they dined. However, everyone tacitly refrained from discussing business. Once they had indulged in a hearty meal, the burly men emerged once more, swiftly clearing the table with precision. The food was absolutely delectable. Jiang Hai wiped his mouth with a napkin and gave Kevin a thumbs up. Kevin, delighted by the praise for his restaurant's cuisine, erupted into hearty laughter once again. With the meal concluded, it was time to address the matter at hand. Kevin was the first to broach the subject, tapping his fingers on the table and squinting at Jiang Hai. "Many of our clients were quite satisfied with the last batch of goods. Therefore, we hope to engage in further transactions with you." "Ah, that would be most welcome," Jiang Hai replied, narrowing his eyes in a grin while placing the napkin he had used on the table. "As long as it's a trade, Our company will certainly welcome all opportunities. However, I am curious about what you require this time. Kevin did not respond to Jiang Hai's inquiry immediately. Instead, he continued to scrutinize Jiang Hai's facial expressions. After a brief moment, he tilted his head slightly and said, "Automatic rifles. Naturally, the larger the quantity, the better." Jiang Hai chuckled. For this second transaction, solely involving automatic rifles, it seemed the other party had yet to place complete trust in him. Yet, this was hardly surprising. At this point, Jiang Hai was no longer concerned about such dealings. If the other party proposed it, he would readily acquiesce. No problem. How about AKs? Shall we arrange for another 10,000 units? Jiang Hai had conducted some preliminary inquiries before his arrival. Although the AK is deemed basic equipment within the military, it enjoys considerable popularity in the beautiful country. Kevin observed Jiang Hai casually announce a quantity of 10,000 units, and a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. After a brief pause, he adjusted his posture slightly and remarked, "Let us increase the quantity. The sales of the AK are rather impressive. Is 10,000 units insufficient?" Jiang Hai was somewhat taken aback by this. He lifted his gaze to meet Kevin's, their eyes locking momentarily. Subsequently, Jiang Hai smiled, raised his hand, and gestured with his palm, stating, "Then let it be 50,000 units. Can you handle that?" "Of course, we can handle it." Jiang Hai had quintupled the initial amount, and Kevin immediately broke into a grin, both parties neglecting to delve into the matter of pricing. In the beautiful country, the arms trade has reached a significant level of maturity, with established price standards. If sold at retail, each AK would command a price between 500 to 600 beautiful currency. However, the transaction between Jiang Hai and the Wildcat gang would certainly not adhere to retail pricing. Nor could Jiang Hai afford to sell at an exorbitant premium as he had previously done with the sale to Palestine. Thus, the transaction price should hover around 300 beautiful currency, leaving little room for haggling. With the deal effectively sealed, Jiang Hai and Kevin exchanged knowing smiles before extending their hands for a handshake in the realm of trade. Jiang Hai sought to refrain from appearing overly ostentatious. The crux of the matter lay in his lack of trust towards the counterpart. Kevin, on the other hand, perceived no issues, as this represented the most conventional course of transactions. In fact, he considered the week-long preparation somewhat hasty, yet still within an acceptable threshold. With the deal now successfully concluded, the atmosphere within the restaurant was notably harmonious and relaxed. It was at this juncture that Jiang Hai, with a sudden smile, posed a question. "As far as I am aware, Apple City is the domain of the Lord Sheik Company. Will your Wildcat gang not face repercussions for such a substantial acquisition here?" The mere mention of the Lord Sheik Company seemed to act as a switch, causing the ambience of the restaurant to become palpably tense, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. Chapter 119, The Beach Beneath the Night Sky. Although both were arms dealers, the Wildcat gang appeared as nothing more than a minuscule grasshopper in the shadow of the Lord Sheik Company. Operating within Apple City, the Wildcat gang was evidently relegated to handling only those contracts deemed undesirable by the Lord Sheik Company, subsisting on the scraps they left behind. Thus, Jiang Hai's reference to the Lord Sheik Company in front of his counterpart bore an unmistakable air of provocation. Yet, oblivious to the implications of his words, Jiang Hai lifted his glass of red wine, savoring a sip while displaying an expression of unrestrained delight. Kevin observed Jiang Hai, and after a brief moment, a smile re-emerged upon his face. The Lord Sheik Company is vastly prosperous. Would they truly concern themselves with us? Kevin exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if utterly indifferent to the Wildcat gang, which was merely a stray cat rummaging through refuse at the street corner. Jiang Hai blinked slowly, gently placing his glass of red wine down. "Is that so? The holdings of Lockheed Corporation are indeed substantial. It appears that nearly 30% of the military procurements from the beautiful nation last year were attributed to Lockheed, correct? The performance of Lockheed in the beautiful nation ranks second only to the esteemed DuPont Corporation. Not to mention, the military orders alone could fill Lockheed's coffers to overflowing. These details are clearly articulated in the annual fiscal reports of the beautiful nation, not considered a secret in the least." However, upon hearing Jiang Hai's remark, Kevin's hand, which rested on the table, twitched slightly, and his gaze fixated on Jiang Hai once more, as if attempting to discern the hidden depths beneath Jiang Hai's placid demeanor. Yet, Jiang Hai's expression bore no flaws. He even raised his wine glass in a toast to Kevin. Subsequently, Jiang Hai refrained from broaching any further topics regarding Lockheed, and Kevin appeared to relax considerably, his smile becoming notably more radiant. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Hai departed from Kevin's restaurant, and upon turning into a certain alley, he vanished in a flash, leaving behind a rather disheartened tale. As consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Hai opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of daze, a faint smile graced his lips. 50,000 AKs. Without hesitation, he could secure them in one fell swoop. If the Wildcat gang truly possessed such magnitude, they would not confine themselves merely to the chaotic district of Brownsville. The capacity to absorb such a vast quantity of goods could only belong to the military. To suggest that the military of the United States is engaging in dealings with a gang from Brownsville is undeniably a grand jest. So, whom exactly is the Wildcat gang undertaking clandestine operations for? Are they surreptitiously undermining the interests of Lordeck Company? How intriguing. Jiang Hai has also taken an interest. The reason he initially sought the Wildcat gang was to exploit the vulnerabilities of Lordeck Company. Little did he anticipate that the Wildcat gang itself was dispatched by a certain power to undermine Lordeck Company. What a curious coincidence. It remains uncertain which faction shares the same objective as him. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore the possibility of collaboration to strengthen their endeavors against Lordeck Company. Beneath the cloak of night on the beach, the only sounds are the howling sea breeze and the crashing waves. The bright moonlight cascades onto the shore, casting a silvery glow. Several shadows tread cautiously along the beach, occasionally glancing towards the ocean. There, one individual suddenly raises a hand, pointing towards the sea. The others follow suit, looking in the direction indicated. In the darkness, visibility is limited. Even the keenest eyesight struggles to discern the expanse of the water. They can only vaguely perceive some unusual splashes upon the surface. However, moments later, the situation shifts dramatically. They can make out numerous shadows emerging on the water, swaying and advancing towards the shore. In this pitch-black night, the sudden appearance of so many swaying figures on the sea is indeed quite unsettling. The figures along the shore shuddered uncontrollably, swallowing hard in unison. Had they not been acutely aware of the mission that brought them here, they might have turned and fled in fright. The sound of the waves crashed rhythmically, mingling with the tumult of the water being stirred as the shadows drew ever closer. Finally, within a mere 10 meters, a beam of moonlight illuminated their true forms, tall men clad in black diving suits. Upon recognizing their appearances, the individuals on the shore collectively exhaled in relief. Exchanging glances, the leader stepped forward decisively, returning like weary birds to their nest, like fallen leaves returning to their roots. The leader of the newcomers echoed the sentiment. Having exchanged the secret signal, both parties hastened toward the beach. Finding a secluded corner, the men in diving suits began to shed their attire, while the others produced clean garments they had prepared in advance for the exchange. Comrades, thank you. Observing the others' change of clothing, a palpable tension lingered among the newcomers, as one of them stammered a greeting. The leader of the diving men raised his head, revealing a somewhat naive smile, and replied, "Terms like comrade are relics of the past. My surname is Yi. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yi." "Ah, well, that's fine. That's fine." The evident warmth in the exchange eased the tension on their faces as they nodded in agreement. "As you can see, we have come here empty-handed, bringing only ourselves. The remainder rests entirely upon your preparations." "No problem. No problem." Brother Yi spoke somewhat jokingly while the others nodded in agreement. One among them even patted his chest, declaring, "We have ample weapons and ammunition on our side." Brother Yi slightly lifted his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze swiftly scanned the group. After a brief moment, he chuckled and replied, "That's splendid. We will act as the advance party. With us included, there will be a total of 500 individuals. The rest will arrive gradually over the next few days. We will need your assistance in receiving them." "Excellent. Excellent. The more, the merrier. Leave it all to us." The enthusiasm of the group heightened at Brother Ye's words, and they readily accepted his instructions. Glancing at his waterproof watch, Brother Yi then looked up at the moonlit sky and remarked, "It is getting late. We should be on our way." His words served as a reminder to the others, prompting one to exclaim, "Indeed. This area is still not secure. The government forces could send patrols at any moment. We must hasten our departure." Brother Yi nodded in agreement, and then instructed one of his companions behind him, "Send a signal to the sea. With so many coming ashore today, let them return." "Understood." The companion immediately responded in a hushed tone, producing a signal pistol and firing a shot into the night sky. As the flare arced through the air, those on the beach swiftly retreated. Soon, the beach became desolate, and even the originally chaotic footprints were smoothed out by the gentle caress of the waves. Chapter 120. An unforgettable experience in the vast expanse of the ocean. Under a clear sky, the crimson sunlight cascaded from above, illuminating the water's surface, as if the entire sea were ablaze. With a sudden whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air above the sea, plummeting straight down, accompanied by a series of peculiar cries. With a splash, Jiang Hai plunged into the water, sending up a spray. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was a decent swimmer, aside from the initial shock that left him momentarily disoriented and gulping down a few mouthfuls of seawater. He quickly regained his composure, using both hands and feet to swim back to the surface. What on earth? System, where have you sent me? While treading water to keep himself afloat, Jiang Hai scanned his surroundings, seeking to ascertain his location. He was informed that he had been transported through the interstellar trade passage to Dimension GE 4571, Sector 44, 57, 1 degrees, Planet 21,314. The distance from the host's original planet is 34 billion light-years. 34 billion light-years? Well, it's certainly closer than the planet Binu. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter in his mind, then redirected his focus to the surrounding environment. The endless ocean stretched out before him, and the sun's red rays, so different from those of Blue Star, merged the sky with the sea, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over Jiang Hai. He quickly shut his eyes and shook his head vigorously. The system has indeed transported me to solid ground. Where is the sense in sending someone into the vast sea? There is not a soul in sight. Whom am I to conduct my dealings with? Just as Jiang Hai posed his inquiries to the system, he did not even await a response before a thunderous roar erupted above him. The sound emanated from directly overhead. In the next instant, Jiang Hai felt the illumination around him dim. The vibrant sunlight that once bathed the area had vanished. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the heavens. To his astonishment, a colossal entity loomed above, shrouding the entire sky. The previous humming noise resonated once more, now more pronounced and resonant, causing the surrounding waters to ripple violently. Jiang Hai instinctively covered his ears with his hands and submerged himself beneath the waves. Yet, even the water could not muffle the immense sound, which instead sent him tumbling chaotically underwater. He was on the verge of abandoning this puppet and returning to Blue Star. At last, just as Jiang Hai felt he could endure no longer, the roaring ceased. Regaining his composure beneath the surface, he cautiously emerged from the water. Looking up at the enormous object in the sky, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. System, could it be? Is that not the aerial castle? Jiang Hai quickly recognized it as the massive flying vessel he had previously sold to the resistance on Bennu Star. How is it that I am encountering this phenomenon once more? Could it be that the system has made an error, returning me to the planet of the slaves? The airborne city previously sold by the host, the intelligent aerial mobile castle, is indeed a product of this planet's civilization. The system's response left Jiang Hai utterly astounded, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. That aerial castle was actually crafted by the civilization of this very planet? What an astonishing level of technological advancement must this civilization possess? When he first encountered the information regarding the airborne city, Jiang Hai had marveled at the prowess required to construct such a vessel. Little did he anticipate that a mere short time later, he would find himself on the planet of this civilization. Jiang Hai, lost in contemplation, was abruptly jolted back to reality as his eyes widened once more, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment. In the distant sky, a colossal object had suddenly materialized, another airborne city. Before Jiang Hai could react, the newly appeared airborne city erupted with countless tiny lights. Subsequently, beams of light shot forth from the second airborne city, swiftly striking the first airborne city. Boom, boom. The beams collided with the airborne city, unleashing a series of explosive sounds, and fiery bursts erupted around the first airborne city. Evidently, the first airborne city was not inclined to remain passive. It too illuminated hundreds of beams of light, retaliating towards the second airborne city. These two airborne cities had commenced a fierce exchange of attacks. Drifting upon the surface of the sea, Jiang Hai gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, his body instinctively paddling to maintain his buoyancy. Weapons unleashed from the two floating cities above, launching an onslaught against one another. The sky resonated with the cacophony of explosions and sparks, rendering even the once blazing sunlight somewhat diminished. In stark contrast, Jianghai appeared diminutive against the vastness of the ocean beneath him. Before long, the protective shields of both celestial fortresses shattered almost simultaneously, beams of energy striking their structures and inflicting considerable damage. Debris from the explosions cascaded down like rain, each shard a mere trifle to the sky cities, yet colossal boulders to the floating Jianghai. Every fragment that struck the water stirred tumultuous waves, subjecting him to an unbearable struggle to stay afloat while evading the descending wreckage. With a resounding boom, the heart of the first sky city erupted violently. This was swiftly followed by a series of detonations, and within the span of half a minute, the immense fortress disintegrated in midair. The brilliant sparks that erupted rivaled even the radiance of the crimson sun above. Among the debris, one sizable fragment hurtled directly toward the sea where Jianghai floated. In utter disbelief, Jianghai's expression contorted in fear. Although reluctant to abandon his position, he gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs, "System, take me back." Bang! The wreckage crashed violently into the sea, and although it did not directly strike Jianghai, the colossal waves it generated instantly engulfed him. Just as Jianghai was being dragged into the deep ocean by the massive whirlpool, he vanished in a flash. Good heavens! Jianghai cried out. Jolting upright in his bed, he instinctively began to pat himself down, ensuring all his limbs were still intact before finally relaxing. Lying back, he gasped for breath, his face still marked with lingering fear. This was not Jianghai's first brush with death, but this particular experience was undoubtedly unforgettable. Even now, the final scene before his return remained etched in his mind, a terrifying image. Chapter 121, Jianghai's Dismal Mood System. Jianghai immediately inquired, having regained some composure. What was the matter with that planet? The system did not respond immediately. After a few minutes, its voice finally echoed. The planet is undergoing a cataclysmic event. To ensure the host's safety, this trade channel has been temporarily closed. What? Jianghai was bewildered by the system's terse explanation. Is that all? Is that it? My once-a-month intergalactic trade just gone like that? I'm destitute. Aren't you going to compensate me for this lost trade? Jianghai felt utterly wronged. The last time, the system had taken away a substantial amount of his wealth, leaving him with a mere few billion in his account. The crux of the matter was that many of Jianghai's future plans required substantial funding. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by the interstellar trade to amass more wealth, but little did he expect such a hasty conclusion. This was deemed an act of force majeure. The system bore no responsibility for this unforeseen incident. A friendly reminder to the host, interstellar trade carries inherent risks. Jianghai couldn't help but curse inwardly. He was well aware of the system's nature, and persisting further would be futile. Had he known, he would have opted for the trade with the slave planet instead. Jianghai had considered developing a new trading partner, which prompted him to establish a new trading channel. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Now, he found himself in quiet despair. According to the system's previous pronouncements, once a trading channel was locked, it would remain unchanged. This meant that the newly established channel was now fixed to that recently designated planet, which was on the brink of disaster. What if the civilization on that planet were to perish? Or worse, the entire planet were to be obliterated? Would that not result in the futile loss of a trading channel? A channel that had cost him an astronomical sum of 100 billion. Moreover, to develop a new trading channel would require an expenditure of 1,000 billion. The thought of such a significant amount of money going to waste was agonizing for Jianghai. It seemed that financial misfortunes were increasingly rampant. Perhaps a visit to a nearby temple for blessings was in order? As he pondered this, his agitation grew, and glancing at the electronic clock beside him, he realized it was already 10 in the morning. With a firm resolve, Jianghai decided to visit the club, hoping to alleviate his troubled spirit. However, upon arriving at the establishment and inquiring with the new receptionist, he was left taken aback. What? Kochi is not here. Where has he gone? The receptionist, timidly lowering her gaze, replied, I don't know. She instinctively recoiled from Jianghai, who was known for his fierce demeanor. It was rumored that her predecessor had been cast aside by this very man, losing both her job and dignity in the process. Although he was undoubtedly a wealthy bachelor, he was still perceived as perilously intimidating. Mr. Jiang, will you still be working out today? Should I arrange for another coach for you? Jianghai, already in a foul mood, waved his hand dismissively and did not utter a word as he turned to leave. It wasn't that he was particularly fixated on Coach Yi. Rather, he simply felt that everything was going awry, and his spirits were low. Back in his car, he grumbled to Old Lee, "Let us go to Chang'e Building." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Old Lee, adept at reading the room, recognized Jiang Hai's discontent and wisely refrained from unnecessary chatter, driving him to his destination in silence. Upon entering the Chang'e Building, Jiang Hai unexpectedly encountered Fong Li, who was just about to exit. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here today?" "Oh, I had some free time and thought I'd take a stroll." Although his mood was somber, Jiang Hai held a deep respect for Fong Li and did not unleash his frustrations upon her. He replied curtly and then glanced up at her, inquiring, "Sister Fong, are you heading out?" "Yes. A prospective partner wishes to meet." "Oh, then you must be busy." Jiang Hai nodded and continued to walk silently towards the company. Observing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Fong Li, who was initially eager to leave, found her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but call out, General Manager Jiang, would you like to accompany me to meet this partner?" "Huh, is that appropriate?" Jiang Hai turned back, looking somewhat surprised at Fong Li. She immediately broke into a smile and replied, "You are the owner of the company. It belongs entirely to you. It is entirely fitting for you to participate in discussions about partnerships." "Well, you make a valid point. It has indeed been quite some time since I engaged in company affairs. How dare you utter such words?" Fong Li couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Hai's sheepish gesture of scratching the back of his head. She had never encountered a boss who was so utterly detached from the business. Aside from assigning 2 tasks last time and then providing financial support to the company, he seemed to neglect all other matters entirely. Ironically, this behavior made Fong Li even more cautious, fearing that any misstep on her part could jeopardize the company's dealings. By inviting Jiang Hai to participate in the negotiation with the partner today, she hoped to gradually involve him in company matters, alleviating the unease of managing such significant finances alone. As it was a business affair, they naturally opted to use the company's vehicle, and the company had even assigned Fong Li a driver. As for Old Li, Jiang Hai instructed him to rest at the company, and he could always catch a ride back with Fong Li later. As the vehicle departed from the Chang'e Building, Fong Li was in the car elucidating the details of the forthcoming negotiation to Jiang Hai. The prospective partner is an internet information company, to put it bluntly, a firm dedicated to promoting internet celebrities into the entertainment industry. Such companies abound in the bustling metropolis, yet this particular entity has signed 3 exceptionally promising influencers. I believe that investing in this company could yield substantial returns. However, upon hearing Fong Li's introduction, Jiang Hai's interest waned immediately, just as Fong Li had articulated. With the rise of short videos, such influencer management companies have proliferated like weeds. The influencer industry thrives on rapid ascension and equally swift decline. The true profits are reaped by the substantial capital backing these influencers. Wait a moment. I am now that substantial capital. Well, there is nothing to worry about. The money that ought to be earned must still be earned. Jiang Hai's mind wandered into a flurry of thoughts, even drifting to the salacious gossip found online. The notion of a certain female influencer being subjected to unspoken rules crossed his mind. Now that he himself is substantial capital, could he perhaps indulge in such clandestine tactics? Naturally, Jiang Hai would never dare to voice such trivial musings aloud. Who knows how Fong Li might react, perhaps turning hostile and delivering a sharp slap. Before long, Jiang Hai and his companions arrived at a CBD center in the heart of the metropolis. After securing the vehicle in the underground parking lot, Fong Li received a call from the counterpart. Shortly thereafter, a young man donning gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by 4 or 5 charming companions, approached their vehicle with brisk steps. "Mr. Fong, welcome, welcome." The young man, possessing a commendable handsomeness, sported a glossy, well-groomed hairstyle and donned a suit and leather shoes, epitomizing the attire of an elite individual in society. Approaching with a beaming smile, he extended his hand to greet Fong Li. Chapter 122. No signing. "Mr. Qian, it is indeed an honor for you to personally come down." "Haha, it is my duty." Fong Li exchanged pleasantries with the gentleman, while Jiang Hai stood silently by, rendering him almost indistinguishable from Fong Li's secretary to an onlooker. Observing this scene, Jiang Hai couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought, wondering if he might stumble upon the rumored scenario of a cunning underdog playing the fool. "Mr. Jiang, it is a privilege to finally meet you. I never anticipated encountering you today. It is truly an honor for our company." The man turned, extending his hand towards Jiang Hai with enhanced enthusiasm. Noticing Jiang Hai's momentary surprise, he even took the initiative to grasp Jiang Hai's hand firmly. You know me? Haha. How could I not know the illustrious Mr. Jiang? The man chuckled heartily, his tone exceedingly polite. This left Jiang Hai feeling rather awkward, as while others recognized him, he had no idea who this individual was, leaving him at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Seemingly sensing Jiang Hai's discomfort, Fong Li quickly interjected with a warm smile. Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Qian, the chairman of Wankai Internet Information Company. Oh, Mr. Qian, a pleasure to finally meet you. An honor indeed, Jiang Hai expressed, casting a grateful glance at Fong Li as he engaged in polite discourse with the gentleman. What a pleasure to finally meet you, though it surely must be a pretense, as prior to today, he had never even heard the name of the other party. However, Qian Wu had no intention of exposing Jiang Hai. Instead, he greeted him with a warm smile and engaged in a light conversation. After a few polite exchanges, Qian Wu displayed a sense of familiarity with Jiang Hai and signaled discreetly to a group of enchanting ladies that followed behind. In the next moment, several beautiful women, comparable in height to Jiang Hai, gathered around him, speaking in soft, endearing tones. It must be noted that their fragrance was quite delightful. As he felt the silky touch of their skin, Jiang Hai immediately narrowed his eyes in pleasure, his previous irritation entirely forgotten. Be sure to attend to Mr. Jiang well. Observing Jiang Hai reveling in this tender ambience, Qian Wu hastily instructed the ladies. In an instant, they surrounded Jiang Hai and made their way towards the elevator. As he watched them depart, Qian Wu turned with a smile, gesturing gracefully to Fong Li, saying, "Please, Miss Fong." Fong Li tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she glanced at Qian Wu, then at Jiang Hai's retreating figure. Her smile grew even brighter as she nodded in agreement. Absolutely, Mr. Qian is quite thoughtful. Wankai Company had secured an entire floor of this building as their office space. Upon arriving at the conference room of Wankai, the ladies settled closely beside Jiang Hai, nearly perching on his lap. Jiang Hai welcomed this intimacy, clearly enjoying the soft warmth enveloping him. As for the negotiations, he left that responsibility entirely to Fong Li, who was situated beside him. Fong Li had no objections, after all. The original plan was for her to negotiate the collaboration herself. Whether Jiang Hai was present or not mattered little. The groundwork for the partnership with Wankai Company had already been largely established. Given that Wankai Company had long-term contracts with 3 internet celebrities, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. The ensuing discussions revolved merely around the amount of investment and the corresponding shareholding. After more than 2 hours of negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement, and the finance department had prepared a lawyer to draft the contract. With the partnership nearing finalization, Qian Wu let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze suddenly shifting to Jiang Hai, who had not spoken a word throughout the discussion, seemingly engrossed in playful banter with a few young ladies nearby. Mr. Qian, the contract has been printed. A clerk approached with a thick stack of documents and placed them on the conference table. Qian Wu promptly pushed the contract in front of Fong Li, smiling as he said, "President Fong, please review it." "Thank you." Fong Li accepted the contract and began to peruse it meticulously. Once she confirmed its accuracy, she nodded and prepared to sign. However, just as the pen's tip was about to touch the paper, she hesitated momentarily, lifting her gaze to Jiang Hai. After a brief moment of contemplation, she chose to present the contract to him instead. "Mr. Jiang, would you like to take a look?" Fong Li's decision to show the contract to Jiang Hai surprised Qian Wu. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, observing Jiang Hai's somewhat dazed demeanor, which suggested that there would be no unexpected developments. As anticipated, Jiang Hai showed no intention of accepting the contract, cheerfully stating, "I won't be reviewing the contract." As Jiang Hai uttered these words, Qian Wu also felt a weight lift from his heart. He then turned to Fong Li and remarked, "General Manager Jiang is clearly very trusting of General Manager Fong." With a chuckle, he added, "So, shall we proceed to sign this contract?" However, before Qian Wu could finish his sentence, Jiang Hai interjected, "We shall not sign this contract." In an instant, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Not only were Fong Li and Qian Wu left astonished, but also the surrounding associates were equally taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, too stunned to even breathe. In stark contrast, Jiang Hai, who had made the statement, nonchalantly picked up a grape from the table and popped it into his mouth, chewing while nodding. "Ah ha ha. General Manager Jiang certainly knows how to joke," was the first reaction from Qian Wu, who managed to force a smile, albeit awkwardly attempting to smooth over the situation. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai showed no intention of lightening the mood. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he shook his head, stating firmly, "I am not joking. Our company will not sign this contract." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's declaration, Fong Li did not hesitate for a moment. She promptly set down her pen. The entire company belonged to Jiang Hai, and he was also her benefactor. Therefore, regardless of how unreasonable Jiang Hai's decision might seem, she would execute it without a second thought. If Jiang Hai declared that the contract would not be signed, then it simply would not be signed. As for the reasoning behind this decision, she could inquire later, but in front of outsiders, she had to uphold Jiang Hai's authority as the boss. This left Qian Wu in a state of panic as he glanced between Jiang Hai and Fong Li, ultimately returning his gaze to Jiang Hai. Jiang, what does this mean? It means nothing. I simply do not wish to sign. Is that permissible? Of course not. We have discussed this for such a long time. And now, at the point of signing the contract, you have no justification for refusing? Money Wu's demeanor darkened, his countenance reflecting his displeasure as he coldly asserted that this matter must be clarified. Jiang Hai lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and replied, "As long as the contract remains unsigned. Even if Director Fong merely scribbles the character Fong, if we choose not to sign, we shall not." "Sister Fong, do you not agree with my reasoning?" Jiang Hai's final inquiry was directed towards Fong Li, who had approached him without hesitation. Fong Li nodded affirmatively, declaring, "What President Jiang states is entirely accurate. As long as this contract remains unsigned, this collaboration can be rescinded at any moment. President Jiang is the chairman of the Dakioshan Company, and all decisions within the company rest solely with him." Chapter 123. Hostility of uncertain origin. Fong Li's words unequivocally expressed her stance. If Jiang Hai opted not to sign this collaboration, then it would indeed remain unsigned. Money Wu's expression grew increasingly grim, his jaw clenched, the tension evident in the veins straining against his skin. Yet, neither Jiang Hai nor Fong Li exhibited any reaction to Money Wu's demeanor. Jiang Hai, having ceased his playful banter with the nearby lady, rose from his seat, casting a brief glance at Money Wu before instructing Fong Li, "Sister Fong, let us take our leave." "Certainly." With a stoic demeanor in the face of financial matters, Fong Li immediately squinted and smiled upon hearing Jiang Hai's words. The two of them then exited the conference room, one after the other, while the finance personnel and others present merely watched them leave, showing no intention to intervene. Once they reached the underground parking lot and entered the car, Jiang Hai suddenly turned to Fong Li with a smile and asked, "Sister Fong, aren't you curious why I chose to disrupt this collaboration?" Fong Li shook her head, not pondering too deeply, and replied straightforwardly, "There's no need for that. I made it quite clear earlier. You are the chairman of the company, possessing the ultimate decision-making authority. As long as you speak, I shall execute any decision immediately." Jiang Hai chuckled and responded, "Rest assured, that was merely a special circumstance. In a typical business collaboration, I would never interfere." Typical business collaboration? Fong Li keenly seized upon Jiang Hai's choice of words. Could it be that the partnership with Wankai Company was not a standard business affair? With a hint of confusion, Fong Li cast a sideways glance at Jiang Hai, but after a brief hesitation, she swallowed the question that lingered on her lips. Jiang Hai, for his part, offered no further explanation, for he found himself at a loss. He could hardly divulge to Fong Li that the moment the finance personnel had appeared, the system had issued a warning detecting hostility. This hostility, as determined by the system, was not of a mere trivial nature. It indicated that someone intended to kill Jiang Hai. He soon realized that the source of this hostility was none other than the seemingly jovial finance personnel. At that moment, Jiang Hai had nearly been startled into throwing a punch at him. To envision someone beaming radiantly at another while inwardly plotting their demise is to conceive of a truly formidable individual. Considering the obscurity of the adversary's origins, Jiang Hai refrained from precipitous pronouncements, opting instead to feign ignorance of their intentions. Nevertheless, the allure of those young ladies was undeniable. Ahem. A digression, perhaps. In essence, during those fleeting hours, Jiang Hai outwardly reveled in hedonistic pursuits, while covertly tasking the system with scrutinizing the entirety of the edifice. Ultimately, Jiang Hai discerned that within the entire structure, only Qian Wu harbored animosity towards him. Consequently, Jiang Hai resolved to confront the matter head-on, unequivocally declining to enter into any contractual agreement with the individual. Despite the enigma surrounding the antagonist's provenance and ultimate objectives, it seemed prudent to maintain a considerable distance from one who harbored lethal intentions. Jiang Hai promptly suppressed his ruminations, turning to offer Feng Li a subtle smile, devoid of superfluous elucidation. Let's depart. Return to the company. Concurrently, within the chairman's office of Wankai Corporation, Qian Wu, his countenance ashen, reclined in his executive chair, clutching a mobile device, remarkably a satellite phone of the type exclusively provisioned for military echelons. Qian Wu engaged in fluent and refined parlance with the interlocutor on the other end of the line. Affirmative. The endeavor has proven unsuccessful, though the underlying rationale remains obscure. The High Ocean Shipping Company has declined to execute the contract. I comprehend. I shall endeavor to re-establish contact at a propitious juncture. However, it is my considered opinion that the chairman of the High Ocean Shipping Company possesses a certain complexity. Initially, I believed him to be merely a lecherous individual. Yet this operation ultimately failed because of him. Indeed, my suggestion is to monitor this person closely. If necessary, we can take decisive action to eliminate him. As he uttered the last sentence, Qian Wu slowly raised his head, his face contorted with a menacing expression, and his eyes radiated a fierce, chilling light. Mr. Dahai Wu Liang, you have arrived. Within the Bonite city government building, upon seeing Jiang Hai suddenly appear in the office, a Shui's face lit up with joy. He promptly stood up, circumnavigating his desk, and bowed respectfully to Jiang Hai. There's no need for such formality. We are all quite familiar with one another. Jiang Hai chuckled as he patted a Shui's shoulder, then approached the desk to examine the array of documents laid out before him. Among them was a map, depicting the entire city of Bonite. Red and blue markings were scattered across it in various circles. Is it safe to assume that Bonite has already fallen under your control? Thanks to the personnel you helped us to contact, those individuals are exceptionally formidable. A Shui responded, devoid of any arrogance, instead expressing profound humility. I initially thought my subordinates were quite adept, but in comparison to those experts, they are worlds apart. Moreover, there are several hundred such experts at our disposal. Coupled with the arms you supplied us, the government forces stand no chance against them. After a Shui briefly recounted the situation, Jiang Hai nodded in satisfaction. He was acutely aware of where these reinforcements had originated. Exchanging the novel weaponry acquired from China for assistance proves exceptionally fitting. Given that the members of the three-plant gang are of Chinese descent, the helpers dispatched from China will not arouse suspicion, as they are all Chinese. As long as the Chinese side does not proactively reveal their identities, their cover will remain intact, and China will not be implicated. Once the three-plant gang overthrows the Hispanic government, these helpers can gracefully withdraw, culminating in a flawless outcome. The three-plant gang achieves a remarkable comeback, while China gains access to advanced weaponry for research. Furthermore, Jiang Hai can facilitate the entry of Palestinian refugees into Hispanic territory for asylum. Thus, a world where only those of African descent suffer is realized. I presume your munitions have been considerably depleted? Jiang Hai inquired. My visit is to replenish your armaments. Jiang Hai's words immediately brightened A Shui's eyes, who nodded incessantly, exclaiming, Sir, your arrival is exceptionally timely. While we successfully repelled the government forces recently, our munitions expenditure was indeed substantial. I was just contemplating contacting you. Ha ha ha. What a fortuitous coincidence. Jiang Hai responded with hearty laughter. Subsequently, the two commenced deliberations regarding the specifics of the transaction. While camaraderie is valued, the established protocols of trade must be maintained. Although Jiang Hai could gratuitously supply a substantial quantity of armaments to the three-plant gang, he refrained from doing so. At most, he would refrain from exploiting them with inflated prices. Moreover, the three-plant gang, having seized Benito, obtained considerable funds from the municipal government's accounts, rendering them adequately equipped to procure armaments. The two individuals swiftly finalized the details of a transaction amounting to 1 billion and agreed to deliver the goods that very evening. Despite the substantial arms deal, caution remained paramount. I suspect that the Lordship Company will soon take measures against you. Jiang Hai earnestly warned Ashui. The Lordship Company would not idly observe the Sanju gang's attempt to overthrow the Hispani government. With their capabilities, they possess numerous strategies to support the Hispani government, such as providing ample military supplies. However, Jiang Hai was not overly concerned about this aspect, as all parties involved were arms dealers, and he held no fear regarding the ability to deliver. His only apprehension lay in the possibility of the adversary resorting to unscrupulous tactics. After all, the Lordship Company was not a conventional arms merchant, and such underhanded methods were rife. Ashui nodded incessantly, resembling an obedient student in Jiang Hai's presence. A knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a voice from outside. Brother Shui. Upon hearing this, Ashui promptly informed Jiang Hai, Sir, it's my subordinate. Very well. Go ahead. I am also preparing to leave. Sir, are you departing? Would you not care to stay a while longer? I have yet to properly host you. Haha. Go on, go on. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Jiang Hai chuckled, waved his hand, and with a swift turn, vanished into thin air. Ashui had grown accustomed to Jiang Hai's extraordinary method of disappearance. He bowed respectfully in the direction of Jiang Hai's exit and then turned to open the door. Outside the door stood not only Ashui's subordinates, but also a robust man. Oh, it's Brother Yi. Upon seeing him, Ashui's eyes brightened, and he greeted him with a cheerful smile. Brother Shui, Brother Yi mentioned he has matters to discuss with you. Ashui's subordinate quickly explained before discreetly taking his leave. Ashui welcomed Brother Yi into the office, smiling as he inquired, What brings you here, Brother Yi? Brother Shui. Primarily, during the previous skirmishes, our men's weapons and ammunition have been considerably depleted, necessitating an urgent resupply. If possible, I can provide some introductions. Oh, regarding that matter, I have already resolved it. Brother Yi was about to continue when Ashui interrupted him. I have just informed the arms supplier, and new weapons and ammunition will be delivered immediately. Brother Ye's eyes narrowed in intrigue. You have already procured new supplies? It seems your arms supplier is quite impressive. His words carried a hint of implication, yet Ashui, having received prior instructions from Jiang Hai, refrained from disclosing Jiang Hai's identity, opting instead to laugh heartily and steer the conversation in another direction. As for Brother Yi, while he appeared to lose interest in the matter on the surface, once he exited Ashui's office after their discussion, the smile on his face vanished instantly. An arms supplier? When did he establish contact? Indeed, as speculated domestically, this arms supplier is not to be underestimated. Brother Yi murmured a few words to himself, then lifted his gaze to the surveillance camera nestled in the corner of the ceiling before departing. The summer in the bustling metropolis radiated warmth. Much like the enchanting women adorning its streets, each dressed in light attire, showcasing their unique fashion and youthfulness. Jiang Hai, with one leg crossed over the other, reclined in a window seat at a CAF on the third floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he admired the captivating women passing by, a sight that was truly delightful. President Jiang. A figure suddenly appeared before him. Jiang Hai turned his head, lowered his sunglasses slightly to examine the newcomer, and broke into a smile. Director He. It's a pleasure to see you take the time to visit in person. He Guangyan, the head of the information department of the Huaxia military, donned his military uniform and cheerfully settled into the seat opposite Jiang Hai. Placing a document folder on the coffee table, he remarked with a grin. President Jiang seems to be in high spirits today. Huh. Everyone knows I'm quite the idler. Jiang Hai shrugged nonchalantly, showing no sign of embarrassment. However, his attention soon gravitated towards the document folder before he Guangyan. Swiftly, he redirected his gaze to the lovely women outside, stating, I still prefer this city. While the capital is not lacking in charm, it feels rather heavy. That's an outdated perspective. The present capital is equally youthful and fashionable. President Jiang, you should visit the capital sometime. I would be honored to host you. How could I impose? Jiang Hai chuckled softly, gradually setting down his coffee cup and sitting up straight. After all, the capital is the heart of Huaxia. If I have the time, I shall certainly pay a visit to the capital. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, He Guangyan proactively shifted the document bag a few inches closer to Jiang Hai, stating, This is the information requested by General Jiang, neatly organized. Please take a look, General Jiang. Jiang Hai smiled amiably and offered a courteous reply before picking up the document bag. He extracted a stack of papers and began to peruse them in front of He Guangyan. After flipping through a few pages, Jiang Hai's eyebrows arched, and his eyes narrowed into slits. This Qian Wu, is he associated with DuPont? Jiang Hai could not suppress his astonishment, while He Guangyan's expression gradually grew serious. To be precise, Qian Wu is not his real name. The identity information he employs in Huaxia is entirely fabricated. His true name is Qian Rong, a person of Chinese descent. His family has resided in the United States since the era of his great-grandfather. His father is a senior executive at DuPont, and his mother is of Gallic descent. Qian Rong was born and raised in the United States, and shortly after his graduation, he joined DuPont. His return to Huaxia was facilitated by DuPont, which helped him forge a new identity, employing various channels to establish a company in Shanghai under the name Qianwu. He Guangnian provided an explanation to Jiang Hai, who swiftly reviewed all the intelligence. Finally, he closed the documents, squinting as he began to contemplate. Ever since discovering that Qianwu harbored murderous intent against him, Jiang Hai could not afford to ignore the matter. However, he himself had yet to find any means to investigate the origins of Qianwu. However, Jiang Hai is no longer the naive white-collar worker he was a year ago. He now possesses a network of connections. Conveniently, the last incident involving Uncle Wen left him with a favor owed to He Guangnian, who is affiliated with the intelligence department of the Huaxia military. Entrusting this matter to them could not be more appropriate. Indeed, Jiang Hai reached out to He Guangnian for assistance, and within 3 days, all information regarding Qianwu, or rather Qianrong, was thoroughly unearthed. Yet, Jiang Hai found himself increasingly perplexed. DuPont. He was undoubtedly aware of DuPont, the foremost arms enterprise in the United States and across the entire Blue Planet, a colossal entity far surpassing Lockheed. However, he could not recall any grievances with DuPont. Why would they go to such lengths to infiltrate the metropolis and harbor intentions to harm him? If it were individuals from Lockheed, it could be explained by some turmoil within the Sanju gang that led to his identity being compromised. But why DuPont? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hai suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Could it be because of the Wildcat gang? 2 months ago, he had engaged in a second transaction with the Wildcat gang, selling 50,000 AKs. At that time, Jiang Hai had already sensed that the Wildcat gang was far from a mere small-time operation. Rather, it served as a henchman for a certain power engaged in illicit activities. He had even surmised that the Wildcat gang was a tool employed by some force to undermine Lockheed. Now it seemed that this enigmatic force might indeed be DuPont. Upon this realization, Jiang Hai's expression became increasingly peculiar. He understood why DuPont had sought him out. It was merely due to his dealings with the Wildcat gang. Using a warehouse registered under the name of the Dahu Ocean Company in Apple City for deliveries. Naturally, if they were to investigate Jiang Hai's origins, they would inevitably trace back to Dahu Ocean Company. Initially, Jiang Hai had left such a conspicuous flaw intentionally, aiming to lure Rothschild Company into action. Yet, he never anticipated that it would instead provoke DuPont. Truly, the complexities of life are unpredictable. This meant that Rothschild Company remained unaware of him, while DuPont had already made its inquiries. How intriguing! Despite being under the scrutiny of such a colossal entity as DuPont, Jiang Hai felt no trepidation. He was in Huaxia, the safest nation on Blue Star. No matter how formidable DuPont's influence, it could not reach Huaxia. Take the last collaboration discussion, for instance. Even if Qianrong harbored murderous intentions towards Jiang Hai, he still dared not act against him. Moreover, even if Qianrong did attempt to harm Jiang Hai, he could not lay a finger on him. This was also the reason Jiang Hai had previously dared to leave a flaw as bait for Rothschild Company. His sole vexation was that, instead of enticing Rothschild, he had inadvertently drawn the attention of DuPont. This did little to aid the situation on the Hispania front. Well, he needed to devise a strategy to redirect Rothschild Company's focus onto himself. Jiang Hai silently resolved this in his mind and, upon lifting his gaze, happened to catch He Guangnian's eyes fixed upon him. Jiang Hai grinned broadly. Director He, how is it that DuPont has extended its reach into Huaxia? Is the military of Huaxia not planning to take some action? Rest assured, Chairman Jiang, Huaxia shall always be the shield over the heads of its people. No one shall dare to act with impunity on Huaxia's soil. As He Guangnian spoke these words, a serious expression adorned his face. Jiang Hai returned the smile and nodded, saying, I naturally have faith in my country. So, shall we leave this matter regarding Qianrong to the state to handle? Absolutely. It is indeed the responsibility of the nation. He Guangnian accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. Although he did not elaborate on how the state would deal with Qianrong, Jiang Hai understood that Qianrong would not meet with a favorable fate. Chairman Jiang, there is one matter I hope you can disclose truthfully. After a brief pause, Jiang Hai initially thought He Guangnian was preparing to take his leave, only to be surprised when He Guangnian suddenly looked at him with utmost seriousness and uttered this statement. Jiang Hai was somewhat taken aback by He Guangnian's demeanor. Yet he quickly responded with a smile and a nod. Of course, there is nothing I would conceal from my country. He Guangnian, however, appeared unconvinced and maintained his serious expression as he inquired, Is the origin of that electromagnetic cannon related to you, Chairman Jiang? Electromagnetic cannon? Jiang Hai certainly knew what Yi Guangnian was referring to, the A-Barrigade electromagnetic cannon that Salam had previously gifted to Huaxia in hopes of securing its support. With the aid of this ultramodern weapon, Salam successfully established his nation with the vigorous support of Huaxia, ultimately fulfilling his aspiration. In return, Huaxia acquired the electromagnetic cannon, which was entrusted to the core research team of the Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group for further investigation. However, the outcomes of this research remain unknown to Jiang Hai. Even with his close ties to Wang Chuanfa, such state secrets are beyond Jiang Hai's reach. Personal connections aside, one must not trespass on matters of principle. Now, when Yi Guangnian unexpectedly inquired about the electromagnetic cannon, Jiang Hai was taken aback. His silence in response seemed to validate some of Yi Guangnian's suspicions. Subsequently, Yi Guangnian continued his questioning. Are you familiar with the Sanju gang? Not at all. Never heard of it. Jiang Hai's reaction was swift. He immediately shook his head in denial. He could acknowledge the dealings with Salam, particularly since Salam had previously granted him the rights to uranium mining. This connection was not something Jiang Hai could easily extricate himself from. However, the situation regarding the Sanju gang was far more intricate, and Jiang Hai would adamantly refuse to admit any knowledge of it. Yi Guangnian, still harboring doubts despite Jiang Hai's quick denial, observed his resolute expression. Rather than pressing further, Yi Guangnian nodded and remarked, I understand. It seems that President Wang knows you better than anyone else. President Wang? Brother Wang? The mention of Wang Chuanfa left Jiang Hai somewhat perplexed. Yi Guangnian immediately broke into a smile, stating, as President Wang mentioned, sometimes it is far more effective to directly inquire with General Jiang. Employing underhanded tactics as before will only yield counterproductive results. Thus, you have chosen to confront me with this question so forthrightly today? Jiang Hai found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that his acquaintance with Wang Quanfa had not been lengthy. Yet how was it that Wang Quanfa understood him so well? Regarding Jiang Hai's character, as Wang Quanfa had pointed out, there were indeed moments when a candid exchange allowed Jiang Hai to be more at ease. Previous attempts to manipulate him using Wen Shu's tactics had merely left Jiang Hai feeling uncomfortable, as if he were being ensnared. So, you are aware of the nature of the individuals behind me. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Hai chose to drop his pretense. He had long been mentally prepared for the current situation. It was nearly impossible to conceal arms dealings from the authorities indefinitely. Seizing this opportunity to divulge certain information to the officials might yield unexpected benefits. Naturally, there were things that must remain unspoken, at the very least. The matters concerning the Arms Tycoon System would remain locked within Jiang Hai for the entirety of his life. Simultaneously, Yi Guangnian exhaled deeply, his expression easing into one of relaxation. Clearly, Jiang Hai's candor had alleviated some of his tension. Although they were all aware of the underlying truths, the constant guessing had proven to be exceedingly exhausting. Soon, Yi Guangnian's expression turned serious once again as he continued to inquire, President Jiang, what about newfangled weaponry such as the electromagnetic cannon? You needn't ask me about that. I am merely a spokesperson. Jiang Hai could not divulge the truth, however. He had long prepared his response. With his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness, he replied, where did they acquire such advanced weaponry? How many more of these do they possess? I have no idea. My role is simply to connect them with buyers and arrange for shipments, nothing more. Chapter 126, Collaborating with the State? As always, there are matters that can be disclosed and those that must remain unspoken. When Jiang Hai was under surveillance by Zhang Qinghua, he cleverly crafted a persona of a spokesperson using systemic means. Now, in his candid conversation with Yi Guangnian, he was able to utilize this very identity. Yi Guangnian harbored no doubts about Jiang Hai's words, considering the simplicity of Jiang Hai's previous 20-year existence. Who could have anticipated that an ordinary youth, leading a mundane life for over 2 decades, would suddenly transform into a mysterious arms tycoon within just over a year? Even a seemingly inexplicable connection to arms organizations appeared more plausible than the reality. Yi Guangnian fell into a momentary silence before lifting his gaze to Jiang Hai, stating, President Jiang, you must be aware of Huaxia's policies. Arms trading is illegal. I have not engaged in any arms trading. Jiang Hai nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and replied to them, I am merely an inconsequential spokesperson. If the nation truly cannot tolerate a Huaxia individual representing them, I can readily decline this position. This matter was already agreed upon when I assumed the role of spokesperson. I can withdraw at any moment. They would not compel me to remain. My comings and goings are entirely my own. He Guangyan fell silent once more. This consideration had also been deliberated during discussions with his colleagues. It is precisely for this reason that the Huaxia authorities refrained from taking direct action against Jiang Hai. Capturing Jiang Hai would merely sever any connection the enigmatic arms organization had with Huaxia. Furthermore, it has been evidenced that the funds placed in Jiang Hai's account were beyond the control of Huaxia, capable of being withdrawn at any instant. In other words, any action against Jiang Hai would yield no benefit for Huaxia and could even result in the emergence of a mysterious arms organization wielding advanced weaponry. Observing He Guangyan's silence, Jiang Hai suddenly broke into laughter. He clasped his wrists together and extended them towards He Guangyan, saying, "What do you think? Why not have Director He take me away right now?" "President Jiang, you jest," He Guangyan responded. "A businessman like President Jiang, who comprehends the nation and is willing to contribute, would surely not be mistreated by the state." He Guangyan fixed his gaze on Jiang Hai for a moment before bursting into laughter, his previously stern demeanor melting away in an instant. "I believe your nonsense." Jiang Hai maintained his smile, yet internally scoffed. The voice emanating from his Bluetooth earpiece informed him that the situation was far more complex than He Guangyan had suggested. Surrounding the shopping mall, Jiang Hai had already stationed numerous security personnel. From the moment He Guangyan made his appearance, these guards had relayed information to Jiang Hai. A multitude of enigmatic figures had encircled the area. Jiang Hai was certain that at a mere command from He Guangyan, he would be swiftly apprehended by these mysterious individuals, and even his own security personnel would be powerless to intervene. Clearly, He Guangyan had come with the intent to confront Jiang Hai directly. Any misstep in Jiang Hai's earlier response could have plunged him into an interminable prison ordeal. Fortunately, his handling of the situation had been astute, at least for the time being, alleviating concerns of a falling out with the Chinese authorities. "Mr. Jiang, the state still hopes to establish some collaboration with you in the future. Naturally, I too aspire to engage in more transactions, especially with China." He Guangyan was the first to rise, and Jiang Hai followed suit. They instinctively extended their hands, gripping each other firmly. Subsequently, He Guangyan cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Hai, pressed his lips together, and chose to take his leave. As Jiang Hai watched He Guangyan depart, a smile crept upon his lips while the Bluetooth earpiece relayed reports from the security team. The mysterious figures that had previously surrounded them were now dispersing. Of course, a few still lingered, maintaining surveillance, yet the atmosphere was no longer fraught with tension as before, poised for confrontation. Jiang Hai remained unfazed, at least for the foreseeable future. This situation was unlikely to change. It was as if the state had assigned him bodyguards. This sense of security was indeed quite reassuring. Jiang Hai's gaze fell upon the document folder on the table. DuPont Company? How audacious to harbor such murderous intent against him. It remained uncertain whether it was that self-important Qian Rong acting on his own accord, or if DuPont's modus operandi was inherently so tyrannical. It appeared that the time had come to establish a formal connection with the authorities. With the protection of the Chinese government, his own safety would be significantly enhanced. Consequently, Jiang Hai retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Is this Sister Fong? I have an inquiry. How is the progress regarding the branch office we discussed last time?" "Ah, I see. The domestic branches are already operational? Splendid. And what of the capital city?" Jiang Hai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his smile growing ever more radiant. Perhaps it was time for a visit to the capital. In the office of the chairman at the Huaxia Bally Group headquarters, Lu Guiqiang concluded a call with a firm directive. "Understood. Proceed to remain there and continue with the original plan." After ending the call, he cast his phone onto the desk, propping his head with one hand. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Just then, a knock resonated at the door, and his secretary hurried in, addressing him. "Mr. Lu, here is the summary report you requested." As she spoke, she placed a folder before Lu Guiqiang, thoughtfully opening it for him. Lu Guiqiang peered into the contents, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, before finally exclaiming, "In just 1 year, the arms import volumes from Bosnia, Palestine, and Namibia have surged to such an extent? Is this data absolutely accurate?" Lu Guiqiang felt a twinge of disbelief at the statistical figures presented before him. His female secretary quickly interjected, assuring him, "There is no mistake. This data has been meticulously verified 5 times by the statistical department, confirming its authenticity." Tap, tap, tap. Lu Guiqiang furrowed his brow, lightly drumming his fingers on the desk. According to these records, the arms imports of Bosch, Bale, and the recently encountered Niamia over the past year have far exceeded the total arms exports of Huaxia. As the chairman of Huaxia's leading defense enterprise, Lu Guiqiang was acutely aware of the magnitude of Huaxia's annual arms export figures. After all, Huaxia stands as a superpower on Blue Star, and the exports of Bali Group alone rival those of numerous ordinary nations combined. Yet now, the arms imports from Bosch, Bale, and Niamia have surpassed Huaxia's entire export volume, which is utterly unreasonable. Most critically, the arms imported by these three nations within a year do not originate from any known arms enterprises on Blue Star. Such a vast quantity of arms could not possibly materialize from thin air, could it? Thus, what exactly is the nature of the mysterious arms organization behind Zhonghai? Chapter 127. For Bale. Mr. Lu, this data. The female secretary was about to elaborate further when suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Lu Guiqiang lifted his gaze, his brow furrowing, and promptly answered the call. Chief, it's me. What? Halt all investigations into Zhonghai. However, I understand. Very well. Rest assured, Commander, I shall carry out the orders. Once the call ended, Lu Guiqiang's expression darkened abruptly. The female secretary beside him, upon witnessing this, tightly sealed her lips, not daring to breathe a word. After a considerable pause, Lu Guiqiang finally exhaled deeply, a smile once again gracing his face. He snapped the folder he held shut with a decisive sound and casually tossed it to the secretary beside him. These documents. Seal them. Oh. Although the secretary was taken aback, she recognized the importance of maintaining Lu Guiqiang's composure at that moment, and could only obediently comply before stepping out of Lu Guiqiang's office with small, measured steps. Lu Guiqiang, meanwhile, leaned back in his chair, sighed once more, and smiled as he closed his eyes, almost in a soliloquy. Quite capable, indeed. Gunfire, cannon blasts, and the omnipresent cries of anguish. In the city, which has nearly been reduced to ruins, the war has raged on for decades, leaving the entire locale in a state of disrepair. This city lies on the fringes of the Gaza Strip and in recent months has become the final battleground between the forces of Palestine and Judah. To draw Judah's military forces and ensure the safe evacuation of millions of Palestinian refugees from the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian army has radically altered its previous combat strategies, opting for a direct confrontation with Judah. In response, Judah seemingly acquiesced, abandoning the siege on Palestinian refugees and relentlessly pursuing the Palestinian forces. The opposing armies converged upon the desolate metropolis, engaging in a brutal conflict amidst its labyrinthine streets. Within a dilapidated structure, a mere shell of its former self, a dozen or so Palestinian soldiers huddled together. Having barely survived a fierce skirmish, they had managed to vanquish their adversaries, albeit at a heavy cost. Their numbers had dwindled from an initial 100 to a mere handful. There was no respite for mourning the fallen or offering prayers, for they were acutely aware that more enemies would soon descend upon them. Thus, they seized this fleeting moment to replenish their strength. They consumed ration biscuits and jerky, each bite deliberate, and moistened their parched lips in a vain attempt to quench their thirst. A solemn silence permeated the group, each soldier lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp sound pierced the air. In an instant, one of the soldiers, still chewing on his jerky, was jolted into the air. A crimson spray erupted from his head as half of his skull vanished. His body convulsed momentarily before crashing to the ground. His comrades, without hesitation or a backward glance, instinctively grabbed their weapons and sought cover behind whatever meager protection they could find, initiating a fresh round of combat. The gunfire intensified, punctuated by the occasional grenade blast, which further devastated the already crumbling edifice. Damn you Jewish bastards! Die! May the Almighty grant us strength. Long live Commander Filzat! The Palestinian soldiers roared vehemently, discharging a torrent of bullets. In response, a cacophony of curses and agonized screams echoed from the opposing side, accompanied by an intensified barrage of incoming fire. After more than 10 minutes of fierce engagement, both sides had suffered grievous casualties, yet neither entertained the notion of ceasing hostilities. A momentary lull descended as both factions, as if by mutual consent, began to replenish their magazines and replenish their ammunition. On the Palestinian side, 6 more soldiers had fallen, leaving only a handful remaining. The precise number of adversaries remained unknown, but the Palestinian soldiers were acutely aware that they were vastly outnumbered. Evidently, the stronghold was destined to fall. The Palestinian soldiers, their faces smeared with blood and grime, clenched their teeth, their visages a mixture of despair and unwavering resolve. Exchanging glances, they nodded in unison. For the Almighty, for the esteemed Filzat, they exclaimed in unison, before raising their weapons and initiating another assault on the enemy. The staccato bursts of gunfire erupted, and 2 more Palestinian soldiers succumbed to the sanguine mire. This time, the bullets originated from the dilapidated building on the right. Damn it, the perfidious Judeans. They've outflanked us. The remaining Palestinian soldiers, seasoned veterans in their own right, swiftly adjusted their positions behind their respective cover. However, with their dwindling numbers, they were unable to withstand the enemy's relentless onslaught and were swiftly overwhelmed. As an increasing number of Judean soldiers converged upon them, they were soon unable to even peer out from behind their defenses. They were left with no alternative but to await their doom. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted around the besieged house as the Judean soldiers encircled it. The force of the blasts scattered the soldiers, leaving behind more than 10 bodies, and they retreated to their previous cover. Simultaneously, a contingent of 20 Palestinian soldiers surged forward, fervently chanting the name of their lord and Filza, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the Judean soldiers. Could this be the arrival of reinforcements? The sudden appearance of aid filled the few remaining Palestinian soldiers, who had steeled themselves for death, with unexpected delight. After a moment of stunned silence, they swiftly regained their composure and rose to counterattack, fighting alongside the reinforcements. Coupled with the relentless artillery support, finally repelled the Judean assault. Aisha, the surviving Palestinian soldiers, upon uniting with the arriving troops, exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of their leader. Aisha, a high-ranking officer in the Palestinian army and a woman, was thought to have sought refuge among the Palestinian refugees. Yet, unexpectedly, she remained on the battlefield, personally leading soldiers to provide support. Aisha still wore her large goggles, her delicate cheeks beneath them smeared with blood. Upon realizing that the soldiers had recognized her, she nodded somberly, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. She surveyed the surroundings and declared in a deep voice, "Re-establish the defensive line. This stronghold must not fall today. Remember, the longer we hold out, the more hope we give to the Palestinian refugees. They are our compatriots, our kin, our brothers and sisters, parents and children. For their sake, we must endure." Aisha's voice lacked the melodious clarity typical of most women. It was hoarse and rugged. Yet, precisely because of this, her words bore an inexplicable power to inspire. All the Palestinian soldiers found themselves stirred with fervor, calling out in unison, "For the Almighty Lord, for Lord Filzat, for Palestine." Chapter 128. The New Deal. Aisha and her comrades were not afforded much respite. Soon, more Judean soldiers began to converge upon their position, for this location was of paramount importance. Securing this vantage point would be crucial for controlling the city. It was evident that both the Palestinians and the Judeans recognized this fact and were eager to seize it at the earliest opportunity. Consequently, the battle intensified. It raged from daylight into darkness, and from nightfall until dawn. Both sides continuously dispatched reinforcements, resulting in countless lives lost at this narrow intersection. "Aisha, we are out of ammunition. I have no magazines left either. What shall we do? I am down to my last magazine." In the derelict building, desperate voices echoed as the Palestinian soldiers clutched their rifles tightly, their faces etched with frustration. Among them, Aisha felt equally disheartened. Prior to the onset of war, she had procured ample ammunition from Zhanghai. Yet even the most abundant ammunition has its limits. The warriors of Baal have been engaged in battle with the Judeans for over 2 months. The vast arsenal acquired through their dwindling resources has nearly been exhausted. Now, the people of Baal find themselves in a dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, Aisha, with unwavering resolve, cast a determined glance at the surrounding Baal soldiers, and raised her hand to remove the protective goggles that had shielded her face. Beneath the goggles were her light brown eyes, not particularly large, yet profoundly expressive, possessing a depth that could easily ensnare one's soul. Even when adorned with the goggles, her beauty was evident. Now, with them removed, she radiated an allure that was irresistible. Even the grime smudged across her visage could not diminish her splendor. Alas, such a captivating beauty stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield, wielding an AK in her grasp. "My brothers, warriors of Baal, soldiers of the Lord, today, let us offer our lives for Baal. Let our souls return to the embrace of the Almighty." Aisha's voice, though soft, resonated with solemnity among the Baal soldiers. Outside the crumbling building, The gunfire of the Judeans drew ever closer, yet all, including Aisha, stood resolute and unyielding. Those with ammunition raised their weapons, while those without unsheathed their daggers and swords. They were prepared to confront the enemy's bullets with their very bodies. Determined to fight, just as Aisha was preparing to lead the Palestinian soldiers in a final stand, a light, ethereal voice suddenly resonated behind her. This unexpected sound startled everyone, with several soldiers even raising their weapons, ready to pull the trigger. Mr. Ocean's boundless depths? Aisha recognized the voice immediately and swiftly turned around, her eyes meeting Jiang Hai's smiling face. Aisha felt a rush of astonishment and joy, nearly leaping up like a child. Heaven knows what Jiang Hai's appearance meant to them at such a critical moment. Regardless of their dire circumstances, what more could possibly go wrong? Oh, Aisha, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, Jiang Hai exclaimed, taken aback by Aisha's true appearance for the first time. Her beauty was beyond any woman he had ever encountered. Particularly striking were her deep-set features, exuding an alluring exotic charm that captivated Jiang Hai. Aisha, such a beauty as you should not perish here. That would be a tremendous loss. He couldn't help but tease. However, Aisha was already accustomed to the compliments regarding her looks from men and did not take it to heart. What truly concerned her now was what assistance Jiang Hai could provide for herself and the Palestinians. Mr. Ocean's boundless depths, are you here to help us? She inquired. No. Although Jiang Hai was captivated by Aisha's beauty, he was clearly not overwhelmed by it. As soon as Aisha's question escaped her lips, Jiang Hai immediately shook his head in denial. I cannot involve myself in your war. Do not forget, I am merely a merchant. Jiang Hai's resolute response instantly extinguished the flicker of hope that had briefly illuminated Aisha's expression, although she had anticipated Jiang Hai's refusal to offer assistance. Hearing the outright dismissal filled her heart with profound disappointment. It is precisely because I am a merchant that I have come here to engage in trade. Trade? Aisha paused for a moment, only to quickly don a bittersweet smile. We currently lack the funds to engage in any transactions with you. Previously, Baylor had made preparations for a final battle, depleting their resources to purchase arms and supplies. Now, despite Aisha's desire to continue trading with Jiang Hai for additional ammunition, the stark reality of their financial constraints loomed large. Lack of funds is not a barrier. If you are willing, we can still engage in trade. Jiang Hai replied with a slight smile, fully aware of Baylor's predicament and anticipating the impossibility of their financial contribution. However, having arrived here, he was resolute in seeking alternative solutions. System, the method I inquired about earlier, will it be feasible? You won't later claim I have violated any rules and find excuses to withhold my funds, will you? Erring on the side of caution, Jiang Hai silently posed this question to the system. Rest assured, host, the system is always committed to providing the optimal solutions for you. Then we can proceed with this. Jiang Hai felt considerably more at ease as he squinted at the surrounding soldiers of Balas. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face. However, it seemed that conducting business at this moment was rather perilous. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand, revealing a pistol in his grasp. Without even taking aim, he fired a shot, and a scream echoed from a nearby direction. It was only then that Aisha and the others realized they were still amidst the battlefield, with the enemy poised to strike at any moment. No need to panic, Jiang Hai exclaimed, continuing to fire off more than 10 rounds, swiftly emptying the magazine. The Judean soldiers outside, who had been drawing nearer, were taken aback, instinctively halting their advance and seeking cover. Having efficiently reloaded his weapon, Jiang Hai ceased firing and turned to Aisha, stating, I am aware that you currently lack the funds to procure arms. Therefore, I have devised a proposition for you to consider. I can sup Chapter 129. Jiang Hai begins to deceive. Jiang Hai's words were articulated in the dialect of the Baylors. Thus not only Aisha but also the nearby Baylors comprehended his intent. What future life? What compliance with Jiang Hai's arrangements? To put it bluntly, they were all to sign a contract of servitude with Jiang Hai. To phrase it more harshly, they would henceforth become mere pawns in Jiang Hai's game, akin to dogs at his beck and call. This was undoubtedly a monumental affront to the Baylors, who yearned for freedom. Yet, the assembled Baylors remained silent, their gazes fixated on Jiang Hai. They were acutely aware that their lives rested entirely in the hands of this man before them. Should he withhold the necessary weapons and ammunition, they would soon meet their demise at the hands of the treacherous Judeans. Mr. Vast Ocean, are you truly serious? The first to react was Aisha, who regarded Jiang Hai with a serious expression, showing no signs of retreat despite being in dire straits. Jiang Hai smiled and replied, "Of course I am serious. Since this is a transaction, I provide the goods, and you pay the price. Is that not reasonable? Or do you believe I should simply grant you weapons and ammunition without compensation?" In response to Jiang Hai's inquiry, Aisha immediately shook her head, her expression resolute. "No, we certainly do not wish to take advantage of this situation. However, this does not imply that we are willing to sacrifice our freedom and dignity for it. The Bailers would rather perish than be enslaved." Aisha's resolute words ignited the fervor of the surrounding Palestinian soldiers, who erupted in thunderous cheers. However, their vociferous cries seemed to provoke an assault from the external Judean soldiers. Gunfire erupted, and bullets whizzed through the air, sending the Palestinian soldiers scurrying for cover behind fortifications. Their composure shattered. Jiang Hai chuckled, gesturing in the air with one hand, conjuring over a dozen grenades into existence. With nimble dexterity, Jiang Hai swiftly pulled the pins and hurled the grenades outward. A cascade of explosions forced the Judean soldiers, who had just begun to emerge, back into hiding. Aided by the system, Jiang Hai pinpointed the enemy's positions with unerring accuracy, ensuring that his throws were far from indiscriminate. Once the area was pacified once more, Jiang Hai turned his gaze back to Aisha, remarking, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I never intimated that I intended to enslave you. If the transaction materializes, you shall become employees of our company, albeit on a permanent basis. The company will provide you with timely remuneration, encompassing comprehensive benefits, including Social Security, housing fund, and festive bonuses thrice a year. Furthermore, you will be entitled to paid annual leave, marriage leave, and maternity leave. Are you not enticed by such advantageous terms of employment?" Jiang Hai expatiated at length, leaving Aisha and the Palestinian soldiers in a state of bewilderment. While the latter half of his discourse remained nebulous, Aisha and the others realized that their prior assumption of enslavement was perhaps erroneous. "Are you implying that we will not be your slaves?" Aisha inquired. "Assuredly not," Jiang Hai affirmed. Aisha hesitated and inquired, while Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand, smiling as he said, "What era are we in? We're the slaves. The company merely requires you to render labor to offset the remuneration of this transaction, nothing more. Furthermore, if you truly wish to depart from the company in the future, it is not impossible, albeit you must pay a rather steep penalty for breach of contract." Jiang Hai extended his hand, forming a minuscule gesture with his thumb and forefinger, and added with a smile, "Once the penalty is paid, you shall regain your freedom." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, Aisha and her fellow Palestinian soldiers exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating the acceptability of this arrangement. Yet, the thought of remaining here to engage in a fierce battle against the Judeans, having already mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of death, left them in a state of uncertainty. "Sir, we do not intend to leave this place. We must fight." The Jiang Hai's words elicited expressions of joy from Aisha and the surrounding Palestinian soldiers. However, his subsequent remarks caused their faces to darken once more. For various reasons, neighboring nations had refused to accept the millions of Palestinian refugees. These refugees now lingered at the Gaza border, homeless and desolate. Yet, this was not the most dire of circumstances. As the conflict with Judah reached a stalemate, they dispatched another army to pursue the millions of Palestinian refugees, seemingly intent on forcing them back into the Gaza Strip. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's final statements, Aisha and the others were instantly transformed, their faces brimming with fury. No, how could they do such a thing? Those refugees were civilians. Those damned Judah leaders. Demons. Beasts. Base scoundrels. Not only Aisha, but the surrounding Palestinian soldiers also erupted in curses. Unfortunately, their vocabulary for vitriol was limited, and their invectives dwindled to Mr. Sea of infinite depth. "Is everything you said true?" Aisha managed to maintain her composure, her face a shade of iron as she turned to Jiang Hai for confirmation. Jiang Hai merely smiled, his silence speaking volumes. "Then, what shall we do now? Our forces have suffered tremendous losses, and the distance to the Jaffa border is far too great. We cannot possibly reach those refugees in time. Have we sacrificed so much in vain? Is it truly the end of our beloved Babel? Although there remain many Babel expatriates scattered across the blue planet, at least 100,000, they are merely overseas immigrants, their nationalities no longer aligned with Babel. The millions of Babel refugees embody not just countless lives, but the very existence of the Babel people and their nation. If we allow these millions of Balal refugees to be driven back to Jaffa by Judah, ultimately perishing here, it would signify the true demise of Balal. Chapter 130. Worthy of Balal. Aisha certainly does. Even with an inexhaustible supply of armaments and ammunition, it would be impossible to repel Judah in such a short time, let alone reach the Jaffa border to provide reinforcements. At this moment, Aisha had completely relinquished the idea of engaging in a decisive battle with the Judah army here. This is hardly surprising, as Aisha's previous determination to fight to the death was to buy time for the Bar refugees. But now that the Judah army is about to massacre the Bar refugees, Aisha's primary objective has naturally shifted to rescuing them. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, glanced around, and said with a smile, "This issue is not a difficult one for the company to resolve. The question now is whether you are willing to accept a transaction." Jiang Hai tantalized Aisha, merely smiling enigmatically as he casually tossed out a few more grenades. Instantly, the sounds of explosions and screams erupted outside, along with curses in the Judah language, presumably questioning why there were so many grenades. Aisha fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Hai's face, seemingly trying to extract an answer from his expression, but to no avail. After a moment, Aisha said, "I must report this to my superiors. This is a decision that concerns the fate of the entire Bar army." No. You misunderstand." Jiang Hai quickly interrupted Aisha with a smile, holding up a finger and saying, "This transaction only involves those of you present here. Our company is not large enough to support your entire Bar army." As Jiang Hai spoke, he gestured with his finger to all the Bar soldiers around him, including Aisha. In the previous battles, hundreds of Palestinian soldiers had gradually arrived to offer support, yet now, including Aisha, there were merely 14 remaining. Surprisingly, among them were 2 soldiers who had steadfastly held their ground at this outpost from the very beginning. Aisha, taken aback, gazed at Jiang Hai and inquired, "Are you suggesting that we exchange our freedom for a supply of weapons and ammunition?" "Not just that. I can also lead you to rescue millions of our compatriots," Jiang Hai replied, raising a finger and winking at Aisha with a smile. "Do not underestimate yourselves. You are invaluable." "I agree." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's second condition, Aisha made her decision without a moment's hesitation. This time, it was Jiang Hai who was astonished. He had not anticipated that Aisha, who had previously seemed so uncertain, would now acquiesce so readily. Observing the change in Jiang Hai's expression, Aisha offered a relieved smile and solemnly declared, "I agree, for the sake of my compatriots. For our people. For them, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my freedom, my life, my dignity, or even everything." As she spoke these words, Jiang Hai felt as though Aisha emanated a radiant light. This revelation silenced him, who had been smiling all along. Jiang Hai understood what this was. It was faith. During the great calamity of Huaxia, there existed a group of individuals who harbored the same noble beliefs, striving and dedicating themselves, which ultimately led to the emergence of the formidable Huaxia we know today. "I concur. I wholeheartedly agree." Just for a brief moment, the nearby soldiers of the Balas rose in unison, pledging their commitment. Jiang Hai surveyed the scene, observing the expressions on the faces of these Balas soldiers, and gently nodded. "System, you are indeed correct. The loyalty of these individuals is worth its weight in gold." "No, it is priceless." Jiang Hai silently conveyed this sentiment to the system, yet received no response. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai smiled and declared, "Excellent. With such words, the transaction is sealed. First, let us eliminate the enemies outside." As the words left his lips, Jiang Hai raised his hands. In the next instant, countless iron boxes appeared in the sky above the dilapidated building and plummeted earthward undoubtedly. These armaments alone will not suffice to repel Judah's forces. However, they will assuredly enable the Palestinian army to persevere for over a month. We are now at liberty to depart and come to the aid of your compatriots. Are there any lingering inquiries? The Palestinian soldiers, initially taken aback, gradually embraced the situation with equanimity. Aisha, however, hesitated momentarily before raising her hand and inquiring, "Before we depart, may I make a phone call?" Jiang Hai smiled and gestured affirmatively. Aisha promptly retrieved a mobile phone from her person and swiftly dialed a number. The call was promptly answered. "Hello, Uncle Nasser. It is I." "Yes, I am unharmed. Might I speak with my grandfather?" After a brief pause, Aisha's beautiful eyes welled up with tears. Noticing Jiang Hai's gaze upon her, she swiftly turned away and dabbed at the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. "Hello, grandfather. I am unharmed." I merely wish to convey. I have not dishonored Palestine. I have fulfilled my duty, offering all that I have to Palestine. Grandfather, may I forever be a source of pride for you." Upon uttering those final words, Aisha abruptly terminated the call, cast the phone to the ground, and with gritted teeth, crushed it under the heel of her sturdy military boot. Immediately thereafter, Aisha turned to face Jiang Hai, her countenance resolute, and declared, "My affairs are concluded. Let us depart." Tilting his head to regard the splendidly armored girl before him, Jiang Hai could not help but feel a surge of emotion. However, he swiftly composed himself, raising his hand slowly to snap his fingers in the air. In the next instant, a tremendous wave of energy cascaded from above. In mere moments, a sleek, jet-black aircraft with an unusual design hovered above the crowd. As the aircraft gradually descended and settled behind Jiang Hai, its rear opened slowly, revealing the entrance to the cabin. With a smile, Jiang Hai gestured invitingly to the onlookers, beckoning them to embark. "Let us proceed. This will offer a swifter passage." Chapter 131. The Assistant. Is this truly the fighter jet that Lord Filzat mentioned? Inside the cabin, Aisha gazed in excitement at the interior arrangement, her voice trembling with exhilaration. When Filzat had once escaped from Hispani aboard a fighter jet, he had spoken of its marvels with great admiration. Regrettably, they lacked the means to procure such an aircraft. Later, they learned that Bush had nearly depleted the national treasury to acquire the fighter jet from Jiang Hai, thus ascending to the title of King of the Skies. With the aid of this jet, he had subdued Judah's air force, prompting great envy from Aisha and her companions. Little did they expect to be afforded the honor of boarding this magnificent aircraft. Jiang Hai, with a casual smile, settled into the seat provided in the cabin and addressed the slightly apprehensive soldiers from Paulus. "Please, take your seats. From now on, you are all part of the company, and such privileges are perfectly normal. Thus, you possess the ability to appear and disappear with such ease. Such a fighter jet allows you to transport arms with such remarkable speed?" Aisha gazed at Jiang Hai with a complex expression, believing she had unraveled the truth. Jiang Hai, however, smiled in silence, contemplating whether to disclose the reality, having yet to decide, preferring to wait until the system resolved Aisha and her companion's identity issues. Ding dong. The employment function has been activated. As a munitions magnate, the host cannot attend to every matter personally. It is essential to cultivate capable subordinates. Through the employment function, the host may hire assistants. Those assistants recognized by the host will have contracts established by the system. Upon the establishment of a contract, the assistant may exercise certain system functions and receive compensation. The system will monitor the contracted assistants. Assistants must not reveal the existence of the system without the host's permission. Assistants are prohibited from utilizing any system. The system enumerated a lengthy list of names, revealing Aisha's full name, to which Jiang Hai nodded in affirmation without the slightest hesitation. At that very moment, as Jiang Hai confirmed, Aisha, seated across from him, suddenly trembled, her upper body straightening with unexpected rigidity. A myriad of emotions, confusion, astonishment, and others, flashed across her beautiful eyes. Jiang Hai understood that this was the handiwork of the system, and it wouldn't be long before Aisha returned to her normal state. Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Awad. Please confirm whether to include him as an assistant. Confirmed. Burdain Ahmad Asen Hussain. The system continued to announce each name to Jiang Hai, and along with Aisha, a total of 14 individuals were recognized. Jiang Hai included them all in the system's assistant roster. The Palestinian soldiers, much like Aisha, sat upright, their expressions awash with bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity while they absorbed the system's information, Jiang Hai issued another command, directing the system to pilot the aircraft away from the desolate ruins. A few minutes later, Aisha and the others gradually regained their composure, their gazes towards Jiang Hai filled with a mixture of complexity and wonder. With a smile, Jiang Hai remarked, "Next, it is time for me to fulfill my promise to you. This bridge ahead is the essential route for the Judean army in pursuit of the Palestinian refugees. Based on estimations, the Judean forces will arrive here in approximately 20 minutes. This location would serve as an ideal ambush point if we intend to impede their pursuit of the Palestinian refugees." Jiang Hai proposed ambushing the Judean army, an idea that immediately resonated with Aisha and the others. Becoming Jiang Hai's auxiliaries did not imply a complete severance from their past sentiments. Consequently, they had not forgotten their initial aspiration to aid their compatriots in escaping this calamity. So, what course of action should we undertake? Are we to confront the Judean army with merely our numbers? Abd a Palestinian soldier, inquired, unable to suppress his doubts. He was one of the original 2 survivors stationed at the stronghold. Tall and somewhat slender, he possessed the distinctive beard and striking features characteristic of Palestinians, lending him a certain handsomeness. In response to Abdal's apprehension, Jiang Hai chuckled, remarking, "Do not forget, you are no longer ordinary Palestinian soldiers. You now have the option to procure formidable weaponry from the system. With the system's assistance, impeding a Judean army is well within our capabilities." Abd and the others exchanged glances before Abd, with a wry smile, extended his hands, palms up, and lamented, "Alas, we are penniless." Upon hearing Abdal's words, Jiang Hai was immediately taken aback. As he surveyed the others, he noticed that they, too, were making similar gestures of helplessness. One individual, a diminutive man named Abbas, even turned out his pockets, revealing their emptiness as proof of his destitution. Jiang Hai instinctively tapped his forehead with his hand, feeling quite embarrassed this time. After all, these assistants were merely ordinary foot soldiers. Where would they procure funds for military arms? Although the system offered internal pricing, the costs, often reaching millions or even tens of millions, were far beyond the means of these ordinary soldiers. It was indeed my oversight. Allow me to procure the weaponry for you. Let me ponder what splendid items I should prepare for you. Jiang Hai raked his fingers through his hair and began to sift through the weapon catalog in the system. Soon, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he summoned a series of large iron boxes. Pointing at these boxes, he declared to Aisha and the others, "These are the weapons I have purchased for you. The system will instruct you on how to utilize them. Go ahead and give them a try." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aisha and her companions exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, they opened the iron boxes. They were met with an array of peculiar items, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Jiang Hai, feeling a bit awkward, added, "Recently, I have encountered some financial setbacks, so my resources are not as abundant as I'd like. Otherwise, I would have certainly arranged for each of you to receive a superior set of individual equipment." Reflecting on his financial woes, Jiang Hai couldn't help but recall the staggering sum of 26 billion huaxia coins that had been siphoned away by the system. It was quite painful. When would he ever earn such a substantial amount again? Nevertheless, with Aisha and the others assisting him, perhaps the pace of generating income would be accelerated. Chapter 132. Encountering enemy attack. General Li Wei. We have received news from within the country. Inside an armored vehicle, a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms occupied the space. Among them was the commander of this troop, Levi Serra, adorned with an array of medals on his chest. As the youngest general within the Judah military, Levi was undoubtedly a rising star in their ranks. This operation, which involved pursuing Palestinian refugees, presented a rare opportunity for him to achieve merit. After all, the opponents were merely ordinary refugees. What means did they possess to resist against the well-equipped Judah forces? Ultimately, they would have no choice but to comply with orders and return to the Gaza Strip obediently. Once this mission was accomplished, upon his return home, Levi was certain to receive a promotion. Perhaps, in a few years, he would ascend to the upper echelons of the military command. Just the thought of it filled Levi with elation, a smile threatening to break free at the corners of his mouth. As he received a message from his aide, Levi casually glanced down at it. Soon, however, a frown creased his brow. The message was brief, yet it stirred a slight tumult within him. It conveyed that another contingent of Judah forces engaged in direct conflict with the Palestinian army was facing fierce resistance and had suffered considerable losses. Although they maintained the upper hand, such casualties were not something the homeland could tolerate. The underlying implication was clear. Levi was urged to swiftly complete his mission and proceed to assist that beleaguered unit. What a bunch of ineptitude! Levi scoffed derisively, tossing the message aside without a second thought. He had no intention of rendering aid to that failing squad. It was never his responsibility. Why should he invite trouble upon himself? He merely needed to fulfill his own duties. As for the commander of the Judah army, their incompetence only served to highlight Levi's superior abilities. Press onward. Investigate the locations of those Palestinian refugees. Disposing of the information, Levi issued commands to his adjutant. The millions of Palestinian refugees could not possibly congregate in one place. They would undoubtedly disperse into numerous small groups. Levi had to ascertain their whereabouts in order to bring them all back to Gaza. Fortunately, Judah had made ample preparations before the refugees fled Gaza. Not only had they dispatched advance teams for tracking, but they had also utilized satellites for continuous surveillance. Most crucially, spies had been embedded among the refugees, providing positional signals at all times. Yes, the adjutant promptly replied, operating the instruments within the vehicle. General, we have confirmed the recent. Suddenly, a piercing sound interrupted him, and in an instant, the command vehicle was engulfed in darkness, abruptly halting and nearly causing Levi to stumble. What is happening? Levi furrowed his brow, steadying himself as he lashed out at his adjutant. The adjutant, equally perplexed, exclaimed, General, I do not know. It seems there is a malfunction with the equipment. Malfunction? How could there be a malfunction out of the blue? Levi's irritation deepened as he furrowed his brow and shouted, and why has the vehicle come to a stop? Having spoken, Li Wei strode directly towards the car door, pushing it open with a forceful motion that allowed the outside light to flood in. At that moment, the scene outside the vehicle was chaotic. Soldiers were in disarray, shouting incessantly. Li Wei's expression darkened further as he surveyed the situation. The army he commanded was a fully armed mechanized force, consisting not only of soldiers, but also over 30 vehicles, 17 armored personnel carriers, 10 supply trucks, 5 artillery tractors, and 2 command vehicles. All of these vehicles were currently stalled on the road, with several having collided with one another. Fortunately, the truck carrying ammunition remained unscathed. With a grim countenance, Li Wei leaped from the vehicle and seized a soldier who was rushing past him, demanding in a booming voice, "What is happening? Why have we stopped so abruptly?" The soldier, caught off guard by Li Wei's grip, instinctively bristled with anger. However, upon recognizing Li Wei, he was taken aback and quickly saluted. Reporting, General. We are as in the dark as you. All vehicles suddenly broke down simultaneously and cannot be restarted. All vehicles have broken down at once. Upon hearing this response, Li Wei felt an urge to laugh, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. What kind of international joke was this? It might be plausible for 1 or 2 vehicles to fail, but over 30 simultaneously? Such an idea was nothing short of preposterous, an affront to General Li Wei's intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap to the soldier's face, berating him loudly. You fool. Nonsense. I will have you executed. A slap resounded, and coupled with Levi's final remark, it sent a shudder through the soldier, who promptly fell to his knees. General, I am not speaking nonsense. It is true. General. The soldier's face was a chaotic mixture of tears and snot as he desperately pleaded for mercy. Meanwhile, the aide, who had hurriedly dismounted from the carriage, called out to Levi, General, he speaks the truth. All the vehicles have malfunctioned and cannot be started. The aide had been a loyal subordinate to Levi for many years, and Levi naturally trusted his words. However, such an absurd assertion left Levi in a state of disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if to say, Are you jesting with me? Yet, observing the aide's serious demeanor, Levi discerned that he was not joking. After a brief moment of silence, Levi decisively commanded, Initiate an inspection. Determine what has gone awry with the vehicles. He simultaneously ordered the soldiers to prepare for combat at a moment's notice. As the youngest general of Judah, Levi's capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. Faced with such an unexpected occurrence, he immediately surmised that they had fallen victim to some form of assault. Thus, instructing the soldiers to ready themselves for battle was undoubtedly prudent. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Levi had issued his command, a cacophony of explosions erupted, and in the next instant, a multitude of fireballs erupted around them. Several vehicles were violently torn apart, and the soldiers aboard screamed in horror, soaring through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Under the protection of his aide, Levi fortunately emerged unscathed. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Wei immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Find cover. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Before his words could fade, a new barrage of explosions erupted, and the soldiers, who had yet to find shelter, were thrown into disarray. Damn it! Where did this attack come from? Witnessing this chaos, Li Wei's eyes widened, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. If it were a direct confrontation with the enemy, Li Wei would have no fear. However, with the enemy's whereabouts shrouded in mystery, the prospect of continuing this fight felt utterly stifling. The adjutant beside Li Wei was similarly scanning the surroundings, desperate to locate the enemy. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he looked up into the sky and exclaimed, General, above us. In the sky? Chapter 133. Is Bosch about to enter the fray? In the sky? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback before instinctively raising his gaze. Almost instantaneously, his complexion turned pale, for he beheld a small black dot hovering above. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was an entirely black aircraft. The design of this plane was peculiar, unlike any conventional aircraft. Yet, Li Wei recognized it at first glance. In fact, every high-ranking officer of Judah would instantly identify this aircraft. Over the past few months, this plane had become a veritable nightmare for Judah. One aircraft had effectively subdued Judah's once decent air force. Could this be Bosch's fighter jet? Is it possible that Bosch is about to formally declare war on us? A few months ago, Bosch relentlessly conducted airstrikes within Judea using his fighter jets, leaving Judea utterly powerless. The expression on Levi's face darkened instantaneously. Was it not said that due to the large Ivan missile launched by Baal, a rift had developed between Bosch and Baal, preventing any support from being rendered? Why, then, did Bosch's aircraft appear here? Was Bosch intending to intervene in the affairs between Judea and Baal? Was he poised for war against Judea? Levi's mind swirled with a torrent of questions, yet he found himself unable to resolve a single one. In the next moment, however, he realized that this was not the time for such contemplations. Quickly, prepare the cannons. Fire upon the airborne enemy, he urged. Hurry, General. All the artillery has malfunctioned and cannot be activated. His aide cried out, his face filled with despair. Levi was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by rage as he seized his aide by the collar. What? Why have the cannons malfunctioned? He demanded. Before Levi could finish his inquiry, a deafening explosion erupted around them. They could clearly see that it was large metal crates being dropped from the aircraft above. As these crates struck the ground, they detonated with ferocity. This round of explosions not only sent the Judean soldiers into disarray, but also obliterated several vehicles, including the command vehicle in which Levi was traveling. Retreat. Immediate retreat. This scene compelled Levi to force himself to regain composure. As they faced relentless attacks from the enemy, they found themselves unable to muster even a modicum of resistance. If this continued, it was feared that the entire army would be obliterated by such bombardments. Inaction was not Levi's modus operandi. Thus, he opted for a tactical retreat. The army he commanded, the Judean forces, had evidently undergone rigorous military training, qualifying them as an elite unit. Although the soldiers experienced a moment of disarray following the initial assault, their exemplary military discipline allowed them to swiftly regain composure and order. With timely military orders from Levi, the soldiers promptly assembled and commenced an orderly withdrawal. Indeed, the Judean army possessed remarkable capabilities. The fact that they had yet to suffer defeat after years of conflict could only attest to their tenacity and willingness to fight fiercely. Observing the Judean army's response from the fighter jets hovering above, Zhang Hai could not help but exclaim to his companion, Aisha. He had previously witnessed the combat prowess of the Baylor forces on several occasions. While not inept, their capabilities were undeniably inferior to those of the Judean army. Moreover, when considering their weaponry and equipment, they were at a distinct disadvantage, yet they had managed to engage Judea in combat for so many years. As Zhang Hai noted, it was solely due to the Baylor soldiers' fearless combat style that they had achieved their record, albeit at the cost of many lives. Aisha did not contest Zhang Hai's assessment, for she recognized it as the truth. Having fought alongside the Judean forces on multiple occasions, she was well aware of their formidable combat strength. Aisha was far from astonished by the reaction of her adversaries. The question now was whether to permit their escape. Despite having inflicted substantial damage, Aisha remained unsatisfied, as their assault had failed to strike at the core of the enemy's military strength. Once regrouped, they would undoubtedly resume their attacks on the Palestinian refugees. Patience, Zhang Hai remarked, gesturing behind Aisha. Have not Abdul and the others already commenced their operation? Perplexed, Aisha pivoted to find the 13 Palestinian soldiers who had been guarding her were now conspicuously absent. Her countenance shifted from confusion to alarm as she hastened to the aircraft's window, peering out in search of them. While their precise whereabouts eluded her, she surmised they had embarked on a mission to confront the Judaic forces below. Simultaneously, the Judaic army below, having determined their escape route, were hastening in that direction. With their vehicles incapacitated, they were compelled to proceed on foot. Nevertheless, their formation remained largely intact, betraying minimal disarray. Several Judaic officers led the charge, gesticulating and directing their troops. Halt! One of the officers, poised to issue a command, abruptly altered his expression upon surveying the path ahead, vociferously halting his troops. Three figures had materialized at a small intersection in their path. These three individuals exhibited unmistakable Palestinian features, adorned in attire resembling metallic scales, and brandishing what appeared to be rudimentary clubs. Their stance was peculiar as they brandished these clubs, directing them toward the Judean forces. The shimmering metallic scales upon their persons moved autonomously, swiftly shielding their vulnerable areas. Open fire. Eliminate them. The Judean officers, upon sighting these individuals, issued commands without hesitation, simultaneously drawing their sidearms and unleashing a volley of shots. At this critical juncture, anyone obstructing their path was deemed an adversary, particularly if they were of Palestinian descent. A barrage of bullets hurtled toward the vital regions of the three Palestinians. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of impacts reverberated as the metallic scales deftly shifted to intercept the projectiles, leaving the Palestinians unscathed. Sparks erupted from their chests. Yet they remained impervious to harm. Startled by the assault, the Palestinians erupted in expletives, promptly raising their clubs and aiming them at the Judean ranks. Tum, tum, tum. Flashes of light streaked through the air. In an instant, explosions rocked the Judean lines, accompanied by a cacophony of agonized cries. The Judean forces suffered considerable losses. Yet the limited number of Palestinians restricted the extent of the damage. The Judean soldiers swiftly adapted to the enemy's offensive, immediately seeking refuge behind nearby cover and initiating a counterattack against the Palestinians. Chapter 134, 13 Surrounding Thousands. Initially, over a dozen Judah soldiers opened fire, their bullets striking the Palestinian soldiers, only to be thwarted by metal plates. However, as more Judah soldiers joined the fray, the volume of gunfire intensified, overwhelming the metal defenses. The three Palestinian soldiers, not foolish enough to stand idly by, swiftly took cover behind nearby obstacles, engaging in a fierce exchange with the Judah soldiers. Their weaponry was evidently superior to that of the Judah soldiers, and even with just three of them, they instilled a sense of trepidation in their opponents, who dared not advance and remained at a distance. Damn it, are you all incompetent? Just three foes, and you are too frightened to approach? Levi, positioned at the rear, was incensed upon receiving reports of the situation, stomping his feet in frustration. He raised his hand and pointed forward, bellowing, "Charge! Move forward! No matter how formidable their weapons are, there are only three of them. Can't you handle three? I'll have you all executed." Yes. Upon receiving Levi's orders, the soldier did not dare utter another word. He promptly turned to relay the command. Meanwhile, the three Palestinian soldiers, hidden behind their cover, exchanged glances. In the next instant, they each produced a metal object approximately 1 meter in length. With a swift motion, they clashed the objects against their arms, perfectly securing them in place. After a brief pause, they shared another glance, inhaled deeply, and simultaneously rose to their feet, raising their arms to point directly at the advancing Judah soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of piercing sounds erupted in succession. In the next moment, dozens of luminous points shot forth from the metallic objects adorning the arms of the three individuals. Boom, boom, boom. The radiant points cascaded into the ranks of the Judah soldiers, transforming instantaneously into a torrent of artillery fire that engulfed thousands of Judah soldiers in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining Judah soldiers stood frozen in disbelief. Although several thousand soldiers remained unscathed by this barrage, they instinctively retreated a few steps. Who would dare to advance in the face of such formidable artillery? Is this the weapon you sold to Preval? On board the fighter jet, Aisha could not help but turn her head to glance at Jiang Hai. She was aware of some details regarding the incident outside the Senate building in Prince's Port, yet witnessing the devastating power of such a weapon left her utterly astonished. The Starry Sky series rapid-fire RPG launcher. Each unit costs an astonishing 12 million Huaxia coins. Furthermore, adding 20 specially designed shells amounts to another 10 million Huaxia coins. In mere moments, the three of them had expended 30 million. Jiang Hai casually remarked this, causing Aisha to involuntarily grimace. In other words, they had squandered 30 million Huaxia coins in just a few seconds? How extravagant. For years, they had endured hardship and frugality in their quest to combat Judah and restore Palestine, meticulously saving every coin to procure weapons. They had grown accustomed to a life of scarcity. When had they ever fought such a lavish battle? Observing the pained expression on Aisha's face, Jiang Hai quickly surmised her thoughts and offered a reassuring smile. In truth, it did not require such a substantial expenditure. Utilizing these weapons allows us to benefit from internal pricing. Indeed, at the internal rate, those specialized shells cost a mere 100,000, amounting to a swift expenditure of 6 million. Aisha could not help but roll her eyes, perplexed as to why Jiang Hai believed that spending 6 million in one go would bring her any comfort. Jiang Hai gazed at the radar system equipped on the aircraft, observing the battle unfolding below. Suddenly, he chuckled and remarked, "Abdul and his team are intent on annihilating this treacherous army." His words jolted Aisha back to reality, prompting her to direct her attention to the display screen. After a brief moment, she spoke softly. "They have been wielding guns against the traitors since adulthood. Their brothers and friends have fallen to the bullets of these traitors. For them, the chance to eliminate more of these foes is an opportunity they will not let slip away." Jiang Hai, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before casually shrugging his shoulders, saying, "As long as you find joy in it, this is your final opportunity to fight by your own volition. After this battle, you will be governed by the system and will no longer act at your discretion." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aisha showed no reaction, her gaze fixed intently on the radar, her expression neutral, as if she had already embraced her role. Observing Aisha's demeanor, Jiang Hai smiled faintly and chose at this moment. The soldiers of Judo were awestruck by the formidable weaponry displayed by their adversaries, hesitant to advance. However, hidden in the rear, Levi quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. His teeth clenched as he fixed his gaze ahead. "Give me grenades. Use grenades to strike," he commanded. With the artillery malfunctioning, he resolved to substitute grenades for cannons. Levi, the youngest general in the Judo military, demonstrated remarkable quickness of thought. Upon hearing Levi's orders, the Judo soldiers suddenly came to their senses, hastily retrieving grenades from their belts and preparing to throw. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous explosions erupted within the ranks of the Judo army. In an instant, dozens of blasts occurred, not from the 3 Palestinian soldiers in front, but from the rear and flanks of Judo's formation. It became apparent that, at some point, 10 Palestinian soldiers wielding makeshift clubs had appeared behind and to the sides of the Judo troops. Amusingly, this mere handful of 10 Palestinians managed to encircle the thousands of Judo soldiers. With this diversion, the 3 Palestinian soldiers who had previously been hiding behind cover rose once more, brandishing their clubs and launching an attack on the Judo soldiers. In an instant, the explosions rang out among the Judo ranks as assaults came from all directions, plunging the Judo soldiers into utter chaos, unsure their attacks were sporadic. The bullets easily deflected by the metallic plates adorning the Palestinian soldiers, producing a series of crisp, inconsequential sounds, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. Hold firm, hold firm. There are only a handful of adversaries. Regain composure, retaliate effectively. We shall not be defeated. Li Wei vociferously roared amidst his troops, his frustration palpable. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, endeavoring to restore his soldiers' composure. He was convinced that their numerical superiority would prevail, provided they could calmly mount a counteroffensive, thus reversing their fortunes. Suddenly, a radiant flash erupted, tearing through Li Wei's chest, leaving behind a gruesome, gaping wound where his medals had been proudly displayed. Subsequently, with an expression of utter disbelief etched upon his face, Li Wei slowly succumbed, collapsing backward. Chapter 135, Retribution Pa. Aisha spat from within the fighter jet, contemptuously retracting her Barrett rifle, then observing as the cockpit before her gradually sealed shut. The frigid winds of the high altitude merely tousled her hair, accentuating her dashing and heroic demeanor. Jiang Hai gazed at Aisha with a hint of surprise, noticing the Barrett rifle in her possession, and inquired, "You actually had the funds to acquire weaponry?" The Barrett rifle wielded by Aisha was a model Jiang Hai had previously encountered within the system, recognized as the most superior and exorbitant variant within the Barrett series. Its cost price, when sold to clients, amounted to 900,000 Chinese yuan. Even with internal pricing, it would still command a figure of around 200,000. Jiang Hai had just witnessed Aisha summon a large iron box out of thin air with a mere wave of her hand. Subsequently, she retrieved an already assembled Barrett from within the box, opened the hatch, and positioned herself in the cabin to take a shot at General Judas below. Setting aside Aisha's remarkable marksmanship and combat prowess, Jiang Hai was perplexed by the source of her funds to procure such a Barrett from the system. "I have money myself. A Barrett costs 210,000 Huaxia coins, which I can afford." As the hatch closed, Aisha turned back, playfully tossing her long hair, exuding an alluring charm, and smiled as she addressed Jiang Hai's unspoken question. "Oh, you have money?" 210,000. Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback. While 210,000 Huaxia coins were not an exorbitant sum, the lamentations of the Palestinian soldiers had led him to instinctively view Aisha and her companions as impoverished. Reflecting on the recent conversations, it was only Abdul and the others who lamented their financial woes, while Aisha had remained silent. However, Jiang Hai soon found himself at a loss for words as he regarded Aisha. Although she had never claimed to be destitute, she had also refrained from disclosing her wealth during Abdul's lamentations. Especially when Jiang Hai resolved to assist them in acquiring weaponry, Aisha had not uttered a single word. "This woman is not virtuous at all." He couldn't help but mutter internally, but with Aisha's enigmatic smile, he thought better than to voice his thoughts. Since Aisha became his assistant, her demeanor had been rather somber, yet now, she managed a forced smile, which could be seen as a positive development. The battle below was nearing its conclusion. It was almost time to wrap things up. The general of Judah was slain by Aisha, and although a considerable number of Judah soldiers remained, they were utterly no match for Abdul and his 13 companions. The disparity in weaponry was too pronounced, rendering the conflict devoid of any meaningful outcome. Observing that the Judah soldiers had lost their will to fight, there was no necessity to annihilate them entirely. Aisha tilted her head slightly and nodded, saying, "You are correct." Jiang Hai looked at Aisha and smiled faintly. This woman was indeed quite astute. She refrained from making a direct decision and did not issue commands to Abdul and the others without consulting Jiang Hai first, as she was no longer their superior. The course of action could only be determined by Jiang Hai. He did not evade responsibility and promptly relayed orders to Abdul through the system. Receiving the commands, Abdul did not feign resistance or delay. He simply retracted his weapon and retreated. It was evident that the recent massacre had significantly alleviated their pent-up resentment. After ensuring that the fighter jets would transport them, Jiang Hai piloted one away from the scene. The Judah army had been utterly decimated, posing no threat to the Palestinian refugees. There was no need for them to proceed to the Palestinian camp. On board the fighter jet, Jiang Hai could not help but turn to Aisha, who sat quietly beside him, and inquire, "Why did you specifically choose to execute that Judah general?" After a brief pow, he was appointed as a general by the Judean military last month, and at that time, there was no dissent from the Judean forces. "Do you know why?" As Aisha spoke these words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but furrow his brow, for he noticed the other Palestinian soldiers nearby raising their heads, their faces betraying expressions of hatred. Jiang Hai seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding, yet he chose to remain silent, patiently waiting. Although there has been no official confirmation, the information we have received indicates that Levi Sulla was indeed the mastermind behind the assassination of Lord Filzert. It was through this successful assassination, savoring the blood of Lord Filzert, that he became the youngest general in the Judean military. Jiang Hai nodded gently, understanding the reason why Aisha had suddenly decided to eliminate Levi Sulla upon spotting him on the radar. The assassination of Filzert was not merely the demise of a leader revered by the Palestinians. It marked the onset of a series of calamities for the Palestinians. The situation in Palestine had been improving, garnering the support of the vast majority of countries from the Blue Star, with hopes for restoration on the horizon. However, this assassination precipitated a drastic downturn, and now, Palestine teeters on the brink of irrevocable disaster. The architect of it all is none other than Levi Sulla, the orchestrator of this heinous act. With the cause and effect laid bare before him, Jiang Hai refrained from saying more. A moment of silence enveloped the cabin, and Aisha soon regained her composure, turning to glance at Jiang Hai, inquiring, "So, what shall we do next? Shall we return to Huaxia with you?" Having avenged her grievances, Aisha's spirits lifted considerably, leading her to contemplate her future destiny. Jiang Hai smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, I have other plans for you. Compared to the numerous regulations of Huaxia, that place is far more suited to you." Abu Rusi, the largest port on the eastern coast of Africa, stands as one of the most prosperous ports on the continent. The splendor of this port city surpasses that of the vast majority of cities across Africa. It serves as a pivotal hub connecting Africa to the world, with countless goods flowing into the continent daily through this port. Simultaneously, an abundance of resources is exported from Africa to countries around the globe, including diamonds, crude oil, natural gas, and, of utmost significance in the contemporary world, uranium. Captain Fong, we will be relying on you in the upcoming endeavor. Approximately 10 nautical miles from the port, a colossal cruise ship lay anchored. On its deck, two men clad in the uniforms of the Huaxiao Navy exchanged military salutes. The soldier with dark skin solemnly addressed his counterpart, stating, "The cargo this time is of paramount importance to the nation. Captain Fong, please exercise utmost caution." "Rest assured, Commander Wu," replied the man known as Captain Fong, breaking into a broad smile. His complexion mirrored that of his comrade, yet his skin bore the roughness wrought by years of exposure to the sea breeze. After concluding the salute, he lowered his hand and cheerfully declared, "Even if it costs me my life, I shall safeguard this cargo. I will never let the nation and its people down." Chapter 136. Do you still remember Jianhai? According to the existing intelligence, the Chuntai vessel lost contact at 10:32 a.m., precisely 34 hours after departing from the Aburusi port. This moment marked the last communication we had with the Chuntai. By protocol, the Chuntai was expected to report back to the mainland 3 hours later, at 1:30 p.m., yet we have not received any signal from the vessel. 30 minutes later, our team made 3 consecutive attempts to reach out to the Chuntai, all of which went unanswered. At this juncture, we can confirm the disappearance of the Chuntai, and the intelligence analysis team has temporarily expanded the search area to the Inca Sea. Inside the grand conference room of the Huaxiao military headquarters, the atmosphere was palpably tense. A gathering of high-ranking military officials focused intently on the immense 180-inch LCD screen. After the officer in charge of the briefing recounted the sequence of events, he promptly saluted the distinguished assembly and stepped aside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers drumming on the table resonated through the room, emanating from none other than General He, the foremost figure in the military. As he drummed his fingers to command silence, General He solemnly addressed the assembly. "The disappearance of the Chuntai is of grave significance. You all understand the nature of the cargo being transported by the Chuntai, do you not? It is uranium ore intended for our nation's Ivan project. With nuclear reactors around the globe rendered inoperative, the urgent need to reactivate them cannot be overstated. Indeed, those who can take the initiative are likely to seize the advantage in the future. Uranium mines are crucial for the reactivation of nuclear reactors and cannot be allowed to falter. Thus, it is imperative to locate the Spring Thunder vessel without delay." General He's remarks have firmly established the gravity of this situation. The atmosphere was somber, no one dared to be lax. Several high-ranking military officials began to devise strategies. However, the suddenness of the incident, coupled with the brevity of time, left them devoid of any leads, rendering the esteemed officials helpless. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder cruise ship was shrouded in mystery and incredibility. Even satellite surveillance yielded no clues. From the satellite imagery, it appeared as though the vessel had vanished abruptly from the surface of the sea, almost as if it were haunted. I have never subscribed to notions of the supernatural. If there are indeed spirits, it is merely the machinations of people at play. General He, with a stern expression, repeatedly struck the table with his fingers, the sound resonating loudly. The previously animated discussions among the officials ceased instantly. The supplies aboard the Spring Thunder are of paramount importance to the nation. Under no circumstances can we afford to lose them. You have only one day. Within this day, a resolution must be reached. Yes. As General He's words echoed in the room, all the military leaders rose in unison, saluting. Once General He exited the conference room, the tension among the officials gradually dissipated as they exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. One day? What can possibly be accomplished in such a fleeting time? However, they were also aware that General He was not intentionally making things difficult for them. The cruise ship was laden with uranium ore, a resource urgently needed by Huaxia. With that batch of uranium, all domestic nuclear power plants could immediately resume operations. Simultaneously, the nuclear industry group could commence the production of the Great Ivan without delay. If this national treasure were not constructed promptly, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Oljo, the National Security Bureau must exert its efforts on this matter. The gazes of several dignitaries fell upon one individual, the director of the National Security Bureau, Zhou Lei. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Zhou Lei felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, this matter was indeed their responsibility, and Zhou Lei could only muster the courage to respond. "I have already dispatched Zhang Qinghua to handle it. However, we have yet to receive any updates." Zhang Qinghua, the top operational commander of the National Security Bureau, was tasked with executing this investigative mission, which demonstrated the Bureau's genuine commitment to the cause. Naturally, the dignitaries had little to say. They could not remain passive bystanders and endeavored to cooperate as best as they could. Satellite surveillance and intelligence sharing among various nations were promptly arranged. In summary, General He issued a military order, and regardless of how challenging the task, they were determined to see it through. After deliberating for some time, the group gradually exited the conference room. Many matters could not be resolved merely by sitting in the conference room. Everyone had to return to their respective duties. Director Zhou. Just as Zhou Lei stepped out of the military compound and was about to enter his vehicle, he heard someone calling his name. Unconsciously, I turned my head to glance back and caught sight of a sleek black luxury vehicle across the street. The door swung open, and a figure emerged, waving at Zhou Lei from a distance. Lu Guoqiang? As the director of the National Security Bureau, Zhou Lei readily recognized the head of the Bali group. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, yet he approached directly to greet the man. Mr. Lu, it's a rarity to see you at the military compound. Are you here on official business? Director Zhou, I've heard that the Chunlei has encountered some trouble. Zhou Lei's eyes narrowed into slits. Icy glimmers flashing as he scrutinized Lu Guoqiang. Were it not for Lu Guoqiang's esteemed position, Zhou Lei would have commanded his agents to apprehend him immediately for such an abrupt inquiry regarding the Chunlei. Mr. Lu, what are you implying? Director Zhou, please do not misunderstand. How about we discuss this in the car? Despite the perilous glint in Zhou Lei's gaze, Lu Guoqiang remained unfazed, extending an invitation with a smile. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Lei acquiesced and entered the vehicle. Once inside, Lu Guoqiang promptly dismissed the driver, leaving only the two of them within the confines of the car. Director Zhou, I am aware of the situation concerning the Chunlei, and the priority now is to locate it as swiftly as possible. If I am not mistaken, Zhang Qinghua is nearing Aburusi by now. ISNT? Within the vehicle, Lu Guoqiang spoke directly and to the point, while Zhou Lei remained silent, fixated on him with an unwavering gaze, offering no indication of his thoughts regarding Lu Guoqiang's assertions. Neither denying nor affirming, there exists a complete absence of attitude. Zhou Lei's reaction was entirely anticipated by Lu Guoqiang, who displayed no trace of surprise and continued to smile as he remarked, however, merely conducting an investigation like this, even Zhang Qinghua would find it impossible to uncover any leads in a short span of time. I do, however, possess a method. Perhaps Director Zhou might consider it. Upon uttering these words, a change finally appeared on Zhou Lei's countenance. Yet, he remained silent, fixating intently on Lu Guoqiang, as if awaiting his subsequent words. Observing Zhou Lei's reaction, Lu Guoqiang offered a slight smile, leaned back slightly against the car seat, tilted his head gently, and donned an expression that exuded an air of profound mystery. I wonder if Director Zhou still remembers Zhang Hai. Chapter 137. The authorities have summoned me for assistance. Someone has stolen my goods? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Hai felt his temper flare. Who dared to be so audacious as to pilfer my arms? Just as he was about to explode with fury, Zhang Hai suddenly paused to reflect. It seemed he had not engaged in any transactions lately. If no trades had been made, how could there be goods to be stolen? Your Majesty, have you perhaps made a mistake? He complained into the phone to Salama, questioning whether that imposing figure on the other end was jesting with him. No, I am not mistaken. Salama's booming voice resonated through the receiver, causing Zhang Hai's eardrums to throb. It concerns the uranium mine. Do you recall the rights to the uranium mining that I transferred to you last time? You have sold uranium or to Huaxia. It was that very batch of uranium or that was seized at sea. Upon hearing Salam's words, Zhang Hai immediately narrowed his eyes and sat upright on the couch. The notion that the uranium or sold to Huaxia had been stolen seemed almost too fantastical. Setting aside the audacity of stealing uranium, or who would dare to pilfer from Huaxia? What kind of reckless individual could this be? Salam continued to gossip with Zhang Hai, mentioning that the incident occurred this morning. And by afternoon, representatives from Huaxia had arrived at the Abu Rusi port to investigate. However, judging by their demeanor, things did not seem to be progressing smoothly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hai endeavored to calm himself. First and foremost, anyone bold enough to steal from Huaxia could not be an ordinary person. Furthermore, it was evident that the perpetrators had specifically targeted the uranium ore, suggesting they likely had a demand for it. While uranium ore is indeed a coveted commodity, for most nations and factions, without the means to develop a reactor, It is merely a pile of worthless stones. Of course, it is also plausible that they intended to seize the uranium or to sell it as a product. However, considering the first point, it seems illogical to offend Huaxiao merely for the sake of profit from uranium trade. Without further ado, Jiang Hai disregarded Salam's incessant chit-chat and inquired directly about the details of the incident. After clarifying the matter, he ended the call. System, is there a way to trace the whereabouts of the stolen uranium, or? Ding. This cargo does not belong to the items traded within the system. The system is not authorized to provide the host with the whereabouts of such cargo. Indeed, Jiang Hai had anticipated that the system would not offer assistance. Yet he still wished to give it a try. The outcome was not surprising to him. How miserly. He silently criticized this in his mind as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Strictly speaking, this matter was beyond Jiang Hai's purview. Although he had sold the uranium, or the goods had already been transferred to the cruise ship of Huaxiao at the port, signifying that the transaction was complete and the subsequent affairs were no longer his concern. However, perhaps due to his past experience in arms trading, he felt a lingering discomfort at the thought of the goods being seized by someone other than the client. It was as though a part of him had been robbed. Until he could retrieve the items, Jiang Hai would remain unsettled. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon glancing down, he saw that the caller was Wang Chuanfa. Jiang Hai's eyes immediately lit up. The uranium, or had been stolen. And now Wang Chuanfa was calling him. It was evident that the two events were interconnected. Hello, Brother Wang. Jiang, my dear brother. We have a situation. The uranium involved in this transaction. Yes, I know. The uranium has been stolen. Without allowing Wang Chuanfa to finish his sentence, Jiang Hai interrupted him, momentarily taking Wang Chuanfa aback. However, Wang quickly regained his composure and replied, "It's excellent that you're aware. The nation is actively searching for the missing cruise ship in hopes of recovering the items in the shortest time possible." But, as Wang Chuanfa continued, his words began to falter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai could not help but raise his eyebrows, and with a smile, he remarked, "Brother Wang, are you hoping for my assistance in this matter? Since the last confrontation with He Guangyan, the state must be aware that Jiang Hai is backed by a mysterious and powerful organization. Now that the uranium mine sold to Huaxiao has been seized by an unidentified party, it is evident that the government has sent Wang Quanfa to seek Jiang Hai's aid through the influence of the organization he represents. Jiang Hai, in fact, does not mind this at all, as he had already intended to intercede in the affair. With the government's involvement, he now has an even more compelling reason to step in. Brother Wang, what they have done not only slaps Huaxiao in the face, but also me. I will certainly not let this matter rest. Rest assured, I will have my company take action." "Ah, that would be splendid." Wang Quanfa had initially harbored doubts about persuading Jiang Hai to act, but to his surprise, before he could even finish his plea, Jiang Hai readily agreed. This filled Wang Quanfa with elation, and regardless of whether Jiang Hai could perceive it, he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are truly a great help this time. I would have felt hesitant to approach you for this, but had they not pressed me, I would never have troubled you. Come now, Brother Wang. You speak as if we are strangers." Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the crucial implications within Wang Quanfa's words. However, he maintained a composed demeanor as he exchanged pleasantries with Wang Quanfa. Finally, he stated, "Brother Wang, I shall have my company send someone to investigate the leads immediately. Indeed, my company has dispatched personnel to establish a connection regarding the task at hand. The appropriate point of contact should be someone from the National Security Bureau, I presume." "Oh, yes. You are familiar with the individual in charge over there, Zhang Qinghua, correct?" Zhang Qinghua. Jiang Hai was somewhat taken aback, but soon came to a realization. The last time, Lao Jiu mentioned that Zhang Qinghua's true identity was that of the most formidable operational commander within the National Security Bureau. Given the gravity of the current situation, it is only reasonable for the Bureau to send him. However, should he encounter Zhang Qinghua, Jiang Hai must alter his appearance. A disguise is imperative. It is certain that he will employ a puppet to stand in for him. Fortunately, Jiang Hai possesses an ample supply of puppets, so sacrificing one or two is of no concern. As for the means of transportation to that location, it is not particularly challenging. While the system's teleportation capabilities are not an option, he can simply rent a fighter jet from the system. The destination is Aburusi Port in Africa. Zhang Qinghua has just engaged with the local military commander to gather information. This commander is none other than Commander Zhou Ruflong of the 8th Division, 21st Army of the Huaxiao Navy. According to him, when the Chunlei departed from Aburusi Port, he personally led the escort to ensure their safe passage. Thus, he was the last to leave the Chunlei. Therefore, Zhou Rufeng's testimony holds significant value. However, after several inquiries, Zhang Qinghua did not glean any useful intelligence from Zhou Rufeng. The investigative efforts here have come to a complete standstill, leaving Zhang Qinghua with a furrowed brow and a visage marked by distress. Chapter 138. Collaborating on the investigation. Captain Zhang, is there anything else you require me to address? Inquired Zhou Rufeng, seated opposite Zhang Qinghua, prompting Zhang to snap back to attention and hastily shake his head. No need. Captain Zhou has provided a comprehensive account. Thank you, Captain Zhou. You're welcome. I'm simply glad to be of assistance. Zhou Rufeng replied with a faint smile, yet his demeanor soon shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, I am quite familiar with Captain Fong. Although he may appear somewhat carefree, he conducts himself with utmost caution and is unlikely to make reckless errors. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder is undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. It is certainly not a trivial matter. Upon hearing Zhou's remarks, Zhang Qinghua nodded in agreement, saying, I have also conducted an investigation into Captain Fong's situation. Rest assured, we will certainly locate the Spring Thunder and bring Captain Fong and his crew back safely. The Captain Fong they referred to was none other than Fong Qingshan, the commander of the Spring Thunder. Zhang Qinghua had previously delved into the background of this seasoned veteran, whose loyalty to the nation was beyond question. Moreover, Captain Fong had spent many years navigating the seas, having operated the route from China to Africa for an impressive 11 years. Under normal circumstances, incidents of this nature were highly improbable. Thus, it was Zhang Qinghua's conclusion that the cause was likely external in nature. However, given that the incident occurred in the vastness of the ocean rather than on land, such external factors would be quite challenging to manifest. Captain Zhou, please proceed with your duties. If there is anything you need to inquire about, I will seek you out again. Very well. Please do not hesitate to express any requests. I shall do my utmost to assist. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Qinghua escorted Zhou Rufeng out of his temporary office. Upon returning to his desk, he meticulously documented the clues he had just obtained. Then, gazing at the scattered fragments of information, he found himself lost in thought. Report. A soft voice called from outside the door. Zhang Qinghua turned to see one of his subordinates. Captain, there's someone outside looking for you. Looking for me? Zhang Qinghua's brow furrowed in concern. His mission in Africa was shrouded in secrecy. Aside from a select few high-ranking officials back home, only Zhou Rufeng, who had just departed, should be privy to this information. Who could possibly be seeking him now? Noticing the look of confusion on Zhang Qinghua's face, the subordinate quickly added, the individual claims to be a friend of General Wang from the nuclear industry group and has some clues to share with the captain. A friend of Wang Chuanfa? Clues? Zhang Qinghua's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Naturally, it was the last three words that captivated him. In the midst of his bewilderment, the sudden emergence of clues, regardless of their authenticity, was an opportunity he could not overlook. Have him wait in the adjacent room. Zhang Qinghua commanded promptly, then mentally reviewed all the clues he had at hand before turning to the next room. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of an individual standing with their back to him. The person was tall and clad in a dark cloak, their head concealed. From this silhouette alone, Zhang Qinghua could not discern the identity of the individual. With a slight cough, he strode into the room and declared, I am Zhang Qinghua. Are you the one seeking me? After uttering these words, there was no immediate response from the other party, nor did they turn around. The silence lingered for half a minute before the other person leisurely replied, This place is rather unsafe, you know. The individual spoke in impeccable Huaxia, tinged with a hint of a southern accent, unmistakably revealing their identity as a Huaxia native. Zhang Qinghua was momentarily taken aback by this remark. They were currently situated in a modest hotel at the Abu Rusi port. To avoid alerting any potential threats, Zhang Qinghua refrained from leveraging Zhou Rufeng's connections and instead opted to purchase the entire hotel outright, using cash. While the hotel continued to accept guests, he had replaced all the staff internally, ensuring they were all local individuals who had been trained as auxiliary personnel by the National Security Bureau years prior. With such meticulous arrangements, how could safety be a concern? Just as Zhang Qinghua pondered this, the other party turned around and removed their hood, revealing their appearance. Zhang Qinghua was taken aback, for the individual before him possessed fair skin, golden hair, and piercing blue eyes, unmistakably presenting the features of a quintessential Western man. Initially, he had assumed the person spoke with a Huaxia accent, but he could hardly fathom that they were, in fact, a Westerner. Nevertheless, Zhang Qinghua was no ordinary man. Years of experience as an agent had instilled in him a remarkable composure in the face of surprises. Taking a subtle breath, he quelled his astonishment and began to scrutinize the stranger's visage with keen interest. It was evident that he had never encountered the individual before. Yet Zhang Qinghua swiftly memorized the stranger's appearance, ensuring that he would recognize him at their next meeting. Captain Zhang. Greetings. I am a friend of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai? The sudden mention of this name took Zhang Qinghua by surprise once more. A friend of Jiang Hai? A Westerner? A spark of realization flickered in Zhang Qinghua's eyes. He recalled Jiang Hai's enigmatic identity and the clandestine organization that lurked behind him. He even remembered the mysterious phone call received while monitoring Jiang Hai. Without any substantiation, he connected the stranger to that secretive organization. Noticing the change in Zhang Qinghua's expression, the Western man suddenly smiled, raising his hands beside his head and saying, Captain Zhang, please do not misunderstand. I come in peace. To be precise, it is high-ranking officials of your government who have invited me here. Your country's cruise ship is missing, and your government urgently needs to locate it, which is why they contacted us through Jiang Hai. Previously, the Western man had consistently referred to himself in the singular. However, in this last statement, he switched to the plural. Zhang Qinghua immediately narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that he was now entangled with the mysterious arms organization behind Jiang Hai. Then, I must extend my gratitude to your company. I find myself at a complete loss here. Aware of the stranger's identity, Zhang Qinghua spoke with heightened caution, simultaneously probing with his words while meticulously observing the stranger's expressions and actions. The Western man chuckled, remarking, I am here to do my utmost, though I may not necessarily be of assistance. Captain Zhang had arrived first. Had he uncovered any useful clues? Regrettably, he was at a loss. Zhang Qinghua shrugged, hands raised in resignation, adopting a helpless demeanor. Although he possessed some leads, he refrained from divulging them. The identity of the other party remained unverified, and Zhang Qinghua chose not to openly question them, yet he remained vigilant. Even if it were later confirmed that the invitation for assistance came from the state, Zhang Qinghua would still exercise caution. In response to Zhang Qinghua's wariness, the other party seemed either oblivious or merely amused, offering a slight smile before reaching into his cloak as if performing a magic trick, producing a thick folder. I happen to have some leads here. Perhaps Captain Zhang would care to peruse them. Chapter 139, Above the Sea, Below the Sea. Zhang Qinghua's calculations had not escaped Jiang Hai's notice. However, Jiang Hai had no intention of exposing him. He had brought this Western man's puppet here with the aim of minimizing direct interaction. His sole objective was to locate the missing cruise ship. Anything beyond that was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, as Zhang Qinghua examined the documents, Jiang Hai's gaze drifted towards the window. Captain Zhang, being one of the nation's foremost commanders, should not overlook those observant eyes outside, or perhaps it was intentional. Excuse me. Zhang Qinghua lifted his head to speak, but then hesitated. Jiang Hai immediately grasped Zhang Qinghua's intent and responded with a smile. You may simply call me Joy. Very well, Mr. Joy. How did you acquire this intelligence? Zhang Qinghua inquired seriously as he picked up the folder. Jiang Hai understood the underlying question. Was the information reliable? The reliability of this intelligence is beyond question. Captain Zhang can fully trust this information. This intelligence primarily encompassed the navigational trajectories of all vessels in that maritime area before and after the incident involving the Chunlei. When the system refused to assist in locating the Chunlei, Jiang Hai resorted to a more indirect approach by utilizing the system to examine satellite surveillance records. These records included not only those from Huaxia, but also from other nations such as the United States, Newton, and Russia. By framing his inquiry as a quest for dependable trading partners, the system had no grounds for refusal. While Zhang Qinghua could have obtained this data himself, time was of the essence. After confirming the reliability of the intelligence, Zhang Qinghua ceased his doubts and began to meticulously study and compare it with Huaxia's satellite surveillance records. However, the outcome remained fruitless. During the time of the incident, the only vessel recorded in that maritime area was the Chunlei. Yet, in a bewildering turn of events, the Chunlei had vanished without a trace, as if it had been conjured away by magic. Zhang Qinghua furrowed his brow, realizing that their investigation had reached an insurmountable impasse. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that the Western man across from him maintained an unwavering smile. Zhang Qinghua felt a stir in his heart, and promptly inquired, Mr. Chiao E. Do you have any other clues? All the clues are right here. I have nothing to conceal. Jiang Hai replied with a smile, spreading his hands. He continued, From this intelligence, it appears that at the time of the incident, the only vessel present in that maritime area was the Spring Thunder. However, he emphasized, that is merely on the surface of the sea. On the surface of the sea? Jiang Hai deliberately reiterated these 3 words, causing Zhang Qinghua to pause momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes widening in realization. Are you suggesting that beneath the surface of the sea lies a submarine? Jiang Hai's words illuminated Zhang Qinghua's mind like a beacon. He sprang to his feet, only to furrow his brow in contemplation, stating, But wait, if it were a submarine, the Spring Thunder is equipped with the most advanced underwater radar system. It would be impossible for it not to detect an approaching submarine. If there truly was a submarine nearby, the Spring Thunder would have undoubtedly issued an alert and called for assistance at the first opportunity. Although the Spring Thunder is merely a cruise ship, it carries the elite of the Huaxia Navy. Captain Fang Qingshan, with his extensive experience, would certainly take timely measures to respond, ensuring that it did not vanish without a trace as it has now. Well, I cannot provide an answer to that at the moment. How about we investigate the scene ourselves? Investigate the scene? Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Zhang Qinghua was taken aback. That was the vast ocean. Without adequate preparation, how could they possibly conduct an on-site investigation? Observing Zhang Qinghua's perplexed expression, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly and promptly snapped his fingers. Captain Zhang, just follow me, he declared, before striding purposefully towards the exit. Uncertain of Jiang Hai's intentions, Zhang Qinghua instinctively trailed behind him. Descending the stairs, they arrived at the hotel entrance just as a sleek black business vehicle approached and halted in front of them. Boss, called the driver, a Western man, as he turned to address Jiang Hai before quickly returning his gaze to the road. Jiang Hai, with a grin, opened the sliding door at the rear of the vehicle and gestured for Zhang Qinghua to enter. Several members of the National Security Agency stationed at the hotel entrance swiftly moved closer, their vigilance directed towards both Jiang Hai and the driver. However, Zhang Qinghua raised his hand, halting their advance. Casting a glance at Jiang Hai, he nodded subtly and climbed into the vehicle, casually instructing his subordinates, You stay here. I will inform you if anything arises. With Zhang Qinghua's command, the national security members complied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Jiang Hai, smiling, joined him inside the vehicle and closed the door behind him. Once seated, Jiang Hai fell silent, closing his eyes to drift into slumber. The driver, however, chuckled and remarked, Captain Zhang, why not take a moment to rest? We shall arrive shortly. The accent was remarkably similar, suggesting a prolonged stay in the same region, which left Zhang Qinghua gazing at the driver in bewilderment. Had it not been for the striking dissimilarity between him and that fellow named Joy, one might have thought them to be the same person merely by the sound of their voices. Faced with Zhang Qinghwa's inquisitive gaze, the driver merely chuckled and pressed the accelerator. The business vehicle sped away from the hotel, charting a direct course toward the suburban port. Moments later, the driver glanced into the rearview mirror and cheerfully remarked, Captain Zhang, we seem to have a tail following us. Zhang Qinghua remained composed, casting a sidelong glance out the window before responding, This should not pose a challenge for you, I presume? The driver grinned, flooring the accelerator with fervor. With a thunderous roar, the business vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed, brazenly running through 2 red lights and causing a series of vehicular collisions. Yet, the tumult did not cease there. A cacophony of explosions erupted from behind, prompting Zhang Qinghua to swiftly turn his head, only to witness the street behind engulfed in flames. Not a single vehicle dared to pursue. All were obstructed by the inferno. Rest assured, Captain, the explosions were well controlled, aside from a few unfortunate souls. There were no additional casualties. Unfortunate souls? The driver's words seemed somewhat trivial, yet Zhang Qinghua appeared to grasp their underlying implication, refraining from further inquiries. He cast a glance at the gentleman named Joy, who remained reclined in slumber, utterly undisturbed by the tumult, as though he were in a deep, dreamless sleep. Meeting Zhang Qinghua's gaze, the driver squinted with a smile and said, No need to worry about him. His sleep is remarkably sound. He wouldn't stir even in an earthquake. Indeed, Zhang Qinghua furrowed his brow, glancing at the driver and then at the man beside him. He decided to follow suit and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 140, A Casual Promotion. Captain Zhang. Approximately 30 minutes later, Zhang Qingwa sensed that the vehicle had come to a halt, accompanied by the sound of Qiao Yi's voice in his ear. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Qiao Yi, who had been sleeping, was now sitting upright with a smile directed at him. As for the driver, he remained stoically in the driver's seat, neither turning around nor uttering a word. Noticing Zhang Qingwa's wary expression, Jiang Hai smiled slightly. The experience of playing two roles was indeed intriguing. Both Qiao Yi and the driver were, in essence, puppets manipulated by Jiang Hai. However, he could not divide his focus. He had to let Qiao Yi rest while controlling the driver. Now that they had arrived at their destination, Jiang Hai shifted his attention back to Qiao Yi. Opening the car door, Jiang Hai was the first to alight, then gestured for Zhang Qingwa to follow. Captain Zhang, we should be swift. The previous explosion merely served as a delay. It won't be long before those trailing us catch up. Jiang Hai's words darkened Zhang Qingwa's expression, prompting him to exit the vehicle as well. Once outside, Zhang Qingwa realized they were situated on a sandy beach by the sea. In the distance, he could faintly discern the outline of the Abu Rusi port. We need to investigate the scene, but the mode of transportation we are to use is rather unsuitable for urban settings. Transportation? Zhang Qingwa felt somewhat perplexed, glancing around, yet finding no means of transportation in sight. Jiang Hai, with a slight smile, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, prompting Zhang Qingwa to turn his gaze towards the vast expanse of the ocean. He beheld waves surging, reaching heights of over 10 meters. Soon, the water cascaded down, revealing a colossal silhouette beneath the surface, standing 10 meters tall. Could it be a submarine? Zhang Qingwa quickly deduced the shape of the massive figure. However, in comparison to a conventional submarine, this one appeared more compact. With a height not exceeding 10 meters and a length of approximately 20 meters, it presented a cylindrical form. Lying upon the sea, adorned in a vibrant blue hue, radiating a metallic luster that almost blended with the sky. XCP-121 mini-submarine. A new development from our company. What do you think? Is your nation considering the acquisition of one? The price is quite reasonable, at 370 billion Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai inexplicably began to market the product to Zhang Qingwa. Hearing the price, Zhang Qingwa felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. In the other's words, 370 billion seemed as trivial as 370. He forced a strained smile and replied, well, procurement matters are not within my purview. Jiang Hai shook his head with a look of regret. He had not inflated the price at all. He had personally financed the submarine, and even at internal pricing, it would still cost 30 billion. Jiang Hai still hoped to sell it to Huaxia, hoping to recoup some losses. However, he did not press the matter further and snapped his fingers once more. Suddenly, a 3-meter-high opening appeared at the front of the submarine, from which a long ladder extended directly towards Jiang Hai and Zhang Qingwa. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qingwa decided to ascend the ladder alongside Jiang Hai. Before he could take a step, the ladder automatically retracted, bringing both of them aboard the submarine. Was this a joke? A submarine worth several hundred billion should certainly have an automatic elevator, lest it be a counterfeit. Once Jiang Hai and Zhang Qingwa entered the submarine, the business vehicle parked on the beach vanished with a sudden whoosh. The interior of the submarine was quite spacious, and Zhang Qingwa felt that it could comfortably accommodate a small team of over 20 people. They entered a room of more than 10 square meters, furnished with numerous electronic devices and LCD screens. Accompanied by a slight tremor, Zhang Qingwa understood without needing an explanation from Jiang Hai that the submarine had been activated. So, we are going to conduct the investigation on site. Zhang Qingwa, not lacking in intelligence, quickly surmised the other party's intention. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile. Since the incident occurred at sea, it was only natural to investigate at sea. This submarine was not slow. It would reach the designated area in approximately 10 minutes. Jiang Hai casually remarked, while Zhang Qingwa could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. What? 10 minutes? So fast? Zhang Qingwa was indeed aware of the remarkable speed of submarines, yet the velocity of this particular vessel seemed almost incredulous. The Chunlei had traversed several hundred nautical miles from the Abu Rusi port, taking more than a day to reach that maritime area. How could this submarine cover the same distance in merely 10 minutes? This was utterly impossible. Zhang Qingwa widened his eyes, instinctively believing that Jiang Hai was jesting. However, Jiang Hai simply smiled and shook his head, stating, the greatest advantage of this submarine is its speed. Yet, aside from that, it possesses no other merits. It cannot accommodate any weaponry, its defensive capabilities are lacking, and its carrying capacity is insufficient. As he spoke, Jiang Hai could not help but click his tongue in disdain towards the submarine. To Zhang Qinghua, Jiang Hai's expression evoked an impulse to reprimand him. A journey of several hundred nautical miles completed in just 10 minutes. Even if this were the sole advantage, it would suffice. What more could one desire? In that moment, Zhang Qinghua felt an overwhelming urge to place an order for such a submarine. Perhaps he could indeed report this to his superiors upon his return. Even if the government was unwilling to allocate funds, the National Security Bureau could utilize its own resources to procure one. With such a submarine at their disposal, future missions would be swifter and more convenient. The only concern, however, was the exorbitant price, 370 billion. He wondered if Director Zhou would be taken aback by his application request. Zhang Qinghua's mind began to wander, while Jiang Hai casually glanced at some instruments in the room. Captain Zhang, we are nearing the area where the incident occurred, Jiang Hai remarked, prompting Zhang Qinghua to snap back to attention. He hurried to Jiang Hai's side, peering at the enormous display screen before them. The screen displayed the underwater imagery ahead of the submarine, yet the depths were shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility poor and offering little insight. Jiang Hai's fingers danced over the keyboard, causing the images on the display to shift rapidly. Soon, the screen transformed into an image reminiscent of radar monitoring. Zhang Qinghua wore a puzzled expression, which Jiang Hai promptly addressed. I have long suspected that no matter how swiftly the adversary acts, the Chunlei cannot possibly remain unresponsive. The crew aboard the Chunlei are seasoned veterans. Should any anomalies arise, they would undoubtedly have the opportunity to alert Huaxia. Chapter 141, A Lead Discovered. As Jiang Hai's words echoed in the air, Zhang Qinghua nodded in agreement. This had been the crux of his confusion. It was inconceivable that the Chunlei's experienced naval personnel could allow their vessel to be seized without a sound. The only plausible scenario would be if the adversary managed to incapacitate the entire crew instantaneously. However, such a situation was nearly impossible. The ship housed over 200 crew members, strategically positioned throughout the Chunlei. It is utterly impossible to seize control of them all in an instant. So, do you comprehend the situation? Observing Jiang Hai's unwavering confidence, Zhang Qinghua could not help but inquire. EMP, that is to say, an electromagnetic pulse. Jiang Hai promptly provided the answer. By employing an EMP, we can incapacitate all electronic devices aboard the Chunlei, including all instruments of wireless communication. Consequently, this would sever any connection the Chunlei has with the outside world, allowing us to proceed with our plan. Zhang Qinghua's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a brief pause, he could not help but exclaim, is that truly feasible? Indeed, Zhang Qinghua is a top commander of the National Security Bureau, yet he acknowledges that expertise lies in specialization. He cannot claim to possess the same depth of knowledge about weaponry as an arms dealer. His understanding of electromagnetic pulses is rather limited, and he furrowed his brow, remarking, if the enemy were indeed to pursue this course of action, how would we substantiate it? Typically, instruments damaged by an EMP serve as the most compelling evidence. However, with the Chunlei currently untraceable, we are unable to procure any proof of EMP usage. Nevertheless, this is not an absolute conclusion. Jiang Hai's initial remarks cast a grave shadow over Zhang Qinghua's expression, but his final statement sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhang Qinghua's eyes. He gestured towards the display screen before him and stated, our company has developed a novel radar system. This radar can effectively detect residual traces following the deployment of an EMP. Prior to our arrival, I had already installed this radar on the submarine. And now we can commence our exploration of the surrounding maritime area. However, this radar is not without its limitations. One drawback is its relatively short detection range, limited to a radius of merely 100 meters. Another issue is that the duration for which traces can be detected is quite brief, if more than 5 days have elapsed. Any residual traces become undetectable. Fortunately, only 2 days have passed since the incident occurred. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to uncover residual traces to substantiate my earlier conjectures. As Jiang Hai spoke these words, Zhang Qinghua regarded him with a look of astonishment and suspicion. The technological prowess of this arms organization is truly formidable, capable of developing such an array of peculiar functionalities. Yet, I have never heard of such a powerful arms organization before. Perhaps sensing Zhang Qinghua's incredulous gaze, Jiang Hai turned back, offering a subtle smile as he remarked, Captain Zhang, We can now begin to meticulously probe this maritime area. Let us hope we can uncover clues sooner rather than later. Jiang Hai's words brought Zhang Qinghua back to reality. He recalled the information received from the homeland, noting that he had only allotted them a single day. Now, a third of that time has already elapsed. It seems imperative to act swiftly. Therefore, I must rely on you from here on out. In matters such as this, Zhang Qinghua felt he could offer no assistance. He could only await orders from the others, urging their subordinates to expedite the investigation. Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, then began to tap away at the keyboard. Shortly after, he turned to Zhang Qinghua and declared, "It's done. We are now awaiting the results of the investigation." Is that it? So quickly? Zhang Qinghua was taken aback. A hint of confusion in his voice. Shouldn't we inform the submarine's operators? Operators? Jiang Hai tilted his head in curiosity at Zhang Qinghua's question, and then nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "This submarine has no operators. It is just the two of us aboard. This vessel is fully automated. Simply input commands into the AI, and it will execute all navigation tasks on its own." Zhang Qinghua stood there, mouth agape, as if he could fit 10 eggs in it. It can drive itself? Is this submarine truly that advanced? No. After this mission concludes, we must ensure the National Security Bureau acquires one, regardless of the cost. Jiang Hai chuckled as he stepped away from the control panel. Taking a seat in a chair at the opposite end of the room, he casually activated a nearby coffee machine and prepared himself a cup of freshly brewed coffee, much to Zhang Qinghua's astonishment. Thus, the two engaged in occasional light banter, sipped coffee, and nibbled on some snacks. Over the course of an hour, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a muted alert tone resonated, capturing their attention. They both approached the large display screen, where a blue background illuminated the screen, and a window popped up in the center. "Mr. Joy, what is this? Have we made a discovery?" Jiang Hai promptly began to operate the radar. The operational procedures had already been transmitted into his mind, rendering the task relatively effortless. Soon, a smile adorned his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed. The area we currently occupy exhibits strong residual traces of electronic pulses. It can be deduced that electronic pulses have been employed here recently. Moreover, the energy of these pulses is substantial enough to incapacitate a cruise ship like the Chunlei." Jiang Hai's words elicited a gleam of joy in Zhang Qinghua's eyes. They had finally uncovered a crucial lead. This vast expanse of ocean bore no hidden reefs in its vicinity. The utilization of electronic pulses in such a location was undeniably purposeful. Although they had yet to locate the Chunlei, they at least comprehended the reason behind its disappearance. Now, they could continue their investigation along this promising thread. "Captain Zhang, do you not intend to pursue this further?" Jiang Hai inquired with a smile, observing Zhang Qinghua's exhilaration as he pumped his fist. This question momentarily startled Zhang Qinghua, who gazed at Jiang Hai in surprise and could not help but ask, "Mr. Xiao Yi, is it possible to continue the investigation?" "Certainly." Having come this far, Jiang Hai was resolute in not abandoning the endeavor halfway. How dare they seize what is his? No matter how deeply they conceal themselves, he would ensure their exposure. Jiang Hai resumed his operations on the keyboard, stating, "Based on the residual traces of the electronic pulses, it is evident that the adversary launched these electronic pulses from the seabed towards the surface. In other words, as I had previously surmised, the entity in question is indeed a submarine. Although submarines navigate the depths of the ocean, they inevitably leave traces behind. Fortuitously, we possess instruments capable of detecting such remnants. Once we identify these traces, we can follow the leads to locate the submarine. In fact, we might even directly discover the whereabouts of the missing Chunlei." Chapter 142, found in the Silver Capital Sea region on an uncharted isle. Due to oceanic currents, this small island enjoys a perpetual spring adorned with lush greenery. Were it not for the modest size of this isle, it would have undoubtedly been developed into a human paradise for vacations. Concealed within the embrace of this verdant forest, a basin at the heart of the island is bustling with a singularly uniform army clad in camouflage attire. Boxes are being meticulously transferred from shipping containers into specially designed metal crates. The soldiers, while handling these boxes, exhibit extreme caution, as if the contents were highly toxic. Their hands are encased in thick gloves, as though the boxes themselves harbored lethal substances. Not far off, two dark-skinned soldiers stand with grave expressions, observing the flurry of activity before them, showing no inclination to assist. These uranium ores, they pose no risk, do they? Rest assured, These boxes are meticulously sealed, entirely isolating the uranium's radiation. As long as the boxes remain intact, there shall be no cause for concern. I sincerely hope so. I would not wish for any misfortune to befall my subordinates. One bearded soldier, his expression stern, let out a cold grunt. In contrast, another soldier, adorned with large sunglasses, appeared somewhat more relaxed as he patted his companion on the shoulder and remarked, "In comparison, I am more concerned about whether you have wrapped things up. You have faith in our capabilities, don't you?" Upon hearing this, the bearded soldier's face revealed a hint of arrogance as he retorted, "As long as we intervene, there will be no issues. My concern is not about our competence, but rather that this time, your target is Huaxia. Caution is paramount." "Humph. And what of Huaxia?" The bearded soldier raised his chin defiantly, a look of disdain etched across his features. "The same old story. You provide the funds, and we execute the task. We, the Lone Eagles, have never disappointed our employers." That is reassuring. Truly reassuring. Observing that the bearded soldier was impervious to his words, the soldier in sunglasses ceased to elaborate further, chuckling lightly while complimenting, in the mercenary realm, who is unaware of the unparalleled efficiency with which your Lone Eagles operate. Otherwise, we would not have continuously engaged your services. Spare me the flattery. The bearded soldier, unimpressed by the praise, huffed disdainfully as he gazed at the bustling scene ahead and coldly inquired, "When will your people arrive?" "The sooner we hand over these items, the sooner we can depart." "Very soon. At most, we will wait another 10 hours. Our ship will arrive." The soldier in sunglasses glanced at his watch and replied with a smile. However, he secretly scoffed within, pondering how grandly he portrayed himself, yet was merely fearful of the impending arrival from Huaxia. Otherwise, why the urgency to flee? Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to voice his true thoughts in front of others. He hastily offered a few more compliments, and only when the bearded man departed did he exhale a sigh of relief. Observing the receding figure, the soldier in sunglasses curled his lip, nearly suppressing the urge to spit. "Never mind. I shall take my leave first. This box may be of no use. I certainly do not wish to be exposed to radiation." With this thought, the soldier promptly turned and made his way out of the woods. After traversing for over 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the sandy beach along the island's edge. A yacht had already anchored there in advance. The soldier waved towards the yacht and proceeded directly towards it. As he approached, a gangway was lowered, allowing him to board. "Commander, are we returning?" "Indeed." In response to his subordinate's inquiry, the soldier nodded affirmatively. Glancing back at the island, he finally unleashed a stream of vitriol. "Damn mercenaries. If they weren't of some use, humph." It seemed he was venting his pent-up frustration, and after muttering a few more curses, the soldier turned and entered the cabin. Just as he stepped inside, one of his subordinates suddenly shouted from behind, "Commander, there's a situation." "What?" The soldier was taken aback, hastily spinning around to see his subordinate gazing anxiously towards the sea. The soldier in sunglasses hastily rushed to his subordinate's side, following his gaze towards the vast sea. Upon this glance, the soldier was so startled that his sunglasses fell from his face. There, upon the boundless surface of the ocean, small black dots suddenly emerged into the air, swiftly approaching their position. Concurrently, several dark shapes began to materialize on the water's surface, gradually enlarging along the horizon. This could only be the forces of Huaxia. Though their details remained obscured, the soldier in sunglasses had already surmised their identity. This small island was typically overlooked, and such a sudden appearance could only indicate the return of the Huaxia forces, from whom they had previously seized a uranium mine. With each passing moment, the small black dots drew closer. Overhead flew more than a dozen armed helicopters, while on the water sailed military destroyers. Such equipment could solely belong to a regular army. This was no place to linger. They had to flee. Why were they still dawdling? "Hurry, set sail. Move quickly." The soldier in sunglasses swiftly regained his composure and shouted urgently at his subordinates. Whoosh, whoosh. As his words echoed, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. In the next instant, his subordinate, who had just been standing before him, was suddenly propelled into the air, crashing heavily against the hull of the yacht. By the time the soldier in sunglasses processed the scene, he saw that upon gazing at his visage, his eyes widened in terror. Mouth agape as he attempted to utter a word, only to spew forth torrents of crimson blood. This harrowing scene rendered the soldier in sunglasses utterly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling as he collapsed onto the deck. Concurrently, a barrage of javelins erupted from the sea, piercing through the soldiers on the deck, claiming their lives with ruthless efficiency. Moments later, the deck lay devoid of life, save for the soldier in sunglasses. A cacophony ensued as figures clad in dark diving suits, wielding spear guns, ascended onto the yacht. The javelins that had impaled the soldiers were, in fact, the lethal projectiles of the spear guns. Meanwhile, some soldiers hidden within the cabin, upon witnessing the enemy's emergence, attempted to retaliate. However, as soon as they revealed themselves, the spear gun projectiles penetrated their bodies. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire yacht had been overtaken. As the soldier in sunglasses regained his composure and contemplated resistance, he barely had time to reach for his sidearm before a dozen spear guns were aimed at his forehead. The glinting tips of the projectiles compelled him to swallow hard. Slowly, he raised his hands and surrendered, lying flat on the deck. One of the men in diving gear surveyed the yacht and pressed the communicator in his ear, reporting, "We have reached the island. We may proceed with the next phase of our operation." Chapter 143, Heroes of the Nation. A deep sea of blood and grudges. Understood. Acknowledged. Thank you for your hard work. Jolet exhaled deeply, terminating the call. Turning to face the assembly of military dignitaries, particularly the gaze of General He, Jolet nodded in affirmation. All the lost uranium mines have been recovered. Simultaneously, the missing Spring Thunder has been discovered on the other side of the island. A collective sigh of relief echoed in the conference room, followed by smiles exchanged among the attendees. The incident involving the Spring Thunder had a profound impact on Huaxia. Should this matter remain unresolved, the repercussions would extend beyond the lost uranium. It would also jeopardize Huaxia's influence and standing on the international stage. This urgency explains why General He demanded a resolution within a day following the incident. Now that the Spring Thunder has been salvaged and the uranium reclaimed, it is indeed good news for Huaxia. Initially, General He wore a relaxed expression, but upon noticing Zhou Lei's hesitance, his brow furrowed once more, as if sensing an ominous premonition. Zhou Lei, a crew member of the Spring Thunder. All 247 crew members aboard the Spring Thunder perished. As Zhou Lei uttered these words, the previously light-hearted atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. All perished? A high-ranking official from the military could not contain his shock. Zhou Lei's expression darkened further. He clenched his teeth and nodded, stating emphatically, "Indeed." The bodies of all 247 crew members, including Captain Fang Qingshan, are displayed aboard the Spring Thunder. Autopsy results reveal they were brutally murdered on the day of the ship's disappearance. Captain Fang Qingshan sustained they were already aware of the previous investigation results. Before the enemy launched an assault on the Thunderbolt, they had employed an electronic pulse to incapacitate all electronic devices aboard. In his final moments, Fang Qingshan surely wished to relay this information back home, yet tragically, he was unable to do so. A sharp crack echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the shattered porcelain scattered across the floor. General He sat there, his face a grim mask, his gaze radiating intense murderous intent. "General." The secretary hurried forward to inspect whether General He had sustained any cuts, only to be brusquely pushed away. A sea of blood indeed. The heroic souls of our nation, slain abroad. How can we not avenge this? Though age had dulled his voice, it resonated powerfully in the ears of those present, compelling them to rise in unison, fists raised, chanting in fervent outrage. "Revenge! Revenge! For the heroes of our nation, revenge!" Taking a deep breath, General He finally managed to suppress the fury swelling within him. He raised his hand to signal for silence. His gaze then fell upon Zhou Lei. Without uttering a word, Zhou Lei discerned General He's intent and promptly affirmed, "On the island, aside from the mercenary codenamed Lone Eagle, another individual has been captured." After interrogation, it was revealed that this person is a logistics director from the White Elephant military. White Elephant. The mere mention of this nation's name elicited gasps from many. The island had yielded both the Thunderbolt and the mercenaries who sought to seize it. A military personnel from the White Elephant has also appeared on the island, and the implications of this are, of course, self-evident. The mastermind behind the robbery of the Spring Thunder is none other than White Elephant. General He's fury has reached its zenith. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Huaxia demands a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it would rather go to war. Thus, the military stance is to demand that the White Elephant surrender the instigator of this incident and pay the price. However, Elder Yu disagrees with employing forceful measures. Jiang Hai listened to Wang Chuanfa's phone call, curling his lips slightly, refraining from passing any judgment. His intervention to assist Huaxia in locating the perpetrator of the Spring Thunder's robbery stemmed from the fact that the assailants had seized the uranium ore aboard the vessel. The uranium was sold to Huaxia by him, making his assistance in reclaiming it a form of after-sales service. As for this international political dispute, Jiang Hai was reluctant to become embroiled in it. While he is indeed a Huaxia citizen, the prior incident involving the loss of Big Ivan to the Baylor people has made him acutely aware that he cannot casually declare his stance. The potential repercussions of such actions could be overwhelmingly uncontrollable. Of course, if the situation remains manageable, Jiang Hai would not hesitate to extend a helping hand to his country. Ultimately, this predicament is rooted in the previous global reactor failures. On the other end of the line, Wang Chuanfa could not help but lament. The White Elephant, once a nation possessing Big Ivan, now seeks to expedite the restoration of its domestic reactors following the global reactor failures. However, the White Elephant's uranium reserves are quite meager. In the pursuit of acquiring uranium, they have discovered a dramatic surge in international uranium prices, coupled with its scarcity. Despite their intentions, the White Elephant finds itself unable to make any purchases and resorts to dubious schemes. Wang Chuanfa's lamentations evoke an involuntary smirk from Jiang Hai. Are these nefarious plans truly aimed at him? Nevertheless, this situation is unlikely to endure for long. Reactors across various nations are gradually being restarted, leading to a diminishing demand for uranium. The next step involves the production of the Big Ivan warheads, which requires minimal uranium. Brother Jiang, you have indeed missed a golden opportunity to amass wealth. Wang Chuanfa's final remark was delivered in a jesting tone. Yet, within this jest, one could detect a thread of admiration in Wang Chuanfa's voice. After all, while uranium prices skyrocketed globally, Jiang Hai continued to sell at previously agreed prices to Huaxia. This unwavering commitment to integrity alone commanded Wang Chuanfa's respect. Jiang Hai, however, dismissed it with a wave of his hand. How much more could he profit from the soaring uranium prices? In the wake of the Big Ivan conflict, Jiang Hai had already invested over 20 quintillion Huaxia coins to quell the turmoil. Such trivial gains hardly piqued his interest. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wang Chuanfa, Jiang Hai finally ended the call. Squinting, he glanced down at his phone, which displayed a lengthy string of messages. The sender was none other than Wu Yingshui, the current leader of the Sanju gang, stationed far away in Hispania. Upon finishing the message, a smile involuntarily graced Jiang Hai's lips. This constitutes propitious tidings. Fortified by Jiang Hai's armament provisions, coupled with the clandestine deployment of personnel from China, the relentless offensive of the Three Herbs Syndicate against the governmental forces has gained irresistible momentum. Just yesterday evening, the Three Herbs Syndicate triumphantly seized Port-au-Prince, the capital of Hispaniola. The Hispaniolan government has capitulated, precipitating President Pierre Val's ignominious flight into foreign exile once more. Presently, the paramount dominion over Hispaniola has been transferred to the Three Herbs Syndicate. This is indeed a propitious development, as the ascendancy of the Three Herbs Syndicate in Hispaniola signifies an alliance. The process of relocating the Palestinian refugees, currently stranded at the periphery of the Gaza Strip, to Hispaniola can now be initiated. Chapter 144, Dismissal. Mr. Felix, you must assist me in this matter. The forfeiture of my nation spells my ruination. Within a lavishly adorned office, a bald African man, his countenance etched with despondency, was seated before a desk. This individual was none other than Pierre Val, the erstwhile president of Hispaniola. Seated opposite him, ensconced in an executive chair, was Felix, the Latin American operations director for Lockheed Corporation, distinguished by his gold-rimmed spectacles. Observing Pierre Val's abject demeanor, Felix harbored no semblance of compassion. His gaze permeated with aversion and disdain. Were it not for the residual utility inherent in the man's former station as the president of Hispaniola, Felix would not have deigned to grant him ingress into his office. Enough. Cease your lamentations. Should you persist in your blubbering, I shall have you ejected forthwith. Witnessing the spectacle of the man's copious nasal and ocular effusions, Felix found his antipathy nearing the point of uncontrollability. His admonition, delivered with acerbic vehemence, effectively quelled the man's lachrymose display. Now, the Sanju gang has seized control of Prince Port, rendering the Hispani government virtually non-existent. As for you, Mr. President, your reign appears to be at an end. When Preval finally ceased his sobs, Felix gradually regained his composure, offering a faint smile as he replied. What is it that remains worthy of my assistance? I have not yet been defeated. The Sanju gang may have conquered Princeport, yet they have not taken the entirety of Hispani. Nearly half of Hispani remains loyal to my government. Moreover, the Sanju gang comprises primarily of individuals of Chinese descent, which presents a significant limitation in their capacity to govern all of Hispani. Ultimately, Hispani is still a nation of our people. Felix nodded gently, recognizing that Preval's final statement struck a chord. Hispani is predominantly a black nation, with 95% of its population being black. In stark contrast, the Sanju gang is a purely Chinese gang, and the entire Chinese population of Hispani barely numbers in the tens of thousands. Thus, even if the Sanju gang were to successfully revolt, it could never ascend to the status of rulers over Hispani. Even if the government has been overthrown, Hispani will inevitably return to the governance of its rightful authorities. This is precisely why Felix remains willing to meet with Preval, despite his shortcomings. Preval symbolizes the legitimate authority of Hispani. There is no need for haste. The Sanju gang may currently be riding a wave of momentum, but confronting them head-on at this juncture would be ill-advised. For now, take refuge in this beautiful land, and I shall ensure that suitable arrangements are made for you. When the opportune moment arises, we shall support your return to your homeland to reclaim power. Listening to the grandiose promises that Felix painted for himself, Preval found himself devoid of options, nodding in acquiescence. Soon, the blonde secretary entered, escorting Preval away. Meanwhile, Felix sat at his desk, deep in contemplation, his expression far from pleasant. The current situation in Hispania was not what he had envisioned. He had initially perceived the Sanju gang as merely a minor Chinese gang, incapable of challenging the formidable government forces. Moreover, the near outbreak of the Great Ivan War had indeed shaken the entire Blue Star. Felix's focus had been diverted to the Jaffa region, leaving him indifferent to the unfolding crisis in Hispania. He never anticipated that, in just a matter of 1 or 2 months, Hispania would undergo such a dramatic change in regime. How utterly disappointing. This thought propelled Felix to curse under his breath, his ire directed at the recently departed Preval. Such curses, however, were of little consequence. The turmoil in Hispania had completely disrupted Felix's strategic plans in Latin America. Thus, he was compelled to reevaluate his strategies. Otherwise, the endeavors of Lockheed in the region would face the imminent threat of collapse. If it came to that, Felix, as the overseer of Latin American operations, would undoubtedly bear severe repercussions. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain how the Sanju gang had suddenly gained such formidable power. How could a mere Chinese gang have managed to topple the government? Felix resolved to reassess the situation in Hispania, embarking on an investigation from its most fundamental causes. Alex, my dear, could you please send all the documents pertaining to Hispania from the past 2 years to my email? Thank you. Of course, Mr. Felix. He instructed through the intercom at his desk. Soon, a notification chimed on Felix's office computer. He opened his email and began sifting through the dense array of documents. The content was intricate, yet Felix was undeterred. He was compelled to unearth clues from these files, a responsibility he bore with diligence. Mr. Felix. After several hours of perusing the documents, the voice of his secretary emanated from the intercom. Felix furrowed his brow slightly, but lifted his head to answer the call. What is it? Sir, Mr. Rubin wishes to speak with you. The mention of Mr. Rubin darkened Felix's expression considerably, but he dared not decline. For Rubin was his direct superior and the very head of Lockheed Corporation. Within the company, Felix was merely a supervisor, in essence, a worker. Moreover, the repercussions of being dismissed from Lockheed were far graver than those from a typical company. The call was soon connected, and from the other end emerged a frail, somber voice, none other than that of Rubin Lockheed himself. Felix, Mr. Rubin, I am already aware of the situation regarding Hispania. Indeed, I regret to have disappointed you. I apologize, but what I require is not your remorse, do you understand? Felix's words were interrupted by Rubin, yet he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Sweat beads had already formed on his forehead, yet Felix did not wipe them away. Instead, he tugged at his tie with force. I understand, Mr. Rubin. I will resolve the issue with Hispania as swiftly as possible. Please rest assured, it will not harm the interests of the company. Felix fervently conveyed his intentions, fearing that Rubin might dismiss him outright. After a moment of silence, Rubin's deep voice gradually resonated from the phone. This is your final opportunity. Child, you ought to comprehend that Lockheed will not grant a second chance. This is an exception made for you. I hope you do not disappoint me. I will not, Mr. Rubin, please trust me. I will certainly. Beep, beep, beep. Felix wished to say more, but the call had already ended on the other end. With a face flushed from suppressed emotions, he hung up silently. Once again, he lifted his gaze toward the documents on the computer screen and, after a brief moment of contemplation, deleted them directly. Initially, he intended to investigate the matter thoroughly before taking action. However, that recent phone call had obliterated that possibility. All he could do now was to resolve the situation with Hispani as quickly as he could. If he failed to do so, he would face dismissal from Lockheed. Chapter 145. Selfishness is the malice of beings. Sir, thanks to your assistance, we have triumphed over the daylight people. We, more than any intelligent race on the planet of slavery, are deeply grateful for your support. Above slavery, in the City of Skies, a motley group of peculiar creatures has encircled Jianghai, yet they bear no hostility. Jianghai gazes at Bababano and the other members of the resistance with a smile. Nodding as he expresses, "It is indeed a joyous occasion that you have achieved liberation. I am delighted to have been of assistance. Have you truly vanquished the daylight people?" Curiously, Jianghai inquires. Bababano, brimming with pride, shakes his head affirmatively and declares, "The enemies of all intelligent races on slavery, the daylight people, have now become mere history. Just days ago, we launched a direct assault on the capital of the daylight people using the aerial fortress you provided us. The might of the aerial fortress was beyond their capacity to withstand." The last of the daylight PO, as Bababano uttered his final words. He raised his voice and brandished the Shabalah's staff, calling out loudly to all beings in the vicinity. This proclamation incited a cacophony of cries from the surrounding creatures. From their fervent shouts, Jianghai discerned their deep-seated resentment towards the previous oppression and exploitation inflicted by the daylight people. However, Jianghai refrained from commenting on Bababano's words. No sentient being is free from the clutches of selfishness. Previously, with the daylight people serving as a common enemy, all intelligent races united. Yet now that the daylight people have vanished, it is inevitable that divergences will arise among the myriad intelligent races cohabiting this planet. In due time, a new adversarial faction akin to the daylight people will undoubtedly emerge. Nevertheless, such matters hold no significance for Jianghai. His visit to the slave star serves a purpose of his own. Bababano, about what I mentioned last time. When the tumultuous emotions of Bababano and the others began to subside, Jianghai pulled Bababano aside into a secluded corner and inquired with a smile. As he spoke, Bababano blinked his single eye and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Ah, I almost forgot. That item, right?" Bababano's display was rather superficial and in need of refinement. The exaggerated antics of Bababano warranted a mere 1.3 out of 10 in Jianghai's estimation. Nonetheless, Jianghai willingly played along with Bababano's performance. "Yes, indeed. We had previously agreed that if we could defeat the daylight people, that item would be given to me. Yes. We had previously made an agreement. Of course, I cannot breach that trust." Bababano nodded repeatedly, his large eyes darting around, and then smilingly remarked, "However, that object now belongs collectively to all the intelligent races of planet Bennu. My word alone holds no weight." Jianghai's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a glimmer of danger. "Bababano, this matter was established in our prior agreement." Indeed. Bababano nodded fervently, nearly shaking his head off in the process. "If it were mine alone, I would certainly be inclined to acquiesce. I might even hand it over to you directly. But, as you can see." As he spoke, Bababano gestured towards the distant intelligent races that had yet to disperse. Currently, all intelligent races on planet Bennu are uniting to form an alliance. Thus, all matters on planet Bennu must be deliberated and resolved collectively among the various intelligent races. Our Wood tribe is merely one faction among the intelligent races of planet Bennu. I lack the confidence to persuade the others." As he spoke, Bababano sighed dramatically, shaking his head repeatedly. His theatrical gestures almost made Jianghai chuckle. Yet he stifled the impulse, furrowing his brow in urgent inquiry. "Then, what shall I do?" "Well, there might still be a way." Observing Jianghai's earnest cooperation, a flicker of surprise crossed Bababano's eyes, followed by a feigned expression of contemplation. If we, the Wood clan, were to elevate our status above other intelligent races." Jianghai's lips curled into a barely contained smile. "Indeed, selfishness is an affliction from which all intelligent species cannot escape. Having just triumphed over the Great Sun clan, Barbabano has already begun to entertain selfish notions. This is not difficult. Jiang Hai was no longer inclined to engage in trivial conversation, for there exists a saying in my race: power originates from the barrel of a gun. It signifies that only with formidable strength in hand can one wield greater authority. If your Wood clan desires to possess more power than other intelligent races, then seize greater strength. Jiang Hai's earnest persuasion ignited a spark in Barbabano's large, glistening eye. More power, stronger strength. Murmuring softly, even his breathing grew increasingly heavy. Then, sir, how shall I acquire this greater strength? Oh, beginning to refer to me as sir, are we? It seems the one seeking more power is no longer the Wood clan, but rather Barbabano himself. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai chose not to unmask Barbabano's intentions, smiling gently as he replied, "This is quite simple. Engage in trade with me. Purchase more weapons and armaments. You shall naturally possess greater strength." Jiang Hai's words instantly moved Barbabano, causing his once bright eye to slowly take on a shade of crimson. The insidious nature of selfishness. Jiang Hai gradually opened his eyes, consciousness returning to his familiar room, and gazed at the ceiling, unable to refrain from speaking to himself. He had merely intended to retrieve an item, but inadvertently engaged in a transaction. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing this sales achievement. Commencing settlement now. The host has finalized a transaction amounting to 33 trillion Huaxia coins. This price is deemed a premium, with the excess serving as a bonus for the host. Coupled with the host's 10 commission, this transaction yields a salary of 12.3 trillion Huaxia coins. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Jiang Hai could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Indeed, it seems that the more selfish a creature becomes, the more endearing it is. Just recently, his bank account had been drained, and now, by mere chance, it had flourished once more. He had initially believed that after vanquishing the Daylight people, the value of the Bainu Star had diminished. However, it now appears that the potential for development on Bainu Star remains vast. Chapter 146, National Mission Sitting Up. Jiang Hai glanced outside at the daylight. It was now morning. He had deliberately chosen to venture to Bainu Star at night, ensuring his return coincided with the morning of the following day. While his consciousness had traversed to Bainu Star, his body remained in a dormant state, allowing for a well-deserved rest. The only inconvenience might be a slight mental fatigue, akin to waking from a particularly vivid dream. He casually picked up his phone, opened the banking app, and verified his account balance. At last, we have returned to 1 trillion in value. The question remains, when shall we ascend to the unfathomable quintillion? It requires relentless effort. However, for the next few months, it would be prudent to refrain from comparisons with the planet of slaves. One must allow them the time to engage in conflict, to the point of shedding blood, so that they may come to recognize my significance. Jiang Hai pondered this, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. It is said that merchants possess hardened hearts, and arms dealers possess hearts steeped in ink. Can an arms tycoon who refrains from igniting wars truly be deemed a competent arms dealer? Speaking of war, Jiang Hai was suddenly reminded of the Sanju gang, far away in Hispania. The last time he visited Prince's Port, the Sanju gang had already overthrown the government of Hispania. Now, it is time to send the Palestinian refugees to Hispania. With this thought, Jiang Hai promptly dialed Ashue's number on his phone. Upon receiving Jiang Hai's call, Ashue expressed no dissent and immediately began to make arrangements. Of course, transporting the millions of Palestinian refugees to Hispania would not be a simple task. Jiang Hai needed to devise a meticulous plan. Recently, Huaxiao lodged a serious protest with the White Elephant regarding the plunder of the Spring Thunder. The White Elephant categorically denied any connection to the incident and warned Huaxiao that its international reputation must not be tarnished. The beautiful nation asserted at the United Nations that, in the absence of any evidence, no nation should be deemed guilty. Newton indicated that there exists a misunderstanding between Huaxia and the White Elephant, urging both parties to engage in rational dialogue to resolve the misapprehension. In the region of Komi, tensions have escalated once more between the Ba Yang and the White Elephant, resulting in 13 armed confrontations over the past week, with a staggering death toll of 217. Sighing, Lu Guoqiang turned off the television, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Seated on the adjacent sofa was a soldier, none other than Liao Yongnian, the chief of staff of the Huaxiao military. "Mr. Lu, as you can see, The aftermath of the Spring Thunder incident continues to stir unrest. The nation and the White Elephant each hold their own narratives, and Huaxia finds itself in a precarious position, unable to engage directly in conflict with the White Elephant. We can only rely on Ba Yang to act on our behalf. However, it must be noted that Ba Yang's combat capabilities are indeed somewhat lacking. Should a direct confrontation with the White Elephant arise, they may fall short. Chief Liao, please feel free to express your thoughts candidly. Lu Guoqiang interjected with a smile, raising his hand to halt Liao Yongnian's lengthy discourse. Unperturbed, Liao shrugged his shoulders and replied, "The military's stance is to extend some support to Ba Yang. For instance, we could supply them with weaponry and equipment. The Bali Group is our nation's premier arms enterprise, and this matter would be a mere trifle for them." "Huh, Chief Liao, is this a directive from the state to the Bali Group?" Lu Guoqiang inquired, his eyes narrowing in amusement. No. The state will not interfere in regular commercial activities." Liao Yongnian promptly shook his head in response to Lu Guoqiang's question. Yet his answer only served to amplify Lu Guoqiang's radiant smile. The implication is unmistakable. Huaxia cannot overtly engage in the conflict between Beiyang and the White Elephant, especially given the current tense relations between Huaxia and the White Elephant. Should Huaxia be caught in a compromising position, it would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage in international public opinion. Thus, support for Beiyang must be framed as a private commercial undertaking of the Bali Group. Moreover, it is preferable that this business transaction be conducted under a veil of secrecy. Lu Guoqiang tilted his head thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, offered a wry smile. "Chief of Staff, I fear it will be quite difficult for me to acquiesce to your request. You must understand that the Bali Group is a state-owned enterprise, constantly under the scrutiny of countless eyes, both domestic and international. If the state were to permit the Bali Group to support Beiyang openly, there would be no issue at all. However, to allow the Bali Group to engage in clandestine dealings with Beiyang, it is not that I am unwilling, but I am concerned that such a task may prove unfeasible and jeopardize the nation's plans." Liao Yongnian furrowed his brow, having anticipated Lu Guoqiang's reluctance. In truth, he recognized that Lu Guoqiang was speaking candidly. Yet, the burden of the mission weighed heavily upon him, and he was at a loss as to whom else to turn for assistance. "Chief of Staff Liao, this matter is not only beyond the capabilities of our Bali Group. No armament enterprise in the country could undertake it. If we were to accept this task, we would only invite failure." As Lu Guoqiang spoke, Liao Yongnian's expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowed in concern. "If that is the case, then the task assigned to me by General He is utterly unattainable." Liao Yongnian straightened his posture slightly and let out a muffled grunt. Observing Liao's agitation, Lu Guoqiang remained unperturbed. After a brief silence, he replied with a smile, "Actually, there are still some options available." As soon as Lu's words fell, Liao's eyes lit up, and he turned to inquire, "Director Lu, do you have any suggestions?" Lu Guoqiang, maintaining his smile, replied, "I wonder if the advisors have heard of a figure named Jiang Hai." Half an hour later, Liao Yongnian departed from Lu Guoqiang's office, while Lu sat contentedly behind his desk, resting his chin on one hand and absent-mindedly rubbing it. Moments later, a figure entered the office. It was Coach Yi from the club. "Director Lu, Chief Advisor Liao has already left." "Ah." Lu Guoqiang nodded with a smile, and then looked up at Coach Yi, saying, "Old Yi, I appreciate your efforts on the trip to Hispani." "It was nothing. Not particularly arduous," Coach Yi replied, taking a seat across from Lu, his expression neutral as he fixed his gaze on him. Noticing Coach Yi's demeanor, Lu raised an eyebrow and inquired playfully, "Old Yi, what troubles you? You seem rather discontent." "Director Lu, why do you persistently target Jiang Hai?" "Target Jiang Hai? Me? Not at all." Confronted with Coach Yi's inquiry, Lu Guoqiang feigned innocence, spreading his hands and shaking his head in protest, saying, "When have I ever targeted Jiang Hai?" "Old Yi, surely you must be misunderstanding." Not rushing to press further, Coach Yi regarded him in silence. As the weight of Ye's gaze lingered, Lu Guoqiang broke into a grin, shrugged, and conceded, "All right, perhaps just a smidgen. However, do not misinterpret. I harbor no ill will whatsoever." Chapter 147. Lu Guoqiang's ambition. "I bear no malice towards Jiang Hai. I merely wish to discern the capabilities of the enigmatic arms organization that lurks behind him." Lu Guoqiang articulated with a smile, sharing his thoughts candidly. Bali Group has consistently been at the forefront of arms exportation within Huaxia. Yet, This dominance is confined solely to our nation. In the international arena, companies such as DuPont, Lockheed, HK, and BE far surpass us in their export volumes. For Bali to venture beyond Huaxia and compete with these behemoths is an exceedingly daunting task. As the conversation progressed, a resolute and serious expression crossed Lu Guiqiang's face, starkly contrasting his usual playful demeanor. Meanwhile, Coach Yi remained silent, his eyes still fixated intently on Lu Guiqiang. In recent years, I have been contemplating this very issue. How can Bali Group break free from Huaxia and contend with these colossal enterprises? At that moment, Zhonghai, or rather the arms organization behind Zhonghai, made its appearance. Upon hearing the mention of Zhonghai, a flicker of intrigue illuminated Coach Ye's gaze. As he cast a curious glance toward Lu Guiqiang, he was utterly perplexed as to how Lu Guiqiang's previous remarks were connected to Zhonghai. Lu Guiqiang did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a tablet from beside him, manipulated it for a while, and then handed it to Coach Yi. As Coach Yi examined the tablet, he discovered that it displayed a data report, the arms import statistics from Bale, Bosch, and Niamia over the past 2 years, juxtaposed with the fluctuations in Zhonghai's bank account transactions. What do you discern from this comparison? Although Coach Yi was not a finance expert, the data had been meticulously calculated and presented in a manner that even a layperson could easily comprehend. After reviewing the figures, Coach Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. He raised his head to look at Lu Guiqiang, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Isn't it astonishing? In less than 2 short years, the enigmatic arms organization behind Zhonghai has achieved such remarkable sales figures in the arms trade. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, nations such as Judah and Ivory have engaged in arms transactions with DuPont. This implies that the mysterious arms organization has been competing directly with DuPont throughout these 2 years, and, most critically, they appear to be holding their ground quite effectively. An obscure arms organization has managed to stand against DuPont. Coach Yi silently placed the tablet back on the table and then turned his gaze towards Lu Guiqiang. This merely indicates the formidable nature of the arms group behind Zhonghai, and is of little significance to Zhonghai himself, I believe. As far as I know, that organization regards Zhonghai merely as an ordinary spokesperson, one who could easily be replaced at any moment. Yet, he is the only individual from Huaxia capable of establishing contact with that arms organization. Coach Yi intended to say something further, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Guiqiang. Lu extended a finger, his expression earnest as he proclaimed, "Do you realize that upon discovering the existence of this arms organization and its connection to Zhonghai, my immediate thought was to apprehend Zhonghai? By any means necessary, I sought to extract information linking Zhonghai to that organization. Unfortunately, my proposal was dismissed by the higher-ups. They are unwilling to recklessly position the other party in opposition to Huaxia before fully understanding the intelligence regarding that mysterious organization." As Lu spoke these words, a trace of regret lingered on his face. Coach Yi, feeling a silent relief, valued his amicable relationship with Zhonghai and wished to prevent any apprehension of him by the state. After all, Zhonghai has not violated any laws, and we have no grounds to detain him. In response to Coach Yi's assertions, Lu Guiqiang merely smiled, as if mocking Coach Yi's naivety. However, he did not elaborate much, merely shaking his head and stating, "In any case, I am not permitted to act against Zhonghai. I can only remain inactive. Yet, this does not imply that I lack alternative strategies." Coach Yi finally comprehended Lu Guiqiang's intentions and remarked coldly, "Thus, your incessant pursuit of opportunities for various factions to seek out Zhonghai is merely a means to test him and uncover his vulnerabilities. Furthermore, you even hope that Zhonghai's actions will provoke the arms organization behind him, leading to his abandonment by them. At that juncture, you would have the chance to supplant Zhonghai and become their spokesperson." Coach Yi, well acquainted with Lu Guiqiang, swiftly unveiled his true motives. Lu Guiqiang, unfazed, simply smiled and opened his hands. "If I could become the spokesperson for that arms organization, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for Huaxia. At that point, linking the Bali Group with them would not only bolster the strength of the Bali Group, but also enhance Huaxia's power. Is this not a commendable endeavor?" Lu Guiqiang's words plunged Coach Yi into silence. He yearned to counter the argument, yet he could not deny the validity of Lu Guiqiang's assertions. As a former soldier of Huaxia, he certainly prioritized the nation's interests above all else. Simultaneously, as Lu Guiqiang's subordinate, he had to uphold Lu Guiqiang's interests. When these two considerations intertwined, his modest connection with Jiang Hai seemed negligible. Rest assured, if Jiang Hai were to be forsaken by them, the state would harbor no interest in him either. At that time, I will naturally ensure that his life is well taken care of. At the very least, he shall not fret over his livelihood. Isn't that quite agreeable? Coach Yi did not respond. He simply rose silently and turned to leave. Tomorrow, I shall make another trip to Hispani, as the situation there remains rather unstable. Lu Guoqiang smiled faintly, understanding that this was the greatest concession Coach Yi could make. Thus, Lu Guoqiang felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Sir, according to your arrangements, I shall dispatch 3 fleets next week to first bring 20,000 people to Hispani. This is the utmost I can accomplish within a short time frame. Indeed, I understand. Within the presidential office at Prince's Port, a Shui respectfully reported to Jiang Hai, who nodded in acknowledgement. The purpose of Jiang Hai's visit to Prince's Port was to discuss the specific procedures for the resettlement of Palestinian refugees with a Shui. Although a Shui had no objections to the tasks assigned by Jiang Hai, the Sanju gang had only just overthrown the government of Hispani, and many matters were beyond a Shui's control. Particularly, the resettlement of millions of Palestinian refugees was no trivial matter. Millions of people would require numerous trips for transport. Jiang Hai naturally understood this and did not impose any forceful demands. Instead, he encouraged a Shui to proceed with caution. At the very least, it would bring a glimmer of hope to those Palestinians who were already engulfed in despair. Chapter 148. The target for decapitation, a Shui. Or rather, let's expedite their relocation. In contrast to Jiang Hai's calm demeanor, a Shui exhibited a palpable urgency, almost wishing to relocate the millions of Palestinian refugees by the very next day. Noticing the puzzled expression in Jiang Hai's gaze, a Shui quickly elaborated, Sir, although we have successfully overthrown the previous government of Hispani, the dominance of the Sanju gang in this region remains tenuous. The crux of the matter lies in our status as ethnic Chinese. Over 90% of Hispani's population is comprised of black individuals, which renders our Chinese community an absolute minority. Currently, we are able to maintain control through the use of force, but as time progresses. Upon hearing A Shui's words, Jiang Hai instantly grasped the situation. The Chinese, being a demographic minority, faced significant challenges in maintaining authority over Hispani, especially given the overwhelming black population. Inevitably, discontent and resentment would brew among the black populace over time. A Shui's proposed solution was straightforward. Utilize the millions of Palestinian refugees to counterbalance the large black population, thereby reducing their demographic proportion. This strategy would not only obscure the drawback of the Chinese minority, but also bolster the Sanju gang's governance over Hispani. Admittedly, this approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, yet it would at least prolong the emergence of this latent threat, affording the Chinese community an opportunity to devise a more permanent resolution in the future. Jiang Hai, understanding A Shui's perspective, could not help but scrutinize him closely. It was undeniable that the past 6 months had fostered considerable growth in A Shui, enhancing his strategic acumen. The migration of millions of Palestinian refugees is far from a simple endeavor. Haste is not an option. However, I can devise some strategies. Increasing transportation methods should be feasible. Jiang Hai pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility of reaching out to Salam and Hussein. Perhaps Salam could arrange for some cruise ships from Africa. As for Hussein, despite the discontent from the Bosch side regarding Palestine, they share a common heritage. Moreover, the presence of so many Palestinian refugees stranded in Gaza is inherently a destabilizing factor. I trust that Jiang Hai's request for assistance from Bosch would not be declined. The only concern is Judas. He will undoubtedly obstruct the migration of Palestinian refugees. Given Judas's previous tactic of dividing forces, it is evident that he is resolutely intent on annihilating Palestine. Jiang Hai silently contemplated solutions, while A Shui remained quietly by his side. At that moment, the two were seated in the office of the presidential palace, with A Shui's subordinates having been discreetly dismissed beforehand. Although Jiang Hai had not issued a direct command, A Shui understood that Jiang Hai preferred to keep his presence a secret, so he routinely ensured that his subordinates left whenever Jiang Hai arrived. After a brief period of reflection, Jiang Hai raised his head and addressed A Shui. I will find a way to handle this matter. You must also prepare adequately. We cannot have the Palestinian refugees arriving only to find no place for them to settle. Rest assured, sir, I will make the necessary arrangements. A Shui replied. nodding respectfully in agreement with Jiang Hai's directive. At that moment, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted outside. Even the lights within the office flickered, and the room trembled. This unexpected change caused both Jiang Hai and Ashui to exchange alarmed glances, with Ashui instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Hai. Observing Ashui's reaction, Jiang Hai offered a slight smile. Unbeknownst to Ashui, his current form was merely a puppet. The depth of his concern for Jiang Hai was a testament to his unwavering loyalty. Gently patting Ashui's shoulder, Jiang Hai reassured him, "Do not worry about me. Let us first ascertain what is transpiring." Understood. Ashui nodded eagerly. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out from outside. The gunfire was intense, and amidst it, the distinct sound of a heavy machine gun could be discerned. Ashui immediately rushed towards the window to investigate, only to be restrained by Jiang Hai. "Do you wish to court danger by rushing to the window without knowing the circumstances outside?" Jiang Hai admonished. Having faced numerous battles, Ashui quickly grasped Jiang Hai's intent and fell silent, instead rummaging through a nearby drawer to procure 2 handguns, one of which he handed to Jiang Hai. Though Jiang Hai possessed the ability to conjure weapons at will, he graciously accepted Ashui's gesture. Just as they were chambering bullets into the firearms, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office door. "Brother Shui, are you all right?" called a voice in fluent Huaxia, belonging to one of Ashui's trusted subordinates. After seeking Jiang Hai's approval, Ashui promptly replied, "I'm fine. Come in." With a loud bang, the door swung open, and over a dozen members of the Sanju gang rushed into the room. Jiang Hai recognized these individuals at a glance. They were all old subordinates who had once followed Ashui, so their encounter with Jiang Hai did not come as a surprise. "What has happened, Brother Shui?" "Enemies have suddenly appeared outside, and their weaponry is formidable. Our brothers out there were caught off guard, and the front door has already been breached. Brother Shui, it is unsafe for you and the sir to remain here. You must come with us." Bang! The member of the Sanju gang, who was speaking, suddenly swayed. Accompanied by the gunshot, his head was explosively blown apart, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, leaving his body to collapse limply to the ground. A heavy sniper rifle. "Be cautious." In an instant, everyone dropped to the ground. Jiang Hai, though unafraid, also lay down to avoid revealing the secrets of his puppetry. Although the gunfire ceased after that single shot, the threat it posed kept everyone frozen in fear. All remained prostrate on the ground, exchanging anxious glances. The sounds of gunfire from the fierce battle outside continued unabated, clearly indicating that the conflict was intensifying. Using explosions to divert attention, then allowing gunmen to assault the presidential palace, ultimately culminating in a sniper attack here. This was a classic decapitation tactic. Jiang Hai's eyes darted as he quickly deduced the adversary's intentions, his gaze ultimately settling on Ashui. "Ashui, from the very beginning, the target has always been you." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's analysis, Ashui and the other members of the Sanju gang turned pale, swiftly grasping Jiang Hai's implication. Currently, the entire leadership of the Sanju gang rests solely upon Ashui. Should Ashui meet his demise, the gang would not only face immediate dissolution but also struggle to maintain unity. The promising circumstances surrounding the Sanju gang would swiftly dissipate into thin air. While the identity of the adversary remains unknown, their plans are undeniably ruthless, striking at the very heart of the matter with precision and ferocity. Merely contemplating the aftermath of Ashui's assassination incites a tempest of fury and indignation among the members. Conversely, Ashui's expression quickly regains its composure, casting a glance around. He unexpectedly bursts into laughter. "I never anticipated that I would become so pivotal. The enmity directed at me only fortifies my resolve to survive. If I were to perish, would that not grant my enemies their deepest desires?" Chapter 149, The Sniper's Ambush. Enough bravado. Let's navigate through this challenge first. Jiang Hai suppressed a chuckle, curling his lips in disdain. He could hardly bear to witness this young upstart flaunting his bravado before him. With a snap of his fingers, several iron boxes materialized on the floor before him. Jiang Hai surveyed his companions, then opened one of the boxes, retrieving a formidable weapon while inquiring, "Which of you is adept at handling this?" The spectacle of Jiang Hai's remarkable manipulation of the iron boxes was not new to those present, and thus, it did not evoke surprise. However, the item he extracted, a Barrett rifle, left them exchanging bewildered glances, each remaining silent in astonishment. They were, by all accounts, adept marksmen. Yet such sophisticated weaponry was quite beyond their previous experience. Observing their expressions, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lip. Understanding dawned. It seemed it would fall to him. After all, leaning against the edge of the desk, he perched himself in a semi-seated position on the floor. From within the iron case, he retrieved several custom-made bullets, carefully inserting each one into the chamber. Though the sniper's fire had ceased for the moment, Jiang Hai was acutely aware that their adversary maintained a vigilant watch over the office's interior. Should they dare to expose themselves, the lethal report would undoubtedly resume without delay. Click! Jiang Hai drew back the bolt, raising the Barrett with both hands. This particular Barrett, identical to the one Aisha had used to assassinate the Judaic commander, possessed considerable heft. Aisha, as one recalls, had braced the weapon against the floor of the aircraft. It would be virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to fire the Barrett while holding it unsupported. However, it was abundantly clear that the body Jiang Hai now inhabited was far from ordinary. His physical attributes were undoubtedly in the zenith of human capability. With a determined clench of his jaw, he managed to hoist the Barrett into firing position. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Hai prepared to shoot, drawing the attention of Aisha and the others nearby, who watched with bated breath. "Sir," Aisha inquired, "should we perhaps attempt to draw out the enemy's location?" Though not a sniper himself, Aisha possessed some knowledge of snipers and sniping tactics. Their adversary's previous shot had made it impossible for Jiang Hai to determine their precise location. How could they hope to contend with an enemy whose position remained unknown? As Aisha spoke, he discreetly signaled to his subordinates, preparing to sacrifice a few of them to draw out the enemy's fire. "Don't cause trouble. I don't need your assistance." Jiang Hai swiftly admonished Aisha and the others, then took a deep breath to regain his composure. After a brief silence, he suddenly straightened up, rising swiftly to his feet. He turned his body, resting the Barrett rifle on the desk before him. In less than 3 seconds, the muzzle was aimed at the window outside. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire erupted simultaneously from both inside and outside the window. Jiang Hai's body was propelled backward, not from being hit by the enemy, but rather from the tremendous recoil of the Barrett. Meanwhile, a vase at the opposite end of the office shattered with a crash, the result of an enemy's shot. Sir, are you all right?" Witnessing Jiang Hai arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, Aisha and the others were taken aback, ignoring from the perspective of the system's hostile detection capabilities. The small red dot that had been lurking approximately 100 meters outside has vanished. It is likely that the recent gunshot has dealt with him. The sniper outside has been neutralized. What remains are the gunmen storming the presidential palace. Rubbing his shoulder vigorously, the pain subsided considerably. Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and stood up, turning to Aisha as he inquired, "Your men should have no trouble dealing with these gunmen, right?" Aisha, still preoccupied with Jiang Hai's physical condition, nodded eagerly upon hearing the question. "No problem. Leave this matter to me. You all, gather your forces immediately. We must not allow a single enemy to escape." "Understood, Shui Gu." At Aisha's command, all members of the Sanju gang shouted in unison before hastily departing the office. With the sniper threat eliminated, Jiang Hai and Aisha were now the safest individuals in this office. "Sir, please lie down on the sofa and rest for a moment." Aisha supported Jiang Hai as he stood, then carefully guided him to the sofa, assisting him to recline. In truth, Jiang Hai's condition had improved significantly at this moment. This robust physique not only boasted strength, but also exhibited remarkable recovery capabilities. Jiang Hai was certain that a large bruise had formed on his shoulder. Yet the pain had diminished considerably. He waved his hand dismissively to indicate he was fine. Initially intending to withdraw his consciousness back into his body, he ultimately chose to endure it, wishing to remain aware of the situation at hand. Meanwhile, the gunfire outside intensified further. It seems that there has been a disturbance at the presidential palace, prompting the members of the Sanju gang stationed around the city to converge. "Rest assured, sir. The several Saprolix staffs you sold to us last time are indeed at the presidential palace. They have just gone over there, surely to retrieve the Saprolix staffs. With the firepower support from the Saprolix staffs, the enemy's defeat is inevitable." Jiang Hai felt no surprise, nor did he harbor any anxiety. The crux of this assault lies with the sniper lying in ambush outside the presidential palace. Even if the sniper is unable to eliminate Aisha, he can still provide substantial support to the gunmen charging into the palace. One should never underestimate the deterrence of a sniper. Without the sniper, those gunmen would undoubtedly be unable to breach the presidential palace. However, with the sniper's assistance, it is the Sanju gang within the palace that faces imminent peril. My concern does not lie in whether you can fend off those gunmen. What truly troubles me is the identity of those who dispatched these gunmen. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, a Shui's brow furrowed instantly. The occurrence was far too abrupt. Previously, a Shui had not contemplated this angle. Now, with Jiang Hai's assertion, a Shui must carefully consider this matter. Could it be the remnants of the government? Given the current circumstances, this possibility appears to be the most plausible. Yet, Jiang Hai shook his head and remarked, I do not believe that the government you overthrew possesses such strength and resolve. Let us not forget that Preval fled the country in fear. If he truly had the audacity, he would not resort to such actions. Jiang Hai's analysis was quite reasonable, and Ashui nodded in agreement, tilting his head, momentarily at a loss for a second response. In contrast to the perplexed Ashui, Jiang Hai harbored another suspicion. Lockheed Martin. Chapter 150. What on earth? Brother Yi? Jiang Hai was aware that Lockheed Martin was the shadowy puppet master behind Preval. The previous ease with which the Sanju gang had toppled the Hispani government was largely due to the looming threat of the Great Ivan War, which had drawn Lockheed Martin's attention away. Now that the situation in the Gafadia region was stabilizing, it was only logical for Lockheed Martin to refocus its gaze on Hispani and assist Preval in countering the Sanju gang. However, whether this was indeed the case remained uncertain, as there was insufficient evidence. Brother Shui, sir, a sudden exclamation echoed from outside, followed by a member of the Sanju gang who had previously departed, rushing in with a beaming expression. Wonderful news. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? Both Jiang Hai and Ashui were momentarily taken aback. Before they could inquire further, the newcomer hastily continued. Yes, reinforcements. Brother Yi has come with his men. Brother Yi? Didn't he return? Ashui was somewhat astonished, quickly adding an explanation to Jiang Hai. This Brother Yi is the one sent from that side to assist us. Jiang Hai immediately understood. He was referring to someone from Huaxia. This intrigued Jiang Hai further, as he had previously heard Ashui mention that the individuals dispatched from Huaxia were quite formidable. Were it not for their assistance, the Three Stems gang could not have overthrown the Hispanic government so expeditiously. Jiang Hai was indeed curious to behold this Brother Yi of extraordinary capabilities. As the pain in his shoulder had subsided somewhat, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth, rose from the sofa, and proceeded directly to the window, gazing outward. The window overlooked the street facing the main entrance of the presidential palace. At present, the street was in a state of disarray, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the pavement. Dozens of Chinese individuals clad in camouflage were advancing while firing their weapons. At the entrance of the presidential palace, a dozen or so armed black individuals were valiantly retaliating. However, their counterattack proved futile, as several more black individuals succumbed to the pool of blood. Conversely, none of the camouflaged Chinese appeared to be injured. Remarkable. Jiang Hai, now a proficient marksman himself, marveled at the exceptional marksmanship of these Chinese individuals. Were they to be in the Chinese military, they would undoubtedly be considered elite. It would not be an exaggeration to deem them experts of the highest caliber. Pray, which one is this Brother Yi? As Jiang Hai observed the Chinese rapidly approaching the presidential palace gates, he promptly inquired. Ashui, standing beside Jiang Hai, swiftly raised his hand, pointing towards one of the Chinese individuals, and stated, that one is Brother Yi. That one? That tall, sturdy fellow, confounded. Following the direction indicated by Ashui, Jiang Hai swiftly identified one of the Chinese individuals. As soon as Jiang Hai's gaze fell upon that person's face, he was immediately taken aback, unable to suppress an expletive. At the same time, it seemed as if a form of telepathy occurred, for Brother Yi suddenly turned his head sharply, as if sensing something. Jiang Hai, quick to react, promptly crouched down, concealing himself beneath the window. The only figure visible to Brother Yi was Ashui, who, though unaware of Jiang Hai's reasons for hiding, smiled and waved at Brother Yi, providing a cover for Jiang Hai. Upon hearing Ashui's voice from the window, Brother Yi relaxed, nodded slightly, and resumed his assault on the armed assailants at the entrance of the presidential mansion. Ashui, you are safe here. I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Jiang Hai, still crouched beneath the window, refrained from peeking out any further. After exchanging a few words with Ashui, he vanished with a swift motion, leaving Ashui momentarily stunned, entirely perplexed by Jiang Hai's sudden departure. By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! Back in his room, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse thrice in disbelief. Sitting up from his bed, he jumped several times in astonishment. Jiang Hai had never anticipated that Brother Yi, who had aided the Sanju gang in Hispania, was none other than Coach Yi, someone he knew well. Although Jiang Hai was aware of Coach Ye's formidable skills, he never imagined he would be in Hispania. No wonder he had been unable to locate him at the club previously. Taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Hai finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. He then seated himself on a nearby chair, embarking on a contemplation of the entire situation. First and foremost, Coach Yi undoubtedly does not belong to the formal ranks of the Huaxia military. This is certainly indisputable. How could a soldier within the official structure spend every day at a club training ordinary individuals? Furthermore, Huaxia's decision to dispatch personnel to Hispani for assistance was certainly not a casual one. It must have been entrusted to individuals deemed reliable by the Huaxia authorities. Alternatively, it could be that these individuals were recommended by someone of trust within the official circles. As this thought crossed his mind, a specific individual immediately surfaced in Jiang Hai's consciousness: Lu Guoqiang, the chairman of Huaxia Bali Group. It appears that Lu Guoqiang's stature indeed qualifies him to make such recommendations. Additionally, Coach Yi once mentioned that he owes Lu Guoqiang a favor. Everything seems to fall into place. Jiang Hai exhaled deeply. As long as everything is coherent, matters would be much easier to handle. In retrospect, his earlier reactions were indeed somewhat excessive. In Hispani, the puppet he employed had undergone alterations to its appearance, coupled with modifications to its physique. Even if they were to meet face to face, Coach Yi would be unable to recognize him. With this realization, Jiang Hai could not help but smile wryly. Ultimately, he had merely frightened himself. Nevertheless, he must remain vigilant regarding Lu Guoqiang. How is it that he seems to be involved in everything? Jiang Hai tapped his forehead with his finger as a reminder to himself. During the previous incident involving the Chunlei, Jiang Hai had also inquired with Zhang Qinghua. He found it quite peculiar why the authorities had suddenly sought him out. From Zhang Qinghua, it was revealed that Lu Guoqiang had recommended him to the director of the National Security Bureau, Zhou Lei. It was precisely due to Lu Guoqiang's endorsement that Zhou Lei had the audacity to defy the opposition and enlist Jiang Hai's assistance in resolving this case. Although Jiang Hai himself desired to be involved, the distinction between voluntary participation and being coerced into the endeavor by hidden machinations was stark. What perplexed Jiang Hai further was the question of Lu Guoqiang's underlying motives for discreetly orchestrating his involvement. After much contemplation, Jiang Hai could not decipher the rationale and decided to dismiss the matter, recognizing that numerous responsibilities awaited his attention. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for a moment before being answered. Listening to the voice emanating from the receiver, Jiang Hai smirked slightly before speaking in a low tone. "It's me. I need you to handle something." Chapter 151. Do you still have Big Ivan? Good evening, Mr. Hussein. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. After concluding the previous call, Jiang Hai pondered briefly before initiating another call, this time to his old friend, Hussein, the military advisor to Bosch. While it was not yet nightfall on Jiang Hai's side, the time difference indicated that it was indeed deep into the night for Bosch. When Hussein answered, fatigue was evident in his voice. "Hello, Mr. Dahuang Wuliang. How may I assist you?" Although being awakened from slumber can be exceedingly vexatious, facing Jiang Hai, Hussein understood that this was a person capable of determining the fate of the Bashi. Therefore, regardless of his irritation, he had to suppress it. Jiang Hai took a deep breath and articulated his request for Bashi to assist in the migration of Palestinian refugees. "Mr. Daha Wuliang, are you certain you are not jesting?" Hussein managed to utter after a lengthy silence. Jiang Hai could not help but scratch his cheek. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "I acknowledge that this request may seem rather burdensome, but I have nevertheless put it forth to your esteemed nation. Furthermore, I believe that aiding the Palestinian refugees and departing from the Gaza Strip would also be advantageous for your country." Advantageous? Assisting those lunatics? Hussein could no longer contain his fury and erupted in a loud shout. "Do you have any idea how many Bashi civilians have perished at the hands of those maniacs? Although the great Ivan that descended upon Bashi was cast down by Judah, at the end of the day, the root of all this chaos lies with those madmen." In response to Hussein's outburst, Jiang Hai found himself momentarily speechless. He could empathize with Hussein, after all. If it were not for the extremists in Palestine suddenly launching that great Ivan towards Judah, the latter would not have spiraled into a frenzy and unleashed 3 great Ivans upon Bashi. The Bashi were entirely innocent victims in this turmoil. Subsequently, When Bashi sought to retaliate against Judah, Jiang Hai thwarted their plans by neutralizing the Great Ivan with an EMP. Presently, the Bashi were still seething with indignation. Were it not for the priority given to aiding regions within the homeland that have suffered from the bombardment of the Great Ivan, it is likely that Pash's forces would have already advanced towards Judah. Mr. Hussein, I implore you to remain calm and allow me to finish my thoughts. I truly understand your current sentiments. The actions of the Palestinians are undoubtedly misguided. However, they represent the conduct of a minority of extremists. The millions of Palestinian refugees trapped in the Gaza Strip are innocent. Jiang Hai endeavored to persuade Hussein, yet Hussein remained unmoved, his resolute voice emanating from the smartphone. Indeed, the Palestinian refugees are innocent, which is precisely why Pash refrained from taking action against them. Yet, this does not imply that Pash can simply disregard the previous transgressions of the Palestinians. The Palestinian refugees may migrate to other locales, and Pash's non-interference in such movements is already a significant concession. It is inconceivable that Pash would extend any further assistance to the Palestinian refugees. Hearing Hussein's unwavering declarations, Jiang Hai felt an overwhelming headache. Convincing Pash to lend aid proves to be an arduous task. The dilemma is that without Pash's assistance, relying solely on the few cruise ships supported by Salam, how long will it take to transport these millions of Palestinian refugees? This is untenable. A solution must be found to secure Pash's support. Mr. Hussein, my point is that if the Palestinian refugees depart from the Gaza Strip, it would not be without benefit to your nation. Pash and Judah are destined to clash. Yet, with the Palestinian refugees remaining in the Gaza Strip, would Pash's desire for warfare not be somewhat restrained? After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai began to analyze the situation from a different perspective for Hussein. Perhaps it was due to his earlier outburst, but this time, Hussein did not immediately express his dissent. Instead, he listened quietly as Jiang Hai spoke. Even after Jiang Hai had finished, he refrained from rebuttal and remained silent, seemingly contemplating Jiang Hai's words. Jiang Hai, in turn, was not in a hurry and patiently awaited Hussein's decision. Mr. Dahai Wu Liang, I must commend you on your persuasive eloquence. After a considerable pause, Hussein responded calmly. However, based solely on this, you still cannot convince me, nor can you persuade the Bosch government to grant your request. Indeed, the matter was not so simple. Jiang Hai exhaled deeply, taking a moment to recalibrate his emotions. He was not ready to concede. If this path proved unfruitful, he would seek another. Mr. Hussein, what if I propose a transaction with Bosch? He suggested. The essence of this transaction would be to secure assistance for the Palestinian refugees. I wonder if Bosch would be amenable to such an exchange? A transaction? Jiang Hai could distinctly sense that Hussein's breathing had become more rapid on the other end of the line. Clearly, his dealings in arms with Bosch over the past couple of years had granted him genuine leverage with the Bosch government. Do you still have the Great Ivan? Hussein inquired tentatively. Jiang Hai was momentarily rendered speechless. The Great Ivan. Hadn't the previous near-catastrophic conflict over the Great Ivan taught them enough of a lesson? However, Jiang Hai is also aware of Hussein's thoughts. Previously, Bosch inexplicably lost 3 large Ivan to Judas and had yet to seek revenge when all the global Ivans were rendered useless. It is akin to a person strolling down the street only to be inexplicably slapped. Just as one is about to retaliate, someone intervenes, cautioning that the assailant is a lunatic. While it is not illegal for a madman to strike, retaliating against him could lead to imprisonment and financial restitution. The burning sensation on one's face leaves one helplessly watching the perpetrator dance about, and that feeling of frustration is indeed distressing to even contemplate. Thus, Bosch is perpetually consumed with the desire to retaliate against Judas with a few large Ivans. However, Jiang Hai would certainly not acquiesce. What nonsense! The last time a near-catastrophic war over large Ivans erupted, it nearly led to Jiang Hai's ruin. Although Jiang Hai cannot prevent the various nations of Blue Star from continuing their development of large Ivans, at the very least, he will not hasten this process. Moreover, Jiang Hai can easily surmise that if he were to sell large Ivans to Bosch, Bosch would undoubtedly retaliate by discarding them. The consequences of such an action are too dreadful to contemplate. Surely, Bosch does not believe that possessing large Ivans would genuinely grant him the audacity to confront all the superpowers on Blue Star? The cautionary tale of Colonel Daza remains vivid. During the last upheaval, all of our large Ivans became ineffective. In the short term, we cannot produce any large Ivans. Jiang Hai deftly told a small lie, declining Hussein's inquiry. Evidently, Jiang Hai's response left Hussein profoundly disheartened, causing his tone to become rather nonchalant, as though he no longer cared about the transaction with Jiang Hai. What do you intend to offer us in exchange? I doubt there exists anything that would compel Bosch to take the risk of assisting you. In Chapter 152, technology can also be traded. Jiang Hai pondered that his country had been striving to overcome the challenges in developing the Tsar Bomba for several years, yet had met with no success. Initially, Jiang Hai had not conceived of an appropriate offer to entice Bosch. However, recalling Hussein's urgency regarding the Tsar Bomba sparked a sudden inspiration within him. After a brief pause, Hussein, who had previously returned to a state of indifference, found his breath quickening once again. Mr. De Hai Wu Liang, what do you mean by that? To the outside world, Bosch's initial detonation of 3 Tsar bombas suggested that they had mastered the technol. If I could exchange the manufacturing technology of the Great Ivan with you, would it secure your assistance for the Palestinian refugees? Upon witnessing Hussein's reaction, Jiang Hai realized that his intuition had not led him astray. He had finally identified the counterpart's need. Jiang Hai articulated the terms of the trade, but Hussein did not respond immediately. I must consult with my superiors before I can provide you with an answer. After a prolonged silence, Hussein gradually revealed his response. Although he did not offer a direct reply, Jiang Hai understood the implications well enough. Despite appearing merely as a military advisor, Jiang Hai was aware that Hussein's true identity was far more complex, having discerned his considerable influence within the Bosch government through their previous dealings. Given that Hussein did not oppose this transaction, it was highly likely that the deal would be successful. As for the manufacturing technology of the Great Ivan, Jiang Hai himself was not knowledgeable in that domain, but he could readily procure it from the system. Indeed, weapons manufacturing technology is also categorized as a type of armament, and it is among the most exorbitantly priced. The internal cost for acquiring the Great Ivan's manufacturing technology from the system amounted to a staggering 5 billion Huaxia currency. However, to ensure Bosch's agreement to assist the Palestinian refugees, Jiang Hai resolved to bear this expense himself. Very well, Mr. Hussein, I shall await your response. This time, Jiang Hai refrained from pressing the matter further, offering a smile before ending the call. As he hung up, Jiang Hai exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. It was done. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Bosch was likely to acquiesce to his trade proposal. With Bosch's assistance, the Palestinian refugees can traverse Bosch's borders, escaping the threats posed by Judah, coupled with the borrowed cruise ship from Salam. This dual approach will undoubtedly facilitate the migration of all Palestinian refugees to Hispani within a year. In this way, it not only fulfills Jiang Hai's long-standing concern but also honors the commitment made to Aisha and her companions. In Apple City, within the Brownsville district, the Wildcat Gang stands as the sole arms dealer, wielding considerable influence in the area. Typically, the Wildcat Gang refrains from territorial disputes and rarely intervenes in local gang conflicts. In Brownsville, they act as aloof observers, coldly watching the various factions clash, while occasionally supplying them with weapons through subtle means, thus maintaining a precarious balance in the district. Spall, the leader of the Wildcat Gang, is a middle-aged Latino man of modest stature, balding with a scruffy beard, adorned with black-framed glasses, and slightly overweight. At first glance, one would find it challenging to associate him with the titles of gang leader or arms dealer. However, only those within the Wildcat Gang are aware of the ruthlessness with which this seemingly unassuming man conducts his affairs. As Spall was engaged in a phone call, Kevin, a senior member of the gang, entered his office and greeted him. Spall merely raised his eyes momentarily before turning in his swivel chair. I understand. I will handle this matter appropriately. Well, am I a source of disappointment regarding the matters entrusted to me? All right, no problem. Until the phone call concluded, Spore remained seated, slowly turning back in his chair. Casually tossing his phone onto the desk, he smiled and remarked, "The person on the other end has failed." Huaxia? Kevin raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the gravity of Spore's words. The enterprise known as Oceanic Ventures had evidently infringed upon interests over there. The recent call was a directive for us to eliminate this Huaxia company's local subsidiary. Spore's revelation took Kevin by surprise, prompting him to lean forward in disbelief. Is that really the case? A mere few tens of thousands of firearms could provoke such a reaction? Their appetite seems insatiable. They are not even willing to spare us a taste. Kevin, mind your language. Spore interjected sharply at Kevin's complaint, though his expression remained unchanged, save for a slight raise of his eyelids. Yet, this subtle gesture caused Kevin to tremble slightly, immediately straightening his posture as if he were a schoolboy in class. "Boss, I acknowledge my mistake." Kevin readily admitted his fault, and Spore showed no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. He casually picked up a cigar box from the desk, skillfully extracting a cigar and the necessary tools, deftly cutting and lighting it. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the cigar over to Kevin. Kevin swiftly caught the cigar, managing not to touch its lit end, indicating that the two had developed a seamless rapport. Upon receiving the cigar, Kevin's previously tense expression instantly relaxed, and with the cigar clenched between his teeth, he broke into a grin. Meanwhile, Spole, with an air of nonchalance, carefully placed the cigar box in the corner of his desk and leisurely remarked, regarding the matter over there, refrain from speaking out of turn. Just focus on executing the task at hand. Tomorrow, gather your team and take down the branch and warehouse of the Oceanic Company. Are we to act in the Manhattan district? Kevin's face registered surprise. After all, that area is the epitome of affluence in Apple City, a bustling enclave of the wealthy. Such an action there would undoubtedly create significant repercussions. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Kevin recalled Spole's earlier warning, and the surprise on his face quickly dissipated. Understood. I shall attend to it first thing tomorrow. I assure you, I will handle it splendidly. This time, Spole didn't even lift his eyelids, maintaining his leisurely demeanor with lowered lashes. There's no need to go during the day. Let us proceed at night. Chapter 153. A tapping of DuPont's hound. Spole's words momentarily stunned Kevin, but he soon grasped the implications. Manhattan, being the pinnacle of wealth in Apple City and indeed globally, necessitated a degree of caution. Kevin offered a broad smile and replied, "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is resolved impeccably." With that, he turned to exit the office. Abruptly, a flash of light streaked past the window, causing both Spar and Kevin in the office to pale instantly. The staccato bursts of gunfire erupted, shattering the adjacent window. Kevin, who had just risen to his feet, was instantly riddled with a multitude of crimson blossoms erupting across his towering frame. He was then flung through the air like a discarded sack, landing heavily on the floor. His body convulsed violently, quickly becoming saturated in a pool of blood. Spar reacted immediately, diving under the desk, his face etched with terror as he bellowed, "Someone, help me! Save me! Someone please!" In the ensuing moments, pandemonium reigned outside. Screams of terror mingled with angry shouts and agonizing cries. Above it all, the relentless barrage of gunfire persisted. Bullets continued to tear through Spar's office and the adjacent rooms. After 5 or 6 minutes, the gunfire ceased. The sound of vehicles speeding away gradually faded into the distance. Spar, still cowering beneath the desk, dared not emerge. Clutching his head, he remained prone on the floor. As he raised his gaze, he beheld Kevin's lifeless form lying in a pool of blood. Kevin's body was still, his head turned to the side, his wide, unblinking eyes locked onto Spar's. Even Spar, a man familiar with violence, felt a jolt of fear upon meeting Kevin's gaze. Boss, are you all right?" Moments later, accompanied by a few shouts, several robust men burst into the room. They were members of the Wildcat Gang, serving as personal guards for Spore. Upon witnessing the chaos that enveloped the office, they were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to raise their voices again, a trembling hand emerged from beneath the desk. I am here. Help me." Spore's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet the guards recognized him instantly. They rushed forward, hastily pulling Spore to safety. Gasping for breath, Spore struggled to regain his composure, swallowing hard, but his gaze inevitably fell upon the lifeless body of Kevin nearby. "Boss, the assailants fled swiftly. The brothers barely had time to react. What shall we do? Should we pursue them? Pursue? Can you even catch up?" Spore regained his poise, quickly reverting to his usual genteel demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. "Dispose of the body. I must take my leave." With that, he strode towards the exit, exhibiting none of the signs of the recent attack. The guards stood momentarily stunned before they finally reacted, turning to closely follow Spore. If the assailants were to return, it would surely spell danger. Meanwhile, not far down the street, 2 cars sped along. Inside one of the vehicles, several men clad in masks and wielding AKs casually removed their masks, revealing dark skin and thick beards. "Abdul, it appears that we have not yet dealt with Spore. Shall we turn back and take a few more shots?" The driver, a dark-skinned man with a bushy beard, is none other than the former Palestinian soldier, Bird Aden. Sitting in the back, Abdul casually remarked, "It matters not. The lady has stated that Spore is merely a puppet. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence. Let us consider this an outlet for our frustrations. This Wildcat gang is nothing but the lapdogs of DuPont. Over the years, DuPont has supplied arms to that wretched pack of dogs known as Judah. Bah! Upon hearing Abdul mention Judah, the others in the vehicle could not help but spit disdainfully out of the window. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lies in the orders of the boss, who has instructed us to teach the Wildcat gang a lesson. At the very least, after this encounter, the Wildcat gang will think twice before becoming overly arrogant. The boss has sent us here to conduct business. With one less competitor, our endeavors shall be far more prosperous. Among the former Palestinian soldiers, Abdul is considered quite astute, now resembling Jiang Hai, the strategist beside Aisha. His analysis prompted nods of agreement from the others. Soon, the two vehicles arrived in the Brooklyn district, a notorious area in Apple City, somewhat better than Brownsville, yet still limited in its appeal. Presently, it serves as a temporary stronghold for Aisha and her crew. After parking the car and concealing their AKs within their coats, Abdul and the others disembarked and made their way into a nearby apartment building. Upon entering a spacious apartment nearing 300 square meters, I noticed several companions engaged in their respective activities within. Upon the arrival of Abdul and the others, they merely raised their hands in greeting. "Where is the elder sister?" "She is inside, on a call with the boss." Receiving this information, Abdul proceeded directly to the door, gently knocking before entering upon hearing a response from within. Yes, I understand. Things are progressing smoothly on this end." "Very well. I shall meet with them tomorrow. This is my duty." "Yes, I comprehend. Regarding this matter, thank you." Inside the room, Aisha, having changed from her military attire into comfortable homewear, leaned against the window, one hand clutching her phone while the other idly fidgeted with the screen. She spoke softly with Jiang Hai on the other end of the line. In that moment, Aisha bore no resemblance to the fierce female soldier she once was, who had skillfully taken down a general from great heights. Particularly now, she wore a subtle touch of makeup, her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her captivating eyes sparkled with sweetness as they gazed out the window, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the scenery beyond. Upon witnessing Aisha's demeanor, Abdul paused momentarily, then broke into a silent grin. However, Aisha soon realized her expression was somewhat misplaced. Turning to see Abdul's foolish smile, she blushed deeply, akin to a thief caught in the act, shooting him a sharp glare. She quickly turned away, presenting her back to him. "Ah, Abdul has returned. I shall attend to him momentarily. Well, let us converse again later." With that, she ended the call, turning her head to glare fiercely at Abdul, the blush on her face still lingering. "What are you laughing at?" Hey, sister, I assure you, I am not laughing." Abdul, being at least a decade her senior, had grown accustomed to Aisha being the pillar of strength among them. In Apple City, it was deemed inappropriate to address her as my lady, so prior to their arrival, they had collectively decided to refer to Aisha as sister. Chapter 154. The Endless Gobi. I just finished a conversation with the boss, who shared some delightful news. Would you care to hear it? Delightful news? What could it possibly be? Aisha's words sparked a look of curiosity on Abdul's face, prompting him to inquire eagerly. Although Aisha initially intended to maintain a serious demeanor, the uncontrollable smile that adorned her face betrayed her resolve. The boss has successfully persuaded Bosch to allow the refugees stranded at the Jaffa border to pass through his territory, thus enabling their gradual migration to Hispani. Furthermore, the boss has made arrangements for the refugees upon their arrival in Hispani. They will be granted their own land. Everything shall improve. Everything shall indeed improve. As she spoke, Aisha's eyes glistened with tears, flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Despite having left their homeland and their people alongside Jiang Hai, the essence of their Palestinian blood coursing through their veins remained unchanged. They had never ceased to care for their fellow compatriots suffering back home. Had it not been for their current predicament, they would have long returned to their homeland to fight for their compatriots. Upon receiving this news, Abdul stood frozen in place, and after a considerable pause, this nearly 40-year-old Palestinian man erupted with excitement. In fact, he even leaped 3 times on the spot. Fortunately, the apartment had been purchased at a high price by Aisha, and only 14 of them inhabited the entire building. Otherwise, Abdul's exuberant jumps would surely have prompted the downstairs residents to call the authorities. However, the commotion did attract several others, and once Abdul relayed the news, The remaining 12 joined him in their jubilant celebration. Aisha smiled as she observed her companions, gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. She had not forgotten the task assigned to her by Jiang Hai, which required her to swiftly contact the Palestinian military. Jiang Hai sought to relocate the Palestinian refugees, and their assistance was indispensable. The crimson sun hung in the sky, bathing the earth in a sanguine hue. Yet, this fiery sunlight offered no warmth to Jiang Hai. There was something amiss with the sun here. Jiang Hai gazed upward at the red sun above. He had noticed this peculiar phenomenon during his last visit, but on that occasion, he had been submerged in seawater. This time, however, he stood firmly on solid ground. Indeed, Jiang Hai had traversed the second trade passage, arriving at this unfamiliar planet. On his previous visit, he had gained nothing and had met his demise by the debris of a city falling from the sky while he was in the water. Upon this return, the surroundings of Jiang Hai were no longer the boundless ocean, but a vast expanse of desert. He pressed his foot firmly against the ground, the solid sensation beneath him instilling a considerable sense of security. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings. With the experience from his previous venture, Jiang Hai was now certain that this planet possessed a civilization of considerable advancement. The sky city he had sold to the Bainu people had originated from this very world. Revered as a miracle on Bainu, the sky city was merely utilized as an instrument of warfare within the civilization of this planet. Jiang Hai dared not fathom the extent of this civilization's development. However, drawing from his encounters on Bainu, he understood that the higher the level of civilization, the greater the value of trade. This insight compelled Jiang Hai to take the risk of returning to this planet for transactions. Thus, the next step was to seek out the intelligent civilization that resided here. Jiang Hai inhaled deeply, disregarding the crimson sun in the sky. With the experiences from his previous visits to Bainu, he was not entirely at a loss. Similar to his inaugural journey to Bainu, he chose a direction and proceeded forward. This journey lasted for over 10 hours. Yet, Jiang Hai found himself still empty-handed. He lifted his gaze towards the sky. The crimson sun remained fixed in its previous position, showing no signs of movement. The diurnal cycle of this planet must be exceedingly lengthy. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, wondering how many hours had passed. The sun had not shifted its position at all. How long could a day on this planet possibly be? Fortunately, the sunlight was not oppressive, and Jiang Hai's sturdy physique was resilient enough to endure this arduous journey of over 10 hours without succumbing to fatigue. System, where on earth have you deposited me in this desolate wasteland? Last time, I was unceremoniously cast onto a battlefield, and now I find myself in this forsaken corner devoid of human presence. Your reliability is truly questionable. Although Jiang Hai was generally patient, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations internally. The landing point of the transaction portal was random, a fact beyond the system's control. As anticipated, the system responded to Jiang Hai's grievances with its usual emotionless retort, leaving him with no outlet for his mounting dissatisfaction. While Jiang Hai was contemplating whether to let this incident slide and return to Blue Star for some rest, a sudden furrow of his brow indicated a shift in his thoughts. In the distance, a dark silhouette emerged on the horizon. In this vast expanse of desolate terrain, the unexpected appearance of this shadow was strikingly conspicuous, making it impossible for Jiang Hai to overlook it. However, rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with curiosity and delight. After traversing this barren landscape for so long and witnessing nothing but an endless vista, he was almost on the verge of nausea. Now, finally witnessing some activity, Jiang Hai was elated. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and waved vigorously, calling out loudly in an attempt to attract the figure's attention. It was uncertain whether Jiang Hai's actions genuinely caught the other's notice, but the next moment, he observed that the shadow was indeed approaching him at an impressive speed. At first, Jiang Hai believed that the entity was racing along the ground, but he soon discerned that it was not on the surface at all. Rather, it was gliding at a low altitude. As the object drew nearer, Jiang Hai began to make out its form. It resembled a triangular aircraft, from the rear of which emanated a pale blue glow, likely a form of energy propulsion. Above the craft sat a being that bore a resemblance to a humanoid figure, entirely cloaked in black. It lay sprawled across the vessel, and a few appendages akin to fleshy tendrils danced in the wind atop its round head. Despite Jiang Hai's enthusiastic waves and greetings, the creature remained unresponsive, a fact that raised his suspicions. When the being was a mere few hundred meters away, it finally stirred. It lifted its torso, which bore some similarities to that of a human, and with a sudden motion, extended 3 arms from each side. The ends of these 6 limbs were adorned with slightly curved claws, glinting ominously in the crimson sunlight. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Hai's mind. He realized the intentions of this entity were far from benign. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and fled in the opposite direction. However, the triangular aircraft was swift, and before he could cover much ground, it had already closed in behind him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Hai noted that the aircraft was not small, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and width. The being seated atop it, with its upright torso, approached a height of nearly 2 meters. With 6 arms extended, the wingspan exceeded 4 meters. Astonishing. Without needing to turn around, Jiang Hai could clearly see the small red dot of hostility detection right behind him. Startled by the opponent's speed, he realized that mere flight would not suffice to escape. In the next moment, as the dark creature prepared to harvest him with its 6 sharp claws, Jiang Hai suddenly leaped forward, twisting his body midair. In that instant, a sabulous staff appeared in his hand. Die! He silently screamed, gritting his teeth as he fired a shot. A pale yellow beam of light shot forth from the tip of the staff, perhaps taken aback by Jiang Hai's sudden counterattack. The beam struck the dark creature squarely in the face. With a resounding boom, the creature was sent flying backward, even detaching from the triangular aircraft. The aircraft, now devoid of its dark occupant, immediately decelerated, soaring just above Jiang Hai's head before crashing to the ground, skidding for another couple of 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. As for Jiang Hai, he hit the ground almost simultaneously with the dark creature. But in that fleeting moment after landing, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his back, and managed to rise from the ground. The sabulous staff in his hand launched another assault, unleashing several beams of pale yellow light that struck the dark creature not far away. Hit by the staff's attack, the dark creature was sent reeling, and only after Jiang Hai ceased his onslaught did it crash heavily to the ground, motionless. Yet, Jiang Hai did not let his guard down. Gripping the sandwave staff firmly, he cautiously advanced towards the mysterious creature before him. As he drew nearer to the dark entity, it remained utterly unresponsive. Was it dead? No, that could not be the case. It was still alive. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Hai discerned that the creature was not entirely motionless. Its body quivered subtly, and the few fleshy tendrils atop its head swayed intermittently, albeit with minimal movement that was nearly imperceptible. Hey! Jiang Hai refrained from launching further attacks with his staff, recognizing that the creature had likely sustained severe injuries. 4 of its 6 claws were broken, with deep blue liquid slowly oozing from the fractured points. Perhaps this was the lifeblood of this peculiar being? His calls elicited a slight reaction from the creature. Its round head wobbled slightly, yet Jiang Hai could not detect any semblance of facial features. Gurgle, gurgle. Strange sounds emanated from the creature, but Jiang Hai was at a loss to locate its mouth. What was the system trying to convey? Fortunately, he was not alone in this encounter. Although he could not comprehend the creature's utterances, he had the universal translator at his disposal. Ding dong. Analyzing the creature's language. Please hold. The language has been decoded and is now being translated. As the system's prompt echoed, a cacophony of sounds swiftly filled Jiang Hai's ears. Subsequently, the guttural noises emanating from the entity transformed into flawless Mandarin within Jiang Hai's auditory perception. Help, assist me, I implore you. It appeared to be a plea for deliverance. Upon comprehending the entity's words, Jiang Hai experienced a moment of realization but refrained from hasty intervention. Had the entity not attempted to extinguish his existence moments prior? Were it not for his expeditious reaction, his current corporeal form would have been cleaved into numerous segments. Who are you? And for what reason did you seek to terminate my existence? Jiang Hai voiced his inquiry, abstaining from any immediate rescue attempts. His words were, of course, automatically translated into the entity's language by the system. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's query, the sable creature rotated its cranium once more, uttering, I am merely fulfilling my designated task. Task? Does your task entail indiscriminate homicide? Jiang Hai's displeasure was palpable. The entity's unprovoked assault had evoked considerable indignation within Jiang Hai. Were it not for his desire to glean information regarding the planet's circumstances from the entity, he would have unleashed a sandwave scepter attack, obliterating the creature entirely. I am a hunter. A hunter's vocation is carnage. A hunter? Does it perceive me as prey? Or does it imply something else entirely? The entity's response served only to confound Jiang Hai further rather than elucidating the situation. Am I, then, your quarry? If that is the case, why do you beseech your quarry for assistance? Jiang Hai gestured towards his own visage, unable to restrain himself. You. Are you perchance not a hunter? What manner of discourse is this? The more it speaks, the less comprehensible it becomes. Was he also regarded as a hunter? If everyone is a hunter, why was lethal force employed against him indiscriminately? Save me. I can't go on. I'm failing. Before Jiang Hai could respond, the black entity convulsed more violently, with copious amounts of deep blue fluid erupting from multiple locations on its body. Jiang Hai frowned, paused momentarily, and then relinquished the Shabbalah staff, snapping his fingers in tandem. Instantly, a small iron case materialized at his feet. Jiang Hai opened the case, extracted some medical implements, and remarked to himself, I wonder if medical supplies from Blue Star will be of any use to you? Your fate is in your own hands. The system only vends armaments. Medical supplies are conspicuously absent. Consequently, Jiang Hai had long since procured an assortment of medical tools, stored within the system's storage space. However, Jiang Hai remained uncertain whether these medical tools would be efficacious for the black entity before him. After all, they were not of the same species, and medications beneficial to humans might prove ineffective for extraterrestrial beings. He administered several bursts of hemostatic spray to the areas where the entity was hemorrhaging. Whether it was the medication's effect or not, the entity's body shuddered violently several times, deterring Jiang Hai from continuing. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the wounds treated with the spray had indeed ceased to bleed after a brief interval. This suggested that the hemostatic spray possessed some utility. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hai unhesitatingly applied the spray liberally across the entity's body. Soon, the black creature ceased to bleed. Even its severed claws showed no signs of bloodshed. Not only did the creature's body stop its violent trembling, but it also emitted a faint sigh. It truly worked. Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and then retrieved some bandages from the iron box, deftly wrapping the wounds on the creature's body. After more than half an hour, having completed this task, Jiang Hai was drenched in sweat, and he simply sat down on the gobi ground, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. The black creature, too, had ceased to tremble, its breathing becoming markedly steadier. Could it be that he had saved this being? Chapter 156, The Civilization of Galekistar, Hunters. The profession of hunter on Galekistar boasts a rich history. It is said that, as early as the primitive era of Galekistar civilization, the role of the hunter emerged. At that time, hunters were tasked with finding places for their respective tribes to thrive and multiply, making them the most vital members of their communities. As Galekistar civilization progressed, the tradition of hunting was preserved and imbued with greater significance. It can be said that, within Galekistar civilization, being a hunter is the most esteemed vocation. And now, hunters have become even more crucial on the New Galekistar. New Galekistar? What does that mean? Listening to the narration of the hunter named Kalimi before him, Jiang Hai seized upon a key point. At this moment, Kalimi had removed his dark, form-fitting outer garment, revealing the pallid skin of his upper body. From the perspective of the upper body, Kalimi's physique bears a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit with 6 arms, each ending in curved, claw-like appendages. Kalimi's head is round, adorned with smooth, pale skin devoid of any hair, save for a few tendril-like flesh strands reminiscent of dreadlocks. Previously, Jiang Hai had not discerned any facial features on Kalimi, as its entire form was enveloped in a close-fitting outer garment. Upon the removal of this attire, several slits became visible on Kalimi's face. When it spoke, these apertures opened and closed, presumably serving as its mouth. According to Kalimi, the inhabitants of Galecop do not possess what one would typically recognize as eyes. Instead, they perceive their surroundings through the fleshy tendrils atop their heads. While Kalimi's upper half resembles that of a human, its lower half consists of a substantial mass of flesh, akin to a worm, which serves as the means of locomotion for the Galacopians. Despite this serpentine movement, the Galacopians exhibit remarkable speed. A typical Galacopian can run significantly faster than a human. As for hunters like Kalimi, after rigorous training, their speed surpasses that of ordinary Galacopians by more than threefold. Nevertheless, much like Kalimi's initial appearance before Jiang Hai, the majority of Galacopians rely on an array of advanced technological vehicles for transportation. Jiang Hai, having gleaned some understanding of the Galacopians, posed a question regarding the newly discovered Galecop, which similarly perplexed Kalimi. However, It was evident that Kalimi was acutely aware of its current role. Without waiting for Jiang Hai to inquire a second time, he earnestly provided his response. The planet beneath our feet is not the world that once nurtured the civilization of the Gallicaparians. The former Gallicaparian world has been consumed by flames. As he spoke, Kalimi raised one of his still unbroken hooked claws and gestured towards the sky. Jiang Hai instinctively looked up and beheld the blazing red sun. Are you implying it was engulfed by the sun? In the language of Gallicaparia, this sun must bear another name. Yet the system's instantaneous translation adeptly rendered it intelligible. Thus, Kalimi nodded and affirmed, yes. Over 300 years ago, the sun began to expand, swallowing the original Gallicaparian world. However, prior to that, the scientists of Gallicaparia had already foretold this catastrophe. With the support of their advanced technology, the Gallicaparians migrated to this new Gallicaparia. This ultimately spared them from the impending calamity. Once Kalimi concluded his statement, Jiang Hai grasped his meaning. To draw a parallel with the solar system, if the sun were to suddenly undergo a transformation and expand, the Earth would be consumed by the enlarging sun. Human scientists would foresee this, and, consequently, humanity would evacuate the Earth in advance, relocating to Neptune, a planet farther from the sun, thus evading disaster. Of course, in reality, Neptune is utterly inhospitable for human life, and such a migration would merely lead to a dead end. The Galecap aliens are fortunate, for within their galaxy lies a new Galecap planet suitable for their existence. Thus, you shall thrive anew upon this celestial body. But why, you just mentioned that hunters have become increasingly significant on the new Galecap planet. Who precisely are you? With this inquiry, Jiang Hai's question finally alerted Kalimi, and his tone shifted to one of gravity. Your appearance is utterly dissimilar to that of the Galecap aliens. Initially, I presumed this to be some novel equipment of the hunters. Yet now it appears you lack even the most basic knowledge. You are not a Galecap alien? As he spoke, Kalimi pointed 6 curved, claw-like appendages at Jiang Hai, though 4 of them had already been severed, leaving only 2 glimmering talons. In contrast, Jiang Hai, having had his identity exposed by Kalimi, remained unperturbed, for he had never intended to conceal the truth. I am merely an ordinary arms dealer, traversing the land to peddle weapons and earn a meager living, nothing more. Jiang Hai feigned an innocent demeanor, smiling as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. A merchant? Yet Kalimi showed no sign of lowering his guard, tilting his head as if scrutinizing Jiang Hai with his tentacles. When you say you peddle weapons, do you mean the kind that injured me moments ago? He chuckled. Is this what you refer to? Jiang Hai picked up the shabaless staff that had previously been placed on the ground, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands, and said with a smile, if I am not mistaken, this weapon is rather inconsequential for you, is it not? To humanity, the shabaless staff represented an extraordinary technological marvel. However, for a civilization that had already achieved interstellar migration, Jiang Hai perceived little allure in the staff. As for Kalimi's recent injury inflicted by the shabaless staff, it was merely a consequence of an unexpected occurrence. In moments of unpreparedness, even a stone could prove fatal, irrespective of technological advancement. Indeed, after a brief silence, Kalimi nodded gently and remarked, this pure energy weapon appears quite convenient, yet its power is significantly lacking. Just now, I was entirely unprepared, and the weapon's damage did not immediately threaten my life, indicating that there is ample room for enhancement. Jiang Hai felt neither surprise nor displeasure at Kalimi's assessment. Instead, he chuckled and tossed the shabaloo staff aside. No matter, I have an abundance of weaponry better suited for your civilization. As long as you can meet the price, you shall undoubtedly acquire satisfactory merchandise. Jiang Hai's assertion was not a mere boast, but rather a testament to his unwavering confidence in the system. Not to mention, if the system could conjure the sky city of the Galecap aliens, it would certainly be able to produce weapons surpassing even those of the Galecap. The key lay in how Jiang Hai would navigate the negotiations with the Galecap and Kalimi, at this moment, was evidently an excellent point of entry. This was also the underlying reason for Jiang Hai's conversation with Kalimi. Chapter 157. The grand stage of arms dealers. Kalimi tilted its head, clearly not immediately convinced by Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai did not expect to gain the other's trust merely through casual words. He was, however, quite eager to extract more information about this planet from his counterpart. Let us return to our previous discussion. Why have hunters become increasingly significant on New Gallica? Jiang Hai inquired for the 3rd time, a hint of a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Kalimi fell silent for a moment, having never encountered a human. It remained oblivious to the significance of the human features. Yet, from the luminous glimmers emanating from the two orbs atop Jiang Hai's head, it instinctively sensed a lurking peril. After a brief hesitation, it ultimately chose to respond honestly to Jiang Hai's query. The Gallicans were not a monolithic entity. In fact, over 1,000 years ago, when scientists foresaw the expansion of the sun, the inhabitants of Gallica were embroiled in frequent warfare. It was the threat of extinction that temporarily united the Gallicans. Yet, once stability was achieved on New Gallica, they resumed their incessant conflicts, indeed, even more frequently than before. The temporarily united Gallicans had splintered into countless nations, battling amongst themselves for territory and resources. Calamai's words evoked memories for Jiang Hai of his initial experience upon arriving on this planet. The aerial city engaged in combat, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Evidently, this was a skirmish amidst the frequent wars on the planet of New Galilee, fortuitously encountered by Jiang Hai. The profession of a hunter has flourished on New Galilee, with various nations employing and training formidable hunters. Hunters are capable of gathering intelligence, conducting assassinations, and undertaking covert operations, among other tasks. For any nation, possessing a cadre of powerful hunters can significantly influence the tides of war. As Kalimi spoke, her tone took on an air of pride, clearly relishing her identity as a hunter. Jiang Hai, too, seemed to grasp the significance of such hunters, akin to spies or agents. However, in contrast to the operatives on Blue Star, the work of hunters here is far more direct and bloodstained. At their first encounter, Kalimi had attacked Jiang Hai, likely mistaking him for a hunter from another nation. Up to this point, Jiang Hai has garnered a rudimentary understanding of the situation on this planet. Moreover, he feels increasingly confident about seeking trade opportunities here. According to Kalimi, there are at least 1,000 nations engaged in conflict on this world. Such turmoil presents an ideal stage for Jiang Hai, the arms dealer, to showcase his prowess. He can already envision a future where he profits handsomely from this venture. Now, since you are a hunter, you must have a nation to which you pledge your allegiance. Why not take me to your homeland? Jiang Hai lowered his head, squinting at Kalimi with a slight smile, and remarked, "Perhaps I could bring fortune to your nation." Jiang Hai's request caused Kalimi to tilt its head once more. Although the expression of the Gale Cab star being eluded him, Jiang Hai could sense Kalimi's resistance to the proposal. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to Kalimi's sentiments, for he was confident that Kalimi would ultimately acquiesce. You previously remarked that hunters would prepare formidable equipment to enhance their combat capabilities. I happen to possess a set of equipment. I wonder if it piques your interest? Equipment? Upon hearing Jiang Hai mention it, Kalimi instinctively felt a spark of curiosity. As a hunter, the enhancement of one's fighting prowess had become second nature. Naturally, Kalimi was intrigued by the prospect of gear that could bolster its strength. However, it swiftly recalled the shabaless staff that Jiang Hai had just presented, and its interest waned. Such a low-grade weapon could hardly capture its attention. Seemingly perceiving Kalimi's thoughts, Jiang Hai remained unperturbed and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a large iron box thudded to the ground, landing squarely between Jiang Hai and Kalimi. This sudden display of magic startled Kalimi, prompting it to twist its head, its fleshy tendrils standing on end as it attempted to discern the mechanism behind Jiang Hai's trickery, yet ultimately gleaned nothing. Finally, it lowered its head to scrutinize the large iron box. Jiang Hai then kicked open the lid, revealing an object within that emanated a metallic sheen, resembling a vest. Jiang Hai, with a smile, effortlessly lifted the heavy object, its weight palpable in his grasp. Behold the AG Stealth Combat Vest. This is precisely the equipment I referred to. It is equipped with a subspace-piercing engine, a reflective light cannon, and a grotto spectrum detector. This remarkable apparatus can render the wearer invisible for a brief period, evading various detection radars. The propulsion system enhances the wearer's speed significantly. Notably, the multi-spectrum detector can identify traces of various elements in the vicinity. While this gear may lack formidable offensive weaponry, its auxiliary capabilities are exceptionally powerful. What do you think? Are you interested? As he spoke, Jiang Hai playfully shook the vest in his hands, resembling a street vendor peddling counterfeit t-shirts. His words left Camila momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, upon grasping the immense potential of the equipment Jiang Hai had just described, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a hunter, Camila was acutely aware of the formidable advantages these features could provide, especially for a hunter such enhancements could exponentially amplify their prowess. It was as though this equipment had been tailor-made for them. Camila was undeniably intrigued, momentarily forgetting that she was still merely Jiang Hai's captive. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Is this equipment truly for sale? How much? How much?" Upon encountering this inquiry, Jiang Hai hesitated to respond immediately, drawing from his prior trading experience on Binaxing. He understood that transactions on extraterrestrial planets necessitate the use of locally accepted commodities. On Binaxing, trades were conducted using obsidian and mithril. But what about the planet Galakika? Would it also rely on minerals? The system soon confirmed the existence of a currency for trade with the civilization of this new planet. Host may engage in commerce and acquire the currency of this civilization. Calculating the exchange rate, please hold on. Ding. The item is priced at 3 million Moab coins. 3 million Moab coins? Upon hearing the system's quotation, Jiang Hai was momentarily stunned. He had just seen the original price of this equipment, which was an astronomical 45 quintillion Huaxia coins. To convert this into the currency of Galakika and have it reduced to merely 3 million? The disparity in exchange rates between these two celestial bodies is astonishing. Chapter 158. Another fortune 45 quintillion Huaxia coins convert to 3 million Galakika coins. This implies that 150 trillion Huaxia coins are required to obtain a single Galakika coin? Goodness. This depreciation is more severe than that of the Zimbabwean dollar. Jiang Hai couldn't help but silently scoff at this. Yet he was acutely aware that these were entirely different matters. Despite the significant exchange rate, it did not affect the intrinsic purchasing power of the Huaxia coin. It was merely a case of disproportionate values in the markets. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's offer, Kalimi shook his head back and forth, the crevices on his face knitting together in confusion. The price is rather steep, isn't it? However, as a saying from my hometown goes, you get what you pay for. While it may be somewhat expensive, the quality is undoubtedly exceptional. Bargaining? Not a chance. Jiang Hai, appearing somewhat troubled, shrugged his shoulders. Calamai tilted its head slightly. Despite having a translation system, it still found Jiang Hai's words somewhat perplexing. Not fully grasping the meaning was inconsequential, for it understood the sentiment Jiang Hai wished to convey. After a brief moment of hesitation, it inquired, "How can I be certain that you speak the truth? I mean, is this equipment truly as remarkable as you claim?" Jiang Hai, unperturbed by Calamai's skepticism, merely smiled and replied, "That's perfectly fine. You are more than welcome to give it a try." With that, he handed the equipment directly to Calamai. This gesture caught Calamai off guard, causing it to tilt its head once more, its fleshy tendrils ceasing their movement. "You are just giving this to me? Aren't you afraid I might snatch your equipment away? If this item is indeed as powerful as you assert, I could easily take it and perhaps even eliminate you." As Calamai concluded, a palpable aura of menace laced its voice. Yet, Jiang Hai seemed entirely unfazed. Shaking his head with a smile, "It's of no concern. When engaging in trade, one must trust their counterpart, don't you agree?" As he spoke, Jiang Hai placed the equipment before Calamai. The thought of Calamai attempting to seize the item was, in fact, something Jiang Hai secretly welcomed. According to the system's regulations, should the counterpart violate the spirit of the contract, the system shall impose a penalty amounting to 3 times the transaction value. That translates to an astronomical sum of 45 quintillion Huaxia coins. Threefold. Such an immense fortune. Jiang Hai genuinely hopes that Kalimi engages in a black market transaction. As for the matter of eliminating Jiang Hai, this body is merely a puppet. If it must perish, so be it. Previously, to thwart the Great Ivan War, Jiang Hai had amassed several 100 million puppets. Even if Kalimi were to seize the equipment and turn against Jiang Hai, the worst outcome would be the sacrifice of this puppet, after which Jiang Hai could return to Blue Star and await generous compensation from the system. After a moment of silence, Kalimi donned the equipment, effortlessly fitting it onto his form. This vest posed no significant requirements for physique, and Kalimi's upper half being humanoid made it a suitable fit. After a thorough inspection, Kalimi began exploring the operational functionalities of the equipment. Moments later, with a sudden whoosh, Kalimi vanished from sight. However, merely 4 or 5 seconds later, he reappeared. Glancing down at his 6 arms, he proceeded to fiddle with the apparatus. The enthusiasm in his movements clearly indicated his fondness for the gear. Jiang Hai remained silent, merely observing Kalimi. After a considerable time, Kalimi nodded repeatedly, proclaiming, "Remarkable. This equipment is splendid. I shall take it." Upon finishing his statement, Kalimi used a curved claw to grasp the nearby discarded coat, extracting a palm-sized black sphere from within. This is my card, please swipe it. Is this a Galician banking card? However, the issue is that I have not added the POS device for the Kakastar. Just as Jiang Hai felt a bit at a loss, a small iron box suddenly fell at his feet. Jiang Hai was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, bending down to open the box, from which he retrieved a device resembling a tablet. Upon seeing Jiang Hai take out this object, Kalimi immediately swiped the small black sphere against the tablet. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing this sales performance. The settlement process is now commencing. The host has achieved a transaction amount of 3 million Moya coins. With a 10 commission, the host earns a salary of 300,000 Moya coins from this transaction. Ding dong. The host's salary is now being converted. Based on the purchasing power of the two circulating currencies, the host receives a salary of 450 billion Huaxia coins. System. This time, please do not deposit my salary into my account. Instead, keep it with you. Jiang Hai silently uttered this thought. Just like last time, he preferred not to have such a substantial amount appear in his bank account. Otherwise, the Huaxiao authorities would surely go mad. The system naturally complied, following Jiang Hai's instructions. 450 billion Huaxia coins. I have become the wealthiest individual on Blue Star again. Compared to last time, Jiang Hai's emotions were much more stable this time. He maintained a serene expression, watching Kalimi, who was enamored with the equipment, and smiled slightly, saying, "Our transaction was quite pleasant. I look forward to our next deal. Are you planning to leave?" Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kalimi immediately grasped his meaning, clearly taken aback. At that moment, it dawned on him that he was still a captive of Jiang Hai. How could they possibly engage in negotiations when their relationship was one of captivity? Jiang Hai, however, remained oblivious to the astonishment etched on Kalimi's face, and with a smile, he waved his hand at him. In the next instant, with a swift bayou, he vanished without a trace. Upon opening his eyes and returning to his room, Jiang Hai had not even the chance to rise from his bed before a broad grin spread across his face. 450 quintillion Huaxia coins. His previously depleted finances, ravaged by the system, had finally swelled once more. Wealth. He could now purchase 2 submarines in one go. This time, he must refrain from squandering it and save wisely. Jiang Hai exuberantly bounced on his bed for a few moments, then quickly regained his composure. However, after a few minutes of calm, the corners of his mouth curled up again. With such riches at his disposal, how could he maintain his composure? No, he had to devise a way to indulge a little. Last time, he had mentioned assisting the Palestinian refugees in their migration, and Salam had indicated a lack of vessels. Hadn't he? A cruise ship would suffice. He would simply procure 100 from the system. Yes, what a splendid idea. With this thought, Jiang Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had already conferred with Bosch, migrating by land would be exceedingly time-consuming. The millions of Palestinian refugees would find it impossible to leave in less than a few years. Moreover, even if they successfully crossed the Gaza border, they would have to traverse dozens of countries along the way. It was hardly feasible to solicit assistance from each household like Bosch had done, was it? Transporting via cruise ships, though it may not allow for the evacuation of all refugees, could certainly facilitate the diversion of a significant portion. The remaining refugees could then traverse by land, rendering the journey considerably more manageable. Chapter 159, Solving the Dilemma. The more Jiang Hai contemplated this idea, the more feasible it appeared. Utilizing cruise ships would significantly reduce the time required. However, the undertaking was not as straightforward as it seemed. Firstly, acquiring 100 cruise ships would not be exorbitant. Each vessel costs just over 200 million Huaxia coins. Therefore, the total for 100 ships would amount to approximately 30 billion Huaxia coins, which is not an unreasonable sum for Jiang Hai at this juncture. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the fact that cruise ships do not navigate autonomously. Although Jiang Hai was uncertain of the exact number of crew members needed for a single ship, it was evident that the combined crew for these 100 ships would be substantial. The challenge of recruiting such a large number of crew members posed a significant obstacle. Moreover, cruise ships cannot simply be purchased and set sail immediately. The International Maritime Convention stipulates that vessels lacking the requisite documentation are prohibited from navigating the high seas. This implies that the cruise ships Jiang Hai intends to acquire would be considered undocumented entities. Only by securing the proper certifications and registering with the relevant authorities could these ships embark on their maritime journey. Jiang Hai found himself scratching the back of his head in contemplation. The idea had struck him like a flash of inspiration. Yet the realization of this concept was fraught with complexity. After much deliberation, he struggled to devise solutions for these two challenges. However, a sudden epiphany struck him, and a smile spread across his face. Although he had yet to ascertain how to resolve these issues, he was inspired to seek out those who could provide the answers. Therefore, your impromptu decision to establish an overseas branch is predicated on the fact that our company is named Great Sea Overseas? Lily gazed upon John, who appeared utterly serious, and the sight of him nodding earnestly induced a throbbing ache in her temples. She involuntarily lowered her head and massaged her temples with her fingers. Having spent numerous years in the bustling workplace of Shanghai, she had encountered a diverse array of employers. In all honesty, an employer as capricious as John was a novelty to her. Mr. John, she began, establishing a fleet and founding an ocean transport company are no simple feats. The vessels alone would require considerable investment. Do not concern yourself with the matter of vessels, John interjected, a smile playing on his lips as he extended a solitary finger. Lily was initially taken aback by John's digit, but she swiftly shook her head and responded, Mr. John, a single vessel does not constitute a fleet. Typically, a fleet engaged in ocean transport requires at least, not one vessel, but 100. John clarified. Perceiving Lily's misunderstanding, he promptly appended, I have already procured 100 cruise liners. 100 cruise liners? John's words immediately startled Lily. While she possessed limited exposure to the ocean transport industry, she was cognizant of the fundamental principles. The price of a single cruise liner would undoubtedly exceed hundreds of millions. These 100 cruise ships, had it not been for her previous encounters with Jiang Hai's extravagant displays of wealth, Fong Li might have thought he was merely jesting with her. In the past, despite Jiang Hai's lavish lifestyle, it had still seemed to her to fall within the realm of typical affluence. Yet now, to amass a fleet costing over 10 billion? That was utterly astonishing. Jiang Hai, counting on his fingers, turned to Fong Li and said, the situation is this. I have the ships, but I lack the necessary documentation and crew. I need your assistance to resolve these issues. Fongjie? Fongjie? Jiang Hai noticed Fong Li staring blankly at him, lost in thought, and called out a few times, snapping her back to reality. Reflecting on what Jiang Hai had just said, Fong Li's expression became peculiar. Her lips parted slightly as if she wished to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately, she refrained. The sudden appearance of 100 cruise ships without corresponding documentation raised numerous questions. Where did these ships originate? Shouldn't the shipyard have applied for the necessary permits during construction? Despite her perplexity, Fong Li hesitated and, after much contemplation, chose not to voice her inquiries. Ever since Jiang Hai had financially assisted her in the hospital, she had come to realize that he harbored many secrets. The more they interacted, the more she confirmed this notion. She had refrained from questioning him before, and now she was even less inclined to pry. Her involvement in managing his company was a means of repaying his kindness, not a quest to unearth the depths of his mysteries. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the myriad of doubts within him and began to alleviate Jiang Hai's concerns. Establishing a maritime transport company posed no significant challenges. After all, the Magic City is a coastal metropolis, replete with various departments dedicated to the establishment of such enterprises. Recently, our company has made extensive arrangements with numerous entities in the Magic City, and acquiring the necessary licenses is, in fact, quite straightforward. Moreover, we could potentially purchase an already established maritime transport company, thereby circumventing the complications associated with recruiting crew members. However, should we require 100 cruise ships, the demand for crew members would be immense, and a single company would undoubtedly fall short. Consequently, we would need to launch a substantial recruitment campaign across society. Fong Li presented several solutions to Jiang Hai's dilemmas, and as she articulated her analysis, Jiang Hai felt a surge of clarity, nodding vigorously with an increasing smile adorning his face. Yet, Fong Li was not as elated. These were problems she could resolve, but now she had to address those beyond her capability. The cruising permits, the launch licenses, and a plethora of other related documents could be applied for through the appropriate departments. However, based on my understanding, securing approvals for such a multitude of cruise ships would take no less than 2 years. 2 years? That long? Upon hearing Fong Li's words, Jiang Hai could not suppress his exclamation. This timeline far exceeded what Jiang Hai could tolerate, and he immediately shook his head in dismay. No, that is far too long. By the time 2 years pass, everything will have gone cold. Such matters cannot be rushed. Various procedures require a considerable amount of time for approval. Observing Jiang Hai's reaction, Fong Li, with a resigned expression, remarked, I have already estimated the timeline under the most favorable and expedited conditions. In practical operations, this time frame would undoubtedly prove insufficient. It may even take 3 years or longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai fell silent. He recognized Fong Li's words held truth, yet he found such an outcome unacceptable. His intention was to facilitate the swift relocation of the Palestinian refugees to Hispani. However, if it were to take as long as 3 years, what purpose would it serve? General Jiang, I do have an alternative approach that we might consider. Noting Jiang Hai's troubled demeanor, Fong Li felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain herself from sharing her thoughts. However, this method may encounter some complications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai, who had been frowning, immediately raised his head, his expression transforming into one of surprise as he looked at Fong Li. What other method do you have? Please, share it with me. Chapter 160. Coach Yi returns General Jiang. You mentioned previously that you have a good relationship with General Wang from the China National Nuclear Corporation. The qualifications for overseas operations pose considerable challenges for us, but for the nuclear corporation, it could merely take a phone call from General Wang. General Wang? Wang Quanth? Jiang Hai paused momentarily, and then his eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, Wang Quanth's position is far from ordinary. Seeking his assistance in such matters is indeed the most fitting choice. Jiang Hai could not help but clap his hands in excitement, hastily retrieving his phone from his pocket. In front of Fong Li, he dialed Wang Quanth's number. Hello, Brother Wang? Yes, it's me. Long time no see. Yes, I'm here for a purpose. I need your help with something. He then succinctly recounted the situation. Of course, Jiang Hai refrained from disclosing the origins of the 100 cruise ships or their intended use. However, it was evident that Wang Quanth had no intention of probing further, as he quickly provided Jiang Hai with a response. The beaming expression on Jiang Hai's face revealed the nature of Wang Quanth's answer. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. Yes, indeed. Let us gather again sometime. I promise to share a few more drinks with you. After ending the call, Jiang Hai exchanged a few playful glances with Fang Li and said with a smile, It's all settled. The remaining tasks involve establishing the company and recruiting the crew. Fong Li was not surprised by this outcome. Given the depth of Jiang Hai and Wang Quanth's friendship, it was certain that the head of the nuclear industry group would not be deterred by such a matter. Without hesitation, she nodded in response to Jiang Hai's inquiry, saying, All right, I will take care of the remaining tasks. I assure you, it will be handled impeccably. Of course, entrusting it to you fills me with utmost confidence. Jiang Hai chuckled as he spoke, but upon hearing his words, Fong Li was rendered momentarily speechless. Her eyes fixed on him in a daze, lost in thought. Unperturbed by her reaction, Jiang Hai waved his hand dismissively and rose to leave the office. With all his matters settled, he found himself with some leisure time and decided to head to the club for a workout, eager to break a sweat. Recent experiences had increasingly illuminated the advantages of exercising at the club, particularly his previous sniper shot at Prince's Port, which, although primarily reliant on the system's hostility detection feature, would not have yielded such success without his regular practice at the club. Thus, Jiang Hai resolved that whenever he had the opportunity, he would make it a priority to train more diligently at the club. Mr. Jiang, welcome. Upon arriving at the club, the receptionist greeted him warmly. The previous receptionist had been dismissed, replaced by this equally charming young woman. Lu Guoqiang had invested significantly in the club, ensuring that with such generous salaries, high-quality staff were never in short supply. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Coach Yi has returned. Would you like to have him assist you with your training? Coach Yi? Jiang Hai, who was about to step inside, froze upon hearing the receptionist's words. The image of Coach Yi, clad in camouflage and appearing at the presidential office window during his last visit to Prince's Port, flashed vividly in his mind. He had been quite taken aback at the time. However, upon returning, Jiang Hai had come to terms with the situation. Coach Yi was no ordinary individual. Although he had retired from military service, his exceptional skills rendered him invaluable to the nation. In fact, it was precisely his retired status that allowed him to undertake certain clandestine missions. His current assignment in Hispania, assisting the Sanju gang, was one such task. However, was Coach Yi back already? Had he resolved the matters in Hispania? Jiang Hai was filled with curiosity as he smiled and nodded to the receptionist, saying, That would be splendid. I'll change my attire. Please ask Coach Yi to wait for me at the shooting range. Certainly. I will make the arrangements immediately. The receptionist flashed a sweet smile and picked up the internal phone, while Jiang Hai headed straight to the changing room. When he emerged, attired appropriately, he found Coach Yi already waiting for him at the shooting range. At that moment, Coach Yi appeared unchanged from his days at the club, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and training pants, a whistle hanging from his chest. Upon noticing Jiang Hai's arrival, he greeted him with a warm smile. Jiang Hai approached, beaming, and said, Coach Yi, it's been a while. Ah, Jiang, I apologize for my absence. I had some personal matters to attend to back home. Indeed, as expected of a warrior, your ability to fabricate a story without so much as a blink is truly remarkable. Jiang Hai refrained from exposing Coach Yi's deception, stretched his limbs, surveyed the shooting range, and smiled as he inquired, So, what shall we engage in today? Coach Yi smiled silently. For the club exists to cater to its clientele. Whatever the clients wish to engage in, he, as a coach, would certainly not intervene. As for the offerings within the club, the mastermind behind it is none other than Lu Guoqiang, the chairman of the Bali Group. When it comes to arms and ammunition, it poses no dilemma whatsoever. Jokingly speaking, with sufficient funds, one could acquire anything from aircraft to tanks. Jiang Hai, however, was not so outrageous, tilting his head in contemplation. He remarked, Lately, I've developed a keen interest in the Barrett. With Mr. Lu's presence, it should be available, right? The mention of the Barrett caused Coach Yi's pupils to constrict momentarily. It wasn't that the club lacked a Barrett, but Jiang Hai's request triggered a recollection of another matter. Not long ago, during the ambush at Prince Harbor, Coach Yi had personally surveyed the aftermath. Outside the presidential palace, he had discovered the corpse of a slain sniper. Based on the wounds, it was evident that the weapon used to eliminate the sniper was indeed a Barrett. And now, Jiang Hai suddenly expressed a desire to wield a Barrett? Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Coach Yi instinctively shook his head, a wry smile of resignation appearing on his face. He realized he had become somewhat paranoid. How could he entertain such conjectures? While he was aware that Jiang Hai's identity was complex, it was inconceivable that he could have any ties to the Sanju gang, far removed in Hispani. Dismissing the notion from his mind, Coach Yi smiled and said to Jiang Hai, As for the Barrett, its recoil is rather fierce. Recklessly handling such a firearm could lead to injury. Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wish to pursue the Barrett? Upon Coach Yi's reminder, Jiang Hai merely squinted and smiled. His earlier mention of Barrett was a deliberate attempt to gauge Coach Yi's reaction. As for the notion of actually wielding a Barrett, Jiang Hai had no intention of pursuing it seriously. After all, his physique could not compare to those robust puppets. Firing a Barrett would likely dislocate his shoulder. Why subject himself to such unnecessary hardship? Chapter 161. A chance encounter with a beauty at the club. Your shooting skills have improved remarkably, General Jiang. Chuckled Coach Yi. Did you not mention before that proficiency comes with practice? Stepping out of the locker room after completing today's training regimen, Jiang Hai grinned at Coach Yi. Thank you for your efforts today. There's no need for gratitude. It's simply my duty, Coach Yi replied, beaming. His demeanor a stark contrast to the military image he had presented earlier outside the presidential residence in Prince Harbor. Jiang Hai nodded in acknowledgement, poised to speak, but hesitated and fell silent. Raising an eyebrow, he shifted his gaze beyond Coach Yi, looking toward the area behind him. Coach Yi, taken aback by Jiang Hai's sudden change in demeanor, instinctively turned to see what had caught his attention. Behind Coach Yi, at the reception desk of the club, stood a tall young woman clad in a striking yellow gown, leaning against the counter while engaged in conversation with the receptionist. Perhaps sensing Jiang Hai's gaze, the woman turned her head, playfully tousling her softly curled hair. Upon her delicate and exquisite visage rested a pair of oversized sunglasses, obscuring half of her face. As she noticed Jiang Hai, Coach Yi was fixated on her. The woman's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile, and she promptly removed the sunglasses. Unveiled, her strikingly beautiful face resembled that of a film star. After casting a glance at her, she turned to Jiang Hai, and it seemed Coach Yi grasped something profound, her smile radiating even more brightly. After all, he was a young man not lacking in wealth. Quite normal indeed. Ahem. Mr. Jiang, today's training concludes here. Do take time to rest. Oh, certainly. Coach Yi's words finally snapped Jiang Hai back to reality, and he nodded repeatedly with a smile. Though his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the woman, his stare was almost brazen in its intensity. Kochi would wager that if he surveyed a young, beautiful woman with such audacity outside, he would undoubtedly be labeled a rogue. However, Jiang Hai's treatment was evidently different. In the next moment, the enchanting woman swayed her slender waist and gracefully approached Jiang Hai. "Hi," she greeted, her voice sweet enough to be considered a confection, almost overwhelmingly so. She wore minimal makeup, yet her allure was undeniable. She was undoubtedly young and lovely. That single high sent a shiver through Kochi, who then regarded Jiang Hai with a peculiar expression. At this moment, Jiang Hai squinted his eyes with a beaming smile, nodding as he said, "Beautiful lady. I don't believe we've met before. Is this your first time at the club?" It must be noted that Jiang Hai's pickup lines were rather cliché. However, the enchanting woman before him seemed quite taken by his approach, immediately twisting her waist with a radiant smile, replying, "Indeed. This is my first time in such an upscale club. Sir, are you a regular here?" "Of course. I am a lifelong VIP member of this establishment. The owner and I are quite good friends." "Oh my, really? That's impressive. It seems I have failed to recognize a true gem." "Haha, no need to mention it." Observing Jiang Hai engaging in such lively conversation with the lady, Kochi remained silent, smiling to himself. Jiang Hai's approach was undoubtedly the most inept he had ever witnessed. Yet, inexplicably, the beautiful woman continued to engage with him, growing increasingly animated. The reason for this may lie in Jiang Hai's exquisite, bespoke suit. Kochi had encountered many women with similar tactics before, so he was hardly surprised. The only aspect that amazed him was the undeniable sophistication of this particular woman. Such a stunning figure was indeed a rarity. Naturally, Kochi refrained from shattering this illusion, based on his understanding of Jiang Hai. He knew the man could see through such women's games and would not genuinely fall for their charms. After all, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, indulging occasionally in fleeting pleasures seemed hardly problematic. Since Kochi had no intention of lingering, he decided to take his leave. "Mr. Jiang, I have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off today. Let us arrange another meeting next time." Kochi greeted Jiang Hai briefly, not even waiting for a response before turning to depart. However, before he could take a step, Jiang Hai, engrossed in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman, suddenly reached out and grasped Kochi's arm. "Kochi, please wait a moment. I just need to chat with this lovely lady for a bit. And then I have something to discuss with you." "Something to discuss with me?" Kochi was taken aback by Jiang Hai's action. Why couldn't this matter have been addressed back at the club? Why must it be brought up now? Was he perhaps trying to recruit him as his bodyguard? Kochi found Jiang Hai's intentions perplexing, yet he refrained from outright refusal and stood silently by. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman noticed Kochi standing there like an unwelcome presence and appeared visibly displeased. "Mr. Jiang, why not give me a tour and introduce me to the services available here?" "Absolutely," Jiang Hai responded eagerly, nodding vigorously with a beaming smile. Yet, he did not forget about Kochi. Turning back, he addressed him with an apologetic expression. "Kochi, would you mind accompanying me? I truly have something significant to discuss with you shortly." At this moment, Kochi hesitated. Why did Jiang Hai feel the need to bring him along while he was trying to impress a lady? Didn't you notice the peculiar gaze that beauty cast upon him? Kochi, of course, was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet, given Jiang Hai's esteemed status as a lifetime VIP of the club, he felt compelled to comply with Jiang Hai's request. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Kochi nodded in agreement. The trio then re-entered the club, with Jiang Hai and the enchanting lady leading the way, while Kochi followed behind in a state of ennui. They arrived at the combat training area, with the equipment training zone adjacent. Descending further, they would find the temperature-controlled swimming pool, which, in this season, offered a delightful swimming experience. And over there is the relaxation area, complete with dedicated guest rooms. The beds within are large and plush, providing utmost comfort. Jiang Hai's remarks had transcended mere flirtation, bordering on outright teasing. Kochi could scarcely contain himself, lowering his head to roll his eyes in exasperation. Yet, the beauty seemed unfazed by any offense. Instead, she chuckled softly, her gaze towards Jiang Hai brimming with flirtatious intrigue. "Mr. Jiang is so perceptive. Could it be that he frequently visits the guest rooms to test the beds? One wonders, does he do so alone or?" With the alluring figure drawing ever closer, Jiang Hai boldly leaned in, whispering softly into her ear. Chapter 162. "Mr. Jiang, do be careful not to stir up trouble." "Oh, Mr. Jiang, you are quite the rascal." Faced with Jiang Hai's playful advances, the beautiful woman laughed heartily, lightly tapping his chest with her hand before it came to rest, her fingers tracing gentle circles upon his torso. Jiang Hai reciprocated with a smile, one hand boldly exploring the curve of her lower back, caressing her up and down. This scene caused Coach Yi, who stood behind, to frown in disapproval. His previous impression of Jiang Hai had been relatively favorable, yet today a spectacle significantly tarnished that view. Nevertheless, he bore no intention of chastising Jiang Hai. After all, no one possesses the authority to judge another's life. As long as one's existence does not infringe upon others, it remains their prerogative. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Coach Yi resolved to take his leave. Coach Yi, wait a moment. As Coach Yi prepared to depart, Jiang Hai called out to him once more. The beautiful woman, noticing Jiang Hai's gesture, furrowed her brows in displeasure and turned to glance at Coach Yi, who she perceived as an unwelcome interruption. Jiang, why must you? Her words trailed off abruptly. Coach Yi, puzzled, turned back only to find his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The woman had already succumbed, languidly collapsing into Jiang Hai's embrace. One of his arms encircled her waist while the other was raised, forming a hand gesture reminiscent of a knife. Upon witnessing this, Coach Yi swiftly realized the implications. Jiang Hai was attacking the woman. Jiang, what are you doing? Coach Yi stepped forward, intent on intervening. Although he did not intend to interfere with Jiang Hai's flirtations, it did not imply that he could turn a blind eye to Jiang Hai's criminal actions. Moreover, he found it perplexing. Judging by the woman's demeanor, it seemed that Jiang Hai could have her assume any pose he desired. Why then? Did he resort to such underhanded tactics? Did he possess some peculiar penchant? When Coach Yi rushed towards him, Jiang Hai set the woman down and flashed a grin. Coach Yi, lend me a hand. Let's carry her to the guest room. There's no one here now, but someone might appear soon. We mustn't let anyone see. Are you intending to make me an accomplice? Jiang Hai's words left Coach Yi speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Jiang, you cannot do this. As he watched Jiang Hai carry the woman towards the guest room, Coach Yi hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, Jiang Hai merely shook his head and continued on his path, saying, Coach Yi, keep your voice down. We don't want to attract attention. This woman is out for my life. Jiang, we cannot. Wait, what? Coach Yi initially aimed to stop Jiang Hai, but upon hearing the latter's revelation, he was left stunned, his expression one of astonishment. It's true. This isn't the place to discuss it. Let us head to the guest room first. I will show you. Jiang Hai's assertion left Coach Yi momentarily dazed, uncertain of the veracity of Jiang Hai's claims. After a brief hesitation, Coach Yi moved forward, assisting Jiang Hai in escorting the woman to the guest room. Once inside, the gravity of his earlier actions weighed heavily on him, filling him with trepidation. Should this be seen by outsiders, one might fear that even plunging into the Pacific would not cleanse their reputation. With a deep sigh, Jiang Hai cast the beautiful woman onto the bed. He gazed down at the unconscious beauty and, with a grin, displayed his earlier hand technique, saying to Coach Yi, Coach Yi, your teachings truly hold merit. With this move, no one can withstand it. Coach Yi replied, enough? If you continue, I might start to believe that I too cannot be redeemed. Observing Coach Yi's already waning composure, Jiang Hai chuckled and reached for the woman's handbag. After rummaging through it, he extracted an item and tossed it to Coach Yi, instinctively catching it. Coach Yi's expression shifted dramatically, turning grave. It was a diminutive women's handgun, and upon removing the magazine, he found it fully loaded with bullets. Recalling Jiang Hai's earlier words, a chill ran down Coach Yi's spine. Could this woman truly have intended to assassinate Jiang Hai? Jiang, what is happening? Coach Yi inquired, though Jiang Hai remained unhurried in his response, continuing to search through the handbag. Soon, he uncovered another item, which he threw into Coach Yi's hands. It was a small plastic bag, tightly bound, containing a stack of white gauze. Coach Yi instinctively inhaled, immediately detecting a distinct scent seeping from the bag's opening. Was this a sedative? The countenance of Coach Yi darkened further as he secured the plastic bag, ensuring the potent soporific within would not dissipate. His gaze then drifted towards the recumbent beauty upon the bed, his eyes betraying a profound chill. Firearm. Soporific. Though an interrogation was yet to commence, Coach Yi was now convinced that this woman was far from ordinary. Having ascertained that the handbag contained nothing further of an untoward nature, Jiang Hai cast it onto the bed, expelling a sigh of relief. From the moment his eyes had first alighted upon the beauteous assassin, Jiang Hai had known her purpose. The reason was quite simple. The system's animosity detection feature had unerringly revealed her homicidal intent towards him. As to why Jiang Hai had not confronted her outright or immediately alerted Coach Yi, the rationale was equally straightforward. Outside the confines of the club, the system's animosity detection had successfully identified over a dozen crimson blips lying in wait. This suggested that a cadre of assassins lay in ambush, poised to strike a lethal blow upon Jiang Hai's emergence. Thus, Jiang Hai had resolved to remain within the club, for it was, at the very least, Lu Guiqiang's territory. Even in the absence of Coach Yi, Lu Guiqiang would undoubtedly have security measures in place. Under their protection, Jiang Hai's safety would be considerably enhanced. Mr. Jiang, shall we alert the authorities forthwith? Alert the authorities? To no avail. Jiang Hai rebuffed Coach Yi's proposition. Their audacity in orchestrating this assassination attempt in broad daylight implied meticulous preparation. Resorting to the authorities would be a measure of last resort. The immediate imperative was to maintain composure and fortify their position. Then, the task at hand is to procure sufficient intelligence. The methods for gathering such intelligence now lie before Jiang Hai and Coach Yi. Coach Yi, have you ever studied interrogation? Well, I have attempted it a few times. But I am far from the expertise of a professional. Coach Yi spoke candidly, without any pretense. Interrogation is no simple feat, and Coach Yi himself lacked full confidence. However, Jiang Hai, standing nearby, chuckled and replied to Coach Yi, "Surely, you are better than me, a complete novice. Enough of your modesty. I entrust this matter to you." As Jiang Hai spoke, a peculiar glint sparkled in his eyes. "You must uncover who the mastermind is behind this." Chapter 163. The pretender with genuine worth the mastermind? Most likely the DuPont Company. Although Jiang Hai requested Coach Yi to assist him in the interrogation, he already had an inkling of the answer. Looking across the vast blue star, it seemed that the only entity truly fixated on Jiang Hai was the DuPont Company. The reason for this fixation stemmed from a conflict between the Oceanic Company S branch in Apple City and DuPont. Moreover, the Oceanic Company operates under Jiang Hai's name. While DuPont may not directly perceive Jiang Hai as their adversary, their brutish nature dictates that they would require no evidence. Eliminating Jiang Hai would be the most straightforward solution. As for whether Jiang Hai is wrongfully accused, to DuPont, does the life of a Huaxiao individual truly hold such significance? Coach Yi did not directly acquiesce to Jiang Hai's request. He glanced at the beauty lying on the bed, pondered for a moment, and then said, "President Jiang, allow us to handle this matter. As for the situation outside, I shall make a call to General Liu." "No need, no need." Jiang Hai smiled and declined Coach Yi's goodwill. "Let us not forget that I already have a gradually maturing security team at my disposal. There are at least 20 security personnel who accompany Jiang Hai daily, albeit discreetly, ensuring they do not disrupt his normal life. Of course, their capabilities are still somewhat limited. Otherwise, those assassins would not have been able to infiltrate Jiang Hai's vicinity. However, Jiang Hai is now aware of the precise locations of those assassins. By simply relaying their positions to his security team, the rest will be deftly handled by them." After exchanging a nod with Coach Yi, Jiang Hai promptly exited the guest room, retrieving his phone to transmit the locations of the assassins to his security team. Indeed, within 10 minutes, as Jiang Hai approached the entrance of the club, the hostile markers on the detection system began to swiftly vanish. By the time Jiang Hai pushed open the club's grand doors, not a single hostile marker remained. With a faint smile, he stretched his arms and looked up at the setting sun. "DuPont Company, it seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient." Wang Chuanfa displayed remarkable efficiency. In less than a month, he secured all the necessary maritime permits and approvals. Meanwhile, Fong Li was equally swift, as the maritime transport subsidiary had already been established. Following the suggestion previously made by Fong Li to Jiang Hai, a decision was made to acquire a well-established company. Typically, such a company would be deemed impossible to purchase. However, Jiang Hai, undeterred, wielded his financial power with extraordinary force, pouring billions upon billions into the endeavor. Thus, this once thriving maritime enterprise came under the auspices of the Dawayuan Oceanic brand. This company already boasted an impressive roster of experienced seafarers. Under Jiang Hai's directives, all available crew members were mobilized to operate 7 newly launched cruise ships, which then set sail from the waters of Huaxia. Indeed, only 7 ships could be manned. As the entire workforce of the shipping company had been utilized, and manning a cruise ship requires a considerable number of hands. "Brother Jiang, is this why you wish to establish a shipping company?" In a private dining room of an exclusive restaurant in the bustling metropolis, Wang Quanfai, already flushed from drink, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hai, his expression a curious mix of disbelief and intrigue. Jiang Hai had just revealed his plan to use the cruise ships to assist Palestinian refugees. There was no need to conceal such an undertaking. The sheer number of cruise ships ferrying the refugees would be impossible to keep under wraps. Moreover, all the necessary documentation for the ships had been facilitated by Wang Quanfai himself. Thus, it was prudent to inform him sooner rather than later to avoid any offense. With a smile, Jiang Hai nodded and remarked, "I cannot bear to see those refugees suffering. After all, the funds in my account sit idle. Why not use them for a noble cause? Is that not a form of benevolence?" Regarding Jiang Hai's statement, Wang Chuanfa found himself momentarily speechless. He yearned to accuse the other of pretentiousness, yet the sight of the substantial figures in the opponent's bank account rendered him mute. Indeed, while one might be ostentatious, they possessed the means to be so. Nonetheless, Wang Chuanfa could not shake his concern for Jiang Hai and could not help but voice, "Your actions are bound to incite Judas's displeasure. What if those behind you?" Wang Chuanfa was well aware of the clandestine arms organization that stood behind Jiang Hai, who merely served as its spokesperson. Should Judas exert pressure on that arms organization, it could spell trouble for Jiang Hai. However, Wang Chuanfa was oblivious to the fact that the so-called mysterious arms organization was entirely under Jiang Hai's control. With a smile, Jiang Hai waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest easy, Brother Wang. I assure you that all is well on my end." Noticing Wang Chuanfa's lingering concern, Jiang Hai continued, "You must have heard about the recent events surrounding me, right? You mean DuPont." DuPont had attempted to confront Jiang Hai on 2 occasions. Ordinarily, such matters would remain obscure, yet Wang Chuanfa was no ordinary individual and was privy to some insider information. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Hai explained, "The reason DuPont has taken such actions is due to a conflict involving my friend. Unable to confront my friend directly, they sought to implicate me instead." This semi-truthful explanation from Jiang Hai left Wang Chuanfa with a look of sudden realization. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Hai raised his wine glass, swaying it slightly in the air, and remarked with a smile, "As of now, the DuPont Company's primary collaborator, aside from the United States, is none other than Judas. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Similarly, the friend of my enemy is my adversary. Thus, if I can cause discomfort to Judas, I can equally unsettle DuPont. And why should I not seize such an opportunity?" Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Hai broke into a whimsical grin and drained his glass in one gulp. Jiang Hai elucidated his reasoning, and Wang Chuanfa comprehended it fully, though his gaze still reflected a measure of concern. The nuclear industry group is fundamentally a military enterprise, and being a fellow arms dealer, Wang Chuanfa was acutely aware of DuPont's formidable strength. Jiang Hai's overt antagonism towards DuPont inherently signified peril. However, Wang Chuanfa also recognized that in the realm of arms dealers, the veiled skirmishes and open confrontations were not matters for a mere spokesperson to intervene. This conflict was destined to conclude only when one party faced absolute annihilation. By the way, my dear brother Jiang, the electromagnetic cannon sent by the Kingdom of Namibia has nearly completed its research. The Institute has successfully developed a replica, and we are about to commence live-fire testing. Oh, that is indeed a cause for celebration. Haha, my dear brother, I preemptively toast to your success." Jiang Hai cheerfully raised his glass again, refilling it, and offered a toast to Wang Chuanfa. The electromagnetic cannon had originally been sold to Salam by him. Simultaneously, he advised Salam to offer the electromagnetic cannon to Huaxia for research without charge, aiming to garner support from the nation. With Huaxia now having achieved research results, Jiang Hai naturally felt elated. Chapter 164. Elder Yu wishes to meet me? The experiment is scheduled for next Wednesday. The location is set in the Northwest Desert. At that time, Elder Yu will personally attend to observe the experiment. Jiang Hai was somewhat astonished. After all, Elder Yu is a prominent figure in Huaxia, and his personal attendance at the experiment underscored the immense significance the Huaxia authorities placed on the electromagnetic cannon. However, Jiang Hai's reaction was merely one of surprise. Just as Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, leaving the conversation at that, Wang Quanfang lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hai. Despite his flushed cheeks, there was not a trace of inebriation in his eyes. "Brother Jiang, will you be attending this experiment?" Jiang Hai regarded Wang Quanfang with unexpected astonishment. tilting his head slightly as he inquired, "Me? What would I be going to see at the experiment?" The original A. Barugat-style electromagnetic cannon had originated from him, and he was acutely aware of its formidable power. Thus, he questioned the necessity of witnessing the experimental demonstration of a replica developed by Wang Quanfang. Wang Quanfang paused for a moment before responding slowly. "Elder Yu wishes to meet you." With a clatter, the wine cup in Jiang Hai's hand slipped from his grasp and shattered on the table. "Elder Yu, the foremost figure in Huaxia? He wishes to meet me?" Even though Jiang Hai was aware that his current status was no longer ordinary, the mere thought of such a high-caliber individual like Elder Yu wanting to meet him was enough to startle him. Swallowing hard, Jiang Hai could not help but inquire of Wang Quan. "Wang, my old friend, are you jesting with me? Why would old Yu want to see me?" A chuckle escaped Wang Quan, who had never before witnessed his young companion in such a state of anxiety. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and said, "You, over these past 2 years, have stirred up quite a number of significant events. It's not just old Yu. General, he has long wished to meet you. The opportunity simply never presented itself. This time, old Yu specifically mentioned your name. What do you say? You wouldn't dare to disregard his esteemed reputation, would you?" The teasing tone in Wang Quan's final remark caused Jiang Hai to cough uncontrollably, although he understood that even if he declined, there would be no repercussions. He found it difficult to utter such a refusal. With a wry smile, Jiang Hai adjusted his wine glass, refilled it, and replied, "I lack the courage for that." With that, he raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. The red sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth. Upon returning to the planet of New Gallia, Jiang Hai found himself on a lofty hillside. After acclimatizing to the completely different climate from Blue Star, he gazed around and was soon mesmerized. From the hillside, he beheld a glimmering sight not far below, a city of steel. This was Jiang Hai's first encounter with an urban landscape on an extraterrestrial body. Previously, after engaging in several transactions on Bennu Star, Jiang Hai found the planet severely ravaged by nuclear contamination, rendering him unable to witness a true city. To his astonishment, upon arriving at New Gali Kappa Star, he encountered a genuine urban landscape. This extraterrestrial civilization's city profoundly transformed Jiang Hai's perception of what a city could be. His immediate reaction was a sense of awe at its vastness. From the foothills, the city sprawled toward the distant horizon, dominated by towering skyscrapers. It could be said that as far as the eye could see, the expanse was entirely urban. The scale of this metropolis was such that even 10 of the most populous cities would pale in comparison. Countless skyscrapers reached for the heavens, and elevated walkways wove through the structures, their dazzling lights illuminating the day, a testament to the city's bustling life. Jiang Hai couldn't help but inhale deeply. Casting a glance at his own form, he was inhabiting a new puppet, one that bore the likeness of the Gali Kappa inhabitants. From his prior conversations with Kalimi, he learned that despite the constant warfare among the Gali Kappa, this was indeed the only intelligent race on New Gali Kappa Star. Interacting with the Gali Kappa in a human guise could lead to unforeseen complications. Hence, adopting the appearance of a Gali Kappa was the most pragmatic choice. However, the physiological differences between the Gali Kappa and humans were substantial. Even though he merely inhabited this body with his consciousness, Jiang Hai felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. Without mentioning those 6 arms, it was nearly impossible to utilize this form at will. The fleshy tendrils atop my head, swaying to and fro, imparted a disorienting sensation to Jiang Hai. After a considerable period of acclimatization on the hillside, I managed to tenuously adapt to this body, enabling me to slither forward with the aid of my supple lower limbs. Upon descending the slope, I realized that this hillside was, in fact, situated within the urban confines. More precisely, it appeared to be a park-like area within the city. As I emerged from the park and traversed the streets of this metropolis, I could not help but marvel at the prosperity and advanced technology of the Galekapans. Everything around me evoked the feeling of being immersed in a science fiction film. The warriors' competition, the fervor of battle, who would emerge as the true global hunter supreme. Just as I passed through a block, I was startled by an abrupt sound accompanied by a dazzling display of lights. Turning my head, I was taken aback to find a towering screen, over 300 meters high, standing prominently on the street. The images displayed fierce combat scenes, showcasing Galekapans in battle gear engaged in brutal skirmishes, with deep blue droplets of blood splattering, heightening the visceral ambience. Gradually, several Galekapans gathered before the screen, their exclamations echoing as they raised their 6 sharp claws, brimming with excitement. This was the preliminary venue for the 238th Global Hunters Competition. As the most ancient competition of the Gale-Cap Star people, it has crowned 237 true hunter champions since its revival 1,190 years ago. This year, we shall witness the emergence of the 238th hunter champion. The screen continues to display fervent battle scenes, accompanied by a highly evocative commentary that stirs excitement even in Jiang, compelling him to pause and watch. Who will this year's hunter champion be? Is it the robust Yabudongdong? As the commentary resonates, an imposing figure of a Gale-Cap Star person appears on the screen. Jiang finds it challenging to distinguish between these Gale-Cap Star individuals by appearance alone, yet it is evident that Yabudongdong stands out remarkably from the rest. Or perhaps it is the skillful and charming Nahanu. Another Gale-Cap Star figure materializes, yet, can one truly deem this as charming? Jiang clearly struggles to appreciate the Gale-Cap Star aesthetic. This realization swiftly dampens the excitement that had just surged within him. He shakes his head and turns to leave. Alternatively, could it be the formidable Kalimi, rising unexpectedly with powerful equipment? WTF? Chapter 165, the finals begin. Jiang, who was on the verge of departure, instantly turns his head towards the screen upon hearing that familiar name. At this moment, an image of a Gale-Cap Star person emerges on the screen. Jiang, as usual, could not discern the appearance of the Gale-Cap Star being, yet he was exceedingly familiar with the AG stealth combat vest depicted in the scene. On the new Gale-Cap Star, this AG stealth combat vest was indeed unparalleled. It was evident that this was the very vest purchased by Kalimi from Jiang. To his astonishment, after a month apart, this individual was still utilizing the equipment acquired from Jiang to participate in this so-called hunter competition. It seemed that he was performing quite well, resembling a seed player of sorts. Naturally, having purchased his goods with genuine currency, Jiang had no authority over how Kalimi chose to use them. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang could only shake his head in resignation and prepared to turn away once more. The competitors would engage in the final showdown in half an hour. The victorious contender would earn the title of the mightiest hunter, along with a staggering prize of 100 million Maya coins. Let us eagerly await to see which contestant shall attain this ultimate honor. Jiang footsteps halted again, and the few drooping tendrils perked up suddenly. 100 million Maya coins? If memory served him correctly, Kalimi had purchased equipment valued at 45 quintillion Chinese yuan for 3 million Maya coins. Converting that, 1 Maya coin could be exchanged for 150 quintillion Chinese yuan. Thus, that 100 million Maya coins amounted to an astonishing 15 sextillion Chinese yuan. At that moment, Jiang heart raced with excitement. For merely a competition, such a generous prize? Jiang abruptly turned, fixating on the images displayed on the screen, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. The Hunters Tournament of New Gale-Cap Star is a time-honored competition, revered by its inhabitants. For the people of Gale-Cap Star, the day of the finals transcends any holiday in significance. On this day, all nations and factions on the planet cease hostilities, collectively directing their focus towards the Hunters Tournament. Dolan City serves as the venue for this grand finale. In the heart of the city, a colossal metallic cube hovers in midair, its size dwarfing even the grandest of sky cities, its expanse rivaling that of countless sky cities combined. Beneath this immense cube, thousands of jets emit a soft blue flame, providing the necessary propulsion to keep it afloat. Surrounding the upper section of the cube, rows of seats accommodate hundreds of thousands of Gale-Cap Star citizens who erupt in fervent cheers and shouts, channeling their excitement into the atmosphere. Remarkably, these seats occupy less than 1% of the cube's surface area, with the majority of the space comprising a vast, open arena, the stage for the impending Hunters Tournament finals. Long live the great new Gale-Cap Star! Boomed a resonant voice from the loudspeakers, instantly quelling the roars of the gathered citizens, while simultaneously igniting their enthusiasm further. What follows is the moment they have all been eagerly awaiting, the finals of the Hunters Tournament. Now, let us welcome our magnificent hunter contestants to the arena. As the host's voice faded, shadows swiftly descended from the periphery of the venue, ultimately converging at the center. Simultaneously, blinding lights illuminated the space, their brilliance undiminished by the vastness of the arena, casting their radiant glow upon the 8 contenders. The audience erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers. Yabu, you are the strongest. Kalimi, you are the champion. Nahananuhu, I love you. Amidst the thunderous applause, The participants raised their formidable claws in acknowledgement to the fervent spectators. Among the 8, Kalimi felt a twinge of anxiety, for he possessed the least experience. The other 7 were seasoned experts, well known in the new Galilean star. Kalimi, on the other hand, had only risen to prominence within the past month, propelled by his remarkable equipment. Deep down, Kalimi understood that in terms of physical prowess and technical skills, he could not rival the others. His sole reliance lay in the gear he donned. Reflecting on this, he instinctively ran a claw over his equipment, finding solace as his trepidation eased somewhat. "Kalimi, you seem a bit frightened," remarked Nahananu, the only female among the contestants and currently the most popular. Upon hearing the voice of Nahananu, Kalimi instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with her for a fleeting moment before quickly averting his gaze. Kalimi was somewhat aware of Nahananu's identity. She was a princess of a superpower, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, seasoned by countless battles, certainly not a mere figurehead. Her presence in the finals was undeniably attributed to her prowess rather than her royal status. Most crucially, Kalimi harbored a deep admiration for the princess. Her beauty had ensnared Kalimi, a mere hunter, in its captivating allure, compelling him to enter the hunting competition solely to draw closer to her. Now that Nahananu was right beside him, Kalimi felt his wish had been fulfilled, yet he lacked the courage even to glance at her. "And no, it's nothing. I am perfectly fine. Not nervous at all." Upon hearing Kalimi's anxious words, Nahananu let out a delicate laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the host had completed the explanation of the competition rules. This final round was devoid of complex regulations, a free-for-all. The 8 contestants would engage in combat, and the last one standing would be crowned champion, earning the title of the strongest hunter and a substantial reward. As the host concluded the rules, the 8 competitors simultaneously leaped back, boarding their respective small flying vessels, spreading out across the vast arena, ready for battle. The host's commanding voice echoed, "The finals begin." Boom, 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 boom. As the host's voice reverberated through the venue, a cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Massive detonations echoed throughout the arena as the 8 contestants launched their assaults in unison. The hunters, being the paramount instruments of warfare for their respective nations, were naturally equipped with an array of formidable weaponry, and these 8 contenders, as the finest representatives, were no exception. Among them, the most striking was the brawniest of the lot, Yabu Dongdong. He piloted a colossal circular flying craft from which 5 cannons emerged, incessantly unleashing energy blasts in all directions, swiftly enveloping the positions of the other 7 contestants in a barrage of fire. Chapter 166. The fierce and blood-soaked finals in an instant. Kalimi activated the cloaking feature of his equipment. This cloaking mechanism was not merely a veil utilizing the principles of light reflection, but a sophisticated technology that transported the wearer into a dimensional space. Thus, Kalimi, now concealed, could deftly evade his opponent's attacks. However, this state was not without its drawbacks. While cloaked, Kalimi was rendered incapable of launching any offensive maneuvers. To strike, he would need to relinquish his invisibility. Within the dimensional realm, Kalimi observed his surroundings, which appeared shrouded in a delicate veil, rendering everything indistinct. Several explosions erupted in close proximity to him, placing him at the very heart of the blasts. Yet he remained utterly unharmed. As he surveyed the vicinity, Kalimi's gaze settled upon the nearest contestant, prompting him to maneuver his craft closer. The targeted contestant, oblivious to Kalimi's intent, remained unaware of the impending threat. In response to the relentless bombardment from Yabudongdong, the competitor found himself weary from evasion, to the extent that he was compelled to activate his protective device to withstand the shockwaves of the explosions. With a deafening roar, a massive blast erupted nearby. Even with the protective system engaged, the participant was thrown into the air, landing heavily on the ground. The surrounding shield emitted a faint crackling sound, its integrity evidently compromised. Hastily, the contestant deactivated the protective barrier. The finals had only just commenced, and Yabudongdong was merely testing the waters with its assaults. If he were to exhaust his defenses this early, how could he contend with the subsequent battles? Although perilous, the situation remained within acceptable limits. This contestant was, after all, an elite hunter meticulously selected from across the entire planet through rigorous evaluations. Swiftly, he devised a countermeasure. 6 razor-sharp claws promptly brandished their weapons. while simultaneously maneuvering the aircraft to fly at low altitude, preparing for Yabudongdong's next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and the tendrils atop his head stood on end. It seemed he sensed an impending danger, yet it was too late. A shadowy figure had silently materialized behind him, its two claws already encircling his neck. With a swift motion, a torrent of deep blue blood erupted. Meanwhile, Yabudongdong, soaring high in the sky, felt an unsettling tension within. Given the capabilities of the other 7 opponents, it was inconceivable that its current assault could inflict any harm upon them. Yet, the readings from the aircraft indicated that only 6 life signs remained on the battlefield below. This indicates that one contender has already lost their life. But that cannot be right. These participants are all experts. It is inconceivable that they could not withstand such artillery fire. Just as this thought crossed the mind, another life sign vanished in an instant, startling Yabudongdong once more. Immediately, Yabudongdong ceased its bombardment and gazed downward. However, the view below was shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring clarity for the moment. What was it observing? A somewhat languid, delicate laugh echoed. Almost instinctively, Yabudongdong's 6 sharp claws whipped back, while its body leapt forth from the aircraft. The claws clashed, igniting a shower of sparks. Following this, a figure, smaller in comparison to Yabudongdong, emerged, after deflecting Yabudongdong's claws. It swiftly pierced the very spot where Yabudongdong had just been seated. Nahanununu. Suspended in midair, Yabudongdong recognized the assailant as the only female among the 8 contenders. With a powerful shout, Yabudongdong spread its 6 claws wide, fully extending its robust form. In the next moment, 6 beams of cold light sliced through the sky, targeting the prey it had set its sights upon. Caw-caw. Nahanununu emitted a peculiar laugh, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from Yabudongdong's aircraft. Meanwhile, Yabudongdong's claws swept through the air, cleaving its vessel into several fragments. Expanding the view, both Yabudongdong and Nahanununu twirled in the air, and in an instant, a small aircraft appeared beneath them simultaneously. With agile grace, they swiftly boarded their respective vessels, immediately stabilizing their forms. Nahanu, you seek your own demise, roared Yabudongdong, his claws deftly manipulating the controls of the craft. In an instant, several energy blasts were unleashed toward Nahanu, demonstrating a blatant disregard for her royal status. Undeterred by Yabudongdong's onslaught, Nahanu retained her peculiar laughter, skillfully maneuvering her craft to evade the barrage of energy blasts, swiftly distancing herself in the blink of an eye. As Nahanu made her escape, Yabudongdong's rage caused his tendrils to stand on end, though he found himself powerless to intervene. A moment later, he paused in confusion. To his astonishment, only 2 life signals remained below. Just moments ago, there had been 6. With Nahanu accounted for, there should have been 5 competitors left. How had 3 perished so suddenly? Initially, Yabudongdong had suspected Nahanu's involvement, but her engagement with him indicated otherwise. Her hands were clean of this latest bloodshed. If not Nahanu, then who? The features on Yabudongdong's face contorted in disbelief. Prior to the finals, he had considered Nahanu his sole rival. But it now seemed evident that among the remaining 6, there lurked another formidable adversary. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, emanating from the direction Nahanu had just fled. Yabudongdong swiftly turned his gaze toward the source, witnessing a distant speck erupt in a fiery explosion. Nahanu's vessel. Had she perished as well? Yabudongdong's heart sank even further. Immediately, an intense sense of caution surged within. Meanwhile, the audience surrounding the arena erupted with a cacophony of cheers akin to roaring waves. The inhabitants of Galecap Star are inherently combative. Even though their civilization has evolved to an advanced stage, it does not alter the traits ingrained in their very genes. The final match had just commenced, plunging straight into a fervent climax. The scent of blood and the gory scenes served to heighten the senses of all present. Among the frenzied howls of the Galecap beings, there existed a notable exception. A Galecap individual seated in the highest row silently observed the contest, the creases of their face unfolding into a remarkably human-like smile. The battle on the arena persisted. Yabudongdong ceased its aerial maneuvers, realizing that floating high in the air rendered it an easy target for the hidden experts lurking in the shadows. It descended to the ground, unfurling its 4 claws to adopt a defensive stance, while the remaining 2 claws expertly manipulated the controls of the flying apparatus. The fleshy tendrils atop its head constantly twirled, surveying all movements in the vicinity. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the air as a figure burst through the nearby dust, charging directly toward Yabudongdong. It was a competitor. Chapter 167. Victory is imperative. I am no useless being. Yabudongdong regarded the approaching adversary with a cold gaze, exhibiting no signs of panic. Only when the opponent reached its immediate vicinity did Yabudongdong swiftly swing one of its claws. The speed of the claw was astonishing, effortlessly deflecting all 6 of the opponent's clawed strikes. In the next moment, Yabudongdong propped himself up with a formidable claw, effortlessly elevating his robust physique. As he spun through the air, his heavy lower limbs came crashing down upon his opponent, forcefully slamming them into the ground. After toppling his adversary, Yabudongdong displayed no mercy. He raised a claw and, without uttering a word, plunged it downwards. With a sickening squelch, a spray of deep blue blood erupted, and the unfortunate contestant had no time to utter a cry of anguish before falling utterly still. The hunter remains the most ruthless, the most cold-blooded of assassins. As one of the planet's most exceptional hunters, Yabudongdong would certainly not err by showing leniency to his foes. At the very moment Yabudongdong reaped the life of his enemy, a silhouette stealthily emerged behind him. A glinting claw, poised menacingly, aimed at the vital spot at the back of Yabudongdong's head, a strike that would surely be fatal. Just as the claw was about to pierce through, Yabudongdong's sensory tendrils suddenly bristled upright and turned towards the threat. In an instant, his body twisted with remarkable agility, and his 6 claws began to whirl with incredible speed. They traced a half-circle around him, lunging towards the shadowy figure behind. A cacophony of strikes ensued, and the figure, quick to react, darted backward, narrowly evading the 6 lethal arcs while creating distance. In the blink of an eye, right beneath Yabudongdong's gaze, the opponent vanished into thin air. Kalimi. Though the opponent vanished with remarkable swiftness, Yabudongdong discerned their form at a glance. Upon witnessing their sudden disappearance, Yabudongdong remained unfazed, letting out a cold chuckle directed at the empty air. I have heard whispers of your formidable equipment. I never anticipated it could grant you the power of invisibility. Allow me to speculate. The technology behind your device must pertain to some form of spatial manipulation, for mere invisibility could never elude the bombardment I just unleashed. Yabudongdong's words resembled a soliloquy, yet he maintained an unwavering demeanor, as if he were certain Calamai was right beside him, listening intently to every word. Indeed, this was the case. Now hidden once more within the dimensional space, Calamai anxiously observed the proximity of Yabudongdong. Although Yabudongdong stood within arm's reach, it felt as if a mere swipe of Calamai's claws could seal his fate. However, Calamai dared not reveal itself. The brief skirmish had made it painfully aware that the moment it emerged, it would be met with Yabudongdong's immediate assault. Without the protection of its invisibility, Calamai stood no chance against Yabudongdong and would be torn to shreds in mere moments. Thus, the only recourse left was to remain concealed within the dimensional realm, biding its time. The troubling reality was that only Calamai and Yabudongdong seemed to remain on the battlefield. For Calamai, hiding in the dimensional space also meant waiting, a situation that would incur no loss whatsoever. Indeed, a wastrel shall always remain a wastrel. Perhaps, by a stroke of luck, you have stumbled upon a fine piece of equipment, yet this cannot alter the undeniable truth of your worthlessness. As Kalimi continued to elude his presence, Yabudongdong let out a derisive laugh, even lowering all his claws, proudly lifting his head to exclaim, "A hunter like you is utterly unworthy of the title of the strongest hunter. Oh, no, you are not even deserving of being called a hunter." Listening to Yabudongdong's scathing words, Kalimi, hidden within the dimensional space, could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Kalimi acknowledged that, in comparison to Yabudongdong, he was indeed vastly inferior. However, this did not imply that Kalimi was willing to resign himself to being the wastrel that Yabudongdong so callously described. Before acquiring the equipment, Kalimi might have accepted such a fate. Yet, after obtaining the equipment, he had gained many things he had never possessed before. Now, he was determined not to revert to the ordinary hunter he once was, a mere shadow of insignificance. His participation in the Hunter's Grand Tournament was precisely for this reason. He yearned to triumph. He aspired to become the mightiest hunter. Kalimi was struggling to restrain his burgeoning emotions. His body surged forward towards Yabudongdong, and just as he closed the distance, he abruptly deactivated his invisibility. Kalimi's form materialized behind Yabudongdong, 6 claws lunging forth simultaneously towards his adversary's back. However, Yabudongdong, ever vigilant, calmly turned around, raising 3 of his claws to swiftly dance up and down, effortlessly deflecting Kalimi's assault. In the next instant, Yabudongdong's 2 additional claws lunged forth, instantly leaving 2 bloody marks upon Kalimi's body. Fortunately, Kalimi's agility allowed him to evade the worst of it, rendering the wounds relatively minor. Performing a somersault in midair, Kalimi had no intention of defeating Yabudongdong with a single strike. With 1 claw anchored to the ground, the other 5 claws swiftly darted towards Yabudongdong once more. However, Kalimi's combat skills, strength, and speed were vastly inferior to those of Yabudongdong. Such desperate attempts to attack were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. With such meager abilities, what right did one have to step onto the battlefield of the finals? You are merely a worthless being relying on equipment. Yabudongdong sneered, completely dismissive of Kalimi. While mocking him, Yabudongdong raised another claw and struck at Kalimi's chest, immediately leaving a gaping wound. Fortunately, the vital points of the Galecap star beings were not located there. Though injured, Kalimi swiftly devised a response. Pressing a claw against the equipment on his body, a metallic tube materialized on Kalimi's claw, its opening aimed directly at Yabudongdong's head. Although he had never encountered such a metallic tube, Yabudongdong instantly sensed something was amiss. He quickly lowered his head, just as a visible shockwave erupted from the mouth of the metallic tube in Kalimi's grasp. Yabudongdong retracted his head swiftly, barely avoiding the shockwave that whooshed past his crown. A tendril of flesh atop Yabudongdong's head was struck by a shockwave, instantly uprooted from his skull, splattering deep blue blood everywhere. Yabudongdong immediately cried out in agony. Although the tendril was not a fatal weakness for the Galecap star people, it was nonetheless a crucial part of their anatomy. Having a tendril vaporized was akin to a human being vivisected to lose an eye. Even a tough character like Yabudongdong writhed in pain upon the ground. Chapter 168. The final victor seizing the opportunity, Kalimi lunged forward. Its physique was notably smaller than Yabudongdong's, making it a mismatch in direct combat. Therefore, it was essential to take advantage of Yabudongdong's injury and swiftly finish him off. Get away. Just as Kalimi pounced onto Yabudongdong, the latter, who had been howling moments before, suddenly sat up, swinging his claws to push Kalimi away, leaving 2 bloody gashes on its body. Yabudongdong swiftly flipped over and, upon seeing Kalimi stagger from the force, charged at him, 6 claws poised to impale Kalimi to the ground. Fortunately, Kalimi, with sheer willpower, managed to roll away and narrowly evade the attack. Regaining his footing, Kalimi hastily activated his equipment, preparing to retreat into the dimensional space. Did he still wish to escape? However, Yabudongdong had no intention of letting Kalimi escape. With a furious roar, he charged directly at Kalimi. Taking advantage of Kalimi's moment of carelessness, his sharp claws pierced through Kalimi's chest and abdomen. Deep blue blood gushed forth, and Kalimi let out a wretched scream. His recently activated invisibility shattered in an instant. Witnessing Kalimi's torment, Yabudongdong erupted into manic laughter, hoisting Kalimi aloft with his claws embedded in the creature's body, allowing the blood to drench his own head. Die, die, all shall perish. I am the mightiest hunter. Drink in this. Such a sanguinary display, coupled with his frenzied roars, amplified the audience's cheers several-fold. The Galecapans relished in this madness, their hearts nearly convinced that Yabudongdong was indeed the supreme hunter. With a sputter, Kalimi expelled another stream of deep blue blood, his body beginning to convulse. Yet upon witnessing Yabudongdong's wild demeanor, he refused to concede. Gritting his teeth, Kalimi swung his claws once more, aiming at Yabudongdong. Clearly, Yabudongdong was taken aback that Kalimi still possessed the will to retaliate at this juncture. Although the claws failed to leave a mark on him, they inadvertently grazed another fleshy tendril atop Yabudongdong's head. Yabudongdong yelped in pain and retaliated with a swift motion, throwing Kalimi to the ground. Cursing loudly, Yabudongdong lunged forward, wildly brandishing his claws. The keen claws incessantly lacerated Kalimi's body. Initially, they merely grazed his skin, but soon they were excising chunks of flesh from his frame. At first, Kalimi instinctively parried with his arms. However, as time wore on, he gradually lost consciousness, his 6 arms growing feeble and drooping languidly. Ha ha ha! Perish! Perish! I am the foremost. I am the champion. I am the mightiest hunter. Even though Kalimi was bereft of the ability to resist, Yabu Dongdong showed no sign of ceasing his assault. Furthermore, the host of the finals remained taciturn, without calling a halt to the carnage. This further inflamed the spectators, who roared and howled, even cheering on Yabu Dongdong's slaughterous actions, as if they perceived Kalimi not as a compatriot, but as mere prey, livestock. Finally, Kalimi was reduced to a pool of minced meat, and Yabu Dongdong frantically brandished his claws, heedless of the blood and gore that splattered upon himself. I am the foremost. I am the champion. I am. You are merely a fool. A melodious laugh echoed from behind Yabu Dongdong's head. Yabu Dongdong's vociferations abruptly ceased. In the ensuing moment, a claw pierced through Yabu Dongdong's neck, causing a spurt of deep blue blood. Yabu Dongdong's robust body shuddered, and his 6 arms spread wide, as if yearning to embrace something. Immediately, a petite figure emerged from behind Yabu Dongdong, revealing herself to be the sole female contestant in the finals, Nahanu. Previously, when Nahanu's vessel had exploded in midair, Yabu Dongdong had assumed she was dead. Thus, Yabu Dongdong had believed that Kalimi was her final adversary. To Yabu Dongdong's astonishment, Nahanu was very much alive. In this climactic moment, she delivered a fatal blow. With a swift motion, Nahanu withdrew her claws from Yabu Dongdong's neck. The rear of the head was the only vital point for the Galekapans, and Nahanu had precisely pierced through that area, emerging from the neck. Such damage, regardless of Yabu Dongdong's formidable physique, left her with no escape. After slaying Yabu Dongdong, Nahanu gracefully advanced, casting a glance at the ground where Kalimi had been reduced to a puddle of flesh. In the next instant, she raised her 6 claws and waved them triumphantly into the air. I am the true strongest hunter. Nahanu's roar reverberated above the arena, instantly igniting a frenzy among the audience. The previously silent host finally spoke up. Allow me to announce the champion of this hunting competition, the 238th strongest hunter. Our beautiful princess, the strongest hunter, Nahanu. 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 As the host's enthusiasm spread, the audience joined in unison, chanting Nahanu's name. Yet, Nuhanunu remained resolutely proud, reveling in the exhilaration of the crowd calling her name. In that moment, she transcended the roles of hunter and princess, becoming the queen of the entire world. Among the audience, the usually silent Gale Capstar also rose quietly, making her way towards the exit. Before departing, she glanced back at Nuhanunu. With the hunter competition concluded, Nuhanunu returned to her temporary abode. As the strongest hunter, she basked in the adoring gazes of those around her. Her spirit buoyed with joy. Upon entering her room, she shut the door behind her and prepared to step inside. However, upon raising her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. A tall figure stood within the room, facing away from her. Recognizing the presence, Nuhanunu quickly regained her composure. She exhibited neither surprise nor anger, merely stepping further into the room and addressing the figure. You've arrived. Huh. Congratulations on earning the title of the strongest hunter. Your aspirations have finally been realized. That is thanks to your assistance. Nuhanunu approached the figure from behind, shedding her outer garment only to discover she wore yet another outfit beneath. This attire bore an uncanny resemblance to the gear worn by Kalimi, which was, in fact, the AG stealth combat vest purchased from Jianghai. Chapter 169. Mutual needs. There's no need for formality. We can both take what we require. Jianghai broke into a smile, albeit one that appeared rather unappealing at the moment. By selling the AG stealth combat vest to Nuhanunu, he had earned a staggering 4.5 billion Huaxia coins. Yet, Jianghai found himself unsatisfied, for greater rewards awaited him. Nuhanunu produced a bag and nonchalantly tossed it to Jianghai. As per our agreement, I emerged victorious and have earned the title of the mightiest hunter. This 100 million MOE coins prize is yours. With a swift motion, Jianghai caught the small bag with his sharp claws and weighed it in his hands. System. Assist me if you will. Ding dong. Request from host acknowledged. Savings function activated. Host is depositing 100 gold MOE coins. According to the exchange rate, 100 gold MOE coins could be converted into the currency commonly used by the host. Shall the host proceed with the exchange? The gold MOE coins, another currency of the Jalya Kabastar race, held greater value. 100 gold MOE coins equated to 100 million MOE coins. Jianghai was already aware of this, hence he was not taken aback. Exchange. Ding dong. Currency exchange for the host. 100 gold MOE coins. equivalent to 150 billion Huaxia coins. Zhang Hai had never before experienced such a melodious notification from the system. Were it not for the need to maintain the facade of a mysterious sage before Nahananunu, he might have been unable to restrain himself from leaping with joy. Thank you. Zhang Hai merely offered a polite acknowledgement, yet this very reaction piqued Nahananunu's interest in him even further. The reward of 100 million Maya coins is, in fact, a trifling sum for this princess, thus her decision to relinquish it comes as no surprise. However, for the majority of the Galekapans, it represents a fortune they could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. Yet, the arms dealer before her remains astonishingly composed in the face of such wealth. Merchant, I find your goods intriguing. Should I wish to engage in trade with you in the future, how might I contact you? Nahananunu directly expressed her desire, and upon hearing of a potential long-term business relationship, Zhang Hai readily agreed. With a smile, he nodded and replied, I shall return. Here, this is my contact information. Should I seek you out, I will use this mobile phone. With that, Zhang Hai produced a brand new mobile phone and handed it to Nahananunu. Of course, this device was unlike any ordinary phone. It did not require a carrier's signal. As long as Zhang Hai appeared on the new Galekapan star, the phone would naturally have connectivity. Ever since Kalimi had shared a wealth of information about this planet, Zhang Hai had instructed the system to create dozens of such phones, intending to establish connections with multiple trading partners on this world. Is this a mobile phone? Nahananunu inquired, receiving the device. The fleshy appendages atop her head swayed as she examined the small square object. Such a primitive means of communication. Primitive. Zhang Hai couldn't help but darken his expression at Nahanunu's assessment, yet he had no retort. To the Galekapans, the technology of Blue Star was indeed considered backward. As long as it served its purpose, that was sufficient. If there are no further requests at this moment, I shall take my leave. Zhang Hai performed a recently acquired ritual of the Gilkback people before Nahanunu observing the latter's silence. He offered a subtle smile. Then with a sudden bayou, he vanished into thin air. Zhang Hai's abrupt disappearance startled Nahanunu, who hurriedly glanced around, perplexed by the mystery of Zhang Hai's vanishing act. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, Zhang Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter, muttering to himself, Am I lagging behind? Let this bumpkin understand the might of the system. After that brief moment of jest, he took a deep breath, his face adorned with a smile, though his emotions had stabilized considerably compared to before. With greater wealth, his spirits were not so easily stirred. It seemed that 450 quintillion Huaxia coins and 1,500 quintillion Huaxia coins bore little distinction. After all, both amounts represented a fortune he could never exhaust in his lifetime. Sitting up from his bed, he stretched lazily, feeling a wave of refreshing soreness in his body. His stay on the Gilkback planet had been rather prolonged, stretching over several days, which implied he had lain in bed for just as long. Despite the system's assistance, which rendered him immune to hunger and thirst, such an extended period of immobility was bound to be uncomfortable. Thankfully, he had resolved matters with Uncle One and his companions. Zhang Hai couldn't help but recall Uncle One and his entourage, who had once trailed closely behind him. Had he not exposed them, they might have discovered his prolonged slumber, and he could have awakened to find himself subjected to dissection and study. At that moment, the mobile phone, which had been resting beside the pillow, suddenly erupted with sound. Zhang Hai glanced down, but refrained from answering immediately. The caller was Wang Quanfang. Even without picking up, he was aware of the matter at hand. The day after tomorrow marked the date of the electromagnetic cannon trial. In other words, Zhang Hai was destined to meet the foremost figure of Huaxia. Boom. The experiment was a resounding success. Success. Hooray. Success. Observing the jubilant atmosphere surrounding him, Zhang Hai could not help but smile. Just moments ago, the domestically developed prototype of the electromagnetic cannon had successfully passed its trial, affirming that Huaxia had thoroughly mastered the technology behind this formidable weapon. This achievement was no small feat. After all, the Barragate electromagnetic cannon was a cutting-edge weapon that far surpassed the technological capabilities of Blue Star. Even placing the cannon before the scientists had required them to dedicate over half a year to comprehend its intricacies. Subsequently, crafting a prototype consumed an additional 6 months. Only now had they arrived at this moment of triumph. Were it not for the dedicated efforts of the scientists, the development of such a weapon from scratch could have easily taken a century, yielding no results. Currently, the power of this prototype still fell short of even half that of the Barragate electromagnetic cannon. However, for contemporary Huaxia, this was already sufficient. Should this prototype be put into mass production, its impact would rival that of the Great Ivan. Alas, if only the original electromagnetic cannon could remain for further study. Indeed, if we were to continue our research, we would undoubtedly refine the prototype to perfection. After the cheers subsided, the sighs of some scientists could be heard nearby, eliciting a sense of helplessness from Jiang Hai. On the surface, the A-Barrigate electromagnetic cannon was lent to Huaxia by Salam, but in reality, this cannon was rented by Salam from Jiang Hai for a sum of 300 million Huaxia coins per month. To date, it has been rented for a year and a half, resulting in a staggering expenditure of 4 billion Huaxia coins for Salam, which has caused considerable distress. If it were not for Huaxia's substantial assistance in the establishment of Salam, the latter would undoubtedly be loath to part with such a significant amount. Now that Huaxia has successfully completed its research, Salam promptly requested the return of the cannon. It was akin to forgetting to return a borrowed power bank. Upon receiving the cannon, Salam immediately returned it to Jiang Hai. To this day, Jiang Hai vividly recalls the pained expression on Salam's face at that moment. Chapter 170. The supreme leader of Huaxia. Though Salam's demeanor appeared sorrowful, Jiang Hai understood that if he were unwilling, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Despite his rotund appearance, Jiang Hai recently discovered that this individual was a distinguished graduate of Yale University, certainly one of the intellectual elite. In other words, he is quite shrewd. Jiang Zong. A call brought Jiang Hai back to reality. He lifted his gaze to see Wang Chuanfa smiling and waving at him from the doorway. Given that this was a formal occasion, Wang Chuanfa refrained from addressing Jiang Hai as Brother Jiang. The call of Wang Chuanfa instantly silenced the previously lively room. This space served as the experimental observation room, primarily occupied by scientists who had previously participated in experiments, alongside high-ranking officials from the government and military. Each individual, had they been outside, would have held significant stature. Yet at this moment, they could only remain in this vast chamber, cheering at the experimental footage displayed on the LCD television. Particularly when Wang Chuanfa made his entrance and exchanged greetings with Jiang Hai, all eyes converged on Jiang Hai, their gazes imbued with envy. They were acutely aware of Wang Chuanfa's status and understood that his summoning of Jiang Hai at this juncture carried a particular significance. Jiang Hai, however, remained remarkably composed. He rose from his seat, exchanged pleasantries with the person beside him, and walked directly toward Wang Chuanfa. Upon reaching him, Jiang Hai smiled and inquired, "Mr. Wang, may I enter?" Wang Chuanfa chuckled, patted Jiang Hai on the shoulder, and opened the door, gesturing for him to proceed inside. Upon entering, Jiang Hai found himself facing a spiraling staircase. Without hesitation, he ascended the stairs, climbing approximately 3 flights. At the top, he encountered another door, guarded by 2 robust men clad in black suits, their heads cropped short. Though their appearances were unremarkable, the moment their gazes fell upon Jiang Hai, he felt as though he were stripped bare. Nevertheless, Jiang Hai displayed no sign of distress. He merely smiled and nodded at them before willingly extending his arms. One of the men stepped forward to conduct a search, while another kept a vigilant eye on every move of Jiang Hai. Shortly thereafter, after a meticulous examination, Jiang Hai was cleared. Following closely behind, Wang Chuanfa was also subjected to a search, demonstrating that no one was exempt from scrutiny. Only then were the 2 granted passage through the door. Upon entering, they found themselves in a lengthy corridor, at the end of which stood another door. This time, Wang Chuanfa took the initiative to step ahead of Jiang Hai, briskly reaching the door and opening it for him. Turning to the side with a smile, he said, "Brother Jiang, please, go in. Elder Yu is waiting for you." Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Jiang Hai responded, "All right." After all, the individual waiting was none other than the foremost figure of Huaxia. Without the system, Jiang Hai could only have admired him from afar through television and books throughout his life. It was unexpected that he now had the opportunity to meet him in person. Approaching the door with quickened steps, Jiang Hai took a deep breath to steady his emotions before pushing the door open. Upon entering, he found himself in a rather ordinary office, spanning approximately 30 square meters. The office was furnished with a desk, an office chair, and a sofa with a coffee table, nothing extravagant, merely standard office furnishings. On one wall hung the national flag of Huaxia, while the opposite wall featured a large LCD television, currently replaying footage from the recent experiment. An elderly gentleman with silver hair sat back in the office chair, smiling as he watched the screen. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon the arrival of Jiang Hai, the middle-aged man promptly bent down and whispered a few words into the elder's ear. Only then did the elder turn around to face Jiang Hai, greeting him with a warm smile. Mr. Jiang, haha, I have long admired you from afar. Today, I finally get to meet you in person. The eminent figure, whom Jiang Hai had only seen on television since childhood, now stood before him, exuding such amiable warmth that it left Jiang Hai feeling both honored and somewhat flustered. He quickly stepped forward, nodding respectfully to the elder. Mr. Yu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ah, I know. Haha. In Jiang Hai's presence, Mr. Yu displayed none of the airs one might expect from a person of such stature. Instead, he resembled a kindly neighbor. With a cheerful demeanor, he rose to shake Jiang Hai's hand and gestured towards a nearby sofa, saying, "Come, sit over there." Mr. Yu indicated the sofa in the office and, with the assistance of the middle-aged man, gradually made his way to the seat. He then turned to Jiang Hai, who was still standing awkwardly, and chuckled. "I am getting old and less capable. Please don't take offense." Not at all. Although Jiang Hai was aware that Mr. Yu was merely being modest, the remark made him break into a cold sweat, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. "Mr. Yu, please, just call me Xiao Jiang, or simply my name." Hearing Mr. Yu refer to him with such respect made Jiang Hai feel increasingly unsettled. Even though he understood the good intentions behind it, he could not shake off the feeling of unease. Mr. Yu, however, readily acquiesced, nodding with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, don't stand there. Please, take a seat." Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment but ultimately heeded Elder Yu's words, settling himself on the sofa. Even in the presence of the Grand Chieftain of the United States, he would not feel this level of trepidation. Yet before Elder Yu, he found it impossible to rein in his emotions. This, perhaps, is the instinct of being a descendant of Huaxia. After all, the esteemed figure before him is the leader who has guided Huaxia into the ranks of global powers. If I am not mistaken, Jiang, you should be turning 25 this year, correct? Elder Yu said with a warm smile, engaging Jiang Hai in casual conversation, which helped to ease Jiang Hai's anxious heart somewhat. In just 2 months, he would indeed be celebrating his 25th birthday. As he acknowledged this, a wave of reflection washed over him. When he first received the system, he was merely 23. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. During this brief period, his life had undergone a profound transformation, and now, looking back, it felt as though he had been lost in a dream. 25. How youthful he truly is. He chuckled. So, have you resolved your personal matters? Ahem. Not yet. Well, although you are still young, it is essential to pay attention to matters of the heart. I suppose it's, alright? Huaxia culture emphasizes the importance of establishing a family before pursuing a career. To excel in one's profession, it is prudent to settle down early. What is this inexplicable pressure to marry? Is this truly our nation's highest leader? Why does it feel somewhat akin to the nosy neighbor Aunt Ma? Listening to Elder Yu's words, Jiang Hai's tension dissipated completely, and his once tense body began to relax as well. Chapter 171, Zhang Jing Report. A clear and resonant voice interrupted the casual conversation between Elder Yu and Jiang Hai. However, Elder Yu appeared unfazed, instead smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. A middle-aged man beside him promptly stepped forward to open the door, revealing a young female soldier clad in military attire. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and delicate features, radiating an uncommon vigor that exuded a spirited and optimistic demeanor. Even Jiang Hai, who had encountered numerous beauties, could not help but be captivated by her presence. "Ah, Xiaojing has arrived," Elder Yu exclaimed jovially upon her entrance, gesturing for her to come in. The young soldier walked into the office with a poised demeanor, devoid of the awkwardness or tension that Jiang Hai had previously displayed. She stood tall and saluted, saying, "Good day, sir. You remind me so much of your stubborn grandfather." It was evident that Elder Yu had a close rapport with the young soldier as he joked while pointing to the sofa opposite Jiang Hai. "You must be tired from your journey. Please, take a seat." Without any pretense, she approached the sofa and sat down directly opposite Jiang Hai. Upon glancing at him, her beautiful, large eyes reflected a hint of curiosity. Clearly, it was her first encounter with Jiang Hai, and the sight of a stranger sitting so closely to Elder Yu piqued her interest. However, she refrained from voicing her questions, understanding that what she ought to know would eventually be revealed, while inquiries into matters beyond her purview would be futile. Elder Yu gazed with a gentle smile at Jiang Hai, then turned his attention to the female soldier, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Xiao Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Jing, the granddaughter of an old friend of mine, whom I have watched grow up since childhood. She is akin to my own granddaughter. Currently, she serves as an investigator in the military's missile unit. Despite her youth, she holds the rank of major and has never relied on family assistance. Elder Yu continued with his introductions. Xiao Jing, this is Jiang Hai, a remarkable entrepreneur from the Magic City, an exceptionally talented young man. Both Zhang Jing and Jiang Hai instinctively displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, given Elder Yu's stature and status, his introduction seemed rather exaggerated. Zhang Jing initially regarded Jiang Hai with a hint of confusion, although Elder Yu's description was succinct. The terms remarkable and exceptional attributed to a young individual constituted high praise. In Zhang Jing's memory, she had never heard Elder Yu bestow such commendations upon other youths. However, she quickly composed herself, nodding gently with an air of nonchalance as she rose to extend her hand towards Jiang Hai. He too stood promptly to shake her hand, releasing it almost immediately while internally assessing her. Zhang Jing's background was undoubtedly impressive. After all, the way Elder Yu spoke of her grandfather indicated a relationship that surpassed the ordinary. Furthermore, Jiang Hai was thoroughly skeptical of Elder Yu's assertion that Zhang Jing had attained her current achievements without familial support. It could be said that, although the family did not provide overt support, it is unequivocally impossible to claim that there was no assistance from them whatsoever. Naturally, Jiang Hai would not dare to voice such doubts in front of others. He possesses a keen understanding of social nuances. At the very least, Zhang Jing's own excellence is beyond reproach. After the two exchanged a handshake, they resumed their seats, while Elder Yu cast another glance at the pair and chuckled softly. Oh, Xiao Jiang, your affairs have also been mentioned to me by Xiao Wang. Elder Yu turned to Jiang Hai, his expression growing slightly more serious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai instinctively glanced at Wang Quanf, who had remained silent. Noticing Wang Quanf wink at him, Jiang Hai immediately understood that it pertained to the matter of aiding Palestinian refugees through the cruise ship. However, Jiang Hai found it peculiar that Elder Yu's desire to meet him seemed to stem from events prior to this. It appeared that Elder Yu had only learned of the situation later, prompting him to discuss it with Jiang Hai. A flurry of thoughts crossed Jiang Hai's mind. Yet he maintained an impassive facade, nodding as he remarked, I may have acted a bit impulsively in this matter. Young man, impulsiveness is not necessarily a vice. Elder Yu had no intention of reproaching Jiang Hai. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Jiang Hai to remain untroubled. Regarding the conflict between Palestine and Judah, it is indeed inappropriate for Huaxia to intervene. However, the plight of millions of Palestinian refugees cannot be ignored. Rest assured, the Huaxia authorities have already deliberated on this matter and will dispatch a fleet to escort the cruise ship throughout its journey. As for the remaining cruise ship documentation, we will handle matters with special consideration. At the very least, we will expedite the approval processes here in Huaxia at the utmost speed. The relevant permits for the vessels to set sail are not solely determined by Huaxia. They must also be submitted for approval by international maritime authorities. Previously, the cruise ships in Jianghai had not set sail, so it was certainly feasible for Wang Chuanfa to assist in processing a batch of permits. However, with the first batch of cruise ships transporting Palestinian refugees, the international community will inevitably become aware of this situation. Consequently, obtaining the remaining permits for the cruise ships in Jianghai will not be as straightforward. After all, the representative of Judah signifies not merely a single nation, but a people deeply rooted across various domains worldwide. There will undoubtedly be individuals who intentionally create obstacles, hindering the processing of the remaining permits in Jianghai. This realization eventually dawned on Jianghai as well. Nevertheless, understanding the predicament does not alter the necessity of action. One cannot simply wait until all the permits for the hundreds of cruise ships are finalized before beginning the transport of Palestinian refugees. Can one? Initially, Zhang Jing did not grasp the conversation between Elder Yu and Jianghai, but as terms like Judah and Palestinian refugees were mentioned, she gradually inferred the subject matter of their discussion. A look of astonishment appeared in Zhang Jing's gaze towards Jianghai. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming young man would venture into the centuries-old conflict between Palestine and Judah. Such audacity is quite remarkable, indeed. After a few more exchanges between Jianghai and Elder Yu, Wang Chuanfa approached with a smile, addressing Elder Yu. Elder Yu, the hour is getting late, and General Jiang has numerous matters to attend to in Modu. I suggest we conclude for today. Wang Chuanfa certainly did not dare to act impulsively in urging Elder Yu. It was evident that he had received some sort of signal prompting his actions. As expected, the interrupted Elder Yu showed no signs of displeasure. With a smile, he nodded and said, "Good, good, good. Young man, being busy is indeed a good thing. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Xiaojing, do make sure to spend more time with this old man when you have the chance." Elder Yu's demeanor toward Jiang Hai was remarkably affable, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker. Jiang Hai, in turn, hurriedly expressed his gratitude before departing the office alongside Wang Chuanfa. The middle-aged man, serving as Elder Yu's secretary, also saw them off, leaving only Zhang Jing in the office, seemingly wishing to speak further with Elder Yu. Chapter 172. Is Elder Yu intending to play matchmaker for me? Huh. Wang Leoj, why are you staring at me like that? Just as Jiang Hai felt a sense of relief, he instantly sensed something amiss. Wang Chuanfa, who had been silent since they got into the car, was now gazing at him intently, almost as if he were observing a curiosity. Upon Jiang Hai's inquiry, Wang Chuanfa finally reacted, letting out a long sigh before looking at Jiang Hai with an expression of bewilderment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I truly cannot fathom what merits you possess that such a monumental fortune has befallen you." Jiang Hai was now even more perplexed, utterly bewildered by Wang Chuanfa's words. Yet, Wang Chuanfa offered no clarification. Instead, he posed another question. "What do you think of that young lady, Zhang Jing?" Jiang Hai found himself perplexed. Yet after a brief hesitation, he nodded and remarked, "Remarkable. A young major like her is indeed a rarity in the armed forces of Huaxia. Currently, the international landscape is far from tranquil, yet Huaxia enjoys a rare tranquility. However, in the absence of war, it is not so easy for soldiers of Huaxia to advance. Even with familial support, Zhang Jing's rise to the rank of major at such a young age underscores her exceptional capabilities. Here, take this." With a huff, Wang Quanfai produced a small slip of paper from his pocket and thrust it into Jiang Hai's hand. Instinctively, Jiang Hai lowered his gaze and unfolded the note, revealing a series of numbers that appeared to be a phone number. "This is her number. Make sure to call her and chat when you have the chance. A good woman fears a clingy man. You may be young and prosperous, but she might not necessarily hold you in high regard." Wang Quanfai continued, "If you wish to foster a good relationship, you must put in more effort and not disappoint Elder Yu's goodwill." Wait a moment. As Wang Quanfai's banter continued, Jiang Hai felt increasingly bewildered, tinged with a sense of trepidation. What is this? Something feels amiss. The way he spoke sounded remarkably like the aftermath of a blind date. Could it be that he had just undergone such an experience? The term blind date echoed in Jiang Hai's mind, and despite his numerous encounters on the battlefield, he felt a chill run down his spine, nearly leaping to his feet. "Brother Wang, please, don't jest about such things." "Jest? Is there something wrong with that young lady?" Zhang Jing. "Ahem. This is not merely a matter of personal preference. It is, in fact, our first encounter, is it not?" "Indeed. The notion of becoming familiar with one another after an initial meeting encapsulates this sentiment perfectly." Wang Chuanfa cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hai, gestured for the driver to commence the journey, and then spoke in a somber tone. "Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Zhang Jing's family hails from a military background, and their temperaments are rather formidable. Should her family become aware that you dare to look down upon Zhang Jing, do not expect me to come to your aid. Even Elder Yu would be powerless to protect you." Gulp. The gravity of Wang Chuanfa's words left no room for jest, and Jiang Hai found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "So, Elder Yu truly intends to introduce me to her. That is the essence of it, is it not? Primarily, Zhang Jing's grandfather desires to find her a suitable partner. However, this young lady possesses lofty aspirations and is rather discerning, dismissing many suitors. Thus, her grandfather sought assistance from Elder Yu, who, recognizing your situation, deemed you both quite compatible and orchestrated this gathering. It is not an obligation for you to reach any particular conclusion. The sole purpose is to provide you with an opportunity to become acquainted. That being said, this young lady is indeed ambitious and possesses high standards. She may not even regard you with interest. Should she choose to ignore you, do not persistently pursue her, I implore you." Wang Chuanfa's expression remained impassive as he offered this advice. Yet Jiang Hai sensed a barely contained tremor at the corners of his mouth, which he struggled to suppress on several occasions. "So it seems that only she can look down on me, while I cannot look down on her. Is that the implication?" Pretty much. Upon receiving Wang Quanfai's response, Jiang Hai was left utterly speechless. He never anticipated that this esteemed elder Yu, the foremost figure in Huaxia, would engage in matchmaking. Well, it's no big deal. We can simply cease all contact. Jiang Hai felt powerless to resist, choosing to remain silent and casually stuffed the small note into his pocket. After all, he would be quite occupied in the coming days. It was only natural he wouldn't have time to make phone calls, right? Zhang Jing was indeed beautiful and exceptionally talented. In the past, someone of her caliber would have been unattainable for Jiang Hai. Yet now, with ample wealth and connections at his disposal, what did it matter how stunning Zhang Jing was? Moreover, her family was quite distinguished. It would be wise to maintain a respectful distance from such a lineage. By the way, Brother Wang, regarding Elder Yu's earlier mention of dispatching a fleet to escort my cruise ship. Yes, he had already informed me about this matter in advance. I reached out to the military 2 days ago, and you will be contacted by military personnel in due course. When it came to serious matters, Wang Quanfai dropped the levity and earnestly briefed Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai felt considerably better. He had not previously contemplated safety concerns. In hindsight, sending a cruise ship to retrieve Palestinian refugees, how could Judah possibly remain indifferent? Without the protection of a fleet, Judah would undoubtedly send naval forces to attack the cruise ship. If an assault occurred at sea, there would be nowhere to hide. Certainly, Jiang Hai merely overlooked this aspect. It is not insurmountable. At the very least, Jiang Hai still has over a dozen destroyers concealed in Hispani, the very vessels that previously collaborated with Sanju Bang in their assault on the Lockheed cruise ship. If all else fails, Jiang Hai can simply procure some warships directly from the system. The only predicament lies in the difficulty of finding crew members, yet that too is not an impossible challenge. With the military of Huaxia deploying a fleet, the situation is even more favorable. By the way, I may soon find myself quite busy. As for the documentation for your cruise ships, I will have my subordinates expedite the process. When the time comes, you can have your staff contact my company. Wang Chuanfa suddenly seemed to recall something and conveyed this to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, casting a curious glance at Wang Chuanfa. The electromagnetic cannon had just been successfully developed. Why the rush? While it is entirely normal for Wang Chuanfa, as the chairman of the Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group, to be busy, it hardly seemed necessary to emphasize it so pointedly. Wang Chuanfa shot a glance at Jiang Hai and retorted, "You seem to have a plethora of matters to attend to. Have you forgotten about the electronic pulse hand cannon?" "Huh, the electronic pulse hand cannon?" Jiang Hai paused for a moment before recalling that it was indeed what he had sold to Sanju Bang in exchange for Huaxia's covert support for extraterrestrial weaponry. Ahem, I am not aware of that. Caught in this matter, Jiang Hai hastily distanced himself from it. However, Wang Chuanfa did not believe his words, snorting in disbelief and stating, "Stop feigning ignorance. Such advanced weaponry exists solely within the organization behind you on the entire Blue Star. If I am not mistaken, this contraption must also be sold to the Sanju gang by the organization behind you, right?" Chapter 173. Do not give Judas a chance. Jiang Hai chuckled, offering no denial. Denial held no significance. Previously, when the nation had no understanding of Jiang Hai, he could feign ignorance and refute their suspicions. However, now that the nation had set its sights on him, Wang Chuanfa's inquiry bore ample justification. To stubbornly deny it at this juncture would be akin to burying one's head in the sand, a mere act of self-deception. Such denial would not only fail to fool anyone, but could also jeopardize his friendship with Wang Chuanfa, a loss far too great to bear. Moreover, the most crucial aspect remained undisclosed to the nation. There was no so-called mysterious organization. Everything was solely the handiwork of Jiang Hai himself. Jiang Hai merely smiled in response to Wang Chuanfa's words, tacitly acquiescing. Wang Chuanfa let out a grunt, choosing not to press the matter further, and continued with his previous topic. The technology behind this electronic pulse hand cannon is even more intricate than that of an electromagnetic cannon. Furthermore, our nation currently lacks extensive research in this area. I must dedicate my research team to a thorough study, leaving me little time for other endeavors. Jiang Hai was not surprised by Wang Chuanfa's remarks. He was already aware that, despite being the chairman of the nuclear industry group, Wang Chuanfa was not merely a businessman, but rather a researcher from the Academy of Sciences. He was, indeed, a bona fide scientist. The high-tech weapon, the electronic pulse hand cannon, piqued Wang Chuanfa's interest, prompting him to engage in hands-on research. Despite Wang Quan's apparent reluctance, Jiang Hai discerned the spark of genuine interest he harbored for the impending research. I understand, and I shall ensure that a liaison connects with your esteemed company. Jiang Hai affirmed with a nod, with the appointed intermediary naturally being Fong Li. The vehicle made its way directly to the airport, as Jiang Hai had completed his mission in the arid expanses of the northwest, and it was time to return to the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai. As he gazed out the window at the receding scenery, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Brother Wang, how is the construction of China's nuclear reactors progressing?" It had been 6 months since Jiang Hai had decisively curtailed the global supply of nuclear reactors. During this time, he had not ceased the supply of uranium to China. Logically, the reconstruction of their nuclear reactors should have proceeded smoothly. Several nuclear power stations had already resumed operations. Simultaneously, the stockpiling of the Big Ivan warheads had entered a new phase. Wang Quan offered a brief response, but refrained from elaborating further. After all, such matters were deemed state secrets. Even with their amicable rapport, certain protocols must be upheld. Nevertheless, the information provided was sufficient for Jiang Hai. He soon fell into a contemplative state. The implication that the Big Ivan had entered the stockpiling phase suggested that China had successfully manufactured a significant number of these warheads. Consequently, other superpowers, such as the United States and Russia, would not lag far behind. It appeared that the fleeting era of peace was drawing to a close. This, however, was not particularly alarming. The crux of the issue lay with Judas. Even if the superpowers possessed the Big Ivan, they would exercise restraint and refrain from indiscriminately deploying such formidable weaponry. However, one cannot speak so lightly of the lunatics known as Judas. Let us revisit a previous incident. Originally, Baal had cast a formidable Ivan towards Judas, and while it would have sufficed for Judas to return the Ivan to Baal, this deranged group inexplicably hurled the Ivan towards Bosch. Although the crisis was instigated by Baal, it was indeed the 3 Ivans cast towards Bosch by Judas that exacerbated the situation. This incident illustrates that if given another opportunity, should Judas acquire Ivans once more, the specter of a global Ivan war could loom ominously. Such an opportunity must not be afforded to Judas. Jiang Hai silently resolved within himself that this matter must be addressed with urgency. Naturally, Jiang Hai could not handle this personally. To confront Judas, it was essential to appoint an agent. Fortunately, identifying a suitable candidate was not a daunting task. In the beautiful nation, in Apple City, within the Brooklyn neighborhood, Aisha reclined against her headboard, a smile gracing her face as she conversed on the phone. Yes, recently, the Wildcat gang has been considerably subdued. We have seized the opportunity to capture a significant portion of their market share. Now, the Wildcat gang has retracted all its tendrils back to the Brownsville neighborhood. Yes, I understand. I will exercise caution. Currently, Abdul and the others are taking turns monitoring the Wildcat gang, and they will promptly inform me of any unusual activity. All right, I understand. Rest assured. For now, let us leave it at that. After an extensive conversation, Aisha finally ended the call, her face still adorned with a lingering gentle smile. Elder sister? A knock resounded at the door, which was, in fact, ajar. A Palestinian soldier stood at the threshold, greeting Aisha with a smile. Ahmad, is there something you need? Aisha inquired with a smile upon seeing her comrade. The soldier's name was actually Berdaden, with Ahmad being his nickname. Now that they all lived together, they regarded one another as if they were brothers, and thus, their manner of address had naturally become more casual. Berdaden chuckled as he responded, "Sister, it is already evening. Amin and I are preparing to go retrieve them. I just wanted to inform you." "All right, be careful," Aisha cautioned. "Worry not, sister." Berdaden's expression brightened at Aisha's concern. Suddenly, a sharp crash pierced the air as a window beside Aisha shattered. A dark object was hurled inside, landing on the floor and rolling several times. This unexpected turn of events left both Aisha and Berdaden momentarily stunned. As they discerned the nature of the object, their expressions turned grave, and instinctively, they dove to the side. It was a grenade, its pin already pulled. Boom. Merely 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion engulfed the entire room in flames. Sister, what has happened?" Following the blast, a cacophony of alarmed voices erupted from outside. Several Palestinian soldiers, seasoned veterans who had survived the battlefield, rushed in through the thick smoke, their reflexes remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, they brandished their firearms. 2 of them rushing to the window, guns pointed outward. Cautiously, they leaned out to survey the scene. only to catch sight of a black sedan speeding away down the street. They peered outside once more, confirming the absence of danger, before turning back to exclaim, "The person has fled. How is our elder sister?" I am fine. Cough, cough. I am unharmed." The sound of coughing emerged from beneath the half-collapsed bed, as the disheveled Aisha crawled out, raising her hand to signal her safety. Upon witnessing the grenade moments earlier, Aisha had swiftly dove under the bed for cover, managing to escape unscathed. With the aid of her companions, she gradually stood upright, inquiring, "What has become of Ahmad?" "He suffered a scratch on his arm. Merely a flesh wound. Nothing to be concerned about." Chapter 174. The enemy's intentions outside. Shouts echoed, as Bard Aiden had also deftly evaded danger. Yet the grenade had exploded closer to him, leaving him with some injuries. Fortunately, they were not severe, for seasoned veterans like them. It was akin to a mere mosquito bite. Soon, everyone gathered in the living room. Aisha wore a grave expression, devoid of the smile she had displayed during her phone conversation with Jiang Haitong. "Elder sister." A soldier named Imin hurriedly approached Aisha, reporting, "There are no suspicious individuals in the vicinity. After throwing the grenade, they must have already departed." Aisha showed no sign of surprise, having anticipated this outcome beforehand. This recent assault, rather than being labeled a murder, should be perceived as a stark warning. As for the identity of the perpetrators, it is not difficult to deduce. DuPont. They have been the focal point of Aisha and her associates since their arrival in Apple City. Previously, their focus was on the Alley Cats gang. Yet it was evident they were aware that the true force behind the gang was DuPont. Now that the Alley Cats have been suppressed and can no longer raise their heads, DuPont is finally poised to act. "Let us gather our belongings and depart from here." Aisha contemplated for a moment before reaching her resolution. No matter how chaotic Brooklyn may be, this is, after all, Apple City. An explosion of such magnitude would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. Although they had recently acquired legal status, it is best to avoid unnecessary confrontations with the police. Please inform Abdul and the others that we shall meet in Manhattan shortly." "Understood, sister." Upon receiving Aisha's instructions, promptly turned and left, while the others assisted Aisha in tidying the apartment. They swiftly cleared away anything associated with their identities, just as the sound of sirens began to wail, prompting them to hastily vacate the premises. The Manhattan Aisha referred to was, in fact, a secondary refuge located within the Manhattan district. This place was a warehouse, contracted by the Great Ocean Shipping Company's branch established in Apple City. Upon arriving at the exterior of the warehouse, they cautiously knocked on the side door under the cover of night. The door was opened by a Chinese individual, the warehouse manager assigned here by the branch. Upon the arrival of Aisha and her companions, surprise flickered across the faces of the others, yet they swiftly opened the door to welcome them inside. Once Aisha and her group had entered, they cautiously peered around before promptly closing the side door. Inside the warehouse, Aisha immediately instructed several individuals to secure all critical points, while she herself retreated to a room, retrieving her phone to dial Jiang Hai. The call was soon connected, and Aisha recounted the recent events in detail, concluding with, "We cannot yet ascertain whether they are sent by DuPont. No, they are not agents of DuPont." Jiang Hai promptly dismissed her speculation from the other end of the line. DuPont wields considerable power. If they intended to eliminate you directly, it would not be accomplished with merely a grenade. The reason DuPont has remained inactive thus far is due to our conflict with the Wildcat gang, which has been confined to a rivalry between factions. Moreover, Apple City is, in fact, the domain of Lockheed Martin. DuPont's prior alliance with the Wildcat gang was intended to undermine Lockheed Martin. Unless absolutely necessary, DuPont would not strike directly in Apple City, for that would surely attract Lockheed Martin's attention, and should they retaliate, DuPont would face dire consequences. Hence, I believe the perpetrators are not affiliated with DuPont. But if it is not DuPont, then who could it possibly be? Aisha's brow furrowed with consternation at Jiang Hai's abrupt distancing, prompting her to voice a query. However, she was met only with Jiang Hai's silence, as he himself was momentarily perplexed by the situation. Their assailants had targeted Aisha and her companions, yet they had merely discharged a single grenade before fleeing. If their intention was to engage, they would have surely been aware that a solitary grenade would be insufficient to eliminate Aisha's group. Therefore, the true motive remained elusive. Was it simply to dislodge Aisha and her party from the apartment with a single grenade? No. Standing on the balcony of his own villa, Jiang Hai gazed upon the upscale residential complex bathed in sunlight, his eyes widening as if struck by a dreadful realization. Aisha, prepare for immediate combat. Exercise utmost caution. Huh. Jiang Hai's sudden, thunderous roar startled Aisha, her face a mixture of alarm and bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Jiang Hai continued to shout, "They seek to flush you out and locate your allies. Their aim is to ensnare you all in one fell swoop. And regardless of their identity, their objective has been achieved. They are poised to launch an imminent assault." Jiang Hai was seized by a sense of urgency, wishing he could instantly be at Aisha's side to lend assistance. He had finally deciphered the enemy's ploy to ascertain whether Aisha and her group had any accomplices. Now that Aisha and her companions had arrived at the branch office's warehouse, they had inadvertently revealed their trail to the enemy. In the aftermath of eliminating Aisha's group, the adversaries could then pursue the branch office's trail. Bang! At that moment, a muffled sound emanated from the mobile phone, unmistakably the report of a gunshot. Jiang Hai's countenance shifted, and with gritted teeth, he forcefully struck the railing. This was intolerable. Aisha and her companions were in grave danger. He needed to rush to Apple City to rescue them. System, immediately transport me. I must go to Apple City. Meanwhile, within a warehouse in Manhattan, Jiang Hai had not misheard. It was indeed the sound of a gunshot. Moreover, it was the distinct crack of a sniper's rifle. Accompanying the gunfire, a figure screamed and collapsed onto the ground. It was the Chinese individual managing the warehouse. Caution! We have a sniper. Damn it! We are surrounded. Outside, enemy forces lay in ambush. Following Aisha's orders, the Palestinian soldiers stationed at crucial points within the warehouse began to shout loudly. They were seasoned warriors, well-versed in combat. And even if they had not anticipated the enemy's presence, they instinctively took precautions at the first sign of danger. However, the Chinese individual was merely an ordinary person, entirely unprepared, standing by the window, and was shot in the head. The Palestinian soldiers, witnessing this, became even more vigilant. Two of them cautiously surveyed the situation outside the warehouse and immediately discerned shadows lurking in concealed corners. It was evident that the warehouse had been encircled. The very act of gunfire from the adversary had revealed their Chapter 175, the fierce battle in Manhattan. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions shattered the silence of the Manhattan streets. Such occurrences might be commonplace in Brownsville or Brooklyn, but in the affluent district of Manhattan, they were exceedingly rare. The elite residents, gripped by panic, dared not venture outside, frantically dialing emergency services. Until the arrival of the police, they were unwilling to gamble with their precious lives. Within and around the warehouse, both Aisha and her companions, as well as the enigmatic adversaries outside, seemed indifferent to the presence of law enforcement. Both sides relentlessly unleashed a torrent of bullets. The enemy was evidently well prepared, boasting an ample supply of ammunition. Meanwhile, Aisha and her allies, registered assistants within the system, possessed the authority to procure weapons and ammunition. In other words, as long as their accounts were sufficiently funded, they had access to an endless arsenal of firearms. Several Palestinian soldiers adeptly scaled the ceiling of the warehouse, extending their gun barrels through small windows to rain fire upon the foes below. Two enemy combatants were instantly transformed into a mass of chaos. However, the remaining adversaries quickly discerned their position and promptly sought refuge behind cover, with bullets merely sparking off the protective barriers. "Goodness, these individuals are formidable," exclaimed Bliss from his perch at a second-floor window, gripping a PPK while exchanging fire, turning to Aisha, who wielded a Barrett. Aisha, too, furrowed her brow in concentration. Holding the Barrett rifle, she fired a single shot, but never found the opportunity to eliminate a second adversary. The combat proficiency of these foes was exceedingly high. They were certainly not mere ordinary marksmen. Previously, Aisha had presumed that the attackers belonged to the Wildcat gang seeking vengeance, yet it now appeared that her assumption was misguided. The Wildcat gang could scarcely afford such a plethora of skilled operatives. If they were not the Wildcat gang, then who could they possibly be? Recalling Jiang Hai's earlier conjecture, Aisha's expression grew increasingly grave. To orchestrate such a complex trap against them, coupled with the presence of so many formidable shooters, could it possibly be the DuPont Corporation? Damn it! Alas, those sets of equipment were with the boss. Otherwise, they could have charged out clad in gear. Not far away, a Palestinian soldier could not help but curse. when they had attempted to thwart the Judah army. Jiang Hai had PR. The muzzle of the Barrett erupted in a brilliant flash, and in the next instant, the concrete block at the street corner was shattered, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Yet, Aisha knew she had merely wounded her adversary, who had deftly evaded a fatal blow. Damn it! Even with Aisha's typically composed demeanor, repeated failures elicited a curse from her lips. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down, forcing Aisha and her comrades to seek cover. At that moment, the shadows concealed behind protective barriers sprang into action. In the darkness, dozens of figures surged forward, swiftly arriving at the warehouse entrance and violently forcing open the side door. This is trouble. Aisha's heart sank as she signaled several Palestinian soldiers to turn around and commence firing at the intruding enemies. However, their efforts proved nearly futile. The opponents exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Upon entering the warehouse, they immediately found shelter, leaving Aisha and her team unable to inflict harm upon a single one of them. Where on earth did these devils come from? One Palestinian soldier could not help but curse, having never encountered such cunning foes on the battlefield. Aisha, abandoning her cumbersome Barrett, swiftly summoned an AK, unleashing a torrent of fire into the corners where the enemies lurked. Use grenades. Throw as many as you can, Aisha urged her companions, then produced a metal box filled with grenades. Extracting one, she pulled the pin and hurled it below. With a resounding boom, an enemy was finally blasted into the open by the grenade. The other Palestinian soldiers followed suit, hurling grenades as if they were worthless stones, each with its pin pulled. In an instant, the entire warehouse was filled with the spark of explosions, causing the structure to teeter precariously. Concurrently, 4 or 5 adversaries were sent flying amidst the blasts. Previously, when the enemy was outside, Aisha and her comrades had employed grenade launchers for bombardment, but their efforts were largely thwarted by the robust exterior defenses. Now that the enemy had breached the warehouse, facing the Palestinian soldiers positioned high above, the cover afforded by the enemy's entrenchments proved less dependable. The Palestinian soldiers were entirely capable of launching grenades over the barriers, delivering them directly to the feet of their foes. A brief, urgent exclamation pierced the air, prompting the adversaries below to swiftly retreat from the warehouse. However, Aisha and her companions did not find their countenances much improved by the enemy's withdrawal. They had clearly discerned the brief, urgent cry, a phrase with which they were intimately familiar, having heard it countless times on the battlefields of the Jaffa Strip. Hebrew. Those sons of bitches are Jews. Much like the animosity towards the Japanese, etched into the very essence of every Chinese person. The hatred for Judah is ingrained in the bones of every Palestinian. Upon realizing that their enemies were, in fact, Jews, Aisha and her comrades gnashed their teeth, their faces contorted in fierce animosity, yearning to seize a Gatling gun and charge forth, mowing down the Jewish dogs without mercy. However, they swiftly regained their composure. Their adversaries were undoubtedly not ordinary Jewish gunmen, but rather highly trained experts. Even with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition, a rash assault would only lead Aisha and her comrades to certain doom. Now, we can only remain in the warehouse, confronting the adversary. Those inside. Look, who is this? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the shadowy street outside. Upon hearing the shout, Aisha immediately furrowed her brows, but still commanded the ballast soldiers to cease fire. Instantly, the once cacophonous street fell silent. All eyes converged upon a singular spot. Crack! A few sharp sounds erupted, not from gunfire, but from several flashlights being switched on, illuminating that area. The previously dim street was suddenly awash with light. Aisha and her companions could clearly discern 3 figures standing there, each bound tightly, their mouths sealed with tape. Sharif. Due to the distance, Aisha and her group could not clearly see the faces of the 3 individuals. Yet, having shared countless moments together, they recognized each other at a mere glance. It was indeed Abdul and Sharif, who had been dispatched to surveil the Wildcat gang. I should have anticipated that they would take action against us. They certainly would not spare Abdul and the others. Aisha couldn't help but display a look of self-reproach, vexedly striking the wall. However, everyone understood that this incident could not be blamed on Aisha, for it unfolded with alarming suddenness. It is even conceivable that the adversaries had already captured Abdul and Sharif before launching their assault at the apartment. Consequently, when Amin sought out the 2, it was inevitable that he too fell into their clutches. Now, the 3 men, bound and restrained, were presented before Aisha and her companions. Their intention unmistakably clear, to coerce Aisha and her group into surrendering. "Sister, we cannot capitulate. Surrendering will not save them." Abels interjected immediately. Though he too harbored deep concerns for Abdul and the others' safety, he recognized that once they surrendered, their fates would rest entirely in the hands of their captors. Abels regarded Abdul and his companions as his own brothers. For them, he would willingly sacrifice his life. Yet, more paramount than the lives of all of them was Aisha's safety. Abels could not stand idly by and witness Aisha plunge into their adversary's trap. An eerie silence enveloped the warehouse, starkly contrasting the earlier chaos of gunfire. Yet, this profound stillness bore an even greater weight of pressure. After approximately 10 minutes, a shift occurred behind Abdul and the others. A man clad entirely in black, including a hood that concealed his face, emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing the scene, Aisha and the others grew tense, cognizant that the adversary's presence portended some imminent action. The man circled Abd al-Abdur, seemingly reveling in their wounded and wretched state. At length, he moved behind them, his form dissolving into the shadows, from which he abruptly produced a hand brandishing a gleaming dagger. In the flashlight's beam, the blade's keen edge glinted menacingly, sending a chill through Aisha and her companions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aisha lunged toward the window, only to be swiftly restrained by Abdur's quick reflexes. At that moment, the hand wielding the dagger playfully wavered before executing a swift, fatal strike. The blade pierced Emin's neck from the side. Emin, jolted awake, widened his eyes in shock, but his mouth remained sealed by the duct tape. The dagger was immediately withdrawn, and blood gushed forth, forming a crimson mist. After a few fleeting seconds, Emin's eyes rolled back, and he fell still, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Aisha erupted in a tearful, anguished cry at the sight of Emin's brutal murder. A fellow Palestinian soldier, incensed, moved to raise his rifle and eliminate the assailant, who had already retreated into the darkness. However, his comrades swiftly intervened, preventing the rash action. Do not act impulsively. Abdul and Sharif are perilously close. The adversary is not mistaken. Both Abdul and Sharif are right beside them. If a shot is fired recklessly, it could not only result in their injury, but the enemy could also swiftly eliminate the two. Even though the animosity is palpable, and everyone yearns for vengeance, they must exercise restraint. Each individual grits their teeth, on the verge of shattering them in frustration. Mere fury is futile. The pressing dilemma remains. Should they surrender? Reason dictates that surrender is not an option. They must seize this moment to procure heavy weaponry from the system and retaliate against the foe. Yet, humanity is not devoid of emotion. It is impossible to disregard the lives of their comrades. How could they overlook the death of a companion witnessed before their very eyes? Silence has become the last resort for Aisha and her group. Within their hushed gaze, a hand, concealed in darkness, emerges once more, clutching the dagger stained with Amin's blood, inching towards Abdul's throat. In the next heartbeat, this dagger is poised to sever his windpipe. Aisha and her companions, witnessing this horrific scene, can only grimace in anguish, powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the suffocating silence, shattering the dreadful stillness. In an instant, a silver silhouette slices through the night, landing directly on the street. The tremendous impact even leaves a crater on the pavement, capturing the at first glance. It appeared tall and robust, its entire form shimmering with a silvery white metallic luster. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was entirely encased in silvery white armor plates, resembling a mecha warrior. The sudden appearance of this behemoth, as if it had stepped out of a science fiction film, stunned everyone into silence. Even the hand that had just placed a dagger against Abdul's neck recoiled instinctively. The mecha warrior slowly straightened its body. Its head, covered by a metallic mask, moved deliberately, surveying the surroundings before finally settling upon Abdul, Sharif, and the lifeless Emin, all bound to wooden stakes. In the next instant, a distinct click echoed as several cylindrical objects, each as thick as a finger, abruptly emerged from the mecha warrior's shoulders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds rent the air as streaks of blue-white light emanated from the cylindrical objects. The next moment was punctuated by successive cries of agony. The beam struck the darkness behind Abdul and Sharif, leaving them unharmed. At that pivotal instant, both sides inside and outside the warehouse realized which side the mecha warrior was on. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Bullets flew from every corner of the street, striking the mecha warrior with precision. However, these projectiles failed to leave even the slightest scratch on the silvery white armor. Undaunted by the hail of bullets, the mecha warrior slowly raised its arms, cylindrical objects popping up in succession. Immediately afterward, dozens of beams shot forth, unerringly targeting the dim corners of the street, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. In the next moment, the cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. Chapter 177, Nakam. Aisha and all the Palestinian soldiers stood in stunned silence. When the mech warrior rescued Abdul and Sharif, they recognized him as an ally. Later, upon witnessing the mech warrior under attack, they prepared to assist. Yet, before they could pull the trigger, a myriad of beams of light flickered and vanished. Was the battle truly over? Was it all so hastily concluded? The enemy, who had just moments ago overwhelmed them, was annihilated by this mech warrior in one fell swoop. Gulp. One Palestinian soldier could not help but swallow hard. While next to Aisha, Abels turned to her and asked, "Sister, is this from our side?" Evidently, Aisha was at a loss for how to respond, as she too was uncertain of the identity of the stranger. After a brief hesitation, she glanced at Abdul and Sharif, still bound to their wooden stakes in the distance, and grit her teeth, saying, "Let us proceed cautiously for now. We still do not know if they are friend or foe." With Aisha's words, the others complied without question. Thus, the group made their way out of the warehouse. However, as they exited, Aisha and her companions held their weapons aloft, carefully observing the mech warrior. The mech warrior remained motionless, merely standing there, not even sparing a glance at Aisha and her comrades. Noticing the stillness, Aisha hesitated for a moment before signaling Abels with her eyes. At that moment, Abels understood Aisha's intent and led the trio to swiftly bypass the mech warriors, hastening towards the opposite side of the street. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Amin, a pang of sorrow gripped them. Yet they hurriedly worked together to rescue Abdul and Sharif. After a quick examination of their injuries, though severe, it was clear that they were not life-threatening. Abels let out a sigh of relief and promptly signaled Aisha. She too exhaled with relief, then turned her attention to the nearby mech warrior, her expression darkening as she inquired, "You? Who are you?" Suddenly, as tension enveloped them, the metallic visor of the mech warrior shifted, and with a swift motion, it was lifted, revealing a face that Aisha and the others recognized all too well. "Boss," they gasped in unison, taken aback by the revelation that the mech warrior was, in fact, Zhang Hai. He nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group before resting on the corpse of Amin, his expression grave. "I apologize for my tardiness." Zhang Hai spoke somberly after a moment of silence. His words cast a pall over Aisha and the others, who fell into a solemn quiet. Though they had emerged victorious in battle, they had irrevocably lost a companion. Observing the sorrow etched on their faces, Zhang Hai found himself at a loss for words. Having arrived via the system's teleportation, he had not anticipated the persistent inaccuracies that plagued it. The recent teleportation had inadvertently deposited him on the outskirts of Apple City. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Hai had no choice but to don the equipment he had procured from the system and hasten towards their location with utmost urgency. Despite his best efforts, he arrived only to find he was a step too late. Aisha and the others bore him no ill will. After a brief silence, Aisha addressed Zhang Hai, saying, "Boss, this is not your fault. The responsibility lies squarely with those enemies. Indeed, it is those despicable Judas dogs. To avenge, I mean. We must eliminate every last one of those Judas." Aisha's words ignited a fervor among the other Baal soldiers, who erupted in righteous indignation. Judas people? Their remarks took Zhang Hai by surprise. He had merely acted in the heat of the moment to eliminate the enemy, unaware of their identities. From what the Baal soldiers implied, they had already ascertained that these foes were indeed Judas. Aisha was eager to relay the situation to Zhang Hai, but at that moment, a siren blared in the distance, causing them to pause. The recent battle had momentarily transformed this place into a battlefield in their minds, making them forget that they were in Apple City, one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Just like in the movies, the police always arrive last. Bird aiding scoffed, recalling how fiercely they had fought here without a single police presence. Now that the battle had subsided, the authorities were finally making their tardy entrance. The police in this beautiful nation never fail to disappoint when it comes to their timing. "We are ill-equipped to engage with the officials of this country at present," Let us vacate this area for the time being. Jiang Hai contemplated briefly before arriving at a decision, one that elicited no dissent from Aisha and the others. After a succinct gathering of their belongings, the group departed from the site, taking only Aimin and the corpse of the Huaxia individual, leaving behind the bodies of their adversaries. Thus, you deduce that these foes were indeed Judaites? In a villa on the outskirts of Apple City, upon hearing Aisha's account, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. In his previous conjectures, the identity of the enemies seemed least likely to be Judaites. Yet, to his astonishment, they indeed turned out to be so. However, this presented an enigma. Why would Judaites assault Aisha and her companions? How did they ascertain Aisha's presence in Apple City? Additionally, the combat prowess of these Judaites was remarkably high, far surpassing that of ordinary Judean soldiers. Who, then, could they be? I believe I may have an inkling of their true nature. As Jiang Hai wrestled with these thoughts, Aisha suddenly spoke up, catching him off guard. He looked up, surprised, as she continued without needing his prompting. They must be members of Nakam. Nakam? The mention of this name momentarily stunned Jiang Hai. It rang a bell, as though he had encountered it before. Observing his expression, Aisha realized he had no recollection and quickly elaborated. Nakam is an extremist organization established by the Judaites. This organization can be traced back over 1,000 years. To the fall of the ancient kingdom of Judah, a handful of Judeans, driven by a desire for vengeance, established an assassination group with the objective of targeting the leaders of the nations responsible for the destruction of their homeland. Due to the extreme fervor of this assassination group, it ultimately faced a united onslaught from various countries, leading to its dissolution and a disappearance that lasted for over a millennium. However, several decades ago, during the catastrophic Blue Star War, the persecution of the Judeans by the Hans Party compelled them to reconstitute the Nakam. In the aftermath of the war, they pursued members of the Hans Party with relentless fervor. This assassination organization once became so audacious that it attempted to assassinate numerous high-ranking officials of the Hans government, provoking a global coalition against them, which eventually led to their gradual retreat. Chapter 178, A Mutual Destruction? After Aisha's explanation, Jiang Hai recalled having heard this name before, also from Aisha, the Judean general you shot down with a single bullet, Levi Serra. Indeed, he was a member of Nakam. It was he who orchestrated the assassination plot against Lord Filzat. Jiang Hai remembered hearing about Levi Serra from Aisha. So, is it true that Nakam has now set its sights on you? Is it because you were once part of the Palestinian military? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. While it was true that Aisha and her comrades were Palestinian soldiers, Aisha herself was even a leader within the military ranks. However, the question arises, does the identity of Aisha and her companions warrant the involvement of an organization like Nakama? Undoubtedly, such extreme vengeance groups target only prominent figures, particularly those who pose significant threats to their interests. Clearly, Aisha and her companions do not belong to this category. Why, then, would Nakama take action against them? Jiang Hai pondered this conundrum, unable to discern the reasoning. Boss, what was that mech you just piloted? Jiang Hai was lost in thought, while several Palestinian soldiers nearby could hardly contain their curiosity. Encouraged by others, Bird Aiding finally stepped forward to inquire. As he posed the question, all the Palestinian soldiers, including Bird Aiding, gazed at Jiang Hai with eager anticipation. No man can resist the allure of a mech, not even the men of Palestine. Having just descended from the skies in that gleaming silver mech, swiftly vanquishing all adversaries, it was the embodiment of every man's dream. Jiang Hai paused for a moment, lifting his gaze to meet the expectant faces surrounding him, and quickly understood their intrigue. With a slight smile and a wave of his hand, the silver mech materialized before them. Ah, wow. The appearance of the silver mech elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even Aisha, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the mech before turning to Jiang Hai and asking, "Boss, what is this?" "It is the X-0181 model of the individual combat exoskeleton," Jiang Hai promptly replied. "Indeed, it is indeed the individual combat gear priced at an astonishing 3,888 trillion Huaxia coins. Of course, if considering the internal price, it would be reduced by 100 million. Just moments ago, Jiang Hai was transported outside the city by the system. In his haste to rescue Aisha, he swiftly selected the fastest individual combat equipment available on the system's list. As fate would have it, he ended up choosing this one. Fortunately, Jiang Hai had recently struck it rich on the new Galilee Kashing. Otherwise, acquiring such equipment would have been utterly impossible. The X-0181 model exoskeleton for individual combat. Goodness. Free. 888 trillion Huaxia coins. So exorbitant. Aisha and her companions now possessed the authority to access the military equipment list as well. Upon hearing Jiang Hai announce the name of the mech, they eagerly pulled up the list for verification. However, when they laid eyes on the price of this gear, their eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Although they later discovered the internal price, they remained utterly speechless in astonishment. Even at the internal price, it still amounts to 888 trillion Huaxia coins. For them, that figure is undeniably astronomical. Those Balinese soldiers who had initially hoped to pool their resources to purchase a set for themselves were now completely disheartened. Jiang Hai smiled, and amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he promptly retracted the equipment. Lend it to them for a trial? What a ludicrous notion. That is a high-end item valued at 888 trillion Huaxia coins. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Jiang Hai swiftly shifted the topic. What is the situation with the Wildcat Gang? Aisha and her companions had recently taken over the territory of the Wildcat Gang, when suddenly the Nakam organization, affiliated with the Judaites, came knocking at their door. It was difficult for Jiang Hai not to ponder the connection between the two events. Although it seemed improbable that there was any link between the Nakam organization and the Wildcat Gang, Jiang Hai felt compelled to ascertain the truth. Beside him, Abels hurriedly replied, Abdul and Sharif have just awakened, and I have inquired with them. The Wildcat Gang has been remarkably quiet, and their members remain in the Brownsville district. Hesitant to make an appearance, Jiang Hai fell into deep contemplation once more. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that everything was unrelated to the Wildcat Gang. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a connection. After much deliberation, Jiang Hai finally arrived at a decision. He slightly lifted his head, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I understand. I comprehend. Yes, I know. I will handle it. Upon hanging up the phone, a triumphant smile spread across the face of Spole, the leader of the Wildcat Gang. Boss, how is it? Have you resolved everything? Several burly men standing before Spole's desk could not contain their curiosity and pressed him for answers. This was Spole's new office. The previous one had been destroyed, and he could not be bothered to renovate, opting instead for a new space. In response to the inquiries from his subordinates, Spole casually tossed his phone onto the desk and took a deep drag from a cigar resting beside him. Those Judaites all perished. Have they all truly met their demise? Could it be that they have failed? These Judaites are utterly worthless. A few robust men immediately displayed expressions of disappointment. No. Spore smiled faintly, exhaling a thick plume of smoke, reveling in the rich aroma of the cigar. The Philistines have also vanished. It is likely that the Judaites and Philistines engaged in a mutually destructive conflict. While the Judaites are indeed dead, the Philistines cannot be faring much better. Such an outcome is most splendid. Upon hearing Spore's words, the robust men's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor, and they erupted into hearty laughter. Boss, does that mean we no longer need to cower like turtles? Can we reclaim our territories? The men were filled with exuberance. For days, they had been forced to hide in the Brownsville area, too fearful to emerge. Now that the Philistines have encountered misfortune, does that not imply that they can reclaim their businesses and territories? Indeed, it should pose no problem. Spore's elation stemmed precisely from this reason. We have just been informed from above to swiftly reclaim all the businesses and territories we previously lost. Henceforth, you may set out with your brothers. Remember, especially those merchants who betrayed us, they must not be spared lightly. As Spore uttered the final words, he could not help but grind his teeth, his face contorted with malice. Previously, when they were relentlessly pressed back by the Palestinians, those merchants who had long collaborated with them swiftly turned their allegiances to the Palestinians. For the Wildcat Gang, this was nothing short of betrayal. Spore was no benevolent soul. He never showed mercy to traitors. Chapter 179. The Exodus of Palestinian Refugees. Rest assured, boss, we will certainly handle this matter. A few burly men, fully understanding Spore's intent, revealed cruel smiles. They had executed similar tasks more than once or twice before. Spore felt confident in the capabilities of his subordinates and gestured with a smile for them to proceed with their duties. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the room. The wall with windows was obliterated in an instant. Indeed, an entire wall had been completely demolished. As the dust began to settle, it became evident that the wall had entirely vanished. The burly men immediately brandished their firearms, pointing them at the shattered wall, their faces etched with anxiety. As for Spore, having experienced an attack before, he instinctively took refuge beneath his desk. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted abruptly, before the burly men could pull their triggers. A hail of bullets surged in, taking them down in an instant. In the next moment, several figures charged into the office amidst the still falling dust, each wielding a firearm. Boss, big sister, all is well. Bird Eden shouted loudly, and soon after, Jiang Hai and Aisha entered side by side. Upon entering, Jiang Hai couldn't help but glance at the rubble nearby, smirking as he remarked to Aisha, "Do you think this person is foolish? After being ambushed by you last time, he still chooses to set up his office by the roadside? This is truly a case of forgetting the pain after the scar has healed." Listening to Jiang Hai's complaints, Aisha couldn't help but chuckle, though she remained silent. Turning her gaze, it naturally fell upon the trembling Spore beneath the desk, who had just moments ago been all smiles, now suddenly transformed into a figure of icy detachment. "Boss, are those traitors truly brought here by this fellow?" Although there was no concrete evidence yet, Aisha could not dismiss the possibility Jiang Hai had suggested. Moreover, the traitors had murdered Aimin, and Aisha had already directed her seething wrath towards the man before her. As Aisha's expression shifted, Abel strode forward, gun in hand, and yanked Spore out from beneath the desk. Spore, once a sinister and ruthless leader, now appeared pathetically vulnerable in Abel's grasp. "Boss, how shall we deal with him?" The towering Abel's held Spore as one might a chick, giving him a shake as if inquiring of Jiang Hai whether this chick was to be stewed or braised. "Hold on, let's first ascertain what connection he has with those people." "There's no connection. I have nothing to do with those traitors." As Jiang Hai's words echoed in the air, Spore appeared to grasp something crucial, immediately shaking his head and vehemently denying it. The peculiar expression on everyone's faces, including Jiang Hai's, reflected their astonishment at Spore's response. However, in the next moment, Spore's countenance paled even further as the realization struck him. It was a disaster. He had misspoken. "Who do you refer to as that group of Judases? How did you know I was speaking of Judases?" Jiang Hai's inquiry further drained the color from Spore's face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mouth opened and closed, yet no words could escape. Jiang Hai, not expecting a reply from Spore, turned to Aisha and remarked, "I can hardly believe I guessed correctly. That incident is indeed linked to him." Aisha's expression grew increasingly frigid, her gaze upon Spore filled with a ferocity that suggested she wished to devour him whole. Indeed, it was he. It was because of him that Amin had met his demise. As Aisha uttered these words, her teeth clenched tightly, while the nearby soldiers from Bales displayed menacing visages. To Spore, the scene felt akin to descending into hell, surrounded by malevolent spirits. His eyes were wide with terror when a sudden realization struck him. The sound of dripping water echoed ominously from the floor beneath him. "Let us not be hasty in ending his life. We have many questions to pose to him." Jiang Hai intervened, restraining Aisha, then surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering." With Jiang Hai present, there was no need to fear the other members of the Wildcat Gang. However, this was indeed the territory of the Wildcat Gang, and remaining here made it inconvenient for their operations. Upon Jiang Hai's suggestion, Aisha and the others had no objections. Thus, they seized Spore and departed from the location. This was the entrance to the Holy Covenant River, which flows into the Red Sea. 7 cruise ships were currently entering the Red Sea, carrying a total of 20,000 Palestinian refugees. These individuals, having lost their homes, began a tumultuous journey. Their next destination would be far away in Latin America, in Hispani. Perhaps there, they would find the beginning of a new life. On a colossal LCD screen, news footage from the Red Sea ferry terminal was being broadcast. Watching the grand cruise ships slowly glide into the waters of the Red Sea, a smile graced Jiang Hai's face. 20,000 was indeed a modest figure compared to the millions of Palestinian refugees. Yet, this marked a beginning. During this period, over 20 additional cruise ships had departed from the ports of Huaxia, en route to the Gaza Strip. These vessels would gradually transport the Palestinian refugees to settle in Hispani. Meanwhile, the Sanju gang in Hispani had already prepared to welcome the Palestinian refugees. However, Jiang Hai had also heard that there was significant opposition within Hispani regarding the decision to accept the Palestinian refugees, particularly from the indigenous black population, who were against the influx of Palestinians. However, the Sanju gang has just forcefully overthrown the original Hispania government, and now is the zenith of their power. All dissenting voices within the country have been ruthlessly suppressed by the Sanju gang. Of course, with the passage of time, the Chinese population, which constitutes an absolute minority, will undoubtedly struggle to maintain their dominion over Hispania. Nevertheless, this is of little concern. Once the millions of Palestinian refugees establish their homes in Hispania, they will significantly diminish the demographic strength of the black population, leaving the Sanju gang vulnerable. Ah, look, what is that? It is a fleet. The fleet of Judah. They are attempting to intercept the cruise ship as it enters the Red Sea. Suddenly, the television blared with the panicked cries of a reporter, and the visuals shifted to the distant waters. There, on the horizon, small black dots were rapidly approaching the cruise ship. It was a fleet composed of a dozen destroyers. The flags flying from these destroyers were indeed the national flag of Judah. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hai's gaze sharpened, his expression turning cold. Although he had anticipated that Judah would not simply allow the Palestinian refugees to escape and would surely attempt to obstruct the cruise ship, the reality of the situation still surprised him. However, a smile soon re-emerged on Jiang Hai's face. Chapter 180. The flag of Huaxiao on the cruise ship. The fleet of Judah is closing in. They are less than 30 kilometers from the cruise ship. The cruise ship has ceased its advance. Now anchored at the entrance of the Red Sea. The cruise ship is blocked. What is that? To everyone's astonishment, a fleet trailed behind the cruise ship. Was it the fleet of Judah? No, it was not. That was the flag of Huaxiao. The fleet of Huaxiao had appeared behind the cruise ship. What could this mean? Why was the fleet of Huaxiao here? The white female reporter on television was nearly beside herself, brandishing her microphone and shouting in excitement. In the next moment, she screamed as if witnessing an apocalyptic scene. That is the flag of Huaxiao. My goodness. The flag of Huaxiao was even hoisted aboard the cruise ship. Did this imply that it was Huaxiao aiding the migration of Palestinian refugees? Initially, Jiang Hai had seemed merely a spectator, but now he furrowed his brow in concern. He knew that Huaxiao had dispatched a fleet to escort the cruise ship, a promise made by Elder Yu himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that the cruise ship would fly the flag of Huaxiao. This was far more significant than the mere presence of a flag. As the reporter had pointed out, the display of the Huaxiao flag on the cruise ship signified that the responsibility for the migration of Palestinian refugees would rest with Huaxiao. This was precisely what Jiang Hai wished to avoid. He understood all too well that Huaxiao was ill-suited to intervene in the conflict between Palestine and Judah. While the deployment of destroyers for escort could be explained away with alternative justifications, if the cruise ship responsible for the migration of Palestinian refugees was indeed under Huaxiao's banner, it would be impossible to rationalize the situation. During his previous meeting with Elder Yu, there had been no mention of Huaxiao's official acknowledgement of this operation. Who authorized the national flag to be hoisted on the cruise ship? Jiang Hai furrowed his brows and immediately made a phone call. Before long, the call connected. And before Jiang Hai could pose his question, Fong Li's voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Jiang, the matter of the national flag on the cruise ship was not initiated by our personnel. Not our personnel? Then who could it be? Fong Li promptly provided an answer, deepening Jiang Hai's confusion, prompting him to ask with a furrowed brow, could it be the Palestinians who did it? Aside from the Huaxiao individuals aboard, the only others were the Palestinian passengers. Was it possible that the Palestinians on board had acted secretly? No, it wasn't the Palestinians. It was, in fact, personnel from the Huaxiao military. Fong Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. At this revelation, Jiang Hai was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated such an answer. On the other end of the line, Fong Li recounted the events that had transpired. Previously, when the Palestinian refugees were boarding, the captain of the cruise ship had communicated with the commander of the Huaxiao fleet. To ensure safety, the commander had suggested that military personnel also be allowed on board. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, they could quickly establish contact with the fleet. The captain of the cruise ship had no objections, as they were all compatriots. In a foreign land, what could be more trustworthy than one's own kin? However, no one had foreseen that these few Huaxiao soldiers who boarded the cruise ship would suddenly hoist their national flag on the ship's flagpole, due to their identities. The crew members were completely unprepared for such an action. By the time they noticed the situation, the national flag had long been fluttering atop the cruise ship's mast. After listening to Fong Li's succinct account, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. Was it truly the military's doing, or had the official government of Huaxiao orchestrated this? If the Huaxiao authorities intended to intervene, why had they not informed him beforehand? Such matters need not be concealed from him. Jiang, how should we handle this? Feng Li awaited Jiang Hai's decision. Although she was not on site, she could remotely control the notification process for the cruise ship's operations. After a brief silence, Jiang Hai declared, "There is nothing we need to do. Since the military has chosen to intervene, let them manage it entirely. The only task for the captain and crew is to resume their voyage and fulfill their mission once Judah's fleet has departed." Jiang Hai's words seemed to convey an unwavering certainty that Judah's fleet would indeed withdraw. As if the heavens sought to affirm his judgment, the moment he finished speaking, the television erupted with the astonished exclamations of a female reporter. "Oh, my God! Judah's fleet is retreating. Judah's fleet has turned around. They show no intention of obstructing the cruise ship any longer. Does this signify Judah's capitulation to Huaxia?" A smile crept onto Jiang Hai's face as he ended the call. Capitulation? How could those madmen of Judah possibly yield? Even with the Huaxia fleet providing escort, Judah's fleet would not depart lightly. Yet now, their withdrawal was not due to the presence of the Huaxia fleet or the display of Huaxia's national flag aboard the cruise ship. If Jiang Hai's intuition is correct, it is undoubtedly the result of his previous arrangements. "Oh dear God!" The female reporter on the television screen screamed once more. Jiang Hai was certain that the number of times she screamed today far surpassed that of her wedding night. He observed the reporter pressing her hands against her ears, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had just heard some extraordinary news. The recently received information was startling. Bosch. It was indeed Bosch. Bosch had dispatched troops against Judah. 3 armored divisions had already crossed the border into Judah. Simultaneously, the distinctive fighter jets of Bosch had appeared over the skies of Judah's capital, Jerusalem. Although they merely circled above without deploying any weapons, this maneuver had already incited panic among the residents of the capital. An exodus ensued, with countless inhabitants fleeing Jerusalem. War. This is war. It has only been a few months since the last brink of war, and now conflict erupts once more. The evacuation of the Judah fleet is likely a consequence of this. Bosch had declared war on Judah, and at this juncture, provoking Huaxia would certainly not be a prudent choice for Judah. The reporter, evidently an experienced frontline journalist, quickly regained her composure, not only reporting the news, but also providing some analysis. Click. Jiang Hai turned off the television. He had lost interest in what remained. Indeed, the military action of Bosch against Judah was precisely orchestrated by him. However, in truth, the role of Jiang Hai was rather insignificant. Due to the 3 large Ivan missiles, the Boshi leadership harbored a profound animosity towards Judah. Jiang Hai merely offered a subtle reminder to Hussein that Judah's large Ivan could be activated at any moment. Provided that Boshi was not foolish, seizing this opportunity to deploy troops against Judah would be the wisest course of action. Why delay military action until Judah produces more large Ivans? Since Boshi had already decided to act, Judah would undoubtedly be unable to divert resources to intercept the cruise ships carrying the Palestinian refugees. Furthermore, with the stance taken by Huaxia, Judah could only watch helplessly as the Palestinian refugees fled. Chapter 181. Jiang Hai was quite displeased. The cruise ship, carrying the Palestinian refugees, had entered the Red Sea, and henceforth, it was set to traverse the Red Sea and directly into the Atlantic Ocean. Following the transatlantic journey, it would reach Hispani. If all proceeded smoothly, this voyage would take approximately a month and a half. After all, the sheer size of the cruise ship made rapid travel unfeasible. Nevertheless, once the ship entered the Atlantic, it would be but a final step away from reaching Hispani. As for the military personnel aboard who had raised the Huaxia flag, reports indicated that after unfurling the national banner, they had taken no further action. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Hai found himself increasingly perplexed. He truly could not fathom the motives behind the actions of these military personnel. Just then, a melody broke the silence. His mobile phone, resting beside him, rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unknown number, yet he promptly answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Hai?" A clear, melodious female voice resonated, evoking a sense of familiarity within Jiang Hai, yet he could not quite recall where he had heard it before. "Hello, may I inquire who you are?" "I am Zhang Jing. We met once at Old Use." Zhang Jing. The other party directly revealed her identity, and an image of a beautiful female soldier immediately surfaced in Jiang Hai's mind. Was she not the matchmaker introduced by Old Yu? But why was she calling him? If memory served him right, he had sensed a lack of interest from her during their first encounter. Miss Zhang Jing, greetings. I thought, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could address me by my military rank. I am a soldier, and addressing me by rank is the most fundamental form of respect. Taken aback by Zhang Jing's earnest response, Jiang Hai momentarily paused. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Oh, very well. Zhang Jing, Major, correct? At last, Jiang Hai's memory proved reliable, recalling that Zhang Jing currently held the rank of Major. Seemingly satisfied with Jiang Hai's address, Zhang Jing did not dwell on the matter further. Mr. Jiang Hai, the purpose of my call is of a professional nature. I trust you are already aware that your fleet encountered an obstruction by the Judah fleet while in the Red Sea. To deter the Judah fleet, your vessels were also flying the flag of Huaxia. Zhang Jing straightforwardly stated the reason for her call, causing Jiang Hai to furrow his brow immediately. Moments ago, he was still contemplating this matter. Little did he expect that Zhang Jing would call precisely concerning this issue. This implies that Zhang Jing is aware of the circumstances surrounding it. This is quite plausible, given that the matter was orchestrated by the military, of which Zhang Jing is a member. Major Zhang Jing, may I inquire as to the reason behind this? Your cruise ship aiding the migration of Palestinian refugees is destined to encounter resistance from Judas. Furthermore, the state has dispatched a fleet to provide escort. Regardless, your undertaking has already been stamped with the emblem of Huaxia. Zhang Jing spoke in a calm and measured tone, articulating the reasons with precision. So, does it truly make a difference whether your cruise ship flies the Huaxia flag? Jiang Hai hesitated before responding, opting for silence for a moment, and then said, if you could have informed me in advance, I would have certainly cooperated with your actions. This, however, is inconsequential. At least the outcome is favorable. Zhang Jing appeared unfazed by Jiang Hai's sentiments, swiftly countering his opinion. This demeanor greatly irritated Jiang Hai. Had it not been for the consideration that the other party represented the Huaxia military, he might have lost his composure long ago. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai managed to restrain his temper. At this juncture, there was no loss for him. Thus he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter further. After all, the other party was also from the Huaxia military, and Jiang Hai still hoped to extend them some courtesy. Thus, your call was merely a routine notification for me? Very well. I comprehend. Thank you for your thoughtful concern. No, she interjected, With a sharp click, Jiang Hai mocked, not allowing the other to finish, and abruptly ended the call. He could choose to give the other party some face and refrain from pursuing the matter further. But that did not mean he could be casually manipulated like a soft persimmon. One must maintain a proper temperament. After hanging up on Zhang Jing, Jiang Hai initially contemplated calling Wang Quan, but recalling Wang Quan's previous instructions, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided against disturbing him. At the Huaxia military headquarters, Zhang Jing furrowed her delicate brows as she stared at her phone. This was her first experience of being abruptly cut off by a male counterpart, and she had to admit, it left her quite displeased. Xiao Jing, how are things? A frail voice broke through her tangled thoughts. Grandfather, he seems somewhat dissatisfied, yet he has accepted our arrangements. Indeed, this indicates that my judgment was not in vain, and neither was old Yu's. This lad truly possesses great potential. Listening to her grandfather's praise for Jiang Hai, and recalling the scornful words he had just uttered, Zhang Jing felt a twinge of discomfort. However, a habit cultivated since childhood prevented her from easily revealing her innermost thoughts. Xiao Jing, perhaps you should genuinely consider this Jiang Hai. I believe. Grandfather, you once promised me that my lifelong affairs would be decided by myself. Zhang Jing immediately interrupted, her expression resolute. Since I have made a promise to you, I shall not go back on it. However, I merely suggested it. Just a suggestion. If it is merely a suggestion, then I shall not accept it. Zhang Jing huffed and turned to leave the office, leaving behind the elderly gentleman adorned with a multitude of medals, who could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head. The nation of Jiaban, separated from Huaxia by a slender stretch of sea, has a history of millennia-long grievances with Huaxia. Due to the recent controversy surrounding the discharge of nuclear waste, Jiaban has gradually found itself isolated by various countries across Blue Star. Yet, not all nations have joined the boycott against Jiaban. Were that the case, Jiaban would have long since faltered. The reason it continues to recklessly dispose of nuclear waste is due to the steadfast support it enjoys from a formidable ally. The two ICBMs from yesteryears not only marked humanity's inaugural use of such weapons in actual combat, but also opened the minds of Japanese leaders, imprinting an ideology upon them. With the backing of its fatherly figure, Japan perceives itself as truly powerful. As long as it has this support, Japan fears no repercussions in its endeavors. What significance does the dumping of nuclear waste hold? Even if one day Japan provokes a war with ICBMs, it matters not. Everything will be resolved with the assistance of its fatherly figure. Such a mindset has nearly unified the upper echelons of Japanese government. However, this is only nearly true. In reality, not all high-ranking officials in Japan share this perspective. Murakami Sanshiro, the head of Japan's Security Council and the foremost authority on national security management, is a staunch advocate of Japan's national sovereignty independence. Chapter 182, The National Sovereignty Independence of Japan. In recent years, a revolutionary ideology has gradually emerged both officially and among the populace regarding the limitations faced by the nation in fully exercising its sovereignty. This sentiment primarily manifests as discontent over the inability to possess an independent military force, due to well-known circumstances, is currently not only beholden to foreign powers but also lacks even the most fundamental military capabilities. Essentially, it has no army. A country devoid of military might is undeniably incomplete. Even if it is granted a so-called self-defense force as a mere FAAD, it does not alter the reality that remains an incomplete nation. This is precisely the source of frustration for national sovereignty advocates like Murakami Sanshiro. On the surface, Murakami Sanshiro appears to be a diligent government official. However, he has been secretly striving to restore military capabilities too. Unlike many of his compatriots, he harbors no illusions that foreign powers will relinquish this authority back to. Indeed, Murakami Sanshiro stands among the rare few in the government who do not harbor faith in these foreign benefactors. To him, both foreign powers and neighboring nations are adversaries. Relying on enemies for assistance is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. As Murakami Sanshiro stepped out of his office, as he did routinely at the end of the workday, carrying his briefcase and heading towards the elevator, he was suddenly interrupted by a hurried call from behind. Turning swiftly, he recognized his colleague, Tanaka Shinsuke, the Deputy Secretary of the Security Council. In terms of position, Shinsuke Tanaka is subordinate to Sans Murakami. However, in reality, the two have been friends for many years, with their camaraderie surpassing the confines of their professional roles. When Shinsuke Tanaka approached him, Sans Murakami merely nodded, his expression remaining stern and impassive. Nonetheless, Tanaka was accustomed to his friend's demeanor and greeted him with a smile. At that moment, the elevator doors opened at an opportune time, and the two entered side by side. As Tanaka pressed the button for the underground parking level, the doors began to close slowly. Murakami-kun, have you heard? What about? Huaxia has intervened to assist the Palestinian refugees in migrating to Hispania. Sans Murakami furrowed his brow, for among the nations he despised the most, one was the United States, and the other was Huaxia. Even Shinsuke Tanaka's mention of Huaxia evoked a sense of aversion within him. However, Murakami refrained from expressing his emotions, simply nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that he had already seen the news. TSK, what is Huaxia trying to do? Clearly, they are offending Judah. Judah is not merely a country. It is a complex entity. Offending Judah will certainly incite animosity from the numerous wealthy individuals of Judah across the globe against Huaxia. Shinsuke Tanaka began to expound on current events with animated gestures, while Sans Murakami remained silent, his brow still furrowed, devoid of any interest in matters concerning Huaxia. Even if Huaxia were to offend Judah, incurring sanctions, or even declarations of war, Murakami Sanshiro would remain unfazed, perhaps even applauding the turn of events. In his heart, he silently wished for the demise of nations like Huaxia and the United States. Yet, he was acutely aware that given Huaxia's current stature, Judah could scarcely pose a threat. Moreover, due to Huaxia's unique national structure, Judah's economic leverage, which could sway numerous countries globally, would have no impact on Huaxia. The purpose of Huaxia sending Palestinian refugees to Hispania was likely to support the recently initiated coup by the Chinese in Hispania. The Chinese involved in the coup in Hispania? When did they establish any connection with Huaxia? They are all of Chinese descent. Is that not sufficient to forge a bond? Murakami Sanshiro shot a glance at Tanaka Shinsuke. For someone who serves as the deputy to the National Security Council, one would expect a modicum of intellect. How could he not discern such an obvious connection? Ding dong. As Murakami Sanshiro finished speaking, the elevator emitted a notification sound, and the doors slowly opened, revealing the underground parking lot. Murakami Sanshiro stepped out of the elevator, while Tanaka Shinsuke sheepishly scratched the back of his head, quickly following suit. Murakami-kun. Murakami-kun. Wait for me. Murakami Sanshiro entered his vehicle, and moments later, Tanaka Shinsuke joined him in the passenger seat, smiling as he said, Murakami-kun, Aiko-chan isn't home tonight, and I have no plans for dinner. How about we grab a drink? As he spoke, Shinji Tanaka raised his hand to make a drinking gesture. Initially, the proposal from Shinji Tanaka stirred some interest in Satoru Murakami. However, he soon shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, Tanaka-kun. I have some matters to attend to later, so I cannot join you. All right. Shinji Tanaka responded with a playful shrug. It seems I shall have to spend this lonely night alone. Satoru Murakami, however, did not believe a word of Tanaka's statement. Having been friends for decades, they understood each other well. This fellow would certainly not be alone tonight. Without exposing Tanaka's pretense, Murakami watched as Tanaka exited the vehicle, promptly locked the doors, and swiftly departed the parking lot. He was not dismissing Tanaka's words lightly. He genuinely had pressing matters. Navigating through the bustling streets of Kyoto, Satoru Murakami drove rapidly towards the city's most vibrant district, the Nishiki area. He turned into a familiar street and expertly parked in the basement of a towering building. 10 minutes later, Murakami found himself in an office where he was not alone. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and black-rimmed glasses awaited him. Murakami-kun. It is a pleasure to see you. In stark contrast to Murakami's somewhat indifferent demeanor, the man greeted him warmly, even extending his hand for a handshake. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sanzu Murakami raised his hand and declared, Enough. I have not come here to engage in idle chatter. I wish to expedite our discussion of the matter at hand. Despite being interrupted, the middle-aged man displayed no signs of displeasure, instead offering a chuckle and remarking, Indeed, Murakami-kun. You are a person of forthright speech, truly a person of significant endeavors. Unfazed by the man's flattery, Sanzu Murakami maintained his cold demeanor, gazing impassively at his counterpart. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Without further ado, the middle-aged man gestured an okay sign, then smiled as he addressed Murakami. As per our previous discussions, we are prepared to fulfill our commitment to you at any moment. And what about you? Chapter 183. No retreat. I am certainly capable of fulfilling my promise. Sanzu Murakami proclaimed earnestly, raising his voice. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, replying, Some matters cannot be resolved merely through words. Murakami-kun, this transaction has the potential to truly realize your aspirations. If you believe that mere words can bring this about, then perhaps your ideals are rather inexpensive. What did you say? The man's words struck a nerve with Sanzu Murakami, who abruptly stood up, glaring furiously at him. However, the middle-aged man exhibited no fear or concern in the face of Murakami's ire, remaining composed and unflinching. Despite Murakami's evident fury, it was clear that he could not intimidate his adversary in the slightest. After a prolonged bout of anger, he could only return to his seat with a sullen expression. What do you expect of me? The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated that Murakami Sanichiro would ultimately yield. With a faint smile, he retrieved a document from the drawer of the nearby desk and tossed it onto the coffee table before Murakami. Once you sign this contract, our transaction will be officially binding. Murakami Sanichiro was acutely aware that he was at the mercy of the other party, yet he found himself with no alternative. To realize his aspirations, he must seek the cooperation of this individual before him. Thus, despite the bitterness within him, he had no choice but to suppress his indignation. As he perused the contract, his eyes widened in disbelief. His recently settled rear lifted abruptly from the chair. 30% of the national tax revenue every year? Are you mad, or am I? Do you truly believe I would agree to such terms? With a resounding slap, Murakami slammed the contract onto the desk, vehemently cursing at it. The middle-aged man, however, remained unperturbed, merely observing Murakami's outburst with a calm demeanor. After Murakami had vented for over 10 minutes, his voice hoarse and exhausted, the middle-aged man gradually straightened his posture. He raised his hand to grasp the contract in front of him, slowly moving it toward the adjacent drawer. At this action, Murakami's brow furrowed instinctively, and without thinking, he pressed his hand down on the contract. The middle-aged man, maintaining his enigmatic smile, continued to watch Murakami Sanichiro in silence. Faced with the gaze of the middle-aged man, Murakami Sanjuro's complexion swiftly shifted through a spectrum of hues, at times furious, at others embarrassed, and tinged with a nervousness that left him at a loss. Thus, the two remained locked in a silent standoff for nearly half an hour. As Murakami Sanjuro maintained his stance, his body began to stiffen, on the verge of yielding. Only then did the middle-aged man gradually release the contract, lightly tapping it with his finger, and with a smile, remarked, "Murakami-kun, in business collaborations, it is essential that both parties are willing, is it not? You have your aspirations, and I have my requirements. Since it seems we cannot find common ground, let us part ways amicably. I never insisted that you must sign this contract, did I?" The final words were laced with a hint of amusement. The man's remarks caused Murakami Sanjuro's face to flush crimson, his teeth clenched, and veins protruding on his forehead. The hand that gripped the contract trembled uncontrollably. He yearned to release it and unleash a torrent of vitriol before departing with flair. Yet reason cautioned him against such impulsive action. The middle-aged man before him represented his last opportunity to realize his dreams. To forego this chance might grant him a fleeting sense of dignity, but it would inevitably lead to a lifetime of regret. Wait, this contract, I am willing to sign. But could the contract's terms be modified? Murakami-kun, you must be jesting. Do you think this transaction is a matter of negotiation? I have never heard of anyone bargaining in this line of work. The middle-aged man wore a smile upon his face, yet this grin sent a shiver down Murakami Sansaburo's spine, a chill creeping from his heels to the nape of his neck. It dawned on him who this man truly was. Despite the affable demeanor with which the middle-aged man spoke, the underlying message was unmistakably clear. Either sign the contract or leave. In that moment, Murakami Sansaburo realized that from the instant he had entered this office, he had forfeited any possibility of retreat. Taking a deep breath, the pallor of his face regained a hint of color. Without uttering another word, he opened the contract and turned directly to the final page. The middle-aged man appeared unfazed by Sansaburo's decision, even graciously offering him a pen for signing. Accepting the pen, Sansaburo promptly inscribed his name upon the contract, capped the pen, and respectfully bowed as he pushed the contract across the table towards the man. Observing Sansaburo's actions, the middle-aged man's smile widened, and without a second glance at the contract, he placed it into his drawer. "I am delighted to have reached an agreement with you. This transaction is bound to be exceedingly pleasant. Now that the contract is signed, when shall we finalize the transaction? The sooner, the better." Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man snapped his fingers and replied, "Within a month. The goods will arrive at the port of G-Ben. As for the receipt of the goods, I shall dispatch someone to oversee the handover. The contract has been signed, and matters have been settled." Murakami Sanshiro has nothing further to contemplate. He resumed his previous icy demeanor and responded in a low voice. In the next moment, Murakami Sanshiro turned and exited the office. Once the other party had departed, the middle-aged man leisurely retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me." "Yes, indeed, he has signed the contract. Next, we must arrange for the delivery." Yes, everything is proceeding according to plan, quite smoothly." "Correct. He harbors no doubts whatsoever." Good. Understood. I will manage the remaining matters. In the splendid nation, Apple City, at a mansion on the outskirts. A voice announced, "Mr. Felix, Mr. Rubin is ready to see you." Outside the opulent chamber, a middle-aged man with golden hair sat poised in a chair. Upon hearing the words from the stunning blonde woman emerging from the room, he immediately rose, much like a schoolboy called to the teacher's office for reprimand. The proud and confident expression that Felix usually wore had nearly vanished, replaced by a visage of trepidation and unease. As the most promising member of the Lockheed family's younger generation, Felix once shone brightly. Yet now, he resembled a defeated rooster, with his comb drooping dismally. He understood the gravity of his failure. In the Lockheed family, the word failure is a dreadful specter, often accompanied by an abyss from which one may never emerge. Chapter 184. The Mad Elder approaching the door, Felix took a deep breath as he gazed upon the firmly shut entrance. Gathering all his strength, he exerted himself to push the door open. Before him lay an expansive bedroom, stretching over 200 square meters. The most prominent piece of furniture was an enormous bed, capable of accommodating 10 individuals. Lavishly adorned with a deep crimson duvet, an elderly man reclined against the plush cushions. It was none other than Reuben Lockheed, the head of the Lockheed family. "Mr. Reuben," Felix exclaimed as he reached the bedside, promptly bowing in deference. Even though he was acutely aware that his forthcoming fate would be dire, Felix maintained his decorum, a testament to the noble upbringing instilled within him since childhood. Reuben, however, did not immediately acknowledge Felix. Instead, he lounged against the soft pillows, perusing the documents in his hand. The bedroom resonated with silence, broken only by the faint rustling of paper as Reuben flipped through the files. Felix remained in his bowed position, enduring the stillness as Reuben refrained from speaking. While sustaining such a posture for a brief moment was manageable, nearly an hour passed, and Felix felt as though his waist might snap from the strain. Sweat began to bead upon his brow, and his face flushed a deep crimson. Yet, despite the discomfort, Felix gritted his teeth and held his ground, not allowing his body to betray him. Just as Felix felt on the brink of collapse, the previously silent Reuben gradually closed the folder in his hands. "Felix, you may rise," he commanded. "Thank you, Mr. Reuben," Felix responded, hastily straightening himself. The sensation of ache and heaviness emanating from his lower back nearly caused him to collapse onto the ground. Yet, Felix gritted his teeth and persevered. "Felix, among all the next generation of the Lockheed family, you are undoubtedly the most distinguished. I have always held great expectations for you." Reuben's voice was slow and heavy, resonating in Felix's ears like the relentless pounding of a hammer. His complexion shifted from a fiery crimson to a pallid hue. "I must confess, I am quite disappointed in you this time." Thud. Reuben's words finally escaped his lips, and in the next moment, Felix found himself kneeling on the ground. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Reuben." Felix displayed no inclination to defend himself. The recent defeat in Hispania had inflicted considerable losses upon the Lockheed family. Although, from a strategic standpoint, Felix had previously disagreed with the family's tactical arrangements, this setback should not, in principle, rest solely upon his shoulders. Nevertheless, Felix refrained from arguing. The Lockheed family was one that solely pursued outcomes. Regardless of the issues encountered along the way, the end result served as the ultimate arbiter. In the affair of Hispania, Felix was the commander. Thus, the responsibility for the loss ultimately fell upon him. "I understand that this defeat cannot be entirely attributed to you. Indeed, the family erred in its final strategic formulation. Moreover, I recall that you voiced your objections at that time, but the family chose not to heed them. However, you are cognizant of the family's precepts." Reuben turned to face Felix, a look of regret etched upon his features. Felix, in turn, became increasingly impassive, as if Reuben's words were not a pronouncement of his fate. "I understand," he intoned. "I accept the family's judgment upon me. Forgive me, child." Bang! Before Reuben could complete his utterance, a gunshot reverberated through the room. Felix collapsed to the floor, a crimson orifice blooming on his forehead, the sanguine fluid cascading over his eyes, gradually obscuring his vacant gaze. Retracting the still smoldering pistol, the comely young nurse approached Reuben's bedside, casually returning the weapon to the drawer of the nightstand. She then picked up the tray from the nightstand and, with a coquettish smile, inquired of Reuben, "Is there anything else you require, Mr. Reuben?" "Ah, my dear, might I trouble you for a glass of water?" "Thank you. Certainly. One moment, please." The nurse turned with a smile, sashaying towards the exit. In the ensuing moment, several young men entered, dragging Felix's lifeless form away, while a maidservant arrived bearing water, assisting in the removal of the bloodstains. Reuben, feigning obliviousness, resumed perusing the documents in the nearby folder. The matter of Hispania must not be dismissed so readily, especially those Palestinian refugees. They must not be allowed to reach Hispania. Upon a sofa on the opposite side of the chamber, two elderly men remained seated. They had observed the entirety of Felix's execution, yet remained silent throughout. From their expressions, it seemed as though they had just witnessed a dramatic rehearsal. Upon hearing Reuben's words, the two elderly men exchanged glances, one of them furrowing his brow and stating, "Are we really going to take action against those Palestinian refugees? Those cruise ships are under the auspices of Huaxia, and they are protected by Huaxia's fleet. If we were to act against the cruise ships, Huaxia would not let it go lightly." "Huaxia? Humph." Reuben's face displayed a look of disdain as he retorted, "The reach of Huaxia does not extend to our beautiful nation. We have yet to settle scores with those Chinese who seized our goods. And now, it is also the Chinese causing turmoil in Hispania. It is no longer a matter of whether Huaxia will let it slide. It is about us not allowing Huaxia to escape unscathed." Gulping, the two elderly men instinctively swallowed hard, their faces reflecting astonishment. Regardless of past events, the present Huaxia undeniably stands as a superpower on the blue planet. No matter how formidable the Lockheed family may be, It is inconceivable that they could confront a superpower directly. Previously, Reuben had nearly succumbed to a heart attack, and after being miraculously saved, how had his temperament become so resolute? Noticing the hesitation in their demeanor, Reuben slowly lifted his head, diverting his gaze from the documents to the two elderly men. What is it? Do you have any objections to my decision? No, of course not. We have no objections. Upon the utterance of Reuben's words, the two elderly men were immediately taken aback, hastily shaking their heads and waving their hands, fearful of expressing any dissent. Make sure you comprehend this. Lockheed is not devoid of adversaries, for Lockheed shall forever vanquish its foes, regardless of who they may be, even if the enemy is a superpower. When Reuben articulated this declaration, his eyes emanated an eerie, chilling light. In my lifetime, the Lockheed family shall never yield to anyone. The only circumstance under which the Lockheed family would retreat is if I were to perish. Reuben's pallid visage flushed an unnatural shade of red. The whites of his eyes starkly contrasted with his pupils, revealing a disturbing madness lurking within. Observing this expression, the two elderly men instinctively inhaled sharply. They understood all too well that the Reuben before them had succumbed to madness. Chapter 185. How to accommodate the refugees. We have already made all necessary arrangements. Once the cruise ship arrives in the Hispani waters, the Navy of Hispani will be dispatched to provide assistance. We will allocate a parcel of land in Bonaire for these Palestinian refugees to reside in. As the influx of Palestinian refugees to Hispani increases, we will designate additional plots of land. If absolutely necessary, we could consider relocating some individuals from the predominantly black communities. Listening to Aisha's words over the phone, Jiang Hai smiled slightly, then shook his head and remarked, "There is no need for such complexity. Instead, we shall disperse the Palestinian refugees and integrate them within those black communities." The suggestion put forth by Jiang Hai took Aisha by surprise, momentarily leaving him puzzled about the rationale behind such a course of action. If the Palestinian refugees were to be dispersed for resettlement, it would inevitably lead to conflicts with the indigenous population in the future, thereby diluting their collective strength. Only by implementing this strategy could they truly diminish the demographic presence of the black community in Hispani. I understand now, Jiang Hai elucidated. And it was then that Aisha grasped the intention behind the relocation of Palestinian refugees to Hispani. It aimed to undermine the demographic advantage held by the black population. If the Palestinian refugees were settled separately from the black community, there was a significant risk that the Palestinians and blacks would coalesce, resulting in local fragmentation. This would not bode well for the future governance of Hispani by the Sanju gang. Well, as long as you understand, the rest is up to you. Jiang Hai expressed his confidence in Aisha's capabilities. After a few more instructions, he abruptly ended the call, tapping his chin with his phone in a rhythmic manner, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With the inclusion of Palestinian refugees, the Sanju gang's rule over Hispani appeared to have stabilized. Of course, Jiang Hai's motives extended beyond mere governance of Hispani. He had not forgotten the catalyst for these actions, Lockheed Corporation. It was this very company that had orchestrated a covert scheme, inciting Preval to betray him. Now that Preval had been ousted from Hispani, the score with Lockheed Corporation remained unsettled. However, with their headquarters situated in Apple City, Jiang Hai currently lacked the means to confront them. One must gradually erode the influence of the adversary across the globe, thereby reaping a modest interest before proceeding further. Just as Jiang Hai was immersed in his contemplations, the sudden ring of his mobile phone interrupted him. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find it was a call from Aisha. "Boss, we have a grave situation." As soon as the call connected, Aisha's grave tone rekindled the tension that Jiang Hai had only just managed to dispel. Given his understanding of Aisha, he knew that she would not exhibit such anxiety unless something truly significant had transpired. "What has happened? Speak slowly." "I have just received intelligence indicating that Lockheed Martin is preparing to take action against the ships transporting Palestinian refugees." "What? Have they lost their minds?" Jiang Hai was taken aback, springing up from the sofa in disbelief. He could hardly process the information. Lockheed Martin intended to act against the Palestinian refugees? Was this not sheer madness? It should be noted that since the Chinese flag was hoisted on the ships in the Red Sea, the world has come to recognize that these 7 vessels are under the protection of China. How could Lockheed Martin dare to target these ships? Was this tantamount to declaring war on China? "Boss, there is no mistake. This intelligence was recently acquired from our sources within Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin possesses their own armed forces and is currently mobilizing fleets and aerial units, preparing to launch an assault on the ships before they enter the Hispaniola Sea. Their private military is formidable, and I fear that the fleet escorting the ships for China may not stand a chance. When Aisha spoke of the matter, her words were laced with tension. After all, the cruise ship was filled with her fellow compatriots. Naturally, she harbored no desire for her kin to encounter an assault, especially amid the vast, desolate sea where they would find themselves utterly defenseless. An attack would signify a solitary path to demise. I comprehended. Jiang Hai understood that Aisha would never jest regarding the plight of the Palestinian refugees. Since she had unequivocally confirmed the situation with fervent words, it was highly likely that there was no cause for concern. Now, Jiang Hai needed to devise a strategy to resolve this predicament. Leave this matter to me. You all continue to monitor the movements of Lockheed Corporation and inform me of any developments. All right, understood. Everything is entrusted to you, boss. With Jiang Hai's assurance, Aisha appeared to relax considerably. After concluding the call, Jiang Hai hesitated for a brief moment before dialing another number. Hello, this is Zhang Jing. Jiang Hai was contacting Zhang Jing, the very person who had reached out to him last time. He was still unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the incident involving the flag on the cruise ship. However, he knew that the individual had communicated through Zhang Jing. Thus, by establishing contact with her, he should be able to connect with the enigmatic orchestrator. Given that the Chinese fleet was currently stationed near the cruise ship, any impending attack by Lockheed Corporation would undoubtedly necessitate communication with the Chinese military. He succinctly relayed the information he had just obtained from Aisha to Zhang Jing. Soon, a cold voice emerged from the phone. I understand. We will handle this matter. A simple exchange of two sentences concluded with a definitive click as the call ended. Jiang Hai stared in bewilderment at the phone that had been abruptly disconnected, feeling an unsettling sense of unreliability. Perhaps it would be best for him to devise his own solution. With a slight curl of his lip, Jiang Hai tilted his head in contemplation, his eyes shimmering with a spark of determination. The Desert Tiger, renowned as a prominent mercenary group within the International Hiring Organization, boasts an unparalleled success rate in their endeavors. Reportedly, since its inception, the Desert Tiger has recorded only 2 mission failures over the span of 18 years, a remarkable feat indeed. Given the perilous nature of the assignments undertaken by such mercenary teams, no other group in the industry can rival the Desert Tiger's success rate. Consequently, the fees demanded by the Desert Tiger for their services are notoriously exorbitant, rendering them unaffordable for most nations or organizations. However, the formidable arms dealer, Lockheed Martin, stands as an exception. The collaboration between the Desert Tiger and Lockheed Martin has deep roots, with whispers that the Desert Tiger's inaugural mission involved assisting Lockheed Martin. Thus, when Lockheed Martin issued a new task, the Desert Tiger was naturally the first choice. Beneath the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, a small submarine glided stealthily. At the helm of the Desert Tiger team, Berlin, his face adorned with stubble, studied the map before him with utmost seriousness. Surrounding him were several trusted subordinates, keenly attentive to their leaders' deliberations. According to satellite signals, the cruise ship is currently positioned here, and it is less than a day's journey away from us. By dawn tomorrow, we should be able to catch up with them. Chapter 186. The Desert Tiger of Extortion. Upon hearing his subordinate's analysis, Berlin crossed his arms and absent-mindedly rubbed his stubbled chin with one finger. The notoriety of the Desert Tiger resonated throughout the mercenary community. Yet Berlin remained devoid of arrogance or complacency. He maintained a vigilant and cautious demeanor to confront each mission, which was the cornerstone of the Desert Tiger's remarkable success rate. Furthermore, this time, the adversary was none other than the illustrious Huaxia, a nation infamously dubbed the graveyard of mercenaries. The target consisted of 7 cruise ships, all civilian vessels devoid of any armament, thus posing little threat. The critical factor, however, lay in the Huaxia fleet that was escorting the cruise ships. One subordinate presented several ship models, arranging them on the map. The 7 cruise ship models were positioned in A formation, interspersed with 13 smaller vessels. The Huaxia fleet comprised a total of 13 ships, including 9 destroyers, 2 landing ships, and 2 frigates. The armament of the Huaxia fleet was formidable and should not be underestimated. After listening to his subordinate's briefing, Berlin nodded slightly. He certainly would not underestimate any foe, let alone the powerful Huaxia. Certainly, Berlin would not be so frightened by the mere mention of Huaxia that he would lose his composure. Calmly and methodically, He analyzed the battle plans with his subordinates to ensure that tomorrow's confrontation would be flawless. "Boss, there's a call for you." The door to the cabin swung open, and a subordinate presented Berlin with a satellite phone. In this submarine, the use of mobile phones was out of the question. Only a satellite phone with a robust signal could effectively establish contact with the outside world. Without hesitation, Berlin grasped the phone and spoke. "Hello, this is Berlin. It's me." The response was succinct, yet Berlin instantly recognized the identity of the caller. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "We are currently on a mission. What is it you need? Let me give you a heads up. We have captured a spy here. Therefore, your operations may very well have been compromised." The caller's words tightened Berlin's brow even further, and discontent was etched upon his face. "How could this happen? This is not the modus operandi of your Lockheed company. Stop with the complaints. Every family has its parasites." "Well then, what should we do? Cancel the mission?" Berlin asked with a hint of jest, only to be met with an immediate refusal. "We cannot allow these Palestinians to reach Hispani. The mission must proceed, and it must be accomplished." The caller's unequivocal stance further fueled Berlin's dissatisfaction. "Are you suggesting that we confront an already fully armed and prepared Huasha military? Esteemed Lockheed family, we are mercenaries, not mere ants destined for death. Please, do not utter such words. I, too, believe in the prowess of your desert tigers." Aware of their own shortcomings, the opposing party began to speak more favorably. "My brothers are risking their lives to assist you, yet you cannot even manage the simplest confidentiality. You are leaving me and my brothers exposed, vulnerable to the threat of betrayal." Berlin has made it clear that he wishes to discontinue the mission, yet the other party seems well acquainted with him, immediately discerning his true intentions. "We are willing to compensate for the contributions we are making on your behalf. For this mission, we are prepared to increase our commission by 15. Consider it a payment for the risks you are about to undertake. The commission for the Desert Tigers starts at a minimum of 100 million. An additional 15 translates to an increase of 15 million. This sum will be settled in hard currency, and when converted to Huasha currency, it becomes an astonishing figure." However, Berlin remained unfazed, offering a cold smile as he gazed at the wall opposite him, as if the other party stood before him. After a moment of silence, Berlin leisurely stated, "Double it." With this demand, Berlin asserted his position, yet it left the opposing party momentarily speechless. "Double? That amounts to 200 million. Even for those in the Lockheed family, who are not averse to spending, such a request is not easily acquiesced to." Nonetheless, Berlin did not afford them ample time for deliberation. With the satellite phone wedged between his ear and shoulder, he cast a glance at the watch on his wrist. Only 2 minutes remained. He needed to make a decision swiftly. If there was no response in 2 minutes, he would order his team to turn back. His unwavering stance left the other party in a state of exasperation, yet they found themselves unable to counter his resolve. "Very well. 200 million it is, I agree." Fortunately, Lockheed Corporation was never short of funds. While the price of 200 million might cause many world leaders to furrow their brows, to Lockheed, it was merely a blink before a decision was made. A pleasant collaboration. Upon receiving the agreement, Baroness' face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. After hanging up, his grin grew ever brighter. In truth, from the very beginning, Baron had no intention of relinquishing this mission. 100 million is still a substantial sum. If the other party had remained obstinate, it was conceivable that it would have been Baron who compromised. He could not possibly forfeit such a lucrative deal. As for China, although Baron was cautious, he had already immersed himself in this line of work, where every day was filled with peril, excitement, and tension. If he were to be intimidated, he ought to reconsider his career choice. Now, having unexpectedly gained an additional 100 million, Baron was in high spirits. After terminating the call, he turned to continue discussions with his subordinates regarding the battle plan. The night swiftly passed. Early the next morning, a subordinate approached Baron with news. "Boss, the shadow of the Chinese fleet is already visible." While Baron was still in the midst of his morning rituals, he quickly muttered under his breath and hastened to the captain's quarters. Captain! The crew members inside the cabin had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Baron, they promptly rose and saluted him. Baron casually waved his hand in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the central periscope. Through the reflection of light, he discerned several small dark spots rising on the horizon, a sight that confirmed the presence of the crew's ships and the Huasha fleet as previously reported by his subordinates. It seemed they had indeed caught up with the adversary. After observing for a moment, Baron raised his hand and gestured downward, calling for fire support from the rear. Following his command, a series of sharp, piercing sounds erupted approximately 10 minutes later as 3 helicopters soared in a triangular formation above the submarine. Naturally, the Desert Tiger did not rely solely on this submarine to accomplish the mission. Baron had long arranged for additional vessels to provide support from behind. Upon witnessing the helicopters closing in, Baron nodded vigorously and leaned back into the periscope for a closer look. Through the lens, he noted that the cruise ships and the Huaxia fleet had already detected the approach of the helicopters. Without any hesitation, the Huaxia fleet commenced firing upon the helicopters. Chapter 187, Total Annihilation? What? Staring through the periscope at the fiery explosions in the sky, Baron was momentarily stunned. How could the Huaxia military be so reckless? Based on his previous impressions of the Huaxia forces, he had expected them to issue multiple warnings and inquiries upon the sudden appearance of the helicopters. Why did they not pose a single inquiry before launching an immediate assault? This sudden action has surely left Belron at a loss. Previously, he had arranged for helicopters solely to divert the attention of the Huaxia fleet, allowing the accompanying submarine to approach undetected. Once in a suitable position for attack, the submarine would have been able to unleash torpedoes, sinking several of the enemy's destroyers before proceeding further. Yet now, upon their first encounter, the Huaxia fleet wasted no time and opened fire without hesitation. This rendered the helicopters utterly ineffective. Belron, devoid of any sympathy for the pilots of the helicopters, wore a grim expression as he contemplated the subsequent course of action. As the commander of the Desert Tiger, he was not one to rely on a singular tactical plan. However, he now needed to deliberate on which contingency plan would yield the most favorable outcome. Commander, those cruise ships and the Huaxia fleet have come to a halt. It appears they have dropped anchor, exclaimed a subordinate, disbelief etched across his face. Belron once again turned to the periscope, adjusting the magnification, and indeed observed the massive anchors being lowered from the cruise ships. The vessels had come to a complete standstill. Meanwhile, the Huaxia fleet had promptly altered their formation, encircling the cruise ships to establish a defensive perimeter. Is the commander of the Huaxia fleet a fool? Instead of seizing the opportunity to escape, they choose to remain and confront the enemy? Belron was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Was it not said that the Huaxia military possessed formidable combat prowess? How could the commander of this Huaxia fleet commit such a blunder? Belron hesitated for a moment, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. His subordinates looked up at him with eager anticipation, seemingly awaiting his next command. Clenching his teeth, Belron declared, "Execute Plan 7. Understood." With that command, his subordinates sprang into action. Although the Desert Tigers were mercenaries, their strict military discipline and well-honed combat skills were undoubtedly on par with those of regular armed forces. Before long, nearly 20 vessels emerged on the horizon, all of them destroyers belonging to the Desert Tigers. Previously, to evade detection by the Huaxia forces, these destroyers had maintained a considerable distance from the Huaxia fleet. However, upon receiving a signal from the submarine, they increased their speed and began to converge directly towards the Huaxia fleet. Neither side had yet entered artillery range, and the Huaxia fleet was encircled around a cruise ship. The deck-S cannons were fully prepared, poised for action, awaiting the approach of the enemy. Belron, concealed within the submarine, observed this scene with clarity. The Huaxia fleet was undoubtedly on high alert, making it impossible for the submarine to approach within radar detection range. Belron refrained from hasty actions, instead carefully monitoring the movements of the Huaxia fleet through the periscope. He then picked up the radio and commanded in a deep voice, "Commence the attack." As Belron's words resonated, the destroyer, the little black dots, moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, their true nature became evident. Missiles. They were all missiles. These projectiles tore through the sky, trailing flames and thick smoke from their exhausts, descending rapidly upon the Huaxia fleet. Naturally, the Huaxia fleet did not remain passive. They swiftly retaliated with cannon fire. Explosions erupted around the missiles, yet only 2 of them were detonated. The fleet was equipped merely with conventional shells, primarily armor-piercing rounds. Faced with such a relentless barrage of missiles, the Huaxia fleet was evidently powerless. Boom, boom. The missiles struck with precision, landing on both the Huaxia fleet and a cruise ship, resulting in the swift sinking of 2 Huaxia destroyers. Furthermore, a cruise ship sustained damage. A gaping hole blasted into its side, with seawater pouring uncontrollably into the vessel. A commendable strike. Observing this scene, Belron could not help but cheer. then turned to his subordinates, commanding, launch another wave. Encircle Jack and his team. Do not let the enemy escape. Jack, as mentioned by Berlin, was a squad leader of the Desert Tiger, currently aboard one of the destroyers, tasked with commanding those vessels. Berlin did not bring these destroyers for a direct confrontation with the Huaxia fleet. His intention was to encircle them, preventing any chance of flight. Although the enemy had dropped anchor and exhibited no intention of retreating, Berlin aimed to ensure absolute certainty, leaving no opportunity for escape. He then called out to another group of his subordinates, continue bombarding with missiles. Sink them all. Since the benefactor foots the bill for these missiles, there's no need to economize on their behalf. The one who commissioned Desert Tiger this time is among the foremost arms tycoons globally. Those long-range missiles from earlier originated from them. Originally, Baron intended to pilfer some of these missiles, but he has now reconsidered. He'll employ these very long-range missiles for bombardment. Completely obliterating the adversary will suffice for accomplishing this mission. Why risk a direct confrontation? Before long, following Baron's relayed orders, another salvo of missiles descended upon the Chinese fleet and cruise ship. This time, the Chinese fleet appeared to lack any means of resistance, presumably because the previous missile barrage had already crushed their resolve. As the missiles struck the fleet and cruise ship, vessels succumbed, engulfed in flames, and slowly sank into the ocean. At this juncture, a smile finally graced Baron's countenance, dispelling his prior anxieties. Release the torpedoes. Submerge them all. Baron grinned, issuing his final command to his subordinates. Soon, the location of the Chinese fleet and cruise ship experienced several more colossal explosions. Eventually, the remaining cruise ship and Chinese warships gradually sank into the sea. Immense whirlpools formed on the sea's surface, gradually dissipating after nearly half an hour, whereupon the ocean reverted to its former tranquility. Having achieved such a triumph, Baron finally nodded in satisfaction. This is the advantage of operating on the high seas. One need not even bother with concealing the evidence, as the vast ocean will handle all traces. Excellent. Let us withdraw according to plan. After waiting in place for a moment and confirming that the enemy fleet had been completely annihilated, Berlin finally felt at ease and ordered a retreat. The submarines and the destroyers, which had formed an encirclement in the distance, gradually departed from the waters. Soon, tranquility returned to the sea, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, unbeknownst to Berlin, after their departure, a small periscope suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean, scanning the surroundings before vanishing back into the sea, akin to a curious fish peering above the surface.